Chapter 1. Lord of the Underworld, the Peerless King of the Dead. Douluo Continent. In the city of slaughter, within a hidden chamber, a young man sits quietly upon a stone bed. The chamber is dimly lit, and one can faintly discern the handsome contours of his face. He appears to be in his 20s, sitting still like a statue, motionless, his garments cloaked in dust. His name is Feng, and he has remained in this chamber for a full 20 years. At this moment, scenes flicker through his mind. In these visions, a young man stares at his phone, speaking to himself with fervent emotion. How infuriating! How could Bibi Dong possibly favor that waste? Yu Xiaojiang. Even in his dying moments, he clings to her. That hypocrite Tang San. If I could traverse to the Douluo Continent, I would make him wish for death. Bibidong, Qian Rinxue, Guu Yuna, their fates are so tragic. If only I could cross over. As these images swirl in his mind, Feng's body, which had been sitting in stillness, suddenly quivers slightly. The vast chamber trembles in resonance, and soon, the quaking spreads, causing the entire city of slaughter to shudder. A terrifying aura radiates from Feng, enveloping the entire city. In that instant, every soul in the city, including the king of slaughter, is seized by dread, trembling and kneeling in submission. They understand that the fearsome man is awakening. Within the chamber, Feng lets out a sigh and opens his eyes. The oppressive aura that had weighed upon everyone vanishes in an instant, and the trembling city of slaughter returns to tranquility. It has been 20 years, yet my cultivation remains at the pinnacle of the first-level deity, unable to break through to the divine king realm. I never anticipated it would be due to my past obsessions. Feng reflects on the scenes that had appeared in his mind, memories from a century ago when he was still on Earth. At that time, he had read the novel Douluo Continent, infuriated by characters like Yu Xiaojiang, Tang San, and Daim Mubai, while feeling a pang of pity for girls like Bibi Dong and Qian Rinxue, wishing he could traverse to the Douluo Continent to amend his regrets. To his astonishment, he truly crossed over, materializing in the city of slaughter and acquiring the Underworld System. The Underworld System allows him to choose a location to establish the Underworld, cultivate powerful beings, and build a formidable force, with Feng as the king of the Underworld. Utilizing the resources provided by the system, he has nurtured numerous strong individuals in the city of slaughter. He himself had reached the pinnacle of the first-level deity 20 years ago, and then entered seclusion to break through to the divine king realm. Little did he know that his youthful obsessions would hinder his ascension. It seems I must venture out to dispel these obsessions. Calculating the time, Tang San must have already been born. Feng rises, his form flickering before vanishing from the chamber. In the very heart of the city of slaughter, within a blood-red palace. In the grand hall, over a dozen figures clad in dark crimson robes stand nervously beneath the throne. When Feng's figure materializes atop the throne, the figures below immediately kneel in reverence. Welcome, King of the Underworld, from your seclusion. A fervent roar erupts, echoing throughout the city of slaughter, instilling even greater fear in the hearts of the fallen. Feng's gaze falls upon these loyal subordinates below, and he feels a deep satisfaction. These are formidable beings he has cultivated using the Underworld System. The top 10 among them are all above level 96, with the most powerful being the king of slaughter, Tang Chen, who is on the cusp of attaining godhood. The others are also titled Douluo level experts. Such a formidable lineup surpasses even the Spear Hall. Feng has been in the Douluo Continent for a full century, and due to the intervention of the Underworld System, the Shura God has yet to discover the addition of a god-level expert in the city of slaughter. Rise. Feng's voice carries an air of calm authority, and the more than 10 individuals below stand upright. Little Tang, report on the situation in the underworld over the past 20 years. Feng's gaze turns to Tang Chen. Feng is considerably older than Tang Chen. He had spent decades in the city of slaughter before Tang Chen arrived seeking fortune. He had witnessed Tang Chen discover the divine artifact, the Shura sword, and become ensnared by the remnants of the Rakshasa god, losing his memories of the first half of his life. Only then did Feng intervene and bring Tang Chen under his wing. He chose not to assist Tang Chen in regaining his memories, for once Tang Chen recalls them, he might pass the Shura God's trial and become the new Shura God. Feng has a premonition that he may one day find himself at odds with the divine realm, and naturally, he does not wish for Tang Chen to become a part of it. In his view, Tang Chen's talent surpasses even that of Tang San. Feng intends to wait until he breaks through to the divine king level before helping Tang Chen become the new Shura God, free from the control of the divine realm. Hearing Feng's inquiry, Tang Chen immediately replies respectfully, Your Majesty, over the past 20 years, we have tirelessly sought suitable talents across the continent to join our underworld. With your provided resources, we have increased our ranks by 3 titled Douluo judges and 18 soul Douluo protectors. Very well. Yi Feng nods in satisfaction. The underworld possesses ample cultivation resources, top-tier techniques, divine bestowed soul rings, and abundant spiritual energy. Even during his prolonged seclusion, strong individuals continue to emerge. The underworld's recruitment of talents adheres to strict regulations. Those guilty of heinous crimes are absolutely unacceptable. For instance, those soul masters who have fled to the city of slaughter are typically laden with sins, condemned to endure endless torment, and thus cannot become part of the underworld organization. Tang Chen continues. Our underworld's reputation on the Douluo Continent is growing, with commoners increasingly venerating us, while several factions now regard us with hostility. Yi Feng nods slightly. Since its establishment, the underworld has played the role of enacting justice across the continent. Those whom the empires dare not pursue, the underworld investigates. Those whom the empires dare not kill, the underworld executes. Even if one hails from the royal families of the 2 great empires or the Spirit Hall, if they commit grave offenses, they too shall face the underworld's judgment. The mysterious underworld evokes fear, reverence, and animosity among the populace. By the way, how long has Bibi Dong been here since I entered seclusion? Ye think Inuitis. 20 years ago, he had emerged from the city of slaughter, rescuing Bibi Dong from Qian Shuanji and bringing her back to the city. Afterward, sensing he had touched upon the divine king realm, he immediately entered seclusion. Little did he know that this retreat would last 20 years. Tang Chen replies, she spent 2 years achieving 100 victories in the hell-killing field, then waited another year, and upon seeing that you had not emerged, she ventured into the hell road, obtaining the domain of the god of killing. She has since departed and is now the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Yi Feng smiles, feeling a sense of pride. That once fragile and enchanting girl has now risen to become the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Moreover, shortly after Bibidong's departure, another exceptionally gifted soul master entered the city of slaughter, achieving 100 victories at remarkable speed and obtaining the domain of the god of killing before leaving. Tang Chen adds. Yi Feng's interest peaks, and he asks, what is that soul master's name? He calls himself Ri Tian, and his martial spirit is a great hammer. Tang Chen responds. Yi Feng nods. He had been deeply engrossed in his seclusion, unaware of the outside events, surprised to learn that Tang Hao had also arrived. He glances at Tang Chen, who at this moment is infested by the blood-red, 9-headed Bat King, a manifestation of the Rakshasa god's remnants, which has tainted his mind and altered his appearance. Otherwise, how could he fail to recognize Tang Hao, wielding the Hao-Ian hammer? That is indeed his grandson. Are there any recent offenses? Bring them forth for my review, Yi Feng instructs. There are, Tang Chen promptly replies, presenting a stack of papers, each detailing a criminal's information. Yi Feng takes the first sheet and examines it. Criminal, 5th Prince of the Bala Kingdom. Offense, violated 313 maidens. Status, not yet punished. Yi Feng ponders momentarily and states, capture him and deliver him to the fallen within the city of slaughter, allowing him to experience the suffering of those women he violated, until death. Then, hang his corpse upon the walls of the Bala Kingdom, affixed with the details of his crimes. Understood, Tang Chen replies respectfully, then turns to the back, saying, Old Wu, you handle this. Yi Feng looks at the second sheet. Criminal, Cardinal Hagen of the Spirit Hall. Offense, robbery of soul bones, extermination of an entire family, murder of 76 individuals. Status, not yet punished. Execute him, sever his head, and offer it as a tribute to the deceased. Yi Feng states calmly, his expression betraying no emotion. Understood, I will handle it personally, Tang Chen replies. No, assign this task to others. Accompany me on an outing. Yi Feng stands and declares. Of course, King of the Underworld. Tang Chen responds. Yi Feng channels his divine power to envelop Tang Chen, and as spatial ripples emerge, their figures vanish from sight. In a quaint town outside the city of slaughter, the figures of 2 individuals emerged. Your Majesty, is there a matter that requires your personal attention? Tang Chen inquired. Yi Feng extended his divine consciousness, instantly enveloping the entirety of the Douluo Continent. He observed Tang San and Xiao Wu busily packing their belongings, Ning Rongrong stealthily descending the mountain, and Zhu Zhuqing, who was running away from home. He also noticed Daim Mubai, entangled with a pair of twins in a hotel, and Ma Hongjun, who was being led away by Flinder to the entertainment district, as well as Oscar, soundly asleep in his dormitory. It appears that Shrek Academy is about to commence its new term. Yi Feng mused, a smile gracing his countenance. Let us proceed to the Star Luo Empire first. Chapter 2. The Plight of Zhu Zhuqing. In the southern region of Douluo Continent, Star Luo Empire, Star Luo City. The silhouettes of Yi Feng and Tang Chen materialized out of thin air on the bustling streets. Strangely, the passers-by exhibited no reaction to the sudden appearance of Yi Feng and Tang Chen, as if they had always been standing there. With his pinnacle-level divine cultivation and adeptness in the laws of space, Yi Feng found achieving such an effect quite effortless. As the capital of the Star Luo Empire, Star Luo City was no less grand and prosperous than Heavendo City. Moments later, the crowd gradually became aware of the two figures standing by the roadside. Dressed in a flowing white robe, Yi Feng towered above at over 6 feet tall, his imposing stature complemented by a handsome visage that captured the attention of countless women. As a subtle smile played upon his lips, a stir erupted, causing several young women to inadvertently collide. Numerous men cast envious glances, wishing they too could possess a visage as striking as Yi Feng's. Yi Feng, unperturbed, had always believed his looks to be unrivaled on the Douluo Continent. Even exceptional women like Bibi Dong found it difficult to resist his charm, how much more so for these ordinary girls? Tang Chen's gaze turned frosty, a wave of murderous intent emanating from him, plunging the street into an abrupt chill that made everyone tremble involuntarily. Only then did the crowd take notice of Tang Chen standing behind Yi Feng. Clad in a dark red overcoat, Tang Chen's robust frame and the ghastly blood-red patterns etched upon his pale face rendered him a harbinger of terror. In the shadows of his fearsome aura, he appeared as a Shura emerged from the depths of hell, instilling dread in all who beheld him. "Leave," Tang Chen commanded softly, prompting the frightened crowd to flee in panic. Within moments, the vicinity was devoid of any presence, and the shops lining the street had hastily shuttered their doors. Yi Feng gently patted Tang Chen on the shoulder, remarking, "Little Tang, maintain a low profile." "Yes, Your Majesty," Tang Chen replied respectfully, though his eyes could not help but sneak glances at Yi Feng's countenance. With such a visage, remaining inconspicuous was indeed a challenge. Yi Feng shook his head with a smile, fully comprehending Tang Chen's thoughts. "You are drawing too much attention. Change into something more ordinary, don a mask, and procure a carriage," Yi Feng instructed. As he spoke, Yi Feng's form began to diminish, his height shrinking to approximately 5'9", while his features took on a more youthful appearance. "Yes, Your Majesty," Tang Chen replied, turning on his heel and striding away to fulfill Yi Feng's request. Yi Feng touched his face, though he appeared somewhat younger. His striking handsomeness remained undiminished. His primary objective was Zhu Zhuqing. While looks alone could not dictate everything, they certainly served as a significant advantage. When he had first watched the Douluo Continent, he harbored numerous aspirations, including besting Xiaojing, Tang San, Daim Mubai, and others. Moreover, he wished to alter the dismal fates of women like Bibi Dong, Qian Rinqiu, Guu Yuna, and Zhu Zhuqing, bringing them happiness. These youthful dreams had now transformed into an obsession to transcend the divine king realm, necessitating their eventual resolution. Now, with Shrek Academy's enrollment about to commence, and Zhu Zhuqing and Daim Mubai poised to reunite, Yi Feng had designated Zhu Zhuqing as his first target. According to the original novel, Zhu Zhuqing and Daim Mubai likely lacked any emotional foundation, having merely been betrothed at a young age. It was only during their time at Shrek Academy that Zhu Zhuqing would be swayed by Daim Mubai's relentless pursuit. Thus, if he could garner Zhu Zhuqing's favor before her encounter with Daim Mubai and reveal Daim Mubai's true nature to her, Daim Mubai would stand little chance. This was Yi Feng's plan. The location of his appearance had also been meticulously calculated. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Zhu Zhuqing would soon pass through this very spot. Yi Feng raised his gaze ahead, where at the end of the street, a stunning young woman clad in black was hastily approaching, her figure both alluring and commanding. Her speed was remarkable, each stride covering several meters, deftly evading obstacles like a lithe feline racing through the woods. Hot on her heels was a group of menacing pursuers. The pedestrians on the street scrambled to avoid her path. "Isn't that the Zhu family's young lady, Zhu Zhuqing? What could have her in such a predicament? Have you seen who is chasing her? That is Zhu Zhuqing's sister, Zhu Zhuqing, the fiancée of the crown prince. I've heard these two sisters have always been at odds. It seems the rumors are true. What is she planning? Step aside. Zhu Zhuqing is not to be trifled with." Behind Zhu Zhuqing, the 19-year-old Zhu Zhuqing was tall and voluptuous, her sprint captivating the attention of numerous men. With a fierce countenance, she wielded a whip, lashing out at those who obstructed her path, commanding, "Get out of my way." A gaggle of servants, grinning maliciously, surged forward towards Zhu Zhuqing. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing was merely a few dozen meters away from Yifeng. Her expression was one of urgency and fury, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, her soul power surging to its peak. Alas, her rank was still too low, and she was vastly outmatched by the group behind her. Even with her martial soul activated, the distance between them continued to close rapidly. Zhu Zhuqing gritted her teeth, glancing back briefly. Her sister Zhu Zhuyin was now a mere dozen meters away, and she could feel the wind generated by the whip slicing through the air. She absolutely could not be captured. Zhu Zhuqing understood all too well that if she fell into Zhu Zuyin's clutches, she would undoubtedly face humiliation. Moreover, her plan of running away to find Daim Mubai would be irrevocably thwarted, making any future escape nearly impossible. Zhu Zhuyin would be relentless, ensuring she had no opportunity for redemption. In that fleeting moment of looking back, Zhu Zhuqing had already sprinted over 10 meters, and with Zhu Zuyin's imposing presence bearing down on her, she failed to notice Yifeng standing directly in her path, crashing into him headlong. With a dull thud, Zhu Zhuqing felt as though she had collided with a wall of brass and iron. Dazed, she emitted a soft, pained gasp and began to topple downwards. Yifeng promptly enveloped Zhu Zhuqing's delicate form in his embrace. At that moment, despite her youth, Zhu Zhuqing possessed an enviable figure, her slender waist imbued with a tantalizing allure. As Yifeng tightened his grip, she found herself pressed against him entirely. A sudden jolt coursed through her, and only then did she realize that she was being held by a man. Just as her anger began to surface, Yifeng gently released her and inquired with warmth. "Are you all right, my lady?" Zhu Zhuqing looked up, meeting Yifeng's gaze, and was momentarily struck by his striking appearance, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in her eyes. Hearing his gentle inquiry, she shook her head. "I am fine." Without delay, she channeled her soul power, intending to escape once more. Yet, it was too late. Zhu Zhuyin, accompanied by 5 family servants, had closed in. Zhu Zhuyin, equally striking, boasted long, straight legs and a curvaceous form, her prowess already at the soul sect level. Each of the 5 servants was a formidable soul master, grinning maliciously as they focused their attention on Zhu Zhuqing. Instantly, Zhu Zhuqing's complexion turned ashen. At her current level of 27, escape was utterly impossible. The thought of being recaptured and subjected to her cruel sister's humiliation filled her heart with bitterness. Why was her fate so cruel? At that moment, Yifeng's gentle voice broke through her despair once more. "While you may be unscathed, you have inflicted quite a bit of pain upon me." Zhu Zhuqing turned her head, astonished to see Yifeng frowning and rubbing his chest. Confused, she wondered why he had not fled. Wouldn't any reasonable person be frightened in such a situation? Just then, Zhu Zhuyun's gaze fell upon Yifeng, her eyes suddenly alight with interest. Chapter 3. Underestimated by Zhu Zhuqing. What a handsome young man. Unable to resist, Zhu Zhuyun licked her alluring red lips, her eyes seemingly aflame. As the fiancée of the Grand Prince of the Xingluo Empire, she was of noble birth and had encountered countless remarkable men. Her fiancé, Davis, along with other princes of the royal family, were all striking and possessed extraordinary charisma. Yet, this young man before her surpassed any she had ever encountered, exuding an indescribable charm. In an instant, Zhu Zhuyun's heart was stirred. However, she quickly recalled her own status and regained her composure. Without sufficient strength and standing, even the most handsome face was merely that of a waste. Zhu Zhuqing retreated a couple of steps, positioning herself before Yifeng, gently pushing him back as she whispered, "You should leave. This matter does not concern you." She felt a twinge of guilt for having inadvertently caused pain to Yifeng. She did not wish for this seemingly innocuous and handsome young man to suffer the consequences of her actions, particularly to be subjected to a merciless beating by Zhu Zhuyun. Her experience with Zhu Zhuyun's cruelty was vivid and haunting. In the distance, there were still several individuals who had recently been lashed by Zhu Zhuyun, crying out in agony. Yifeng was taken aback by Zhu Zhuqing's unexpected kindness as he broke into a satisfied smile and remarked, "Why should I leave? You have yet to apologize for bumping into me." Zhu Zhuqing paused for a moment, then forcefully pushed Yifeng, urging him, "Is I'm sorry sufficient? You really ought to leave promptly." However, Yifeng stood his ground, unmoved. A crowd had already gathered within a radius of several dozen meters, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. They have long grown accustomed to this. The temperament of the eldest daughter of the Zhu family is notoriously foul, and her penchant for bullying her younger sister is no longer a secret. The Zhu family holds significant power within the Starry Empire, and with Zhu Zhuyun being the fiancé of the crown prince and exceptionally gifted, Even the family patriarch turns a blind eye to her behavior. Such affairs are not likely to attract intervention. That would be tantamount to courting disaster. Had Feng been an ordinary individual, Zhu Zhuqing would have undoubtedly struck him without hesitation. However, Feng's striking appearance caused her to hesitate, her heart unwilling to harm him. Zhu Zhuqing turned her gaze to Zhu Zhuqing, a concerned expression gracing her face as she inquired, "My dear sister, where do you intend to go after leaving home?" Zhu Zhuqing regarded her elder sister with a cold stare, remaining silent. Undeterred, Zhu Zhuqing continued, "I see you wish to seek out that scoundrel Daim Mubai. I happen to have some news about him. Would you care to hear it?" Zhu Zhuqing remained mute, yet Zhu Zhuqing grew increasingly animated, stating, "I've heard that fellow is living it up in the Heaven Do Empire, changing women as if they were mere garments, having long forgotten about you, his betrothed." Finally, Zhu Zhuqing spoke, her voice laced with disdain. "Zhu Zhuqing, do you truly expect me to believe your words?" Zhu Zhuqing sighed. "Why do you refuse to trust me? I would stake my honor on the truth of my words." "Silly sister, such a man is not worth your time. Come home with me." "There is no need for your insincere concern. I have faith in him," Zhu Zhuqing replied, her tone still frigid, though her heart wavered. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor, Zhu Zhuqing grew impatient. She stepped forward, her ample figure swaying, and playfully addressed Feng, "Little brother, this matter does not concern you. If you wish to avoid a beating, you ought to leave promptly." Feng, wearing an innocent smile, grasped Zhu Zhuqing's arm and drew her behind him, saying, "Sister, are you attempting to bully this young lady?" Zhu Zhuqing, intrigued, responded, "What? Do you aspire to be a hero coming to the rescue at such a tender age? Is it appropriate for so many of you to bully a single younger sister?" Feng retorted. Zhu Zhuqing's expression gradually turned cold, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Being a hero comes with a price." Feng fell silent. Zhu Zhuqing, her wrist trapped in Feng's grip, struggled fiercely but found his strength insurmountable. "Get away. I do not need your help," she shouted from behind Feng, her urgency evident. Zhu Zhuqing, having lost all patience, raised her whip. Pointing it at both Feng and Zhu Zhuqing as she commanded, "Seize them. Take them both away." No sooner had she spoken than 5 brutish lackeys, emboldened by their master's authority, approached Feng and Zhu Zhuqing with sinister grins. They all possessed the cultivation of soul respect and had no regard for Feng and Zhu Zhuqing. The 3 individuals beside Zhu Zhuqing even displayed malicious grins, their filthy hands reaching toward her sensitive areas, attempting to take advantage of the situation. Zhu Zhuqing, with her arms crossed, looked on with a smug expression, planning to impart a profound lesson to her disobedient sister. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback by the audacity of these servants, brazenly groping her while slyly extending their claws towards her front and back. Although her status in the Zhu family was not particularly high, she was nonetheless the daughter of the family head and the fiancée of a prince. How dare these servants act so brazenly? Enraged, Zhu Zhuqing activated her second soul ring, unleashing her soul skill, Ghostly Claw, to attack the 3 vile servants before her. This was her most formidable attack, capable of delivering hundreds of strikes in a very short time, with remarkable speed and destructive power. The 3 servants also wielded beast martial souls, but they were no match for the ghostly spirit cat. In a one-on-one confrontation, Zhu Zhuqing was confident that her second soul skill could surpass one of them. However, in a 3-on-1 scenario, her attacking power was significantly diluted, greatly diminishing the threat she posed to the trio. It was not that she did not wish to concentrate her power on a single opponent. It was merely that such an action would leave her vulnerable to the other 2's claws. How could she endure such humiliation? The 2 vile servants in front of Feng remained motionless for the time being, enviously watching their 3 companions. The prince's fiancé must find it exhilarating to be subjected to such advances. Under the protection of the young lady, they would face no repercussions. When their attacks collided, Zhu Zhuqing's second soul skill ultimately proved ineffective, thwarted by the joint efforts of the 3. Second miss, surrender. The 3 vile servants jeered, advancing toward Zhu Zhuqing once more. Despair gradually crept onto Zhu Zhuqing's delicate face. Was today the day her body would be sullied by these filthy wretches? At that moment, a warm hand grasped her soft one, pulling her backward. As her body turned, Zhu Zhuqing recognized her rescuer, the exceptionally handsome young man. What was he planning to do? This thought flickered through her mind. She could not believe that Feng possessed the strength to confront the 3 vile servants. Her own talents were remarkable, yet she had only reached the 27th level. This young man appeared to be of a similar age, even if he had considerable talent. His strength could only be on par with hers. How could he possibly contend with 3 soul respects? It was inconceivable. No, you will die. Zhu Zhuqing cried out in alarm. Given her nature, she would not typically show such concern for a strange man. Yet, as Yi Feng stood up for her, she could not bear to implicate an innocent. She tugged at Yi Feng with all her might, only to find that she could not pull him away. Kid, are you seeking death? The 3 malicious thugs bore fierce expressions, striking with considerable force, their fists and palms aimed at Yi Feng. However, Yi Feng exhibited not a trace of perturbation. He raised his long leg and delivered 3 swift kicks. Though the kicks appeared to lack speed, they landed squarely on the chests of the 3 thugs with remarkable precision. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, the 3 thugs simultaneously spewed forth blood and were propelled backward for over 10 meters before crashing to the ground. Their breaths rapidly weakened, and their chests visibly caved in, suffering grave injuries. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes widened in shock, her small mouth involuntarily parting in disbelief at the sight before her. The 3-legged creature was not particularly swift. So why did its power seem so formidable? Outrage. A sharp shout abruptly roused Zhu Zhuqing from her thoughts. She turned her head to see Zhu Zhuyun's frantic expression. Strike with all your might. Zhu Zhuyun shouted in fury, feeling deeply insulted. The remaining 2 vile slaves displayed malevolent expressions, but before they could act, Yi Feng had already appeared before them. With 2 swift kicks, both of the malevolent slaves were sent flying, spitting blood. Zhu Zhuyun quickly sidestepped to avoid the oncoming servant. Her face turned ashen, a fierce blaze of anger igniting within her. In this city of Xingluo, how dare anyone provoke her? You little wretch, I shall end your life. Zhu Zhuyun lashed out with her metal-crafted soft whip towards Yi Feng's head. Witnessing Zhu Zhuyun's menacing demeanor, Zhu Zhuqing gasped and urgently cried out, "Quick, evade. She is from the Soul Clan." However, Yi Feng seemed oblivious to her warning, calmly reaching out to grasp the incoming whip. Seeking death, Zhu Zhuyun infused more soul power into her strike, causing the air to crackle with a piercing shriek. She intended to shatter Yi Feng's hand. The whip's shadow whistled past, its sharp sound sending shivers through the onlookers. Just as the crowd believed Yi Feng's hand would be severed by the whip, the shrill cry suddenly ceased, and the whip was securely grasped in Yi Feng's hand. Come here. Yi Feng gently tugged, and before the anger on Zhu Zhuyun's face could dissipate, she was abruptly lifted into the air by the whip, soaring towards Yi Feng. Her reflexes were remarkably swift. In an instant, her martial spirit manifested, and the 4th soul ring on her body illuminated. It was a violet 1,000-year soul ring, and the accompanying soul skill represented Zhu Zhuyun's most formidable attack. This indicated that her fury was genuine, and she sought to eliminate Yi Feng. Zhu Zhuqing was alarmed. She swiftly positioned herself in front of Yi Feng. She was acutely aware of the power behind Zhu Zhuyun's 4th soul skill and doubted that Yi Feng could withstand such an onslaught. Although Yi Feng had recently vanquished 5 soul emperors, Zhu Zhuyun's strength surpassed that of the combined might of those 5, rendering her an insurmountable force for anyone of their age. Zhu Zhuqing did not believe that Zhu Zhuyun would strike her with lethal intent, so she resolutely shielded Yi Feng. However, she somewhat underestimated the intensity of Zhu Zhuyun's current rage. Suspended in midair, Zhu Zhuyun released her grip on the whip, raising both hands above her head as a dark blade of light swiftly coalesced, emanating an astonishing aura. Her icy voice resonated, "Nether." Before she could complete her final word, Yi Feng's figure appeared before her, delivering a resounding slap to her beautiful visage. The crack of that slap was exceedingly crisp and resonant, sending Zhu Zhuyun crashing from the air to the ground, causing the gathered light blade to dissipate alongside her fall. Zhu Zhuyun was momentarily dazed. Her head buzzed, and she felt excruciating pain on the left side of her face, as though it had been marred. Yet, this was merely an illusion. Her countenance was unscathed. Yi Feng's strike had not inflicted significant harm upon Zhu Zhuyun. Rather, he had skillfully employed a technique infused with a hint of divine power, causing her face to swell at a visibly rapid pace. He harbored no intention of killing Zhu Zhuyun. Zhu Zhuqing, having endured oppression from Zhu Zhuyun for so long, must have yearned to defeat her with her own hands. Thus, Yi Feng granted her this opportunity. In mere moments, half of Zhu Zhuyun's face had swollen to the size of a balloon, her left eye forced shut. From the distended skin, fine droplets of blood seeped forth, creating a terrifying spectacle. The onlookers were, as if petrified, unable to believe the scene before them. The eldest lady of the Zhu family had been struck, and in such a tragic state, it was utterly heartbreaking. They could not comprehend how. In the bustling Star Luo city, this young man in white was not afraid for his life after inflicting such a fate upon Zhu Zhuqing. The dire condition of Zhu Zhuqing would undoubtedly incite the fury of the Zhu family, and even the imperial family would be compelled to intervene. Regardless of the young man's background, it seemed that today would mark his demise. The crowd held its breath, transfixed by the unfolding scene. Even Zhu Zhuqing stood there, stunned, unable to process the sight of her once arrogant sister reduced to such a state. The excruciating pain forced Zhu Zhuqing to cry out in anguish. Upon realizing the severe disfigurement of her once beautiful face, she teetered on the brink of despair. Rising to her feet, she cast a glance at Feng, one filled with a deathly gaze, before fleeing in haste. Only after Zhu Zhuqing's departure did the atmosphere erupt into chaos. Who was this young man from which family? He had entangled himself in a grave matter. Not only was his life at stake, but his family would also face dire consequences. In a reckless act driven by passion, he would soon regret his choices. Did they not notice his strength? At such a tender age, he had bested the Soul Sect. His talent must be terrifyingly formidable. Yet, talent alone could not shield him from folly. Why provoke the Zhu family? His fate was sealed. As Zhu Zhuqing listened to the murmurs around her, she snapped back from her shock. If you wish to survive, you must leave immediately. Depart Star Luo City. The farther the better, she urged gravely. Aren't you planning to run away from home? Let us escape together, Feng suggested. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. I shall not flee for now. I will stay behind to delay them. You must leave at once. It will be too late if you tarry. She sighed internally. Recognizing that today's events stemmed from her actions, she could not bear for Feng to perish because of her. The most she would face was punishment. With her life spared, but Feng's situation was vastly different. A smile graced Feng's face as he waved distantly. You can still smile? Zhu Zhuqing felt a surge of indignation, wanting to uncover the absurdity behind Feng's demeanor. Just then, she noticed a tall man, his face obscured by a menacing black mask, approaching while pulling a cart. A wave of overwhelming pressure emanated from him, nearly suffocating her. Tang Chen, guiding the cart, arrived before Feng and respectfully announced, Your Majesty, the task has been completed. Excellent, Feng nodded. Shall this minor inconvenience require resolution by your subordinates? Tang Chen inquired. For now, it is unnecessary. They will inevitably come to us. Let us depart Star Luo City first. Feng finished speaking, gently grasped Zhu Zhuqing's delicate hand, and pulled her onto the carriage. Chapter 5. Zhu Zhuqing's panicked Tang Chen sat in the driver's seat, lightly tugging on the reins, urging the horses to gallop towards the city gate. Inside the carriage, Zhu Zhuqing finally regained her senses and swiftly withdrew her hand from Feng's grasp. Her expression was somewhat frosty as she fixed her gaze upon him. Upon discovering that Feng's eyes were clear and devoid of lecherous intent, her demeanor softened slightly. You cannot escape this way. The Zhu family possesses numerous formidable experts, including those at the Soul Douluo level. If you wish to survive, you must leave Xingluo City at the fastest possible pace. As she spoke, she stood up, attempting to exit the carriage. However, she resolved to stay and assist Feng in seizing a glimmer of hope. Yet, just as she stood, Feng's large hand once again grasped her. Fear not. Soul Douluo is of no concern to me. As your servant, I too possess the strength of a Soul Douluo, Feng chuckled. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. Glancing at the imposing figure of the coachman outside the carriage door, she recalled the oppressive aura she had sensed from him earlier, reminiscent of the fury she had felt from her father. Could it be that this coachman was indeed a Soul Douluo expert? After some contemplation, she still felt uneasy and replied, The Zhu family is not limited to just one Soul Douluo. My father's cultivation has reached the late stages of Soul Douluo. Do not think that having one Soul Douluo attendant will ensure your safe departure. That is impossible. Feng firmly urged Zhu Zhuqing to sit down, saying, Do you not wish to leave this place? Do not overthink it. I will take you with me. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing still intent on rising, Feng decisively sealed several of her acupoints with a few precise taps. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly found herself immobile, as if her body had been bound by an enigmatic force. A flicker of panic surged within her as she questioned Feng's intentions. After all, her beauty and figure were undeniably alluring, and she was acutely aware of the attraction she held over men. Was he merely feigning kindness to gain her trust, only to reveal his true intentions now? Zhu Zhuqing struggled to calm herself, discreetly attempting to break free while asking as steadily as she could, What do you intend to do? Feng displayed a radiant smile, his teeth gleaming white. Did I not just say? I wish to take you away from here. Upon witnessing Feng's innocent smile, Zhu Zhuqing found herself believing him to some extent, though a flicker of wariness still lingered. "Why do you wish to help me?" she inquired. "Seeing injustice, I draw my sword to assist. Moreover, I believe we share a fateful connection. Otherwise, how could you have collided with me?" Yifeng replied with a grin. "That was merely a lapse in attention," Zhu Zhuqing quickly retorted. Yifeng responded, "Regardless of whether you were attentive or not, I see it as destiny. How could I stand idly by while so many bully a frail maiden such as yourself?" "Who says I am a frail maiden? I am at level 27. Zhu Zhuqing glared at Yifeng, feeling indignant. "In my presence, you are but a weak woman." Yifeng met Zhu Zhuqing's gaze. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Zhu Zhuqing's heart began to race, and her cheeks flushed, prompting her to hastily avert her eyes. "What is happening to me? Why am I speaking so much with a stranger?" A sense of unease washed over her. Typically reserved, she was not one to engage in such dialogue. Nevertheless, his strength was undeniable. She recalled the scene of Yi Feng's recent battle. Even Zhu Zhuqing had been defeated, a testament to Yi Feng's formidable abilities. Zhu Zhuqing discreetly raised her eyes to observe Yi Feng's face for a moment. She could not comprehend how this boy, seemingly of similar age, possessed such terrifying prowess. Even with innate full soul power, it was unlikely for someone of his age to possess the strength to vanquish a soul sect. Yi Feng's background piqued Zhu Zhuqing's curiosity. She remembered how Tang Chen had referred to Yifeng earlier. Ming Wang? Could he be a prince of some kingdom? If he were indeed a prince, it would not be far-fetched for him to have a sole Douluo attendant. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing was beset by numerous questions. She longed to inquire further, but found herself at a loss for words. She was unaccustomed to conversing with strangers, particularly men. "Hello, I am Yifeng," he introduced himself. "I am Zhu Zhuqing," she replied. "Rest assured, I am not a villain. I am merely departing from Xingluo City to the Tiando Empire. Assisting you is simply a matter of convenience. Once we leave Xingluo City, you are free to go at any time," Yifeng assured her. "Thank you," Zhu Zhuqing replied after some contemplation, feeling it necessary to express her gratitude. "Not at all. It was but a trifling effort," Yifeng smiled. Zhu Zhuqing cast another glance at Yifeng, sensing that this youth was rather admirable and likely a man of integrity. "Little Tang, be mindful when engaging later. Do not harm the ordinary folk," Yifeng called out to the outside. "Understood, Ming Wang," Tang Chen responded. "From now on, do not call me Ming Wang in public. Refer to me as young master," Yifeng instructed. "Of course, young master," Tang Chen acknowledged. Listening to the exchange between Yifeng and Tang Chen, Zhu Zhuqing became increasingly convinced that Yifeng was indeed a prince from some kingdom or principality. She desperately wished to clarify that the Zhu family was not to be trifled with, as they had not only Soul Douluo but also several soul saints and soul emperors. Yet, witnessing Yifeng's nonchalant demeanor, she swallowed her words. She felt that even if she spoke up, he might not heed her. Perhaps it was best to let it be. If escape proved impossible, she could always plead on his behalf later, trusting that with his status, he would likely be safe. Zhu Zhuqing pondered to herself. The Zhu family held significant power within the Star Luo Empire. Their soul-capped martial spirit was among the elite beast martial spirits, boasting numerous formidable individuals. The current head of the family, Zhu Tianming, had reached the late stages of Soul Dalau and served as a general in the Star Luo Empire. At that moment, outside the general's residence, Zhu Zhuqing struck 2 guards with a forceful slap, unleashing a torrent of expletives. "Have your eyes gone blind? You dare obstruct me? The young lady? Do you seek death?" The guards, their teeth knocked out, finally recognized that the swollen-faced woman before them was indeed the young lady. Zhu Zhuqing had no time to spare for the guards. She rushed into the general's residence, emitting a piercing scream. "Father, save me. Your daughter is about to be killed." Her cries resonated throughout the royal estate. In the guest hall of the Zhu family, Zhu Tianming greeted the recently arrived crown prince, Davis, with a smile. Although Zhu Tianming was not particularly tall, he exuded an aura of authority without needing to raise his voice. At that moment, he was tempering his imposing presence, engaging in friendly conversation with Davis. Davis, a rare beauty with cascading golden hair, possessed mesmerizing violet eyes and a tall stature, radiating the charisma of a high-ranking individual. At 21, he had attained the level of Soul Master. "Uncle Tianming, where's little Yun? Why hasn't she come out?" Davis inquired with a smile. Zhu Tianming chuckled. "Little Yun just went out to play. I'll have someone fetch her right away." Davis nodded in agreement. Just then, Zhu Zhuqing's anguished cries echoed once more. "Father, save me. Your daughter is about to be killed." In the hall, The expressions of everyone shifted dramatically. Zhu Tianming and Davis leaped to their feet, their eyes ablaze with a fierce intensity. Exchanging a glance, they transformed into fleeting shadows, racing towards the direction of Zhu Zhuqing's voice. Chapter 6. Surrounded by masters. Moments later, Zhu Tianming and Davis descended from the rooftop. Upon witnessing Zhu Zhuqing, who writhed in pain and despair, they were taken aback. One side of her face was swollen grotesquely, resembling that of a pig, marred with bruises. Through the unmarred side of her face, they confirmed her identity. A torrent of rage surged within them, their hair almost standing on end. "Little Yun, who did this to you?" Zhu Tianming asked, suppressing his fury, his voice laced with a killing intent. As they arrived, Zhu Zhuqing, tears streaming down her cheeks, rushed to hug Zhu Tianming's arm. "Father, you must help me take revenge." "Little Yun," Davis called out. Immediately, Zhu Zhuqing leapt onto Davis, her hair disheveled, crying out, "Davis, you must help me avenge this. I want that scoundrel dead." Zhu Zhuqing gnashed her teeth, her face contorted with resentment and hatred. "Shaoan, tell me what transpired. Rest assured, those who have harmed you shall not escape. I will ensure they meet a gruesome fate." Davis spoke with an icy voice. Zhu Zhuqing wept. "It was Zhu Qing. She clandestinely left home to seek Daim Mubai. I intended to escort her, but she seduced a boy of unknown origin, and I was left in this state. Father, Davis, you must seek justice for me. Scoundrel, this rebellious daughter has gone too far." Zhu Tianming bellowed, his forehead veins bulging with fury. Upon hearing that Zhu Qing intended to find Daim Mubai, Davis's displeasure deepened. "Shaoyan, do not worry. I will promptly lead a team to retrieve Zhu Qing, and as for that boy you mentioned, he will undoubtedly meet his demise. To injure the daughter of Zhu Tianming deserves a fate far worse. I shall uncover the forces that shield him." Zhu Tianming's tone was frigid. Zhu Zhuqing's face gleamed with satisfaction, as if she could already envision Feng's family in ruins, begging for mercy on their knees. It was only then that the rest of the Zhu family arrived. Zhu Zhuqing clung to her mother, resuming her weeping. Zhu Tianming immediately arranged for a healing soul master to attend to Zhu Zhuqing and inquired about Feng's physical appearance. Upon learning that Feng appeared to be merely a boy of 12 or 13 years, everyone was utterly astonished. How powerful could a boy of such tender age be? At most, he would be a great soul master. How could he have inflicted such injuries on Zhu Zhuqing? "Seal all the city gates immediately. Do not allow them to escape," Zhu Tianming commanded, regardless of the opponent's formidable talent. To publicly assault his daughter in such a manner is nothing short of a disgrace to both the Zhu family and the royal lineage. A heavy price must be paid. Moments later, several doves soared from the Zhu residence, making their way towards the city gates. Zhu Tianming summoned a cadre of elite fighters, including Soul Douluo, Soul Sage, and Soul Emperor, some of whom were of the Zhu lineage while others were foreign soul masters who had allied themselves with the Zhu family, forming a remarkably powerful assembly. "Uncle Tianming, including me, Shaoyan is my woman. I must avenge her." Davis stepped forward, accompanied by a tall, silver-haired elder from the Davis family, a protector whose strength had reached the later stages of Soul Douluo. "Dad, I want to go too. I want to witness him kneel and beg for mercy." Zhu Zhuqing spoke with bitterness. After treatment, her face had regained some semblance of normalcy, yet it still bore a terrifying aspect. With a wave of his hand, Zhu Tianming, guided by Zhu Zhuqing, led the group resolutely towards the site of the earlier conflict. Along the way, the townsfolk, filled with panic and trepidation, made way for them, subsequently trailing behind out of curiosity. Before long, a crowd of citizens numbering over 100 joined their ranks, and the throng continued to swell. Upon arriving at the scene of the altercation, they found no trace of Feng or Zhu Qingqing, only the 5 household servants still groaning in agony on the ground. These 5 were gravely injured, having gone so long without treatment that they were on the brink of death. After a series of inquiries, the group learned of the direction Feng and Zhu Qingqing had taken. "Dad, they must be trying to escape through the north gate. We must stop them," Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed anxiously. "Notify the guards at the city gates not to let any suspicious individuals pass," Zhu Tianming commanded. The group hastened their pace, heading directly towards the north gate. The carriage moved steadily forward, mere hundreds of meters from the northern city gate. Zhu Qingqing's acupoints had been unsealed by Feng. Seeing the closed gates ahead and the multitude of soldiers conducting searches, she could not suppress a sigh, realizing that there was no way for her and Feng to escape today. Why the sigh? Feng chuckled at Zhu Qingqing's furrowed brow. After spending a brief time together, he found himself genuinely fond of the girl. He hoped she would not be too frightened shortly. Zhu Qingqing sighed. You are far too arrogant, unaware of the true might of the Zhu family. By injuring Zhu Zhuqing in such a manner, you have effectively slapped the face of both the Zhu family and the royal family. Do you truly believe you can leave unscathed? Before Feng could respond, she continued. I know you have some background. You must be a prince of some kingdom. But what of it? This is Xingluo City. Even your king would tread carefully here. There's no need for concern. Xiao Tang can handle it. Feng chuckled lightly. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, believing that apart from his talent and appearance, Feng was utterly lacking, too arrogant for his own good. Do you think being a sole Douluo can protect you? How navi? As soon as Zhu Zhuqing finished speaking, her expression changed dramatically. 100 meters away behind the carriage, Zhu Tianming approached with a cadre of skilled fighters. The combined aura of soul Douluos, soul saints, and soul emperors pressed down upon those nearby, as if a colossal stone rested upon their chests, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Zhu Zhuqing quickly urged, when the time comes, do not even think about resisting. You must promptly reveal your identity and apologize. I will plead on your behalf. This should not make things too difficult for you. Feng merely smiled and said nothing. He has indeed grown increasingly fond of that girl. At this moment, including Feng's carriage, several hundred people were halted at the city gate. Zhu Zhiyun's gaze swept over the crowd, then slowly shook her head. Feng and Zhu Qing's appearances were too striking. She could recognize them instantly amidst the throng. Father, they are not among the crowd. They must be in those carriages. Zhu Zhiyun glared resentfully at the few carriages. Observing the surrounding soldiers and the imposing figures of Zhu Tianming and others, the encircled individuals were in a state of utter panic. Zhu Tianming, with an impassive expression, spoke sternly. This general is apprehending the criminals who have insulted the empire. Apart from those carriages, everyone else is to leave at once or face the same punishment. With a thunderous sound, the scene erupted and the crowd scattered in all directions. Zhu Tianming and his companions fixed their gaze intently on those carriages within the encirclement. Come out of the carriage. Zhu Tianming bellowed, his authority palpable. Zhu Qing within the carriage trembled involuntarily, her delicate face paling. If one were to ask who she feared the most, it was not Zhu Zhuqing, who often bullied her, but rather her father, who was not only biased, but also exceedingly stern towards her. Chapter 7. Davis requests to battle. There were 4 carriages surrounded. Under Zhu Tianming's command, the individuals from 3 of the carriages, fearing repercussions, promptly disembarked, bowing and nodding to Zhu Tianming and the others. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head in disappointment. The attention of the crowd then shifted to the last carriage. Xiao Tang, turn around, Feng instructed. Tang Chen pulled on the reins, redirecting the carriage to face Zhu Tianming and the others. Father, that voice belongs to that boy. He must be in the carriage. Upon hearing Feng's voice, Zhu Zhiyun's face was immediately overtaken by resentment. Get down, Zhu Tianming shouted furiously. Inside the carriage, Zhu Qing's complexion turned ashen as she glanced at Feng, then gritted her teeth, preparing to stand. Stay seated. Leave this to me, Feng said, placing a hand on Zhu Qing's shoulder to keep her down, smiling reassuringly. Upon seeing the smile on Feng's face, Zhu Qing felt a surge of exasperation. She truly began to doubt whether Feng was a fool. How could he still smile at a time like this? Feng opened the carriage door and emerged, calmly regarding Zhu Tianming and the others. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to Feng. Such a remarkably handsome youth exists in the world. At that moment, everyone was momentarily stunned. Davis, long revered by the citizens of the Xingluo Empire as the most handsome man, was a source of pride for the people. Thus, many could not help but cast their gazes towards Davis, inevitably drawing comparisons between the two. They discovered that the pride of their empire, in both appearance and demeanor, paled in comparison to the newly emerged youth. Davis's eyes sparkled with intensity, his gaze piercing as if he were fixated on his prey, staring intently at Feng. A flicker of jealousy coursed through him, as his gaze fell upon Zhu Zhuqing, who was seated behind Feng in the carriage. He could no longer suppress the murderous intent that surged within him. When he turned his eyes back to Feng, it was as if he were staring at a corpse. Davis possessed an overpowering sense of possessiveness. Zhu Zhuqing, one of the 2 most exceptional young women of the Zhu family's current generation, had long been regarded by Davis as his own. Although Zhu Zhuqing was currently betrothed to Daim Mubai, Davis remained indifferent to this fact. Once the contest for the throne was resolved, Daim Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing would be at his mercy. For him, Acquiring Zhu Zhuqing was merely a matter of time. Thus, upon witnessing her presence in Yi Feng's carriage, Davis had already sentenced Yi Feng to death in his mind. Zhu Tianming observed Yi Feng's composed demeanor and involuntarily held him in higher regard. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Yi Feng, her eyes reddening with emotion, wishing fervently for him to kneel and plead for mercy. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing finally descended from the carriage. "Father," she called out timidly. "Come back." Zhu Tianming barked sharply. Zhu Zhuqing bit her lip, her expression resolute, standing her ground as she declared, "I wish to go to the Heaven Do Empire." Zhu Tianming waved his hand dismissively, stating, "We shall discuss this matter later. For now, I must bring the criminals of the empire to justice." He raised his hand, pointing at Yi Feng, and commanded, "Seize him." As his voice echoed, a squad of soldiers advanced aggressively, intent on apprehending Yi Feng. "Wait!" Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed urgently, extending her arms to shield Yi Feng. Zhu Tianming's expression darkened instantly as he bellowed, "Take him down together." Zhu Zhuqing hastily interjected, "Father, he is no ordinary person. He is a prince from a certain kingdom. Moreover, he did not intentionally injure my sister. She struck first." "Zhu Zhuqing, you traitor. Have you taken a liking to that pretty boy? Do not forget your place. You are the fiancé of Daim Mubai." Zhu Zhuqing shouted, her disdain for Zhu Zhuqing evident. She had always held animosity towards her, often bullying her, and could no longer tolerate seeing Zhu Zhuqing defend Yi Feng. Zhu Zhuqing's countenance grew grim, and she refrained from retorting, fully aware that no one would stand by her side. Zhu Tianming raised his hand to signal Zhu Zhuqing to calm down. She fell silent, her eyes filled with venomous resentment as they fixed on Yi Feng and Zhu Zhuqing. Davis coldly remarked, "Even if he is a prince, he is merely a royal from some minor kingdom of the Tiando Empire. He harmed my woman, and he shall pay dearly." Zhu Zhuqing added with bitterness, "Our Xingluo Empire fears not even the Tiando Empire. Why should we fear a mere small kingdom? He shall die today." He truly did not mean it. "He was unaware of my sister's identity at the time," Zhu Zhuqing persisted, making one last effort. Yi Feng gently pulled Zhu Zhuqing behind him, smiling as he said, "I appreciate your concern, but clearly, they have no intention of letting me go. I shall handle this myself." Zhu Zhuqing was infuriated, retorting, "Why are you being so stubborn? How can you still smile when death is imminent? Do you think your subordinates can contend with so many skilled fighters? Thank you for your concern. Just watch quietly. Be careful not to be astonished." Yi Feng responded with a smile, tousling Zhu Zhuqing's hair. She recoiled as if struck by lightning, her mind in disarray, momentarily rendered speechless. She too felt a twinge of confusion, pondering why she was so intent on defending Yi Feng today. Was it truly guilt for having inadvertently implicated him? Seeing Yi Feng ruffle Zhu Zhuqing's hair, both Zhu Tianming and Davis's expressions darkened. Davis's murderous intent was palpable. Zhu Tianming spoke in a deep tone, "Regardless of your identity, the Xingluo Empire is no place for you to act recklessly. Do not claim that I am bullying you. How about this? Your strength is considerable, is it not? I shall send a soul master to engage you in a battle to the death. If you win, you may leave unscathed. If you lose, your life shall remain here." At that moment, Tang Chen's voice echoed from the back, "Young master, allow me to slay these ignorant fools." In an instant, all eyes turned to Tang Chen, their expressions filled with astonishment. A mere coachman, yet his demeanor was exceedingly arrogant. "No need. Allow me to indulge for a moment," Yi Feng chuckled, directing his gaze towards Zhu Tianming. "I concur with your suggestion. Send someone forth." Quite bold, Zhu Tianming remarked with a hint of a smile, finding a certain admiration for the young man's audacity. However, admiration aside, he harbored no intention of relinquishing his desire to eliminate Yi Feng. Thus, he turned to a young soul master clad in soft armor behind him, saying, "Zhang Hu, take his life within 3 moves." "Yes, General," replied the young man named Zhang Hu as he stepped forward. He appeared to be in his 20s, having reached the latter stages of the soul realm. A rare prodigy with formidable combat prowess, greatly esteemed by Zhu Tianming. While Zhu Tianming ostensibly offered Yi Feng a chance at survival, he dispatched his strongest subordinate, Zhang Hu, whose capabilities far surpassed those of Zhu Zhuqing, a mere initial-stage soul realm practitioner. At that moment, the onlookers in the distance could not contain their voices. It was evident that General Zhu had no intention of sparing that young lad. The boy, seemingly only 12 or 13 years old. How could he possibly defeat a practitioner of the soul realm? His audacity to agree was truly that of a naive calf unafraid of tigers. You may not be aware, But Zhu Zhuqing is also a soul realm practitioner, and he was previously defeated by this boy in a single move. How could that be? Could he have already attained the soul realm? After all, even those in the soul realm can perish. Do you believe General Zhu would undertake an endeavor without certainty? Zhang Hu's strength must be exceedingly formidable. Zhang Hu, incapacitate him. His life is to be spared for me, Zhu Zhuqing declared, her face alight with delight. As if she could already envision Yi Feng's cries for mercy. Rest assured, miss, leave it to me, Zhang Hu replied. Wait, Davis's voice suddenly interjected. What is it? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, puzzled by Davis's interruption. Davis affectionately ruffled Zhu Zhuqing's hair, saying, You are my woman. Even if the king himself were to bully you, I would ensure he regrets it. Therefore, I shall take charge of this battle. Davis, you are truly wonderful, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, her expression one of deep gratitude. Our crown prince is a true man, so incredibly imposing. Oh, how I envy Zhu Zhuqing. If only I could marry the crown prince, I would be so happy. As Davis basked in the myriad of praises surrounding him, he stepped forward with a smile. He remained unaware that disaster was imminent. Chapter 8. The Crown Prince erupted. Davis relished the sensation of being lauded. Leave this rascal to me. Uncle Zhu Tianming, Davis declared, his words imbued with formidable confidence. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Tianming nodded and said, When Zhang Hu returns, let the Crown Prince handle it. He harbored no concerns for Davis's safety. Although Davis ranked a few levels below Zhang Hu, the White Tiger martial spirit was extraordinarily formidable, and true combat prowess could not be gauged merely by rank. Thus, even if Yi Feng could vanquish Zhu Zhuqing, Zhu Tianming remained untroubled. Furthermore, with several Soul Luo powerhouses present, the likelihood of any mishap was virtually non-existent. This battle could serve as an opportunity to showcase Davis's strength and elevate his standing in the eyes of the populace. Zhang Hu, however, felt a sense of frustration. It was such a splendid opportunity to shine and earn merit, only to be undermined by the Crown Prince. Yet, his lowly status rendered him too timid to voice his grievances, compelling him to retreat quietly. At that moment, Zhang Hu was unaware that had it not been for Davis, he would have met his demise that very day. Davis then turned his gaze towards Yi Feng, advancing slowly, his expression now icy. Child, do not accuse me of denying you a chance. Unleash your martial spirit, he declared with a menacing air. You are not worthy of compelling me to use my martial spirit, Yi Feng replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Witnessing Yi Feng's charming smile ignited a surge of fury within Davis, perceiving it as sheer disdain, a blatant affront. I shall tear your mouth apart, and see if you can still smile, Davis roared, summoning the White Tiger martial spirit, his already towering form swelling in an instant. He stands over 2 meters tall, his physique adorned with exaggeratedly pronounced muscles, exuding an explosive power. His nails extended rapidly, reaching an impressive length of 20 centimeters, resembling 10 sharp daggers that emitted a chilling gleam. 4 soul rings gently pulsed around him, 2 yellow and 2 purple, widely recognized as the optimal configuration in the realm of soul masters. Transformed, Davis possessed a striking visual impact. His robust physique and formidable aura instantly provoked countless gasps of astonishment. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Davis with an expression of infatuation, yet when her gaze shifted to Yi Feng, her countenance turned cold, as if she were staring at a lifeless corpse. Zhu Tianming nodded slowly, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, This lad has grown even stronger. The elderly Soul Luo who had been shadowing Davis felt his soul power surging, his mind sharply focused to prevent any unforeseen incidents. A glance from Zhu Tianming towards the elder reassured him entirely. As the battle loomed imminent, Zhu Zhuqing sighed, ultimately relinquishing her attachment to Yi Feng. They were merely acquaintances. She believed she had done enough, and it was Yi Feng's own recklessness that led him to this fate. Turning back, she noticed Tang Chen reclining against the carriage, eyes closed, seemingly asleep. Zhu Zhuqing, exasperated, exclaimed, How can you be like this? Your young master is on the brink of death, and you still find rest. Tang Chen opened his eyes briefly to glance at Zhu Zhuqing before slowly closing them again, saying, The one capable of killing my young master has yet to be born. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback, only to be consumed by anger as her chest heaved. What sort of individuals were these two? Did they truly believe themselves invincible? Surrounding them, countless citizens extolled praises, showering Davis with a plethora of flattering words. Davis turned his attention to Yi Feng, only to find him still wearing that same serene smile. Seeking death, unable to contain the murderous intent brewing within him any longer. Davis resolved to attack Yifeng without delay. His second soul ring illuminated, and the soul skill White Tiger's radiant wave was unleashed. This was not his most formidable soul skill. The reason he refrained from employing his strongest attack was due to his concern that he might inadvertently take Yifeng's life in an instant. He intended to hand Yifeng over to Zhu Zhuqing for further handling. Therefore, it sufficed to incapacitate him. As the Davis soul ring illuminated, Yifeng, who had remained still, finally made his move. He lifted his foot and strode towards Davis, his expression remaining one of nonchalance. Once again, Davis felt the sting of humiliation and let out a furious roar. White Tiger's splitting light wave. His mouth agape, a thick beam of light erupted forth, radiating formidable waves as it surged towards Yifeng. At this moment, Yifeng had also advanced to within 2 meters of Davis. This lad is done for. The crowd shook their heads, harboring no sympathy for Yifeng. Zhu Zhuqing instantly held her breath, her eyes fixated on the battlefield without a blink. Although she had relinquished hope for Yifeng, she still yearned for a miracle to unfold. Just as the White Tiger's radiant wave reached a mere 20 centimeters from Yifeng, it seemed to encounter an invisible shield, halted there, unable to advance any further. The clash between the White Tiger's radiant wave and the transparent barrier produced a thunderous sound, which lingered for 3 seconds before subsiding. How is this possible? Countless spectators widened their eyes in disbelief, exclaiming in astonishment. Even Zhu Tianming, who had remained remarkably composed, was taken aback. He did not witness Yifeng wielding his martial soul, nor did he observe any movement or a hint of soul power fluctuations. How then did he manage to block Davis's White Tiger radiant wave? As a soul Douluo-level powerhouse, it was astonishing that he could not discern how Yifeng accomplished this. Zhu Tianming turned his gaze towards the other soul Douluos, only to find them equally astonished. His eyes narrowed slightly as he began to regard the young Yifeng with a newfound seriousness. Nevertheless, he still did not perceive Yifeng as a threat to Davis, for they had several soul fighters in attendance, ensuring that no unforeseen events would transpire. At that moment, the one most taken aback was undoubtedly Davis himself. He believed he could deliver a devastating blow to Yifeng, yet astonishingly, he failed to inflict any harm upon him. In the presence of onlookers, his confident strike was effortlessly parried. He felt as though his face had been ruthlessly struck, a searing pain coursing through him. As the Grand Prince of the Starry Empire, how could he endure such humiliation? You seek death. Davis's voice was icy, and his fourth spirit ring suddenly lit up. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing's voice pierced the air. Vis, kill him. An ethereal white tiger, forged from pure energy, erupted from Davis's body, lunging toward Yifeng with ferocity. What a formidable strike! Witnessing Davis unleash his fourth spirit ability, the crowd erupted in excitement once more. In response to this overwhelming force, Yifeng finally moved, slowly raising his hand to confront Davis. His palm met the colossal claw of the white tiger in a dramatic clash. Arrogant, Davis roared in fury. Just as everyone expected Yifeng's arm to be severed, the energy-infused white tiger melted away as if snow had encountered the sun, dissipating silently. Subsequently, Yifeng's hand gently landed upon Davis's frame. Observing this bizarre scene, Zhu Tianming and the elderly figure's expressions shifted dramatically. Yet, it was too late. With a resounding explosion, the lower half of Davis's body shattered, scattering flesh and blood across the ground. His head flew backward, rolling to the feet of Zhu Zhuqing. Chapter 9. The Soul Master has exploded. The scene fell into an eerie silence, the cheers fading into oblivion. Everyone was enveloped in a chilling disbelief, unable to comprehend the horrific spectacle before their eyes. The Crown Prince was dead, his body reduced to mere fragments, leaving only a head behind. Such a grim demise was utterly tragic. Even the most skilled healing soul masters from across the continent would be powerless to intervene. Many stood frozen in terror, their bodies trembling, speech evading them. On Davis's head, his wide-open eyes fixated intensely on Zhu Zhuqing, refusing to close even in death. Finally, Zhu Zhuqing snapped back to reality, a piercing scream escaping her lips as she leapt back in fear. Just moments ago, her fiancé was alive, and now he had been reduced to nothing but a head. The horror of the scene overwhelming her. The crowd erupted into a flurry of movement, unable to contain their retreat. Zhu Qing, who had recently been worried for Yifeng, now stood in stunned disbelief. Her beautiful eyes widened to an unprecedented degree, her hand covering her mouth as her body quaked uncontrollably, a wave of nausea washing over her. She was bewildered. How could events have escalated to this point? How could Yi Feng have possibly obliterated the formidable Davis with a single strike? At that moment, two thunderous shouts erupted simultaneously as Zhu Tianming and the elder from the Dai family emerged from their shock. Their murderous intent surged wildly, fully unleashing the formidable aura characteristic of a soul Douluo. The two figures lunged towards Yi Feng simultaneously. At that moment, they cared not for the principle of overpowering the weak. Their sole desire was to subdue Yi Feng immediately, wishing to make him suffer a fate worse than death. With the death of the crown prince, it was imperative to capture Yi Feng and deliver him to the emperor for retribution. Two soul Douluo, renowned for their strength, were now converging upon a mere boy who appeared to be only 12 or 13 years of age. At this instant, Zhu Zhuqing once again covered her mouth in shock. He was doomed. A sense of sorrow welled up within Zhu Zhuqing for Yi Feng. Those present shared her sentiments, convinced that Yi Feng was as good as dead, with no glimmer of hope remaining. Although they were unaware of the means by which Yi Feng had dispatched Davis, they firmly believed that in the face of two soul Douluo, his fate was sealed. The power of a soul Douluo was insurmountable, especially when it came to two possessing elite beast martial spirits. Their speed was such that they traversed over 10 meters in the blink of an eye, arriving before Yi Feng in an instant. Zhu Tianming and the elder from the Dai family had crimson eyes, brimming with murderous intent, wishing fervently to crush Yi Feng with a single blow. Yet, they understood that Yi Feng could not die just yet. He had to be delivered to the emperor to assuage the emperor's wrath. With their massive hands extended, one reaching for Yi Feng's left shoulder and the other for his right, they resolved to first shatter his shoulders and render his arms useless. The two sides were now mere inches apart, and Zhu Tianming and the elder from the Dai family found no trace of fear on Yi Feng's face. All they perceived was an air of calmness. Just as their hands were about to make contact with Yi Feng's shoulders, he spoke. "Xiao Tang," he called out softly, turning to depart. In that instant, Tang Chen, who had been dozing against the car door, vanished from sight, only to reappear at the spot where Yi Feng had just stood, confronting the two formidable soul Douluo. Zhu Tianming and the elder from the Dai family were taken aback, utterly bewildered by how Tang Chen had materialized before them. Simultaneously, they felt an overwhelming sense of threat emanating from Tang Chen, a chilling awareness of impending death. Tang Chen grinned, and the palpable aura of killing intent enveloped Zhu Tianming and the elder, plunging them into a state of icy dread. They sensed the aura of terror, steeped in bloodshed, brutality, and death. The two felt their scalps tingle and their hearts race, swiftly retracting their outstretched hands, yearning to flee at once. Tang Chen's smile grew ever more sinister as he raised a hand and struck towards the elder of the Dai family. With a resounding thud, the elder had no time to react. His head was violently severed by Tang Chen's blow, bursting apart in midair, leaving behind a lifeless, headless corpse. Zhu Tianming, filled with dread, desperately channeled his soul energy, striving to distance himself from the malevolent figure. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. Tang Chen had reached the threshold of demigod status, rendering Zhu Tianming utterly incapable of escape. Tang Chen lifted his arm once more, poised to strike Zhu Tianming. "Senior, please show mercy," Zhu Tianming cried out, his voice tinged with terror. He felt as if a colossal mountain had descended upon him, rendering him immobile. Tang Chen's hand halted, the bloodthirsty sensation somewhat subsiding, as he recalled that the insolent individual before him was none other than Zhu Zhuqing's father. It appeared that the king of hell harbored some interest in Zhu Zhuqing. After a moment's contemplation, he lowered his arm and delivered a swift kick to Zhu Tianming's chest. A sharp crack echoed as several of Zhu Tianming's ribs succumbed, blood spewing forth as he was sent flying, his formidable aura rapidly diminishing. Witnessing her severely injured father, Zhu Zhiyun's face drained of color and terror. "Impossible, this cannot be," she muttered, her gaze fixated on the handsome youth standing at a distance, fear flooding her eyes. At that moment, Yi Feng's gaze shifted toward her. Zhu Zhiyun trembled, collapsing to the ground. Forgive me, I was wrong. Do not kill me," she pleaded loudly, utterly disheveled. With the demise of Davis and the elder of the Dai family, she finally comprehended that Yi Feng was not to be trifled with, at least for now. She dared not provoke him any further. Zhu Zhuqing stood there in a daze, her emotions conflicted as she regarded her wounded father, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Ultimately, she averted her gaze. Such a father was not worthy of her concern. "Let us go," Yi Feng said, grasping Zhu Zhuqing's wrist as they made their way toward the carriage. Zhu Tianming's expression was complicated, After a moment's hesitation, he called out, "Wait." Yi Feng turned, regarding him with a smile, and inquired, "What is it? Do you wish to take action?" Zhu Tianming shook his head, his gaze fixed upon Zhu Zhuqing as he said, "Zhuqing, let's return home. It was wrong of me, and I am sorry." Upon hearing her father utter an apology, Zhu Zhuqing's expression became exceedingly complex, caught momentarily speechless. Zhu Zhuqing, witnessing this, grew anxious and exclaimed, "Father, be quiet. If it weren't for you, would things have escalated to this point? How am I to explain this to His Majesty?" Zhu Tianming barked in anger. Zhu Zhuqing, pale and at a loss for words, remained silent. "Zhuqing, please return. I promise you, no one shall ever bully you again," Zhu Tianming said earnestly. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, replying, "I still wish to go to the Tiando Empire." She had realized that her father's sudden change in attitude stemmed from her newfound significance. With Davis deceased, Zhu Zhuqing had lost her value. Now, the most gifted of the younger generation from the Xinglu royal family was Daim Mubai, and as Daim Mubai's fiancée, Zhu Zhuqing was destined to be the future queen. Hence, Zhu Tianming was willing to humble himself before so many and plead for her return. With that, Zhu Zhuqing offered no opportunity for Zhu Tianming to continue his entreaty, promptly boarding the carriage. At that moment, Zhu Tianming wished to slap himself, regretting his past favoritism that allowed Zhu Zhuqing to bully Zhu Zhuqing. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's resolve, he could only call out, "Return whenever you wish. Your father will await your return." Silence enveloped the carriage. Yi Feng stepped inside, instructing, "Xiao Tang, let us be on our way." Zhu Tianming hastily called out, "Open the city gate." No one dared to obstruct them further. Yi Feng's carriage smoothly exited Xinghua City, heading north towards the Tiando Empire. Within the city gates, a group of individuals finally exhaled in relief, though their hearts remained unsettled. A soul sage remarked, "The masked strongman possesses the ability to slay Elder Dai with a mere palm strike. His strength must have reached the level of a title de law." Another replied, "Regardless of how formidable a title de law may be, they would still perish against a million-strong army." The remaining soul de law inquired, "Master, what shall we do next? Should we dispatch a great army to pursue?" "Leave it to His Majesty's decision," Zhu Tianming replied. Inside the carriage, Zhu Zhuqing fixated on Yi Feng's visage, her gaze unwavering, as if she were beholding a monster. Chapter 10. Zhu Zhuqing. "I will not forgive the heartless man," Yi Feng chuckled. "Is there something on my face? Or do you find me particularly handsome?" Only then did Zhu Zhuqing withdraw her gaze, unable to suppress a roll of her eyes. She fell silent. After a moment, she suddenly stated, "Thank you for bringing me out of Xinghua City." Yi Feng replied, "I previously mentioned it was merely a small effort." "Indeed, it was a trivial task," Zhu Zhuqing mused, recalling how Yi Feng had effortlessly dispatched Davis with a single strike, just as Tang Chen had done with the Dai family expert. It was indeed just a matter of raising a hand. However, the scene had been excessively gruesome, and she still felt a wave of nausea wash over her. "I am quite curious about the extent of your strength." She could no longer contain her curiosity and posed the question, "What do you think?" Yi Feng replied with a smile. Zhu Zhuqing pondered for a moment and said, "There are two possibilities. The first is that your strength surpasses the soul sect. However, given your age, that likelihood is slim." "And what is the second possibility?" Yi Feng inquired with a grin. Zhu Zhuqing glanced towards the carriage door and replied, "The second possibility is that Elder Tang possesses the strength of a title de law and is aiding you from the shadows. In this case, I cannot ascertain your true strength." "So what is your actual strength?" she pressed. "You will naturally discover it in due time," Yi Feng answered with a smile. "Very well." Zhu Zhuqing hesitated for a moment, then suddenly rose and said, "Once again, thank you. I believe it is best we part ways here." She felt that, being bound by her engagement, it was somewhat inappropriate to continue accompanying a stranger to the Tiando Empire, especially as she realized she might harbor some feelings for Yi Feng, which left her feeling somewhat unsettled. Yi Feng contemplated for a moment and said with a smile, "All right, Xiao Tang, allow her to disembark." Zhu Zhuqing was somewhat taken aback by Yi Feng's decisiveness. She increasingly believed that he was a man of integrity, not one of lecherous intentions. After alighting from the carriage, she expressed her gratitude once more. Yi Feng drew back the curtain and remarked, "I truly believe that we share a remarkable connection. Who knows? Perhaps we shall meet again before long." "Perhaps," she replied. Zhu Zhuqing uttered a remark, yet her heart did not align with her words. The vast expanse of the Tiando Empire made it exceedingly difficult for two individuals to cross paths. With the death of the crown prince, the emperor would undoubtedly be enraged. It would be wise for you to leave the Star Luo Empire post-haste, Zhu Zhuqing advised. Very well, Feng responded, lowering the carriage curtain before addressing Tang Chen. Let us proceed directly to Shrek Academy. Understood, young master, came the reply. As the carriage resumed its journey, Zhu Zhuqing found herself rooted to the spot, astonished. Shrek Academy? What a remarkable coincidence. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. As the carriage began to pull away, she hurriedly chased after it, calling out. Wait a moment. The carriage halted, and Feng lifted the curtain with a smile, inquiring, what is it? Are you having second thoughts? Do you wish for me to escort you further? Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed, and she nodded, replying, as it happens, I too am bound for Shrek Academy. Let us journey together. I knew it. We are truly fated, Feng declared. The Tindo Empire is so vast, yet we are destined for the same destination. Is this not fate? Zhu Zhuqing's face turned slightly crimson, and she refrained from responding as she boarded the carriage. Once inside, she discreetly stole a glance at Feng's handsome visage, her heart swelling with an unprecedented sensation. Could it be that I am developing feelings for him? No. That cannot be. I am already betrothed, Zhu Zhuqing thought in a flurry. Taking a few deep breaths, she endeavored to calm herself. Before she had called for the carriage to stop, she had already contemplated her situation. Her current cultivation level was merely 27, and the journey to Shrek Academy was fraught with potential dangers. Staying close to Feng would ensure her safety, as he was accompanied by a titled Douluo. Moreover, Feng appeared to be of commendable character. Maintaining a simple friendship with him would suffice, Zhu Zhuqing concluded. With that thought, her heart rate gradually returned to normal. May I inquire as to which kingdom you hail from? She asked curiously. As far as I know, even the two great empires lack titled Douluo-level warriors in their ranks. Correct? Who told you I am a prince? Feng chuckled. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback, then found herself both amused and chagrined, realizing she had misjudged Feng's identity from the outset. Then, from which sect do you originate? The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, or perhaps the Spirit Hall? Her curiosity deepened, her large eyes fixed intently upon him. It is well known that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School boasts two titled Douluos, while the Spirit Hall has even more. Hence, she believed Feng was most likely affiliated with one of these two factions. What makes you so curious about my identity? Feng inquired. If you do not wish to speak, then so be it. Zhu Zhuqing pouted. You shall know in due course, Feng replied. Once again with that phrase, Zhu Zhuqing muttered. What brings you to Shrek Academy? Feng asked. I intend to enroll there, Zhu Zhuqing answered. Surely, that cannot be your sole purpose. Did your sister not mention that you also seek your betrothed? Feng chuckled. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, stating, Indeed. My primary reason for going to Shrek Academy is for him. We were betrothed since childhood. He left the Star Luo Empire years ago to cultivate at Shrek Academy. Feng remarked. Did your sister not say that Daim Mubai indulges in a life of pleasure, frequently changing his companions? Why then do you still wish to seek him out? Zhu Zhuqing's expression faltered, only to shake her head. The words of that woman are untrustworthy. She speaks thus merely to provoke me. Feng similarly shook his head, asserting, I beg to differ. I possess a keen sense of judgment. And Zhu Zhuqing does not strike me as one who speaks falsehoods. Zhu Zhuqing fell silent, and after a moment, she replied, I have faith in him. Feng countered, People do change. You have stated that your engagement was arranged in your youth. After all these years, how can you be certain of the person he has become? Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, insisting, It is impossible. He, like me, bears immense pressure. If he does not diligently cultivate, the consequences will be dire. For years, I have labored in my training to ensure I am no longer bullied. I believe he, too, has been devoted to his cultivation. How could he possibly have time for frivolous pursuits? Despite her words, Feng discerned a hint of unease on her face. If, and I emphasize if, Daim Mubai has truly forgotten you and is living a life of indulgence, what would you do? Feng inquired. I do not know, Zhu Zhuqing replied, her expression tinged with helplessness. Very well, should such a situation arise and you remain uncertain of your course, I shall seek justice on your behalf, Feng stated. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, falling silent once more. Her heart was now in turmoil. After enduring years of oppression from Zhu Zhuqing, she had devoted herself to her training in hopes of seizing control of her destiny. If Daim Mubai were indeed engaging in a life of leisure, would her years of relentless effort still hold value? If he truly wrongs me, I shall not forgive him, Zhu Zhuqing thought. Chapter 11. The Divine Skill of Seduction. Xiao Wu appears following Yi Feng's remarks. Zhu Zhuqing's resolve to journey to Shrek Academy solidified further. She needed to ascertain whether Daim Mubai had truly betrayed her. Within the carriage, silence enveloped them, and their conversation ceased. Yi Feng closed his eyes, his consciousness observing the reactions of the Star Luo Empire. Upon witnessing the Emperor's fury and the command to dispatch troops in pursuit, Yi Feng smiled. He immediately communicated with the numerous masters of the Netherworld, issuing orders to intercept the grand army of the Starfall Empire. With the renowned titled Douluos of the Netherworld assembled, the Starfall Empire was bound to face a significant setback, compelling them to abandon their pursuit. Observing that Yi Feng seemed to have fallen asleep, Zhu Zhuqing seated herself opposite him and began to cultivate her soul power. Although she suspected that Yi Feng's decisive blow against Davis had received covert assistance from Tang Chen, the speed and strength Yi Feng had previously demonstrated when dealing with the malevolent slaves and Zhu Zhuqing herself indicated his formidable prowess. Zhu Zhuqing conceded that despite possessing a top-tier agility-based beast martial soul, she still fell short in comparison to Yi Feng's swiftness. She had always believed herself to be quite gifted, having reached the 27th level at such a young age, a remarkable feat indeed. However, encountering Yi Feng had dealt a blow to her confidence. Thus, even amidst the jostling of the carriage, she compelled herself to calm her mind and engage in her training. The following days were characterized by tranquility. During the day, they traveled by carriage, and at night, they sought lodging at various inns. Zhu Zhuqing, constrained by her modest means, found that the expenses of the journey were predominantly covered by Yi Feng. Having lived for a century and benefiting from various resources provided by the system, he was not lacking in financial means. Their meals, accommodations, and travel choices were consistently the finest, which left Zhu Zhuqing feeling somewhat embarrassed. He also wished to purchase several exquisite outfits for Zhu Zhuqing, yet she declined his offer. Over the course of their interactions, their relationship blossomed into a genuine friendship. The titled Douluos from the Underworld, who intercepted the vast forces of the Star Luo Empire, refrained from indiscriminate slaughter. Instead, they inflicted severe injuries upon the upper echelons of the army, compelling a retreat. The Emperor of Star Luo finally recognized the complexity of Yi Feng's identity and dared not send further pursuers. 8 days later, Yi Feng and Zhu Zhuqing approached Soto City. It was midday, and they still required 2 to 3 hours to reach their destination. Inside the carriage, Zhu Zhuqing practiced in silence. She possessed an enchanting beauty, exuding an innate aura of coolness. With her eyes tightly closed, her long eyelashes rested delicately upon her lids, enhancing her allure. Her refined nose, rosy lips, and statuesque figure radiated an irresistible charm. Yi Feng gazed quietly at Zhu Zhuqing, suddenly overwhelmed by an impulse to kiss her. Just then, a rumbling sound echoed, causing Zhu Zhuqing to abruptly open her eyes. Upon noticing Yi Feng's steady gaze upon her, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, burning with embarrassment. The sound had originated from her stomach. Yi Feng pressed his lips together, a smile forming. Zhu Zhuqing shot him an annoyed glance and retorted, "What are you laughing at? I'm hungry." As she rubbed her flat stomach, another sound resonated, heightening her embarrassment. Although they had become good friends, she still found such moments to be quite mortifying. In that instant, her cool demeanor dissipated, replaced by a bashful and endearing expression that made Yi Feng yearn to plant a fervent kiss upon her cheek. Ignoring him, Zhu Zhuqing retrieved 2 pieces of flatbread from her soul guide device, offering one to Yi Feng. "Would you like some?" she inquired, taking a small bite of her flatbread. Yi Feng chuckled and shook his head, calling out, "Xiao Tang, stop the carriage." "Certainly, young master," Tang Chen replied, guiding the carriage to a halt beside a small grove. "Have we arrived?" Zhu Zhuqing questioned, holding her flatbread aloft as she gazed up at the now standing Yi Feng in confusion. Grasping her wrist, Yi Feng led her outside, saying with a smile, "Come, I shall treat you to barbecue." At the mention of barbecue, Zhu Zhuqing could not suppress her saliva. However, as she was pulled outside, she felt a wave of bewilderment. In this desolate wilderness, where could there be barbecue? "How far are we from Soto City?" she asked. "At our current pace, perhaps 2 to 3 more hours," Yi Feng replied. "Then we should merely eat some simple provisions and rest for a meal upon reaching Soto City," Zhu Zhuqing suggested. As soon as she finished speaking, she noticed Yi Feng busily preparing something beneath the shade of a tree. She watched as he produced an iron frame, a metal grill, and a bag of charcoal. "What are you doing?" she inquired. Zhu Zhuqing was filled with curiosity. She recalled that the iron mesh and frame had been custom-made by Feng at a blacksmith shop, and the bag of charcoal had been purchased along the way. At that time, she had inquired about the purpose of these items, to which Feng had responded with a playful smile, promising a surprise. In the subsequent days, she had completely forgotten about it. Now, upon witnessing Feng unveil these tools, the memory resurfaced. "Guess what?" Feng said with a grin. He retrieved a small table, subsequently laying out an assortment of meats and vegetables upon it, and then took out handmade bamboo skewers to thread them together. Upon seeing the chicken legs, chicken wings, large shrimp, and pork belly, Zhu Zhuqing finally came to a realization, exclaiming in astonishment, "Are you planning to grill meat?" "Correct. And I shall grant you an extra pair of chicken legs shortly," Feng replied. Zhu Zhuqing took a seat on a small stool beside Feng. Her expression filled with curiosity as she inquired, "Isn't grilling meat done over an open fire? Wouldn't skewering them like this make it difficult to cook?" "Today, I will treat you to a unique style of barbecue," Feng chuckled. The barbecue culture in the Douluo Continent is far less developed than that of Earth, with the preparation of various grilled meats being rather rudimentary. Although the taste is acceptable, it hardly qualifies as gourmet. As grilling serves as an extraordinary technique for wooing women in the novel, how could Feng possibly lack the skill? Prior to acquiring the barbecue grill, he had already made preparations by exchanging for the elite culinary skills from the system. He believes that he can conquer Zhu Zhuqing's lips today. Moreover, it's not just Zhu Zhuqing. Both Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong are equally unable to escape. "Is this how it's done?" Zhu Zhuqing picked up a chicken wing, mimicking Feng's actions to skewer it. "Yes, skewer a few more." Feng entrusted these tasks to Zhu Zhuqing. He meticulously arranged the charcoal, and with a few gestures of his fingers, the embers ignited as if by magic. This enchanting spectacle left Zhu Zhuqing utterly astonished. Her curiosity grew. How could Feng possess such an array of mysterious talents? As she organized the ingredients, she glanced at Feng and remarked, "I am eager to see what kind of grilled meat you can produce." Feng then retrieved an assortment of seasonings and commenced the grilling process. From time to time, he would draw the essence of spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth, infusing it into the roasted meat to enhance its quality. Before long, a rich aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air. Zhu Zhuqing had already set aside her tasks, her eyes fixated on the pieces of meat, her mouth watering incessantly. Even Tang Chen, who was resting against a large tree, was startled awake, his eyes wide with surprise. At that moment, a young man and woman, two figures of youthful vigor, approached from a short distance away. They appeared to be around 12 or 13 years of age. The boy had an ordinary appearance. Though his face still bore a hint of youthfulness, he exuded a gravitas that was uncommon among his peers. The girl, in contrast, looked pure and adorable, her long braid cascading down to her pert posterior. Her body was beginning to mature, radiating the vibrant essence of youth. Most captivating were her exceptionally long and straight legs. Chapter 12. The suspicious Tang San. The newcomers were none other than Xiao Wu and Tang San. Xiao Wu's forehead glistened with perspiration, her cheeks flushed. As she fanned her face with her small hands while complaining, "Tang San, can't we hire a carriage? My legs are about to give out." Tang San, caught between amusement and exasperation, replied, "We had enough money for a carriage to Soto City, but whose fault is it that you bought so many things yesterday? You can't blame me for that." Xiao Wu spotted Feng's carriage parked by the roadside, her large eyes sparkling with mischief. "We still have some money, right? We could hitch a ride with someone else. We're not far from Soto City, and it shouldn't cost much." Tang San sighed. "That money is for our lodging and the tuition for Shrek Academy. If we spend more, we'll end up sleeping on the streets." "Sleeping on the streets wouldn't be so bad. I've never tried it," Xiao Wu remarked nonchalantly. Tang San shook his head. "Let's endure a little longer. We can reach Soto City today." "I can't go on," Xiao Wu declared, squatting down and refusing to move. "How about you carry me?" she suggested, looking up at Tang San. "All right," Tang San chuckled, squatting down. "Wonderful," Xiao Wu exclaimed, leaping up to climb onto his back. Just then, Feng glanced over, sending out a wave of mental energy that struck Tang San's mind. Feng had many obsessions to dispel, and Xiao Wu was among his targets. Previously, he could not interfere with their interactions, but now he would not allow such intimacy between them. As Tang San squatted, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, causing him to collapse to the ground, his mouth meeting the earth. "Tang San, what's wrong?" Xiao Wu cried out, quickly pulling him up. Tang San shook his head, spitting out dirt and gradually regaining his composure, though his face stung from its encounter with the ground. I'm fine, he smiled. Seeing Tang San's disheveled state, Xiao Wu lost her enthusiasm and decided against being carried. Let us keep moving, she said. The pair continued on their way, and soon they approached the vicinity of Feng and Zhu Zhuqing. Xiao Wu suddenly halted, her cute nose twitching as her eyes brightened. Tang San, do you smell something? Tang San nodded, a lump forming in his throat as he replied, It smells wonderful. Where is it? Xiao Wu noticed Feng and Zhu Zhuqing by the roadside, not far ahead. She hurriedly ran towards them, with Tang San following closely behind. Upon reaching a short distance from Feng, Xiao Wu fixated on the chicken legs and wings sizzling on the grill, nearly drooling with anticipation. Zhu Zhuqing, having spotted Xiao Wu and Tang San's arrival, gradually exuded her characteristic cool demeanor. At that moment, the meat on the grill had turned a golden brown, oozing with juices and emanating a rich, enticing aroma. Xiao Wu found herself rooted to the spot, swallowing repeatedly. Feng picked up a chicken leg and handed it to Zhu Zhuqing with a smile, saying, Try my culinary skills. I assure you, you won't be disappointed. Only then did Xiao Wu's attention shift from the chicken leg to Feng. Upon catching sight of his countenance, her eyes lit up, and she gazed at his face for a considerable time. Thank you, Zhu Zhuqing replied, taking the chicken leg, blowing on it a few times before taking a bite, and tearing off a piece of the tender meat. Xiao Wu, witnessing this scene, could hardly contain her drool. How is it? Delicious, right? Feng inquired. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened in astonishment, her expression one of sheer surprise. This is incredibly delicious. It's the best barbecue I've ever tasted. Nay, it's the most exquisite food I've ever had. She stared in awe at Feng and then back at the chicken leg, savoring her meal with great enthusiasm. At that moment, Tang San finally reached Xiao Wu's side. Enticed by the alluring aroma, he too felt his mouth water, accompanied by a growing pang of hunger. Observing Xiao Wu's eager demeanor, Tang San sighed helplessly and chuckled. Xiao Wu, weren't you not fond of meat before? We should be on our way. I'm hungry, Xiao Wu replied, patting her belly. I have some provisions, Tang San offered. We can make do for now. No, I want a chicken leg, Xiao Wu insisted, pointing at the several chicken legs on the grill, pouting slightly. Tang San sighed in resignation. But what about our money? I'll treat you. Feng interjected, smiling at Xiao Wu. Really? That is wonderful, Xiao Wu exclaimed in delight. Quickly making her way to Feng's side, Feng handed her a chicken leg, and with fervor, she took it, unable to restrain herself, taking a hearty bite. Tang San frowned, intending to call out to Xiao Wu. He wished to caution Xiao Wu against consuming food offered by strangers, yet she, too eager, had already taken a bite. Tang San sighed, and pulled her away from the chicken leg she was devouring. Xiao Wu, how could you indulge in food from an unfamiliar person? Are you not afraid of encountering ill-intentioned individuals? He admonished her softly. It's simply too delicious, Xiao Wu replied, savoring the meat as she mumbled. Upon hearing Tang San's words, she retorted, San, where in this world are there so many bad people? Besides, he is quite handsome, and doesn't he seem to be malicious at all? Tang San spoke in hushed tones, wary of being overheard by Feng, while Xiao Wu, unreserved and candid, expressed her thoughts openly. Zhu Zhuqing cast a sharp glance at Tang San, her expression somewhat unfriendly. Feng merely smiled, choosing to remain silent. Tang San could only manage a wry smile in response. Xiao Wu finished the chicken leg in a few bites and dashed back to Feng, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Hello, could you give me another one? Feng pointed to the chicken legs and wings, chuckling. Help yourself, if you need more. I can prepare additional. Fantastic. You are truly a good person. Thank you. Xiao Wu exclaimed gratefully, taking 2 chicken wings and offering one to Tang San. Thank you. Tang San called out to Feng. He then picked up a chicken wing, inhaling its aroma, yet discerned nothing amiss. The Tang clan is also quite adept in the art of poison. Typically, Tang San could identify even the faintest trace of poison with a mere sniff. He believed that if Feng harbored malicious intent and had indeed administered poison within, then Zhu Zhuqing would surely have taken the antidote in advance to deceive them. Tang San held the conviction that one must exercise utmost caution while navigating the martial world. Otherwise, one might meet an untimely demise without ever realizing it. He still felt a twinge of unease, turning around to reveal a silver needle glinting between his fingers, which he then plunged into the chicken wing. After observing that the needle elicited no response, he finally relaxed. The allure of such delectable chicken wings was proving too tempting for him to resist. He picked up a chicken wing, ready to take a bite. Just then, Zhu Zhuqing's voice echoed, Aren't you questioning the safety of our food? Why are you still eating? Tang San instantly froze, his expression turning awkward as he replied, I apologize. I misunderstood your intentions. It's fine. Go ahead and eat, Feng said with a smile. Xiao Wu chimed in. I told you, he is a good person. Tang San, why did you doubt him? Look how magnanimous he is. At that moment, Tang San felt a deep sense of embarrassment. Chapter 13. The Three Beauties Gather. Tang San mistaken for a servant. Observing Tang San's apologetic demeanor, Zhu Zhuqing averted her gaze and coldly remarked, hypocritical. I sincerely apologize on his behalf. It was not his intention, Xiao Wu quickly interjected. Zhu Zhuqing fell silent, continuing to eat quietly. Little Tang, Feng called out, tossing a chicken leg and a wing his way. Thank you, young master. Tang Chen began to eat heartily. Both Tang San and Xiao Wu's eyes were fixed on Tang Chen, filled with curiosity. From the way Tang Chen addressed Feng, they surmised that he must be Feng's servant. However, this servant's appearance was peculiar, as he wore a fearsome mask. Accompanied by a servant and possessing a luxurious carriage, this young man must be from a wealthy family. Tang San began to speculate about Feng's background. Yet he found himself puzzled. How could a rich heir possess such exceptional grilling skills? Unbeknownst to him, the masked man was none other than his illustrious ancestor. Subsequently, Feng continued to roast a plethora of delicacies, both meaty and vegetarian. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, the two young ladies, indulged with unabashed delight, their mouths glistening with grease, unable to restrain themselves. Tang San, having sampled only the initial chicken wing, abstained from further consumption, feeling somewhat awkward under Zhu Zhuqing's occasional glances, which compelled him to discreetly swallow his saliva. Xiao Wu, cradling a perfectly roasted eggplant, turned to him and inquired, Xiao San, this is truly delectable. Won't you give it a try? Tang San, gazing at the appetizingly presented, aromatic eggplant, felt his throat constrict slightly and shook his head, replying, I've been feeling a bit overheated lately. I'll refrain from the roasted items and stick to my two buns. In that case, I shall indulge a bit more. Xiao Wu chimed cheerfully. At that moment, a white horse galloped from afar, carrying a beautiful maiden. Initially intent on passing by, she abruptly halted as the enticing aroma wafted towards her. With a sharp rein, the horse came to a stop, and the maiden gently nudged its belly, leading the steed to approach Feng and the others. Once in front of them, she dismounted, her gaze fixated on the delectable spread, saliva pooling in her mouth. The maiden sported a stylish bob of short hair and wore a flowing white gown, her exposed skin pale and delicate, radiating a subtle sheen. In comparison to Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, her beauty was equally striking. At first glance, she exuded an air of serene elegance, reminiscent of a refined lady of distinction. A smile graced Feng's face. Ning Rongrong had arrived. Now, all three of Shrek's female members were present. After observing for a while, Ning Rongrong reluctantly diverted her gaze from the food to Feng and his companions. The beauty of Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu took her by surprise. She had not anticipated encountering two stunning maidens in such a desolate locale. However, upon catching sight of Feng, she found it difficult to tear her gaze away. As the heiress of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, her discerning eye had encountered countless distinguished gentlemen. Yet, the youthful beauty before her surpassed all the men she had previously known. The exquisite perfection of his features and his ethereal aura made a single glance unforgettable. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, surprised to see a beauty rivaling their own, quickly grasped Ning Rongrong's intentions upon witnessing her focus on the food. Hello, Ning Rongrong greeted, raising her delicate finger to point at the barbecue. Could I purchase some of these delightful treats? Feng smiled and replied, no need for payment. Feel free to indulge. Consider it my treat. Absolutely not. Please name your price. Any amount will suffice. Such exquisite cuisine cannot possibly be without cost. Ning Rongrong remarked. Feng replied, I am not in need of money. Feel free to indulge as you wish. Let it be a gesture of friendship between us. Indeed, indulge as you please. I have no funds to offer, for it is he who graciously treats me, and he is a kind soul, Xiao Wu chimed in. She gently caressed her slightly protruding belly, sensing her fullness. Ning Rongrong glanced at Feng's opulent attire and understood that he was not lacking in wealth. Then I shall express my gratitude, Ning Rongrong stated. Meanwhile, Tang San, who was gnawing on a steamed bun, shook his head at this scene. How naive these young ladies are, he mused. When venturing into the wilderness, how can they be so unguarded, carelessly consuming food from strangers without a thought for potential dangers? Suddenly, Ning Rongrong turned her gaze towards Tang San, who stood in the corner, munching on his bun. His appearance was unremarkable, his clothing ordinary, and his act of eating a bun led Ning Rongrong to quickly deduce his identity. She then approached him, leading her horse. "Could you hold my horse for a moment?" "Thank you," she said as she handed the reins to Tang San. He was taken aback, and by the time he processed what was happening, the reins were already in his possession, and Ning Rongrong had swiftly returned to Yi Feng's side. He opened his mouth, yearning to express that he was not a subordinate. Yet he felt that voicing it would only lead to greater embarrassment. Xiaowu, oblivious to Tang San's awkward predicament, was her usual carefree self. As Tang San gazed upon Yi Feng's exquisite visage, witnessing Yi Feng's jovial banter with the three enchanting maidens, a twinge of jealousy surged within him, particularly as he observed Xiaowu extolling Yi Feng's handsomeness and culinary skills, seemingly oblivious to his presence. This only deepened his discomfort. Tang San hastily finished his steamed bun, his expression hardening slightly as he declared, "Xiaowu, we must depart, lest we find ourselves unable to reach Suo City before nightfall." Xiaowu, patting her stomach, realized she was quite full. "All right," she said, rising to her feet. Turning to Yi Feng, she added, "I am Xiaowu. Thank you for the barbecue. I must take my leave now." "I am Yi Feng. You are headed to Suo City, I presume?" Yi Feng inquired with a smile. "Yes." Xiaowu nodded in affirmation. Yi Feng continued, "Allow me to accompany you. I too am bound for Suo City. If you walk, you may not reach there before dark." "Really?" Xiaowu exclaimed with delight. After walking all morning, her legs felt as though they might give out, and she was quite fatigued. Yi Feng nodded with a smile. "That would be splendid. Thank you, Yi Feng," Xiaowu beamed. Tang San, his brow furrowed deeply, raised his voice slightly. "Xiaowu." At this moment, Xiaowu sensed Tang San's discontent and asked, "What is the matter, brother?" Tang San admonished, "It is already generous of him to treat you to a meal. How can you continue to burden him?" "It's no trouble at all," Yi Feng replied with a smile. "In this world, who does not face difficulties? Are you afraid I might bring you harm?" Xiaowu interjected, "Indeed, Tang San, he is a good person, so there is no need for concern. Besides, you did enjoy a chicken wing of his earlier." Tang San opened his mouth but ultimately sighed, conceding, "Very well, then thank you." "No need for thanks," Yi Feng replied cheerfully. At this moment, Ning Rongrong regarded Yi Feng with newfound admiration. This dashing youth was exceedingly kind-hearted. She turned to Tang San, feeling somewhat apologetic. "I'm sorry, I initially thought you were fine." Tang San interrupted Ning Rongrong, taking a seat on a nearby rock, choosing silence. Having nearly finished her meal, Ning Rongrong declared, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ning Rongrong." "I am Yi Feng." "Zhu Zhuqing," came the replies from the others. All eyes turned to Tang San. Xiaowu quickly added, "That is my brother, Tang San." Ning Rongrong proposed, "As I am also en route to Suo City, why don't we travel together?" "Very well." Yi Feng agreed. Moments later, the group rose and made their way toward the carriage. Tang San trailed behind, thinking to himself, "Xiaowu is so naive. And Yi Feng is exceptionally handsome. I wonder if his kindness is genuine. I must keep a watchful eye on Xiaowu to ensure she isn't swayed by sweet words." Chapter 14, The Rose Hotel. The unveiling of Daim Mubai. Yi Feng boarded the carriage and opened the door, smiling, "Come aboard." Xiaowu, brimming with excitement, was the first to follow suit. She had never experienced such a lavish carriage before. Not only was it spacious, but it also featured a sofa and a small bed. Next, Zhu Zhuqing ascended the carriage. Just as Tang San was about to climb aboard, Ning Rongrong approached, leading a horse. "Tang San," she called out, halting him just as he was lifting his foot. Tang San turned to face Ning Rongrong and inquired, "Is there something you need?" Ning Rongrong, feeling somewhat bashful, replied, "Would you mind helping me ride the horse? I've been riding all morning and I'm rather fatigued. I would like to rest in the carriage, and I thought you boys, being more physically robust, would have no trouble riding." Tang San hesitated. He wished to ride in the carriage and observe Xiaowu, until he unraveled Yi Feng's true identity and character. He felt uneasy about Xiaowu being in his company. Ning Rongrong, sensing Tang San's silence, expressed her disappointment and said, "Perhaps I shall manage on my own." At that moment, Xiaowu poked her head out from the carriage and remarked, "San, she is a girl. Why not lend her a hand?" Ning Rongrong suggested. "In that case, I shall forfeit my claim to this horse. You may do with it as you please once we reach Suo City." Yi Feng stepped down from the carriage and offered, "Let me ride." Ning Rongrong, You should take the carriage. Ning Rongrong replied, I am immensely grateful. I spent a considerable sum on this horse, and it would be a pity to lose it. No need for thanks. It's merely a trifling matter, Yi Feng chuckled. You are truly kind. Ning Rongrong gazed at Yi Feng's handsome visage and radiant smile, feeling a flutter in her heart. What girl is devoid of youthful infatuation? Yi Feng was not only strikingly attractive, but also possessed remarkable culinary skills and a commendable character. Such charm is difficult for any girl to resist. Yi Feng stepped forward to take the horse, but Tang San swiftly interjected, positioning himself in front of Ning Rongrong, and stated, Allow me. Before Ning Rongrong could respond, he had already secured the horse. Thank you very much, Ning Rongrong said. Tang San smiled and replied, It's a mere trifle, nothing to mention. I shall board the carriage now, Ning Rongrong announced joyfully as she climbed aboard. Yi Feng exchanged a smile with Tang San, said nothing further, and followed him into the carriage. He estimated that if he did not dismount, Tang San might indeed refrain from assisting Ning Rongrong in riding. Xiao Tang, let's set off. Yi Feng called out, as Tang San, who had just mounted, fixed his gaze upon Yi Feng within the carriage. He felt a sense of discomfort. How could Yi Feng be so lacking in decorum, addressing him so casually after such a short acquaintance? Tang San pondered uneasily whether it was truly wise for Xiao Wu to associate with someone like him. As soon as he finished contemplating this, he heard Tang Chen's voice. Very well, young master. Tang Chen took his place at the reins, giving the horse a sharp crack of the whip, prompting the carriage to set off. Tang San stood in a daze, realizing that little Tang was not calling out to him. Tang San, why are you daydreaming? Hurry up and catch up. Xiao Wu leaned out of the carriage window, calling out to Tang San. It was only then that Tang San mounted his horse and hurried to follow. He closely followed alongside the carriage, his ears perked up, even employing his mental prowess in an attempt to eavesdrop on the sounds emanating from within. He remained uneasy about Xiao Wu being alone with someone she had only known for an hour. Inside the carriage, Ning Rongrong gazed intently at Yi Feng's face and inquired, Yi Feng, is your home in Soto City? No, Yi Feng replied. Then what brings you to Soto City? Ning Rongrong asked curiously. I am going to school in Soto City. School? So am I, Ning Rongrong declared. I am too. I am too, Xiao Wu chimed in eagerly. Ning Rongrong nodded. That's quite normal. Many universities across the continent have recently begun their terms, and there are plenty of academies in Soto City. By the way, which academy are you attending? She looked at Yi Feng with anticipation, hoping he would mention her desired institution. With a smile, Yi Feng replied, The academy I will be attending is called Shrek Academy. And Zhu Zhuqing will be there as well. What a coincidence. I am also going to Shrek Academy, Ning Rongrong exclaimed excitedly. It seems we are quite fated, she continued. Xiao Wu paused for a moment, then joyfully exclaimed, What a coincidence. I, too, am attending Shrek Academy with Xiao San. The quietly seated Zhu Zhuqing also displayed a look of surprise. Yi Feng remarked, It is indeed a remarkable coincidence. After enrollment tomorrow, we shall be classmates. Ning Rongrong added. However, gaining admission to Shrek Academy is no simple matter. Their admission criteria are quite stringent. Candidates must be under 12 years of age and possess a soul power of at least 20. Do you both meet these requirements? Both Zhu Zhuqing and I qualify, Yi Feng stated. I, along with Xiao San, also meet the criteria. It seems we are destined to be classmates, Xiao Wu said joyfully. Ning Rongrong glanced at Zhu Zhuqing. Curious about the nature of Yi Feng and Zhu Zhuqing's relationship, pondering how Yi Feng seemed so well acquainted with her. Yi Feng, is Zhu Zhuqing your girlfriend? Ning Rongrong asked. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback and then turned her gaze to Yi Feng. With a smile, Yi Feng replied, No, I met her in Xinglua City. And we decided to come to Shrek Academy together. She already has a fiancé, who is a student at Shrek Academy. Ah, I see. Ning Rongrong felt a sense of relief and a hint of happiness in her heart. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Zhu Zhuqing felt a wave of inexplicable sadness. She realized that she had developed feelings for Yi Feng, yet she also understood that a relationship with him was unattainable, as she was already engaged. Yi Feng, how is it that your barbecues taste so exquisite? Who taught you? Ning Rongrong asked. I developed my skills on my own. You are truly a genius. By the way, what is your martial soul? That's a secret. Listening from outside, Tang San gradually set his mind at ease. Since Yi Feng was also enrolling at Shrek Academy, he must not be a person with ill intentions. At 3 in the afternoon, they finally arrived in Soto City, one of the two most significant cities within the Baloch Kingdom, bustling with vibrancy. Even the Spirit Hall had established a third-level Spirit Master Hall there. Inside the carriage, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu eagerly drew back the curtains, gazing excitedly at the scene outside. Even Zhu Zhuqing was captivated by the lively sights. It's still early for dinner. Let us find a place to rest, suggested Yi Feng. Yes, let us find somewhere to take a break, replied Ning Rongrong. Before long, Xiao Wu spotted a uniquely charming hotel ahead. It was a 3-story establishment adorned entirely in rose red, resembling a magnificent rose. A large sign hung on the hotel's wall, inscribed with the words Rose Hotel. That hotel looks beautiful. Let us stay there, Xiao Wu exclaimed, pointing at the Rose Hotel. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing turned to look in the direction she indicated, their eyes lighting up, drawn in by the hotel's beauty. All right, we'll stay there, Ning Rongrong agreed. A thought struck Yi Feng. He recalled that this was the very place where Daim Mubai and Tang San first met and clashed. In the novel, Daim Mubai had brought a pair of twin sisters to check in, competing with Tang San for a room, resulting in a fierce altercation. Could there be a spectacle in store? Yi Feng's curiosity piqued as his spiritual sense swept through the Rose Hotel. On the top floor, he indeed saw Daim Mubai engaged in a game of cards with 2 women, casting a glance at Tang San, who was riding outside. Yi Feng speculated that if Tang San and Xiao Wu had not been delayed by their barbecue, they might have found a way to arrive here sooner and confront Daim Mubai. Now, they were a bit late. Daim Mubai had already entered the room and was nearing the conclusion of his affair. Xiao Tang, head to the Rose Hotel, Yi Feng instructed. Understood, young master, came the reply. Chapter 15. Zhu Zhuqing's decision. The carriage halted before the Rose Hotel, and immediately a bellboy emerged to attend to the horses. Let us go inside, Yi Feng said. The group entered, with Tang San trailing behind, seemingly forgotten. Upon reaching the front desk, Yi Feng inquired, "Hello, do you have any vacant rooms?" The receptionist looked up, momentarily astonished by the stunning assembly of handsome men and beautiful women before her. The 3 girls, Zhu Zhuqing included, were top-tier beauties, and Yi Feng was an exceptionally rare handsome man. The receptionist was momentarily speechless. "Excuse me, do you have any rooms available?" Xiao Wu asked, a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. "Oh, I'm sorry, but we currently have no vacancies," the receptionist replied. "Is that possible? In such a large hotel, there isn't a single room available?" Ning Rongrong inquired, and the attendant shook his head, saying, "I truly have none left. Perhaps you might consider exploring other establishments?" Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu were instantly filled with disappointment. They had developed a fondness for the ambience of this hotel, only to find themselves arriving too late. "No matter. Let us seek another place," Tang San suggested from behind. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu exchanged glances of regret, yet felt powerless to change the situation. The group turned to exit, when suddenly, a flurry of footsteps echoed from the adjacent staircase, accompanied by the melodic laughter of 2 women. "Mubai, you are quite brave." "Oh, how I truly miss you," one of the women playfully chided. "If I weren't tied up with matters at the academy, I would certainly be there to indulge." A man responded. "Next time, make sure to come find us earlier," the voice of another woman chimed in. "Rest assured, I shall not forget my 2 enchanting fairies," he assured them. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing, who was in the midst of her stride, froze abruptly, her entire being suspended in disbelief. An expression of incredulity painted her features as the footsteps drew nearer, revealing a man accompanied by 2 women. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's state, Yi Feng let out a sigh. He summoned a trace of divine power to seal off Zhu Zhuqing's aura. In the narrative, Daim Mubai could sense Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul. Thus, Yi Feng first chose to encapsulate her presence. It was not yet the opportune moment to reveal Zhu Zhuqing's identity. Daim Mubai's provocative banter with the 2 girls also captivated Xiao Wu and her companions, who halted in their tracks to gaze at Daim Mubai as he descended. The twin sisters beside him appeared rosy-cheeked, their gazes enchanting. They seemed to be around 17 or 18 years of age, one on each side, clinging to Daim Mubai's arms. Their voluptuous forms pressed intimately against him. Witnessing this scene, coupled with the earlier overheard remarks, Xiao Wu and the others immediately comprehended what Daim Mubai had been up to. "Disgusting," Xiao Wu muttered, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Ning Rongrong's expression darkened. She could discern that Daim Mubai was no virtuous character, unabashedly uttering such vulgarities in public. Tang San, however, maintained a calm demeanor. Zhu Zhuqing's fists clenched tightly, her nails nearly piercing her palms. A glimmer of tears sparkled in her eyes as she fought to contain her emotions, fixated on Daim Mubai as he made his way down. Daim Mubai, reveling in the moment, caught wind of Xiao Wu's scorn. Vulgar? He lifted his gaze and was struck by the sight of 2 men and 3 women ahead of him. The beauty of Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong astonished him, eclipsing that of the 2 women he held. Notably, Zhu Zhuqing, clad in black, exuded an ethereal chill. Though her face bore youthful innocence, her figure rivaled that of the twin sisters. Daim Mubai's eyes sparkled with intrigue, his heart stirred. He had never encountered such a frosty beauty before. If he could attain her, it would undoubtedly provide a profound sense of conquest. As for Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, although their faces were lovely, their figures left much to be desired, and he lost interest after merely a glance. His gaze briefly passed over the seemingly ordinary Tang San, resting instead upon Yi Feng, eliciting a profound astonishment. It was his first encounter with someone more handsome than himself. Eventually, his gaze returned to Zhu Zhuqing, pondering the nature of her relationship with Yi Feng. What are you staring at? Ugh. Xiao Wu glared fiercely at Daim Mubai. If you keep looking, I'll gouge your eyes out. Ning Rongrong, hands on her hips, similarly shot daggers at Daim Mubai. The 2 women, one on each side of him, pinched his waist tightly, glaring at him with ferocity. Daim Mubai, initially eager to strike up a conversation with Zhu Zhuqing, abandoned the idea upon noticing the ire of the lovely ladies beside him. The twin sisters were still a novelty to him. He had no intention of relinquishing them just yet. Naturally, if the opportunity arose, he would also be intrigued to explore the charms of the girl in black. Engaging with multiple girlfriends was not uncharted territory for him. He found it manageable. The 2 girls clung to Daim Mubai's arms, pulling him towards the exit. Mubai, you said you would marry us. When will that be? The girl on the left inquired. Yes, we are yours now. You must be responsible for us, the girl on the right added. There's no rush. I haven't graduated yet. Let us discuss it after I finish my studies, Daim Mubai replied dismissively. It was not until Daim Mubai had walked far away that the anger on Xiao Wu's face gradually faded. She marveled at Ning Rongrong, saying, Rongrong, you were so fierce just now, your words had such power. Ning Rongrong, slightly bashful, remained silent, her cheeks flushed. Since meeting Yi Feng and the others, she had been playing the role of a quiet, demure girl, unaware that she had inadvertently revealed her true nature. At that moment, Ning Rongrong noticed something amiss with Zhu Zhuqing and quickly asked, Zhuqing, what's wrong? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes were red. Zhuqing, what's the matter? Xiao Wu also inquired with concern. Yi Feng took Zhu Zhuqing's hand and said, This isn't the place for conversation. Let us step outside. With that, he led her out. Ning Rongrong watched as Yi Feng held Zhu Zhuqing's hand, feeling a pang of discomfort in her heart. She hurriedly followed, eager to understand what was troubling Zhu Zhuqing. Once they returned to the carriage, Zhu Zhuqing's emotions had settled somewhat, and she withdrew her hand from Yi Feng's grasp. Zhuqing, what is really going on? Ning Rongrong asked. Yi Feng sighed and said, Do you know who that man was just now? Which one? The lewd one? Xiao Wu asked. Yi Feng nodded. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, Could that guy be Zhuqing's fiancé? Yi Feng confirmed, Indeed, Zhuqing's fiancé is named Daim Mubai. The same as the man we just saw. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu looked at Zhu Zhuqing with deep sympathy. Ning Rongrong remarked, Zhuqing, there's no need to be heartbroken over a scoundrel. If it comes to it, you can always leave him. There are plenty of good men in this world. Exactly. Just look at Yi Feng. He is quite admirable, isn't he? He is handsome and possesses a kind heart. What could possibly make him inferior to that fickle-hearted man? Xiao Wu remarked. Xiao Wu, do not meddle in matters of the heart, Ning Rongrong cautioned. I am not meddling. I believe they are quite compatible, Xiao Wu replied. Originally feeling a tinge of sadness, Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, and she discreetly cast a glance at Yi Feng. Yi Feng smiled and said, Zhuqing, they are right. Since that Daim Mubai has wronged you, why should you continue to mourn for him? Indeed, that scoundrel might be reveling elsewhere right now. If you persist in your sorrow for him, aren't you merely devaluing yourself? Xiao Wu added. Zhu Zhuqing managed a faint smile and replied, Thank you, I understand. I really shouldn't be grieving for him. It's just that this matter is somewhat complicated, and I feel powerless. Chapter 16. Make Daim Mubai regret. What is there to feel powerless about? Can anyone truly compel you? Ning Rongrong inquired. Zhu Zhuqing explained. My engagement to him was decreed by Emperor Xinglao. How can I stand against the royal family alone? Yi Feng patted Zhu Zhuqing on the shoulder and said, Have you forgotten about me? As long as you remain in the Tiando Empire, the Xinglao Empire would not dare to send a large army. I will vanquish any experts they send. You need not worry at all. Listening to Yi Feng's assurances and recalling Tang Chen's prowess, a great weight gradually lifted from Zhu Zhuqing's heart. Are you truly willing to help me? She asked. Yi Feng replied, we are good friends. If I do not assist you, who will? Thank you, Yi Feng, Zhu Zhuqing said, deeply touched. Ning Rongrong added, I can help you too. My family has many powerful experts who can protect you. Thank you, Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing responded. What are you thanking me for? We are good sisters, aren't we? Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong said. Indeed, we are good sisters, Xiao Wu affirmed. Xiao Wu expressed her joy, stating that since transforming into a human, she had not made another friend apart from Tang San. Naturally, she was elated to suddenly have so many friends. Riding alongside them, Tang San felt a twinge of pity for Zhu Zhuqing's plight. Before long, they entered another hotel and booked 4 rooms. 3 girls shared one, as they believed that since they would soon be classmates, it was essential to deepen their bonds. Tang San, Yi Feng, and Tang Chen each took a room of their own. After resting for approximately 2 hours, it was already past 5 o'clock, with the sun descending on the horizon. Ning Rongrong called everyone outside, suggesting they go out for a meal, which she generously offered to treat. 2 hours later, satiated and merry, they began to stroll through Soto City. The city at night remained vibrant and bustling, illuminated by a myriad of lights. As they wandered, they stumbled upon a somewhat peculiar shop in a secluded area. Tang San proposed they venture inside, where he discovered a piece of crystal that contained a rare metal, capable of being fashioned into a formidable hidden weapon known as the Dragon Whisker Needle. The Dragon Whisker Needle, as fine as a strand of hair, would curl up upon piercing the human body, tearing through muscle and creating a bulge. It could be described as an extraordinarily lethal and insidious weapon, with the agony it inflicted akin to that of slow slicing. Tang San, thrilled to have acquired this treasure, lost interest in shopping and returned to the hotel early. Yi Feng accompanied the 3 girls for a while longer before heading back. The next morning, Yi Feng and the others rose early, and after breakfast, they boarded a carriage bound for Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong had already sold her white horse. Within the spacious carriage, she curiously inquired, Tang San, what exactly is that stone you bought last night? Tang San explained, that crystal contains an exceedingly rare metal that can be utilized for hidden weapons. Hidden weapons? What are they? Ning Rongrong queried, her curiosity piqued. Tang San smiled and replied, hidden weapons are a type of armament I have invented. They allow one to achieve unexpected victories and to triumph against stronger foes. Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then you must show me the power of these hidden weapons. Tang San confidently replied, once we enter Shrek Academy, I will have the opportunity to demonstrate their might to you. Xiao San's hidden weapons are impressively powerful. You will undoubtedly be astonished, Xiao Wu added proudly. I eagerly await it, Ning Rongrong responded. By the way, do you know what the underworld truly is? They even dared to kill a prince of the Balak Kingdom? Xiao Wu questioned in confusion. This morning, news had traveled from Balak City to Soto City, revealing that the 5th prince of the Balak Kingdom was captured by the underworld for his heinous mistreatment of common women, ultimately enduring a brutal death, with his body displayed at the city gates. Such scum who harm innocent girls deserve no pity, she remarked. Zhu Zhuqing spoke coldly. Ning Rongrong replied, the underworld is an emerging force that has been punishing evil and eliminating treachery across the continent. They possess numerous formidable experts, unafraid of both the 2 great empires and various sects, including the Spirit Hall. No one knows the location of the underworld's headquarters. It remains shrouded in mystery. Furthermore, I have heard that a cardinal from the Spirit Hall was recently slain by someone from the underworld, and the Spirit Hall did not pursue the matter. The underworld is indeed powerful. Has it become the dominant force on the continent? Xiao Wu exclaimed in astonishment. Ning Rongrong replied, I cannot say if they are the foremost power, but it is certain that the underworld must have titled Douluo-level experts. Otherwise, they would not dare to confront so many factions. Xiao Wu remarked, if only I could join the underworld. I too wish to punish the wicked and eradicate those evildoers. The underworld truly seems impressive. Tang San nodded in agreement. By the way, what are your martial spirits? And what level of soul power have you attained? Ning Rongrong inquired with curiosity. Reaching above level 20 by the age of 12 is already considered quite a talent. She held great confidence in her own abilities, as many regarded her as a genius. Presently, her soul power had reached level 26. She was eager to discover the talents of Yi Feng and the others, particularly Yi Feng. If he possessed a powerful attack-type martial spirit and had decent talent, it would be splendid. Xiao Wu, with a mysterious expression, said, "I cannot reveal that just yet. You will find out during the entrance examination. It will surely astonish you." I do not believe that," Ning Rongrong retorted. She was very confident in her own strength. Even the two titled Douluos in her family frequently praised her, so how could she be inferior to others? By the way, Zhuqing, what do you plan to do when you see Daim Mubai? Will you sever ties with him? Ning Rongrong asked. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Yi Feng and nodded, saying, "I will make him regret it." Half an hour later, the carriage finally arrived at the outskirts of the village where Shrek Academy was located. A considerable queue had already formed at the academy's entrance. As Yi Feng and the others disembarked, they instantly attracted numerous gazes, accompanied by gasps of astonishment. Xiao Wu frowned as she looked at the dilapidated entrance of Shrek Academy, commenting, "This Shrek Academy looks too shabby. Is it really that remarkable?" Ning Rongrong responded, "Do not underestimate Shrek Academy. They only accept geniuses, and the quality of education is absolutely on par with those top-tier academies." "Very well. I shall see what exceptional quality Shrek Academy possesses," she replied. Just then, Daim Mubai emerged from within the academy. He had just sent a youth who passed the first test inside, needing to return here to maintain order. That detestable rotund man must have scampered off to pursue women again, leaving me to toil away here, Daim Mubai silently cursed. And what of Oscar? I wonder why he hasn't come to lend a hand. This aura. Daim Mubai's eyes sparkled with intensity as he suddenly turned to gaze at the end of the line, where he immediately spotted Zhu Zhuqing. From her, he sensed a familiar essence of martial soul. Chapter 17. Entrance Examination. The Spectral Cat. Daim Mubai was utterly astonished. To think a spectral cat martial soul would manifest here. Upon discerning Zhu Zhuqing's appearance, he was struck with disbelief. Wasn't she the enchanting girl in black who had stirred his heart just yesterday? How could this be? Why had he not sensed her martial soul aura before? Daim Mubai was engulfed in astonishment and confusion. Who could she possibly be? Could it truly be Zhu Zhuqing? The thought sent a wave of panic through him. If it was indeed Zhu Zhuqing, then he was doomed. She was his hope of overcoming Davis. Without her, his prospects were utterly bleak. The more he beheld that girl, the more he felt an uncanny resemblance to Zhu Zhuqing in her childhood. He recalled the lascivious words he had uttered the previous day and was instantly filled with profound regret. Which girl could possibly endure her fiancé's indiscretions with another woman? It was also conceivable that she was not Zhu Zhuqing, Daim Mubai pondered. If it were indeed Zhu Zhuqing, one would expect a reaction under such circumstances yesterday. With this thought in mind, Daim Mubai resolved to approach her directly for clarification. If she was indeed Zhu Zhuqing, he would admit his fault and beseech her for forgiveness. If she were not Zhu Zhuqing, then he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The scoundrel is approaching, Xiao Wu remarked. Zhu Zhuqing turned her gaze forward and, as anticipated, spotted Daim Mubai striding toward them. Her expression instantly turned frosty, radiating an aura that signaled her desire for distance. Daim Mubai approached Zhu Zhuqing directly, displaying a beaming smile, and proclaimed, "What a coincidence to see you all here. I never expected you would come to apply to the Shrek Academy." Yi Feng and Tang San observed Daim Mubai in silence. The three girls chose to disregard him entirely. "Despicable," Xiao Wu exclaimed. "Scoundrel," Ning Rongrong added without a hint of mercy. Daim Mubai's smile vanished, leaving him in an awkward silence. He gazed at Zhu Zhuqing and inquired, "Are you Zhuqing?" Without even glancing at Daim Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing coldly retorted, "Get lost." Lacking a definitive response from Zhu Zhuqing, Daim Mubai pressed on with his question. "Did you not hear her? She told you to leave." Xiao Wu exclaimed angrily. "I am Mubai, Daim Mubai," he declared, disregarding Xiao Wu's words. "She told you to go, yet you stubbornly linger here. How shameless can you be?" Ning Rongrong remarked. The commotion had drawn the attention of many onlookers, and the atmosphere became quite raucous. "Mubai, return here," bellowed the elderly man overseeing the assessment. Daim Mubai cast a lingering glance at Zhu Zhuqing, reluctantly turning to depart. His heart had already sunk. Through the preceding conversation, he could not ascertain whether the girl was indeed Zhu Zhuqing. However, her demeanor instilled a sense of unease within him. If she were truly Zhu Zhuqing, the situation would become exceedingly complicated. "What are you dawdling for? Maintain order," the elder scolded. Daim Mubai stood quietly to the side, though his gaze frequently lingered on Zhu Zhuqing. Simultaneously, he observed Yi Feng, who was standing beside her. Yi Feng was undeniably handsome, particularly with that captivating aura, causing even the self-proclaimed handsome Daim Mubai to feel a twinge of inadequacy. Daim Mubai was worried. If that girl was Zhu Zhuqing, His actions from the previous day would surely cause her distress, and it was highly probable that the dashing young man would take advantage of the situation. He believed there was no such thing as absolute platonic friendship between men and women, and he doubted that the youth could remain impervious to the allure of the girl in black. If she truly is Zhu Zhuqing, should you dare harbor any ill intentions? Do not blame me for being ruthless, Daim Mubai silently vowed. Upon seeing Daim Mubai depart, Star Luo let out a sigh of relief and remarked, "Ching. It seems he has begun to suspect your identity." Ning Rongrong added, "No matter how he misidentifies you, you must not show any weakness." Zhu Zhuqing nodded in understanding. Approximately half an hour later, it was finally the turn of Feng and his companions. Tang San and Xiao Wu were at the front of the line, followed by Ning Rongrong, and lastly Zhu Zhuqing and Feng. The teacher in charge of the assessment appeared to be around 60 years old, dressed very ordinarily, sitting there with an air of indolence. When it was Tang San's turn, the elder lazily stated, "The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins." Tang San retrieved 10 gold soul coins and deposited them into the nearby box. "Extend your hand," the elder instructed. Tang San complied, and the elder frowned, prompting him to extend his leg as well. "Very well, release your martial soul," the elder said. Tang San immediately unleashed his blue-silver grass martial soul, manifesting 2 yellow soul rings. "Blue-silver grass can cultivate this quickly?" The elder expressed his surprise. Tang San smiled confidently. "Teacher, ISN T Shrek Academy known for accepting monsters? I wonder if I qualify as one." The elder rarely smiled, saying, "Indeed, you are quite a little monster. Now step aside and wait." The revelation of blue-silver grass astonished both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. After all, blue-silver grass was often regarded as a useless martial soul. How could Tang San cultivate it so swiftly? "It's my turn." Xiao Wu approached the table and extended her hand. Tang San again produced 10 gold soul coins and tossed them into the box. "Age seems suitable. Let me see your martial soul." The elder spoke. Immediately, Xiao Wu manifested her martial spirit, and 2 fluffy, adorable rabbit ears appeared, transforming her into an even more enchanting figure. Ning Rongrong, standing behind her, could not resist the urge to reach out and touch the rabbit ears, exclaiming, "Xiao Wu, so your martial spirit is a rabbit. How utterly delightful." "Qualified," the elder remarked, his smile growing even broader. It was indeed a rare occurrence to witness 2 qualified individuals in succession. He turned his gaze towards Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Feng behind him, a sense of anticipation swelling within. These children were united, and as the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Their talents should not be lacking. "It's my turn." With a confident smile gracing her face, Ning Rongrong stepped forward to extend her hand. "At an appropriate age, let me see your martial soul." After casting a glance at Feng and the others, she summoned her martial soul. A 7-colored small tower appeared in her hand, radiating a shimmering brilliance. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong's demeanor transformed into one of elegance. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing were taken aback. "Rongrong, your martial soul is extraordinarily beautiful." "What is it?" Xiao Wu exclaimed. The old man's expression shifted to one of gravity as he inquired, "Does your family know you are here?" "Yes, they are aware," Ning Rongrong replied. "Very well, please wait over there for a moment." The elder's demeanor became noticeably more courteous. Ning Rongrong approached Xiao Wu, a hint of disappointment in her tone. "I thought you might recognize my martial soul, but it seems none of you did. Just tell me directly," Xiao Wu urged. "It's a secret. You will know in due time," Ning Rongrong responded. Tang San remarked, "This must be the 7-treasure glazed tile, the strongest auxiliary martial soul on the continent." "Rongrong, your martial soul is incredibly powerful," Xiao Wu gasped in astonishment. Zhu Zhuqing was equally astonished. The crowd erupted in a stir. A hint of pride illuminated Ning Rongrong's face. She turned to Feng, only to find him smiling faintly, his expression devoid of surprise. Disappointment flickered within her as she said, "Zhuqing, Feng, it's your turn." She was curious as to why Feng showed no astonishment towards her martial soul. Could it be that his own martial soul was equally remarkable? Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward, and as she unleashed her martial soul, Daim Mubai's sense of recognition intensified. His eyes burned with fervor. The compatibility between the White Tiger martial soul and the Nether Cat martial soul was profound, heightening his awareness. This intensity of recognition surpassed anything he had felt towards Zhu Zhuqing in their childhood, filling him with exhilaration. "Regardless of who she is, I must possess her." Chapter 18. The King of Hell's Sword. 10,000-year soul ring, Tang San was struck down. Upon releasing her martial soul, 2 yellow soul rings appeared around Zhu Zhuqing. Her ears transformed into sharp, feline-like points, and her 10 fingers bore exceptionally sharp claws. With her martial soul manifested, she exuded a chilling grace tinged with allure, her striking figure capturing the attention of many. Very good, you have passed, the elder remarked with satisfaction. Yi Feng. It's your turn, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her curiosity piqued regarding Yi Feng's martial soul. Zhu Zhuqing fixated intently on Yi Feng. She not only yearned to uncover the nature of his martial soul, but also sought to ascertain the extent of his level. Unlike Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, who presumed Yi Feng to merely possess the cultivation of a great soul master, she was convinced that he had at least attained the realm of soul sovereign. Daim Mubai, with a piercing gaze, scrutinized Yi Feng. At that moment, he had already begun to regard Yi Feng as a rival in love and naturally wished for his talents to be less formidable. Yi Feng stepped forward, smiling as he extended his hand. His bone age undoubtedly exceeds 12 years, yet his formidable spiritual essence can influence the judgment of the elder. Your age is appropriate. Unleash your martial soul, the elder proclaimed. In an instant, all eyes in the arena were fixed upon Yi Feng. With his right hand outstretched, a diminutive black gold sword, measuring 20 centimeters, materialized in his palm. The sword appeared unremarkable, lacking any formidable aura. A sword martial soul, surely a power-type martial soul. But why does its presence seem so feeble? Ning Rongrong pondered. Daim Mubai, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief, a smile gracing his face. For Yi Feng's martial soul seemed to pale in comparison to his own. At that moment, Yi Feng's soul rings finally manifested. Under his command, 3 black soul rings emerged around him, each one a testament to his prowess. He felt that 3 black soul rings were already impressive enough. If 300,000-year soul rings were to be produced, it would surely terrify anyone. How could that even be possible? Tang San nearly exclaimed in disbelief. He widened his eyes, staring at the 3 soul rings adorning Yi Feng, his expression one of sheer disbelief. All present were equally astonished, gazing at the 3 10,000-year soul rings on Yi Feng. Their minds rendered blank. Many believed they were imagining things, vigorously rubbing their eyes in hope of dispelling the illusion. Yet, no matter how they looked, those 3 soul rings were undeniably black, authentic 10,000-year soul rings. It turned out he truly was a soul master. However, how could his soul rings possibly be of such age? Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes were equally widened, gazing at Yi Feng in utter incredulity. He is truly formidable. Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with unprecedented brightness. At merely 12 years of age, a soul master, with 3 10,000-year soul rings, what manner of creature is this? The elder responsible for the assessment muttered in astonishment. Daim Mubai was dazed. Moments ago, he had smiled, believing Yi Feng's martial spirit to be inferior to his own. Yet, the slap of reality came swiftly. 3 10,000-year soul rings. This was no longer human, but a genuine monster. Impossible, this cannot be. The teacher stated that the maximum age for the first soul ring is 423 years, and the second soul ring could never reach 1,000. Black soul rings could only be absorbed upon reaching level 50. Tang San shook his head vigorously, repeatedly murmuring to himself. The teacher's theory could not be flawed. Surely, it must be an illusion. He rubbed his eyes with fervor. However, no matter how he strained, the black soul rings on Yi Feng remained unchanged. How was this possible? Could it be that the teacher's theory was erroneous? Among all present, Tang San was the most unsettled, under the guidance of his master. He had always believed that the master's theories were the most authoritative and scientific throughout the continent. He has always taken pride in having such a teacher, placing unwavering faith in the teacher's theories. However, today, Yi Feng shattered his understanding and dismantled the master's doctrines. I must seek clarity. Tang San fixed his gaze upon Yi Feng, a flicker of violet light flashing in his eyes, which deepened with intensity as if attempting to see through Yi Feng's very essence. Yi Feng retracted his martial soul and inquired, "Did I pass?" "Yes, indeed, you have passed." The teacher replied hastily, his enthusiastic demeanor a stark contrast to his earlier lethargy. "Thank you," Yi Feng said, moving to stand beside Zhu Zhuqing. "Could you tell me the name of your martial soul?" The elder pressed. "The King of Hades' sword," Yi Feng responded. "The King of Hades' sword?" All present bore expressions of confusion, as none had ever heard of such a martial soul. "Mubai, please take them inside," the elder instructed. He is grinning from ear to ear. Shrek Academy has struck gold this time. having accepted an unprecedented prodigy. He had already envisioned the dean's ecstatic expression upon witnessing Yi Feng's martial soul. "All right," Daim Mubai said, glancing at Yi Feng and the others, "follow me. I shall lead you to the second round." Under Daim Mubai's guidance, Yi Feng and his companions ventured deeper inside. "By the way, have your soul powers exceeded 25? Daim Mubai inquired, turning his head back. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing chose to ignore him, feigning deafness. Tang San politely replied, "I have already surpassed that threshold." Daim Mubai cast a surprised glance at Tang San, then directed his gaze towards the three girls, stating, "If your soul powers exceed 25, I can take you directly to the fourth round, sparing you from the tests of the second and third rounds." "I have exceeded it," Ning Rongrong finally spoke up. "So have I," Xiao Wu chimed in. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, not even bothering to glance at Daim Mubai. Yi Feng smiled, saying Zhuqing's soul power has also surpassed 25. Daim Mubai was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed with delight, "Zhuqing, it truly is you." He excitedly stepped forward, attempting to grasp Zhu Zhuqing's hand. "Do not touch me. You only repulse me," Zhu Zhuqing retorted coldly, her expression unyielding. Daim Mubai reluctantly withdrew his hand, saying, "Do you know how much I miss you every day? We are finally reunited." "Bah, scoundrel," Xiao Wu interjected. "Zhuqing, do not be soft-hearted," Ning Rongrong cautioned. Zhu Zhuqing replied icily, "Aren't you to wed those twin sisters? Aren't you worried about their feelings?" Daim Mubai quickly responded, "Zhuqing, you misunderstand me. My association with them is complicated. My heart has always belonged solely to you." Hearing Daim Mubai's shameless declarations, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong felt a chill run down their spines. Daim Mubai, with a deeply earnest expression, implored, "Will you grant me a chance to explain? After hearing my explanation, you will understand that I am not in control of my circumstances." As he spoke, he reached out again, attempting to take Zhu Zhuqing's hand. Yi Feng stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Zhu Zhuqing, pushing away Daim Mubai's hand. "Did you not hear her request for you not to touch her?" Yi Feng stated coldly. Daim Mubai's anger flared instantly as he retorted loudly, "This is between her and me. Do you know our relationship? I am her fiancé, and she is my fiancée. You, an outsider, should step aside." Yi Feng replied coolly, "I do not care what your relationship is. If you dare to touch her, you shall face the consequences." "Very well. Do not think that having 3 eternal soul rings makes you exceptional. Upon arriving at Shrek Academy, even if you are a dragon, you will still have to yield to me," Daim Mubai said, his gaze icy. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward, tightly wrapping her arms around Yi Feng's, leaning intimately against him while coldly regarding Daim Mubai, who says he is an outsider. "He is my boyfriend." Chapter 19. Tang San schemes. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, everyone was taken aback. Ning Rongrong felt a sense of bewilderment, her mind momentarily blank. Yi Feng was profoundly surprised, never anticipating that Zhu Zhuqing would utter such a statement. He realized that Zhu Zhuqing was employing him to dissuade Daim Mubai from his infatuation, urging him to cease his relentless pursuit. Enraged, Daim Mubai opened his mouth to unleash a torrent of curses, but he promptly restrained himself. With a sorrowful expression, he lamented, "Zhuqing, we have been betrothed since childhood. I once vowed to marry you and bring you happiness. How could you treat me this way? Daim Mubai, can you be any more shameless? It is you who has wronged Zhuqing, yet here you are feigning innocence. You are the very scum of humanity," Ning Rongrong rebuked mercilessly. Daim Mubai continued to gaze affectionately at Zhuqing and said, "Zhuqing, I truly have my reasons. Grant me a moment alone with you, and I shall reveal everything." Zhuqing did not look back at Daim Mubai. Instead, she took hold of Yi Feng's arm and walked forward. "Well done, Zhuqing," Ning Rongrong encouraged as she followed suit. "Humph, one may survive the wrath of heaven, but one cannot escape the consequences of one's own misdeeds," Xiao Wu scoffed. Chasing after them, Tang San observed the sorrowful demeanor of Daim Mubai, shook his head in sympathy, and turned away, saying, "Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have acted differently from the start." As he watched the group depart, Daim Mubai's gaze gradually grew cold. He gazed at Yi Feng's retreating figure, his cold eyes resembling those of a venomous serpent, emanating a palpable aura of menace. Previously, he had been consumed by the allure of women, for he could not perceive any hope of triumphing over Davis. Davis, being 7 years his senior, presented a formidable gap, no matter how exceptional his own talents were. They could not compensate for the 7 years of cultivation that separated them. Thus, he chose to evade reality, succumbing to a life of debauchery, savoring each fleeting day as it came. The rigors of cultivation seemed unnecessary. However, upon sensing Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul, he finally glimpsed a flicker of hope. The greater the affinity with the martial soul, the more formidable the power unleashed during the manifestation of their martial soul fusion technique. In his youth, his perception of Zhu Zhuqing's essence had not been nearly as profound. He believed that as Zhu Zhuqing grew stronger, their compatibility also increased. Thus, he saw a glimmer of hope in defeating Davis. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing was undeniably beautiful and alluring. He would never allow anyone to encroach upon his fiancée. If he could not even protect his betrothed, could he still consider himself a man? Feng and his companions arrived at the location of the second test, where a few young boys and girls were queuing, though their numbers were significantly fewer than in the first round. Zhu Zhuqing released her grip on Feng's arm. Her delicate face flushed as she lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Feng, I'm sorry, Daim Mubai is just so bothersome. I just wanna… Feng interrupted her, smiling, you need not apologize. If necessary, I can always masquerade as your boyfriend. Thank you, Zhu Zhuqing replied, her expression shy yet tinged with disappointment. After all, a pretense was merely a fade, not the genuine article. Nearby, Ning Rongrong let out a sigh of relief and remarked, so you were just pretending. I was wondering how you suddenly became a couple. Xiaowu chimed in. That's a clever tactic. It will infuriate that guy. Tang San frowned and cautioned, Feng, your actions will surely provoke Daim Mubai. I can tell he won't let this go easily, so be careful. Thank you for your concern. I will be cautious, Feng assured him. If you need any assistance, feel free to reach out, Tang San offered. All right, Feng replied, and Tang San nodded slightly, his mood relatively pleasant. Previously, he seldom engaged in conversation with Feng, and they could hardly be considered friends. However, after witnessing Feng's 3 eternal soul rings a moment ago, Tang San became intrigued. He must ascertain the origins of Feng's 3 soul rings, whether they were absorbed through his own efforts or through some fortuitous opportunity. Thus, he sought to ingratiate himself with Feng, hoping to glean the secret of absorbing 10,000-year soul rings from him. At that moment, a soft, melodious voice broke the air. Sausages for sale. Freshly made, mouth-watering sausages. If they don't taste good, you don't pay. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled as they turned towards the source of the voice. They beheld a man with a scruffy beard pushing a small cart laden with enticing sausages, exuding an irresistible aroma. Xiao Wu immediately waved her hand, calling out, over here. The newcomer was none other than Oscar. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's voice, he glanced to the rear of the group and spotted her along with her companions. Oscar's slender, peach blossom-shaped eyes lit up as he surveyed the 3 girls with eager admiration, his heart racing with excitement. What stunning beauties! He suppressed his exhilaration as he approached with his cart of sausages. How fortunate it would be if these 3 enchanting ladies were to enroll in Shrek Academy. Perhaps it would finally present an opportunity for me to find love. Oscar mused happily to himself. Daim Mubai frequently lingered in gardens of beauty, having lost count of the women he had encountered. Ma Hongjun, being younger than Oscar, had also indulged in such experiences, often venturing to Soto City to relieve his passions, and had even found a young girlfriend in this village. The experiences of his 2 companions stirred a deep envy within Oscar. He had always yearned to find a girlfriend, one with whom he could savor life as richly as Ma Hongjun and Daim Mubai did. Now, he perceived an opportunity. These 3 beautiful girls must surely surpass the girlfriends of Daim Mubai and Ma Hongjun in beauty. If they could gain admission to Shrek Academy, I must exert every effort to win one of them, Oscar mused. Before long, he approached the trio of girls, pushing a small cart. Wow, these sausages smell absolutely delightful, exclaimed Xiao Wu, her mouth watering at the sight of the enticing sausages. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were equally tempted. Even Tang San was counting the remaining coins in his pocket, wondering if he had enough to buy a sausage. Observing Xiao Wu and her companions up close, Oscar's heart raced with excitement. He gazed at Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing's alluring lips, his mind already indulging in fantasies of them savoring sausages bite by bite. Unable to resist any longer, Xiao Wu reached out for a sausage. Wait, Feng called out. What is it? Xiao Wu halted. This sausage was crafted from my martial spirit, and during its creation, one must chant a soul incantation, which is rather crude and distasteful, Feng explained. Xiao Wu's outstretched hand recoiled as if struck by electricity. She turned to Oscar and inquired, What is your soul incantation? What nonsense are you spouting? Oscar glared at Yi Feng, his face flushed with anger. If you claim I'm speaking nonsense, then create a sausage in front of everyone. Yi Feng challenged with a smile. Oscar was infuriated, yet soon felt a twinge of insecurity as numerous eyes were upon him, including those of the young men and women who had previously purchased his sausages. Since you are too timid to speak, allow me to articulate it for you. Your soul incantation is, I possess a magnificent sausage. Am I correct? Yi Feng grinned at Oscar. He naturally would not allow Zhu Zhuqing and the other girls to consume Oscar's grotesque sausages, so he directly exposed Oscar. You are talking nonsense, you shameless wretch. Wait here. I shall fetch a teacher to seek justice, Oscar declared defiantly as he pushed his cart and scampered away. The three girls, momentarily stunned, soon regained their composure, their cheeks blooming with color. Ugh, what manner of people does Shrek Academy harbor? Just as lewd as Daim Mubai, Xiao Wu exclaimed in disdain. Ning Rongrong sighed in relief, patting her slightly heaving chest. Thank you, Yi Feng. Otherwise, I would have been forced to consume that revolting fare. In the distance, a group of youths suddenly felt queasy, nearly retching. After running dozens of meters with his cart, Oscar finally halted, turning back to glare at Yi Feng, his fists clenched tightly. That pale-faced scoundrel is insufferable. I curse him to never enter Shrek Academy, Oscar muttered under his breath. Just then, a large hand reached out from the side, pulling Oscar into a corner. Startled, Oscar recognized Daim Mubai and grumbled, Boss Dai, what do you want with me? Daim Mubai, with a cold gaze fixed on Yi Feng and Zhu Zhuqing, replied, Little Oscar, I need your assistance. What kind of assistance? Oscar inquired. Daim Mubai gestured towards Zhu Zhuqing in the distance, saying, Do you see that girl in black? She is my fiancée. Oscar pushed Daim Mubai away in frustration, retorting, Come on, Boss Dai, that's not fair. How many girlfriends have you had? I finally managed to find a few, and you're trying to take them from me. Daim Mubai's expression darkened. Her name is Zhu Zhuqing. We have been betrothed since childhood. Yesterday, my girlfriend caught me with her, and I failed to recognize her at the time. She now despises me. Oscar stared in astonishment, asking, Are you serious? Daim Mubai nodded. Despite me, she has brought that pale-faced boy to act as a shield, claiming they are in a romantic relationship. Oscar gazed at Yi Feng in the distance, remarking, That kid does not appear to be a good person. Your sister-in-law is so beautiful, he wouldn't dare take advantage. Would he? Daim Mubai's demeanor grew grave. That is exactly my concern. That boy has a lecherous look about him, and his talent is considerable, a threat to me. What do you plan to do? Oscar questioned. Daim Mubai replied, I have devised a plan. The chubby one is compelled to seek women due to his fiery condition. I will claim that having lived with him for an extended period, I too have been influenced, and thus had no choice but to seek out women. Are you certain this will work? Oscar asked skeptically. Why wouldn't it? As long as you and the chubby one do not expose me, there will be no issue. Daim Mubai assured. What about the dean and the teachers? Rest assured, should they become aware of the fact that Zhu Zhuqing and I are capable of executing a martial soul fusion skill, they would be at a loss to assist me. Especially since Zhuqing is my fiancée, Daim Mubai remarked. Oscar, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, replied, I could help you fabricate a story, but I have a condition. What condition? Daim Mubai inquired. Oscar gestured towards the distant figures of Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, a sly grin spreading across his face. Aren't he there still too? Given your experience with the fairer sex, find a way to win one over. Patting Oscar on the shoulder, Daim Mubai smiled reassuringly. Worry not, I shall take care of it. Which one has caught your fancy? Oscar's gaze flitted between Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, as though he were attempting to discern their very souls. Both girls had similar levels of development and equally charming faces, yet Xiao Wu exuded a cute allure, while Ning Rongrong appeared more demure. After a moment's hesitation, Oscar pointed to Xiao Wu and declared, Her. She has longer legs. Ah, a preference for long legs. Your taste is rather unique, Daim Mubai remarked. Fear not, as long as she can enter Shrek Academy. I assure you she will be gracing your bed within a month. Big brother Daim Mubai, you are truly my benefactor, Oscar exclaimed, his excitement evident as a broad smile spread across his face. Daim Mubai responded, A trivial matter indeed. With only one girl left from the three, I suspect the fatty would also be quite interested. Indeed, his girlfriend is rather plain when compared to those three. It's akin to comparing a hen to a phoenix. Oscar added, Now, remember what I told you earlier. If Zhuqing inquires, you must not let anything slip, Daim Mubai cautioned. Rest assured, Oscar replied. Daim Mubai gave Oscar's shoulder a reassuring pat before stepping out from the shadows and approaching Yi Feng and the others. Come, I shall lead you directly to the fourth round, Daim Mubai stated with a gentle smile, seemingly having forgotten the earlier discomfort. As Daim Mubai led the group towards the fourth round, a number of individuals in line voiced their discontent loudly, expressing their dissatisfaction. Daim Mubai produced a crystal ball for testing soul power and had Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong take their turns, which promptly silenced the crowd. With Yi Feng and the others in tow, Daim Mubai elaborated, the second round tests soul power. The third assesses the application of one's martial soul and soul power, while the fourth is a practical combat test. Practical combat test? How is that conducted? Tang San asked. Daim Mubai replied, typically, I will be the one to assess your abilities. As long as teacher Zhao deems you capable, you shall be permitted to remain. And what is your cultivation level? Tang San inquired, mindful of the master's numerous admonitions to ensure he gain admission to Shrek Academy. Casting a glance at Yi Feng, Daim Mubai smiled and answered, my martial soul is the powerful white tiger, and my soul power has reached the 37th level. Xiao Wu expressed surprise, then turned her worried gaze towards Tang San, saying, little Tang San bestowed upon Xiao Wu a reassuring gaze, declaring, do not worry. I am here. Ning Rongrong felt no concern whatsoever. As a support-type soul master, there was no reason for Shrek Academy to turn her away. Daim Mubai glanced at Yi Feng once more, noticing that Yi Feng's expression remained utterly unchanged, which prompted him to clench his fists. How pretentious, he thought to himself. I shall show you soon enough. He believed that although Yi Feng had attained the rank of soul master, he was merely 12 years old, and thus, his soul power was undoubtedly not very high. Moreover, considering the lack of combat experience, even with a 10,000-year soul ring, Daim Mubai was confident he could handle Yi Feng. Before long, Daim Mubai came to a halt. They had arrived at a clearing of approximately 200 square meters, where a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, was napping in a recliner. Teacher Zhao, I have brought people for the fourth assessment, Daim Mubai called out. Zhao Wujia opened his eyes, and upon seeing 5 individuals had arrived at the fourth stage, he was immediately taken aback and sat up in surprise. This year, there are actually individuals who have reached the fourth stage, and not just 1, but 5. Daim Mubai continued. They have all advanced directly from the first stage, bypassing the second and third. Zhao Wujia's eyes brightened as he quickly realized that the soul power of Yi Feng and his companions had surpassed level 25. He rose to his feet, laughing heartily. Indeed, there are quite a few little monsters this year. Then I shall personally join you in your games. Daim Mubai was taken aback and hastily replied, Teacher Zhao, isn't this inappropriate? Hasn't it always been my responsibility to conduct the assessments in previous years? What is inappropriate about it? I am the vice president, and my word is final, Zhao Wujia asserted with a firm tone. Daim Mubai cast a reluctant glance at Yi Feng. He was eager to personally assess Yi Feng's capabilities, only to be unexpectedly interrupted by Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji licked his lips, gazing at Yi Feng and his companions as though they were mere lambs, and proclaimed, I shall not be overly harsh. If you 5 can withstand my assault for the duration of a single incense stick, and if even one of you remains standing, I shall consider you victorious. Are you sure you want us 5 to face you alone? Xiao Wu questioned, somewhat incredulously. Not quite. It is you who must endure my onslaught, Zhao Wuji clarified. Isn't that essentially the same? This seems rather too simplistic, Xiao Wu retorted. She believed that with 4 great soul masters and 1 soul sovereign on her side, it was inconceivable that they could not overcome a single opponent. You possess quite a bit of courage, little girl. I only hope you do not end up in tears after I strike you, Zhao Wuji remarked. Enough. I shall grant you a moment to familiarize yourselves with one another. The assessment will commence after the incense has burned out. Seeing Zhao Laosher take matters into his own hands, I am curious how you will manage to maintain your facade. Daim Mubai observed with a hint of schadenfreude as he looked towards Yi Feng. He has long been displeased with Yi Feng's perpetually calm and nonchalant demeanor. He believed that under teacher Zhao's onslaught, Yi Feng would undoubtedly find himself in a state of utter disarray, his image irreparably tarnished. Chapter 21. The shock of Zhao Wujing retrieved an incense stick, igniting it before casually tossing it to the ground before Yi Feng and his companions. You have but the duration of a single incense stick to familiarize yourselves with your teammates' martial spirits and deliberate on how to cooperate. Mubai, you may disclose my strength to them, Zhao Wujing stated. With that, he reclined back in his chair, closed his eyes, and resumed his slumber. Daim Mubai approached. His expression filled with concern as he gazed at Zhu Zhuqing. Zhuqing, Teacher Zhao possesses formidable power. You must exercise caution. Zhu Zhuqing appeared oblivious to Daim Mubai's words, not sparing him a glance. Xiao Wu remarked, he hardly looks old. How strong can he possibly be? Daim Mubai's gaze shifted to Yi Feng as he replied. Teacher Zhao has attained the rank of Soul Sage, standing at level 76. Moreover, he is a formidable assault-type Soul Sage, with his martial spirit being the great strength Diamond Bear, renowned for its extraordinary offensive and defensive capabilities. He is also known by the title of the Immutable King. As Daim Mubai finished speaking, Ning Rongrong gasped in astonishment. He is the Immutable King Zhao Wujing? Is he quite renowned? Xiao Wu inquired, puzzled. Ning Rongrong nodded, her delicate features now etched with seriousness. A decade ago, he was already a Soul Emperor, having been pursued by 16 Soul Emperors of the Spirit Hall. He ultimately broke free from their clutches, illustrating the extent of his prowess. I never imagined he would become a teacher at Shrek Academy. Xiao Wu was rendered speechless by the revelation. What should we do, San? We certainly cannot contend with such an extraordinary individual, she expressed with worry. Tang San's eyes sparkled with determination as he reassured, rest assured, while we may not be able to defeat him, enduring for the duration of the incense stick should be within our capabilities. Daim Mubai wore a sympathetic expression, stating, you are still too naive. It is likely that you won't even withstand Teacher Zhao's first wave of attack. May you find fortune in your endeavors. He cast another glance at Yi Feng, only to find him still exuding an air of calmness, which made him feel a twinge of irritation. However, the thought that Yi Feng was soon to be humiliated under Zhao Wuji's assault instantly lifted his spirits. Zhuqing, be cautious. Daim Mubai reminded once more before turning to stride towards the edge of the clearing. A subtle smile graced his lips as he prepared to witness the unfolding drama. What should we do? What should we do? We certainly cannot endure for even the duration of an incense stick, Xiao Wu exclaimed anxiously. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong also appeared somewhat tense. Tang San managed to maintain his composure and remarked, I believe our immediate priority is to appoint a captain who will lead the battle and devise our strategy. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong simultaneously turned their gazes towards Yi Feng. Xiao Wu followed suit, believing that Yi Feng possessed the highest strength among the five, rendering him worthy of the captaincy. Tang San felt a tinge of embarrassment. In his view, the captaincy was a position that rightfully belonged to him. Clearing his throat, Tang San remarked, my blue-silver grass martial spirit is of the control type, making it most suitable for a control-type soul master to lead. Therefore, I shall take on the role of captain for this assessment. Ning Rongrong countered, who says the captain must be a control-type soul master. There are numerous teams led by assault-type soul masters. Without any hesitation, Zhu Zhuqing declared, I choose Yi Feng. Xiao Wu glanced between Yi Feng and Tang San and softly commented, Xiao San possesses formidable control abilities, and his blue-silver grass can assist us in battle. Tang San looked at Yi Feng and said, Yi Feng, if I am allowed to be the captain, our chances of success in the assessment will significantly increase. Fine. If you wish to lead, then lead. I have no objections, Yi Feng replied. Tang San clapped his hands and stated, very well, I shall command this assessment. For now, let us each discuss the characteristics of our martial spirits along with our soul power levels so I can strategize accordingly. Zhu Zhuqing said, my martial spirit is the Nether Spirit Cat, an agile attack type, at level 27. Ning Rongrong added, my martial spirit is the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower, an auxiliary type, at level 26. Xiao Wu chimed in, my martial spirit is a rabbit, an assault type, at level 29. Tang San concluded, my martial spirit is blue-silver grass, a control type, at level 29. I am an assault type, Yi Feng stated. He did not disclose the extent of his soul power, as it was already well known that he possessed the highest level. In the distance, Zhao Wuji, reclining in his chair, opened his eyes in astonishment and glanced over. To his surprise, there were indeed two individuals at the 29th level, quite impressive indeed. He chuckled softly to himself before closing his eyes once more to resume his slumber. After a moment of contemplation, Tang San spoke. Yi Feng, both you and Xiao Wu are formidable assault-type soul masters, primarily tasked with engaging in direct combat. Zhu Zhuqing, being an agile attack-type soul master, will handle maneuvering and restraining the enemy. Ning Rongrong will provide support to everyone. As for me, I will focus on controlling Teacher Zhao's attacks while also assisting in your offensive efforts. No problem, Yi Feng replied. He harbored no interest in engaging with Zhao Wujin. And this battle would not endure for long. It would soon reach its conclusion. The three girls nodded in unison, endorsing Tang San's strategy. In such a brief span of time, there was simply no opportunity to practice coordination. They could only rely on everyone's reflexes and improvise. Have you conferred? At that precise moment when the incense had entirely burned out, Zhao Wujin opened his eyes. Teacher, we are prepared, Tang San declared with a composed demeanor. Not bad. You remain quite calm, Zhao Wujin remarked, somewhat pleased with Tang San's performance. You flatter me, teacher, Tang San replied. Zhao Wujin retrieved a stick of incense, lit it, and placed it beside the chair before rising. Very well, I shall entertain you. I grant you 1 minute to unleash your martial souls. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Rongrong's martial soul manifested in her hand. With the incantation of the soul spell, beams of light soared from the seven treasures glazed tower and infused the bodies of Yi Feng and his companions. A warm energy coursed through Tang San and the others, and they distinctly felt their strength augmenting, their bodies becoming extraordinarily light, as if they had shed all weight. Sensing this effect, Tang San's confidence surged, and he released his blue-silver grass martial soul. 2 yellow soul rings appeared around him, and the blue-silver grass continuously surged from his hands, swiftly carpeting the ground beneath them. The seven treasures glazed tower impressive. Oh, the blue-silver grass can reach such heights? Zhao Wujie exclaimed in astonishment. Shortly thereafter, Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing also manifested their martial souls, adorned with 2 yellow soul rings each. Zhao Wujie nodded slightly, evidently pleased with the performance of Tang San and his companions. His gaze fell upon the final Leaf Wind. Leaf Wind raised his hand, and a 20-centimeter-long black gold ancient sword materialized above his palm. The small blade was entirely black, its surface adorned with peculiar patterns, resembling a magnificent piece of craftsmanship. Subsequently, 3 black soul rings manifested around him, unleashing a formidable wave of soul power. Zhao Wuji, who had been wearing a faint smile, instantly altered his expression. How is this possible? He exclaimed, his eyes widening like brass bells, as if he had encountered a specter. Having lived for so many years, his experiences were undoubtedly unparalleled. However, upon witnessing Yi Feng's soul rings, he lost his composure, struggling to rein in his emotions. A soul master under the age of 13, possessing 3 10,000-year soul rings. How could such a prodigy exist? Zhao Wujie fixed his gaze on Yi Feng, his eyes beginning to emanate a green light. Observing Zhao Wujie's astonishment, Tang San could not help but smile wryly, internally lamenting Yi Feng's extraordinary capabilities, vowing to discover the method of absorbing 10,000-year soul rings from him. He has now reached level 29 and will soon be able to absorb his 3rd soul ring. After witnessing Yi Feng's soul rings, Tang San also hopes that his 3rd soul ring will be of 10,000 years. Chapter 22. Xiao Wu's shyness and Tang San's jealousy. Kid, you're quite impressive. Let me see just how powerful a soul master with 3 10,000-year soul rings truly is, Zhao Wujie remarked. Be careful, he's about to attack, Tang San warned. However, Zhao Wujie did not charge forward. Instead, he crouched down, his fist striking the ground with great force. A powerful shockwave surged toward Yi Feng and the others. Not good, Tang San exclaimed, immediately leaping into action. At the same time, a strand of blue-silver grass swiftly extended toward Ning Rongrong, aiming to pull her away from the ground. Yet, before his blue-silver grass could entangle Ning Rongrong, Yi Feng had already reached her side, wrapping an arm around her slender waist and leaping into the air. Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing reacted swiftly as well, evading Zhao Wujie's probing attack. Are you all right? Yi Feng asked as he landed, releasing Ning Rongrong. He inwardly marveled at Ning Rongrong's exquisite skin, feeling its velvety texture even through her clothing. The sensation was undeniably delightful. Her delicate face blushed a vibrant red, reminiscent of flames. Thank you. I'm fine, she murmured, her gaze lowered, unable to meet Yi Feng's eyes, her heart racing with an unprecedented fervor. Throughout her life, aside from her father and 2 grandfathers, no other man had ever held her. The intimate contact moments ago had enveloped her in Yi Feng's warmth, and she had inhaled his captivating scent, causing her heart to flutter uncontrollably. Step back a little, the battle is ours to handle, Yi Feng instructed. All right, Ning Rongrong complied. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Yi Feng, unwilling to blink. In that moment, her world contained nothing but him, entirely oblivious to the assessment or to Tang San and the others. Tang San furrowed his brow, retracting his blue-silver grass. Was this a case of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress? He felt a twinge of discomfort at the inappropriateness of the situation. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Yi Feng and Ning Rongrong, suddenly feeling a pang of unease within her heart. Yi Feng, return to your position, Tang San commanded, exercising his authority as the team leader. Yi Feng complied, moving to the front alongside Xiao Wu, facing Zhao Wujie directly. Zhu Zhuqing positioned herself to the side, ready to launch a disruptive attack on Zhao Wujie. Zhao Wujie grinned. The little ones are quite responsive. Now I shall get serious. Attack! Tang San exclaimed, his demeanor shifting to one of utmost seriousness. He believed that the best defense is a good offense, for only in this way could they hope to pass the assessment. Yi Feng, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing surged forward almost simultaneously. By the time Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing had covered half the distance, Yi Feng had already reached Zhao Wujie's side. Such astonishing speed. Xiao Wu marveled. Her martial soul excelled in powerful attacks, and was also quite adept in speed, logically speaking. Yi Feng's sword martial soul should not possess such swiftness, yet she found herself lagging behind him by half. Daim Mubai's pupils constricted as he clenched his fists. The speed Yi Feng exhibited was no slower than his own. Teacher Zhao, teach him a lesson, Daim Mubai silently urged, hoping Zhao Wujie would leave Yi Feng battered and bruised. What a remarkable lad. Zhao Wujie laughed heartily, reaching out with his large hand to grasp Yi Feng. With his martial soul activated, Zhao Wujie's physique was extraordinarily imposing, his bulging muscles resembling blocks of granite, creating a striking visual impact. As Yi Feng focused his thoughts, the 20-centimeter-long short sword in his hand instantaneously elongated, transforming into a black longsword over 3 feet in length. With the longsword in hand, he exerted very little effort, lightly sweeping it towards Zhao Wujie's outstretched palm. Zhao Wujie's eyes gleamed with intensity as a layer of yellow light enveloped his hand. He chose to confront directly, testing the might of Yi Feng's martial spirit. With a swift sound, the longsword sliced through the yellow radiance, enveloping Zhao Wujie's palm as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. Zhao Wujie was taken aback, hastily retracting his hand. Yet, he was a fraction too late. A crimson line emerged upon his palm, the skin having been severed. What an exceptionally sharp blade. Cold sweat trickled down Zhao Wujie's brow, leaving him utterly astonished. He was careless, not fully on guard. Had he not withdrawn swiftly, this strike would likely have cleaved into his very bones. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Feng had not even exerted a fraction of his strength. Had he done so, that hand would have been severed. This line of blood was visible only to Yi Feng at close range. Otherwise, Daim Mubai and Tang San would surely have been left aghast. The mere thought of injuring a soul sage of 76 levels was beyond their wildest imagination. While Zhao Wujie was astonished, he also felt a twinge of embarrassment. His decision to personally assess the situation stemmed not only from a desire to invigorate his own physique, but also from an intention to instill a sense of humility in the young ones, to temper their arrogance. However, to his dismay, it was not their pride that was subdued. Rather, he found himself injured from the outset. Do you take me for a feeble cat simply because I refrained from displaying my prowess? A glint of ferocity flickered in Zhao Wujie's eyes, further solidifying his resolve to diminish the spiritedness of Yi Feng and his companions. At that moment, Xiao Wu's assault finally commenced. After a lengthy sprint, she gracefully leaped to land atop Zhao Wujie's head, her legs encircling his skull. Her first spirit ring ignited, activating her soul skill, the waist bow. Concurrently, an abundance of blue-silver grass erupted beneath Zhao Wujie's feet, lifting him off the ground. With his feet no longer grounded, he was deprived of leverage, allowing the potency of Xiao Wu's waistbow to manifest with greater efficacy. With a spirited cry, she summoned her strength, intent on casting Zhao Wujie downwards. This time, Zhao Wujie was not to underestimate her again. He exerted a gentle force, causing his body to tremble as the blue-silver grass beneath him erupted, shattering into countless fragments. Xiao Wu gasped in surprise and was similarly propelled away. Xiao Wu, Tang San shouted anxiously, attempting to catch her with the blue-silver grass. However, a large portion of his blue-silver grass had been destroyed by Zhao Wujie's attack, resulting in a backlash that rendered him unable to control it effectively. As Xiao Wu flew through the air, her soul power became chaotic, leaving her feeling weak and disoriented. Just as she braced for impact with the ground, she instinctively closed her eyes. At that moment, a white figure flashed by. Yi Feng had already caught her in his embrace. Zhu Qing, step back, Yi Feng commanded. Zhu Zhuqing, initially intending to scratch him, immediately retreated upon hearing his voice. Xiao Wu instinctively clung tightly to Yi Feng, burying her head in his chest. It wasn't until they touched down that she realized something was amiss. She opened her eyes and was startled to find herself in Yi Feng's arms. "Ah!" she exclaimed, quickly wriggling free from his hold, her heart racing and her face flushed, making her even more adorable. "Are you all right, Xiao Wu?" Yi Feng inquired. "I am fine," Xiao Wu replied in a flustered manner. It was the first time in her life that a man had held her in such a way. Even Tang San had never embraced her so intimately. In Yi Feng's arms, she felt warmth, security, and comfort, a sensation she found herself reluctant to part from. In the distance, Ning Rongrong pouted, displaying her displeasure. After retreating a short distance, Zhu Zhuqing observed Yi Feng in silence. Tang San, noticing Xiao Wu's rosy cheeks and recalling the moment she was held by Yi Feng, felt a surge of anger within him. "Xiao Wu, are you okay?" Tang San called out. "Brother, I'm fine," Xiao Wu replied, offering him a smile. Zhao Wujie glanced at the incense stick, which had burned down a third of its length. "Little one, how are you holding up? Is it still manageable?" Zhao Wujie said with a hint of provocation. Tang San, having regained his composure, responded, "Teacher, you might be speaking a bit too early." Yi Feng stepped forward, approaching Zhao Wujie and stating, "You are Zhao, correct? I wish to settle this with one decisive move. Do you dare?" Tang San's expression changed dramatically, and he hurriedly shouted, "Yi Feng, do you understand what you're saying?" The three girls, including Zhu Zhuqing, stared at him in astonishment. Challenging a soul sage to a one-move duel as a soul master was preposterous. Arrogant, Daim Mubai felt a surge of delight. A student so audacious would surely receive a stern lesson from Teacher Zhao. Chapter 23. A single punch to pass the examination. Yi Feng, no? How could you possibly defeat a soul sage with just one move? Ning Rongrong exclaimed anxiously. Yi Feng, Zhu Zhuqing called out, shaking her head. She too believed that Yi Feng stood no chance against Zhao Wujie. "Yi Feng, have you lost your mind?" Xiao Wu remarked. Tang San furrowed his brow and said, "Yi Feng, it is us five who are being assessed by Teacher Zhao. You have no authority to represent us in challenging him." He was deeply concerned that if Yi Feng were indeed to challenge Zhao Wujie, the assessment would undoubtedly end in failure. Thus, he felt compelled to intervene. Ignoring Tang San and the others, Yi Feng continued to gaze at Zhao Wujie and inquired, "Teacher Zhao, are you afraid?" "You have quite the audacity," Zhao Wujie replied. His penetrating gaze fixed upon Yi Feng. Observing Yi Feng's calm demeanor, Zhao Wujie nodded and said, "Since you wish for a one-on-one duel, I shall oblige you." "Very well," Yi Feng responded. "You cannot be so selfish. On what grounds do you represent us?" Tang San exclaimed, his voice rising in urgency. Yi Feng turned to him and stated, "I never claimed to represent you. If you do not wish for me to take your place, then after I complete my challenge, you may have your turn." Tang San was momentarily taken aback, astonished by Yi Feng's words. "If we unite our strengths, we might have a chance at passing the assessment. If we act separately, it is nearly impossible," Tang San argued. "I am confident in my abilities. Those who believe in me may join my team," Yi Feng declared. "How can you act in such a manner? The assessment concerns all of us. This is not the time for personal heroics," Tang San retorted. Ning Rongrong clenched her teeth and said, "Yi Feng, I will stand by you." Without hesitation, Zhu Zhuqing added, "I believe in you." Slightly torn, Xiao Wu glanced between Yi Feng and Tang San. "Yi Feng, I'm sorry, but I wish to take the assessment alongside Tang San," she expressed. Her admission was not about her own admission to Shrek Academy. Rather, it stemmed from her concern that Tang San might fail the assessment alone, prompting her desire to support him. How amusing. The infighting begins even before the assessment concludes, Zhao Wujie remarked, clapping his hands with an amused expression. "Very well. You may take the assessment with Tang San," Yi Feng conceded, then turned to face Zhao Wujie. "Teacher Zhao, let us settle this with a single move." "Excellent. I shall grant your wish," Zhao Wujie replied, his interest piqued. He wished to discern the source of Yi Feng's audacity, which seemed rather brazen. Tang San pulled Xiao Wu aside and whispered, "I previously believed him to be a decent person, yet I did not anticipate such selfishness. Xiao Wu, one should not forge deep connections with such individuals. It would be wise to limit interactions with him in the future." Xiao Wu shook her head and replied, "I find him quite agreeable. He even treated me to food. He is challenging Teacher Zhao. Perhaps he genuinely possesses considerable skill." Tang San, with earnest gravity, remarked, "Xiao Wu, you remain too naive, unaware of the treachery that lurks within the human heart. As the saying goes, the heart of man is inscrutable." Trust my words. They will not lead you astray. Let us observe the battle for now. Xiao Wu turned her gaze towards the center of the arena. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing had also retreated to the periphery. You seem remarkably confident in him, Ning Rongrong inquired, observing Zhu Zhuqing's serene demeanor. Zhu Zhuqing replied calmly. It is not confidence in him. Rather, this Shrek Academy is not a place one must enter at all costs. Wherever he goes, I shall follow. Ning Rongrong paused for a moment, then smiled. What a coincidence. I feel the same way. Zhu Zhuqing turned to meet Ning Rongrong's gaze, and in their eyes, two flames appeared to ignite. Yi Feng retracted his martial soul and addressed Zhao Wujia. Teacher Zhao, I shall only throw one punch. Zhao Wujia was momentarily taken aback. To forego the use of one's martial soul seemed rather presumptuous. Were those 3 10,000-year soul rings merely ornamental? Soon, he broke into a smile, exclaiming, I relish this style of combat. Show me just how formidable your punch truly is. Then be careful, Yi Feng warned as he approached Zhao Wujia, who had also retracted his martial soul, his robust physique diminishing rapidly. Since Yi Feng chose not to employ his martial soul, Zhao Wujia had no intention of utilizing his either. His true height is not particularly tall, even slightly shorter than Yi Feng, yet his physique remains robust. Yi Feng chose not to utter another word, launching a punch towards Zhao Wuji's chest. With a smile adorning his face, Zhao Wuji reciprocated with a punch of his own, meeting Yi Feng's fist head-on. Teacher Zhao, give it your all, Daim Mubai silently urged, wishing fervently for Zhao Wuji to thoroughly dominate Yi Feng. With a resounding crash, the fair-skinned and dark-hued fists collided, sending Yi Feng's body hurtling backwards. After being propelled 10 meters away, Yi Feng managed to regain control, landing gracefully without a scratch. What a remarkable young man, quite strong indeed, Zhao Wuji exclaimed, his face alight with joy, as if he were gazing upon a treasure. In their earlier clash, he had surprisingly been forced back a few steps by Yi Feng. Although he had not exerted his full strength, the feat was still astonishing. This year, Shrek Academy had indeed recruited a true prodigy among prodigies. Yi Feng, are you all right? Ning Rongrong hurriedly approached. Zhu Zhuqing, swifter still, arrived at Yi Feng's side in an instant, glancing at his fist and inquiring, are you okay? I'm fine, Yi Feng replied, shaking his head with a smile. How could he possibly be in trouble? Even if 100 Zhao Wuji were to appear, he would remain unscathed. The act of being struck and sent flying is merely a performance on his part. He perceives the situation with remarkable clarity. This fourth challenge, ostensibly a test of practical combat skills, is merely a way to establish authority and temper their enthusiasm. To leap directly from the second and third challenges to the fourth signifies that one possesses enough talent to join Shrek Academy. As for practical combat abilities, they hold little significance. The Academy offers ample opportunities for gradual refinement. Yi Feng is not inclined to squander time on these tedious skirmishes, which is why he proposed a decisive showdown. To enter Shrek Academy as a student, he cannot reveal too much of his strength. He merely needs to demonstrate enough capability to capture Zhao Wuji's attention. The outcome of winning or losing is inconsequential. He does not believe that Zhao Wujia would prevent him from joining Shrek Academy should he fail. As long as everything is fine, Ning Rongrong remarked. In the distance, Xiao Wu sighed in relief upon hearing Yi Feng's words. Tang San sighed, saying, Xiao Wu, look, he insists on playing the hero and disregards my advice. Now, he has failed the assessment and can't even enter Shrek Academy. Xiao Wu felt a pang of sadness. The thought of Yi Feng and his companions being unable to enter Shrek Academy troubled her heart. Seeing that Yi Feng was unscathed, Daim Mubai felt a deep sense of disappointment, his fist clenched tightly. At that moment, Zhao Wujia looked at Yi Feng with a teasing expression and said, You have lost. Yi Feng nodded calmly and replied, I understand. It seems I am fated to have no connection with Shrek Academy. Zhuqing, Rongrong, I apologize. Zhu Zhuqing responded, It's nothing. I do not covet entry into Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong added, In truth, I only came to Shrek Academy for fun. It's no problem. Yi Feng smiled and said, That's good, let us depart. When Zhu Zhuqing prepared to leave with Yi Feng, Daim Mubai was momentarily taken aback. If Zhu Zhuqing stayed here, he still had some chance to win her over. However, if Zhu Zhuqing truly left with Yi Feng, he was certain that his prospects would swiftly diminish. Zhuqing, Rongrong. Xiao Wu called out reluctantly. Goodbye, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong waved. Yi Feng led the two women toward the exit, silently counting. 1, 2, 3. Wait. Zhao Wujia's voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 24. Assessment. Tang San, A lesson in authority. Yi Feng and the others halted. I merely stated that you lost. I did not say you failed the assessment, Zhao Wujie chuckled. Everyone except Yi Feng was momentarily stunned. Teacher Zhao, isn't it true that failing the assessment means one must leave? Daim Mubai questioned in confusion. Last year, he was eliminated after failing 2 assessments in the 4th round. Zhao Wujie remarked. With that punch he just threw, he is qualified to enter Shrek Academy. Daim Mubai felt a mixture of emotions, uncertain whether to feel joy or disappointment. The good news was that Zhu Zhuqing could remain at Shrek Academy, but the bad news was that Yi Feng would also stay. Just wait. Our rivalry has only just begun, Daim Mubai thought to himself. It seemed that admission to Shrek Academy depended on the teachers, rather than merely on victory or defeat. Tang San pondered. Xiao San, that's wonderful. They passed the assessment, Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully. Tang San replied with a wry smile. Xiao Wu, they have succeeded. But we have yet to pass. Oh dear, Xiao Wu said, a hint of annoyance in her voice, if I had known. We should have teamed up with Yi Feng earlier. Tang San's expression turned somewhat awkward, but he quickly composed himself and stated, Xiao Wu, we must rely on our own strength to pass the assessment. How can we depend on others? Zhao Wujie looked at Tang San with appreciation, saying, good lad. It's commendable that you think this way. They have passed, and now it is your turn. Do you wish to settle this with a single strike against me? Tang San shook his head. I do not wish to determine the outcome with a single blow. Let us proceed with the previous assessment method. Very well. Since there are only 2 of you, I shall consider it a half incense stick's duration, Zhao Wujie responded. Tang San glanced at Xiao Wu, puffed out his chest, and declared, it is not just the 2 of us. I will take the assessment together with her. Zhao Wujie paused for a moment and said, good lad. You are quite bold. Xiao San, can you handle it alone? Xiao Wu asked with concern. Tang San looked at Yi Feng and smiled. Rest assured. When have I ever undertaken a task without confidence? Xiao Wu still felt uneasy. How about I help you? No need. Just watch from the sidelines. Tang San insisted firmly. If Yi Feng could help 2 girls pass the assessment, Tang San was determined not to be outdone, especially after seeing his cherished Xiao Wu blush at Yi Feng. Tang San felt compelled to prove himself, asserting that he was not inferior to Yi Feng. A disciple of the Tang sect should never be weaker than others. All right. Xiao Wu conceded. Now, step back a bit, Tang San instructed. Xiao Wu, come over here, Yi Feng called with a smile. Xiao Wu, with her long legs, hurried over. Yi Feng, you were truly impressive just now, managing to repel a soul sage. She exclaimed in awe. Yi Feng flashed a charming smile at her. In the distance, Tang San observed this scene, feeling a surge of anger. The girl he had always doted on, whom he had cared for like a sister, was now laughing and chatting with another man. Particularly, he found Yi Feng somewhat displeasing. Teacher Zhao, let us begin. Tang San felt a surge of frustration and shouted, attempting to interrupt the conversation between Xiao Wu and Yi Feng. As anticipated, Xiao Wu's attention was drawn, and she exclaimed, go for it, San. You can do it. Zhao Wujie observed Tang San with a somewhat malicious smile and remarked, let me make myself clear. You have the time of a mere incense stick. If you cannot endure, you must leave Shrek Academy. This time, I will not make any exceptions. Zhao Wujie initially intended to instill a sense of humility in these newcomers during the assessment, but unexpectedly encountered the extraordinary Yi Feng, whose single punch had captured his interest. Thus, when he saw Yi Feng depart without a hint of reluctance, he felt compelled to retain this unparalleled talent. He failed to achieve his objective of intimidating others. Consequently, as Tang San remained resolute in his assessment, Zhao Wujie suddenly conceived an idea. Since he could not quell Yi Feng's arrogance, he decided to take Tang San as a target. To kill the chicken to scare the monkey, thereby instilling a sense of caution in Yi Feng, signaling that Shrek Academy is not a place to act recklessly. Of course, if Tang San performed exceptionally well, even if he did not manage to endure for half a stick of incense, Zhao Wujie would still grant him passage. However, he could not reveal this. He intended to speak harshly, hoping to elicit Tang San's latent potential. Initially composed, Tang San felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing Zhao Wujie's words. Just moments ago, having witnessed Yi Feng pass the assessment, he had thought that even if he could not last for half a stick of incense, his excellent performance might warrant Zhao Wujie's leniency and an exception for his admission. To his surprise, before the assessment had even officially commenced, Zhao Wujie made such a declaration. His expression gradually grew solemn. Observing Tang San's change in demeanor, Zhao Wujie chuckled and inquired, so, do you still intend to undergo the assessment alone? At that moment, Tang San felt a pang of regret, wishing he had not succumbed to bravado and had instead invited Xiao Wu to join him. He and Xiao Wu have spent 6 years at Notting Academy, developing a remarkable synergy in their collaboration. When they undertake assessments together, their chances of success undoubtedly increase significantly. However, words are futile now. He finds himself in a predicament from which he cannot retreat. To utter a word of regret would only serve to make him a subject of ridicule. Teacher, I am certain I wish to undertake your assessment alone. Tang San felt a pang of remorse within, yet his expression remained resolute. Well, commendable courage, Zhao Wujia silently nodded. Finding himself somewhat pleased with Tang San's demeanor, he retrieved an incense stick, removing half before igniting it and planting it firmly in the ground. Let us begin. I wish to see if your blue-silver grass martial soul can sustain you for the duration of this incense stick. Upon finishing his words, Zhao Wujia's martial soul enveloped him once more, causing his physique to swell rapidly, exuding an overwhelming presence akin to that of a colossal bear. He strode purposefully towards Tang San. In his estimation, when it came to offensive power, Tang San, as a control-type soul master, could not possibly rival the formidable attack-type Feng. Moreover, Tang San's soul power was considerably inferior to that of Feng. Thus, Zhao Wujia's regard for Tang San was minimal. As Zhao Wujia approached, Tang San swiftly retreated, creating distance between them. As a control-type soul master, the gravest error was to allow a powerful attack-type soul master to close in, especially when facing a formidable attack-type soul sage. While retreating, Tang San's blue-silver grass rapidly entwined around Zhao Wujia. Soon, Zhao Wujia found himself completely ensnared by the blue-silver grass. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San activated his second soul skill, Parasite, causing countless blue-silver grass seeds to stealthily settle upon Zhao Wujia's form. His second soul skill is exceedingly covert. Even Zhao Wujia, the soul saint, failed to notice that seeds of blue-silver grass had already taken root within him. The blue-silver grass entwined around Zhao Wujia carries a certain degree of paralyzing toxicity. Zhao Wujia paused, gradually exerting his strength to assess the resilience of the blue-silver grass. Quite impressive. This blue-silver grass ranks among the finest within the same tier of control-type martial souls, Zhao Wujia remarked in astonishment, visibly pleased. As Zhao Wujia's power intensified, the blue-silver grass began to emit creaking sounds, fissures appearing incessantly. With a resounding bang, the blue-silver grass exploded, prompting Zhao Wujia to laugh heartily as he hastened towards Tang San. Half of the incense stick had already burned, and he needed to resolve his confrontation with Tang San swiftly. The distance between the two began to diminish rapidly. Tang San's expression grew unusually grave as he executed the ghost shadow perplexing steps, attempting to distance himself from Zhao Wujia. You cannot escape, kid, Zhao Wujia boomed with laughter, the third soul ring on his body suddenly illuminating. The third soul skill, Gravity Enhancement, activated, and Tang San immediately felt his body grow heavy. As if his feet were mired in a quagmire, his movements becoming sluggish. Chapter 25. Overwhelmed by the stimulus, Tang San fainted. Can't run now, can you? Zhao Wujia reached out his large hand towards Tang San. Gritting his teeth, Tang San was compelled to awaken the seeds of blue-silver grass on Zhao Wujia's body. Once more, Zhao Wujia's form became ensconced in blue-silver grass, resembling a colossal rice dumpling. Tang San maximized the ghost shadow perplexing steps, finally creating distance between himself and Zhao Wujia. He cast a glance at the distant fragrance, noting that only half remained. Could it truly be necessary to resort to hidden weapons? Tang San pondered within himself. Prior to the commencement of the assessment, he had already anticipated such a possibility. Relying solely on his blue-silver grass, he feared he might struggle to pass this trial. Unexpectedly, barely half the time had elapsed, and he found himself compelled to nearly resort to the use of concealed weapons. What a clever lad. His reflexes are quite remarkable. Zhao Wujia once again broke free from the entanglement of the blue-silver grass. His fourth soul ring illuminated, activating the soul skill of positioning and tracking. The fourth soul ring launched forth, encircling Tang San. Zhao Wujia's hearty laughter resonated as he leaped into the air, swiftly approaching Tang San. Startled, Tang San desperately urged his soul power in an attempt to flee. However, to his astonishment, no matter how he altered his course, Zhao Wujia's trajectory adapted accordingly. Gritting his teeth, Tang San came to a halt. He comprehended that this was undoubtedly related to Zhao Wuqi's fourth soul skill. There was no escape for him. Once Zhao Wuqi closed the distance, defeat was inevitable. His only option was to take the initiative and strike first. He brushed his hands against his waist, his fingertips already pinching several willow leaf blades. The edges of these blades shimmered with a bluish hue, indicating they had been imbued with poison. Tang San's hidden weapons were categorized into two types, toxic and non-toxic. In the presence of Zhao Wujia, a soul sage, the efficacy of non-toxic weapons was negligible. Therefore, he resorted to the lethal willow leaf blades. Suspended in midair, Zhao Wujia was drawn closer to Tang San by the pull of his soul rings. For Tang San, this presented an optimal target. With a swift flick of his hands, he launched 6 willow leaf blades towards Zhao Wujia's limbs. The distance between them had diminished significantly, and the speed at which Tang San's projectiles flew was astonishing. Caught off guard, Zhao Wujia, who had never encountered such hidden weapons before, was unable to react in time, and all 4 of his limbs were struck simultaneously. A sharp pain coursed through his limbs, followed by an overwhelming sensation of paralysis. This weapon was indeed poisoned. He promptly reacted, exerting all his strength, and a series of sharp sounds echoed as the willow leaf blades were unleashed from his body. Despicable! Zhao Wujie roared, and under the influence of his 4th soul skill, he finally stood before Tang San. As his 2nd soul ring illuminated, the formidable Vajra palm was unleashed, transforming his palms into fans as they struck towards Tang San. Tang San's expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to swiftly retreat while simultaneously raising his hands. A faint sound echoed as 2 short arrows shot forth from the sleeves of his garments, aimed directly at Zhao Wujia's chest and abdomen. Damn it! Zhao Wujia bellowed, activating his 1st soul ring, which erupted in a dazzling golden light. The incoming arrows were instantly deflected by this radiant energy. Tang San was also caught in the aftershock of the golden light, utilizing its force to retreat further. What a cunning boy! Zhao Wujia roared in fury, channeling greater strength to close the distance to Tang San with increased speed. At that moment, his limbs throbbed with pain and began to weaken. Having been struck by Tang San's concealed weapon, Zhao Wujia felt a profound loss of dignity. Coupled with the effects of the poison, his rage was becoming increasingly difficult to contain. He had intended to instill fear in Tang San, but unexpectedly, he, a soul sage, found himself injured. With several younger individuals observing nearby, he pondered how he could possibly maintain his image thereafter. He must teach Tang San a severe lesson. Upon seeing the enraged Zhao Wuji, Tang San secretly thought to himself that it was a grave situation. With a fierce determination, he gritted his teeth and thrust his hands forward. 6 exceedingly fine golden threads shot out at an astonishing speed, aimed directly at Zhao Wuji. These were the dragon whisker needles, cleverly concealed beneath his fingernails, which he had only acquired yesterday. When devoid of soul energy, the dragon whisker needles would condense into a minuscule particle. However, once infused with soul energy, they transformed into incredibly sharp needles, possessing exceptional penetration capabilities, specifically designed to pierce through various forms of energy barriers and martial arts techniques. These needles, so diminutive and swift, were nearly imperceptible without careful observation. Zhao Wuji, once again, had underestimated the situation. Previously oblivious to the existence of hidden weapons, he could not fathom the presence of such inconspicuous tools. As the dragon whisker needle pierced Zhao Wuji's skin, it emitted no sound. It was only when the needle contracted within his body that he experienced a surge of excruciating pain. Zhao Wuji could not help but draw in a sharp breath, his face contorting in agony. He came to an abrupt halt, nearly losing his balance. Tang San meticulously attended to Zhao Wuji's legs, unleashing a total of 10 dragon whisker needles. The searing agony of torn and strained muscles was almost unbearable for this stalwart man. On the surface of his skin, bulges appeared, each as large as an egg. Tang San withdrew to a distance, and upon witnessing Zhao Wujia come to a standstill, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He cast a glance at the incense stick in the distance, which was nearly extinguished, and a confident smile blossomed upon his face. "Well done, little three," exclaimed Xiao Wu from afar, her voice filled with excitement. Zhao Wujia lifted his gaze to the incense, and with the searing pain coursing through his body, the fury within him erupted. He initially intended to use this battle as a means to educate Tang San, to temper the arrogance of these talented youths. However, to his astonishment, he found himself being toyed with throughout the encounter, his body already battered and bruised, while Tang San emerged unscathed. On the very first day of school, he had suffered a significant loss of face, How could he possibly teach this group of young rascals thereafter? In that moment, Zhao Wujie felt a surge of irrationality. Just as the incense was about to burn out, he could no longer restrain his power and lunged towards Tang San. What a cunning little rascal! Zhao Wujie roared, activating his enhanced gravity and the formidable diamond palm once more, aiming a strike at Tang San. The confident smile vanished from Tang San's face, his eyes widened in alarm, and a hint of fear crept across his features. This strike was overwhelmingly powerful. He sensed the ominous presence of death. Noticing the fear etched on Tang San's face, Zhao Wujie tempered his force slightly. With a resounding crash, under the impact of Zhao Wujie's massive palm, Tang San was sent flying like a tattered sack, spewing blood as he hurtled backwards into the bamboo chair where Zhao Wujie had previously rested. The chair shattered into countless pieces upon impact. As Tang San hit the ground, he coughed up another mouthful of blood, his expression one of utter despondency. He cast a weary glance at the incense stick, noting a faint glimmer of light, and despair crept across his visage. There was no hope left. His injuries were grave, rendering him incapable of rising. "Teacher, did I pass the assessment?" Tang San inquired with a tinge of reluctance, hoping that Zhao Wujie's recognition of his exemplary performance might yield leniency. Zhao Wujie inhaled sharply, enduring the excruciating pain, and coldly retorted, "What a vicious method! I detest treachery above all. You have failed this assessment." The words "not passed" reverberated in Tang San's mind relentlessly, as if struck by lightning, plunging him into darkness. "Xiao San!" Xiao Wu cried out, rushing towards him. Yi Feng and others followed suit. "This lad lacks resilience." Zhao Wujie grimaced at the sight of Tang San's unconscious form, feeling a pang of empathy. Xiao Wu approached, indignantly stating, "Teacher Zhao, as a senior, how could you strike so harshly?" The pained expression on Zhao Wujie's face faded as he feigned nonchalance, saying, "I have held back. His injuries are not severe. With treatment, he shall recover by tomorrow." He merely fainted from the shock. Xiao Wu exhaled a sigh of relief. "Mubai, take this lad to Oscar's room and let him feed him some of those large sausages," Zhao Wujie instructed. "Large sausages?" Xiao Wu paused for a moment, then recalled Oscar's lecherous demeanor and protested. "How can you give Xiao San such repulsive food?" "Repulsive? You are now students of Shrek Academy. You will all have to eat Oscar's sausages from now on," Zhao Wujie replied, suppressing his agony, fearful that these youngsters might perceive his disarray. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing felt a wave of nausea at the thought of consuming such sausages, coupled with Oscar's lascivious soul skill. Xiao Wu, taken aback, asked, "What did you say? Xiao San and I are also students of Shrek?" Zhao Wujie nodded, his impatience evident. "You both have passed." "That's wonderful," Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully, but then immediately recalled the sausages, declaring, "I would rather die than eat such revolting things. I would rather perish than consume them," Ning Rongrong echoed. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head in agreement. "Well, whether you eat or not is up to you. Mubai, kindly see to their accommodation," Zhao Wujie concluded. He did not force the three girls, Xiao Wu included. There would be ample opportunities for them to eat later. Having spoken, Zhao Wujie hurriedly took his leave. His limbs were all poisoned, leaving his hands and feet weak. He was eager to seek Oscar for an antidote before addressing the several painful swellings on his body. "Teacher Zhao," Yi Feng called out to Zhao Wujie. "Speak quickly, or release whatever you need to." Zhao Wujie turned around, his expression growing increasingly impatient. The 10 or so swellings had begun to darken, and the pain was intensifying. With each step he took, the muscles within him were torn and split, a pain that was simply beyond human endurance. Therefore, when Yi Feng delayed him from addressing his injuries, Zhao Wujie naturally did not offer a pleasant demeanor. Yi Feng, unperturbed, pointed to the swollen lumps on Zhao Wujie's body and remarked, "Teacher Zhao, if the contents within are not extracted promptly, the flesh will soon necrose, leaving us with no choice but to excise it. If the delay extends too long, amputation will be the only recourse." "Amputation? Surely, it cannot be that severe?" Zhao Wujie was taken aback, inquiring. It was then that Ning Rongrong noticed the egg-sized lumps on Zhao Wujie's arm. Utterly astonished, she asked, "Teacher Zhao, how did you end up like this?" Upon realizing that Yi Feng and the others had observed his injuries, Zhao Wujie's pride was suddenly at stake. He pointed at Tang San lying on the ground, filled with frustration, and exclaimed, "It is this scoundrel, employing insidious and vile tactics. I cannot fathom what means he has employed to ambush me. Those previous daggers were also poisoned. I must expel the toxins swiftly, or I may face mortal peril." Ning Rongrong, unable to contain her astonishment, gazed at the unconscious Tang San, a chill creeping down her spine, and remarked, "Is Tang San truly so despicable? Such cruelty is beyond measure." Zhu Zhuqing cast a disdainful glance at Tang San, whose lips were stained with blood. Xiao Wu instantly felt a wave of guilt wash over her, and said, "I apologize, Teacher Zhao. Tang San must have resorted to these weapons out of desperation to gain entry into Shrek Academy. So, it is my folly that has led to this." Zhao Wujin replied, "No, that is not my intent." Xiao Wu quickly gestured with her hands in front of her chest. "Very well, I shall tend to my injuries first," Zhao Wujin stated. Preparing to depart. "Teacher Zhao, those needles embedded in your body can only be removed through a specialized method," Yi Feng cautioned. Zhao Wujin paused once more, casting a doubtful expression as he released his spiritual energy to assess the extent of his injuries and attempted to extract the golden needles within. Before long, his countenance shifted to one of grave distress. He found himself unable to extract the delicate dragon whisker needles within. "Teacher Zhao, allow me to try. I believe I can manage it," Yi Feng remarked. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji's eyes immediately brightened, and he hurriedly urged, "Then you must give it a try." The excruciating pain had become increasingly unbearable for him. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have succumbed to unconsciousness by now. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu all gazed at Yi Feng in astonishment. Even a soul sage was powerless against such a thing. Could Yi Feng truly provide a solution? Yi Feng extended his hand, hovering above a lump on Zhao Wuji's arm, his consciousness effortlessly locating both ends of the dragon whisker needle. He gently inhaled, extracting the dragon whisker needle, which transformed into a diminutive golden particle in the palm of his hand. Zhao Wujing shuddered in pain, his body convulsing as he gazed at the golden speck, his teeth grinding in frustration. "Oscar!" he bellowed, his voice resonating throughout the Shrek Academy. Yi Feng continued to extract the dragon whisker needles, and with each removal, Zhao Wujing trembled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Before long, Oscar came rushing in, breathless from afar, inquiring, "Teacher Zhao, what is the matter?" Upon seeing Yi Feng and the others, he halted momentarily. "Come here," Zhao Wujing commanded loudly. "I'm coming." Oscar hurried to Zhao Wujing's side. "Bring me a large sausage and a small wax sausage, quickly," Zhao Wujing urged. "Understood." Oscar, glancing at the horrifying welts on Zhao Wujing's body, felt a shiver run down his spine and swiftly began crafting the sausages. "I have a large sausage." "I have a small wax sausage." Oscar chanted twice, and soon 2 fresh sausages appeared in his hands, emanating an enticing aroma. The 3 girls, including Xiao Wu, looked at the sausages with disgust. Zhao Wujing seized the sausages and devoured them in a few bites. A warm sensation spread through his body, alleviating much of the pain and beginning to neutralize the toxins. Oscar stepped back to stand beside Daim Mubai and whispered, "Boss Dai, what on earth happened? How did Teacher Zhao end up like this?" Daim Mubai gestured toward Tang San on the ground, saying, "That guy did it. He is no ordinary opponent. You should be cautious from now on. This batch of newcomers is rather abnormal," Oscar said, astonished. "By the way, Teacher Zhao wants you to room with this kid from now on," Daim Mubai added. "No way." Oscar felt a chill run down his spine. Before long, all the dragon whisker needles were extracted from Zhao Wujing's body. "Mubai will take you to the dormitory," Zhao Wujing stated. Having finished speaking, he hurriedly departed. He felt as if he had lost his face, unwilling to linger here for even a moment longer. Daim Mubai cast a glance over everyone, then pointed at Tang San and instructed Yi Feng, "You, carry him on your back and follow me." With that, he turned away, a subtle smile curving at the corners of his mouth as he began to walk. Oscar's gaze swept over the 3 girls, and he prepared to follow Daim Mubai. "Oscar," Yi Feng called out. Oscar turned back. "What is it?" "You carry him," Yi Feng said, gesturing towards Tang San. "All right." Oscar's expression suddenly became blank as he swiftly hoisted Tang San onto his back. "Let us depart," Yi Feng said with a smile. He cast an inadvertent glance in one direction. There, a tall figure clad in a black robe concealed itself behind a large tree, peering through the foliage towards him. "Tang Hao, his prowess is commendable." Yi Feng averted his gaze, dismissing Tang Hao from his thoughts. He was aware that Tang Hao would come to Shrek Academy tonight to confront Zhao Wujing. Chapter 27, The Severely Disdained Ma Hongjun. Daim Mubai led the way, followed by Oscar carrying Tang San. Yi Feng and the others trailed behind. Daim Mubai turned back, casting a disapproving glare at Oscar, filled with a sense of frustration. He felt an overwhelming urge to berate Oscar for his lack of backbone, Must one truly yield to every beck and call? Oscar appeared oblivious to Daim Mubai's scrutinizing gaze, quietly trailing behind Tang San. Suddenly, Xiao Wu leaned closer to Yi Feng and inquired with curiosity, Yi Feng, Xiao San once told me that he is the only one in this world who understands hidden weapons. How do you know the method to extract them? Yi Feng replied, I may not comprehend hidden weapons, yet I have encountered that particular metal in an ancient text and am familiar with its properties. Xiao Wu's expression shifted to one of enlightenment. Ning Rongrong approached Yi Feng from the other side, praising, Yi Feng, you are truly remarkable. You managed to repel Teacher Zhao without even invoking your martial spirit. It was merely Teacher Zhao's mercy, Yi Feng humbly retorted. Even if Teacher Zhao showed leniency, passing such an assessment is no small feat. In my opinion, your current prowess surpasses that of any of our peers, Ning Rongrong asserted. Humph. Daim Mubai scoffed disdainfully, clearly unperturbed. Did they truly underestimate the existence of the evil-eye white tiger? Before long, the group arrived at the dormitory area. Daim Mubai had initially shared a room with Ma Hongjun, while Oscar resided alone. Under Daim Mubai's arrangement, Tang San was placed in Oscar's room. Still in a state of unconsciousness, Oscar prepared a large sausage, mixing it with water to create a paste, which he then administered to Tang San. Although Xiao Wu initially intended to intervene, she refrained upon learning that Oscar's sausage possessed healing properties. Subsequently, Daim Mubai arranged a separate room for Yi Feng, conveniently adjacent to his own. The girls' dormitory was situated in a separate building, a considerable distance from the boys' quarters. Enjoying a lively atmosphere, Xiao Wu suggested that the three of them share a spacious room, to which Ning Rongrong readily agreed. Zhu Zhuqing, who preferred tranquility, contemplated declining but ultimately relented, considering that Ning Rongrong seemed to harbor some interest in Yi Feng. By sharing a room with Ning Rongrong, she could keep a close watch on her movements. Once Daim Mubai had organized the accommodations, he did not linger around Zhu Zhuqing or engage in further conversation, simply departing. He intended to seek out Ma Hongjun and other teachers, imploring them to assist him in fabricating a lie. In Oscar's room, Tang San felt a flutter of his eyelids. Gradually opening his eyes, he immediately spotted Oscar, his face adorned with a scruffy beard, diligently shaving in front of the mirror. It's you, Tang San weakly uttered. Oscar, momentarily startled, turned around with a beaming smile and exclaimed, Tang San, you're awake. Tang San pressed his head, slowly sitting up, and inquired, Didn't I fail the assessment? Oscar replied, Teacher Zhao said you passed, and asked me to assist in your recovery. Tang San was momentarily taken aback, then his face illuminated with joy. He had finally become a student at Shrek Academy. I have a large sausage, Oscar declared, producing one and handing it to Tang San. Have another. It will aid your recovery. Tang San grimaced, retorting, Don't offer me that. Oscar shrugged. No need for such a reaction. I already fed you while you were unconscious. Noticing the murderous glare from Tang San, Oscar hastily added, This sausage is excellent for healing and will fill you up. School starts tomorrow. If you wish to recover quickly, you should eat it. Gritting his teeth, Tang San accepted it and took a bite. In the girls' dormitory, three young women finished organizing their belongings and stepped outside together. I'm hungry. Let us go eat, Ning Rongrong said, patting her stomach. Just then, Yi Feng also emerged from his room. Yi Feng, let us go eat, Ning Rongrong called out. Oscar, hearing her shout, turned to Tang San. I can't chat any longer. I'm off to eat, he said, quickly finishing the last of his shaving. In under a minute, the scruffy beard had vanished, transforming him from a greasy, lecherous figure into a handsome young man. You're still injured. Stay in your room for now, Oscar remarked before hastily exiting and closing the door behind him. Upon stepping out, he spotted Yi Feng and the three girls standing together. With a broad smile, he confidently approached them. Are you heading to the dining hall? Allow me to escort you, he called out warmly before even reaching them. The sight of Oscar in this light astonished the girls. Who is this rather handsome fellow? His voice sounds somewhat familiar. They whispered among themselves. Observing the astonishment on Xiao Wu's face, Oscar introduced himself. Hello, I am Oscar, the one who was just selling sausages. You are the sausage guy? Xiao Wu asked, her surprise growing. Oscar gazed at Xiao Wu, a spark of admiration in his eyes, and confirmed, Indeed, that is I. How is Xiao San? Xiao Wu inquired. Rest assured, he has awakened. I just fed him another large sausage. He is currently resting, Oscar assured her. With a sigh of relief, Xiao Wu responded, Let us go. I will take you to the dining hall. Oscar, with fervor, took the lead ahead. Behind him, Ning Rongrong whispered, He certainly has an attractive appearance, but I sense a rather unsavory aura about him. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. As they proceeded, they encountered not a single soul. The entire Shrek Academy was eerily deserted. There seemed to be remarkably few people at Shrek Academy, Xiao Wu remarked. Oscar, eager to fill the silence, quickly responded, before you arrived, there were only 3 students at Shrek Academy. Myself, Dai and the chubby one. Who is the chubby one? Xiao Wu inquired curiously. Needless to say, he must be another lewd character, Ning Rongrong commented. Oscar suddenly felt a bit awkward and replied. The chubby one's name is Ma Hongjun. His martial soul is quite formidable, known as the evil fire phoenix. Phoenix. Both Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu exclaimed in unison. The phoenix martial soul is indeed one of the most elite beast martial souls. It is surprising to find one here at Shrek Academy. A phoenix is a phoenix. But why is it called the evil fire phoenix? Zhu Zhuqing asked incisively. Indeed, what does evil fire mean? Ning Rongrong queried. His martial soul is rather unique. Oscar hesitated to explain. What makes it unique? Ning Rongrong pressed, sensing something unusual. You will find out soon enough. You may ask him yourself then, Oscar replied. He dared not speak out, fearing the wrath of Ma Hongjun. I am aware, Yi Feng remarked. What do you know? Hurry and tell me. Xiao Wu exclaimed with excitement. Her curiosity piqued by Oscar's cryptic demeanor. Yi Feng continued. Ma Hongjun's martial soul is not a pure phoenix martial soul. Rather, it has mutated from a common fowl, and it bears a significant adverse effect. What kind of adverse effect? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, her typically reserved nature momentarily captivated by the unfolding revelation. Alas, alas. I cannot save you, fatty, Oscar thought to himself. He was astonished. How could Yi Feng possess such profound knowledge? Being classmates with someone like that made me feel nauseated. Zhu Zhuqing remarked coldly. You're finished, fatty. Your new girlfriend is hopeless, Oscar thought, feeling sorrow for Ma Hongjun. Chapter 28. Daim Mubai was exposed on the spot. Fatty was also a victim of circumstances. He did not wish to be tormented by the flames of evil. Oscar said, attempting to salvage some of Ma Hongjun's image. Then he shouldn't seek a girlfriend. Those who frequent such places are not of good character, Ning Rongrong commented. He has a girlfriend, Oscar replied. The moment he uttered those words, realization struck him, and he thought, oh no, having a girlfriend and still going to such places makes him a scoundrel, just like Daim Mubai. Xiao Wu exclaimed. I am beginning to contemplate leaving Shrek Academy. It seems to only produce such unsavory characters, Ning Rongrong lamented. I am not like them, Oscar quickly interjected, gazing earnestly at Xiao Wu's charming face. I am 14 years old and have never had a girlfriend. I am an honest person. What are you staring at me for? Do I have flowers on my face? Xiao Wu asked irritably. Oscar averted his gaze, feeling awkward, and said, Your name is Xiao Wu, right? You are truly adorable. Ning Rongrong tugged at Xiao Wu, eyeing Oscar warily. An honest person? Who believes that? I don't. Xiao Wu shook her head. You will come to understand what kind of person I am, Oscar asserted. He thought, it seems Xiao Wu has a significant misunderstanding of me. I must quickly learn a few tricks from Daim Mubai. Ning Rongrong pulled Xiao Wu aside, falling to the back, and whispered, Xiao Wu, be cautious. Oscar seems to have some interest in you. What? Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise, only to have Ning Rongrong cover her mouth. Oscar glanced back, noticing Xiao Wu was trailing behind, and felt puzzled but said nothing. You think he has feelings for me? Xiao Wu whispered, her face a picture of astonishment. Ning Rongrong nodded, saying, his gaze upon you was rather unusual, didn't you notice? Somewhat oblivious. Xiao Wu only realized after Ning Rongrong's reminder and nodded, it was indeed a bit unusual. You see, he will likely pursue you soon, Ning Rongrong predicted. Rest assured. I want to fall for someone like him, Xiao Wu replied. The group arrived at the academy's cafeteria, where the fare was rather ordinary and not particularly sumptuous. Ning Rongrong had intended to voice some complaints, but, recalling her desire to maintain a ladylike image, decided to hold her tongue. In the afternoon, the group wandered around Shrek Academy, familiarizing themselves with the surroundings. As evening approached, Daim Mubai finally returned. He spent the better part of the day persuading all the teachers at the academy, and then made a trip to Soto City to seek out Flinder and Ma Hongjun. Upon learning that Daim Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing were capable of executing the martial soul fusion technique, the soul-devouring white tiger, Flinder readily acquiesced to Daim Mubai's request without further ado. By evening, Flinder returned with Daim Mubai and Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun was exhilarated upon hearing that 3 beautiful female students had arrived at Shrek Academy. urging them along the way. Upon returning to the academy, Daim Mubai made his way directly to the girls' dormitory, with Ma Hongjun following closely behind. His curiosity piqued. Zhuqing, Zhuqing, Daim Mubai called out persistently from outside, growing impatient. Zhu Zhuqing emerged with a frosty demeanor, followed closely by Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, their expressions unfriendly. The sight of these three stunning beauties caused Ma Hongjun's eyes to widen with delight, nearly drooling at the prospect. Had it not been for the serious matter Daim Mubai needed to discuss, he would have approached them without hesitation. As Zhu Zhuqing appeared, Daim Mubai immediately professed with earnestness, "Give me a chance to explain, will you? Leave me alone." Zhu Zhuqing retorted icily, "If you don't grant me the opportunity to explain, I will remain here all night waiting for you." Daim Mubai's determination was evident. Zhu Zhuqing's body began to tremble slightly, her fury nearly overwhelming her composure. "Zhuqing, let us see what he has to say," Ning Rongrong interjected. Daim Mubai gestured to a distant spot and said, "Let us speak privately. Speak quickly, or be gone." Zhu Zhuqing replied, her impatience palpable. "Very well," Daim Mubai responded, suddenly appearing despondent. "The truth is, I sought out women because I am afflicted by a peculiar illness." Zhu Zhuqing's expression remained cold, showing no sign of change. "What peculiar illness? Do enlighten us," Ning Rongrong said, skepticism etched across her face. Daim Mubai pointed to Ma Hongjun and explained, "This is Ma Hongjun. His martial soul has a side effect. If he does not find release with women, he risks succumbing to a fiery madness that could lead to spontaneous combustion. Having lived with him for several years, I have been affected by his martial soul as well. Hence my need to seek out women, or else I too would perish. This was entirely out of necessity. Zhuqing, I am truly sorry. I do not expect you to forgive me immediately. I shall prove my love for you through my actions in the future, no matter how painful it becomes. Even if it leads to my demise, I will endure and never touch another woman again." As Daim Mubai finished, sorrow etched across his face and tears glistened in his eyes. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were left in astonishment. Zhu Zhuqing reflected on the scene she had witnessed the previous day at the hotel, and upon seeing Daim Mubai's woeful expression, she felt only revulsion. "Are you finished? Then be gone," Zhu Zhuqing said coldly. Anticipating her response, Daim Mubai replied, "If you doubt my words, you may inquire with Ma Hongjun. You are certainly complicit in this deception. Do you truly believe we would be gullible enough to accept your claims?" Ning Rongrong said with a cold smile. Daim Mubai replied, "Even if you do not believe us, you may inquire with our instructors or the dean. Surely, they would not resort to falsehoods. I can attest to that," Ma Hongjun declared, thumping his chest. "I, too, can vouch for the truth of Dai's words. This matter is known to all the faculty of our academy." Oscar approached from a distance. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu furrowed their brows in concern. "Could what he says be true?" Xiao Wu murmured. "It is a fabrication." Yu Feng's voice echoed from afar. Ning Rongrong, apprehensive that Zhu Zhuqing might soften her stance, hastily called out, "Yi Feng, come here quickly. What do you know? Speak with Zhuqing." Yi Feng approached Zhu Zhuqing and stood beside her, immediately feeling the piercing gaze of Daim Mubai upon him. "Yi Feng, while one may indulge in reckless consumption, one must not indulge in reckless speech. If you wish to avoid expulsion from Shrek Academy, refrain from spreading unfounded rumors here," Daim Mubai said coldly. Yi Feng smiled. "I assure you, I do not speak lightly, neither does Ma Hongjun. Do you not agree, Ma Hongjun?" Ma Hongjun paused for a moment before responding. "Of course, I would never speak without reason." "Very well, then, you shall now recount the entire truth of the matter," Yi Feng demanded. His mental prowess effortlessly hypnotized Ma Hongjun. Although Ma Hongjun appeared unperturbed, he recounted, "Today, Boss Dai approached me, requesting that I assist him in fabricating a tale, claiming that he had contracted my sinister fire. In return, I asked him to help me pursue Ning Rongrong. He even convinced our teacher and the dean to join him in this deception." Ma Hongjun spoke with remarkable rapidity, leaving Daim Mubai momentarily dazed. By the time he processed the information, Ma Hongjun had already finished his account. "What nonsensical drivel are you spouting, Ma Hongjun?" Daim Mubai roared, his face flushed with fury. Everyone, save for Yi Feng, was rendered speechless. "Goodness gracious, the chubby fellow has certainly grown audacious," Oscar mused. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze turned icily frigid, emanating a palpable aura of menace. Ning Rongrong regarded Ma Hongjun with an equally frigid stare. This rotund and lecherous individual dared to harbor intentions towards her. "I'm not speaking nonsense," Ma Hongjun protested innocently. Smack! Enraged, Daim Mubai trembled violently, delivering a resounding slap to Ma Hongjuan's face, sending him hurtling through the air. Get lost. Zhu Zhuqing barked coldly. Daim Mubai, I still wish to explain, he began, but Zhu Zhuqing had already turned to retreat indoors. Yi Feng, you are courting death. Daim Mubai's voice dripped with icy malice as he spoke through clenched teeth. A formidable wave of soul power surged from his being. Boss Dai, have you lost your mind? Oscar exclaimed in alarm. Chapter 29. A single slap leaves Daim Mubai crippled. Tang San consumed with jealousy, Yi Feng smiled serenely. His demeanor remarkably composed as he regarded Daim Mubai. He was eager to see whether Daim Mubai truly had the audacity to take action. Boss Dai, are you really going to summon both the teacher and the dean at this late hour? Oscar remarked, tugging at Daim Mubai. Daim Mubai cast a glance at Zhu Zhuqing's room, where the door was already firmly shut. At this moment, dealing with Yi Feng could not be witnessed by Zhu Zhuqing. The ethereal energy emanating from him gradually subsided. Zhuqing, I have severed all ties with those women today. I, Daim Mubai, swear to the heavens that I shall never lay a hand on any woman other than you. Otherwise, may I be struck down by divine retribution and suffer a most unfortunate fate. Daim Mubai bellowed towards Zhu Zhuqing's chamber. Yi Feng observed Daim Mubai with a bemused smile, remarking, swearing recklessly invites punishment if one fails to uphold their vow. Get lost. Don't embarrass yourself here. Ning Rongrong disdainfully interjected. Ignoring her, Daim Mubai approached Yi Feng, sneering. You, boy, wish to lay claim to my woman. You must be unaware of the meaning of death. Yi Feng remained composed, uttering not a word. Mistaking Yi Feng's silence for fear, Daim Mubai leaned in, nearly pressing his face against Yi Feng's, taunting. Today, you are fortunate. I have no desire to engage in conflict. If you continue to court disaster, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The corners of Yi Feng's mouth curled slightly as he replied. Today, you are unfortunate. I feel the urge to strike. What? Daim Mubai's expression turned to one of astonishment. At that moment, he witnessed Yi Feng's hand rise, swiftly descending in a blinding motion. With a resounding slap, Daim Mubai was sent soaring, blood mingling with teeth as he expelled it violently. He flew a good 10 meters before crashing to the ground. Lying still like a lifeless fish, the scene fell into an immediate silence, with everyone rendered speechless. Oscar, gripped by terror, retreated in fear, staring wide-eyed at Yi Feng. He was merely a food-type soul master, and should Yi Feng strike him, he would be utterly unable to withstand it. Xiao Wu swallowed hard, gazing at the motionless Daim Mubai in shock, exclaiming, Yi Feng, you haven't killed that fellow, have you? If he is dead, it serves him right. Ning Rongrong applauded. Oscar hurried over to assess Daim Mubai's condition. To his dismay, he found that one side of Daim Mubai's face was already swollen and bruised. His lips stained with blood, and he had lost consciousness. Thankfully, he was not dead. Oscar let out a sigh of relief. What is happening here? A stern voice inquired. The dean. Oscar exclaimed in surprise. Flender approached, inspecting Daim Mubai's injuries before casting a severe gaze upon Yi Feng, demanding, what transpired? Yi Feng, with an innocent expression, replied. Daim Mubai frightened me with his words. I thought he intended to strike me first, so I acted preemptively. Flender's eyes were filled with pressure as he scrutinized Yi Feng for a considerable time. You are Yi Feng? Flender inquired. He had just listened to Zhao Wujia's report and was informed that today Shrek Academy had recruited a truly extraordinary talent, a mere 12 years of age yet having attained the rank of Soul Master, endowed with 3 10,000-year soul rings. At first, upon hearing Zhao Wujia's words, Flander instinctively found it hard to believe. Only after repeated confirmations did he accept the reality that Shrek Academy had indeed acquired a prodigy. At that moment, upon witnessing Yi Feng's true appearance, Flander silently acknowledged, truly remarkable. Return now. Rest early. Classes commence tomorrow. Flander gestured dismissively. Dean, Dai has been left in such a state by him. Oscar exclaimed. Oscar, take Mubai and Hongjun back to rest. If you cause any more trouble tonight, do not blame me for being unyielding. Flander waved his sleeve and turned to leave. As Yi Feng had just entered Shrek Academy, Flander was concerned that imposing severe punishment might drive away this super genius. Hence, he had chosen to let Yi Feng off. At that moment, Ma Hongjun, who had been knocked unconscious by Daim Mubai, finally regained consciousness. A crimson handprint marred his face, a sight both shocking and distressing. Oh, my face is ruined. Why did you strike me, Leader Dai? Ma Hongjun cried out in anguish upon awakening. Oscar approached and promptly stuffed a sausage into Ma Hongjuan's mouth. As memories of the words he had uttered while under Yi Feng's hypnosis resurfaced, Ma Hongjuan trembled in fear. He caught a glimpse of Daim Mubai's woeful appearance and exclaimed in surprise, "How did Boss Dai end up like this?" "It was Yi Feng." Oscar subtly pointed towards him. "This fellow is quite fierce," Ma Hongjuan gasped in astonishment. "I shall return to my room," he promptly declared, scrambling to his feet and hastily retreating to the dormitory. With someone as formidable as Boss Dai reduced to such a state, he would be a fool to linger here. Oscar hoisted Daim Mubai onto his back and escorted him back to the dormitory. "Yi Feng, splendid work. Truly gratifying," Ning Rongrong remarked, giving him a thumbs up. Xiao Wu excitedly clapped her hands, exclaiming, "That was thrilling." Yi Feng smiled and replied, "What can I say?" He brought it upon himself. "Well then, I shall take my leave," he announced. "Wait a moment," Ning Rongrong called out. "What is it?" Yi Feng turned back. Ning Rongrong glanced at Xiao Wu before saying, "Yi Feng, could we have a private conversation?" Yi Feng beamed, "Certainly. Follow me." Ning Rongrong promptly led the way to a nearby shadowy area. Xiao Wu furrowed her brow. Lost in thought, the two arrived beneath a tree, where Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes sparkled as she fixed her gaze upon Yi Feng. "What is it? Speak," Yi Feng urged. "Yi Feng, which faction do you belong to?" Ning Rongrong inquired. "Just a minor faction, nothing noteworthy," Yi Feng replied with a chuckle. "Do you know which faction I hail from?" Ning Rongrong asked, her smile broadening as she looked at him expectantly. "You possess the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower. You must be from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect," Yi Feng stated. "At least you possess some discernment," Ning Rongrong said, proudly lifting her chin. "To be frank, my father is the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect," she disclosed. Yi Feng feigned surprise, raising an eyebrow. "The reason I called you out is to inquire if you would like to join the Seven Treasures Glazed sect," Ning Rongrong continued. Yi Feng shook his head, firmly declining. "I do not wish to." "Why not? The Seven Treasures Glazed sect is so powerful. Does it not hold any allure for you?" Ning Rongrong asked. Momentarily taken aback and puzzled, she had assumed that her offer would be met with enthusiasm, but was taken aback by his unwavering refusal. "I value my freedom and currently have no intentions of joining any other faction," Yi Feng explained. Ning Rongrong persisted. "Do you realize that the Seven Treasures Glazed sect has 2 titled Douluos? If you were to join, I could persuade the Sword Douluo to take you as his disciple. With your talent, your future achievements would undoubtedly surpass those of the Sword Douluo. You might even become a titled Douluo of level 99. Let us discuss this later. I am not inclined to contemplate such matters at the moment," Yi Feng replied with a smile, turning to leave. Ning Rongrong stood frozen in place. And after a considerable pause, she stamped her foot in frustration. "I refuse to believe I cannot sway you. I will ensure you willingly join the Seven Treasures Glazed sect." In Oscar's chamber, Tang San remained feebly leaning by the window, observing the events that had just transpired. Upon witnessing Ning Rongrong and Yi Feng's departure, Xiao Wu remained standing alone, prompting him to consider stepping outside to converse with her. Just as he pushed open the door, he noticed Yi Feng returning, and surprisingly, Xiao Wu approached him. A pang of anxiety gripped Tang San's heart. His ears perked up as his spiritual energy unfurled, allowing him to overhear their exchange. "Yi Feng, may I have a word with you in private?" Xiao Wu inquired. Yi Feng, taken aback, nodded in agreement. "Of course, follow me." With that, Xiao Wu turned and walked in another direction, with Yi Feng trailing behind her. As Tang San watched Xiao Wu and Yi Feng vanish into the darkness, his heart raced, a surge of fervor flooding his mind. Chapter 30, Xiao Wu's First Kiss. Tang San's eyes widened in despair. In the dead of night, with the moon obscured and the winds howling, what could Xiao Wu and Yi Feng possibly be up to? Tang San's heart leapt into his throat, leaving him in a state of profound unease. He pushed open the door and swiftly stepped outside. "No, I must go and see." Xiao Wu is too innocent and must not be deceived. Tang San's injuries had yet to fully heal, leaving his complexion somewhat pallid. During the day, Zhao Wujia's blow had inflicted some damage to his internal organs, an affliction that could not be entirely remedied in a short span of time. Tang San lightened his footsteps, suppressing his own presence, stealthily trailing behind Xiao Wu and Yi Feng like a thief. Suddenly, he recalled that the last time he had been so secretive was during his previous life in the Tang sect. Back then, he would sneak into the sect's stronghold almost every day to clandestinely learn the sect's ultimate techniques. By the time Ning Rongrong returned, Tang San's figure had already vanished. Thus, she was oblivious to the departure of Xiao Wu and Yi Feng. After walking several hundred meters, Xiao Wu arrived at an open clearing. She halted, turned to face Yi Feng, her eyes revealing a myriad of complex emotions. In the distance, Tang San concealed himself in the shadows, his mind intensely focused, ears perked up, eager to eavesdrop on the conversation between Yi Feng and Xiao Wu. "What do you want from me?" Yi Feng inquired. Xiao Wu bit her lip, a conflicted expression adorning her face. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke. "Yi Feng, how did you come to possess those 3 10,000-year soul rings?" "Of course. I absorbed them," Yi Feng replied. "I mean, did you personally slay 3 10,000-year soul beasts?" Xiao Wu pressed. Yi Feng countered, "If I were to say yes, would you cease to be my friend?" Xiao Wu was taken aback, not expecting Yi Feng to articulate such a thought, as if he had seen through her mind. "I just feel that it is incredibly challenging for soul beasts to cultivate to 10,000 years. With one misstep, they become mere soul rings for humans. It's so pitiable." Xiao Wu lamented. Yi Feng responded, "Soul masters require soul rings. Is it not a natural order to hunt soul beasts?" "That may be true, but I still find it somewhat cruel," Xiao Wu confessed, her expression marred by anguish. Yi Feng, at a loss for words, remarked, "You share such a close bond with Tang San. He is also a soul master and will hunt soul beasts to absorb their rings. Once he attains greater mastery, he will undoubtedly absorb 10,000-year soul rings, perhaps even 100,000-year ones. Will you then sever ties with him as well?" Xiao Wu was momentarily speechless. At that moment, she realized that her conversation with Yi Feng had been rather naive. Having transformed into a human, one must view matters through a human lens. The hunting of soul beasts by soul masters was a brutal reality, an undeniable truth that could not be altered. Observing Xiao Wu's pained expression, Yi Feng chuckled, saying, "In truth, my 3 soul rings did not come from hunting soul beasts." "What?" Xiao Wu abruptly lifted her gaze to Yi Feng, her fair countenance filled with astonishment. "You just said that your 3 soul rings were not obtained from slaying soul beasts?" she asked incredulously. "Indeed, I acquired them through other means," Yi Feng replied. Xiao Wu stood frozen, suddenly trembling with excitement. In the distance, Tang San, huddled in a corner, was equally stunned upon hearing Yi Feng's words, his heart racing, and his gaze igniting with fervor. Ever since he had seen Yi Feng's 3 10,000-year soul rings, he had been eager to understand how Yi Feng had absorbed them. He was taken aback that Yi Feng would discuss this matter with Xiao Wu. Could it be that Yi Feng harbored feelings for Xiao Wu and sought to impress her? Tang San's focus intensified as he fixated on Yi Feng's silhouette, unwilling to miss a single word that left his lips. Suddenly, Xiao Wu dashed in front of Yi Feng, grasping his arm with urgency as she implored, "Could you please tell me how you acquired these 3 soul rings?" In the corner, Tang San nearly erupted with anxiety upon witnessing Xiao Wu's animated grip on Yi Feng's arm. The thought of his beloved sister being so intimate with another man was unbearable for him. Despite his agitation, he compelled himself to maintain composure. After all, the secret of Yi Feng's absorption of the 10,000-year soul ring was of paramount importance, and Tang San was determined not to let it slip away. He believed that if he could acquire this secret from Yi Feng, it would be acceptable for Xiao Wu to make some sacrifices. Yi Feng gazed at Xiao Wu with a knowing smile, already aware of her thoughts. "You wish for me to divulge this method to you, so that you may impart it to other soul masters, ultimately enabling all the soul masters across the continent to adopt this approach to obtain soul rings, correct?" Yi Feng inquired. Yes. Xiao Wu eagerly nodded, saying, "Hunting soul beasts is far too perilous. If this method were to be made public, many soul masters would be spared from being slain by soul beasts." Yi Feng reached out and gently tapped Xiao Wu's smooth forehead, remarking, "You are rather naive. Are you not? Such a precious secret. Why would I share it with you?" "Ouch!" Xiao Wu exclaimed in pain, glaring at Yi Feng. "Why did you hit me?" Yi Feng chuckled softly and turned to leave. "Hey, don't go." Xiao Wu, in a fit of urgency, rushed forward and clung tightly to Yi Feng's arm, refusing to let go. From a distance, Tang San witnessed this scene, his heart ignited with fury. He yearned to rush out and take Xiao Wu away. Yet reason dictated that he must not act impulsively. He needed to eavesdrop on Yi Feng's secret. Yi Feng cast a fleeting glance at Tang San's concealed position and chuckled. "If you wish for me to divulge this method, it is not impossible, but I have a condition." "What condition?" Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "This condition is neither particularly difficult nor remarkably easy," Yi Feng replied. "Hurry and tell me." "I shall agree to any condition," Xiao Wu pleaded, shaking Yi Feng's arm in a playful manner. Yi Feng smiled. "Kiss me once, and I shall reveal it to you." "What?" You want me to kiss you? Xiao Wu was taken aback, her expression shifting to one of shock. Yes, Yifeng nodded. Hurry, or I shall leave. Xiao Wu fell silent, her face a portrait of inner turmoil. You scoundrel. Tang San clenched his fists tightly, his gaze at Yifeng now laced with a hint of murderous intent. His heart was in turmoil, grappling with an intense inner struggle. Should he rush out to thwart this unfolding drama? Ultimately, he gradually regained his composure, his gaze icy as it fixated on Yifeng. Xiao Wu, just kiss him. It's merely a kiss, if it grants you that secret. It will all be worth it. I shall not blame you, Tang San mused inwardly. Observing Xiao Wu's conflict, Yifeng inquired, will you kiss him? If not, I shall take my leave. I will. Xiao Wu finally resolved. She rose onto her toes, her lips inching toward Yifeng's face. Her heart began to race. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and her eyes tightly shut. She realized that once she had made up her mind, she felt little resistance. He is so handsome, so extraordinary. It's just a kiss, after all. I have nothing to lose, she reassured herself. From a distance, Tang San watched this scene, his fists clenched tightly. Yifeng, observing Xiao Wu's shy, upturned face, smiled. Just as Xiao Wu was about to press her lips against his cheek, he took the initiative, planting a forceful kiss on her soft lips. Xiao Wu's eyes flew open, and she was momentarily paralyzed. You rogue, she exclaimed, shoving Yifeng away, her entire being ablaze, her heart threatening to leap from her throat. Yifeng savored the moment, chuckling. That felt quite delightful. Yifeng, Tang San seethed, his eyes wide and fists clenched so tightly that his nails nearly pierced his palms. That was Xiao Wu's first kiss, now lost in an instant. In that moment, Tang San felt as though his heart were bleeding. Chapter 31. Please, do not kill me. Do not absorb my soul ring. Tang San's heart ached profoundly. At this moment, he finally comprehended that his affection for Xiao Wu was not merely the pure love of a brother for his sister. His feelings for her had subtly transformed over time. I actually like Xiao Wu. Tang San's emotions were a complex tapestry. Having come to this realization, he looked at Yifeng with eyes filled with murderous intent. Xiao Wu belongs to me. Whoever dares to covet her shall be my enemy. In the distance, Xiao Wu's heart raced for a considerable time before gradually settling. Her cheeks still flushed, she gazed at Yifeng and, suppressing her lingering embarrassment, asked, I have fulfilled your request. You can now divulge the method to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring, correct? Of course, Yifeng replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu instantly forgot her shyness, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she looked at Yifeng. Tang San also momentarily cast aside his anger, his mental energy extending outward, fearing he would miss a single word. With a mere thought, Yifeng conjured an invisible barrier around them, isolating their conversation from prying ears. He began, Xiao Wu, stop deceiving me. Your desire for this method is not for the benefit of other soul masters, but rather for the sake of soul beasts. Am I correct? Xiao Wu's delicate form trembled, her eyes widening in disbelief, her lovely face suffused with incredulity. Yifeng, what nonsense are you spouting? I am human. How could I possibly consider the soul beasts? She explained, a hint of panic evident in her voice. Yifeng replied with a smile, no need for explanations. They only serve to mask the truth. Do you truly believe I am unaware of your identity as a soul beast? Terror filled Xiao Wu's fair visage as she instinctively recoiled, Yifeng's words striking her like a thunderclap, leaving her in shock. How could he know my identity? Does he not possess only the cultivation of a soul sovereign? Xiao Wu's heart raced uncontrollably, engulfed in a profound sense of dread. In the distance, Tang San observed Xiao Wu's frightened demeanor, his mind swirling with confusion. Unfortunately, he could not hear the exchange between Yifeng and Xiao Wu, leaving him in the dark regarding the source of her fear. Could it be that Yifeng was using that secret to blackmail her, seeking to possess her? The thought flashed through Tang San's mind, sending a rush of blood to his head, causing his hair to nearly stand on end. After a moment, Xiao Wu finally regained her composure, realizing her reaction had been excessive. She forced herself to appear calm, and said, Yifeng, are you joking? I am undeniably a living human being. How could I possibly be a soul beast? If you doubt me, go ahead and pinch me. See if this is not the body of a human. Yifeng approached with a smile, extending his hand toward Xiao Wu's face. A shiver ran down her spine, her heart racing with anxiety as the soul power within her began to stir restlessly. Yifeng gently caressed her charming face and then pinched it firmly. It was soft and smooth, a delightful sensation. A vibrant smile adorned his face. Xiao Wu pushed away Yifeng's hand, pouting in indignation. I told you. I am human, not a spirit beast. Yi Feng chuckled. You cunning 10,000-year spirit rabbit. Do you think I would fail to recognize you simply because you have taken on a human form? A look of sheer terror once again flashed across Xiao Wu's face. This time, she harbored no illusions. She turned and fled. She understood that Yi Feng had truly uncovered her identity. Moreover, she was acutely aware of the dire consequences that awaited a 10,000-year spirit beast once exposed by humans. A fleeting thought of silencing Yi Feng crossed her mind, but upon reflection, she realized that his cultivation far surpassed hers, augmented by 3 10,000-year spirit rings. Thus, she reluctantly abandoned the notion. Her only recourse was to escape this place and leave Shrek Academy. Upon witnessing Xiao Wu's panicked flight, Yi Feng could not help but laugh heartily. He stepped forward and reached out to grasp Xiao Wu's delicate hand, pulling her back with a forceful tug. Xiao Wu gasped as her body fell into Yi Feng's embrace, held tightly against him. In a frenzy, she struggled to break free, but soon realized that escape from Yi Feng's hold was impossible. Please, don't kill me. Don't absorb my soul ring, she pleaded, tears welling in her eyes as she ceased her struggles. In the distance, Tang San witnessed this scene, veins bulging with rage, consumed by fury. The sight of his beloved Xiao Wu being forcefully embraced by another man was a reality he could hardly bear. He was on the verge of rushing out. Yet a voice within him cautioned that it was not the right moment to do so. What if Yi Feng had not yet divulged that secret to Xiao Wu? If he were to run out, he would miss this opportunity. Xiao Wu, just endure a little longer. It is merely a hug. Once you acquire that secret, I shall ensure that beast deeply regrets his actions. Tang San thought. His eyes reddened as he fixed his gaze intently upon Yi Feng. He reassured himself that as long as Yi Feng did not forcibly claim Xiao Wu's body, he could endure. A true gentleman possesses the ability to bend and yield. A noble man avenges himself. Even a decade is not too late. Yi Feng gazed upon Xiao Wu's tearful and pitiable visage, instantly filled with profound compassion. He released Xiao Wu and said, "Do not worry, I will not harm you. I merely intended to startle you. You truly won't kill me?" Xiao Wu gazed at Yi Feng, striving to adopt a pitiful expression. "Rest assured, when I say I want to kill you, I mean it. Did I not mention before? I can absorb spirit rings without hunting spirit beasts. Hence, killing you offers me no advantage," Yi Feng replied. "But I still possess a spirit bone," Xiao Wu remarked. And as the words escaped her lips, she hastily covered her mouth in alarm. "Why did I let that slip? I have no interest in your spirit bone," Yi Feng stated. Observing the lingering skepticism on Xiao Wu's face, he raised 3 fingers and vowed, "I swear I shall never harm you. Let the heavens strike me down if I do. Now, do you believe me?" Xiao Wu finally exhaled in relief. "You must not reveal my identity to anyone," she insisted. Yi Feng gently ruffled Xiao Wu's hair and smiled. "Do not worry, I shall tell no one. This secret is ours alone." "How did you discern my identity with your mere soul master level?" Xiao Wu inquired. Yi Feng explained. "Do you recall my servant Xiao Tang? He is, in fact, a title Douluo." "A title Douluo?" Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise. "So that's it," she thought, a bitter smile forming on her lips. In the presence of a title Douluo, her identity could not remain concealed. She had feared this predicament before entering the human realm, yet it had indeed come to pass. "Yi Feng, you truly won't turn against me, will you?" Xiao Wu questioned, still feeling uneasy. "Rest assured, I have come to regard you as a true friend. How could I ever turn against a friend?" Yi Feng reassured her. "Can humans and spirit beasts truly be friends? You do not disdain me?" Xiao Wu asked. Her curiosity piqued. If Yi Feng were unaware of her spirit beast identity, friendship would seem entirely natural. Yet, now that he was aware, his willingness to befriend her felt astonishing to Xiao Wu. Yi Feng replied, "Who says humans and spirit beasts cannot be friends? In truth, you are somewhat human now. You merely possess an additional layer of spirit beast identity." Gazing at Yi Feng's handsome visage, Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with admiration as she remarked, "Yi Feng, you are truly one of a kind." Yi Feng chuckled, "Of course. With my striking looks and extraordinary talent, who can compare?" Xiao Wu could not contain her laughter. She shot him an exasperated glance and said, "I have never encountered someone as egotistical as you." In the distance, Tang San stood, somewhat dazed. Just moments ago, Yi Feng had forcibly embraced Xiao Wu, and she had struggled fiercely. Yet now, they were engaged in cheerful banter. Moreover, Xiao Wu's eye roll seemed rather peculiar. Could it be that Xiao Wu was beginning to develop feelings for Yi Feng? Tang San found himself unable to suppress his wandering thoughts, his fists unconsciously clenching once more. Yi Feng, you should reveal to me the secret of absorbing the 10,000-year soul ring, Xiao Wu inquired. After the thrilling ordeal they had just experienced, she still could not forget this matter. She truly wished to no longer witness the slaughter of soul beasts at the hands of human soul masters. If she could uncover Yi Feng's secret, perhaps humanity and soul beasts could coexist in harmony. Chapter 32. The Super Ninja Tang San. Yi Feng replied, in truth, knowing this method would be of little use, as 99% of soul masters cannot utilize it. Why? Xiao Wu asked eagerly. Have you heard of gods? Yi Feng inquired. Xiao Wu shook her head. Yi Feng explained, a god is a realm that transcends the 99th level. Upon reaching divinity, one gains eternal life and unimaginable power. Xiao Wu was astonished. Her curiosity piqued as she asked, are there gods on the Douluo Continent? Indeed. But these gods reside in the divine realm and rarely descend to the Douluo Continent. Yi Feng responded. Could your secret to absorbing the 10,000-year soul ring be related to the gods? Xiao Wu questioned. Yi Feng nodded. Yes, I have inherited the legacy of a god, allowing me to absorb soul rings without the need to hunt soul beasts as ordinary soul masters do. He referred to the system as a deity, which is not entirely inaccurate, for the myriad of knowledge he acquired from the system can be likened to receiving the legacy of a divine being. He articulated his thoughts in a manner that allowed Xiao Wu to grasp the concept more readily. She murmured, astonished by the existence of such a formidable entity as a deity. Is it possible for other soul masters to inherit divine legacies? She inquired with hopeful anticipation. Yi Feng shook his head, responding, that is unattainable. Divine inheritances are exceedingly rare, with new gods possibly not emerging for centuries or even millennia. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's expression soured, resembling a deflated balloon. Yi Feng remarked, your desire to alter the adversarial relationship between soul masters and soul beasts, to cease the hunting of soul beasts, is rather naive. Now that you have assumed a human form, you must learn to accept reality and abandon your fanciful notions. Xiao Wu, feeling despondent, retorted, is it truly impossible for the gods to intervene? At this rate, soul beasts will inevitably face extinction. Yi Feng, initially about to deny her assertion, reconsidered and decided to offer her a glimmer of hope. If one attains a certain level of power, it may indeed be possible. When I eventually become a deity capable of establishing rules, I shall endeavor to effect change. Really? Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with delight, her countenance radiating joy. If I can assist, I shall certainly do so, Yi Feng replied with a smile. That's wonderful, Yi Feng. Thank you. Xiao Wu expressed her gratitude earnestly. I am destined to save your kind. Is a mere thank you sufficient? Yi Feng chuckled. What do you desire? Xiao Wu asked, suddenly wary. Recalling Yi Feng's previous mischievous antics that had led her to lose her first kiss, which she found utterly detestable, Yi Feng, grinning, pointed to his own face, saying, you know what I mean. Go away. Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed as she playfully pinched him and dashed off. Memories of their intimate encounter flooded her mind. An unprecedented sensation that made her heart flutter with shyness. After running a few paces, she seemed to remember something and halted. You must keep this a secret, otherwise I shall haunt you, she warned, raising her claws and adopting a fierce expression. Yi Feng approached her side, assuring, rest assured, I keep my word. Do you not trust me? The two began their journey back, with Yi Feng casually dispelling the barrier he had previously erected. Xiao Wu glanced back at Yi Feng's handsome visage and charming smile, suddenly feeling an overwhelming sense of security. Thank you, Yi Feng, she reiterated, her demeanor serious. As I said, we are friends, Yi Feng affirmed. At that moment, they stopped just shy of 10 meters from Tang San, who remained concealed in the shadows, completely suppressing his presence, unperturbed by the possibility of being discovered by Yi Feng and Xiao Wu. His amethyst demon eye had already been activated silently, rendering his vision remarkably clear. As Yi Feng and Xiao Wu came to a halt, he suddenly noticed Xiao Wu becoming shy. Then, to his astonishment, she rose on her tiptoes and swiftly planted a kiss on Yi Feng's cheek. After the kiss, Xiao Wu did not linger, her long legs carrying her away in a flash. I was merely expressing my gratitude. It's nothing significant. He promised to assist the spirit beasts, and I simply kissed him. In a way, I am the one who benefited, Xiao Wu mused. At that moment, Tang San was petrified, as if thunder had erupted beside him, his mind buzzing. Xiao Wu had taken the initiative to kiss Yi Feng. This time, it was not Yi Feng who forced the action, but Xiao Wu who acted on her own. How could this be? Tang San felt as though his heart was shattering. Overwhelmed with a sensation so painful, he nearly spat blood. He gazed ahead at Feng, who was merely 10 meters away, his eyes nearly ablaze with intensity. Feng touched the spot where Xiao Wu had kissed him, still warm to the touch. This girl, has she already developed feelings for me so swiftly? How effortlessly she seems to fall for me. The sensation of her kiss was truly delightful, Feng remarked with deliberate nonchalance. He was aware that Tang San was concealed nearby, thus he deliberately provoked him with his words. Eager to see if Tang San would be unable to restrain himself and reveal his presence. Previously, he had taken the initiative to claim Xiao Wu's first kiss, believing that Tang San would surely rush out in response. He never anticipated that Tang San could exhibit such remarkable restraint, despite the pronounced veins on his forehead. He managed to hold back his fury. This time, he spoke deliberately, eager to observe whether Tang San would leap forward and confront him. Upon hearing Feng's words, Tang San felt his anger surging to an almost uncontrollable level, his body trembling like a venomous serpent fixating on Feng. To Feng's astonishment, despite Tang San's overwhelming rage, he refrained from charging out. That girl, Xiao Wu, is simply exquisite. I must possess her, Feng declared, before turning to walk away. His consciousness remained fixated on Tang San's reaction. It was only after Feng had departed that Tang San rose to his feet, his eyes ablaze with fury. Feng, you shall surely perish. Tang San's voice was laced with a chilling coldness. In 2 lifetimes, he had never harbored such an intense desire to eliminate another. Had he not been uncertain whether Xiao Wu had acquired that secret, Feng would already be a lifeless corpse. Tomorrow, I shall inquire with Xiao Wu. If she has indeed learned that secret, your existence will no longer be warranted, Tang San growled, employing this method to vent the rage within him. In the distance, Feng heard Tang San's words and merely chuckled, shaking his head. After a considerable period, Tang San gradually regained his composure and returned to his room. Within the girls' dormitory, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were taken aback by Xiao Wu's flushed return. Xiao Wu, where have you been? You've been gone for so long. Both Zhuqing and I were quite worried, Ning Rongrong inquired. I just went out for a casual stroll, Xiao Wu replied. Who are you trying to fool? Your face is so red. You must have been on a date with someone. Let me guess, Ning Rongrong teased, adopting a mock contemplative expression before grinning mischievously. It must be a rendezvous with your little third party, right? I knew your relationship with Tang San was extraordinary. I truly just went for a walk, Xiao Wu clarified. I understand you have a delicate disposition. Well, I won't tease you any longer, Ning Rongrong laughed. Xiao Wu let out a sigh of relief. As the night deepened into silence, Zhao Wujia was diligently cultivating his soul power in his chamber. Suddenly, a formidable mental force locked onto him. Who goes there? Zhao Wujia bellowed, abruptly opening his eyes and scanning his surroundings with piercing intensity. His mental energy was unleashed, sensing the spiritual force that had previously targeted him was receding. Attempting to flee, Zhao Wujia snorted coldly and pursued. Chapter 33. The inevitable tragedy of Daim Mubai. Feng had long since perceived the situation outside. Tang Hao had arrived. His presence not only alarmed Zhao Wujia, but also startled Flander. The two pursued him outside the village, arriving at a small grove. Before them stood a tall, mysterious figure clad in a black robe. Without much preamble, Tang Hao launched a fierce attack on Zhao Wujia. Flander, terrified, trembled in fright, lacking the courage to intervene. Engaging a titled Douluo was tantamount to courting death, especially one as renowned as the Haotian Douluo. After enduring Tang Hao's relentless assault for some time, Zhao Wujia astonishingly sensed a potential breakthrough. Realizing that Tang Hao was aiding him, he felt a surge of gratitude. Tang Hao also urged Zhao Wujia and Flander to take good care of Tang San. Naturally, Flander and Zhao Wujia pledged with fervor that they would ensure not a single harm befell the son of the Haotian Douluo. Simultaneously, their hearts swelled with immense joy. The revelation that Tang San was the Haotian Douluo's son meant that Shrek Academy had truly struck gold. Tang San's worth was undoubtedly on par with Feng's. Exchanging glances, Zhao Wujia and Flander simultaneously entertained this thought. After conveying his instructions, Tang Hao prepared to depart. At that moment, a towering figure descended from the heavens, exuding a terrifying aura. Tang Hao immediately halted, his expression grave. The previously elated Zhao Wujia and Flander felt a chilling dread wash over them. The figure descending was none other than Tang Chen. This was the final task assigned to him by Feng, to warn Flander and Zhao Wujia at this critical juncture. Senior, you are. Flander began, his posture bending low in utmost respect. Tang Chen emanated an aura akin to a demon emerging from the abyss, far more terrifying than Tang Hao moments before. Zhao Wujie remained by Flanders' side, too frightened to utter a word. "Are you the king of slaughter, senior?" Tang Hao asked incredulously. Although Tang Chen was masked, Tang Hao was all too familiar with the aura of slaughter that surrounded him. Once encountered, it was impossible to forget. During his time in the city of slaughter, Tang Hao had come across the king of slaughter and had deemed his strength unfathomable. After many years away from the city of slaughter, Tang Hao had achieved the rank of title Douluo and was now a formidable presence among them. He once believed that his prowess had brought him close to the king of carnage. However, now, in the presence of the king of carnage, he still finds the other to be unfathomable. He found it hard to believe that the king of slaughter would appear here. Was he here to seek him out? Tang Chen nodded slightly, acknowledging Tang Hao. "Senior, what brings you here?" Tang Hao inquired, but he soon noticed Tang Chen had already walked towards Flinder and Zhao Wujie. "Senior," Flinder stammered, his tongue stumbling over the words. Even the esteemed Hao Ian Douluo addressed this enigmatic powerhouse with utmost reverence. How terrifying must he be? "Senior," Zhao Wujie echoed, equally apprehensive. "I have come for Yi Feng," Tang Chen declared. Flinder and Zhao Wujie felt a tightness in their chests as they recalled Yi Feng's extraordinary talent. Could this mysterious figure be here to take him away? If that were the case, it would be entirely understandable. Which faction wouldn't he desire such a prodigious gift? "What does the senior seek with Yi Feng?" Flinder asked. Tang Chen replied, "Yi Feng is staying at Shrek Academy, and you are not to coerce him into doing anything against his will, or else I shall raise Shrek Academy to the ground." A chilling aura enveloped Flinder and Zhao Wujie, the immense pressure almost forcing them to their knees. They were gripped by unparalleled terror. Flinder hastily assured him, "Rest assured, senior, we would never compel him to do anything." Tang Chen turned his gaze toward Zhao Wujie, saying, "Do you still wish to impose your authority upon him?" "Not at all. Not at all. Senior, I was wrong," Zhao Wujie swiftly conceded, not daring to maintain his bravado. The icy killing intent hung over him like a sword, ready to descend at any moment. "You would do well to remember what was said today," Tang Chen stated before departing. "Senior," Tang Hao called out from behind. Tang Chen paid him no mind, his figure vanishing into the darkness. Tang Hao smiled wryly, realizing that he had been completely disregarded. Who would have thought that despite becoming the renowned Hao Ian Douluo, he would still be overlooked? Truly, he mused, the king of slaughter was something else entirely. Only then did Flinder and Zhao Wujie gradually straighten their bodies, beads of cold sweat dotting their foreheads. They discovered that the garments on their backs were completely drenched. "Old Master Fu, you nearly terrified me to death," Zhao Wujie gasped, his demeanor reflecting sheer terror. "Is Yi Feng truly the child possessing 3 eternal soul rings?" Tang Hao inquired. During the daytime assessment, he had also witnessed Yi Feng's 3 black soul rings. "Indeed," Flander affirmed. "That child is truly a remarkable phenomenon." Tang Hao couldn't help but exclaim. He spoke with a grave expression. "You would do well to heed the words of that elder. Otherwise, no one can save you." "Are you not even his match?" Zhao Wujie inquired. Tang Hao shook his head. "What exactly is the background of Yi Feng and that elder?" Flander asked. "It is best that you refrain from prying. It would serve you no good," Tang Hao replied, offering no further words as he turned to leave. After a considerable time, Flander remarked, "I once thought Tang San's origins were substantial, yet Yi Feng's lineage is even more astonishing." Zhao Wujie recalled his earlier intention to challenge Yi Feng and felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Flander patted Zhao Wujie's shoulder and said, "Brother Zhao, in my opinion, Yi Feng is merely here to enjoy himself at our academy. Let him do as he pleases, but do not provoke him." "Alas, how did we come to encounter such a formidable being?" Zhao Wujie sighed. Flander added, "This may not necessarily be a disadvantage, with Yi Feng around. Perhaps he will inspire the other students to train harder. Moreover, when the Soul Master competition begins in 2 years, having Yi Feng as our trump card would make winning the championship a breeze." Zhao Wujie nodded. Indeed, the talent of this child, Yi Feng, is truly terrifying. During my assessment today, he did not even utilize his soul skills. He broke through my defenses solely with his martial soul. I suspect his sword martial soul is certainly not inferior to the legendary 7-killing sword. Flander remarked, "It seems his strength may have already surpassed Mubai's. That boy Mubai is quite arrogant by nature, and it would be just right for Yi Feng to put him in his place." In the early morning, just as dawn was breaking, a piercing scream suddenly erupted from Ma Hongjuan's room. "My face! How did it end up like this?" My teeth. Yi Feng, you've acted without honor and attacked me from behind. I shall not let this go. Chapter 34. Poor evil-eyed white tiger. Daim Mubai's anguished cries startled Ma Hongjun, as well as Oscar and Tang San from the adjoining room. Boss Dai, what happened? Ma Hongjun rushed barefoot to Daim Mubai's side. Daim Mubai, with bloodshot eyes, fixed his gaze on Ma Hongjun and unhesitatingly struck out again. Damn it! Ma Hongjun quickly raised his hands to shield his head. With a loud thud, Ma Hongjun stumbled and collided with the table, nearly toppling it over. The area on his arm where Daim Mubai had struck burned with a searing pain. Dai, what madness has overtaken you? Ma Hongjun bellowed. If it weren't for your reckless words last night, would things have come to this? Daim Mubai roared in anger. He was still seething with anger as he descended from his bed, intent on confronting Ma Hongjun once more. Big brother Dai, calm down for a moment, Oscar urged as he entered the room and grasped Daim Mubai's arm. Tang San had already made considerable progress in his recovery and had come to witness the unfolding drama. Ma Hongjun cowered in the corner, too frightened to utter a word. The entire situation had taken a turn for the worse because of him. Zhu Zhuqing must surely loathe me now, Daim Mubai thought, growing increasingly agitated and fantasizing about delivering a thorough beating to Ma Hongjun. Oscar interjected, Big brother Dai, striking him now would serve no purpose. Instead, let us devise a plan to rectify the situation. Ma Hongjun quickly chimed in. Yes, hitting me won't help. We should focus on finding a solution. With your extensive experience in charming the ladies, surely you can manage it. Daim Mubai shot Ma Hongjun a fierce glare before taking a seat, covering his face as he inhaled sharply. The side of his face that had been struck by Yi Feng was still swollen and crimson, a sight that was intolerable for someone like Daim Mubai, who could effortlessly captivate countless girls with his looks. Moreover, he had discovered that he had lost 2 of his prominent teeth. This was a profound humiliation. Oscar sausages, Daim Mubai demanded with fierce intensity. Seeing his friend's demeanor, Oscar dutifully prepared 2 large sausages. After consuming them, Daim Mubai furrowed his brow. Why has the healing effect of your sausages diminished so significantly? He complained, directing an accusatory gaze at Oscar. Oscar replied helplessly, I cannot fathom it. Logically, one should suffice for such superficial injuries. I fed you one last night, yet your condition has shown little improvement. After consuming the 2 sausages, the swelling on Daim Mubai's face had reduced slightly, though not noticeably. He pushed past Oscar and exited the room, standing before Yi Feng's door. Yi Feng, come out. Daim Mubai, consumed by rage, shouted without a care for whether he would disturb their teacher. Silence enveloped the room. Big brother Dai, please refrain from such outbursts. We still have the opening ceremony to attend, Oscar urged from behind. Yi Feng, you cowardly turtle, you dare to ambush me but lack the courage to face me directly? Daim Mubai yelled in frustration. He believed that the reason he was injured by Yi Feng last night was entirely due to Yi Feng's ambush. His face leaned closer to Yi Feng, utterly unprepared for the sudden onslaught. Tang San stood with his arms crossed, observing the commotion from behind. He too believed that Yi Feng had managed to defeat Daim Mubai last night solely through a surprise attack. Otherwise, with Daim Mubai's formidable strength as a 37th level assault-type soul master, how could he have been so easily overwhelmed? The sound of furious accusations echoed out, awakening Xiao Wu and her companions in the girls' dormitory. Quickly get up. Daim Mubai is coming to settle the score with Yi Feng. Ning Rongrong hastily donned her clothes and rushed out the door. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing swiftly dressed as well and followed suit. Upon hearing the commotion from the girls' dormitory, Daim Mubai turned around and spotted Zhu Zhuqing bursting forth. His swollen, reddened face was exposed to Zhu Zhuqing's gaze. At that moment, Daim Mubai was consumed by a blend of anger and humiliation, the intense shame clouding his reason. He kicked forcefully at Yi Feng's door. With a resounding crash, the entire door was sent flying inward. Daim Mubai swiftly entered the room, followed closely by Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Tang San leaned against the doorframe, a faint smirk gracing his lips. Had he not been uncertain whether Xiao Wu had uncovered that secret, he would have already taken action against Yi Feng. Now, it was perfect. Daim Mubai could take the initiative to teach Yi Feng a lesson. The mere thought of Yi Feng soon being mercilessly beaten by Daim Mubai brought Tang San immense satisfaction. Upon bursting into the room, Daim Mubai immediately spotted Yi Feng, who was seated on the bed, eyes closed in meditation. What a charade! Daim Mubai sneered inwardly, channeling his soul power as he advanced towards Yi Feng. A surge of formidable soul energy enveloped his hand, and he struck towards Yi Feng's face with a swift motion. He intends to use their own tactics to turn the tables on them. He intended to mar Yi Feng's handsome visage, wishing to see how Yu Feng would entice Zhu Zhuqing thereafter. Last night, he had merely been careless, resulting in a single slap. Daim Mubai brimmed with confidence. As the slap was poised to connect with Yi Feng's face, a sinister grin spread across Daim Mubai's features. Tang San, leaning against the doorway, also wore a smile. At this juncture, if Yi Feng remained oblivious, it would be akin to courting death. Just as the hand was about to strike Yi Feng's cheek, he finally opened his eyes. He raised his right hand and struck with lightning speed, arriving before his opponent could react, delivering a resounding slap to the unblemished side of Daim Mubai's face. The sound echoed like a firecracker, and Daim Mubai was sent flying, blood spattering as he crashed into Tang San, who was leaning against the door. How could this happen? The smile vanished from Tang San's face, replaced by an expression of utter astonishment. His reaction was remarkably swift, as he deftly evaded the descending blow from Daim Mubai by swiftly shifting to one side. He turned his gaze towards Yi Feng, who had just descended from the bed, his face already etched with astonishment. Such swift reflexes and formidable strength. Tang San's perception of Yi Feng's prowess underwent a profound transformation as he cast aside his previous disdain. Just as Xiao Wu and the other two girls arrived outside, eager to rush inside, they witnessed Daim Mubai crashing out. "Be careful," Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, prompting all three to halt in their tracks. Upon realizing that it was Daim Mubai who had emerged, they collectively exhaled in relief, smiles adorning their faces. Daim Mubai landed on the ground, his head ringing with a dull thud. He felt as though his face was disintegrating, and the excruciating pain compelled him to cry out. He was bewildered. How could Yi Feng's reaction be so swift? Deserved, Xiao Wu remarked. "I've never seen anyone proactively seek a fight in my entire life," Ning Rongrong jeered. Upon hearing these words, Daim Mubai could no longer contain himself. His head felt as if it were about to explode. Overcome with rage, his heart twisted painfully, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Yi Feng, I will kill you," Daim Mubai shouted, his eyes bloodshot, standing up in a frenzy. Being publicly humiliated by Yi Feng once more was more unbearable than death itself. He let out a roar as his martial spirit manifested, his form rapidly expanding. "What do you intend to do, Daim Mubai?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed sharply. Daim Mubai abruptly turned his head, his blood-red eyes fixed upon Ning Rongrong, who was taken aback by the intensity of his gaze. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing positioned themselves on either side, shielding Ning Rongrong. "Daim Mubai, what are you planning?" boomed Zhao Wujing's voice. Upon hearing Zhao Wujing, Daim Mubai descended further into madness, propelling himself towards Yi Feng's room. However, before he could reach the doorway, Zhao Wujing was already there, waiting for him. With a swift kick, Zhao Wujing struck Daim Mubai in the abdomen, sending him tumbling to the ground and rolling several meters away, covered in dirt and dust. Chapter 35. Moving to the girls' dormitory, his face had swollen to the size of a pig's head, a pitiful sight. "Teacher Zhao, do not stop me. I am determined to avenge myself," Daim Mubai roared. "Mubai?" Flinder approached, admonishing, "What kind of behavior is this?" Zhu Zhuqing mocked, "Daim Mubai, are you so fragile after being struck? A grown man, and yet you cannot bear the loss." Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, Daim Mubai fell silent, retracting his martial spirit. "This is unacceptable. Go change your clothes, and after breakfast, gather on the playground," Flinder commanded. Daim Mubai looked at Zhu Zhuqing and said, "Rest assured, Zhuqing, I shall defeat him in a fair and square manner." With that, he strode into his room without looking back. "Oscar, go attend to him," Flinder instructed. As he observed Yi Feng and Tang San emerging, he said, "After breakfast, gather on the playground." "Understood, Dean," Tang San replied. Flinder nodded and turned to leave with Zhao Wujia. "Yi Feng, are you all right?" Ning Rongrong inquired with concern. "I am fine," Yi Feng smiled. "You all should freshen up first. We will have breakfast together shortly." The three girls returned to the female dormitory. Yi Feng turned to face Tang San, who stood nearby. A smile immediately graced Tang San's face as he greeted, "Good morning." Yi Feng asked, "Tang San, has your injury healed?" "Yes, thank you for your concern," Tang San replied. "I will go change my clothes first," Yi Feng said. "All right." Once Yi Feng returned to his room and closed the door, Tang San's smile vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor. "It is unfortunate. Had you not harbored intentions towards Xiao Wu, we might have been friends. But now, we are destined to be enemies," Tang San thought to himself. Shortly thereafter, the three girls finished freshening up and came to summon Yi Feng for breakfast. Tang San, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun also stepped out. Daim Mubai remained inside, having lost face and feeling satiated after indulging in Oscar's sausage. Ma Hongjun lingered beside Ning Rongrong, attempting to engage her in conversation, only to be completely ignored. This fellow had an audaciously thick skin. Despite Ning Rongrong's indifference, he felt no embarrassment. Oscar, being somewhat more bashful, tried to strike up a conversation with Xiao Wu, but after being ignored, he awkwardly gave up. Tang San observed Oscar with a frown. He never anticipated that. Besides Feng, there were others who held Xiao Wu in their thoughts. Tang San had consistently kept an eye on Xiao Wu, yet regrettably, he had not found an opportunity to converse with her privately. He was eager to uncover whether Xiao Wu had truly grasped the secret of Feng's absorption of the 10,000-year spirit ring. Today, Xiao Wu had glanced at Feng far more frequently than before. Whenever their eyes met, she would shyly avert her gaze. Tang San observed this scene with a smoldering fury in his heart. Regrettably, he could not yet confront Feng and was forced to maintain a facade of cordiality, preserving their relationship. After breakfast, the group made their way to the playground, where Flinder and Zhao Wujin awaited them. Daim Mubai had also arrived well in advance. He had just consumed Oscar's sausage, and the swelling on his face had diminished somewhat, yet it remained quite alarming. Upon seeing Feng approach, Daim Mubai's gaze turned icy, and he remained silent. Flander observed Daim Mubai's reaction, and a sudden thought crossed his mind. Form a line, Zhao Wujia commanded sternly. Flander took a few steps forward and addressed the 8 students. I am Flander, the principal of Shrek Academy. It brings me great joy to welcome 5 new little monsters to our ranks this year. Now, please pay your tuition fees, 100 gold soul coins each. Zhao Wujia stepped forward, extending his large hand. Ning Rongrong promptly produced 100 gold soul coins and handed them to Zhao Wujia. Tang San, along with Xiao Wu, did the same. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Feng, feeling somewhat embarrassed. On their way, she had indulged in various high expenditures, initially insisting on paying her own way. But her purse had gradually emptied. I'll cover Zhuqing's, Feng said, handing Zhao Wujia a pouch. Zhao Wujia waited and accepted it. Zhu Zhuqing cast a grateful look at Feng, who responded with a smile. Daim Mubai, standing at the back, witnessed this scene and involuntarily clenched his fists. Collecting 500 gold soul coins at once lifted Flander's spirits, and he said, you will all return to rest during the day and prepare yourselves. The first class will commence in the evening. Oscar, Ning Rongrong, stay behind after the meeting. As support-type soul masters, you will require separate training. Flander turned to Feng, saying, Feng, you will need to tidy up your belongings and move to the girls' dormitory. This announcement left everyone in shock. Moving Feng to the girls' dormitory? Surely this was a mistake. Daim Mubai and Tang San cast sharp glances at Feng. The 3 girls were astonished, yet each felt a surge of delight within. Flander, what are you doing? Zhao Wujia inquired. Flander's gaze swept over Feng and Daim Mubai. Recently, there have been some unpleasant incidents between new and old students. I must emphasize that while sparring between students is acceptable, malicious fights are absolutely forbidden, and there must be no calls for violence. Mubai, since your room is adjacent to Feng's, I am concerned you might engage in some reckless behavior. Therefore, Feng, you will move to the girls' dormitory and choose an empty room. Remember, you must not harass any female students. Rest assured, Principal, I will not disturb the female classmates. Feng replied. Flander nodded, stating, Feng, Daim Mubai, from now on, you will be classmates. There must be no thoughts of harming one another. Can you manage that? Feng responded, Principal, worry not. As long as he doesn't contemplate harming me, I shall do the same. Daim Mubai glared at Feng with resentment. Mubai? Flander bellowed. Can you manage it? Yes. Daim Mubai lowered his head and laboriously uttered a word. All right, the meeting is adjourned. Except for Oscar and Ning Rongrong. The rest may return to rest. Remember, strive to bring yourselves to the pinnacle of your condition. Our academy's teaching methods diverge significantly from those of others. And you may even face life-threatening challenges. As soon as the announcement concluded, Daim Mubai turned and departed. Ma Hongjun dashed away swiftly, seemingly with urgent business, and soon vanished from sight. Tang San did not rush to leave. He wished to observe how Flander instructed Ning Rongrong and Oscar. Feng and the others also remained. After an extensive theoretical discourse, Flander finally revealed the training method. It entailed having Oscar and Ning Rongrong run to build their stamina. They were to complete 20 laps around the entire village. If they did not finish before lunch, they would forego their meal. During the run, they could utilize their martial spirits for assistance. Yes, Ning Rongrong replied decisively. immediately turning to commence her run. Oscar had no choice but to follow suit. Rongrong, you can do it, Xiao Wu shouted from behind. Once Oscar and Ning Rongrong had departed, Flander pointed at Tang San and said, "Come with me. I have some inquiries to make." Tang San suddenly recalled that the master had given him a letter to deliver to Flander. "Very well, Dean. Let us return." Yi Feng chuckled, gathering his belongings to move to the girls' dormitory. "Don't you dare have designs on us. Otherwise, the three of us will not spare you." Xiao Wu feigned a fierce demeanor. "Rest assured, am I truly that rogue?" Yi Feng replied. Xiao Wu instantly recalled the incident from the previous night, when Yi Feng had kissed her forcefully, her cheeks flushing with warmth as she retorted, "Who knows? Perhaps you are indeed that rogue." Yi Feng smiled, leading Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu back. Just as they reached the dormitory entrance, Yi Feng abruptly halted, a look of surprise crossing his face. His consciousness swept across the vicinity, revealing a rather intriguing matter. No wonder Ma Hongjun was sprinting so swiftly. It turned out he was in a hurry to attend to some business. Chapter 36. Ma Hongjun's forceful dominance over the villager women. The enraged villagers, upon noticing Yi Feng suddenly halt at the dormitory entrance, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged puzzled glances. "Yi Feng, what are you doing standing there? Why don't you return to gather your things?" Xiao Wu inquired. "It's nothing. I am merely contemplating a few matters," Yi Feng replied. His consciousness was currently observing Ma Hongjun. At this moment, Ma Hongjun had already reached the other side of the village, where he found his girlfriend, Sui Hua, and the two engaged in a heated argument. After listening to a few exchanges, Yi Feng could not help but smile. A fleeting thought crossed his mind as he employed a subtle tactic to amplify the discord between Ma Hongjun and Sui Hua. Their voices echoed throughout the entire village. In a secluded corner of the village, Sui Hua pleaded desperately, "Ma Hongjun, I no longer wish to be with you. Please do not seek me out again." A lewd smile crept across Ma Hongjun's face, his two wisps of mustache quivering as he replied in a peculiar tone, "Sui, are you implying that you wish to break up with me?" Sui Hua nodded repeatedly, her gaze towards Ma Hongjun tinged with trepidation, as she affirmed, "Yes. Let us part ways today." A secret joy blossomed within Ma Hongjun's heart. He has now set his sights on a new aspiration, that being Ning Rongrong. While Sui Hua may be the belle of the village, in comparison to Ning Rongrong, she pales in significance, akin to a hen standing beside a phoenix. Captivated by Ning Rongrong's allure, Ma Hongjun found himself yearning, rendering him indifferent to Sui Hua. After the meeting had concluded, he hastily approached Sui Hua, intending to broach the subject of their separation. To his surprise, Sui Hua was the one who initiated the conversation. He had previously fantasized about Sui Hua pleading with him not to break up. Suddenly, everyone in the village, including those from Shrek Academy, was taken aback by the conversation between Ma Hongjun and Sui Hua, unable to comprehend the situation. In a buoyant mood, Ma Hongjun curiously inquired, "Have I treated you poorly? Why do you wish to end our relationship?" Blushing, Sui Hua replied, "It's not that you've treated me badly. I simply can no longer endure you. Find someone else. Do not seek me out again. I am a few years older than you. We are incompatible." Upon hearing this rationale, Ma Hongjun felt a surge of anger and shouted, "What do you mean by endure? I truly cannot fathom what you women are thinking. If you wish to break up, then let us have one final encounter. Otherwise, it is out of the question." With that, he reached out to grab Sui Hua. "No, please." Sui Hua cried out in terror, retreating. As an ordinary person, how could she escape before Ma Hongjun? He swiftly tackled her onto a pile of hay. Sui Hua struggled desperately, crying out in despair, "Please, let me go." "Are you even human?" Ma Hongjun, acting with brutality, sneered, "Why do you struggle? I am still your boyfriend. You ought to submit to me." "No, no." Sui Hua's cries of helplessness echoed, mingling with Ma Hongjun's triumphant laughter in the ears of the onlookers. Everyone stood in shock. Such bullying of a woman was occurring in broad daylight. The men laboring in the fields, the women washing and cooking, and the village elders were all enraged. "That little beast, I will kill him." Sui Hua's father, with reddened eyes, picked up a nearby pole and rushed toward the village with determination. A large group of men, filled with fury, grabbed whatever tools were at hand and charged into the village. "Beast! Beast!" The village elders also armed themselves, starting a search for Ma Hongjun. "Kill that little beast!" A group of women roared like enraged lionesses. "Slay that dog!" Young men, harboring secret affections for Sui Hua, felt their eyes burn with rage, wishing to take a life. At that moment, the entire village, 100 strong, was consumed by fury, launching a thorough search for Ma Hongjun. In the office, Flinders stormed out in a fit of rage. That little beast, I will not spare him. Tang San frowned and followed suit. The teachers from Shrek Academy and the three girls were equally furious. Catching a glimpse of Flinders' fleeting figure, Xiao Wu exclaimed, "Let us go see what is happening." With that, she grabbed Zhu Zhuqing and dashed out. On the haystack, Suewa's outer garment had been torn open, several buttons missing. With fiery eyes, Ma Hongjun was about to proceed with his next move when he heard the commotion around him. "Kill that little beast. Little beast, come out. Beast, I will fight you." Ma Hongjun frowned, muttering to himself, "What is happening? Who is this little beast?" Upon noticing that Ma Hongjun's attention had waned, Suehua contemplated a stealthy escape from this terrifying demon. But as she attempted to flee, Ma Hongjun turned around and forcefully restrained her. At that moment, an elderly gentleman, approximately in his 60s or 70s, finally arrived at the scene. "That beast is here," he shouted, brandishing a shovel as he charged forward. "I will end you, you little monster." As he yelled, he swung the shovel down towards Ma Hongjun. "Who is this mad old man?" Ma Hongjun cursed loudly, seizing the shovel with his hand. The old man struggled to wrench it away, but found it utterly impossible. "I will put an end to you," he continued to shout, throwing punches at Ma Hongjun. "You deranged old fool." Ma Hongjun could no longer tolerate it and forcefully shoved the old man. The gentleman fell to the ground, blood streaming from his head. "What terrible luck!" Ma Hongjun spat, cursing aloud. He furrowed his brow, listening to the increasingly near curses, and recalled how the old man had just called him a little beast. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Could this group be seeking retribution against me? The thought sent a shiver down Ma Hongjun's spine, compelling him to flee. However, a crowd of burly men and women had already arrived. Witnessing the disheveled Suehua, her outer garments torn, alongside the bloodied elder, the villagers' eyes brimmed with fury. "Slay this wretched little beast," someone bellowed. The mob encircled Ma Hongjun, wielding shoulder poles, shovels, hoes, and iron rods, all aimed at him. "Damn it!" Ma Hongjun shouted, crouching down with his hands shielding his head. With a sharp thud, a hoe struck his back, tearing away a patch of skin. "They are truly serious about this. The phoenix has descended upon me." Enraged, Ma Hongjun felt the wrath of the phoenix ignite within him. He comprehended that should he cease his resistance, the likelihood of meeting his demise here became all too real. A violet-hued radiance erupted from within him, while the short strands of hair atop his head swiftly elongated, and two golden soul rings manifested upon his form. His hands transformed into claw-like appendages, and long feathers sprouted from his robust arms. A radiant crimson glow emanated from him, exuding an intense heat. The villagers who ventured too close fell back in terror, their skin scorched to a vivid red, even emitting a charred scent. The throng of villagers surrounding him recoiled in fright. A sense of elation surged within Ma Hongjun, prompting him to contemplate escape. Flander finally arrived, witnessing the scene of Ma Hongjun inflicting harm upon the villagers from a distance. "Ma Hongjun, you shall pay for this." Flander bellowed in fury. It was over. As Ma Hongjun beheld Flander's menacing demeanor, fear began to take root in his heart. Chapter 37, Castrate him behind Flander. Zhao Wujie exuded a similar aura of menace. Upon Flander's arrival, the enraged villagers parted to allow him passage. Just as Flander was about to confront Ma Hongjun, the old village chief stepped forward, arms outstretched to block Flander's path. "Director Flander, your student has committed an act beneath contempt. You must provide us with an explanation and cannot let him go unpunished," the old chief declared, his cane striking the ground emphatically in his indignation. "Rest assured, I will not spare this beast," Flander replied. "You must give us an account of how you will deal with this creature." A villager shouted in anger. The father of Tsuwa brought her forward and exclaimed, "If you do not severely punish this wretch, you shall vacate our village." In the distance, Tang San, Daim Mubai, Oscar, Yi Feng, and several girls approached. "Such scum must not live to see another day," Ning Rongrong asserted. "Let the villagers deal with him," Xiao Wu suggested. "Damn him," Zhu Zhuqing spoke coldly. Daim Mubai and Oscar cast sympathetic glances toward Ma Hongjun. Flander, listening to the villagers' furious outcry, felt an overwhelming sense of dread. He certainly did not wish for Ma Hongjun's demise. Ma Hongjun was his disciple, and after years at Shrek Academy, he had come to regard him as a son. Although he felt a sense of disappointment, he nonetheless wished to preserve Ma Hongjun's life. Zhao Wujie strode forward, pulling the panic-stricken Ma Hongjun back, commanding kneel. Without a trace of defiance, Ma Hongjun promptly knelt before Tsuehua. Fran, with a look of deep remorse, addressed the villagers, my fellow compatriots. This young man has committed an act that incites the wrath of both gods and men. As the principal of Shrek Academy, I must first extend my sincerest apologies to you. His waist bent deeply. It was futile to plead for mercy. This scoundrel must face severe punishment. Someone shouted loudly. Rest assured, punishment will be meted out, Flander replied. What sort of retribution do you wish for him? Chuehua's father seethed with hatred. Castrate the wretch. Only then will my heart find solace. Indeed, castrate him. Let us see how he dares to harm young girls again. A woman cried out. Castrate him. Castrate him. And no. Please don't castrate me. I will do anything you want. Just spare me. Ma Hongjun cried in panic. Teacher, you must save me. Please, do not let them castrate me. He clung to Flander's leg, weeping profusely, nearly beside himself with fear. How dare you? Flander resolved fiercely, delivering a sharp slap to Ma Hongjun's face. Blood mixed with teeth erupted from his mouth as he fell to the ground, his head buzzing and the world spinning. How have I taught you? Can you not discern right from wrong? Is it merely a whisper in your ear? Flander scolded angrily, kicking Ma Hongjun in the stomach. The blubbering youth writhed in agony. Arching his back in pain, Flander scanned the crowd, noting the villagers' continued fury. He sighed inwardly and seized a yoke from a nearby villager. Teacher, please, no? Ma Hongjun pleaded in terror. With a hardened heart, Flander brought the yoke down upon him repeatedly. Ma Hongjun's screams echoed, heart-wrenching and reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Filled with despair, after delivering dozens of blows, the yoke splintered. Seeing the villagers still unsatisfied, he grabbed an iron rod and resumed his merciless assault on Ma Hongjun. Gradually, some villagers averted their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Enough. Do not strike him further. Chuehua suddenly shouted. Chuehua, you need not feel pity for him, her father responded. It was my folly to misjudge him. He has received his due punishment. Let this matter be settled. I shall have no further dealings with him, Chuehua declared. Fear him not. Even if he is a spirit master, I would dare to confront him. A young man, secretly enamored with Chuehua, shouted boldly. I am weary. I wish to return home, Chuehua said. You would let him off so easily after how he treated you? Her father questioned, reluctant to accept. Flander kicked Ma Hongjun again. Commanding, apologized to Miss Chuehua. Despite the pain coursing through him, Ma Hongjun rose and bowed repeatedly before Chuehua, weeping. Chuehua, please forgive me. I was wrong. Flander then produced a bag of gold soul coins, extending it to Chuehua's father, stating, Here are 300 gold soul coins. Please accept them. The villagers were all taken aback in astonishment. They may never earn such a fortune in their lifetime. I cannot accept this money. Chuehua's father firmly refused. Please accept it. The sins committed by this boy are far too grave. If you do not accept it, my conscience will be troubled, Flandra implored. Chuehua's father still felt a twinge of reluctance. Witnessing his daughter being wronged, he wished he could chop Ma Hongjun into pieces and feed him to the dogs. Please take it, the village chief sighed, also trying to persuade him. The more astute villagers had already realized that it was impossible for Ma Hongjun to meet his demise. If they were to insist on taking the life of Ma Hongjun, Flander would undoubtedly not permit it. There are few soul masters as accommodating as Flander. Were it any other soul master, they would hardly concern themselves with the fate of an ordinary person. Flander managed to offer a heartfelt apology, administered a sound beating to Ma Hongjun, and even provided a substantial sum of money. This is already a commendable outcome. After a moment of hesitation, Chuehua's father ultimately accepted the money. Flander let out a sigh of relief and said, Ma Hongjun, do you recognize your mistake? I acknowledge my wrongdoings, Ma Hongjun replied. Then I shall impose a punishment upon you. You must kneel here for an entire day and shall not rise until nightfall, Flander declared. He cast his gaze upon the villagers and declared, if he dares to rise on his own accord, you must strike him down. Ma Hongjun hastily shook his head, insisting, I will not rise. Oscar, tend to the villagers' wounds, Flander instructed. Oscar promptly began crafting sausages, distributing them among the injured villagers. Flander then produced some coins to offer to these villagers. With each golden soul coin he relinquished, his heart bled. The tuition fees he had just collected were swiftly dwindling, leaving him to ponder how they would sustain themselves in the days to come. As Flander observed the mound of flesh kneeling before him, he felt an urge to deliver a few more kicks. Disperse now, and return to your labors, the old village chief commanded. At last, the villagers began to disperse. Oscar, quickly bring me some sausages. Ma Hongjun cried out in despair. He had just been struck hundreds of times by Flander, his bones nearly shattering, numerous bruises adorning his body. And the pain was excruciating. One side of his face was swollen, and several teeth had been lost. No sausages for him, Flander exclaimed furiously. Rest assured, I shall not provide him with any, Oscar replied. Flander glared fiercely at Ma Hongjun, stating, You will earn back the hundreds of gold soul coins lost earlier. With that, he turned away, unwilling to cast another glance at Ma Hongjun. Tang San followed suit, for his previous conversation with Flander remained unfinished. He ought to be castrated, Xiao Wu remarked. Yi Feng responded, Those who commit unjust acts inevitably face retribution. If he dares to repeat this, his luck will surely run out. Ning Rongrong, Oscar. You two shall return to continue your training. The rest of you may rest, Zhao Wujia instructed. Ning Rongrong and Oscar jogged back to their training, while Yi Feng, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing returned to their dormitory. Daim Mubai, however, chose to remain behind. Chapter 38. Xiao Wu's fury towards Tang San. Ma Hongjun knelt upon the ground. The intense pain coursing through him, causing him to intermittently gasp for breath. What terrible luck! Which scoundrel betrayed me? He cursed vehemently. He was certain that someone had just tipped off the villagers. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many of them rushing over with weapons in hand. Who is it? Dailada? Ma Hongjun looked up at Daim Mubai, his small eyes filled with resentment. Daim Mubai shook his head and replied, I don't know. I suspect that someone secretly used a sound amplification soul-guiding device nearby while you were with Sui Hua, and the entire village heard your voice. To hell with it. I'm her boyfriend. How happy was she when we were together? Couldn't she satisfy me just once more before we broke up? Which scoundrel used the amplification device to set me up? Daim Mubai shook his head. I don't know. If I find out who it is, I will make him pay dearly. Daim Mubai patted Ma Hongjun's shoulder and advised, You should consider curbing your lecherous tendencies. Otherwise, dreaming of pursuing Ning Rongrong will be futile. That addiction is hard to shake off. If I try to quit, I'll be consumed by my desires. Ma Hongjun sighed in resignation. Daim Mubai continued, Then you must extinguish that fire discreetly in the future. In front of everyone, you should present yourself as a reformed man, deeply devoted and loyal. That way, you might still have a chance. Besides, your martial soul is a top-tier assault type, which gives you some advantage. A smile broke across Ma Hongjun's face. I know what to do now. Ning Rongrong, I will definitely pursue you. Stay here and kneel for now. I'm heading back, Daim Mubai said. Don't forget to bring me some water. I'll die out here under the sun all day. Ma Hongjun shouted. Upon returning to the dormitory, Daim Mubai happened to see Yi Feng walking towards the girls' dormitory. His gaze turned cold as he watched Yi Feng approach the girls' dormitory and enter the room next to Zhu Zhuqing's. His fists clenched tightly as he turned to leave. Since he could not eliminate Yi Feng at this moment, he resolved to approach Zhu Zhuqing first, intending to influence her through his own actions. He aimed to showcase his devoted and optimistic side to Zhu Zhuqing, hoping to completely alter her perception of him. Should this tactic prove ineffective, he resolved to eliminate Yi Feng at any cost. Shortly after Yi Feng entered the room, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing paid him a visit, offering to assist with the cleaning. From now on, we shall be neighbors, Xiao Wu remarked. Zhu Zhuqing diligently tidied up in silence, though she spoke not a word. The delight on her face was unmistakable. Well, the room is already quite clean. There is little to tidy up. You two should return to your training. We have classes to attend this evening, Yi Feng said with a smile. He escorted the two girls to the entrance. Where has Rongrong gone? Xiao Wu suddenly exclaimed in surprise. They gazed towards the edge of the village, only catching sight of Oscar's fleeting figure, while Ning Rongrong had seemingly vanished. After a few minutes of searching, her figure remained elusive. Yi Feng remarked, She must have gone off to play in Soto City. As the young lady she is, how could she endure such hardships? Really? Isn't she afraid of being punished by the dean? Xiao Wu inquired. Yi Feng replied, She is the young mistress of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Her presence here is merely for amusement, so why would she care about the academy's training? Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement, endorsing Yi Feng's perspective. This is her choice. You should focus on your own matters instead of worrying about her, Yi Feng advised. All right. Just then, Tang San returned from his conversation with Flinder and spotted Yi Feng and the others standing at the girls' dormitory entrance. The proximity heightened Tang San's anxiety about Xiao Wu being swept away by Yi Feng. I must act quickly, he thought, waving to Xiao Wu and calling out, Xiao Wu. San, you're back, Xiao Wu responded. Tang San said, Can you step out for a moment? I have something to discuss with you. I'll be right back. Xiao Wu told Yi Feng and Zhu Zhuqing beside her, then dashed outside. What is it? Xiao Wu asked as she approached Tang San. Tang San smiled at Feng and Zhu Zhuqing, nodding in acknowledgement, then turned to Xiao Wu, saying, "Let us talk over there." Feng smiled. Watching Tang San and Xiao Wu walk away, having already surmised what Tang San intended to discuss. Go back and adjust your state. Tonight's lesson may prove somewhat perilous. Feng advised. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, replying, "Call me when it's time for dinner." Sure. Tang San led Xiao Wu a few hundred meters to a tree. San, what is it that you want to tell me so mysteriously? Xiao Wu asked, her curiosity piqued. Tang San inquired, Xiao Wu, are you not curious why Feng can absorb 3 10,000-year soul rings? I am curious, Xiao Wu replied. You seem quite familiar with him. Have you ever asked why he can absorb such ancient soul rings? Xiao Wu looked at Tang San and asked, San, do you long to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring? Tang San responded, Xiao Wu, what soul master wouldn't he desire to absorb powerful soul rings? However, the stronger the soul ring, the greater the risk involved in absorption. I previously believed a soul master's first soul ring could only be around 400 years at most, yet Feng has directly absorbed a 10,000-year one. The power of a 10,000-year soul ring is self-evident. Now that I am at level 29, if I could absorb a 10,000-year soul ring for my third, it would certainly surpass absorbing a 1,000-year one by a considerable margin. The expression on Xiao Wu's face was somewhat intricate. Indeed, Feng was right. Even Tang San yearned to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. Xiao Wu, did you inquire of him? Tang San asked once more. Xiao Wu shook her head and replied, I did not. She deemed it unnecessary to disclose the events of the previous night to Tang San, as Feng's method was of no use to him. Moreover, Feng had recognized her identity last night, prompting her instinctively to avoid mentioning those occurrences in front of Tang San. Tang San paused momentarily, and then felt a pang in his heart. Xiao Wu had indeed learned to lie, and the one she deceived was none other than him. For the sake of a stranger she had known only for a few days, she chose to mislead her brother, who had been by her side for 6 long years. Tang San's heart was engulfed in sorrow, and simultaneously, he harbored a deep resentment toward Feng. He wore a visage of utter disappointment and said, Xiao Wu, I never imagined a day would come when you would deceive me, and for someone you have only known for a few days at that. San Xiao, what are you talking about? I did not lie to you, Xiao Wu hastily explained, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Tang San, with a piercing gaze fixed upon her, replied, I witnessed your conversation with Feng last night. You even inquired about how he absorbed the 10,000-year soul ring. Xiao Wu's heart sank, panic setting in. Did Tang San overhear her discussion with Feng? Did he also discern her identity as a soul beast? However, Tang San's demeanor suggested he was unaware of that particular truth, as he seemed solely focused on the method of absorbing the soul ring. With this thought, Xiao Wu felt a slight relief, but indignation swiftly followed. San Xiao, how could you possibly stalk me and eavesdrop on my conversations? She demanded angrily. Chapter 39, Xiao Wu, Tang San, could you not be so underhanded? Seeing Xiao Wu's furious expression, Tang San could not suppress his own anger. How dare you accuse me? You and Feng had your clandestine discussions. Why keep them from me? Is there something shameful about it? He retorted. Xiao Wu was taken aback by Tang San's fury. Throughout their lives, he had never raised his voice at her. Tears streamed down her delicate face as she turned to leave. Realizing he might have spoken too harshly, Tang San grasped her arm and said, I am sorry, Xiao Wu. I should not have spoken to you in that tone. You need not apologize. I should be the one to say sorry for deceiving you. Is that sufficient? She replied, attempting to walk away. Tang San held her arm firmly, refusing to let her depart. Xiao Wu, please do not cry. He reached out to wipe the tears from her cheeks, but she turned her face away. Calm down. Tang San urged. What more do you wish to say? Xiao Wu glared at him. Tang San gritted his teeth, resolved to continue his inquiry. He does not wish for Xiao Wu to continue her descent. He must swiftly uncover Feng's secret and subsequently deal with him. He endeavored to soften his tone, saying, Just reveal to me the secret of Feng's absorption of the 10,000-year soul ring. Do you not wish for me to grow stronger? Xiao Wu's heart stirred, and she inquired, Did you not just say you heard me ask about Feng? Why then did you not hear the method he mentioned? Tang San replied helplessly. At first, I could still hear, but then it became inaudible. Perhaps my injury from yesterday has affected my hearing. Xiao Wu, please tell me. Xiao Wu sighed in relief, her worries dissipating. It turned out that Tang San was truly unaware of her true identity. She stated, Tang San, I believe that if you genuinely wish to know, you could simply inquire directly with Feng. There is no need to eavesdrop on others' secrets or rely on me to obtain them. One should act with integrity. Are you suggesting that I lack integrity? Tang San felt insulted, his anger flaring as he raised his voice. Can you refrain from being angry all the time? I am speaking to you seriously, Xiao Wu retorted, her tone growing firmer, equally incensed. Tang San's repeated outbursts left her perplexed. Today, he seemed particularly petty. Just tell me whether he disclosed that method to you. What is there that cannot be said? Is he forbidding you from sharing? Tang San asked impatiently. He did tell me, Xiao Wu replied. Tang San's heart leaped with joy as he quickly asked, Xiao Wu, I am your brother. I vow to protect you always. Please tell me, the stronger I become, the better I can safeguard you. Xiao Wu shook her head, saying, Tang San, do not inquire further. This method is not suitable for you. Even if I were to tell you, you could not utilize it. Tang San, unconvinced, insisted, just tell me. I will determine for myself whether I can use it. Xiao Wu shook her head again. Tang San, truly, I am not deceiving you. You really cannot use this method. Over 99% of soul masters on the Douluo Continent cannot. Tang San asked, did he tell you this? Yes, Xiao Wu nodded. Tang San laughed, scoffing. Over 99% of soul masters on the continent cannot? That's laughable. Does he truly consider himself the greatest genius of Douluo Continent? Without those 3 10,000-year soul rings, his soul power might even be lower than Ning Rongrong's. Tang San, how can you say such things? Xiao Wu was incensed. Am I wrong? He retorted. Who does he think he is to determine that others cannot use that method? His assertions are merely to show off in front of you. My teacher, Yu Xiaojing, is the most knowledgeable and advanced in soul master theory on the continent, and I have received his true teachings. If you disclose that method to me, I will be able to discern whether it can be utilized. Xiao Wu, please tell your brother. You are now at level 29. Wouldn't it be splendid for us to absorb the 10,000-year soul rings together? Tang San urged her. Xiao Wu gazed at Tang San as if he were a stranger. With a countenance full of disappointment, she said, Xiao San, after spending so many years together, I always believed you to be a person of righteousness and integrity. Today, you feel utterly unfamiliar to me. Is this perhaps a hidden facet of your character? Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Tang San was struck with a sense of foreboding. He had not anticipated that his image would crumble in her eyes. He hastily replied, Xiao Wu, you misunderstand me. I genuinely wish to learn that method. It is to better protect you. But even if you intend to protect me, you cannot resort to unscrupulous means to covet what belongs to others. Especially when that person is my friend, Xiao Wu retorted. I, Tang San, found myself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond to Xiao Wu. Things that do not belong to you should not be obtained through dubious means. Wouldn't your conscience feel uneasy? Tang San couldn't help but recall certain events from his previous life. Xiao Wu continued, that method is a secret of Yi Feng, without his consent. I cannot divulge it. However, I can assure you that you truly cannot utilize that method. If you doubt my words, you may directly inquire with him. Can you not muster the courage for that? With that, Xiao Wu ignored Tang San and turned to leave. Watching her retreating figure, Tang San clenched and relaxed his fist repeatedly. It was disheartening that their relationship had soured over Yi Feng. This was the first time in many years that such discord had arisen. Yi Feng, this is all because of you. If not for your presence, Xiao Wu would not treat me this way. I refuse to believe that, with my innate full soul power, I cannot master your method. Since Xiao Wu is unwilling to tell me, I shall ask him directly. What I, Tang San, am determined to achieve, I will accomplish. Tang San followed Xiao Wu in the direction of the dormitory. Upon nearing the vicinity, he noticed Yi Feng still standing at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. At that moment, Xiao Wu happened to return to her room. Tang San's ears perked up as he extended his spiritual energy, eager to hear what Yi Feng would say to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, what did Tang San say to you? Why do you look so distressed? Yi Feng inquired with a smile. Xiao Wu glanced back at Tang San from a distance and replied, It's nothing. I'm going back to cultivate. All right. Once Xiao Wu had entered her room, Tang San waved to Yi Feng and called out, Yi Feng, may we have a word? Of course, Yi Feng replied. Tang San led Yi Feng to the spot where he had just spoken with Xiao Wu. Tang San, what is it? Yi Feng asked. With a benevolent smile, Tang San said, Yi Feng, your talent is truly astonishing. You startled me during yesterday's assessment. I am curious as to how you cultivate so swiftly. Do you possess exceptionally high innate soul power? Yi Feng chuckled. Indeed, it is somewhat higher than average. I awakened with full innate soul power. Ah, what a coincidence. So do I, Tang San exclaimed in astonishment. He then expressed his confusion. Since we both possess full innate soul power, why is it that I have reached the limit of absorbing these 2 spirit rings, yet you are capable of absorbing a 10,000-year spirit ring? How are you so much stronger? Yi Feng remarked. It is due to the extraordinary fortune I once encountered that I am able to absorb the 10,000-year soul ring. Tang San's eyes brightened, and he felt an exhilarating surge of excitement as he inquired, what sort of fortune? Could you share it with me? Chapter 40. Tang San. Do you take me for a fool? Yi Feng replied, Tang San, it is not that I wish to withhold this information from you. Rather, the method I possess is one you cannot utilize, knowing it would serve no purpose. Upon hearing these words, Tang San's inner exhilaration vanished in an instant. The fact that Yi Feng would divulge such information to Xiao Wu, but not to him, was clearly a display meant to impress her. Tang San's thoughts turned dark and brooding. He smiled and inquired, what method could that possibly be? Could you enlighten me? I have conducted considerable research on martial spirits. Perhaps I could utilize it as well. Yi Feng shook his head and replied, no, you absolutely cannot. You should focus on absorbing a Millennium Spirit Ring honestly. Tang San responded, Yi Feng, you underestimate me. Both of us possess innate full soul power. Why is it that you can, yet I cannot? Yi Feng explained, it is not that I underestimate you. Rather, I believe your opportunity has not yet arrived. Hearing this from Yi Feng, Tang San found it increasingly ludicrous. Opportunity? Could it be any more far-fetched? It merely boils down to desire and lack thereof. What need is there to mention opportunity? Controlling his emotions, Tang San said, indeed. A method that allows one to absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring in advance must be extraordinarily precious. It is quite understandable that you would hesitate to disclose it. I was the one being presumptuous. He retrieved 10 golden grains from the storage soul guide and remarked, you witnessed the power of this object yesterday. It is known as the dragon whisker needle. Once infused with soul energy, it becomes exceedingly sharp, capable of penetrating all forms of defense. If it were to pierce the internal organs, even a deity would find it difficult to intervene. This treasure is exceedingly rare, and I am willing to exchange it for your secret. Tang San felt no regret. Without the mastery of concealed weapon techniques, one could hardly unleash the true potential of the dragon whisker needle. Sooner or later, it would find its way back to him. Yi Feng shook his head, stating, such an item holds no value for me. It is of no use. Tang San felt a pang of annoyance at the dismissal of his concealed weapon, responding, do not underestimate it. At a critical moment, it could turn the tide in your favor. By relying on sneak attacks and underhanded tactics, Yi Feng retorted. Tang San paused for a moment, then replied, many believe that ambushes and deceit are dishonorable methods, yet they may very well save one's life in dire situations. I do not require such methods, Yi Feng asserted. As long as one can eliminate their enemies, does the means matter? Tang San countered, if you deem this insufficient, I have other offerings. With that, he drew a crossbow from behind his back, explaining, this is a back crossbow, easily concealed, yet powerful. To use it, one merely has to lower their head and trigger it through the movement of the back muscles. Keep it. Truly, I have no interest in such items. Do you think the method to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring is so trivial? Yi Feng replied. Tang San fell silent, pondering what treasures he possessed that could compare to Yi Feng's method. The Xiantian skill, Purple Extreme Demon Eye, the 100 solutions of concealed weapons, and the Xiantian treasure record. Each one was a priceless gem. He could not bear to part with these in exchange for Yi Feng's method. In his eyes, the worth of his unique skills was certainly not inferior to Yi Feng's approach. The Tang sect's techniques were not to be divulged, unless Yi Feng could become a member of the Tang sect. However, with Yi Feng's aspirations for Xiao Wu, Tang San could never permit him to join. With this thought, Tang San relinquished the notion of an exchange. He remarked, since you have continuously claimed that I cannot employ your method, what harm is there in revealing it? After all, I would never master it. Yi Feng responded, since you are so eager to know, I shall enlighten you. Tang San's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed at Yi Feng. Yi Feng continued, do you believe in the existence of deities in this world? It is precisely because I have inherited the legacy of a god that I have absorbed 3 spirit rings, each a millennium old. Having spoken, Yi Feng departed without waiting for Tang San's response. A smile played at the corners of his mouth. Based on his understanding of Tang San, it was evident that he would not believe such a claim. The anticipation etched on Tang San's face vanished, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. After a considerable pause, it was only when Yi Feng's figure faded from view that he regained his senses. Gods, how could there possibly be deities in this world? They are merely figments of human imagination, he scoffed. Yi Feng, oh Yi Feng, if you choose not to speak, there is no need to deceive me in such a manner. Do you take me for a fool? Tang San's gaze gradually turned icy. Could he forego that secret? Simply eliminate him? The Tang sect's canon recorded that if one could ascertain a path to death, there was no need to hold back. Yet, Tang San felt a pang of reluctance. If he were to dispose of Feng now, the secret of absorbing the 10,000-year soul ring might forever elude him. Once he set his sights on something he desired, he would stop at nothing to acquire it, just as in his previous life. His obsession with hidden weapons drove him to risk his life to learn their secrets. Let him live a few more days, he mused. When the time comes for my teacher to arrive, perhaps some insights could be gleaned from him. Since I cannot kill Feng for the time being, I must not allow Xiao Wu to remain under his influence. Thus, I must swiftly confess my feelings to her, to make my intentions clear. Having spent so many years nurturing her, I believe she harbors feelings for me as well. Perhaps she refrains from expressing them due to her perception of me as merely an older brother. In 2 lifetimes, Tang San had never experienced the taste of love. Now that he had determined Xiao Wu was his, he would never allow anyone else to seize her away. As night descended upon the Shrek Academy's playground, Flanders surveyed the young students before him. Ma Hongjun had returned, having devoured 2 of Oscar's large sausages, and his injuries were nearly healed. During the day, although Flanders' strikes had been fierce, they had only left superficial wounds on Ma Hongjun. Daim Mubai's facial swelling had diminished significantly, yet it still bore a somewhat fearsome appearance. Oscar had run 20 laps around the village and was now somewhat fatigued. Flanders' gaze swept over everyone before settling on Oscar, inquiring, "Oscar, have you all completed your 20 laps?" Oscar cast a brief glance at Ning Rongrong and replied, "I have finished." Flanders' expression darkened as he corrected, "I was asking about all of you, not just you." Seeing Flanders' stern demeanor, Oscar felt a twinge of fear and replied, "I completed my laps. As for Ning Rongrong, I was not paying much attention. Only a fool would take the blame for her." Oscar pondered to himself, if it were Xiao Wu, he would certainly fabricate a lie to garner her favor, even if it were later exposed. However, this was Ning Rongrong, and he saw no necessity to endure Flanders' wrath on her behalf. Flinder was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that Oscar would deceive for the sake of this beautiful classmate, yet he was surprised by Oscar's shrewdness as he feigned ignorance. "Ning Rongrong, have you completed your 20 laps?" Flinder inquired sternly. "I haven't finished. 20 laps is excessive, and I'm hungry." "It's impossible to achieve," Ning Rongrong replied nonchalantly. "So you indulged in a feast in Soto City and spent the entire afternoon wandering?" Flinder retorted. "Did you actually follow me?" Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in disbelief. What followed was a fierce argument as Ning Rongrong's true nature as a spirited witch emerged, clashing with Flinder's cunning intellect. Despite her somewhat headstrong temperament, her innate kindness made her ill-equipped to contend with Flinder's guile. Before long, she was left utterly humiliated, her confidence shattered, and she fled to her dormitory in tears. Flinder surveyed the others and declared, "No one is permitted to comfort Ning Rongrong. If she can resolve her thoughts, let her stay. If not, she may leave. Now, let us commence." Chapter 41. Tang San's disastrous confession. The evening training did not include Oscar, as he remained at the academy. Flinder, accompanied by Feng, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Daim Mubai, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun, made their way to Soto City. After a brief respite upon their arrival, they proceeded directly to the Grand Soul Arena for practical combat training. Flinder allowed the 6 to form their own teams, conveniently creating 3 groups. Feng, disinterested in such tedious skirmishes, opted out entirely. Flinder and Zhao Wujin recalled Tang Chen's words and dared not pressure Feng further. Zhu Zhuqing had intended to team up with Feng, but with his withdrawal, she was compelled to partner with Xiao Wu instead. Tang San's mood was exceedingly grim. He had hoped to join forces with Xiao Wu, seeking to foster closeness during the battle to alleviate the unpleasantness that had arisen between them earlier that day. Preparing for his impending confession, to his dismay, with Feng's exit, Xiao Wu chose to team with Zhu Zhuqing. In the end, Tang San was paired with Ma Hongjun, and the 2 fought independently, lacking any cooperation. Daim Mubai opted to face his opponent solo in one-on-one combat. The opponents in this training session were not particularly formidable, and all 3 teams emerged victorious. As they emerged from the Grand Soul Arena, the clock was nearing 10. Flinder once again commanded them to run back. Before long, they returned to Shrek Academy. Zhao Wujin noticed the lights illuminating the girls' dormitory, a smile gracing his face as he turned to depart. However, Rongrong chose to remain. Xiao Wu, feeling a surge of joy, eagerly pulled Zhu Zhuqing towards the dormitory. Although Ning Rongrong had displayed a somewhat haughty demeanor that day, Xiao Wu still perceived her as quite amiable, albeit someone who struggled with hardships. "Yay!" exclaimed Ma Hongjun, animatedly signaling encouragement. In the evening, Flinder ordered Ning Rongrong to leave, which left Ma Hongjun anxiously pondering the implications throughout the night. If Ning Rongrong truly departed, wouldn't he be at a loss? He even contemplated whether he should compete with Oscar for Xiao Wu if Ning Rongrong were to leave. Now that Ning Rongrong had not departed, he need not vie with Oscar for her affection. Yi Feng followed behind Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, making their way to the girls' dormitory. Daim Mubai, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun stood rooted in place, glaring enviously at Yi Feng's retreating figure, their teeth grinding in frustration. The fact that Yi Feng resided next door to the girl they all cherished instilled a profound sense of threat within them. Envy and resentment coursed through their veins. No matter how Ma Hongjun viewed Yi Feng, he found him increasingly displeasing and inquired, "Boss Dai, with that face of his, do you think Ning Rongrong could possibly develop feelings for him?" Daim Mubai's expression darkened as he replied, "There is a significant possibility. What should we do then? Yi Feng is more handsome than I am and possesses greater strength. How could I possibly compete with him?" Ma Hongjun expressed his concerns. "If you were to truly pursue Ning Rongrong, you would stand no chance whatsoever," Daim Mubai stated. "What can we do?" "You can only hope he has no interest in Ning Rongrong, or perhaps eliminate him," Daim Mubai said coldly, showing no regard for Tang San's presence beside him. Tang San was not at all surprised by Daim Mubai's determination to eliminate Yi Feng. He remained silent, turning to walk towards his room. Inside the girls' dormitory, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing entered their chamber and immediately spotted Ning Rongrong, whose eyes were swollen from crying. "Rongrong, are you all right?" Xiao Wu inquired. "I am fine," Ning Rongrong replied. Yi Feng stood at the doorway and asked, "Aren't you considering leaving Shrek Academy?" Ning Rongrong shook her head, asserting, "I will not leave. I can endure the same hardships as you all. I wish to prove to Flinder that Ning Rongrong is not inferior to any of you. It is good that you have come to this realization. Let us train together tomorrow," Xiao Wu stated. Yi Feng returned to his room. Hardly had he settled down when he heard Tang San's voice calling out, "Xiao Wu, come out for a moment. I have something to discuss with you." Tang San shouted from outside the girls' dormitory. Xiao Wu opened the door but did not step outside, asking, "What do you wish to tell me?" Tang San replied, "Follow me. We need to find a suitable place to converse." Xiao Wu shook her head, saying, "If you intend to inquire about this morning's incident, there is no need. You should rest early." The mere thought of the morning's events made Xiao Wu somewhat irate. She could not comprehend why Tang San was so insistent on obtaining that method. With so many titled Douluos, wasn't it a normal configuration to have soul rings? Tang San clarified, "It is not about that matter. I have something else to discuss." "Really?" Tang San nodded. "All right then." Xiao Wu stepped out of the room, following Tang San as they ventured farther away. They arrived at the village entrance, and Tang San continued walking ahead. Xiao Wu halted, puzzled. "Where are you taking me?" "Just a bit further. We will talk by the river." Tang San smiled. "Why must we go so far to speak?" Xiao Wu retorted, slightly dissatisfied. "The night view there is quite beautiful," Tang San remarked. They walked over 100 meters further and reached the riverbank, settling on a large stone. "Tang San, what is it that you wish to say?" "I am tired and would like to rest early," Xiao Wu expressed. With a guilty expression, Tang San began, "Xiao Wu, I must apologize for how I spoke to you this morning." Xiao Wu smiled, stating, "You are my brother. I am no longer angry with you." Tang San also smiled, gazing at Xiao Wu with fondness. "Xiao Wu, have we known each other for 6 years now?" "Yes, it has indeed been 6 years," Xiao Wu affirmed. "How have I treated you during these 6 years?" Tang San asked. His heart began to race. Having never pursued a girl before, how could he not feel anxious during his first confession? Xiao Wu remarked, "You treat me so well, always accommodating me. What is the matter? Why do you suddenly ask such a question? What do you think of me?" Tang San inquired, his voice tinged with apprehension. He gazed intently at Xiao Wu, his palms clammy with anxiety. "You are wonderful, a truly responsible brother. Yet, why do you persist in asking such trivial questions?" "I am utterly exhausted from training and intend to return for some rest." Xiao Wu rose, stifling a yawn, and began to walk away. "Xiao Wu, don't go." Tang San stood up, his voice urgent. "What is the matter? Do you need something?" Xiao Wu replied, her impatience mounting. Tang San stammered, words caught in his throat. Unable to express himself, he was more nervous than when he had first clandestinely learned the Tang sect's secrets. "What do you mean? Why are you acting so strangely tonight? What do you truly wish to say?" Xiao Wu pressed, her annoyance growing. Tang San was now sweating profusely. His throat constricted as if a stone lodged within, preventing him from uttering the words he longed to speak. If you're not going to say anything, then forget it, Star Luo declared, turning to leave. In a moment of desperation, Tang San finally shouted, Star Luo, I like you. Star Luo halted abruptly, turning back in disbelief. What did you just say? Tang San inhaled deeply and declared, I said, I like you, Star Luo. Will you be my girlfriend? Observing the sweat glistening on his brow, Star Luo felt a pang of unease. Tang San, have you lost your mind? Did you perhaps sustain a blow to the head during the battle? He stepped closer, gazing earnestly into her eyes. I am serious, Star Luo. I truly like you. Star Luo instinctively stepped back, widening the space between them. This is impossible. You have always regarded me as a sister. When your father left, you took me to that small hill and vowed to consider me your sister. To treat me as family. Tang San insisted, I once thought of you as a sister, but now my feelings have changed. No, Star Luo shook her head, retreating further. I have always seen you as a brother. We are siblings. Please, do not entertain such thoughts. With that, she turned and fled. Chapter 42. Tang San's forcefulness terrifies Star Luo. Star Luo's words struck Tang San like a thunderbolt, leaving him frozen in place. She had rejected him without a hint of hesitation. He had believed that his years of dedication would evoke affection from Star Luo. To his astonishment, the outcome was entirely unexpected. By the time Tang San regained his composure, Star Luo had already dashed away. Star Luo, he called out, channeling his soul power into his legs and sprinting after her with all his might. At last, he seized her arm at the entrance of Shrek Academy. Let go of me, Star Luo protested, thrashing her arm in an attempt to break free. Tang San's grip was as unyielding as a vice, firmly holding her in place. Why? I have treated you so well. Do you truly feel nothing for me? He implored, his voice rising in intensity. Nothing at all, Star Luo retorted, struggling with all her strength. Witnessing her desperate resistance, Tang San suddenly felt as though he had nurtured a treacherous viper, and a surge of anger ignited within him. Do you fancy Yi Feng? He demanded, his voice echoing with accusation. Whom I like is none of your concern. That is my prerogative, Star Luo replied defiantly. Tang San's fury escalated, and he shouted, is he merely more handsome than I? That kind of person is far too fickle and unreliable. Only I can wholeheartedly treat you well. San, please let go. You're frightening me, Star Luo exclaimed, her eyes wide with fear as she looked at Tang San's furious visage. She could not comprehend how the kind-hearted Tang San she had always known could suddenly transform into such a terrifying figure. Seeing her continued resistance, Tang San steeled his resolve, yanking her closer and leaning in toward her face. No, Star Luo cried out in sheer terror, summoning all her soul power to retaliate against him. However, Tang San had already anticipated her intent. He swiftly tapped her shoulder twice, momentarily immobilizing her. Please, no? As Tang San's face loomed ever closer, Star Luo shouted, her tears on the verge of overflowing. The image of her warm, older brother figure shattered completely in her heart. The current Tang San resembled a demon intent on devouring her, filling her with despair, just as he was about to succeed. A stone the size of an egg shot out from within Shrek Academy, striking Tang San's face with the speed of lightning. The blow caused his head to jerk aside, several of his teeth flying out as his body toppled to the ground. His mind spun in a daze, collapsing onto the ground as excruciating pain overwhelmed him. Who? Tang San bellowed, turning to see Yi Feng emerging from the academy. With a single stride, Yi Feng covered several meters, positioning himself before Star Luo. Yi Feng, Star Luo exclaimed joyfully. Yi Feng. Tang San glared at Yi Feng with unbridled hatred, his gaze filled with a desire to devour him whole. As a disciple of the Tang sect, being injured by a mere stone was a profound humiliation. Moreover, Yi Feng had interrupted his moment with Star Luo, igniting a burning desire within Tang San to eliminate him. Yi Feng, disregarding Tang San entirely, smiled at Star Luo and gently patted her shoulder. Suddenly, Star Luo realized she could move again. Yi Feng, she shouted, retreating behind him and clutching his arm, fearfully glancing at Tang San. Tang San, since Star Luo does not harbor feelings for you, how can you force her? A fruit that is forcibly picked is never sweet, Yi Feng remarked. Tang San rose to his feet, asserting, Star Luo is merely enchanted by you. A person like you could never genuinely care for her. Only I am capable of wholeheartedly cherishing her. Yi Feng turned to the visibly distressed Star Luo and inquired, Star Luo, do you have feelings for him? She shook her head, declaring, I have always regarded him as a brother. He is the one who has misinterpreted my feelings. Yi Feng continued, did you hear that? Star Luo sees you merely as a brother. How can you, driven by selfish desires, compel her to accept you? Your actions are no different from those of a thief. Tang San was rendered speechless by Yi Feng's words, his expression darkening to a near-somber state. Xiao Wu bit her lip and stated, Tang San, if you truly consider me a sister, then I will acknowledge you as my brother. However, if you harbor other intentions, I am afraid I cannot agree. Xiao Wu, let us return, Yi Feng suggested, grasping her wrist and turning back towards the academy. Tang San called out, Xiao Wu, I will not abandon you. I will prove my sincerity through my actions. For you, I would willingly face death. Xiao Wu paused momentarily but continued onward without looking back. Tang San flipped his palm, revealing several needle-like projectiles. With a mere flick of his hand, these needles would silently pierce Yi Feng's vital points from behind. He could kill Yi Feng or render him incapacitated. Yet, until the figures of Yi Feng and Xiao Wu vanished from sight, Tang San remained unmoved. He gloomily retracted the dragon beard needle, realizing that it was not an opportune moment to eliminate Yi Feng. To commit murder in front of Xiao Wu would likely haunt him for a lifetime, as she would never forgive him. Furthermore, harming a fellow student could result in his expulsion from Shrek Academy. I shall endure. Once the teacher uncovers your secret, it will be your demise. Xiao Wu will inevitably be mine. Tang San harbored no concerns about his ability to eliminate Yi Feng. For a disciple of the Tang sect, silently dispatching someone was an exceedingly simple task. As they hurried back to the dormitory, Xiao Wu finally sighed in relief. She withdrew her hand, her cheeks slightly flushed, and said, Yi Feng, thank you. There's no need for thanks. I cannot abide such bullying, Yi Feng replied. How did you know I was there? Xiao Wu inquired. I stepped out for some fresh air and happened to see you with Tang San, Yi Feng explained. That was truly perilous. Tang San is your brother. Isn't he? How could he? Suddenly, Xiao Wu's expression shifted to one of pain as she responded, I don't understand why he has changed. He seemed fine before. Yi Feng sighed. You view him as a brother, yet he wishes to possess you. Xiao Wu felt even more distressed, stating, let's not discuss it anymore. I need to rest. All right, if Tang San continues to pressure you, feel free to seek me out, Yi Feng offered. Okay. Upon returning to her room, Xiao Wu's unsightly complexion caught the attention of Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, who inquired with concern. Xiao Wu briefly recounted the situation with Tang San, prompting Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing to provide comfort and support. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory, Tang San returned to his room with a grim expression. Oscar, seemingly motivated by Yi Feng and the others' prowess, was diligently cultivating his soul power. Upon hearing the door open, he opened his eyes and immediately noticed Tang San's dark demeanor as he entered. Tang San, what is wrong? You look quite upset, Oscar asked. He was exceedingly warm-hearted. Promptly descending from his bed to stand before Tang San, his expression imbued with concern. As Tang San gazed upon Oscar's face, which was handsomely superior to his own, and recalled Oscar's intentions towards Xiao Wu, his anger surged uncontrollably. If he could not manage Yi Feng, could he not also confront Oscar? Get lost, Tang San bellowed in fury. Chapter 43. Visitors from the Star Luo Empire, presenting themselves before His Highness, the Crown Prince. Oscar was taken aback by Tang San's furious shout. Immediately thereafter, he found himself engulfed in anger. Considering that Tang San is the elder brother of Xiao Wu and will eventually become his brother-in-law, he approached with warmth to express his concern. Unexpectedly, his earnestness was met with indifference. Tang San, do you have any sense of reason? I show concern for you. And you tell me to get lost? Oscar exclaimed loudly. Tang San's gaze turned frigid, an aura of menace enveloping the room, causing the temperature to plummet. He had just been struck down by Yi Feng, leaving his pent-up anger without an outlet. Oscar, at this moment, was courting disaster. It was tantamount to seeking death. Overwhelmed with fear, he dared not meet the terrifying gaze of Tang San and found himself involuntarily retreating. I warn you, keep your distance from Xiao Wu in the future. Or do not blame me for being impolite, Tang San stated coldly. Initially filled with trepidation, Oscar suddenly found a spark of courage upon hearing these words. Why should I keep my distance from Xiao Wu? Pursuing her is my right, Oscar exclaimed boldly. Tang San seized Oscar by the collar, his expression fierce as he declared, because Xiao Wu is mine, she will become my wife, and no one shall take her away. Oscar's mouth slowly fell open, his face a portrait of astonishment. Tang San actually intended to take Xiao Wu as his wife. Are they not siblings? Upon hearing the commotion, Daim Mubai and Ma Hongjun pushed open the door and were taken aback by Tang San's words. They had never contemplated that Tang San would harbor feelings for Xiao Wu. Oscar found it difficult to accept and inquired, "Isn't Xiaowu your sister? How can you? What is there to prevent me? She is not my biological sister." Tang San bellowed in anger. Oscar gritted his teeth and replied, "Then I too can compete with you fairly. It is her right to choose whom she likes." Tang San sneered, "Fair competition? Very well, but I fear my methods may be beyond your endurance." At that moment, Oscar recalled the tragic figure of Zhao Wuji after being struck by the dragon beard needle. He fell into silence, his mind calming somewhat as he realized that Tang San was not someone to be trifled with. Tang San let out a cold snort, swiftly gathering his clothing, bedding, and other personal effects before departing from Oscar's room. Given the tumult that had ensued, there was no necessity to continue sharing the same space. Conveniently, the room previously occupied by Yi Feng had now become available. As for the door that had been damaged by Daim Mubai's kick, it could be repaired tomorrow. After Tang San's departure, Daim Mubai and Ma Hongjun gradually emerged from their state of shock. "My heavens, Tang San actually has feelings for Xiaowu," exclaimed Ma Hongjun. Daim Mubai patted Oscar on the shoulder, offering words of consolation. "Little Oscar, do not be disheartened. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Why fixate on a single flower? Indeed, what man lacks a wife?" Ma Hongjun chimed in. "Am I truly unable to compete with Tang San?" Oscar asked, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Daim Mubai's expression suddenly turned serious as he replied, "Tang San is not to be underestimated. You have witnessed his vicious methods, which are indeed hard to defend against. Moreover, I sensed a murderous intent emanating from him moments ago, indicating that he truly contemplated taking a life." Oscar felt a chill run down his spine, a wave of apprehension washing over him. Daim Mubai continued, "Do not despair. Is there not still Ning Rongrong?" "Dai, how can you say that? Ning Rongrong is mine," Ma Hongjun shouted. Daim Mubai retorted, "You have encountered more women than I have, yet Oscar is still a novice. Can't you give him a chance? Those women of the brothel cannot compare to Ning Rongrong," Ma Hongjun argued. Oscar was tempted by Daim Mubai's suggestion and said, "Fatty, considering our years of friendship, can't you let me have this one? Get lost. Women are not to be shared." Ma Hongjun snapped. "Then let us compete fairly," Oscar proposed. "Enough of the bickering. Let your abilities speak for themselves," Daim Mubai stated. Ma Hongjun remarked, "Oscar has a face like a seductress. How could I possibly outcompete him? You possess greater combat strength than Oscar. That does give you a slight advantage." In the early morning, before the sun had risen, Tang San had already awakened, seated upon the rooftop, preparing to cultivate the purple extreme magic eye. After a night of contemplation, he had regained his composure. The purple extreme magic eye was an essential part of his daily regimen. This extraordinary skill required years of diligent practice to unleash its remarkable power. While engaging in his cultivation, he also reflected on the details of the battle from the previous night in the Soul Arena, absorbing valuable lessons. Once the sun emerged, Tang San absorbed a strand of purple energy and descended from the rooftop. At that moment, Xiaowu and the other girls, along with Yi Feng, stepped out to head to the dining hall for breakfast. Xiaowu cast a glance at Tang San before quickly averting her gaze. In the past, she would have greeted him warmly, but now, a semblance of fear flickered in her eyes upon seeing him. The fact that Xiaowu no longer acknowledged him deepened Tang San's heartache. After finishing breakfast, a group gathered on the playground, where Flender and Zhao Wujin awaited their arrival. Yi Feng and the others stood in silence, patiently waiting. After 15 minutes had passed, Flender furrowed his brow and inquired, "Where is Oscar? Is he still sleeping?" No one responded to his question. "Tang San, you share a room with Oscar. Is he still in bed?" Flender asked. "Dean, I have moved to another room," Tang San replied. "Why?" Flender frowned. "There is no particular reason. I simply prefer a quieter environment," Tang San stated. "Then go fetch him. Today's lesson cannot proceed without him," Flender insisted. Yi Feng sensed the implication of Flender's words, realizing that he was implying they would be forced to partake in Oscar's sausages. Tang San's brow knitted slightly, filled with reluctance, yet he still turned to head towards the dormitory. Before he had taken more than a few steps, Oscar came rushing over with uncontainable excitement. Flender, initially poised to express his annoyance, was taken aback by Oscar's exclamation, "Dean, I have made a breakthrough." Flender's surprise quickly transformed into elation. Daim Mubai and Ma Hongjun stepped forward to offer their congratulations. Tang San and the three girls appeared astonished, but refrained from approaching to extend their commendations. Yi Feng remained composed, standing quietly in place. Flender furrowed his brow but chose not to comment further, attributing the distance between Yi Feng's group and Oscar to unfamiliarity. "Very well, today's lesson shall officially commence," Flender announced, casting his gaze over the assembly. Today, each of you must consume one of Oscar's sausages. Oscar momentarily froze, but then his heart soared, casting a mischievous glance towards Ning Rongrong and the other girls. What? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, shaking her head vehemently. I would rather die than eat that. I won't eat it either, Xiao Wu added, shaking her head as well. Zhu Zhuqing also declined. Silence. You will eat it whether you like it or not, or you may leave. Flender commanded with authority. At that moment, Teacher Li hurried in from outside. Dean. Individuals from the Star Luo Empire have arrived, he reported. Flender frowned and cast a sidelong glance at Daim Mubai before inquiring, what business do they have here? They are members of the Star Luo Royal Knights and claim to be looking for Mubai, Teacher Li explained. Let them in, Flender instructed. The faculty at Shrek Academy were well aware of Daim Mubai's identity. Furrowing his brow, Daim Mubai was uncertain as to why the knights sought him. However, when his gaze fell upon Yi Feng, he felt a surge of confidence, his chest puffing out slightly as a faint smile graced his lips. Daim Mubai, despite his youth, is indeed a prince of the Star Luo Empire, a status that is unmatched by ordinary individuals. Shortly thereafter, Teacher Li entered with a dozen or so individuals, all clad in plain clothes, exuding an extraordinary presence. Are they Seoul Douluo powerhouses? Flender felt a chill run down his spine as he exchanged glances with Zhao Waoji, then hastened to greet them. Daim Mubai followed closely behind Flender and Zhao Waoji. As Flender was about to speak, the leader of the group bypassed him entirely and knelt before Daim Mubai, declaring loudly, Vice Captain Wang Jian of the Knight's Order pays his respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. Chapter 44. Those who insult the Crown Prince shall perish. As the resonant voice of the Vice Captain echoed through the room, the other knights promptly knelt on one knee in unison, proclaiming, We pay our respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. Their powerful and harmonious voices left the teachers and students of Shrek Academy in a state of astonishment. When did Mubai ascend to the status of Crown Prince? Flender and the teachers were utterly taken aback. They recalled that Daim Mubai was merely a prince of the Star Luo Empire, not the Crown Prince. Yet now Oscar and Ma Hongjun could not help but swallow hard, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed at Daim Mubai's retreating figure. Ning Rongrong and Tang San exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in surprise at Daim Mubai's true identity. Zhu Zhuqing's expression remained inscrutable. She had anticipated this turn of events on the day of Davis's demise. The one who reacted the most was, indeed, Daim Mubai himself. He was utterly bewildered, his mind blank, momentarily unable to respond. In the eyes of the Emperor, he was merely a pawn to incite Davis. To receive the homage of the Knight Commander was a privilege reserved solely for the Grand Prince Davis. He, as a mere substitute, dared not even dream of such an honor. Pay your respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. Wang Jian shouted once more. Daim Mubai finally regained his senses and, in disbelief, asked, Are you calling me? Indeed, Wang Jian replied. Daim Mubai could not help but pinch his thigh, the sharp pain eliciting a gasp, finally confirming that he was not ensnared in a dream. His heart swelled with indescribable joy as he hastily replied, Please, rise. Although he had yet to grasp the full extent of the situation, the demeanor of these knights certainly did not suggest deceit. Commander Wang, what is the meaning of this? Why do you address me as Your Highness? Am I not to compete with the Crown Prince? Daim Mubai voiced the questions swirling in his mind. Commander Wang then cast a brief glance at Flender and Zhao Wujia before gesturing for Daim Mubai to follow him aside, saying, Your Highness, let us discuss this privately. Nodding in agreement, Daim Mubai trailed behind Commander Wang to the edge of the training ground, with the other knights following closely. Aside from the fleeting glances cast towards Flender and Zhao Wujia, the rest of the instructors and students were deemed unworthy of their attention. They had already considered it a privilege to be present at such a dilapidated Soul Master Academy. Wow, so Daim Mubai is actually the Crown Prince of the Star Luo Empire. Impressive, Ma Hongjun exclaimed excitedly. Oscar shared in the enthusiasm, envisioning a future where, upon Daim Mubai ascending to the throne, he too might secure a prominent position. So what if he is a Crown Prince? What is so remarkable about that? Ning Rongrong scoffed dismissively. With his character, how could he possibly be a Crown Prince? The Emperor of the Star Luo Empire must be blind, Xiao murmured. Yi Feng remained composed, displaying no sign of surprise at the unfolding events. At the edge of the training ground, Daim Mubai urgently inquired, Commander Wang, please elucidate what is happening. Commander Wang respectfully replied, Your Highness, the Crown Prince is deceased, and the talents of the other princes pale in comparison to yours. Thus His Majesty has directly appointed you as Crown Prince. What? Davis is dead? Daim Mubai could not contain his astonishment, his heart racing with a mix of shock and elation. The shock stemmed from the fact that Davis, the designated crown prince, had always been surrounded by formidable protectors. How could he have perished so suddenly? The elation arose from the crushing pressure he had endured under Davis's dominance, where hope seemed elusive. The fear of failing in competition, leading to potential exile or even death, weighed heavily on his heart. Now, with the news of Davis's demise, how could he not feel an overwhelming surge of joy? Commander Wang affirmed, "Indeed, the crown prince is no more." The immense joy coursing through Daim Mubai caused his body to tremble. The suddenness of this happiness made it feel surreal, as though he were trapped in a dream. The burdens he once bore seemed to vanish, leaving him lighthearted and exhilarated. Had it not been for the presence of so many others, he would have erupted into jubilant shouts. Witnessing Daim Mubai's ecstatic demeanor, Commander Wang maintained a gentle smile on his face. He did not harbor any contempt for Daim Mubai. His talent was indisputable, merely a few years younger than Davis. After several minutes had passed, Daim Mubai managed to regain his composure and curiously inquired, "Captain Wang, how did the crown prince meet his demise?" Wang Jian replied, "The crown prince was killed by another." Daim Mubai was taken aback. Wasn't he protected by a sole Douluo expert? The assailant was accompanied by a titled Douluo, Wang Jian explained. "A titled Douluo," Daim Mubai exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. No wonder, it turned out he had provoked a titled Douluo. He nodded in understanding. Wang Jian continued, "Your Highness, we have come to escort you back to the Empire, which will provide you with the finest cultivation resources to expedite your progress." Daim Mubai nodded and replied with a smile, "Very well. Let us set forth at once." Wang Jian responded, "One moment, please. Your Highness, do you have any further instructions?" Wang Jian inquired. Daim Mubai turned and gazed towards Zhu Zhuqing in the center of the training ground, cheerfully declaring, "The crown princess is also here. I wish to take her back with me." "I see," Wang Jian acknowledged. "Since the crown princess is present, she must certainly accompany us." "Follow me," he instructed. With a confident smile gracing his face, Daim Mubai strode forward with Wang Jian and a dozen others towards the center of the training ground. "Daim Mubai, you have concealed your prowess too well," Ma Hongjun exclaimed excitedly. "Daim Mubai," Oscar called out, his spirit invigorated. Daim Mubai merely smiled, bypassing them to approach Zhu Zhuqing directly. Upon seeing the group of experts approaching, Ma Hongjun and the others promptly stepped aside. They were perplexed, wondering what Daim Mubai intended to do. The elite members of the Royal Knights, with their lofty pride, regarded the individuals from Shrek Academy with disdain. As Daim Mubai approached, Zhu Zhuqing stood unflinchingly, her gaze fixed upon him, eager to discern his intentions. Daim Mubai positioned himself before Zhu Zhuqing, a radiant smile adorning his face as he gently spoke. "Qing, I am now the prince of the Star Luo Empire. Come with me back to the Empire and become my princess. I promise you a life of splendor." Before Zhu Zhuqing could respond, Ning Rongrong interjected with a scornful laugh. "Daim Mubai, have you taken a good look at yourself? Someone like you, a scoundrel, is not worthy of Zhuqing. Take a moment to reflect on your own worth." Ning Rongrong regarded Daim Mubai with derision. Instantly, a shadow passed over Daim Mubai's countenance. Wang Jian's gaze turned icy as he took a few steps forward, reaching out towards Ning Rongrong with a bellow. "Insulting the prince is a death sentence." Witnessing this scene, Flender and Zhao Wujin's hearts raced, nearly giving them a frightful shock. Should Ning Rongrong perish here, a conflict between the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Star Luo Empire would be inevitable. Moreover, Shrek Academy could very well be obliterated in a fit of rage from Ning Fingxi. "Stop!" Flender shouted anxiously, rushing forward alongside Zhao Wujin. "You overestimate yourselves." The group of knights sneered, obstructing Flender and Zhao Wujin. Daim Mubai furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating whether to spare Ning Rongrong's life. He was only aware that Ning Rongrong was a direct disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, unaware that she was the beloved daughter of Ning Fingxi. Recalling the numerous occasions when Ning Rongrong had mocked him, he steeled himself and resolved to remain silent. Wang Jian's palm radiated a powerful fluctuation of soul energy. His face bore nothing but a cold smirk and an air of superiority. To him, a mere student from a dilapidated academy was nothing more than an insignificant ant, perfectly suited to curry favor with Daim Mubai, the future emperor of the Star Luo Empire. His terrifying aura erupted with a force reminiscent of a legendary warrior, rendering Zhu Zhuqing and the others immobile. Chapter 45, Daim Mubai, capture Yi Feng for me. Yi Feng. Zhu Zhuqing called out anxiously. In this moment of peril, her instinct led her to think of Yi Feng, even though Tang Chen was no longer present. Ning Rongrong gazed defiantly at Wang Jian, undeterred, a cold smile gracing her lips. Just as Wang Jian's hand was about to descend upon Ning Rongrong's head, a resplendent seven-treasure glazed tower slowly manifested in her palm. The tower radiated a brilliant light, captivating the attention of all present. Instantly, Ning Rongrong's demeanor transformed into one of unparalleled nobility. Wang Jian's hand came to an abrupt halt, the smirk fading from his face as he furrowed his brow, gazing at the seven-treasure glazed tower in astonishment. "Who are you?" he inquired. Ning Rongrong replied with a sneer. "Ning Fengji, the master of the seven-treasure glazed sect, is my father. Bone Duoluo and Sword Duoluo, the two titled Duoluo, are my grandfathers. Who do you think I am?" A collective gasp escaped the lips of the more than 10 royal knights, their expressions filled with shock as they beheld the beautiful girl. She is indeed the daughter of the master of the seven-treasure glazed sect. Wang Jian's face mirrored their astonishment, his hand hovering above Ning Rongrong's head, caught in indecision. "Captain Wang, it's a misunderstanding, Daim Mubai hastily interjected, his heart equally astonished. In terms of status, Ning Rongrong was by no means inferior to him. He was acutely aware that should he truly take Ning Rongrong's life here, the Star Luo Empire would have to bear the wrath of the seven-treasure glazed tile sect, as well as the fury of 2 formidable titled Duoluos. It was quite possible that he, the crown prince, could be struck down by a single blow from a titled Duoluo. Wang Jian withdrew his hand, forcing a smile as he spoke. "Miss Ning, I apologize. My earlier actions were impulsive. At this moment, he is filled with regret, yearning to give himself a resounding slap." He was acutely aware of the dire consequences of killing Ning Rongrong. His own life would undoubtedly be at stake. Ning Rongrong scoffed, declaring, "You are not impulsive. My ire is directed solely at Daim Mubai. He is nothing but a scoundrel, unworthy of Zhu Qing, is he not?" Wang Jian appeared visibly awkward, hesitant to respond. "I am indeed criticizing Daim Mubai. Do you not intend to kill me? Why have you not acted? Come on." Ning Rongrong continued, her fierce demeanor fully on display. Flinder and Zhao Wujie exchanged wry smiles, knowing that if not for the presence of these formidable experts from the Star Luo Empire, they would have long since reprimanded Ning Rongrong. However, given the current circumstances, they could only observe, unable to intervene. Wang Jian was utterly at a loss for words and turned to Daim Mubai for assistance. "Stand down," Daim Mubai commanded. "Yes." Wang Jian promptly positioned himself behind Daim Mubai. He let out a quiet sigh of relief, finally free from the daunting presence of that dreadful little girl. "Humph," Ning Rongrong smugly huffed, before retracting the seven-treasure glazed tile. "Rongrong, you are truly remarkable," Xiao Wu remarked, giving Ning Rongrong a thumbs up. Daim Mubai suppressed the simmering anger within, resolving to disregard whatever Ning Rongrong had to say. He turned his gaze back towards Zhu Zhuqing, his expression filled with deep affection. "Zhuqing, you may not yet be aware, but the crown prince has perished. I am now the crown prince of the Star Luo Empire. Come back with me to be my princess, and in the future, you shall ascend to the status of empress, revered by all." Although Daim Mubai had already become the crown prince, with countless women at his disposal, he was unwilling to relinquish Zhu Zhuqing. First, he had been captivated by her charm. Second, he could not permit Zhu Zhuqing to betray him. He could not allow another man to possess her. His dignity and status forbade such an affront. Thus, it was imperative that he take Zhu Zhuqing with him. His current standing had changed dramatically, and Zhu Zhuqing would have to accompany him, whether she wished to or not. As he spoke, he cast a fleeting glance at Yi Feng, contemplating that if Yi Feng dared to interfere recklessly, he would meet his demise. Should Yi Feng refrain from confronting him now, he would not spare him later, ensuring that he would secretly eliminate Yi Feng at the opportune moment. How audacious to covet a woman of his, Daim Mubai! How reckless to strike him twice! Such actions were tantamount to courting death. Despite Daim Mubai's earnest declarations, Zhu Zhuqing remained icy and unyielding, devoid of any emotional response. Having resolved to sever ties with Daim Mubai, she felt no remorse. She gazed at him with pity, curious about how he would react upon discovering that it was Yi Feng who had slain Davis. Yet, she could not reveal Yi Feng's true identity. Clearly, when Yi Feng had dispatched Davis, the royal knights had not been present and did not recognize him. She feared that revealing Yi Feng's identity might incite the knights' wrath. With Tang Chen gone, how could Yi Feng, formidable as he was, contend against the likes of the Soul Luo, Soul Sage, and Soul Emperor? Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's silence, Daim Mubai pressed on. Qing, do you still not comprehend my feelings for you? I am now the crown prince and will one day be emperor. I have a plethora of women to choose from, yet I desire only you. Because I truly care for you, I am willing to dedicate my life to your happiness. You need not waste your breath. I will not accompany you, Zhu Zhuqing replied coldly. Why? Do you not understand my heart? Daim Mubai exclaimed, pain etched across his face. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent. Suddenly, Daim Mubai pointed at Feng standing in the back and shouted, Is it because of this pretty boy? Wang Jian and the others immediately fixed their sharp gazes on Feng. Zhu Zhuqing continued to remain mute. Daim Mubai, now enraged, bellowed, Why? Is it merely because he is slightly more handsome than I? In terms of status and cultivation, what do I lack compared to him? No matter what you say, I will not be swayed to leave with you. You should abandon that notion. Zhu Zhuqing spoke. After being repeatedly rejected by Zhu Zhuqing, Daim Mubai's pride could no longer withstand the humiliation. As the crown prince of the Star Luo Empire, he had already humbled himself and pleaded. It was incomprehensible that Zhu Zhuqing remained ungrateful. Therefore, he decided to be unyielding. Seize her. Bring the princess consort back, Daim Mubai commanded with a firm gesture. Wang Jian immediately stepped forward, positioning himself before Zhu Zhuqing, and said, Princess consort, if you would be so kind. Zhu Zhuqing's expression was resolute as she continually retreated. My apologies, Princess consort, Wang Jian remarked, reaching out with a firm hand toward Zhu Zhuqing's arm. As a formidable soul Duo, capturing Zhu Zhuqing was a trivial task for him. By merely sealing her soul power, she would be rendered no different from an ordinary individual. Zhao Wujia furrowed his brow and moved to intervene, only to be restrained by Flander. This is a personal matter, Flander remarked, shaking his head. Panic finally flickered across Zhu Zhuqing's face as she retreated, only to collide with Feng. He grasped her arm and drew her behind him. Wang Jian's hand halted before Feng. This time, he exhibited caution and refrained from recklessly attacking. Step aside, kid, Wang Jian commanded. You shall not take her today. Feng replied with a serene smile. Observing Feng's composed demeanor, Wang Jian hesitated. This youth exhibited no fear in the presence of a soul Duo. Could he be a prodigy from some powerful faction? Daim Mubai inwardly scoffed at Feng's audacity to intervene. Captain Wang, this brat seeks to tarnish the reputation of the princess consort. Apprehend him and bring him back to the empire for punishment. Daim Mubai declared coldly. Tang San's face brightened with a smile. It appeared he would not need to deal with Feng himself. If Feng were to be taken to the Star Luo Empire, his fate would likely be dire. Seize him quickly. Xiao Wu has already discovered that secret. As long as Feng is dead, she will eventually be mine, and that secret will also belong to me. Tang San mused inwardly. Yes, Your Highness. Wang Jian felt a surge of confidence. With the Crown Prince's endorsement, it implied that this young dandy lacked a formidable backing. What was there to fear? A malevolent smile crept across Wang Jian's face as he aimed a palm at Feng's shoulder. Chapter 46, Shock. Stop, Flander shouted loudly. He and Zhao Wuji were nearly frightened out of their wits. The enigmatic figure behind Feng was even more terrifying than the Haotian Douluo. The chilling aura of Tang Chen lingered vividly in their memories. They firmly believed that if Feng were truly to be slain by the Star Luo Empire, the formidable power behind him would undoubtedly exact a bloody vengeance upon both Shrek Academy and the Star Luo Empire. Flinder and his companion stepped forward in an attempt to intervene, yet were once again obstructed by the group of knights. Are you seeking death? Do you even know who he is? Flinder shouted with fervor. Wang Jian's hand hesitated momentarily before descending once more. This dilapidated little academy, having a single Ning Rongrong, could already be considered a miracle. He could not believe that Feng's identity could possibly rival that of Ning Rongrong. Feng, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed anxiously, attempting to pull him away. Yet, she discovered that Feng remained utterly unmoved. Daim Mubai was already reveling with glee inside. It seemed somewhat inappropriate to eliminate Feng in front of Flinder, which was why he intended to take Feng away. Once they were distant from this place, would Feng not be at his mercy? Wang Jian wore a sinister grin. Although his intention with that strike was merely to seal Feng's soul power, he had already regarded him as a lifeless being. Feng stood there, immobile, a faint smile adorning his face, as though he were blissfully unaware of his predicament. Just as Wang Jian's palm descended upon Feng's shoulder, a terrifying force erupted from within Feng, surging into Wang Jian's body. It was as if Wang Jian's robust frame had encountered an invisible, devastating blow, causing him to be hurled backward, blood gushing uncontrollably. Daim Mubai swiftly dodged the oncoming Wang Jian, left in a state of shock. What on earth was happening? Why was Wang Jian, a formidable soul Douluo, spitting blood? Why had he been sent flying? It was as though he had been struck by some horrific force. Wang Jian's body crashed into a group of his subordinates, toppling several of them to the ground. Deputy Commander, many exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, Wang Jian lay limp, his body utterly shattered, with not a single bone unbroken. His internal organs were equally gravely injured. Had it not been for his formidable strength akin to that of a legendary warrior, he would have long since succumbed to death. Wang Jian lay slumped in the arms of one of his subordinates, blood continuously gushing from his mouth as he cried out in agony. Everyone present was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how Wang Jian had suffered such grave injuries merely from confronting a youth. Daim Mubai gazed at Yi Feng. An involuntary expression of fear etched upon his face. Oscar, sausage, quickly. Flander bellowed. Oh, right. Oscar hurriedly crafted a restorative sausage and handed it over. Among the knights, one healing soul master had already commenced treatment. Upon hearing Oscar's rather dubious soul incantation and witnessing the sausage being offered, one knight, filled with fury, swatted it away, shouting, "What is this nonsense? Get lost." Terrified, Oscar scurried behind Flander, fearing the knights would turn their wrath upon him. Observing this scene, Flander fell silent. The group of over 10 knights swiftly positioned themselves protectively in front of Daim Mubai, their expressions wary as they scrutinized Yi Feng. After a brief period of healing, Wang Jian's condition stabilized slightly, yet his bones were shattered beyond repair. Even if he survived, he would be rendered a mere shell of his former self. All present remained in stunned disbelief as they regarded Yi Feng, their emotions far from tranquil, particularly Tang San, whose face had turned pale from shock. A chill creeping down his spine as he broke into a cold sweat. He had previously been consumed with thoughts of how to uncover Yi Feng's secrets, contemplating ways to eliminate Yi Feng and reclaim Xiao Wu. However, upon witnessing Yi Feng inflict such grave injury upon a powerful soul Douluo, all notions of vengeance faded, replaced solely by a profound dread of death. What if Yi Feng were to unleash the same fate upon him? Could it be that the esteemed Tang had arrived? Zhu Zhuqing pondered, scanning her surroundings, yet she could not discern Tang Chen's presence. Daim Mubai, eyeing Yi Feng with trepidation, inquired, "Yi Feng, what sorcery did you employ just now?" At last, Yi Feng spoke. "Daim Mubai, do you comprehend why you were bestowed the title of prince?" Daim Mubai furrowed his brow, responding, "The crown prince has perished. I am the most qualified to inherit the throne." Yi Feng chuckled, "Then you ought to express your gratitude to me. It was my hand that struck down your elder brother, Davis, thus allowing you to ascend to this princely position. Now, you dare to attempt to capture me for punishment? Is this not a case of ingratitude?" "What?" Daim Mubai exclaimed in shock. The members of Shrek Academy were once again left in astonishment. Yi Feng had actually slain the crown prince of the Star Luo Empire. How could he dare to do such a thing? Was he not afraid of being hunted down by the empire? Wang Jian shouted, "It must be a title Douluo. That title Douluo is undoubtedly nearby." The knights immediately grew tense, their martial souls unleashed. "If you wish to avoid death, return to the Star Luo Empire," Yi Feng stated coldly. "Hurry," Wang Jian urged. Two of his subordinates promptly lifted him and hastened towards the gates of Shrek Academy. Amidst the tumult, Wang Jian continuously coughed up blood, death drawing near. "Your Highness, we must flee." The remaining knights pulled Daim Mubai along, making their swift escape. Still dazed, Daim Mubai was dragged along. "Wait!" Yi Feng's voice resonated once more. A jolt of apprehension surged through the knights, and they promptly halted. They dared not entertain any thoughts of resistance. The hidden title Douluo was exceedingly powerful, to the extent that they could not even discern how to strike. He was akin to a harbinger of death, capable of effortlessly reaping lives. "Daim Mubai, you shall remain here," Yi Feng declared. Daim Mubai was taken aback, furrowing his brow as he gazed at Yi Feng, inquiring, "Are you going to kill me?" Yi Feng shook his head, replying, "We are classmates. How could I ever harm you? Did not the academy rules state that students are forbidden from killing one another? Then why do you want to keep me here?" Daim Mubai pressed. Yi Feng responded, "Do you not think that every student in Shrek Academy is a genius? Only here will you feel the weight of pressure, allowing you to cultivate at an accelerated pace." He would never allow Daim Mubai to comfortably return to his role as the prince. That would be far too lenient on him. It is not yet the time to eliminate Daim Mubai, so he must remain for the time being. Daim Mubai fell into silence. Your Highness, he is far too dangerous. You cannot allow him to stay here, said Wang Jian. Daim Mubai replied, given that he is accompanied by a titled Douluo. There is no need for such convoluted methods to eliminate me. Feng interjected, if I truly wish to kill you. You would not have the opportunity to leave this place at all. Daim Mubai nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall stay. He believed that Feng was correct. Remaining here would be more beneficial for his growth and strength. Furthermore, with Feng preventing his departure, what recourse did he have? Your Highness, called Wang Jian. Daim Mubai replied, you may return and inform my father that I shall make my own way home from now on. Your Highness, do take care. The members of the Royal Knights departed. The individuals from Shrek Academy remained in silence, none daring to speak. Chapter 47. Preparing to venture into the Star Luo Forest. Feng, you are accompanied by a titled Douluo. No wonder you are reluctant to join our 7-treasure glazed tile school. Ning Rongrong was the first to shatter the silence. Tang San's heart was heavy with bitterness, for he had never anticipated that Feng would possess such formidable backing. With a titled Douluo guarding him, attempting to kill Feng would be tantamount to courting death. Although Tang San had confidence in his own lethal abilities, the thought of committing murder under the watchful eyes of a titled Douluo left him feeling somewhat apprehensive. I shall act according to the circumstances. If I must eliminate him, it must be done stealthily, without leaving any trace. Tang San pondered. Simultaneously, he grew increasingly concerned for Xiaowu. Feng was not only handsome and powerful, but with a titled Douluo behind him. Xiaowu might very well develop an even greater affection for Feng. You nearly frightened me to death just now. I didn't realize that Senior Tang had not yet departed. Zhu Zhuqing exhaled in relief, addressing Feng before her. Xiaowu cautiously surveyed her surroundings, feeling unnerved, genuinely fearing that the titled Douluo might reveal himself. After all, in the eyes of a titled Douluo, she was merely a living soul ring and soul bone. The soul master from the Star Luo Empire had already terrified her sufficiently. One could only imagine the dread a titled Douluo would instill. Though Feng had previously assured her that he would not harm her, how could she not feel anxious knowing a titled Douluo was nearby? Unbeknownst to her, Feng had just shielded her presence. Otherwise, Wang Jian might have recognized her identity. Oscar and Ma Hongjun glanced at Feng with trepidation, too frightened to utter a word. Their envy and resentment towards Feng was palpable, yet none dared to express it, fearful that they might meet the same inexplicable fate as the earlier commander of the Night Order. Flander glanced around, raising his voice to proclaim, "Welcome, esteemed senior. We eagerly await your appearance." The surroundings fell silent, with no one emerging. "Senior?" Flander called out again. "There is no need to shout. He has already departed." Feng replied. "Departed?" Flander exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed, he has left." A wave of relief washed over Flander. It was for the best. That senior was far too formidable. The mere recollection instilled a sense of dread, and he truly wished to avoid another encounter. Zhao Wujia, Daim Mubai, and Tang San also sighed in relief. If the titled Douluo weren't constantly by his side, the risks of taking action would be significantly diminished, Tang San mused. Ning Rongrong suddenly approached Feng, scrutinizing his face with keen interest. "Feng, I am genuinely curious about which faction you hail from. What do you think?" Feng responded. "The Spirit Hall?" Ning Rongrong inquired. The others perked up, eager to uncover Feng's origins. Feng smiled and replied, "In due time, you shall know." Ning Rongrong huffed. "What is so mysterious about it? In my opinion, you either come from the Spirit Hall or the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect or the Haotian sect. It is well known that aside from the top 3 sects, only the Spirit Hall possesses title Douluo, as your martial spirit is a sword, and not the Haotian hammer or the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. The likelihood of your affiliation with the Spirit Hall is considerably higher." The group nodded slightly, acknowledging Ning Rongrong's deduction. Daim Mubai felt a tumult of emotions. If Feng truly belonged to the Spirit Hall, his talent would surely grant him a significant status. The Spirit Hall was a colossal entity that even the Star Luo Empire feared. Upon hearing the possibility of Feng's connection to the Spirit Hall, Xiao Wu's feelings became exceedingly complex. There was resentment as well as sorrow. Currently, there are more forces on Douluo Continent possessing title Douluo than just the top 3 sects and the Spirit Hall, Zhao Wujia interjected. Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up. The Underworld. Zhao Wujia affirmed, precisely. In recent decades, the Underworld has offended numerous factions, even daring to provoke the Spirit Hall. It would be hard to believe they lacked title Douluo. Thus, Ning Rongrong pressed. So, Yi Feng, from which faction do you truly hail? Yi Feng chuckled and turned to Flander. Dean, shall we continue today as training? If not, I shall take my leave to rest. With Yi Feng's attempt to shift the topic, Ning Rongrong could only huff in dissatisfaction. Flander pondered for a moment before stating, let us resume the previous training. Oscar, please prepare the sausages quickly. Oscar gazed at the three charming girls, his anxiety dissipating as he chuckled softly and began to craft sausages. Before long, he presented one to Daim Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Tang San each. Daim Mubai and Ma Hongjun devoured theirs without hesitation. Tang San hesitated for a moment, but eventually joined in, taking bites with growing ease. After all, it was not his first experience, and the taste was no longer as repugnant as he once found it. For the fourth sausage, Oscar extended it towards Ning Rongrong. He has now shifted his focus, choosing to compete with Ma Hongjun for Ning Rongrong's affection. Leave. I will not consume this repugnant thing, Ning Rongrong exclaimed defiantly. Ning Rongrong. Flandra called out sternly. Ning Rongrong fixed a stubborn gaze upon Flandra. If you cannot endure this hardship, then I implore you to depart from Shrek Academy and return to your seven-treasure glazed tile school to enjoy your comforts, Flandra stated. He held a letter from Ning Fengji, who had urged him to properly educate Ning Rongrong. Thus, Flander wielded a metaphorical sword of authority, sparing no effort in Ning Rongrong's upbringing. What nonsense is this training? Does it bear any relation to becoming stronger? Ning Rongrong inquired. Oscar's large sausages can heal wounds, while the small wax sausages can detoxify. In critical moments, they could save your lives. You must overcome your psychological barriers now to enhance your chances of survival in the future, Flander asserted. Tang San nodded, finding Flander's words to be quite reasonable. He turned to Xiao Wu and said, Xiao Wu, please eat. We will need to venture into the Star Luo forest to hunt soul beasts in the future, and Oscar's sausages will undoubtedly prove beneficial to us. Let us acclimatize ourselves in advance. Besides, this sausage is rather delicious. Xiao Wu remained silent, reluctant to engage with Tang San. The events of the previous night weighed heavily on her mind. The warm image of Tang San as an older brother had crumbled in her heart, and it was impossible for her to treat him as she did before. Witnessing Xiao Wu's demeanor caused Tang San great sorrow. Flander frowned, about to reprimand, when Yi Feng interjected, I shall not partake either. Nor shall I. Zhu Zhuqing followed suit. Flander was taken aback, exchanging a glance with Zhao Wujin, both feeling a wave of headache wash over them. They recalled Tang Chen's words, one must never force Yi Feng into anything. Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, you three should eat quickly. Once you finish, you will be free to engage in your own pursuits, Flander urged. Ning Rongrong glanced at Yi Feng and declared, if Yi Feng does not eat, then neither will I. Flander, perhaps it would be wise to let them indulge for a while. Once we reach the Star Luo forest, there will be ample opportunity for them to feast. Zhao Wujia remarked. Flander's eyes brightened as he nodded in agreement. With Oscar having just broken through to level 30, it was time to venture to the Star Luo forest to obtain his third spirit ring. Later, if Xiao Wu and the others were injured or poisoned, they would have no choice but to consume Oscar's sausages. Training concludes for today. Return and adjust your states, preparing to assist Oscar in acquiring his third spirit ring. Flander instructed. Chapter 48. Daim Mubai seeks vengeance. Oscar was filled with excitement. Once he absorbed his third spirit ring, he would ascend to the rank of Spirit Elder. Flander patted Oscar on the shoulder, smiling. You are doing remarkably well. Soon, you will be the third Spirit Elder among the students. Tang San watched enviously. He was now at level 29 and on the verge of his own breakthrough. However, a shadow of worry crossed his mind. If he reached level 30 without acquiring Yi Feng's method, he would have to absorb a 1,000-year spirit ring as his third. Flander turned to Tang San and Xiao Wu, saying, you two must also strive to reach level 30 promptly. I will take you to obtain your spirit rings as soon as you do. Dean, I will certainly do my best, Tang San vowed, clenching his fist. Xiao Wu remained silent, lost in her thoughts. Regardless of any grievances between you, now that you are in Shrek Academy, leave them behind. Should I discover any mutual hostility, do not expect me to be lenient. Flander warned. Daim Mubai and Tang San exchanged glances with Yi Feng, but remained silent. All right, disperse, do as you wish. We depart for the Star Luo forest tomorrow morning, Flander concluded before he and Zhao Wujia left. Daim Mubai cast a fleeting glance at Yi Feng before exiting the room. Dai Gu, Ma Hongjun called out, chasing after him with Oscar. Tang San looked at Xiao Wu, who turned away. With a sigh, he left, feeling a sense of helplessness. He vowed to himself that he would undoubtedly demonstrate his sincerity to Xiao Wu. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Wu spoke. Rong Rong. You and Zhu Qing should return first. I have something to discuss privately with Yi Feng. What is it? Ning Rongrong inquired. Her curiosity piqued with a hint of wariness. Zhu Zhuqing also cast a curious glance at Xiao Wu. Oh, it's nothing significant. You two should head back, Xiao Wu insisted, gently pushing Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing away. The two exchanged dubious looks, pondering what secret conversation Xiao Wu might have with Yi Feng. Once Ning Rongrong and Zhuqing departed, Yi Feng said, "Go on." Xiao Wu regarded Yi Feng with a complex expression and asked, "Yi Feng, are you truly from the Spirit Hall?" Yi Feng replied, "Does it matter greatly to you whether I am from the Spirit Hall?" Xiao Wu nodded earnestly, declaring, "It is very important." "Why?" Yi Feng asked. "I have a connection to the Spirit Hall." Xiao Wu abruptly covered her mouth, saying, "Just tell me if you are from the Spirit Hall." Yi Feng shook his head, chuckling. "Rest assured, I am not affiliated with the Spirit Hall." "Really?" "Indeed. That is wonderful." The worry on Xiao Wu's face dissipated, replaced by a joyful smile. "Now, go back, focus on your training, and prepare. We must venture to the Star Luo forest tomorrow." Yi Feng affectionately ruffled Xiao Wu's hair, saying with a smile, "Don't mess with my hair," Xiao Wu retorted, turning back with a fierce expression, but her cheeks flushed as she quickly dashed away. Yi Feng chuckled softly and glanced towards the boys' dormitory before following Xiao Wu to the girls' dormitory. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory, Tang San was hiding by the window, utilizing his purple extreme magic eyes to secretly observe the playground through a crack. Upon seeing Xiao Wu laughing joyfully and noticing Yi Feng affectionately stroking her hair, his fists clenched involuntarily. "Yi Feng," Tang San seethed, his voice barely contained between clenched teeth. His gaze darkened as he murmured, "Is being a titled Douluo truly remarkable? In the future, I shall certainly attain that level. Moreover, as long as I can forge the finest hidden weapons of the Tang sect, slaying a titled Douluo will be a trivial task. I also aspire to establish the Tang sect on the Douluo Continent. I shall be the progenitor of the Tang sect. With formidable hidden weapons, it will not be a formidable challenge for the Tang sect to dominate the continent." Just then, a knock echoed at the door. "Tang San, are you inside?" Oscar inquired. Tang San frowned and replied, "What is it?" "May I come in?" Oscar asked. After a moment's contemplation, Tang San decided to open the door. Despite the unpleasantness of the previous night with Oscar, they were to venture into the Star Luo forest the following day, and he might need Oscar's sausages. Thus, he deemed it wise to mend their relationship, provided that Oscar would no longer harbor intentions toward Xiao Wu. "What is it? Speak," Tang San prompted. Oscar remarked, "Tang San, you and Xiao Wu have grown up together. You are indeed more suited for each other. Rest assured, I shall no longer pursue Xiao Wu." Tang San was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and patted Oscar on the shoulder, saying, "We are classmates and comrades in arms. We should not let our relationship sour. I apologize for my impolite behavior last night." Oscar also smiled, responding, "Indeed, I was at fault before. You are right. We are comrades in arms and must assist one another henceforth." Oscar felt elated, having resolved his conflict with Tang San. Now, another protector stood in front of him. "Oscar, you must have ventured into the Star Luo forest before. Please share with me the conditions within," Tang San requested. "Certainly." The following morning, after breakfast, everyone gathered in the training ground. Zhao Wujin had been waiting there since early. This expedition to the Star Luo forest is not only to assist Oscar in acquiring his third spirit ring, but also serves as a trial for you all. Within the Star Luo forest, you shall encounter various dangers and tribulations. I hope you can unite as one, support each other, and harness the power of teamwork. Mubai, your strength is the highest among the 8 students, and you have had several experiences in the Star Luo forest. You shall lead the team this time. Daim Mubai stepped forward, casting a somewhat proud glance at Yi Feng, and declared, "The Star Luo forest is no place for jest. You must heed my commands. Now, I shall arrange the formation. Tang San and I will take the front row. I am a close combat type, and Tang San specializes in control, enabling us to manage any danger swiftly. Zhu Qing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, you 3 will form the second row. Xiao Ao and the fatty, you shall occupy the third row. Yi Feng, you will be in the last row, responsible for safeguarding the rear." The group positioned themselves according to Daim Mubai's orders. Excellent. Oscar and Ma Hongjun gazed at the beautiful silhouettes of the 3 girls ahead, their hearts secretly aflame with excitement. Though running to the Star Luo forest was arduous, the presence of such alluring beauties made the endeavor quite delightful, particularly for Oscar. The thought that these three enchanting women would soon tire and seek his company filled him with even greater exhilaration. Tang San cast a sidelong glance at Feng at the rear, then turned to observe Xiao Wu standing behind him, before looking towards Daim Mubai. Daim Mubai flashed a smile and winked at Tang San, understanding immediately. Tang San recognized that Daim Mubai was assisting him by deliberately placing Xiao Wu behind him and Feng at the back. At that moment, Feng seemed to have been relegated to the last position, as if ostracized. Tang San nodded slightly at Daim Mubai, accepting his goodwill. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong turned to glance at Feng, frowning in unison. It seemed rather unjust to position Feng at the rear, confronting potential dangers alone. This is too unfair, Xiao Wu expressed her discontent. Indeed, Daim Mubai, you are settling personal scores, Ning Rongrong added. Daim Mubai remained unperturbed, chuckling as he replied. Feng and I are the strongest too. Position one in front of the other is perfectly logical. I arranged it solely for everyone's safety. Enough. Let us proceed. Move forward, Zhao Wujing commanded sternly. In his view, Daim Mubai's arrangement was quite reasonable, effectively safeguarding Ning Rongrong and Oscar in the middle. Once they exited the academy, the eight began their run. Feng, at the back of the line, maintained a leisurely pace, as if strolling, utterly relaxed. Chapter 49. The arrival of Yu Shaojiang with Ning Rongrong's voice echoing. Beams of radiant light emanated from the seven treasure glazed tile in her hand, descending upon Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Feng, and Tang San. Unaware of the estrangement between Tang San and Feng, she bestowed enhancements of strength and speed upon them both. However, Daim Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun were not afforded such privileges. She had no intention of amplifying the capabilities of those three loathsome individuals. After unleashing her soul skills, Ning Rongrong turned back and playfully winked at Feng. Feng responded with a beaming smile, leaving Ning Rongrong thoroughly pleased and somewhat elated. Xiao Wu felt a warm surge coursing through her body, instantly invigorating her and rendering her considerably lighter. Rongrong, you are truly remarkable, Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully. Thank you. Zhu Zhuqing added in agreement. Ahead, Daim Mubai furrowed his brow, though he refrained from voicing his concerns. Ma Hongjun, unable to contain himself, called out from behind Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, why didn't you enhance me? Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's address, Ning Rongrong was instantly beset by goosebumps, feeling so repulsed that she nearly lost her breakfast. Do not call me Rongrong, it makes me utterly nauseous. And I Rongrong exclaimed. Oscar, who initially intended to call out to Rongrong, was suddenly rendered speechless. You must grant me some enhancement as well. As teammates, I will need to protect you once we reach the Star Luo forest, Ma Hongjun remarked. I shall not provide you with any enhancement. With Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Feng safeguarding me, I am well protected, and I Rongrong replied. Left with no choice, Ma Hongjun nudged Oscar. And I Rongrong, could you also enhance us? Once you tire, you can replenish your energy by consuming my sausages to alleviate your fatigue. We are teammates and should assist one another, Oscar suggested. Xiao Wu interjected. That won't be necessary. When Rongrong can no longer run, Zhuqing and I will be there to help her without the need for your sausages. Oscar was left at a loss for words. Turning to Zhao Wujie for help, Zhao Wujie remained expressionless, uttering not a single word. He had already discerned the temperaments of the three girls, Ning Rongrong, and knew that forcing them to eat was futile. The only way to coax them was to exhaust them to the point of immobility or to cause them some injury. Only then would they willingly consume Oscar's sausages. Oscar, if she doesn't amplify our abilities, you shan't offer her any sausages. Let us see who can endure until the end, whispered Ma Hongjun. Oscar nodded and replied, when I can no longer run, you and Daim Mubai must assist me. Rest assured, Ma Hongjun assured him. The Shrek Academy was not far from the Star Luo forest, merely under 500 kilometers away. According to Zhao Wujie's plan, they needed to cover over 400 kilometers in a single day, then spend the night in a small town on the outskirts of the Star Luo forest, entering the forest early the next morning. After just over 10 minutes of running, all 8 students, except Feng, began to show signs of fatigue. Those with speed and strength enhancements, like Xiao Wu and a few others, fared slightly better, but Daim Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar were already drenched in sweat. Oscar, Daim Mubai called out. Oscar immediately began preparing recovery sausages, distributing them to Daim Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Tang San. Once consumed, their stamina quickly replenished, and the feeling of exhaustion gradually faded. Ah, this way, my stamina is hardly depleted. I shall see how long they can hold out, Ma Hongjun murmured. After another half-hour of running, beads of sweat appeared on Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's foreheads, their soul power nearly exhausted. Ning Rongrong looked utterly fatigued. Had it not been for Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing supporting her on either side, she would have long since fallen behind. After an hour of running, the three girls' pace had dwindled to a pitiful crawl, their stamina nearing depletion. Zhao Wujia had no choice but to call for a halt, allowing them to rest for half an hour. Despite their utter exhaustion, Xiao Wu and her companions did not ask Oscar for any sausages. Finally, by evening, they reached the small town and casually found a hotel. The next morning, after breakfast, they set off immediately, soon arriving at the edge of the Star Luo forest. After a brief respite, they ventured into the forest. Oscar, sausages, Zhao Wujia instructed. Oscar began preparing sausages, distributing them to Daim Mubai, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun. Zhao Wujia observed this scene without uttering much. He resolved that this time he would ensure that Yi Feng and the others learned a lesson, compelling them to obediently consume Oscar's sausages. Within less than half a day of entering the Star Luo forest, Oscar successfully acquired his third spirit ring. In pursuit of Oscar's third spirit ring, Tang San even willingly engaged in a battle with Meng Iran. Following this, Tang San experienced a breakthrough. Except for Yi Feng, everyone was taken aback by Tang San's advancement. Zhao Wujia chuckled in satisfaction, saying, Tang San, since you have already ascended to the 30th level, you should absorb your third spirit ring within this Star Luo forest and attain the rank of spirit ancestor before returning. At this moment, Tang San's heart was in turmoil. He had not anticipated such a swift breakthrough. He was still contemplating the method for Yi Feng to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring, hoping to achieve the same for his third soul ring. However, fate had other plans, and this unexpected breakthrough caught him off guard. He did not respond to Zhao Wuji's words, but turned to Xiao Wu and said, Xiao Wu, may we converse privately for a moment? Xiao Wu, not lacking in intelligence, quickly discerned what Tang San wished to discuss. Tang San, I have already conveyed everything I needed to say to you, and you have inquired of Yi Feng yourself. It is merely your disbelief in him that remains, Xiao Wu replied. Over the past couple of days, Xiao Wu and Tang San had scarcely exchanged a word, leading the others to sense that something was amiss. Now, upon hearing Xiao Wu address Tang San directly by name, it became evident that a conflict had arisen between them. Tang San felt somewhat embarrassed, having not anticipated that Xiao Wu would publicly reject him and deny him the opportunity for a private conversation. He pondered for a moment and said, Teacher Zhao, I shall refrain from absorbing my third spirit ring for now. Zhao Wujia was taken aback and inquired, why? Daim Mubai and the others were equally astonished. Tang San explained, my blue-silver grass is rather unique. I have yet to determine what kind of spirit ring to absorb for the third. Calculating the days, my teacher should arrive at Shrek Academy in the next few days, and I would prefer to consult him for guidance. Ah, I see. It is indeed wise to seek your teacher's advice first, Zhao Wujia replied. He had once heard from Flander about the master's prowess, thus he did not oppose Tang San's actions. The group began their return. On the following day after arriving back at Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojing finally appeared. Upon learning that Tang San had advanced to the 30th level, he was filled with excitement and immediately engaged Tang San in a discussion regarding the type of soul ring that should be absorbed for the third. In Tang San's room, with a complex expression, he inquired, Teacher, is it true that a soul master's first and second soul rings can only absorb century-old soul rings, while the third must absorb a 10,000-year soul ring? Yu Xiaojing, with a beaming smile, confidently replied, Indeed, this is the conclusion I have drawn from years of studying martial souls. What is it? Did you not have faith in your teacher before? Why pose such a question? Tang San responded, Teacher, there are individuals whose first 3 soul rings are all 10,000-year soul rings. Yu Xiaojing, shaking his head and laughing, dismissed Tang San's claim. Little San, this jest is far from amusing. How could anyone have 3 10,000-year soul rings? Chapter 50. Yu Xiaojing seeks a disciple again. Teacher, I speak the truth. That individual is currently at Shrek Academy, Tang San stated with a serious demeanor. Yu Xiaojing's heart skipped a beat, and the smile on his face gradually faded as his brow furrowed. Little San, that is impossible. According to theory, no one can absorb 10,000-year soul rings for the first 3. The ferocious energy of a 10,000-year soul ring is beyond anyone's capacity to endure. The only fate for those who attempt to absorb them prematurely is to perish, leaving not even bones behind. Is there truly no exception? Tang San asked. Yu Xiaojing shook his head. Impossible. You claim that his first soul ring is a 10,000-year one. How can that be? Tang San replied. That individual is also a student at Shrek Academy, having entered alongside me. Yu Xiaojing abruptly stood up and exclaimed, Then you must take me to see him at once. I refuse to believe he can truly absorb a 10,000-year soul ring early. Teacher, please sit down, Tang San said. I have already inquired with him. And he stated that the reason he can absorb a 10,000-year soul ring early is due to having received a divine inheritance. Teacher, do you truly believe that gods exist in this world? Yu Xiaojing paused, then shook his head. There are no gods in this world. I have read extensively, am well-versed in both ancient and modern knowledge, and have traversed the continent. Based on my understanding, I can assert that the existence of gods is impossible. Even if they did exist, they would merely be figments of human imagination, illusory and unreal, much like the angel god of the spirit hall, which is simply a fabrication to control soul masters. Tang San nodded. Teacher, I share the same sentiment. This indicates he has lied to me and has not disclosed the true method. Yu Xiaojing said, Perhaps you should take me to meet him. I wish to see what his soul ring is truly like. Very well. Tang San rose to his feet, guiding Yu Xiaojing toward the girls' dormitory. Teacher, you mentioned that his 3 soul rings could not possibly be 10,000-year ones. Then how could they be black? Tang San inquired. As they walked, Yu Xiaojing pondered and replied, I surmise that it must be due to a mutation in his martial spirit or soul rings, resulting in a change in color. Are you suggesting, then, that the color of his soul rings has merely altered, and their true age has not reached 10,000 years? Tang San asked in astonishment. Yu Xiaojing cast a glance at Tang San and said, What else could it be? Do you think that absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring is such an easy feat? To assimilate a 10,000-year soul ring, one's soul power must at least reach level 50, coupled with exceptional innate talent. If you claim that his first 3 soul rings are 10,000-year ones, it implies he absorbed them at level 10, when he was likely only 6 or 7 years old. Do you truly believe a child of that age could successfully absorb a 10,000-year soul ring? It's utterly impossible. Tang San suddenly understood, exclaiming, I see now. How could I have overlooked this? I naively thought he genuinely absorbed a 10,000-year soul ring. A mere child of 6 or 7 could never accomplish such a feat. Yu Xiaojing gently ruffled Tang San's hair and smiled. Little San, your experience still lacks depth. You have been blinded by the surface of things, failing to perceive their essence. In the future, you must contemplate more deeply and look beyond appearances. Do not hastily draw conclusions. Tang San nodded, humbly responding, Teacher, I am grateful for your guidance. Yu Xiaojing beamed with satisfaction at Tang San's earnest attitude toward learning. The greatest source of pride in his life is having taken Tang San as his student. He firmly believes that under his guidance, Tang San will undoubtedly become one of the most formidable powerhouses in the Douluo Continent. With a sigh of relief, Tang San found himself unwinding. Upon realizing that Yi Feng's soul ring was not, in fact, a genuine 10,000-year soul ring, the immense pressure he had felt dissipated significantly. A myriad of thoughts flickered through his mind. Given that his 10,000-year soul ring was a fabrication, it merely indicated that his soul power was a few levels higher than mine. With my array of exceptional skills, defeating him should pose no challenge. His deception has persisted for far too long. It is utterly despicable. Surely, he intends to flaunt these false soul rings to garner attention and win the hearts of young women. Such a treacherous individual must be exposed, allowing everyone to see his true nature, ensuring that Xiao Wu is no longer misled by him. Suddenly, a look of astonishment crossed Yu Xiaojing's face as he inquired. Tang San, you mentioned that he entered Shrek Academy alongside you. Does that mean he became a soul master before the age of 13? He had been contemplating the matter of Yi Feng's 10,000-year soul ring and had momentarily overlooked Yi Feng's age. Now, upon reflection, he was filled with immense shock. Tang San nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the entrance examination includes an age assessment, and his age has not surpassed 12 years. A 12-year-old soul master, my heavens. He is undoubtedly a prodigy with innate full soul power. Yu Xiaojing exclaimed repeatedly. He felt a flutter in his heart. How fortunate it would be to receive another disciple endowed with innate full soul power. Master, there is another student at Shrek Academy who possesses innate full soul power. His martial spirit is the food-based sausage, and he has recently turned 14, having just advanced to level 30 a few days ago, now a soul master, Tang San remarked. Yu Xiaojing nodded in agreement. That is indeed impressive, yet I find myself more intrigued by the student adorned with 3 black soul rings. As they spoke, they had arrived outside the girls' dormitory. Master, we have arrived, Tang San announced. Please call him out, Yu Xiaojing replied. Tang San hesitated. Master, I have had some conflicts with him, and our relationship is somewhat strained. Yu Xiaojing chuckled. No matter, just assist me in bringing him out. Very well, Tang San said. Calling towards the girls' dormitory, Yi Feng, could you come out for a moment? Simultaneously, the 2 doors of the girls' dormitory swung open, revealing Yi Feng and 3 girls, including Xiao Wu. Master. Upon seeing Yu Xiaojing, Xiao Wu couldn't help but exclaim. Yu Xiaojing smiled and nodded at her. Ah, this must be the girls' dormitory. Why is he residing here? Yu Xiaojing pondered aloud. Tang San clarified. Yi Feng previously had a fierce conflict with a senior student who even threatened his life. So the dean arranged for him to stay in the girls' dormitory. I see, the master mused. Yi Feng observed Yu Xiaojing, standing outside the girls' dormitory, with keen interest. Having overheard every word exchanged between him and Tang San, he was eager to discover what remarkable feats Yu Xiaojing could achieve. With a warm smile, Yu Xiaojing gently inquired. You must be Yi Feng, may we converse? Yi Feng stepped forward, asking, Who are you? Yu Xiaojing replied with confident amusement, I am Tang San's mentor. Others refer to me as the master, and you may do the same. To dare to claim the title of master suggests you possess considerable skill, Yi Feng remarked. Having lived for many years, I do indeed possess some genuine abilities, the master smiled. Ning Rongrong, following closely behind Yi Feng, furrowed her brow in contemplation, feeling as though she had heard the name master before. Master? Could it be that you are the one whom the spirit master community mockingly refers to as the invincible in theory? Ning Rongrong asked. The smile on the master's face abruptly faded, replaced by an expression of awkwardness. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Tang San felt that she was belittling the master and became incensed, declaring, My teacher's theories are not only invincible, they are also practically sound. Those who claim my teacher is merely invincible in theory are short-sighted, a pitiful bunch of self-righteous fools. Chapter 51. Tang San. Yi Feng, do you dare to challenge me? Upon hearing Tang San's defense, a faint smile graced Yu Xiaojing's face. Indeed, the world has misunderstood me, were they to personally apply my theories. They would cease to utter such remarks, Yu Xiaojing stated. He gazed at Yi Feng and inquired, May I have the privilege of observing your martial soul and soul rings? Certainly, Yi Feng replied, as he effortlessly unleashed his martial soul, revealing 3 dark soul rings adorning his form. He yearned to discover what remarkable things Yu Xiaojing could indeed research. It was truly black, Yu Xiaojing murmured, his eyes suddenly igniting with brilliance as he fixated intently on the 3 soul rings enveloping Yi Feng. His spiritual energy was released, allowing him to perceive the fluctuations of soul power emanating from the soul ring. As time elapsed, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu grew increasingly impatient. It's merely a 10,000-year soul ring. I fail to understand what is so captivating about it that we must wait so long, Ning Rongrong murmured. Tang San stood respectfully behind Yu Xiaojing, quietly awaiting the conclusion of Yu Xiaojing's examination. He occasionally cast a glance at Yi Feng, his eyes tinged with a hint of disdain. After a full 5 minutes, Yu Xiaojing suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, a variant martial soul, he exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojing's words, Tang San felt a great weight lift from his heart, and a smile graced his face. Since Yi Feng's soul rings were not of the 10,000-year variety, many matters would become more manageable. Variant martial soul? Are you suggesting that Yi Feng possesses a variant martial soul? Ning Rongrong inquired, astonished. Yu Xiaojing nodded, a confident smile adorning his face as he declared, I would never misjudge. The fluctuations emitted by the 3 soul rings he bears do not exceed the normal range, indicating that their ages do not surpass the theoretical values I have established. The manifestation of black in the soul rings is due to the mutation of the martial soul. Ning Rongrong was further taken aback and quickly asked, Are you implying that Yi Feng's 3 soul rings are not, in fact, 10,000-year rings? Precisely. Yu Xiaojing affirmed with a smile. I refuse to believe that, Ning Rongrong replied, shaking her head. Yi Feng was able to repel Zhao Wujie with a single punch. It must be the power granted by 10,000-year soul rings. Yu Xiaojing countered. When facing you students, how could Zhao Wujie exert his full strength? He must have been careless for that incident to occur. Tang San interjected, Consider this. When he absorbed his first soul ring, he was merely 6 or 7 years old. Do you not find it absurd that a child of such tender age could absorb a 10,000-year soul ring? Daim Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun had been quietly observing from the back. Upon hearing Tang San's statement, Ma Hongjun remarked, "It is utterly laughable to think that a 6 or 7-year-old child could absorb a 10,000-year soul ring." Daim Mubai, delighted to see Yi Feng's deceit exposed, sarcastically remarked, "Yi Feng, to deceive us with 3 false 10,000-year soul rings. I truly admire your audacity." "Yi Feng, is what the master said true? Are your 10,000-year soul rings false?" Ning Rongrong queried. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing also turned their gaze towards Yi Feng, eager to uncover the truth. Yi Feng responded with a smile. "If you choose to believe me, then it is true. If you choose to believe Yu Xiaojiang, then it is false." No sooner had Yi Feng spoken than Zhu Zhuqing immediately declared, "Yi Feng, I believe you." Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, the joyful smile on Daim Mubai's face vanished in an instant, and he clenched his fists tightly. He had initially believed that upon the revelation of Yi Feng's deception, Zhu Zhuqing would be utterly disheartened and consequently abandon the one who had misled her. To his astonishment, Zhu Zhuqing's stance proved remarkably resolute, as she unhesitatingly chose to place her trust in Yi Feng. Ning Rongrong was similarly taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, she too declared, "Yi Feng, I believe in you." Deep down, she had already accepted Yu Xiaojiang's assertions, yet upon reflection, it seemed that Yi Feng had never explicitly claimed that his soul ring was a 10,000-year one. Rather, it was a misconception that had persisted among them. Even if Yi Feng's soul ring were not of such an age, his achievement of the soul master rank at merely 12 years old was a talent seldom witnessed in a century. Coupled with her burgeoning affection for Yi Feng, Ning Rongrong chose to lend her support. Just as Xiao Wu was about to speak, Tang San interjected, "Xiao Wu, Yi Feng's soul ring is certainly not a 10,000-year one. He is deliberately deceiving you to win your favor. Such a person possesses questionable character. You ought to distance yourself from him." Oscar chimed in, "Indeed, Xiao Wu. Look at how well Tang San treats you. How could you turn away from him to draw closer to someone who has misled you?" Yu Xiaojiang furrowed his brow, taken aback by the evident disunity among the Shrek Academy students. He sighed, realizing that fostering mutual trust among these little ones would require considerable effort. Xiao Wu remained silent. Yi Feng chuckled. "Tang San, you question my character, yet do you not also have flaws of your own? What did you say?" Tang San retorted loudly, his gaze sharpening. Yi Feng continued, "Previously, you sought Xiao Wu to extract from her the method by which I absorbed the 10,000-year soul ring. When she did not disclose it, you even quarreled with her. You have advanced to level 30 within the Star Luo forest, yet you refuse to absorb a soul ring to elevate yourself to soul master. Are you not preoccupied with my method for absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring? You yearn for your third soul ring to be a 10,000-year one as well, concocting excuses to deceive everyone, claiming you need to return to study it further. Would you not agree that this is rather hypocritical? You are slandering me," Tang San exclaimed. His face flushed with anger. He was deeply shocked. How could Yu Feng discern his thoughts? Xiao Wu gazed at Tang San's flustered demeanor and sighed. Realizing that Yi Feng was indeed correct, "Xiao Wu, both Zhuqing and I have chosen to trust Yi Feng now. You must declare your stance. Who do you believe?" Ning Rongrong inquired. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Wu replied, "I believe in Yi Feng." She reasoned that if Yi Feng truly inherited the divine legacy, what was so implausible about absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring at the tender age of 6 or 7? The divine should be omnipotent. Tang San, suddenly agitated, exclaimed, "Xiao Wu, how can you trust a liar? After all these years living together, you know my character well. You should place your faith in me." Xiao Wu fell silent, unwilling to engage with Tang San. Observing her demeanor, Tang San felt a surge of blood rush to his head, nearly choking on his rage. "All right, little San, calm down," Yu Xiaojiang advised. Tang San took several deep breaths, gradually suppressing his fury. Yu Xiaojiang turned to Yi Feng and remarked, "Young man, your 3 soul rings are indeed quite impressive. They could instill fear in an enemy during battle. However, among allies, you ought not to keep secrets." Yi Feng regarded Yu Xiaojiang with interest, asking, "Are you so confident that your judgment is infallible?" Yu Xiaojiang replied with a smile, "I have my methods to validate my judgment. A 10,000-year soul skill far surpasses that of 100-year and 1,000-year soul skills. If you were to spar with Tang San, and your soul ring is indeed 10,000 years, you could not possibly lose. Conversely, should you be defeated, it would indicate that your soul ring is not 10,000 years." Tang San's eyes brightened, his posture straightening as he stepped forward, declaring, "Yi Feng, do you dare to fight me?" Chapter 52, The Audacious Yu Shao Gang. Yi Feng responded, "I fear you may not withstand the blow of defeat." "Ha, who knows who will prevail? We must engage to find out," Tang San retorted with a cold smirk. He has now concluded that the 10,000-year soul rings on Yi Feng are merely illusions. This indicates that Yi Feng is nothing more than a perfectly ordinary soul master. Tang San, brimming with confidence, believes that with the exceptional control afforded by his blue-silver grass martial spirit, combined with his mastery of hidden weapons, it would not be a formidable challenge to overcome Yi Feng despite the disparity in soul power levels. It is well known that control-type soul masters possess an undeniable advantage in one-on-one confrontations. Thus, even though Yi Feng boasts an additional soul skill, Tang San remains unfazed. A spectacle is about to unfold, as Daim Mubai wears a smile. But, Yi Feng's soul power surpasses Tang San's, and he possesses one more soul skill. Can Tang San truly prevail? Ma Hongjun inquired with a hint of skepticism. Rest assured, in this battle, Tang San is destined to emerge victorious. Daim Mubai replied with a grin. He has grown somewhat impatient, eager to witness Yi Feng fall victim to Tang San's nefarious tactics. Oscar remarked, "Fatty, you have yet to witness Tang San in action. His methods are exceedingly cunning, almost impossible to guard against. Even teacher Zhao has fallen prey to them." Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun exclaimed with excitement, "I can hardly wait." He also wished to witness Yi Feng's suffering. Xiao Wu urged, "Yi Feng, do not agree. You cannot defeat him." Ning Rongrong interjected, "Xiao Wu, do you lack faith in Yi Feng? His soul power surpasses that of Tang San, and he even possesses an additional soul skill." Xiao Wu replied, "Rongrong, you do not understand. Tang San's strength is not solely derived from his blue-silver grass martial spirit. He wields formidable hidden weapons, and the combination of blue-silver grass with those weapons renders his power truly terrifying. Xiao Wu, place your trust in Yi Feng. He shall not be defeated." Zhu Zhuqing suddenly proclaimed, "Zhuqing, why do you hold such unwavering faith in Yi Feng? Have you forgotten the outcome of teacher Zhao?" Xiao Wu exclaimed anxiously, "Do not worry. Tang San cannot triumph over me," Yi Feng reassured while gently patting Xiao Wu's head. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded in response. Tang San, witnessing this scene, was consumed by fury. Yu Xiaojiang then proposed, "Yi Feng, let us engage in a wager." "What kind of wager?" Yi Feng inquired. "If you win, I shall acknowledge your soul ring as a 10,000-year soul ring and apologize to you. However, if Tang San prevails, you must become my disciple," Yu Xiaojiang stated. "You are utterly shameless," Ning Rongrong exclaimed. "If Tang San loses, you merely need to utter a few words. Yet if Yi Feng loses, he must submit to you as a disciple. Can you be any more shameless?" Tang San, in a state of urgency, quickly interjected, "Teacher, how can you take him as a disciple? He now harbors a deep-seated hatred for Yi Feng and naturally does not wish for Yi Feng to be accepted as a disciple by Yu Xiaojiang." Yu Xiaojiang chuckled. "Tang San, wouldn't it be wonderful for your teacher to take on a junior brother? You could cultivate together and progress side by side." "Hey, I say, can you be any more shameless?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed. Yu Xiaojiang replied, "Becoming my disciple is indeed a fortunate opportunity. My ability to nurture Tang San's blue-silver grass martial spirit to such heights speaks for itself." "Very well, I accept your wager," Yi Feng declared. He had long desired to engage with Tang San. This time, he intended to make Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang, this master-student duo, question their very existence. "Yi Feng, why are you so foolish? This wager is utterly unfair," Ning Rongrong remarked. "It matters not. After all, I am not destined to lose," Yi Feng replied. Yu Xiaojiang then declared, "If that is the case, let us proceed to the playground." With that, he turned and strode towards the field, with Tang San promptly following suit. "Teacher, if I emerge victorious, will you truly accept him as your disciple?" Tang San inquired. Yu Xiaojiang responded with a gleeful smile, "Of course. How could I possibly refuse? Under my guidance, the two of you will undoubtedly become the unparalleled prodigies of the Douluo Continent." He then added, "By the way, you mentioned having some conflicts with him. What sort of conflicts are those?" Yu Xiaojiang gazed at Tang San. After a moment of hesitation, Tang San confessed, "Teacher, I have feelings for Xiao Wu, but she is currently utterly captivated by Yi Feng." Surprised, Yu Xiaojiang turned to glance at Yi Feng and remarked, "Indeed, Yi Feng's appearance and demeanor surpass your own. It is no wonder Xiao Wu is drawn to him." "Teacher," Tang San exclaimed, his urgency intensifying upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words. With a serious tone, Yu Xiaojing advised. Xiao San, matters of the heart cannot be forced. That which is meant for you will ultimately be yours. What is not meant to be, even if acquired, will not bring you joy. He couldn't help but reminisce about his youth, when he and Flanders pursued Liu Erlong. Liu Erlong was captivated by his talent and rejected the more powerful Flanders. Sometimes, letting go is also an expression of love. Without the entanglement of emotions, one can become stronger more swiftly. I refuse to accept this, Tang San declared. Observing Tang San's demeanor, Yu Xiaojing could only sigh in resignation. Heroes often falter at the hands of beauty, especially a youthful and impassioned boy like Tang San. You wouldn't intentionally lose to him just to prevent him from becoming my disciple, would you? Yu Xiaojing inquired. Rest assured, teacher, although I do not wish for him to become your disciple, I will not intentionally lose to him. I will give my all to show Xiao Wu who is truly stronger, Tang San replied. Before long, everyone arrived at the training ground. Flanders and Zhao Wujia, hearing the commotion, rushed over. Xiaojing, what is going on? Flanders asked. Yu Xiaojing chuckled. Yi Feng's 3 soul rings are not from 10,000-year-old souls. They merely appear black due to a mutation in his martial spirit. He does not accept my judgment, so I made a wager with him. If he defeats Tang San, I will concede my error. If he loses, he must become my disciple. So his soul rings aren't from 10,000 years? You want him to be your disciple? Flanders exclaimed. Zhao Wujia was equally astonished by Yu Xiaojing's audacity. What? With my abilities, I can't take him as a disciple? Such a genius must be guided personally to ensure his talent is not squandered, Yu Xiaojing asserted. But Xiaojing, he is backed by a formidable powerhouse. If you take him as a disciple recklessly, you may provoke that strong figure, Flanders warned. How strong could he be? Stronger than you? Yu Xiaojing asked with a smile. Flanders responded with a wry smile. He is a title Douluo. A mere finger from him could crush me. A title Douluo? Yu Xiaojing gasped in astonishment. Zhao Wujia quietly remarked. Moreover, even the Haoyan Douluo shows utmost respect to that powerhouse, referring to him as senior. Master, given Yi Feng's background, he surely lacks for teachers. There is no need for you to take him as a disciple. Zhao Wujia was deeply concerned that if that formidable senior, who resembled a god of slaughter, were to be angered by this matter, he might annihilate Shrek Academy. Even the Haoyan Douluo refers to him as senior. Yu Xiaojing murmured, his eyes wide with shock. Flanders helplessly said, So Xiaojing, perhaps we should abandon the wager of taking Yi Feng as a disciple. No, how can we let it go? Yu Xiaojing suddenly exclaimed with excitement. Even if he has a title Douluo behind him, so what? Surely a title Douluo would not act without reason. If I teach Yi Feng exceptionally well, that powerhouse would be grateful rather than blame me. Chapter 53. Yu Xiaojing's mysterious confidence. Xiaojing, you have lost your mind. Flanders shook his head. If I had not lost my sanity, I would not have achieved what I have today. Yu Xiaojing chuckled and replied, Alas. Should you truly take Yi Feng as your disciple, I hope that esteemed elder can impart some wisdom. Flanders sighed. He gazed at Yi Feng and Tang San, remarking that both were extraordinary talents, uncertain of who would emerge victorious in this battle. Yu Xiaojing chuckled, asserting that it would undoubtedly be Tang San, whose performance would astonish them all. Zhao Wujia nodded in agreement, recalling that he had personally assessed their combat skills upon their enrollment and believed Tang San would triumph. Despite Yi Feng's formidable offensive capabilities, Tang San's martial spirit was uniquely suited to counter him, and moreover, Tang San possessed that enigmatic ranged attack. Making it improbable for Yi Feng to close the distance, his chances of victory appeared slim. Upon hearing Zhao Wujia's words, Yu Xiaojing's smile deepened. Knowing the outcome would be unmistakable, whether the students had been under his tutelage or not. Yi Feng, Tang San, you may commence, Yu Xiaojing announced. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tang San and Yi Feng stepped to the center of the arena, standing 20 meters apart. Tang San declared, Yi Feng, you are certain to lose this battle. I shall demonstrate to Xiao Wu that I surpass you. Xiao Wu, standing at a distance, called out worriedly, Yi Feng, you must be cautious of his hidden weapons. They can strike from the most unexpected positions and angles. Curse it, Tang San growled, his forehead veins bulging. Yi Feng replied calmly, let us begin. Tang San took several deep breaths, forcing himself to regain composure. Allowing rage to dictate the battle would be detrimental. Hence he needed to maintain absolute tranquility. Observing Tang San's swift return to calmness, Yu Xiaojing nodded approvingly. This lad possesses commendable battle awareness, Flanders remarked. You should consider whose disciple he is, Yu Xiaojing replied with a smile. Indeed, He bears a resemblance to your former self. Tang San unleashed his blue-silver grass. 2 yellow soul rings materializing around him. A profusion of blue-silver grass surged from his hands, swiftly covering the ground nearby. The tendrils of the blue-silver grass rose menacingly, poised to strike at Feng like venomous serpents, ready to dart forth at Tang San's command. Tang San introduced himself. I am Tang San, wielding the blue-silver grass, a level 30 control system soul master. I await your guidance. Feng responded, I am Feng, bearer of the Nether King's sword, a level 33 assault system soul sovereign. He did not exaggerate his soul power, fearing it might intimidate Tang San and Daim Mubai. At level 33, his power was neither too high nor too low, just enough to instill confidence in Tang San and Daim Mubai. It was merely 3 levels above my own. The soul power cultivated through my Xiantian skill is far more refined than that of an ordinary person, possessing significantly greater might. Even in a contest of soul power, I would not necessarily fear him, Tang San mused to himself. He suddenly furrowed his brow, gazing at Feng, and inquired, Why do you not unleash your martial soul? Feng replied, To contend with you, I need not resort to my martial soul. Such audacity, exclaimed Flander in astonishment. Arrogance comes at a price. I hope today's battle imparts a lesson, teaching him to embrace humility in the future, remarked Yu Xiaojing with a smile. Observing Feng's demeanor, Xiao Wu grew increasingly worried. Even Ning Rongrong, who previously held unwavering confidence in Feng, began to waver. This fool, possessing both soul power and soul skills, is now refusing to utilize his martial soul. How could he possibly triumph over Tang San? He might not even be able to sever Tang San's blue-silver grass. Ning Rongrong fumed. He is not that weak. You may rest assured and watch, Zhu Zhuqing replied. Zhuqing, your faith in him is rather blind, is it not? Ning Rongrong countered. Zhu Zhuqing fell silent. Recalling the scene of Feng vanquishing Zhu Zhuqing and those 5 malevolent slaves, as well as the moment he effortlessly struck down Davis. She understood that Feng was not a foolhardy individual. His reluctance to employ his martial soul surely stemmed from profound confidence. Feng is exceedingly arrogant, for some reason. I genuinely wish to smash that insufferable face of his, Ma Hongjun muttered quietly. Daim Mubai's lips curled into a cold smirk. Eagerly anticipating the moment Feng would be struck by Tang San's hidden weapons, only to wail in despair. Tang San's expression darkened. He perceived Feng's actions as a blatant affront, a stark disregard for him. You would do well to unleash your martial soul, otherwise your defeat will be most humiliating. Tang San warned coldly. Let the battle commence, Feng declared. Tang San shook his head, asserting, I, Tang San, shall win with honor and will not take advantage of you. Indeed, Yu Xiaojing nodded appreciatively. Very well, then I shall indulge you, Feng said, extending his hand to reveal the over 3-foot-long sword of the underworld in his right hand, accompanied by 3 black soul rings that materialized. Witnessing this, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Let the battle begin, Tang San bellowed, immediately urging the blue-silver grass to lunge towards Feng. Tang San did not exert his full strength, but instead summoned a dozen strands of blue-silver grass to gauge Feng's capabilities. Although he was confident in his ability to defeat Feng, years of caution had shaped his approach. He intended to assess Feng's offensive power before launching his own assault. Feng, give it your all, Ning Rongrong exclaimed as the numerous thick blue-silver grasses surged forth with remarkable speed, akin to great pythons swiftly advancing across the ground, lunging toward Feng. In the blink of an eye, these blue-silver grasses reached Feng, fiercely leaping from the earth to ensnare his body. Simultaneously, the first spirit ring on Tang San's body illuminated, activating the first spirit ability, which enhanced the constricting prowess of the blue-silver grasses. At that moment, Feng remained utterly still, exhibiting no inclination to evade. Observing Feng's audacious demeanor, a chilling smile crept across Tang San's face as he channeled more spirit power. He sought to ensnare Feng completely, rendering him immobile. Only then could he strike a resounding blow to Feng's pride. Yu Xiaojing shook his head and chuckled. Little San has triumphed. At that moment, Feng finally made his move. As the impending blue-silver grass threatened to ensnare him, he gently waved his sword. Without a sound, the tenacious strands of blue-silver grass softened before reaching him, snapping effortlessly in half. How is this possible? Tang San, who had been wearing a mocking grin, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Apart from Zhao Wujie, He had never witnessed anyone so effortlessly break through his blue-silver grass. Observing Yi Feng's relaxed demeanor felt akin to receiving several stinging slaps across his face, igniting his anger. What a sharp sword! What a formidable martial spirit! Yu Xiaojiang's eyes lit up with delight. Well done, Yi Feng! Ning Rongrong cheered exuberantly. Tang San's face flushed crimson with indignation as he retorted, that was merely a test. I haven't even unleashed 1/10 of my power. With that, he once again summoned the blue-silver grass from the ground. This time, dozens of strands surged toward Yi Feng like a relentless tide, surrounding him completely as they sought to entwine him. Yu Xiaojiang smiled and nodded, stating, as the saying goes, no plan is infallible. Even if Yi Feng's defenses are impeccable and his martial spirit razor-sharp, there will inevitably be a flaw in the face of Little San's impenetrable assault. Chapter 54, Tang San. Like a stray dog, Flinder nodded in agreement. Tang San's attack is overwhelmingly dense. A single oversight from Yi Feng could lead to him being ensnared by the blue-silver grass. At that point, no matter how sharp his sword may be, it would be rendered ineffective. Zhao Wujie remarked, I believe Yi Feng, though arrogant, will not succumb so swiftly, especially since he is yet to employ any of his 3 soul skills. That is true. Let us first observe whether his soul skills are offensive or attribute-enhancing, Flinder responded. On the battlefield, Tang San's blue-silver grass was a dense mass, writhing as it lunged toward Yi Feng. Tang San had activated his purple extreme magic eyes, closely monitoring every movement of Yi Feng. Witnessing the thrashing blue-silver grass made Ning Rongrong's scalp tingle with anxiety as she exclaimed, Why isn't Yi Feng making a move? This is utterly nerve-wracking. As if responding to her words, Yi Feng finally sprang into action. With a gentle flick of his right hand, the long sword slipped from his grasp, spinning rapidly through the air. Wherever the blade passed, the blue-silver grass offered no resistance, being effortlessly sliced apart like tofu. The Reaper's sword circled around Yi Feng's body, and after 3 rotations, there was not a single intact strand of blue-silver grass within a 5-meter radius of him. Tang San, alarmed, hurriedly retracted the remaining blue-silver grass. The extensive destruction of the grass had caused a staggering depletion of his soul power, leaving his complexion pale. What kind of technique is this? How can a weapon spirit spin so many times in the air after being released? Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Yi Feng's maneuver was exceedingly peculiar. The sword seemed to possess a life of its own, attacking autonomously. The onlookers were equally astonished, utterly bewildered by how Yi Feng achieved such a feat. Could it be a self-created soul skill? Yu Xiaojiang murmured, his mind racing with disbelief. How is this possible? Tang San blurted out, his face a mask of incredulity. Yi Feng's display was nothing short of astonishing. The sword spun at high speed, continuously circling. Tang San questioned himself, recognizing that even with his superior throwing technique, he could not accomplish such a feat. It was akin to the legendary sword mastery spoken of in myths. Amidst his shock, Yi Feng extended his right hand, effortlessly catching the returning Reaper's sword. Yi Feng, you are so impressive, Ning Rongrong shouted excitedly. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing also wore expressions of delight. Tang San glanced at Xiao Wu, and upon seeing her joyful countenance, his expression darkened instantaneously. He had intended to defeat Yi Feng and embarrass him, but unexpectedly, Yi Feng had stolen the spotlight. Damn it! Tang San seethed inwardly, his gaze towards Yi Feng turning cold and menacing. Yi Feng, you have forced my hand. Tang San gritted his teeth, filled with fury. With both hands brushing against his waist, he had already concealed an array of hidden weapons between his fingers. Allow me to showcase my self-created soul technique, Tang San shouted, flinging the concealed weapons from his hands. Flying daggers, throwing darts, bone-piercing spikes, and lethal needles. Tang San's hands moved in a flurry, launching a multitude of hidden weapons towards Yi Feng. Simultaneously, Tang San unleashed his blue-silver grass once more, intertwining it with the hidden weapons as they advanced towards Yi Feng. He could hardly believe that Yi Feng's sword could withstand such a barrage of hidden weapons. These projectiles, hurled from Tang San's hands, flew in straight lines and graceful arcs, approaching Yi Feng from various angles. Moreover, he employed an array of crossbows. This time, Tang San's fervor exceeded even that which he displayed against Zhao Wujie. The onlookers were utterly astonished at the spectacle. Flinder could not help but gasp in disbelief, exclaiming, "What kind of technique is this?" Yu Xiaojiang chuckled lightly, responding, "I told you, this lad is extraordinary." Flinder, filled with concern, remarked, "What if something happens to Yi Feng? We cannot bear the consequences." Yu Xiaojiang reassured him, "Fear not. Tang San is not a reckless individual. He will certainly avoid targeting Yi Feng's vital points." Tang San fixed his gaze intently on Yi Feng, thinking to himself, "You possess but a single sword. I am eager to see how many hidden weapons you can deflect." As this thought flickered through his mind, he beheld the concealed weapons assailing Yi Feng, only to witness them all deflected. A faint luminescence enveloped Yi Feng's exterior, safeguarding him within. The projectiles clanged against this protective barrier, producing a series of metallic sounds before cascading to the ground. The protective aura. Tang San's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief. A soul master's spiritual energy can be projected outward, yet to achieve a protective layer at the soul sovereign level is exceedingly rare. Attaining such a feat requires either a similar soul skill, like Daim Mubai's White Tiger Barrier, or an exceptionally advanced soul master. In Tang San's previous life, this technique of externalizing inner energy to form a protective shield was known as a defensive aura, renowned for its formidable defensive capabilities. He had never anticipated that Yi Feng could actually condense a protective aura, rendering all his hidden weapons ineffective. The watching Yu Xiaojiang was once again astounded, murmuring to himself, "Could this be yet another self-created soul skill utilizing soul power? Yi Feng, this young man, has truly astonished me," remarked Flander. The three girls, including Xiao Wu, were all greatly excited at this spectacle. Daim Mubai clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his forehead bulging. "Tang San, is this your method?" Yi Feng smiled as he strode confidently towards Tang San, enduring the relentless onslaught of the latter's hidden weapons. Tang San's expression turned as grim as if he had swallowed a fly, hastily retreating. Eventually, he resorted to employing the ghost shadow misty steps. As Yi Feng's speed escalated, the distance between them rapidly diminished. The sharpness of Yi Feng's sword instilled a profound sense of apprehension in Tang San. He had no desire to engage in close combat with him. Faced with Yi Feng's blade, Tang San believed that apart from his Xianyu hand, only another hammer-type martial soul could withstand it. However, revealing his hammer martial soul was not an option, and relying solely on the Xianyu hand to counter Yi Feng's sword was exceedingly perilous. Thus, he continuously executed the ghost shadow misty steps in an attempt to create distance from Yi Feng. Simultaneously, his hidden weapons continued to rain down, striking against the protective barrier surrounding Yi Feng. Condensing the protective aura must be a tremendous drain on his soul power, if I persist with my attacks. His protective aura cannot endure for long. At that moment, it will be the optimal time for my counterattack, Tang San calculated within himself. At the same time, he was preparing his ultimate move. He possesses a hidden weapon, the Dragon Whisker Needle, specifically designed to penetrate protective vital energy. Not only does the Dragon Whisker Needle excel in breaching this energy, but it also harbors exceedingly malevolent traits. Prior to engaging in battle with Yi Feng, Tang San had already resolved to employ the Dragon Whisker Needle. Only by inflicting severe torment upon Yi Feng could he hope to unleash the pent-up resentment within his heart. He intends to make Yi Feng experience a torment akin to slow slicing, compelling him to howl for mercy before Xiao Wu, utterly losing face and destroying his image. He waited patiently for the protective aura surrounding Yi Feng to dissipate or weaken before employing the Dragon Beard Needle to swiftly conclude the battle. In the distance, Ning Rongrong could not help but exclaim, how could Tang San, who spoke so confidently earlier, now be relentlessly pursued by Yi Feng? Yu Xiaojiang immediately intervened, saying, my dear girl, you misunderstand. Tang San is deliberately exhausting Yi Feng's soul power. Once Yi Feng's energy has been sufficiently depleted, it will be Tang San's moment to strike back. Despite Yu Xiaojiang's clarification, Ning Rongrong's words pierced Tang San's heart deeply. He felt a surge of pent-up frustration as he was chased by Yi Feng, resembling a stray dog in flight. It was utterly humiliating. He had never anticipated that he would find himself at such a disadvantage in the battle against Yi Feng. Yi Feng, this is the consequence of your own actions. Tang San silently roared in his heart as 10 dragon whisker needles materialized in his hand. He resolved to wait no longer. It was imperative that Yi Feng be punished, for only then could his own disgrace be absolved. Tang San summoned all his soul power, and the dragon beard needle shot towards Yi Feng with astonishing speed. Though his strikes did not target Yi Feng's vital points, they nearly encompassed his entire being. Yi Feng's limbs, abdomen, and even his visage fell prey to Tang San's relentless assault. I shall make you regret your appearance. Tang San roared triumphantly within. Chapter 55. A taste of one's own medicine. Tang San fixated on Yi Feng's handsome visage, his heart brimming with exhilaration. It was this very face that had stolen Xiao Wu away from him. Tang San believed that had Yi Feng been unattractive, Xiao Wu would never have ventured so close to him. Thus, he resolved to mar this exquisite countenance. Even if Yi Feng were to heal, a shadow would forever linger in Xiao Wu's heart. Most importantly, he sought to utterly obliterate Yi Feng's imposing presence. From this day forth, you shall learn who is not to be trifled with within Shrek Academy, Tang San contemplated. The speed of the 10 dragon whisker needles was astonishing, and their fineness rivaled that of a single hair. Among the spectators, only the Soul Sage-level Flander and Zhao Wujing discerned a fleeting trace of their trajectory. The others remained oblivious to Tang San's onslaught. Tang San's eyes shimmered with a brilliant purple light, his purple extreme demon eye intently focused on the 10 needles. Under the influence of the purple extreme demon eye, the movement of all objects slowed considerably. He desired to witness with his own eyes the dragon whisker needles piercing Yi Feng's visage, subsequently tugging and contracting the underlying muscles to form grotesque bulges. He believed that with the speed and stealth of the dragon whisker needle, Yi Feng would undoubtedly be unable to react in time. Just as Tang San launched the dragon whisker needle, the swiftly advancing Yi Feng suddenly came to a halt. The sword of Pluto in his hand vanished, and his hands moved with such swiftness that they left behind afterimages, resulting in the simultaneous appearance of 10 hands before him. What astonishing speed! Ning Rongrong exclaimed in awe. The afterimages of Yi Feng's arms dissipated, and he slowly opened his palm, revealing 10 minuscule golden particles resting upon it. These are the insidious weapons of Tang San. When did he strike? How did I not notice? Oscar gasped in astonishment. Such rapid reflexes, such incredible speed, Daim Mubai murmured, his face a mask of shock. Moments ago, he too had failed to discern when Tang San had made his move, nor had he noticed the trajectory of the concealed projectiles. He empathized and contemplated, realizing that if he were in Tang San's position, facing such concealed weapons, he would be nearly defenseless. Tang San's gaze sharpened, and an overwhelming heaviness settled in his heart. How could his reaction and speed be so astonishingly swift? He internally roared, struggling to accept this outcome. The dragon whisker needle was his most formidable thrown weapon, capable of inflicting the greatest harm. Yet, unexpectedly, it failed to injure Yi Feng. Should he resort to the Zhuge Divine Crossbow? However, the power of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow was too immense. If he inadvertently caused Yi Feng's demise, he would undoubtedly face the wrath of the titled Douluo behind him. A myriad of thoughts raced through Tang San's mind, and despair weighed heavily upon him. At that moment, the options available to him were nearly exhausted. His only recourse was to engage in close combat with Yi Feng. Yi Feng, holding the dragon whisker needle, smiled and remarked, "Tang San, you possess quite a ruthless heart. Aiming such an instrument at my face. Do you wish to disfigure me? What? Tang San intends to use such a malicious weapon against Yi Feng's visage?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed in anger. "Tang San, how could you act in such a manner? This is merely a spar. Is it truly necessary to strike so fiercely?" Xiao Wu said, her heart aching. She had hoped to give Tang San a chance to restore their sibling bond, but her disappointment in him had only deepened. When had her once caring brother become so narrow-minded? "Tang San, what is the meaning of this?" Flinder inquired, furrowing his brow. Tang San hastily defended. "I never aimed for his face. He is slandering me." Flinder recalled the trajectories of the dragon whisker needles and realized that a few had indeed been directed toward Yi Feng's face. Just then, Yu Xiaojing interjected. "Little San has always been obedient. He would not lie. The match has not concluded. Let it continue." With his strength, he was unable to discern the trajectories of the needles, but he trusted that his disciple would not act so indiscriminately. Flinder sighed, concerned for Yu Xiaojang's reputation, and chose not to expose Tang San's deceit. "Xiaogang, it appears Tang San is destined to lose this battle. You will not be able to take Yi Feng as your disciple," Flinder stated. Yu Xiaojang maintained his smile, replying, "I understand, but it matters not. Witnessing Yi Feng's extraordinary talent is already the greatest reward of today. Since you cannot take him as a disciple, I feel reassured," Flinder remarked. "Who said I would relinquish the opportunity to take him as my disciple?" Yu Xiaojing chuckled. "There will be plenty of chances to accept him in the future. I cannot allow such a promising seedling to grow awry." Hearing Yu Xiaojang's words, Flinder could only manage a wry smile. "Yi Feng, we have yet to determine a victor. Let us proceed," Tang San declared. "He has made up his mind. If all else fails, He shall resort to the legendary crossbow of Zhu Zhuqing to target Yi Feng's legs. He truly did not wish to be outdone by Yi Feng. Nor did he want to suffer embarrassment in front of Xiao Wu. Yi Feng remarked, Tang San, having utilized so many hidden weapons against me, it is only fair that I allow you to experience the sting of such tactics in return. Tang San paused momentarily before bursting into laughter, responding, the hidden weapons are a unique invention of mine. No one on the Douluo Continent has ever managed to harm me with such means. To wield hidden weapons in my presence is akin to displaying one's skills before an expert. Then open your eyes wide and see if I can indeed injure you. Yi Feng retorted. As soon as the words left his lips, his hand flicked outward. The 10 dragon whisker needles, charged with energy, instantly straightened to become exceedingly sharp, hurtling towards Tang San at an astonishing speed. For needles targeted Tang San's hands and feet, while the remaining 2 were aimed directly at his face. A look of sheer astonishment spread across Tang San's visage. His violet extreme magic eyes found it exceedingly difficult to capture the trajectory of those dragon whisker needles. This indicated that the power of the dragon whisker needles in Yi Feng's hands far surpassed his own. How could this be possible? As this thought flickered in Tang San's mind, he had no time to evade, and he immediately felt a sharp pain coursing through his limbs and face. Soon after, the affected areas felt as if they were being torn apart, with horrifying lumps emerging one after another. The dragon whisker needles contracted beneath his skin, tugging and tearing at his muscles, ultimately shredding them into a tangled mass. Tang San let out a piercing scream of anguish as his body fell rigidly to the ground. His limbs and visage were marred by egg-sized welts, rapidly engorged with blood. 2 crimson lumps dangled grotesquely from his face, presenting a terrifying spectacle, with blood oozing from the punctures made by the dragon beard needles. My face, my legs. Tang San cried out in anguish, his expression one of profound suffering. Xiao San, Yu Xiaojing's smile vanished. His countenance transformed as he rushed toward Tang San in a state of desperation. Flender bellowed, Oscar, the sausages. Without needing Flender's reminder, Oscar was already in the process of crafting the sausages. Witnessing Tang San's miserable condition, Ning Rongrong felt an urge to applaud but restrained herself. This is what it means to return the favor in kind, she remarked with a smile. Xiao Wu, feeling a pang of sympathy, contemplated approaching to offer her concern, yet ultimately held back, her heart already filled with disappointment towards Tang San. Quickly, give me the sausage. Tang San howled in agony. Oscar promptly handed it over. Xiao San, what has happened to you? How did you end up like this? Yu Xiaojing inquired anxiously. He yearned to touch the protruding lumps on Tang San's body with both hands, yet hesitated, his forehead drenched in perspiration from anxiety. Chapter 56. Tang San transforms into a hideous creature. Witnessing Tang San's agony, Yu Xiaojing felt an overwhelming surge of compassion. Yi Feng, what exactly have you done to Xiao San? Yu Xiaojing shouted in distress. Yi Feng approached with a smile, replying, he just employed the same tactics against me. I merely returned the favor in kind. How can you still find humor in this? Yu Xiaojing rebuked loudly. Yi Feng remained silent, his gaze fixed on the suffering Tang San with a serene smile. After consuming a sausage, the pain slightly subsided for Tang San, yet he still found it unbearable. What on earth is this wretched affliction, and how am I to treat it? Yu Xiaojing exclaimed, utterly at a loss and filled with urgency. He reached out and touched a bump on Tang San's face. Tang San's sudden scream pierced the air, startling Yu Xiaojing. Are you all right, Xiao San? Yu Xiaojing inquired anxiously. Teacher, please don't touch me. I can handle it myself. Tang San hurriedly responded. All right, I won't touch you. I promise, Yu Xiaojing assured, raising his hands in surrender. Enduring excruciating pain, Tang San executed the technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, gradually extracting the hidden dragon whisker needles. The process of extraction was even more agonizing, twisting his face into a grimace. Those nearby witnessed this scene and couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Ning Rongrong remarked, Tang San, look at how vicious your hidden weapons are. If it weren't for Yi Feng's skill, he would be lying on the ground now. It was merely a competition among classmates. Did you really need to be so ruthless? Tang San felt both shame and anger, his face flushed, remaining silent and unable to respond. By the time the last 2 dragon whisker needles were removed from his face, Tang San was on the brink of collapse. He was drenched, his clothes soaked with perspiration. The therapeutic effects of the grand sausage continued to endure, and the pain within his body gradually subsided. The 2 bumps on his face have diminished significantly, yet they remain somewhat prominent. This is primarily due to the flesh beneath the skin having been torn by the dragon whisker needles, under the influence of the sausage treatment. The misaligned tissue has commenced healing, albeit without reverting to its original position. Tang San gently caressed the slightly swollen areas on his face, his eyes gradually filling with tears. Henceforth, these 2 bumps would forever mark his visage, a reality he found difficult to accept. He initially intended to disfigure Yi Feng, but unexpectedly, he ended up harming himself instead. Yi Feng, I shall kill you. Tang San roared, ready to lunge at Yi Feng. He cannot come to terms with the reality of transforming into an unsightly creature. Although those 2 protruding bumps are not particularly large, they render his face rather peculiar. His original appearance was unremarkable, scarcely drawing a second glance as he strolled down the street. However, now, as he walks along, he undeniably attracts curious gazes from passers-by. What are you doing, Tang San? Yu Xiaojing swiftly embraced the almost frantic Tang San, feeling a profound ache in his heart at the sight of him. Flender, Zhao Wujin, and several other instructors could not help but shake their heads in lamentation. What was supposed to be a fair competition had culminated in such an unexpected outcome. Teacher, my appearance is ruined. Tang San lamented sorrowfully. Yu Xiaojing, feeling distressed, sought to console him, saying, Tang San, the body is merely a vessel. As long as your strength is formidable enough, no one will care about your looks. Ma Hongjun patted his own belly and chimed in, Indeed, Tang San. Look at me, so rotund and not particularly handsome, yet I do not feel inferior. There is no need for such sorrow. Yu Xiaojing reassured him further, Do not worry. In the future, I will assist you in finding a highly skilled healing soul master who can excise these flaws and restore you to your former self. Only then did Tang San's emotions begin to stabilize somewhat. Yet, he dared not direct his gaze toward Xiao Wu. In this competition, his attacks had inflicted no harm upon Yi Feng. Instead, he had suffered disfigurement himself, bringing him utter humiliation. He originally intended to defeat Yi Feng before Xiao would approve his worth, but instead, he ended up shooting himself in the foot. How infuriating. Xiao Wu must think even less of me now. Tang San seethed inwardly. Yi Feng remarked, Yu Xiaojing, the outcome has been determined. It is time for you to fulfill your promise. Yu Xiaojing, momentarily taken aback, rose with a complex expression directed at Yi Feng and said, Very well. I shall honor my commitment and apologize to you. Suddenly, Tang San's voice interrupted. Wait a moment. Xiao San, what is it? Yu Xiaojing inquired, puzzled. Tang San stood up, his gaze fierce as he glared at Yi Feng, stating, Have I conceded defeat? Our battle is far from over. Xiao San, your injuries, teacher, I am fine. Those are merely minor wounds, Tang San replied. But you have no means left. Your blue silvergrass and hidden weapons cannot harm him. Tang San's eyes, filled with determination, remained fixed on Yi Feng as he declared, Who says I have no means? I, Tang San, possess a multitude of strategies. Flender advised, Tang San, you should not stand aside. The battle continues. Tang San bellowed. His visage was marred, and he had begun to lose his sanity. Thus, he felt compelled to vanquish Yi Feng, to exact his vengeance. Alas, everyone, please step aside, Yu Xiaojing sighed. A throng of people retreated, clearing the arena. Tang San, gauge your own abilities. Even if you lose, it matters not. Your talent is formidable, and with diligence, victory will eventually be yours, Yu Xiaojing imparted. Tang San, however, did not respond to Yu Xiaojing's words. His gaze was fixed intently on Yi Feng. Yi Feng, do you believe your innate full soul power makes you formidable? There are greater talents beyond you, and today, I shall demonstrate to you what true genius is. Tang San, no. Yu Xiaojing sensed an ominous turn of events and shouted urgently. Yet, it was too late. In Tang San's left hand, a dark, small hammer materialized. The ebony hammer gradually expanded, and before long, it transformed into a colossal mace. This is disastrous. The boy is far too impulsive, Yu Xiaojing murmured. Xiaojing, after all, Tang San is still but a child. It is only natural for him to be overwhelmed by excitement. If his abilities are revealed, so be it. We are all from Shrek Academy. There is no need for excessive concern, Flander remarked. This is a twin martial soul. Daim Mubai's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief. Oscar and Ma Hongjun also displayed expressions of sheer shock. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu were equally astounded. Innate full soul power and twin martial souls. Tang San's talent is truly terrifying, Zhu Zhuqing stated. I had no idea that Tang San possessed another martial soul, Xiao Wu murmured. This martial soul seems somewhat familiar. Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow. Hearing the astonished voices of those around him, Tang San felt an overwhelming sense of elation. Especially the astonishment reflected in Xiao Wu's expression reignited his confidence. The frustration he had felt moments ago was now replaced by an exhilarating thrill. He cast a glance at Yi Feng, eager to witness the astonishment on his face. However, to his surprise, Yi Feng's expression remained remarkably calm, even adorned with a subtle smile. Instantly, a wave of anger surged within Tang San. He unleashed his second martial soul. Yet Yi Feng displayed not the slightest hint of surprise. This left him feeling as though his full-powered punch had merely struck a mound of cotton, leaving him quite discomfort. Yi Feng, I possess innate full soul power and dual martial souls. I am no less formidable than you, Tang San proclaimed. Yi Feng replied with a smile. We are competing based on strength. No matter how great your talent, if your power pales in comparison to others, what use is it? Very well. Then allow me to demonstrate the might of my second martial soul, Tang San retorted coldly. Yi Feng's gaze fell upon the black hammer in Tang San's hand, commenting, It is merely the Haotian hammer. Is that enough to make you so conceited? Chapter 57. Tang San felt he was capable again. Just as Tang San was about to make a move, he suddenly froze, inquiring, What Haotian hammer? He remains unaware of the name of his second martial soul, only cognizant of the fact that this martial soul is particularly weighty and exceptionally resilient. He had once tested the hardness of this hammer, firmly believing that no metal could withstand the force of its strike. It was precisely because of the exceptional hardness of this hammer that he chose to wield it against Yi Feng's underworld sword. Although the master had cautioned him never to use this martial soul unless absolutely necessary, he found himself unable to contain his resolve any longer. Today, he must reclaim his dignity. After all, it was merely a hammer. Surely it would not lead to his demise? At that moment, upon hearing Yi Feng's words, he was filled with confusion. What was this Haotian hammer? Was the name of his martial soul truly Haotian hammer? How could that be? Wasn't the Haotian hammer the exclusive martial soul of the continent's foremost sect, the Haotian sect? How could his dark, unremarkable hammer possibly be the renowned Haotian hammer? As for the Haotian hammer, Tang San had indeed heard of it. As a disciple of Yu Shaojiang, well-versed in a plethora of texts, how could he possibly be unaware of the Haotian hammer? Yet, being merely a rustic lad, how could he ever hope to associate with the preeminent sect of the world? Tang San's initial reaction was one of disbelief. Just as these thoughts flickered through his mind, Ning Rongrong's exclamation pierced the air. Indeed, I remember now. This is the Haotian hammer, without a doubt. I never expected that Tang San is connected to the Haotian sect. Tang San was taken aback. Could it truly be that his second martial soul was indeed the Haotian hammer? Was he truly a member of the Haotian sect? He cast a glance at Yu Shaojiang, wishing to inquire. Yu Shaojiang sighed and said, Tang San, it would be wise to concede for now. Come back to my room, and I shall elucidate everything for you. Tang San yearned to uncover the truth, yet he shook his head resolutely and replied, Teacher, the outcome has yet to be determined. I shall not concede so easily. He lifted the formidable Haotian hammer in his left hand, still astounded. His martial soul, it turned out, was none other than the legendary Haotian hammer, renowned as the most powerful weapon martial soul in the Douluo Continent. Tang San recalled the information regarding the Haotian hammer. It was the pinnacle of offensive weapon martial souls and a nemesis to all others in that category. With this thought, an overwhelming confidence surged within him. Upon glancing at Yi Feng, he noticed a smile of assurance gracing his face. What of the Underworld King's sword? Before the eminent Haotian hammer, it too must bow in submission. Yi Feng, unleash your martial soul. Allow me to witness whether your Underworld King's sword is superior or if my Haotian hammer reigns supreme. Tang San proclaimed loudly. Yi Feng extended his hand, revealing the Underworld King's sword, accompanied by 3 black soul rings appearing around him. Tang San stated, Yi Feng, my Haotian hammer martial soul is yet to be augmented with soul rings. Do you dare to engage in a fair battle with me? What is there to fear? Rest assured, I shall not employ soul skills to take advantage of you, Yi Feng replied. Zhu Zhuqing interjected coldly, Tang San, you are competing to ascertain whose strength is greater. Yi Feng's soul skills are part of his power, so why should he not use them? Ning Rongrong, equally indignant, added, Tang San, your shamelessness knows no bounds. Who would dare confront the Haotian hammer directly without the use of soul skills? Ma Hongjun exclaimed, Yi Feng has already agreed. Do you intend to go back on your word? Yu Shaojiang's eyes brightened as he remarked, Yi Feng, your soul power is inherently superior to Tang San's. Not employing soul skills would still be reasonably fair. The previous battle had eroded Yu Xiaojing's confidence in Tang San. He believed that even if Tang San wielded the Haotian hammer, he would be unable to vanquish Yi Feng, as Yi Feng still possessed 3 soul skills. To his astonishment, Tang San proposed a condition that Yi Feng could not utilize his soul skills, to which Yi Feng acquiesced. This development rekindled hope in Yu Xiaojing. Given that Tang San's soul power was nearly on par with Yi Feng's, the absence of Yi Feng's soul skills would grant an undeniable advantage to Tang San's Haotian hammer. The Haotian hammer is renowned as the pinnacle of assault-type weapon spirits on the continent, and Yu Xiaojing held unwavering confidence in its potency. Any assault-type weapon spirit facing the Haotian hammer would inevitably find itself overwhelmed. Thus, he had urged Yi Feng to refrain from using soul skills. Should Yi Feng be defeated, it would be but a natural progression for him to take Yi Feng as his disciple. Ning Rongrong, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "This pair of master and disciple is truly of the same ilk. How can they be so shameless? Come, Yi Feng, let us engage in a fair battle." Tang San proclaimed loudly, "I shall not employ soul skills. Bring it on," Yi Feng replied. With his heart steadied, Tang San charged toward Yi Feng, hefting the formidable Haotian hammer. Before he even approached Yi Feng, Tang San began to swing the Haotian hammer, rotating it as he brought it crashing down. With each rotation, the power of the Haotian hammer intensified, growing increasingly fearsome, accompanied by a resounding roar. The chaotic wind hammer technique? Yu Xiaojing's eyes brightened as he exclaimed in delight. He had not anticipated that Tang San would master the chaotic wind hammer technique. Ha ha ha, little San is bound to triumph. With the Haotian hammer combined with the chaotic wind hammer technique, he is invincible. Who could possibly stand in his way? Yu Xiaojing remarked with a smile of satisfaction. Both Flander and Zhao Wujin nodded in agreement with Yu Xiaojing's assertion. As Tang San's Haotian hammer grew in power, it would reach an astonishing level by the time it approached Yi Feng. As the saying goes, sheer force can conquer 10 techniques. How could Yi Feng's longsword withstand such a formidable and weighty Haotian hammer? What is the chaotic wind hammer technique? Xiao Wu inquired with concern. Ning Rongrong's expression mirrored her unease as she replied, "The chaotic wind hammer technique is a unique self-created soul skill of the Haotian sect. This soul skill possesses immense power, and when executed with the Haotian hammer, its might multiplies. Yi Feng is in grave danger this time." Zhu Zhuqing frowned and countered, "That can't be. Yi Feng also has his own self-created soul skill. Have you forgotten how his sword can rotate and attack?" Yu Xiaojing turned his gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing and replied with a relaxed smile, "My dear girl, it seems your combat experience is still lacking. While Yi Feng's attack indeed possesses considerable power, it harbors a fatal flaw. Once it leaves his grasp, should the sword be struck lightly by the Haotian hammer, it will instantly fall out of Yi Feng's control. Without his martial soul, how can Yi Feng defend against Tang San's Haotian hammer?" After finishing his observations, Yu Xiaojing continued to gaze at the battlefield, his smile broad and confidence in Tang San unwavering. The 3 girls, having heard Yu Xiaojing's words, grew even more anxious. Tang San swung the Haotian hammer, executing 11 strikes before finally standing before Yi Feng. With the 12th strike, its power surged once more as it descended towards Yi Feng's shoulder. Although Tang San yearned to deliver a fatal blow to Yi Feng, he knew he could not do so under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Thus, he directed his strike towards Yi Feng's shoulder. He believed that as long as he struck Yi Feng, he would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. At that moment, Yi Feng finally made his move. He stepped forward, evading Tang San's strike, and swiftly unleashed a sword attack. Tang San felt a sudden chill in his chest and glanced down, discovering a tear in his clothing. That was close. He was drenched in cold sweat from the fright. 13th hammer, he shouted as the Haotian hammer once again descended upon Yi Feng. Yi Feng moved with the grace of a specter, deftly dodging the oncoming strikes of the Haotian hammer. With each swing of his sword, he tore through Tang San's garments, creating a series of gashes. Before long, Tang San's shirt was in tatters. It dawned on Tang San that Yi Feng was subjecting him to humiliation. His complexion flushed a deep crimson, his chest heaving violently as he wielded the Haotian hammer, striking down upon Yi Feng with each swing, yet failing to even graze the hem of his garment. "Damn it!" Tang San bellowed in frustration. Yi Feng's mocking voice resonated. "Yu Xiaojing, did you not claim that the combination of the Haotian hammer and the chaotic wind hammering technique was invincible? He cannot even touch my clothing, while each of my strikes could easily end his life. Is this what you call invincibility?" At last, Yu Xiaojing lost his composure, his face flushed with embarrassment, wishing for a crevice to hide within. The slap to his face had come too swiftly, leaving him with a burning sensation on his cheeks. Chapter 58. The Haotian hammer cracked open. Flinder remarked in astonishment. Yi Feng's speed of movement is astonishing, and his sword strikes are remarkably agile. Although Tang San's Haotian hammer is formidable, it is of no consequence if it cannot connect with Yi Feng's spirit. Zhao Wujie exclaimed. I have encountered many soul masters with sword spirits, yet I have never seen a sword wielded in such a manner. How is it that he can slice through Tang San's garments without inflicting any harm? Flinder responded. Indeed, each of his strikes is exceptionally refined, leaving no trace behind. Even before he strikes, I cannot predict where he will aim. Zhao Wujie continued. Yi Feng is truly a prodigy. His combat skills are so intricate that I cannot fathom how he honed them. Flinder added. This is undoubtedly the most exquisite combat technique I have ever witnessed. Graceful, agile, and utterly delightful. His prowess in close combat is unparalleled. Zhao Wujie marveled in agreement, and the other instructors nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing Flinder and Zhao Wujie's commendations of Yi Feng, Yu Xiaojiang felt an overwhelming urge to flee in shame. Ning Rongrong, with a radiant smile, remarked, What happened to your claims about the strongest assault-type weapon spirit? If you cannot touch anyone, then that title is merely a jest. Zhu Zhuqing smiled, her worries dispelled. Xiao Wu, in astonishment, murmured, Yi Feng is incredible. Daim Mubai's expression darkened, his mind filled with curses, hoping that Tang San would land a blow on Yi Feng with his next strike. Dai Laoda, is Yi Feng truly that formidable? If you were to battle him, would you have confidence in your victory? Ma Hongjun inquired. Indeed, Daim Mubai affirmed with a nod. Tang San's upper garment had been reduced to tatters, his eyes were ablaze, and he felt as though he might explode with rage. Yi Feng, will you only scurry about like a rat? If you are a man, face me head on. Tang San shouted. Tang San, if you cannot hit Yi Feng, how can you demand he confront you directly? Have you no shame? Ning Rongrong exclaimed loudly. This is a contest between men. Tang San declared. Yi Feng, creating distance between himself and Tang San, paused and replied, Very well. I shall ensure your defeat is both convincing and undeniable. Tang San's Haotian hammer did not relent. The chaotic hammering technique continued to accumulate, its power growing increasingly formidable. He sensed, albeit vaguely, that the Haotian hammer was nearing the brink of slipping from his control. With his current strength, he was unable to fully unleash the chaotic hammering technique. He resolved to defeat Yi Feng before the Haotian hammer spiraled out of control. In his heart, Tang San made a firm decision. The force of each strike from the Haotian hammer had already become his most potent attack. Even the Zhuge divine crossbow could not rival the might of his current blow. Upon hearing Yi Feng agree to clash head-on, Tang San's heart soared with joy, and he hurriedly swung the Haotian hammer, charging towards Yi Feng. Witnessing this scene, Yu Xiaojiang finally breathed a sigh of relief, a smile returning to his face. This time, there was no room for doubt. In a direct confrontation, no weapon spirit could withstand the domineering assault of the Haotian hammer, he proclaimed. Flinder and Zhao Wujie nodded in agreement, endorsing Yu Xiaojiang's assertion. Why was Yi Feng so foolish as to abandon his strengths and engage Tang San in a head-on clash? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in frustration. Even Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow, her confidence in Yi Feng waning. After all, Tang San wielded the Haotian hammer, employing the chaotic hammering technique. At that moment, everyone in the arena held little hope for Yi Feng. The reputation of the Haotian hammer was too great. The renown of the foremost attack-type weapon spirit was not to be underestimated, forged by generations of the Haotian clan. Before long, Tang San, wielding the Haotian hammer, approached Yi Feng and struck down towards his chest. Yi Feng, come! Tang San shouted, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Yi Feng's expression remained calm as he slashed upward with his sword. Observing this, Yu Xiaojiang shook his head. He believed that relying solely on the competition of their martial souls placed Yi Feng at a distinct disadvantage. Now, with the upward assault, it was even more challenging to exert his strength. One could say that this strike would undoubtedly lead to Yi Feng's defeat. The outcome had already been determined, remarked Yu Xiaojiang with a calm demeanor. The onlookers envisioned Yi Feng's underworld sword being sent flying by the Haotian hammer, perhaps even shattering into pieces. No sooner had Yu Xiaojiang's words fallen than the Haotian hammer collided with the underworld sword. A faint sound of metal scraping echoed. And then the crowd witnessed as Tang San's Haotian hammer was cleaved in two. The massive hammerhead, as thick as a thigh, was sliced from below by the underworld sword, separating into two halves. Only half of the hammerhead remained on the handle that Tang San grasped, while the other half soared through the air, hurtling towards Yu Xiaojing. Yu Xiaojing, still wearing a smile, was taken aback upon seeing the dark object hurtling towards him. "Xiaogang, be careful," Flander shouted, yanking Yu Xiaojing's arm backward. With a loud thud, the remaining hammerhead crashed into the ground in front of Yu Xiaojing, creating a deep indentation in the earth. "Is this the Haoyan hammer?" Yu Xiaojing exclaimed in astonishment. He abruptly lifted his head, only to behold Tang San spitting out a mouthful of blood towards the heavens. The fragmented Haotian hammer in his grasp dissipating into nothingness. With his martial spirit destroyed, Tang San suffered an overwhelming backlash, the soul power within him spiraling into chaos. Impossible. Impossible. This is the Haotian hammer. How could it crumble like tofu before that sword? A pallor drained from his face as he murmured incessantly, "I have lost." A profound bitterness enveloped his heart. Despite employing numerous tactics and uttering many fierce declarations, he never anticipated that he would ultimately be defeated by Yi Feng. In that moment, he felt utterly humiliated. Witnessing the astonished expressions on the faces of those around him only deepened his sense of shame. He was acutely aware that he might soon be subjected to a barrage of scorn and ridicule. Consequently, he simply closed his eyes and lay flat on the ground. If he could not bear to face it, he might as well feign unconsciousness. Tang San lay on the ground, eyes shut, his heart weighed down by an unbearable anguish. Simultaneously, his resentment towards Yi Feng intensified exponentially. The half-piece of the Haotian hammer that had struck before Yu Xiaojing gradually dissipated, and Yu Xiaojing finally came to his senses, rushing anxiously towards Tang San. "Xiao San, what is wrong?" he exclaimed, hurrying to Tang San's side, lifting him up and shaking him vigorously. Tang San, already in a state of chaotic spirit power, was attempting to regulate himself in secret. Thus, when Yu Xiaojing shook him with such fervor, a mouthful of fresh blood erupted from his lips. Seeing Tang San spit blood only deepened Yu Xiaojing's fear. "Xiao San, what is happening? Speak to me. Don't frighten your teacher." Yu Xiaojing continued to shake Tang San. "Xiaogang, let me take a look," Flander approached. Yu Xiaojing finally ceased his frantic shaking, looking at Flander with hopeful anticipation. Flander furrowed his brow as he examined Tang San, and suddenly, his expression grew significantly more profound. He discovered the turmoil within Tang San's soul power and realized that Tang San was making an effort to organize it. This indicated that Tang San was feigning unconsciousness. "Xiaogang, Xiao San is merely in a temporary state of unconsciousness. There is nothing serious," Flander remarked. With this, Yu Xiaojing let out a sigh of relief. "Mubai, Oscar, you two must escort Tang San back to his room. Oscar, you shall be responsible for his treatment," Flander instructed. Daim Mubai cast a complex glance at Yi Feng before he and Oscar hoisted Tang San and departed. Chapter 59. Our Shrek Academy is about to soar to new heights. Yu Xiaojing, filled with anxiety, yearned to pursue them and ascertain Tang San's condition. "Xiaogang," Ning Rongrong called out loudly. Yu Xiaojing halted and turned, bewildered, to regard Ning Rongrong. She approached him with a fierce demeanor and exclaimed, "It was you who wagered with Yi Feng earlier. Now that he has emerged victorious, do you intend to sneak away?" Yu Xiaojing's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. He cast a glance at the approaching Yi Feng and remarked, "Yi Feng, I accept the wager, and I apologize. I admit that the 3 10,000-year soul rings on you are indeed genuine." Yi Feng responded, "You merely acknowledge it verbally, in your heart. You still believe those 3 soul rings are counterfeit, do you not?" Yu Xiaojing, visibly embarrassed, found himself at a loss for words, for Yi Feng's assertion was undeniably accurate. Ma Hongjun interjected, "Yi Feng, the master's judgment is well-founded. It is evident that your 3 soul rings are not 10,000-year rings. Cease this pretense. Who would believe you?" "I do." Ning Rongrong shot a fierce glare at Ma Hongjun. "Rongrong, do not be deceived by him. A person who would fabricate soul rings would surely feign sincerity towards women as well. Exercise caution," Ma Hongjun said with concern etched on his face. "Enough," Ning Rongrong retorted angrily. "Ma Hongjun, silence yourself. Return to the dormitory." Flinder bellowed. Ma Hongjun, his stout neck retracting, fell silent and sulkily made his way back to the dormitory. Yi Feng inquired, "Yu Xiaojing, do you still wish to take me as your disciple?" Flinder interjected, "Yi Feng, from this day forth, Xiaojing is a teacher at Shrek Academy. How can you address a teacher by their name so casually?" "It is of no consequence," Yu Xiaojing replied. His gaze fixed on Yi Feng with utmost seriousness. "Yi Feng, your talent is truly formidable. Your martial spirit has not only mutated but surpasses even the Haotian hammer. You are among the most exceptional geniuses I have encountered, and I genuinely wish to take you as my disciple to impart all my knowledge to you. With my guidance, your cultivation will soar, and you will not only attain the rank of title Douluo, but also have a significant chance of becoming a super Douluo above level 95. I sincerely hope you will consider this. Should you come to a decision, you may seek me out at any time. With a dismissive laugh, Feng replied. You inflate your own significance. If that were true, how could your long-cultivated Tang San have lost to me? Indeed, your combat experience surpasses Tang San's, and your martial spirit is stronger than his, which is why you triumphed over him, Yu Xiaojing retorted. Feng waved his hand. You may leave. Should you wish to take me as your disciple, it will only be possible if Tang San can defeat me. With a sigh, Yu Xiaojing turned and departed. He hurried to check on Tang San, as the injury to his martial soul could not be overlooked and required proper care for recovery. After Yu Xiaojing departed, Flander gazed at Feng with fervent eyes and inquired, Feng, how is your martial soul so formidable? You even cleave the Haotian hammer. Zhao Wujia, equally astonished, remarked. This is without you employing your soul skills. If you were to utilize them, wouldn't that be even more extraordinary? Flander, intrigued, asked Feng, what are your 3 soul skills? Might we witness them? Zhu Zhuqing and the other 2 girls looked at Feng with immense curiosity. They were eager to discover the nature of Feng's 3 soul skills, which had yet to be revealed, and wondered just how powerful he could become upon their use. Feng shook his head and replied, it's a secret. Very well, Flander sighed. He did not dare to force Feng. Let us return. Feng said to the 3 girls, Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing. Watching Feng's departing figure, Flander remarked, from this day forth, the title of the strongest weapon spirit on the Douluo Continent shall change hands. Zhao Wuji nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, Feng's spirit is extraordinarily powerful. Even the Haotian hammer is rendered insignificant in the presence of his Death King's sword. In 2 years, during the Continental Soul Master Academy competition, Feng will surely shine brightly, and our Shrek Academy might very well claim the first prize, one of the teachers suggested. Zhao Wuji's eyes brightened as he added, indeed. With 2 more years, Feng's strength will undoubtedly increase significantly. Coupled with Ning Rongrong's support, he will likely find no rivals in the Soul Master competition. Flander chuckled. Our Shrek Academy has maintained a low profile for so long. Now, in our inaugural participation in the Soul Master competition, we are destined for greatness. On the way back to the dormitory, Feng found himself surrounded by the 3 girls. Feng, how is your spirit so formidable? You effortlessly cleave the Haotian hammer in 2. Ning Rongrong queried with excitement. It is innate, Feng replied with a smile. That makes sense. Spirits are indeed innate. Ning Rongrong concurred. Her excitement surged as she continued. If my father knew of your extraordinary spirit, he would undoubtedly be thrilled. Rongrong, how does Feng's spirit strength relate to your father? Zhu Zhuqing inquired. Ning Rongrong, with a mischievous glint in her eye, responded, of course it matters. If he knew I had such a powerful friend, he would surely be delighted for me. Zhu Zhuqing cast a deep glance at Ning Rongrong and chose not to say more. The 4 girls arrived at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Ning Rongrong asked, Xiaowu, aren't you going to check on Tang San? Although he can be insufferable, he is still your brother. Xiao Wu's expression turned conflicted. After a moment's thought, she replied, I think I shall not go. He probably does not wish to see me right now. Ning Rongrong, curious, inquired, Xiaowu, what exactly transpired between you and Tang San? It feels as though you are on the verge of severing ties. Xiaowu hesitated before responding. A few days ago, he confessed his feelings for me. But I have always regarded him as a brother. Ah, it appears there is unrequited love at play, Ning Rongrong observed. Inside Tang San's room, as Yu Xiaojing entered, he found Tang San seated cross-legged on the bed, assuming a meditative posture. Tang San had already consumed Oscar's sausage and was currently utilizing his Xiantian skill to heal his internal injuries. Daim Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun stood nearby. Little San, you are awake, Yu Xiaojing exclaimed with delight. Tang San opened his eyes, managing a faint smile as he replied, Teacher, I have just awakened. How is your condition? Yu Xiaojing inquired. Tang San responded, I sustained some internal injuries. I just ate Oscar's sausage, and I am nearly recovered. But I am unable to unleash my Haotian hammer spirit. Yu Xiaojing reassured, do not worry. Your martial spirit has merely suffered a temporary setback and will gradually recover in due time. Tang San nodded, sorrow evident in his demeanor. Master, I am truly sorry for bringing you shame. Yu Xiaojing sighed. This is not your fault. Blame the teacher. I was unaware of Yi Feng's formidable martial spirit and extensive battle experience. In this confrontation, your defeat is not unjust. Tang San replied, Master, I am unwilling to accept this. He is of the same age as I, yet he surpasses me by such a margin. Yu Xiaojing responded. You mentioned that he possesses innate, full soul power. Logically, your cultivation rates should be comparable. Perhaps he has been more diligent in his training than you. Reflecting on his 6 years of cultivation, Tang San recognized that he had indeed not exerted himself sufficiently. Aside from his martial training, he had devoted considerable time to crafting hidden weapons. He nodded and said, Indeed, had I practiced more diligently in the past, my current cultivation would not fall short of his. Yu Xiaojing, with a look of satisfaction, replied, Your awareness of this is reassuring for me as a teacher. Dedicate yourself to your training, and you will have the opportunity to surpass him in the future. Yes, I understand, Ma Hongjun responded. Tang San, do not be overly sorrowful. Dai Laodao mentioned that he can defeat Yi Feng. Chapter 60, Yu Xiaojing. There will always be petty individuals envious of my talents. Yu Xiaojing appeared astonished as he turned to gaze at Daim Mubai and the others. His gaze swept over Daim Mubai and the other two, inquiring, Little fatty, who exactly is the leader you just mentioned? It is he, Ma Hongjun replied, pointing at Daim Mubai. Yu Xiaojing regarded Daim Mubai's robust physique and his considerably matured features. Offering a slight nod, Could you enlighten me about your martial soul and your strength? Yu Xiaojing asked. He was quite curious about the strength of Daim Mubai and why it was said he could defeat Yi Feng. Daim Mubai responded, My martial soul is the White Tiger, and my soul power is at level 37. Your surname is Dai, your martial soul is the White Tiger, and you hail from the Star Luo royal family. Yu Xiaojing exclaimed in astonishment. Daim Mubai nodded in acknowledgement. Your soul power surpasses Yi Feng's by 4 levels, and with such a formidable assault-type beast martial soul, it is indeed plausible that you could defeat Yi Feng, Yu Xiaojing remarked. Oscar, somewhat skeptical, interjected, They say you are merely a theoretical master. Can your words truly be trusted? Tang San, feeling displeased, retorted, Oscar, you must never question my teacher's capabilities. I apologize, I spoke out of turn, Oscar quickly replied. He harbored a profound fear of Tang San, particularly after witnessing the recent battle. The overwhelming array of hidden weapons wielded by Tang San instilled a sense of dread within him. Yu Xiaojing remarked, Based on my observations, Yi Feng possesses formidable close combat abilities, augmented by his exceptionally sharp long sword, rendering him nearly invincible in close quarters among his peers. If you aspire to defeat him, you must employ powerful range soul techniques or possess combat skills that surpass his. Otherwise, even if your soul power exceeds his by several levels, you may still find yourself bested by him. Thank you for your guidance, Daim Mubai replied. I too find him quite disagreeable. Given the opportunity, I shall challenge him. Yu Xiaojing assured him, Rest assured, I will oversee your training henceforth, and I will ensure you are equipped to vanquish Yi Feng. Then I will rely on your expertise. Daim Mubai responded. Now, you 3 may leave. I have a few matters to discuss with Xiao San, Yu Xiaojing instructed. Understood. Once Daim Mubai and his companions departed, Yu Xiaojing turned to Tang San with a sorrowful expression and lamented, Xiao San, I deeply regret allowing you to challenge Yi Feng, subjecting you to such distress. And now you bear 2 unsightly bumps on your face. You do not harbor resentment towards your teacher, do you? Tang San replied, You are my elder, my kin. How could I ever blame you? Moreover, I have long wished to confront him. Your lack of animosity is a relief, Yu Xiaojing said. By the way, you should not have employed the Haotian hammer in that battle. Did I not previously caution you against revealing your second martial soul? Yu Xiaojing sighed. Tang San quickly interjected. Teacher, what precisely is the nature of my second martial soul? Am I truly of Haotian sect lineage? Alas, yes, Yu Xiaojing confirmed. That cannot be. I am merely a farmer's child from Holy Spirit Village. How could I possibly belong to Haotian sect? Yu Xiaojing replied, Given the circumstances, I shall unveil some truths to you. Tang San immediately straightened his posture, his expression serious as he focused intently on Yu Xiaojing. You must be curious why you are connected to Haotian sect, correct? It is because your father hails from Haotian sect and possesses the Haotian hammer martial soul. The image of Tang Hao, in his disheveled state, flooded Tang San's mind, leaving him utterly astonished. The father who wallowed in despair and sought solace in drink was, in fact, a member of Haotian sect. How can this be? Tang San muttered, overwhelmed by disbelief. Then why did my father leave Haotian's sect? And where has he gone now? Yu Xiaojiang shook his head, saying, I'm sorry, Xiao San, but I cannot divulge those details to you at this moment. Why can't you tell me? Tang San's emotions surged. Yu Xiaojiang sighed, because it was your father's request. Why keep this from me? Tang San's disappointment was palpable. Xiao San, your father is currently occupied with important matters. At the appropriate time, he will undoubtedly return to find you. I truly miss my father. Tears began to well in Tang San's eyes. Yu Xiaojing said, what you must focus on now is diligently cultivating and enhancing your strength. When your father returns, he will undoubtedly be overjoyed. Yes, I will devote myself to my training, Tang San replied earnestly. Moreover, you must refrain from using the Haotian hammer in front of others. It could attract perilous consequences, Yu Xiaojiang warned gravely. Tang San furrowed his brow and asked, Teacher, could it truly be so? Why would anyone seek to harm me because of the Haotian hammer? Is not the Haotian sect the most powerful sect in the Douluo Continent? Alas, my dear San, the Haotian sect has now fallen from grace. Even the mightiest sects have their adversaries. Above all, remember to keep the Haotian hammer concealed, Yu Xiaojiang advised earnestly. I understand. Tang San responded. Yu Xiaojiang nodded and said, for now, focus on recuperating. Once you have fully healed, I shall take you to the Star Luo forest to acquire your third spirit ring. Very well, Tang San affirmed with a nod. He has now realized that the 3 eternal soul rings on Yi Feng are mere illusions, and naturally, he no longer wishes to postpone his plans. Once his injuries have healed, he will immediately venture to the Star Luo forest. Yu Xiaojing remarked, perhaps your third soul skill is an exceptionally powerful control ability. It may provide you with the opportunity to defeat Yi Feng. Tang San clenched his fists, filled with anticipation. Teacher, do you still intend to take Yi Feng as your disciple? He inquired. Yu Xiaojiang nodded, saying, Yi Feng's talent is extraordinary. If I miss this chance, I fear I shall regret it in the future. Tang San's expression became complex. Teacher, am I not enough for you? Yu Xiaojiang replied, Little San, you understand the scorn and ridicule I have endured over the years. I have devoted myself to the study of martial souls to benefit the soul master community, enabling more soul masters to cultivate effectively. Yet, there are always envious individuals who belittle my abilities and tarnish my reputation, causing me to be misunderstood by the entire soul master society. Thus, for all these years, I have sought to prove myself to the world. And you and Yi Feng represent my opportunity. Once I cultivate both of you into unparalleled powerhouses, who would dare to mock me, Yu Xiaojiang, as merely a theoretical master? Tang San declared, Teacher, those who slander you are truly despicable. Rest assured, I will strive diligently to validate your theories. Good boy, Yu Xiaojiang said, patting Tang San's head with satisfaction. Little San, set Yi Feng as your target. I will also devise a more detailed training regimen for you. I eagerly await the day you conquer him. Trust me, teacher, there will come a day when I shall defeat him, Tang San asserted. The master chuckled. By the time you defeat him, he will be your junior. Indeed, Tang San nodded. I shall not disturb your rest any longer. Recover swiftly, and then we shall proceed to the Star Luo forest. With that, Yu Xiaojiang departed from Tang San's room. Once Yu Xiaojiang left, Tang San's gaze transformed into one of fervent resentment. Yi Feng, you wish to be my junior? Not a chance. If I have the perfect opportunity to eliminate you, I shall not let it slip away. Teacher, do not blame me. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon Yi Feng for his shortcomings. To vindicate your name, I, Tang San, am more than sufficient. Chapter 61, The Soul Beast That Prefers to Devour Humans After Everyone Had Departed. Tang San retrieved a mirror from his storage belt and gazed into it. On either side of his face, there were lumps the size of pigeon eggs, lending him a somewhat fearsome appearance. With a resounding crash, Tang San's fist struck the mirror, shattering it completely. Yi Feng, you have taken away my beloved and marred my visage. I, Tang San, shall seek vengeance upon you. His face was a mask of resentment, the room thick with an atmosphere of murderous intent. After Yu Xiaojiang departed from Tang San's chamber, he hurried to Flinder's office. Upon seeing Yu Xiaojiang enter, Flinder immediately inquired, Xiaojiang, how is Tang San faring? Yu Xiaojiang replied, he is no longer in grave danger. He merely requires recuperation. Flinder breathed a sigh of relief. That is good to hear. However, I have come to inquire about certain matters, Yu Xiaojiang continued. Please, take a seat. Ask whatever you wish to know, Flinder responded. Yu Xiaojiang then posed. I wish to discern the origin of Yi Feng's influence. Flinder sighed. I anticipated you would eventually ask me this. Regrettably, Feng refuses to divulge his background, and I too am ignorant of his affiliations. Xiaojiang furrowed his brow, stating, given that he is associated with the title Douluo, he must be a prodigy emerging from a formidable power. We can deduce the nature of his backing through the title Douluo in question. Please describe this enigmatic title Douluo in detail. Flinder recounted the events of that fateful night when Tang Chen arrived. Xiaojiang's frown deepened. A being whom even the Haotian Douluo regards with trepidation must be an esteemed title Douluo. The overwhelming aura of bloodshed surrounding him suggests he is akin to a reaper from the depths of hell. Such a title Douluo can be ruled out from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. From your description, it appears that the Haotian Douluo and this individual share a tenuous relationship. He is likely not from the Haotian sect. During my years at the Spirit Hall, I never heard of such a title Douluo. Where, indeed, does this mysterious powerhouse hail from? Xiaojiang was engulfed in uncertainty. Flinder remarked. Brother Zhao speculates that this formidable individual may be associated with the Underworld. The Underworld? Xiaojiang gasped, pondering for a moment. It is quite plausible. The Underworld's origins are shrouded in mystery, although it has never been confirmed that a title Douluo resides there. The fact that they dare to provoke the Spirit Hall indicates their strength is undoubtedly formidable. Even the upper three sects refrain from antagonizing the Spirit Hall, suggesting that the Underworld's power may well surpass that of the upper three sections. Upon uttering those words, he was astonished by his own revelation, soon transforming into a state of exquisite delight. Thus, it could be inferred that Feng had a 90% likelihood of originating from the enigmatic realm of the Underworld. With his exceptional talents, he would undoubtedly be the most formidable genius therein. How splendid it would be if I could take him as my disciple. I would establish a connection with the Underworld. Once he ascends to the position of its sovereign, I shall be recognized as the master of the ruler of the Underworld, exclaimed Xiaojiang with palpable excitement. Flanders sighed, responding, Xiaojiang, why are you so eager to take Feng as your apprentice? Setting aside whether the Underworld organization would consent, do you truly believe that someone emerging from such a powerful faction would regard you, a master with a somewhat tarnished reputation, with any esteem? Xiaojiang chuckled. You worry too much. As long as he spends some time at Shrek Academy, he will come to recognize my prowess. I possess absolute confidence in my theories, an aspect that surpasses all major factions. He continued, once he witnesses my capabilities, he may even seek to become my disciple willingly. After I accept him, I will undoubtedly facilitate his rapid growth. Perhaps the ruler of the Underworld would even express gratitude towards me. Flander replied, I hope matters unfold as you envision. Indeed, I plan to take him to the Star Luo forest for his advancement to Soul Master once Tang San has fully recovered, Xiaojiang affirmed. All right, I will make the necessary arrangements, Flander responded. Well, I shall take my leave for now. 3 days passed swiftly. Aside from the Haotian hammer, Tang San had fully regained his strength. Early one morning, all members of Shrek Academy convened, led by Zhao Wujia. The students set forth toward the Star Luo forest to assist Tang San in acquiring his third spirit ring. Xiaojiang, serving as the strategist of the entire team, accompanied them as well. Once again, they advanced by running, resting for the night at a small town outside the Star Luo forest. The following morning, 8 students, along with Zhao Wujia and Xiaojiang, totaling 10 individuals, ventured into the Star Luo forest. Xiaojiang's objective was clear, to locate spirit beasts conducive to enhancing Tang San's control over his blue-silver grass. Along their journey, they would pause to allow the students to practice against suitable spirit beasts. From morning until afternoon, after several hours of searching, Xiaojiang and Tang San had yet to encounter a satisfactory spirit beast. Xiao San, do not be anxious. The Star Luo forest is teeming with spirit beasts. It is only a matter of time before we find one suitable for you, Xiaojiang reassured him. Zhao Wujia added, indeed. Some spirit masters have been known to linger in the Star Luo forest for an entire month, searching for the right spirit beast. Patience is paramount in this endeavor. Tang San replied, rest assured, I understand. I appreciate everyone's efforts. Daim Mubai patted Tang San's shoulder, saying, what do you mean by causing us trouble? We are teammates and should assist one another. In the future, I will also require your help for my spirit rings. Exactly, Tang San. There is no need for formalities among us. Ma Hongjun spoke, and Tang San nodded, observing Daim Mubai and Ma Hongjun, feeling that they were no longer as disagreeable as before. As they proceeded, Xiaojiang's expression suddenly changed, and he lowered his voice to exclaim, stop. Master, What is it? Zhao Wujia promptly inquired. Aside from Yi Feng, the others immediately heightened their vigilance, wary of a soul beast potentially emerging. Yu Xiaojiang did not respond to Zhao Wujia's question but approached a nearby thicket and pushed aside the foliage. The group gathered closer, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. What a massive snake! Ma Hongjun exclaimed. Daim Mubai slapped Ma Hongjun on the head, remarking, "Are you blind? This is clearly a snake skin." Upon seeing the enormous snake skin before him, Tang San's expression turned grave, and he asked, "Teacher, whose skin is this?" Yu Xiaojiang examined it for a moment and replied, "This is the skin of a swallowing snake." "Master, what is a swallowing snake?" Oscar inquired eagerly. Yu Xiaojiang explained, "Swallowing snakes are colossal, with exceptional strength and speed among serpentine soul beasts. Their most notable characteristic is their tendency to swallow prey whole. They possess no sharp teeth. Yet their stomach harbors highly corrosive gastric acid, along with a plethora of toxins that can paralyze their prey. Once a creature is consumed by a swallowing snake, the chances of escape are exceedingly slim. To swallow whole, how terrifying." Ma Hongjun stammered, visibly shaken. Yu Xiaojiang continued, "Based on the length of this skin, this swallowing snake is likely around 20,000 years old, and since this skin is freshly molted, it indicates that the creature is likely nearby. Then we should hasten our departure," Ning Rongrong urged, having harbored a fear of snakes since childhood, now covered in goosebumps. Ma Hongjun, eyeing the snake skin, added, "Master, let us hurry. I don't think my build would even suffice as a snack for that creature." Yu Xiaojiang smiled reassuringly, saying, "Fear not. If you little ones were to encounter this swallowing snake, it would spell disaster for you. However, with Teacher Zhao here, you are safe." Zhao Wujia chuckled, "Rest assured. A 20,000-year-old snake is merely trivial to me." Chapter 62, Tang San's Deception, aimed at Yi Feng. Yu Xiaojiang advised, "It's better to remain cautious. Let us leave this area." "All right," Zhao Wujia nodded. Yu Xiaojiang pointed to the right, saying, "Let us head this way for now. We want to delve deeper. This area should still be inhabited by 1,000-year soul beasts. It's curious why a 20,000-year soul beast appears here. We should proceed with caution." A group of individuals ceased their forward progression and began to veer sideways. This area was adorned with towering ancient trees, and even under the fierce afternoon sun, the ground felt devoid of warmth. After a span of over 10 minutes, the surrounding trees grew sparser, and tall heaps of stones gradually emerged upon the earth, accompanied by an abundance of wild grasses. Yu Xiaojiang furrowed his brow and remarked, "Something feels amiss." "What seems to be the problem?" inquired Zhao Wujia. Yu Xiaojiang gestured towards the ground. "Observe the surface." The group turned their gaze downwards, noting numerous sunken ravines. Tang San crouched to pick up a scale, his expression grave as he stated, "This is a scale from a devouring serpent. The deep trenches on the ground must have been left by its slithering movements. We may have encroached upon its frequented territory." Ma Hongjun swallowed hard and urged, "Then let us hasten our departure from this place." "Indeed, we shall alter our course," Yu Xiaojiang replied. "Ah, look, what is that?" Daim Mubai suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards a certain direction. The group turned to see. Beside a stone as tall as a man's head, several white orbs nestled among the grasses. Furthermore, that area exhibited even more pronounced sunken patterns. A thought flickered in Yu Xiaojiang's mind as he declared, "That must be the lair of the devouring serpent, and those orbs are likely its eggs." "Snake eggs? Are they palatable?" Ma Hongjun inquired. He had just been fearful of encountering the devouring serpent, yet upon seeing the enormous serpent eggs, he was instantly filled with excitement. Yu Xiaojing cautioned, "Do not approach them. The devouring serpent has an acute sense of smell. If you take the eggs, you will surely be pursued by it." "Perhaps we should refrain from doing so," Ma Hongjun suggested. "Indeed, let us depart from this place," Yu Xiaojing replied. Tang San, feeling a sudden impulse, called out, "Teacher, what is it?" Yu Xiaojing inquired. Tang San continued, "I have yet to see a devouring serpent or its eggs. The serpent appears to be absent. I wish to observe what its eggs look like. But they are not edible. What is there to see?" Ma Hongjun retorted, "Very well. It is indeed worthwhile for you to witness this. In the future, do not fail to recognize them," Yu Xiaojiang stated. Zhao Wujuan sensed the surroundings and remarked, "The serpent must have ventured out. If you wish to see, we should hurry." The group arrived at the lair of the devouring serpent, where they beheld 3 serpent eggs, each the size of a human head. "What enormous eggs!" Ning Rongrong exclaimed. Xiao Wu wrinkled her nose and said, "The odor here is quite unpleasant." Tang San knelt at the forefront, carefully examining the 3 colossal eggs. A strange glimmer flickered in his eyes, leaving one to ponder his thoughts. After a brief moment, Yu Xiaojing urged, "Xiao San, have you observed carefully? It is time for us to depart." Tang San rose to his feet and replied, "I have finished observing. Let us hasten, as that serpent may return at any moment." The group turned and made their way out of the rocky debris. Seizing the opportunity when others were distracted, Tang San stealthily extended a hand behind him, employing the technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, drawing an egg toward him from a distance. His palm did not make contact with the egg, but was directly withdrawn into the storage belt. He gazed ahead at the silhouette of Yefeng, a dangerous glint flickering in his eyes. Ma Hongjun could not shake off thoughts of the 3 eggs, and he couldn't resist glancing back. Just in time to witness Tang San's clandestine act of thievery. He wore a look of astonishment, and then, as if grasping something profound, he exchanged mischievous glances with Tang San, revealing a playful grin. Tang San felt a jolt of surprise. Upon noticing Ma Hongjun's sly gestures and realizing he had not been exposed, he breathed a sigh of relief and returned to smile, placing a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence. "Understood," Ma Hongjun mouthed silently. The group continued their advance, gradually distancing themselves from the territory of the voracious serpent. Half an hour later, a furious roar erupted, followed by the sound of various spirit beasts fleeing in panic. "Halt!" Yu Xiaojing shouted, making a gesture to signal the cessation of movement. He turned to look in the direction from which the sound emanated and remarked, "It is the cry of the devouring serpent. The tone is filled with rage. Could another spirit beast have provoked it?" Zhao Wujie replied, "We should leave swiftly. The nearby 1,000-year spirit beasts are likely frightened, and a minor beast tide may ensue." "Agreed. Let us hasten our pace and remain vigilant," Yu Xiaojing suggested. Ma Hongjun, seemingly grasping the situation, discreetly prodded Tang San with his finger and whispered, "You stole its egg. Do you think that serpent will pursue us?" Tang San responded softly, "No. It cannot detect the aura within the storage soul guide. Once we have distanced ourselves, it will not be able to sense it." "That is reassuring." Ma Hongjun sighed in relief. "But remember, what is shared is to be shared. You cannot keep it all for yourself." Tang San nodded, "Rest assured. You shall have your share, but you must not speak of it." "I understand," Ma Hongjun assured him. Tang San, "Ma Hongjun, what are you two whispering about? Hurry and catch up," Zhao Wujie admonished. After advancing swiftly for half an hour, the commotion behind them finally subsided. The group continued their search for spirit beasts. Yet by around 5 in the afternoon, they had still not encountered a suitable one for Tang San. Yu Xiaojing glanced at the sky and said, "It is getting late. We must find a safer spot to set up camp and resume our search tomorrow." Before long, they discovered a suitable camping area. Yu Xiaojing began directing the others in setting up tents, continuously imparting his wilderness survival knowledge. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing were working together to erect a large tent, planning to sleep side by side, with Yifeng nestled closely beside them. Ning Rongrong remarked while working, "Yu Xiaojing indeed possesses some skill. He knows the Star Luo forest so well." Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. Yu Xiaojing cast a glance towards them, a smile gracing his face. In just a few days, they had begun to regard him with newfound respect. He mused that it would not be long before Yifeng would completely change her opinion of him. To everyone's surprise, Ma Hongjun, who had always roomed with Daim Mubai, took the initiative to request to share a tent with Tang San this time, and Tang San acquiesced. Daim Mubai had no choice but to share with Oscar. "What is going on with the fat one? When did his relationship with Tang San become so amicable?" Oscar inquired. "Who knows?" Daim Mubai replied. His and Oscar's tent is situated on the opposite side of the 3 girls. The most vulnerable individuals in the team are Ning Rongrong and Oscar. Thus their tents are encircled in the middle. Daim Mubai, upon noticing that Yifeng's tent is also adjacent to the girls' tents, felt a surge of displeasure. He had not spoken to Zhu Zhuqing for many days. Her resolute demeanor gradually enveloped him in despair. Concurrently, his animosity towards Yifeng intensified. Tang San swiftly set up the tent and remarked, "Teacher, I need to take care of something in the woods." Ma Hongjun's eyes brightened as he replied, "Master, I'll accompany you." Yu Xiaojing nodded, saying, "Yes, you two should go together for mutual support. Be vigilant of your surroundings. If anything seems amiss, shout out immediately." "Understood," Tang San responded, hastening towards the nearby woods, appearing genuinely urgent. Ma Hongjun chuckled and quickly followed suit. Chapter 63. Tang San uses a snake to kill. The master watched as Tang San and Ma Hongjun ventured further away until their figures vanished from sight, at which point he withdrew his gaze. deep in the woods. Ma Hongjun eagerly inquired, Tang San, where is that egg? Show me. Tang San reached for his belt, and in a swift motion, a large white egg, the size of a human head, appeared in his hand. What a massive egg! Ma Hongjun exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he reached out. Tang San ruthlessly swatted Ma Hongjun's hand away. Ma Hongjun, flustered, protested, you promised me, we share in this. Tang San replied coolly. I have read descriptions of the swallowing snake. Even from this distance, it might still detect the scent of this egg. Ma Hongjun's expression shifted, his pudgy hand recoiling as if pricked by a needle. Tang San, you can't be serious? He asked, swallowing hard in fear. I have no interest in jesting. Tang San said with an impassive face. Are you out of your mind? Ma Hongjun, now frightened, turned to flee. He certainly did not wish to be devoured by a serpent that had existed for 20 millennia. Halt! Tang San commanded, his voice low and firm. Ma Hongjun came to a stop, turning to see Tang San's countenance transformed into one of chilling coldness, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Ma Hongjun felt as if the temperature around them had plummeted, and involuntarily, goosebumps rose on his skin. Tang San, what do you intend to do? Ma Hongjun inquired, fear evident in his voice. With an air of grim determination, Tang San replied, this matter should not have reached your ears, yet you have inadvertently witnessed it. Tang San, I saw nothing. I did not witness you stealing the egg, Ma Hongjun insisted, shaking his hands in denial. Tang San retorted, since you have seen it, you must also be involved in this affair. Ma Hongjun forced a smile and remarked, isn't it merely about consuming an egg? Why must it be so terrifying? Tang San's voice turned icy. I do not seek merely to eat an egg. I intend to take a life. Yi Feng's life. What? Ma Hongjun exclaimed, taken aback. He stood frozen in disbelief. Without allowing Ma Hongjun a moment to collect himself, Tang San continued, I shall shatter this egg and smear its contents onto Yi Feng's garments. You plan to use the serpent to commit murder. Ma Hongjun quickly grasped the implication, his complexion paling. Tang San revealed a frosty smile, saying, since you have witnessed this, you too must partake in the scheme. The liquid within the serpent's body possesses potent anesthetic and corrosive properties. Once Yi Feng is swallowed, he is as good as dead. Ma Hongjun shook his head vigorously. No. How can we take a life? Tang San's gaze remained cold as he regarded Ma Hongjun. Are you not often displeased with Yi Feng? Here lies a splendid opportunity to eliminate him without arousing suspicion. Ma Hongjun adamantly protested, though I am not fond of him. I would not go so far as to kill him. He is, after all, our classmate. Tang San mocked, I never imagined you to be so cowardly. If Daim Mubai were here, he would undoubtedly agree without hesitation. Then summon Dai to assist. I cannot partake in this, Ma Hongjun declared, attempting to leave. Tang San swiftly seized Ma Hongjun's arm, insisting, the fewer who know of this, the better. But I cannot bring myself to do it, Ma Hongjun replied. Tang San forcefully gripped Ma Hongjun's shoulder, his smile sinister and terrifying. Do you not harbor feelings for Ningronron? She is constantly clinging to Yi Feng. Do you feel no jealousy? Consider how much more accomplished Yi Feng is compared to you. As long as he is present, you shall never win her affection. Moreover, it is only a matter of time before Yi Feng seduces her into his bed. Can you accept that? Ma Hongjun's fearful expression began to shift, his fists clenching involuntarily. Tang San pressed on, you are aware of my ruthless methods. Now that you know of this scheme, should you refuse to aid me, you will become my adversary. I possess countless means to ensure that my enemies meet a silent demise. Tang San's breath brushed against Ma Hongjun's neck, sending shivers down his spine, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. So what is your choice? Tang San inquired. I will help. Is that not acceptable? Ma Hongjun stammered. Tang San's face broke into a satisfied smile as he gently patted Ma Hongjun's shoulder, saying, excellent. From now on we are brothers. Whatever happens, I will protect you. Ma Hongjun managed to smile and replied, yes, we are brothers. Tang San continued, in fact, it is more suitable for you to undertake this task rather than me. As my relationship with Yi Feng has soured significantly, it would be more appropriate for you to approach him. Without any hesitation, Tang San placed the snake egg on the ground, picked up a stone from the side, and decisively smashed it down. With a crack, the egg shattered, spilling its contents onto the ground. Tang San, are you sure this will work? Even if the snake comes, with Teacher Zhao around, it shouldn't be able to harm Yi Feng, right? Ma Hongjun asked cautiously. Tang San replied with a confident smile. The devouring snake holds a deep grudge against humans who harm its offspring and will not let them go. Moreover, it excels in ambush. If Teacher Zhao is caught off guard for even a moment, Yi Feng will become the snake's prey. Teacher Zhao, being a soul saint, should be able to sense the devouring snake's approach. Ma Hongjun expressed his concern. Tang San reassured him, "Do not worry. I will divert Teacher Zhao's attention to ensure everything goes smoothly." "All right, what must I do?" Ma Hongjun asked. Tang San pointed to the spilled egg contents, instructing, "Use your palm to smear the egg liquid and quietly apply it to Yi Feng's back." Ma Hongjun shook his head violently, exclaiming, "No way. That would mean I carry the scent of this egg too, and the devouring snake would come after me." Tang San retrieved a small bottle of white powder from his soul guide and said, "Once you are done, find a place to wash your hands thoroughly and then apply this powder. It will eliminate the scent." Ma Hongjun accepted the small bottle with a complex expression, feeling a deep-seated fear of Tang San. He thought to himself, "Tang San is terrifying and devious. I dare not offend him." "Quickly, do you wish to wait here for the devouring snake to arrive?" Tang San urged. Ma Hongjun, feeling apprehensive, reluctantly dipped his hand into the egg liquid and glanced at Tang San. "Let us return," Tang San said as he began to walk out. Ma Hongjun gritted his teeth and followed behind him. Upon returning to the camp, Yu Xiaojing questioned them with a hint of reproach. "Why did you take so long? The forest is quite dangerous." Tang San rubbed his stomach and replied with a wry smile. "Teacher, I apologize for worrying you. I was feeling a bit unwell, which is why it took longer." Ma Hongjun stood there, frozen like a statue. Tang San gave him a gentle nudge and whispered, "Hurry up, or if the devouring snake arrives, it will be you that it consumes." Ma Hongjun was startled by Tang San's words and, steeling himself, approached Yi Feng. The closer he got to Yi Feng, the more frantic his heartbeat became, as if it might leap from his throat. Upon reaching Yi Feng, he found himself at a loss for how to get the egg liquid onto him. Just then, he noticed Yi Feng turning away. What a perfect opportunity. Ma Hongjun's eyes lit up as he quickly closed the distance, gently touching the fabric of Yi Feng's back. It was already evening, and the dim light made the transparent egg liquid less conspicuous on Yi Feng's clothes. Suddenly, Yi Feng turned around, a smile on his face as he asked, "What are you doing?" Ma Hongjun was taken aback, his heart racing, and he found himself at a loss for words. He had just touched lightly, thinking that Yi Feng might not feel it, yet he was surprised by Yi Feng's acute sensitivity. The onlookers around him immediately turned their curious gazes towards them. "Oh, it's nothing. I noticed your tent isn't set up yet and thought I might offer my assistance," Ma Hongjun said, forcing a smile. "No need. I have already finished," Yi Feng replied. "Oh, then I shall take my leave," Ma Hongjun said, feeling guilty as he walked back toward his own tent. Yi Feng watched Ma Hongjun's retreating figure, then glanced at Tang San, a meaningful smile suddenly gracing his lips. Chapter 64. A brief explanation of Qian Renshua's backstory. In this narrative, the protagonist rescues Bibi Dong, which seemingly negates the existence of Qian Renshua. Thus, the author devised a backstory. After Bibi Dong's rescue, Qian Douluo, in pursuit of family legacy, compelled Qian Xuanjie to marry, resulting in the birth of Qian Renshua. Later, after Qian Xuanjie killed Ain and was severely injured by Tang Hao, devoid of Bibi Dong's toxic influence, he still could not escape death, ultimately being ambushed and killed by Tang Hao seeking vengeance. Regardless of the plausibility of this backstory, at least it provides some explanation, covers face. The author later realized that this backstory had been overlooked and, having passed the revision period for those chapters, returned to the free chapters to clarify this point. Therefore, when readers see Qian Renshua's sudden appearance later, they should not be surprised. Chapter 65. Tang San. There will absolutely be no unforeseen incidents. Seeking subscriptions. Oscar asked in confusion, "What is up with Fatty today?" He has inexplicably gotten closer to Tang San and is now enthusiastically helping Yi Feng. Daim Mubai shook his head, saying, "Who knows what has gotten into him today? Should I go ask him?" Oscar suggested. "Why bother with him?" Daim Mubai replied. Ma Hongjun returned to the vicinity of his tent and quietly inquired, "Is it done?" Tang San smiled and said, "Yes, you did well. Go wash your hands quickly, lest the snake comes." Oh, Ma Hongjun exclaimed in alarm, hastily running out of the camp. "Where are you off to, Ma Hongjun?" Zhao Wujia bellowed. Without looking back, Ma Hongjun replied, "My stomach isn't feeling well. I'm going to relieve myself." "Go far away," Zhao Wujia instructed. Yu Xiaojing said, "Xiao San, keep an eye on him. Make sure he doesn't get into any trouble." "All right," Tang San responded. Ma Hongjun ran 30 meters or so before squatting behind a patch of grass, hurriedly retrieving a water pouch from his soul guide to wash his hands. While washing, he remained vigilant, fearful that a large snake might suddenly emerge and swallow him whole. Tang San approached and reassured him, "Rest assured, the snake hasn't arrived yet." His eyes shimmered with a violet glow, and the dimness of the forest could not hinder his vision. With the prowess of his purple extreme demon eyes, he could see for kilometers, and within that distance, even the slightest movement could not escape his gaze. This was why he felt confident in diverting Zhao Wujia's attention as the serpent approached. "All right, dry your hands and sprinkle the powder," Tang San instructed. Ma Hongjun dried his hands and followed Tang San's directions, applying the powder to eliminate any trace of scent. "Good, let us head back," Tang San declared. As Ma Hongjun stepped out, he followed closely behind Tang San, expressing his concern. "Tang San, do you think anyone will discover that we were responsible for Yi Feng's demise?" Tang San replied with a smile, "Rest assured, this matter is known only to the heavens, the earth, you, and me. No third party is aware. Everyone will simply believe that Yi Feng was slain by a soul beast, and suspicion will not fall upon us." Ma Hongjun breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "That's a relief. If my teacher finds out that I was the cause of Yi Feng's death, I would surely be in grave trouble." Tang San patted Ma Hongjun on the shoulder, reassuring him, "Do not worry. This plan is flawless and will encounter no unforeseen complications." "Tang San, I truly feel as though I've boarded your pirate ship," Ma Hongjun said with a bitter smile. "Let us not frame it in such dire terms. This benefits both you and me, and you shall not regret it," Tang San asserted. "Let us hope so," Ma Hongjun replied. "Xiao San, come here and have some rations." Yu Xiaojing called out. "Coming, teacher," he responded as everyone settled down. Zhao Wujie inquired, "Who among you will take the first watch?" Yi Feng stood up and said, "You all eat first. I will take the first watch." "Very well, do be cautious," Zhao Wujie advised. Although the Star Luo Great Forest was fraught with dangers, Zhao Wujie did not feel the need to oversee every detail personally. This journey to the Star Luo Great Forest was not only to assist Tang San in acquiring the third spirit ring, but also served as an opportunity for the students' practical training. He needs to cultivate various abilities in these trainees. If no imminent danger threatens them, he will refrain from taking action. Nevertheless, although he has assigned Yi Feng to keep watch, he remains vigilant, his formidable mental prowess scanning the surroundings to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Yi Feng stepped beyond the camp's periphery, gracefully leaping into a large tree, where he perched upon a branch. Tang San observed Yi Feng's figure in the distance, his heart swelling with silent delight. He calculated the time. If the devouring serpent detected the presence of that egg, it should be arriving shortly. To his surprise, it had taken the initiative to be on guard, a fortuitous opportunity indeed. If the devouring serpent arrived, given the considerable distance, Teacher Zhao would undoubtedly be unable to save him. Tang San thought to himself with great satisfaction, "Yi Feng, should you perish, do not blame me. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon you for seizing my woman and ravaging my appearance." Yi Feng, perched upon the tree, observed the cold smirk on Tang San's face with crystal clarity. He had long since discerned Tang San's intentions. Every move of Tang San was beyond his scrutiny. "Since you wish to engage in this game, I shall indulge you." Yi Feng's consciousness extended outward, revealing a python over 10 meters in length. Its body as large as a small water barrel, charging towards him with wild abandon. He roughly calculated that within 10 minutes, the enormous serpent would arrive here. "Tang San, oh Tang San, if I were truly a mere soul master, it is quite possible that you would have orchestrated my demise." Yi Feng chuckled coldly. He effortlessly detached the aura of the serpent eggs enveloping him, skillfully dividing this essence into two portions that soared towards Ma Hongjun and Tang San. Never mind. This time he would spare Tang San, allowing him to witness the spectacle of his mentor being consumed by serpents, surely a thrilling sight. Yi Feng relinquished his focus on Tang San, instead imbuing the essence of the serpent eggs upon Yu Xiaojing and Ma Hongjun. After a moment of contemplation, he extracted additional serpent egg essence from the shattered egg several hundred meters away, augmenting the aura around Yu Xiaojing and Ma Hongjun. Consequently, the serpent egg aura surrounding them became exceptionally potent. In the eyes of the devouring serpent, Yu Xiaojing and Ma Hongjun would appear as avengers responsible for the demise of its offspring. It was certain that they would be the primary targets of the serpent's wrath. Having completed his machinations, Yi Feng reclined comfortably against the tree, patiently awaiting the unfolding of the drama. Meanwhile, within the camp, a group of individuals were partaking in their rations. Yu Xiaojiang was sharing experiences of survival within the Star Luo forest, captivating the attention of Ning Rongrong and the others. Suddenly, Tang San, who had been distractedly monitoring the direction of the serpent's lair, exhibited a sudden change in expression. He finally beheld the immense form of the devouring python, looming 1,000 meters away. The creature's eyes were as large as fists, a deep crimson hue, radiating an unmistakable ferocity. Upon entering the 1,000-meter range, the devouring python slowed its pace, its bloodthirsty aura dissipating as it stealthily advanced. Renowned for its prowess in ambush and stealth, the python posed a dire threat, especially with Yi Feng positioned outside the camp. This time, Yi Feng was doomed. A sly smile crept across Tang San's lips. What did it matter how formidable Yi Feng was? He was, after all, merely a soul master, confronted by a soul beast of 20,000 years. Even the most powerful soul master would pale in comparison. Even if Yi Feng managed to react at the instant of the python's assault, he would undoubtedly endure only a few fleeting seconds. Tang San refrained from disclosing the situation to Ma Hongjun, wary of eliciting an unusual response that might arouse suspicion among others. After a moment of contemplation, he deemed it still uncertain. Thus he rose to his feet and approached Zhao Wuji. He sought to divert Zhao Wuji's attention, preventing him from detecting the approach of the devouring serpent. Teacher Zhao, after my recent battle with Yi Feng, I have profoundly realized my inadequacies in close combat experience. Could you kindly offer me some guidance? Tang San inquired. Of course. Zhao Wuji responded with a smile, clearly pleased with Tang San's humility and eagerness to learn. Everyone, take note of Tang San's diligence. With such a fervent desire to learn, how can one not expect remarkable progress in their abilities? Zhao Wuji admonished. Ma Hongjuan's thoughts stirred as he recalled Tang San's intention to distract Zhao Wuji. Could it be that the devouring serpent was upon them? He couldn't help but glance nervously outside, his heart racing. Although Tang San had mentioned that the serpent would first target Yi Feng, Ma Hongjun remained uneasy, for it was, after all, a ferocious soul beast with a history spanning 20,000 years. Tang San led Zhao Wuji away from Yi Feng, stating, Teacher Zhao, please bestow your wisdom upon me. Chapter 66. The Despairing Regrets of Tang San. Second update seeking subscription. Yu Xiaojiang nodded in satisfaction, chuckling, truly, my disciple. I had feared that Yi Feng would dampen his spirit, yet it seems he has instead ignited his fighting spirit. The three girls, including Xiao Wu, watched curiously as Tang San and Zhao Wuji engaged in their spar. At that moment, Ma Hongjun was exceedingly anxious, glancing around in trepidation, fearing that a colossal creature might suddenly emerge from the shadows and swallow him whole. Fatty, what are you looking at? You seem rather frightened, Oscar queried, puzzled. Nothing. I'm just looking around, Ma Hongjun replied sheepishly. As Zhao Wuji and Tang San commenced their sparring, their focus was drawn away, making it difficult for them to remain aware of their surroundings. The devouring serpent finally drew near, having spotted the shattered serpent egg. Its thick forked tongue flicked in and out, its cold gaze fixated on the few individuals in the camp. Ultimately, it settled its chilling and malevolent stare upon Yu Xiaojiang and Ma Hongjun, slowly slithering closer to the camp. Yi Feng had chosen a position of vigilance that was not directed towards the serpent's lair. Thus, as the devouring serpent approached the camp, Tang San mistakenly believed it was advancing towards Yi Feng. He secretly rejoiced, anticipating the moment when Yi Feng would be devoured. With a thud, Zhao Wuji landed a punch on Tang San's chest, causing him to grunt and stagger back a few steps. Zhao Wuji frowned. Tang San, why are you so distracted? Do you still wish to practice? My apologies, Teacher Zhao. Let us continue. Tang San spoke, resolutely refraining from distraction this time. The devouring serpent had finally arrived at the edge of the camp, its vicious gaze fixated on Yu Xiaojiang and Ma Hongjun. Occasionally, it cast a glance towards Zhao Wuji. Sensing an aura of danger emanating from him, it understood that Zhao Wuji must be an extraordinarily powerful human. Yet, the grudge for its shattered egg could not go unavenged. Although the soul beast, after 2 millennia, had attained a considerable level of intelligence, it still fell short of humanity. Coupled with the devouring serpent's inherently ferocious nature and its deep-seated grudges, it resolved to seek revenge despite the looming threat. Its body gradually arched, gathering strength in preparation for an assault. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojiang, who was observing the battle, suddenly shivered and remarked, "How peculiar. Why do I suddenly feel a chill?" The ever-anxious Ma Hongjun turned his head to scan the surroundings once more. It was then that he beheld a colossal shadow darting into the camp, its gaping maw wide open, lunging toward him in a ravenous attempt to consume. Ma Hongjun's eyes widened in terror, his face a portrait of fear. As his courage nearly faltered, he staggered to his feet, intent on rushing towards Zhao Wujia. "Teacher Zhao, save Ma Hongjun." The terrified cry echoed, but before the sentence could be completed, he was devoured by the serpent's maw. All the individuals in the camp were paralyzed with fear, turning just in time to witness a colossal snake engulfing Ma Hongjun. His legs flailed desperately outside the serpent's jaws, yet soon he vanished entirely within. A piercing scream erupted as Ning Rongrong, her face a mask of terror, leapt up as if scorched by flames, grabbing Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, and dashed towards Zhao Wujia. Daim Mubai and Oscar were equally petrified, scrambling towards Zhao Wujia in a state of utter panic. Just moments ago, the once vibrant figure of the chubby boy had been swallowed in the blink of an eye. How could they not be terrified? They were on the verge of losing control. Yu Xiaojing was not faring much better. He too was gripped by fear. The moment he witnessed Ma Hongjun being engulfed, he dashed towards Zhao Wujia. "Wujia, save him!" Yu Xiaojing cried out hoarsely. Zhao Wujia, having regained his composure, roared in fury, "Beast! Cursed creature!" As he spoke, his body propelled itself into the air, soaring over the approaching Ning Rongrong and others, heading straight for the colossal serpent. Tang San remained rooted to the spot, watching in disbelief as Ma Hongjun was devoured by the gigantic snake. Why was it not Yi Feng being consumed? Why was it Ma Hongjun? Could it be that the scent lingering on Ma Hongjun had not been eradicated? This thought surged through Tang San's mind. In the distance, Yi Feng was hastening towards Xiao Wu and the others. Tang San clenched his fists tightly. He knew that Yi Feng would not perish this time. Zhao Wuji had already gone to confront the serpent. It was a pity for Ma Hongjun, yet perhaps it was for the best if he were to die. The truth would remain concealed. Tang San pondered within. "Demonic creature, come forth." Zhao Wuji roared with unparalleled fury, suspended in midair, having completed his martial spirit manifestation. 7 soul rings emerged, releasing an overwhelming aura. The devouring serpent, struck by fear, turned to flee, darting away swiftly. Simultaneously, its tail lashed out with force, sending the still escaping Yu Xiaojing soaring through the air toward its escape route. "Ah!" Yu Xiaojing screamed in agony as he flew further away. "Teacher!" Tang San's eyes widened in shock, his voice lost to the sudden realization. The serpent lunged forward, its gaping maw swallowing the airborne Yu Xiaojing, whole before vanishing into the dark forest. Zhao Wuji was consumed by rage, his eyes nearly bursting from their sockets as he finally unleashed his soul abilities. First came the enhancement of gravity, slowing the serpent's escape, followed by a tracking technique. His 4th soul ring shot forth at great speed, ensnaring the serpent. Subsequently, guided by the soul ring, Zhao Wuji's figure plunged into the shadowy thicket. Yi Feng approached Xiao Wu and the others. Daim Mubai and Oscar lay collapsed on the ground, trembling with fear, unable to utter a word. The 3 girls clung tightly together, shivering. Yi Feng. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly dashed over, clutching him fiercely and refusing to let go. Ning Rongrong, trailing closely behind Zhu Zhuqing, also grasped Yi Feng's arm. Xiao Wu, terrified, joined them at Yi Feng's side, tugging at his clothing. With Zhao Wuji gone, they felt that Yi Feng was their strongest protection. Being near him brought them a sense of security. Xiao Wu watched Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, holding onto Yi Feng, and felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. She longed to embrace him as well. Moments ago, she had feared being devoured by the serpent. Though she had once been a 10,000-year spirit beast, she now felt so weak. In that perilous moment, the image of Yi Feng had flashed through her mind. She realized that she had developed feelings for him. Yet, seeing Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, she was torn with conflict. With a sudden thud, Tang San fell to his knees, a visage of pain and regret etched across his face. How could this happen? How could this be? He murmured, his complexion ghostly pale, lamenting the loss of his teacher to the serpent. He lifted his hand and struck his face with great force. With a series of sharp slaps, he inflicted a dozen blows upon himself, causing his mouth to bleed. "Teacher, I am so sorry," he sobbed, tears streaming down his cheeks as he wept uncontrollably. At that moment, he was engulfed in profound regret. If it weren't for my design against Yi Feng, the teacher would not have perished. I deeply lament this, Tang San cried out within. What is wrong with Tang San? Why is he punishing himself? Ning Rongrong's fear subsided somewhat. and she asked with curiosity. Daim Mubai, regaining his composure, reassured him, Tang San, do not despair. Teacher Zhao will surely bring the master and fatty back. Tang San shook his head, his expression one of utter hopelessness. It is impossible. The 2,000-year-old devouring serpent possesses formidable digestion capabilities. They are likely. Oscar expressed his sorrow. Just a moment ago, Fatty was perfectly fine, laughing and talking with me. And now he has met his demise within the serpent's belly. Daim Mubai sighed. Perhaps this is simply Fatty's fate. He turned to look at Yi Feng and saw Zhu Zhuqing still tightly embracing Yi Feng's waist from behind. A fierce anger surged within him. How could they be so intimate? He could scarcely fathom the extent to which Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Feng would develop their relationship. Ning Rongrong clung tightly to Yi Feng's arm, casting a defiant glance at Zhu Zhuqing, even pulling Yi Feng's arm closer into her embrace. Zhu Zhuqing's fair visage had already turned crimson. The very notion of wrapping her arms around a man, pressing herself against him, was something she had never dared to contemplate before. Yet, in a moment of panic, she had instinctively clutched Yi Feng. As her fear subsided, she was overwhelmed by a sense of shyness. She had intended to release him, but upon witnessing Ning Rongrong's provocative gaze, a surge of vigilance coursed through her. Gritting her teeth, she tightened her hold on Yi Feng, as if wishing to meld him into her very being. Little Wu watched intently, glancing between Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, before eventually casting her gaze upon Yi Feng's other arm. She hesitated, lacking the courage to embrace him fully. Yi Feng, sensing the subtle competition between the two young women, found himself both amused and bemused. The softness and fragrance of their youthful forms brought him a profound sense of comfort. Particularly with Zhu Zhuqing, the sensations he experienced far surpassed those he felt with Ning Rongrong. The intensity and exuberance were unlike anything he had previously encountered in Zhu Zhuqing. At last, the serpent had departed. Yi Feng gently patted Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong's hands. Noticing their reluctance to let go, he reassured them, fear not. For I am here. No soul beast can harm you. Yes, I believe you. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, bashfully releasing her hold on Yi Feng. Ning Rongrong followed suit, her cheeks equally flushed, burning with warmth. Throughout her life, aside from family, she had never embraced a man in such a manner, even amidst the perilous Star Luo forest. Being in Yi Feng's embrace instilled in her an extraordinary sense of security. The aura emanating from him captivated and enchanted her. Her heart raced like a startled fawn, enveloped in an exquisite feeling that left her entranced. Is this what it feels like to be in love? She mused. Meanwhile, Tang San remained kneeling on the ground, lost in an abyss of sorrow from which he could not extricate himself. From the tender age of 6, he had pledged himself as a disciple to his master, who over the years had become akin to a father figure in his life. Now, with the tragic fate of his master being devoured by a serpent, his heart was besieged by anguish and regret. Master, it is I who have brought this upon you. With your departure, who shall guide me? Who will aid me in becoming an unparalleled powerhouse? Tang San lamented sorrowfully. It is Yi Feng. He is the one responsible for all this turmoil. Had it not been for him, I would not have attracted the devouring serpent. He raised his gaze fiercely, filled with hatred directed at Yi Feng. Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow, expressing her discontent. Tang San, it was not Yi Feng who caused the master to be consumed by the serpent. Why do you cast such a glare upon him? Tang San replied bitterly, how can it not be his fault? If he had discovered the serpent sooner, my master would not have perished. Indeed, it is Yi Feng's negligence. He was tasked with vigilance. Had he detected the serpent in time, neither the master nor Fatty would have met their demise. Daim Mubai interjected. Yi Feng is merely a soul master. Is it truly so surprising that he failed to notice a serpent that the master claimed had existed for 2 millennia? Ning Rongrong retorted loudly. Yes, one cannot blame Yi Feng. Even I failed to sense the presence of the devouring serpent, Xiao Wu added. Zhu Zhuqing scoffed. Even Zhao, a soul sage, was oblivious. Do you not find it absurd to lay blame on Yi Feng? Daim Mubai was momentarily at a loss for words, his expression darkening. At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed in the air. The group turned to see Zhao Wuji hastening towards them, gripping a massive serpent's head. The serpent's lengthy body, measuring several meters, appeared weightless in Zhao Wuji's grasp as he swiftly dragged it along. Within moments, he returned to the camp, slamming the serpent's carcass to the ground. Yi Feng, quickly, use your sword to slice open the belly of this serpent, Zhao Wuji urged anxiously. Yi Feng summoned the Reaper's sword and approached the devouring serpent. Tang San immediately rose, his heart filled with hope. Teacher Zhao, Could it be that my master still lives? Zhao Wuji, too preoccupied to respond to Tang San, pointed to the serpent's belly and instructed, "They are located here. Cut along this line, but be careful not to harm them." Following Zhao Wuji's indication, Feng effortlessly sliced through the serpent's tough scales with the Reaper's sword, creating a long incision. Zhao Wuji nodded discreetly, realizing that Feng's sword could easily cleave through the serpent. Without Feng, it would have taken considerably more time to extract the master and Ma Hongjun. Feng made a 3-meter-long cut in the serpent's belly, and Zhao Wuji forcefully ripped it open, revealing Yu Xiaojing and Ma Hongjun, their bodies closely entwined, or rather, ensconced within a viscous substance. Their bodies convulsed intermittently, emitting faint cries of anguish. Their garments lay in tatters, and the exposed skin bore the marks of severe corrosion. Witnessing this scene, the 3 girls felt a chilling dread envelop them. Even Xiaowu, who was a spirit beast herself, harbored a profound fear of serpents, having witnessed numerous rabbit spirit beasts devoured by snakes. Even Zhao Wujia was rendered speechless at the sight. He then reached out, intending to rescue Yu Xiaojing and Ma Hongjun. "Teacher Zhao, allow me," Tang San hurriedly interjected, rushing to the side. His hands instantaneously transformed into a hue reminiscent of jade, resembling 2 exquisite jade hands. "Teacher Zhao, my hands are impervious to corrosion," he declared, as he reached in and grasped Yu Xiaojing, pulling him out. After extricating Yu Xiaojing, Tang San panted heavily, refraining from making further movements. Zhao Wujia, fearing any delay, hastily extended his hand to retrieve Ma Hongjun as well. He enveloped his palm with soul power at the soul sage level, showing no fear of the corrosive slime. "Oscar, hurry and prepare the sausages, both the large and small ones." Zhao Wujia's voice thundered. Only then did Oscar come to his senses and hastily begin crafting the sausages. Everyone retrieved their water pouches to assist Master and Ma Hongjun in cleansing themselves. Zhao Wujia continued issuing commands. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojing and Ma Hongjun were still besieged by a substantial amount of slime, which relentlessly corroded their bodies. The fluctuations of their soul energy have become exceedingly feeble. It is evident that they have attempted to resist while ensnared within the serpent's belly. Alas, their soul energy was insufficient, leaving them nearly depleted. Their faces, arms, and legs bore no signs of intactness. Every inch was severely eroded, reduced to a gruesome state. Upon witnessing this horrifying scene, the 3 girls, including Xiao Wu, were overwhelmed with fear and revulsion, nearly on the verge of vomiting. They hastily dropped their water pouches onto the ground and quickly turned away, unable to bear another glance. Oscar, too, was struck with terror, his complexion paling as he clutched a few sausages, his hands trembling. "First, let us provide them with the detoxifying wax sausages," Zhao Wujia declared. He swiftly picked up the water pouch and began to wash away the slime from Yu Xiaojing and Ma Hongjun. Tang San was not idle either, diligently rinsing off Yu Xiaojing. His hand gently washed Yu Xiaojing's face, and inadvertently, he scraped off a piece of skin. Tang San's heart bled, for he observed that certain areas of Yu Xiaojing and Ma Hongjun's bodies had been nearly eroded beyond recognition. Chapter 68. The Symbol of Manhood, Gone. The flesh of Yu Xiaojing and Ma Hongjun was a ghastly sight, a shocking tableau of carnage. Fortunately, aside from the corrosion of their skin, their facial features, including their noses and mouths, remained intact. Alas, the same could not be said for other parts of their bodies. Portions of their fingers were already revealing bone. As Tang San gazed downward, a wave of despair washed over him. He discovered that the masculine attributes of Yu Xiaojing and Ma Hongjun seemed to have vanished. Zhao Wujia also noticed this situation, and his expression instantly darkened considerably. He was deeply concerned that even if Yu Xiaojing and Ma Hongjun were rescued, they would likely be unable to withstand such overwhelming shock. With their very essence stripped away, which man could endure such a fate? Both Yu Xiaojing and Ma Hongjun lay paralyzed, struggling to move. After laboriously consuming Oscar's detoxifying wax sausage, they gradually began to regain their senses. The excruciating pain compelled them to cry out in agony. "Ah, my face, my hands!" Ma Hongjun screamed in torment. He reached out and, to his astonishment, tore away a considerable patch of skin from his face. He was on the verge of fainting from fear. Yu Xiaojing, too, found it unbearable to endure such agony, continuously crying out in distress. "Quickly, eat the sausage." Oscar hurriedly stuffed the sausage into their mouths. Upon consuming the sausage, their injuries began to improve immediately, and the sensation of pain started to wane. The wounds, once grotesquely mangled from corrosion, began to scab over. Tang San swiftly retrieved some gauze to bandage the areas where bone was exposed on Yu Xiaojing. The presence of bone hinted at the possibility of regeneration for the flesh. However, the area between his legs lacked bone, and it seemed unlikely that it could regenerate. A heavy heart weighed upon Tang San as he pondered whether to disclose this grim reality to Yu Xiaojing. Sigh. Perhaps it is best for the teacher to discover it himself. I must keep a close watch on him and prevent him from despairing, Tang San thought to himself. As the pain gradually faded, Ma Hongjun appeared despondent, still ensnared in the grips of fear from the specter of death. Xiao San, Yu Xiaojing called out, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Just moments ago, while trapped within the serpent's belly, he believed he was doomed, never to see Tang San, Flinder, or Lu Erlong again. He is unwilling to accept this outcome, for there remain numerous tasks he has yet to accomplish. He has yet to vindicate himself. Nor has he provided an explanation to Lu Erlong. Surviving the calamity, he can no longer contain his tears. He desired to embrace Tang San with great fervor, yet was gently rebuffed by Tang San. Teacher, you are injured. It is best to refrain from touching anything for the time being, Tang San remarked. Overcome with joy, tears welled up in his eyes. I am profoundly grateful to the heavens for allowing you to return alive, Tang San declared. Wuji, Yefeng. I sincerely thank you for saving my life, Yu Xiaojing expressed with heartfelt gratitude. He had not completely lost consciousness within the belly of the serpent. He was aware that Zhao Wuji had slain the creature, and that Yifeng had cut open its belly. It was destined to happen, Yifeng remarked. Zhao Wuji, unable to bear the sight of Yu Xiaojing, said, as long as you're alive, master, that is the most important thing, wouldn't you agree? Yu Xiaojing nodded and replied, indeed. Being alive is paramount. In the face of death, what could possibly hold more significance than life? Zhao Wuji, filled with guilt, lamented. It is entirely my fault for not detecting the serpent's approach. Had I been more vigilant, Yu and Hongjun would not have had to endure such torment. Yu Xiaojing shook his head, managing a smile, though his face was marred with scabs, rendering his grin quite terrifying. Wuji, this is not your fault. At that moment, you were focused on guiding Tang San. How could you have had the energy to be aware of your surroundings? Yu Xiaojing said. At that moment, Ma Hongjun finally spoke. Murmuring, it is all Tang San's doing. He is to blame for everything. Tang San's heart sank, and his gaze turned icy. Hongjun, what nonsense are you spouting? Tang San exclaimed vehemently. Startled by Tang San's outburst, Ma Hongjun shouted, if it weren't for you, would I have to suffer this pain? I've been disfigured. Ah, my face. Ma Hongjun cried out, on the verge of a breakdown. He was never handsome, and now his face is utterly disfigured, with much of his skin also failing to escape unscathed. Even when the scabs fall away, they will leave behind horrific scars. At that point, he will become a monster, a creature that instills fear in all who behold it. Ma Hongjun finds it difficult to accept this outcome. How can he pursue Ning Rongrong after such a fate? It seems he may struggle even to find a wife. He abruptly turned his head, glaring at Tang San with an expression filled with hatred, exclaiming, Tang San, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, silence. Tang San thundered, what do you blame me for? I admit that seeking advice from teacher Zhao was a mistake, but it was never my intention, nor did I wish for this situation to arise. Ma Hongjun, on the verge of revealing the truth, suddenly held his tongue. Yu Xiaojing interjected, Ma Hongjun, this cannot be attributed to Tang San. His actions were unintentional. Unintentional? His heart is as malicious as they come. You all failed to see. Ma Hongjun was about to disclose the truth, but abruptly halted, for he had heard Tang San's silent transmission. Tang San's lips moved ever so slightly, forming a thread of sound that reached Ma Hongjun's ear. If you reveal this, Flinder will not spare you. You are an accomplice in this matter and cannot escape unscathed. Even if you survive, you will suffer greatly and will no longer be able to remain at Shrek Academy. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun regained his composure, recalling the fear that Flinder instilled in him. His lips moved, but ultimately, he refrained from disclosing the truth. He remained silent, his venomous gaze fixed intently on Tang San. Tang San furrowed his brow, feeling increasingly uncomfortable under Ma Hongjun's stare. If you truly wish to voice your thoughts, then do not blame me for being ruthless, Tang San contemplated. The effects of the large sausage were still in play, allowing Yu Xiaojing to regain some mobility. In reality, both he and Ma Hongjun had only sustained superficial injuries. Their internal organs were unharmed. Such minor wounds were trivial in light of Oscar's sausage's healing prowess. Yu Xiaojing promptly began to assess his own body, eager to ascertain the extent of his injuries. He is not particularly concerned about his disfigurement, as he has grown older and learned to view many matters with indifference. Moreover, in the future, when he attains a position of prominence, he will be able to enlist the services of the finest healing spirit masters to remedy the scars upon his body. He also believes that Lu Erlong, who has always loved him deeply, would not disdain him regardless of how he has changed. His greatest concern was whether he had suffered any broken limbs. If indeed he had, even the most exceptional healing master would be unable to restore them. He first glanced at his limbs, and, upon realizing they were still intact, he let out a sigh of relief. Subsequently, he began to explore his body with his hands. Zhao Wuji could no longer bear to witness the scene and turned away. Tang San hurriedly said, "Teacher, do not look. Your body is not severely harmed, merely some superficial injuries." As he spoke, he reached out to grasp Yu Xiaojing's hand, fearing that he would notice something amiss with his body. However, it was too late. When Yu Xiaojing's hand brushed against his groin, he halted, his eyes widening in shock. And a look of terror gradually emerged on his face. He could hardly believe it, that hand grasped tightly once more. Yet, there was nothing but emptiness. Chapter 69. Burning Bridges and Silencing Witnesses. Fifth update. It is impossible. This cannot be happening. Yu Xiaojing shook his head vigorously, his eyes wide with terror, his face a canvas of fear. The absence of pain was attributed to the restorative effects of Oscar's miraculous sausage. Such an overwhelming stimulus caused Yu Xiaojing's vision to blur, nearly rendering him unconscious. Tears involuntarily streamed from his eyes. "I am no longer a man. I am no longer a man," Yu Xiaojing lamented in anguish. In that fleeting moment, he was reminded of Lu Erlong, the woman he had consistently evaded and dared not confront. At this juncture, he was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of regret. Why did I not choose to be with Erlong? Why did I hide from her for decades? Now, it is too late. I am no longer a man. What can I offer her in terms of happiness? What legacy can I leave behind? As these sorrowful thoughts coursed through Yu Xiaojing's mind, tears streamed endlessly down his face, his expression marred by despair. "Teacher," Tang San choked out. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojing's anguished voice, the three girls turned with curiosity. When they beheld Yu Xiaojing and recalled his previous words, they were struck into silence, their mouths agape in shock. Even Ma Hongjun, who had been consumed by anger, was drawn to Yu Xiaojing's poignant declaration. Upon witnessing the anguished and despairing expression on Yu Xiaojing's face, a sudden chill gripped his heart, and an ominous premonition surged within him. "It cannot be, it cannot be. I feel no pain whatsoever. Everything should be fine," he murmured to himself. Observing Ma Hongjun's actions, Zhao Wujie could only sigh in resignation. What is destined to occur will inevitably come to pass. Such matters cannot be concealed. Daim Mubai and Oscar also wore expressions of deep sympathy. Suddenly, the world darkened for Ma Hongjun, and he fainted. "Ma Hongjun, what has happened to you?" Zhao Wujie exclaimed anxiously. Ma Hongjun, overwhelmed with fear, was oblivious to Zhao Wujie's calls. Concerned that Ma Hongjun might have sustained internal injuries, Zhao Wujie shook him vigorously until he finally roused from his unconsciousness. Upon awakening, Ma Hongjun cried out in agony, I have become a eunuch. I do not wish to be a eunuch." His spirit was nearly shattered, tears and snot streaming down his face as he pounded the ground with his hands. The three girls, Ning Rongrong and her companions, felt that Ma Hongjun deserved this fate and contemplated uttering mocking words, but upon witnessing his pitiful state, they refrained. Daim Mubai furrowed his brow and crouched beside Ma Hongjun, examining him closely. "Fatty," he said, "do not be too despondent. In our hearts, you remain the formidable and robust figure we know." Tang San and Zhao Wujin glanced over. And indeed, as Daim Mubai had observed, Ma Hongjun's injuries were not as severe as Yu Xiaojing's. Strictly speaking, Ma Hongjun could still be considered a man, albeit a flawed one. In a moment of despair, Ma Hongjun cried out, "I can't even touch a woman. What difference is there between me and a eunuch? I wish I were dead." "No, Ma Hongjun, do not act foolishly," Zhao Wujin exclaimed loudly. "Just let me die. None of you should concern yourselves with me." Ma Hongjun sobbed uncontrollably. Witnessing his distress, Yu Xiaojing felt a profound sympathy. Zhao Wujin quickly interjected, "What nonsense are you spouting? Life is long, and it is not solely defined by women. There are countless pursuits to chase, becoming an unparalleled powerhouse or a ruler above all. Even without women, your life can still hold great value." Oscar chimed in to comfort him. "Fatty, Zhao's words ring true. Try to see things differently. Ma Hongjun could not accept this reality and shouted, "You all stand here, spouting empty words. If you have the courage, castrate yourselves and see how well you cope." Tang San remained silent on the sidelines, anxious that speaking might provoke Ma Hongjun to revisit that painful subject. Observing Ma Hongjun's state, Zhao Wujin felt a deep sorrow. Uncertain how to explain this to Flinder upon their return, he brought out a complete Ma Hongjun, yet returned with it in a state of disarray. One can only speculate that Master Fu shall be driven to madness. Zhao Wuji sighed inwardly, contemplating helplessly. He suddenly glanced at the silent Tang San and said, "Tang San, why don't you also have a word with Ma Hongjun and encourage him to see things from a different perspective?" He felt that the previous rapport between Ma Hongjun and Tang San seemed quite favorable, which could allow Tang San to persuade Ma Hongjun to give it a try. Zhao Wujia's mention of Tang San was unfortunate. As soon as Tang San's name was uttered, Ma Hongjun immediately erupted with fury. "Tang San." Ma Hongjun's eyes glared at Tang San with a venomous resentment, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Tang San's heart sank at this moment, realizing that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. He was aware that Ma Hongjun, having been greatly provoked, was highly likely to divulge the actions he had undertaken. Contemplating this, Tang San steeled his resolve and swiftly approached, crouching down behind Ma Hongjun. He supported Ma Hongjun's body, and with a subtle movement of his fingers, he deftly grasped the slender needle. Should Ma Hongjun dare to reveal his intentions, he would swiftly plunge this needle into a vital point. Tang San held Ma Hongjun, forcing a smile onto his face, and said, "Ma Hongjun, do not be too disheartened." Ma Hongjun struggled fiercely, attempting to free himself from Tang San's grasp, yet Tang San held him firmly. He roared like a beast, "Tang San, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you," Tang San's gaze turned icy before Ma Hongjun could finish his words. The needle in his hand swiftly struck the vital point at the back of Ma Hongjun's head. He was discreetly supporting Ma Hongjun, his actions so subtle that Zhao Wujia and the others remained oblivious. Even Daim Mubai, who was crouched on the opposite side of Ma Hongjun, failed to notice Tang San's movements. Just as Tang San was about to succeed, a powerful hand suddenly seized his wrist. Startled, Tang San quickly looked up and beheld the handsome visage of Yi Feng. "Tang San, what are you attempting to do?" Yi Feng exclaimed loudly. His voice instantly captivated everyone's attention. Even Ma Hongjun, who was about to reveal the truth, paused and turned to look at Tang San. Tang San, feeling quite guilty, forced a smile and inquired, "Yi Feng, why are you holding my hand?" As he spoke, he attempted to discreetly retract the needle. Yi Feng tightened his grip, causing Tang San's hand to go numb. "What is this?" Yi Feng raised Tang San's hand for all to see. The crowd finally caught sight of the long needle pinched between Tang San's fingers. "Tang San, what is going on?" Zhao Wuji asked, puzzled. He had yet to comprehend the situation when Tang San brandished a needle. Yi Feng interjected, "Teacher Zhao, I just witnessed Tang San attempting to plunge that needle into Ma Hongjun's nape." Zhao Wuji furrowed his brows, expressing disbelief. Surely, this cannot be true? How could Tang San resort to such an act? Tang San forced a smile and replied, "You misunderstand. I am merely assisting Ma Hongjun with acupuncture. I have no intention of harming him." Ma Hongjun, not easily deceived, quickly sprang away, seeking refuge behind Zhao Wujia. "How dare you, Tang San? Are you attempting to destroy the bridge after crossing it, to silence me?" Ma Hongjun exclaimed in fury. Chapter 70. Tang San, ashen-faced. "What do you mean by destroying the bridge after crossing it? What do you mean by silencing someone?" "Ma Hongjun, clarify your words," Zhao Wujia inquired, his brow still knitted in concern. Tang San inwardly lamented, a sense of despair gradually enveloping him. He comprehended that his actions were on the verge of being exposed. With Zhao Wuqi safeguarding Ma Hongjun, he felt utterly powerless to intervene. All present gazed at Ma Hongjun in bewilderment, eager to decipher the meaning behind his words. Even Yu Shaojing momentarily set aside his sorrow, looking at Ma Hongjun with curiosity. After all, what Ma Hongjun uttered was intricately linked to Tang San. With a countenance filled with animosity, Ma Hongjun declared, "In truth, both the tragic fate of the master and myself are the consequence of Tang San." Ning Rongrong immediately interjected, "That cannot be true. You and the master were clearly harmed by the devouring serpent." Ma Hongjun retorted with a cold smirk. That very devouring serpent was lured here by Tang San. Yu Shaojing instinctively protested on Tang San's behalf. "Impossible. How could Xiao San possibly lure that serpent here? He has always been a well-behaved child, incapable of such heinous acts. Moreover, What means would he have to attract the devouring serpent? It is utterly implausible. With a derisive chuckle, Ma Hongjun continued, have you all forgotten that during our encounter at the lair of the devouring serpent, Tang San voluntarily requested to observe those 3 eggs? Oscar, startled, interjected, are you suggesting that Tang San took a serpent egg? Ma Hongjun nodded emphatically, saying, he secretly took one of the serpent eggs, and I happened to witness it. I initially thought he intended to consume the egg, but little did I know, haha. Suddenly, a dreadful conjecture surged within Xiao Wu, prompting her to exclaim urgently, you must tell me, what did he intend to do with that egg? At that moment, Tang San's face had drained of color, and his body was on the verge of collapsing. He understood that he was doomed this time. Even if he miraculously survived, he would find himself in a situation of utter betrayal and isolation. Moreover, the one he cherished most, Xiao Wu, would likely depart from him entirely, leaving no glimmer of hope. Upon witnessing the despair etched on Tang San's face, Ma Hongjun felt a perverse sense of satisfaction and remarked, Tang San took this egg with the intent to kill, to eliminate Yi Feng. Killing Yi Feng? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in shock. Xiao Wu's complexion turned pale as she staggered back, only to be steadied by Zhu Zhuqing. She gazed at Tang San in disbelief. At that moment, he appeared profoundly unfamiliar, even instilling a sense of fear within her. The others were similarly taken aback by Ma Hongjun's words. Daim Mubai's expression shifted as he turned to Tang San, already convinced of Ma Hongjun's assertion, for he understood that Tang San, like himself, harbored a desire for Yi Feng's demise. Yu Xiaojing opened his mouth, intending to defend Tang San, yet found himself utterly at a loss for words. He understood in his heart that what Ma Hongjun said must be true. Indeed, he intended to use this egg to attract the devouring serpent, hoping to employ it to eliminate Yi Feng. Ma Hongjun declared. Zhao Wujia finally snapped out of his shock and bellowed at Tang San. Tang San, how could you commit such a heinous act? This is your teacher. Just look at what you have done to him. Tang San collapsed onto the ground, his face etched with despair. Ma Hongjun continued. He instructed me to smear the egg liquid on Yi Feng's clothing, intending for the devouring serpent to consume him. While the serpent was on its way, he deliberately sought out teacher Zhao for a spar, distracting him so that he would be unable to save Yi Feng in time. Upon hearing this, everyone recalled the perplexing moment when Ma Hongjun had touched Yi Feng's back and the scene of Tang San challenging Zhao Wujia. It became apparent that this entire scheme had been orchestrated by Tang San. With a pained expression, Ma Hongjun lamented, I naively believed the devouring serpent would feast upon Yi Feng. Little did I know that the beast would devour both me and the master. Those who harm others ultimately bring harm upon themselves. This is retribution. Ma Hongjun struck his chest in anguish. Teacher Zhao, I never intended to harm Yi Feng. It was Tang San who threatened me, claiming he could end my life at any moment. I had no choice but to assist him. Now, he even seeks to kill me to silence me. Tell me, how can such a malicious person exist in this world? Except for Yi Feng. Everyone else felt a chill run down their spines, horrified by Tang San's cunning and cruelty. At such a tender age, how could one harbor such malevolence? What could possibly transform a child into a demon? Daim Mubai and Oscar instinctively stepped back, distancing themselves from Tang San. This version of Tang San instilled fear within them. Yu Xiaojing's face was filled with sorrow as he said, Xiao San, you have deeply disappointed me. Tang San, in a state of panic, replied, Teacher, I never meant for it to come to this. I don't know how things went awry. The devouring serpent was supposed to target Yi Feng, not you. How can you still speak so shamelessly? Ning Rongrong shouted. Teacher Zhao, kill Tang San, avenge me. Ma Hongjun grasped Zhao Wujia's hand. Zhao Wujia was seething with rage. Although he longed to strike Tang San dead, he could only suppress his fury. After all, the cost of killing the son of the Haoyan Dalau was far too great. With a sigh, Zhao Wujia said, Master, Tang San is your disciple. You should decide his fate. Yu Xiaojing, in deep sorrow, asked Xiao San, how could you have become like this? You were never like this before. Tang San lowered his head and said, Teacher, I am truly sorry. Whatever punishment you deem fit, I will accept without complaint. Yu Xiaojing tightly closed his eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, Tang San must be killed. I feel no sense of safety being around someone like him. He deserves to die. Zhu Zhuqing remarked, Tang San has conspired to assassinate Yi Feng, and her heart brimmed with murderous intent towards Tang San. Yi Feng, what is your opinion? Yu Xiaojing inquired, turning his gaze towards Yi Feng. Yi Feng replied, He is your disciple. How you choose to deal with him is of no concern to me. Yi Feng, how could you allow Tang San, who wishes to take your life, to go unpunished? Ning Rongrong urged anxiously. Yi Feng smiled and said, because I have never regarded him as a threat. Tang San lifted his gaze, casting a glance at Yi Feng, his eyes harboring profound resentment. Ma Hongjun cried out, Master, Tang San must perish. You cannot spare him simply because he is your disciple. This is murder. Moreover, both you and I have been rendered impotent. Our lives are effectively ruined. If he is not killed, my hatred will never be assuaged. Yu Xiaojiang sighed deeply and responded, Ma Hongjun, I fully comprehend your sentiments, yet Tang San cannot die. Why not? If he is capable of such treachery once, he will surely do so again. How can you shield him? Ma Hongjun shouted. Because his father is a titled Douluo. If he dies, we too shall meet our demise, Yu Xiaojiang stated. He understood that if he were to truly kill Tang San, the truth revealed to Tang Hao might prevent him from avenging his son. Yet, in his desire to preserve Tang San's life, he felt compelled to speak in such a manner, hoping that Ma Hongjun would yield. Despite the anguish Tang San had caused him by taking away his most cherished possession, he could not bring himself to forsake Tang San as his disciple. He still harbored hopes that Tang San would become an unparalleled powerhouse to vindicate him. The crowd was astonished. They had only known that Tang San belonged to the Haotian sect, unaware that his father was a titled Douluo. After all, there were far too many in a sect's younger generation. It was improbable that every individual could boast a father who was a titled Douluo. Tang San was momentarily stunned, suddenly lifting his gaze toward Yu Xiaojiang. Teacher, what did you just say? My father is a titled Douluo? He inquired, his previous despondency replaced by excitement. Yu Xiaojiang silently nodded. A radiant joy illuminated Tang San's face, his fists involuntarily clenching, filled with exuberance. Until now, he had been oblivious to Tang Hao's status within the Haotian sect. Who would have imagined that he was indeed a titled Douluo? But what of being a titled Douluo? Can that really excuse his son's misdeeds? Even if he cannot kill Tang San, he must be castrated. Ma Hongjun shouted vehemently. Chapter 71. Calling Yi Feng to sleep with us, Tang San turned his gaze toward Ma Hongjun, who hastily retreated behind Zhao Wujing, saying, Tang San, cease your murderous thoughts. If I die, you will undoubtedly be implicated. Yu Xiaojiang quickly interjected, Xiao San, you must abandon any thoughts of harming others. One should live with integrity and not constantly scheme against others. Tang San nodded, replying, Teacher, I understand. I will not err again. Ma Hongjun finally exhaled in relief. Was he truly to be let off simply because of Tang San's father being a titled Douluo? Ning Rongrong inquired. Yu Xiaojiang sighed. Whether it be killing him or castrating him, neither consequence is something our Shrek Academy can bear. We will document his transgressions and await his father's arrival for appropriate resolution. Yu Xiaojiang, are you intentionally shielding your disciple, leaving his father to deal with him? Isn't that absurd? Ning Rongrong remarked. Yu Xiaojiang replied, what I speak is the truth. Otherwise, would you prefer to kill him yourself? Ning Rongrong seethed with indignation, her chest heaving. She looked towards Yi Feng and asked, Yi Feng, are you not the least bit angry that Tang San plotted against you? You have a titled Douluo behind you. You need not fear him. Yi Feng shook his head and smiled. He is not worthy of my anger. Yu Xiaojiang stated, since Yi Feng has expressed this sentiment, let us leave the matter as it is for now. However, Tang San, you must sincerely apologize to Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun's resentment remained unresolved. Yet the thought of Tang San's father being a titled Douluo compelled him to endure it. After the outburst, he cooled down somewhat, no longer wishing for death. As the saying goes, it is better to live poorly than to die well. Teacher, I will heed your advice, Tang San affirmed. He knelt before Ma Hongjun, his face etched with remorse. Ma Hongjun, I am truly sorry. It is because of me that you have come to this state. I do not wish to hope for your forgiveness, but I vow to treat you as a brother henceforth, making amends through my actions. I cannot accept you as a brother. Who knows? You might end my life one day without me even realizing it. Ma Hongjun retorted with a cold smirk. I apologize. I genuinely apologize, Tang San said, bowing his head 3 times towards Ma Hongjun. Enough, Xiao San. I believe you have repented, Yu Xiaojiang interjected. Teacher, I owe you an apology as well. Tang San bowed once more to Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang hastily replied, do not blame yourself too harshly. I hold no grudge against you. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words, Tang San felt a wave of emotion wash over him, nearly moved to tears. Zhao Wujia tossed the carcass of the serpent that had devoured the python outside the camp, sighing, it is late. You all should rest. I will keep watch tonight. Wujie, I appreciate your help, Yu Xiaojing acknowledged. Everyone should sleep now. You have all been startled tonight. Rest well, for we shall continue the search for soul beasts tomorrow. Yu Xiaojing instructed. Are we still going to seek soul beasts for Tang San? Ning Rongrong expressed her displeasure. Seeking soul beasts for Tang San is merely a secondary objective. The primary focus is your training, Yu Xiaojing replied. The two of them are not virtuous at all, humph. Ning Rongrong huffed before retreating into her tent. Zhu Zhuqing leaned closer to Yi Feng, saying, Be cautious and keep an eye on Tang San. I will be careful, Yi Feng nodded with a smile. Indeed. Zhu Zhuqing blushed as she slipped back into her tent. Xiao Wu, go in and get some good rest, Yi Feng urged. Yes, you too, Zhao Wujie remarked. There are no extra tents available, Ma Hongjun. You will have to squeeze in with Daim Mubai and the others. He dared not allow Ma Hongjun and Tang San to share a sleeping space again. It would also be inappropriate to sleep alongside the master. Fatty, come. Let us converse as comrades, Daim Mubai urged as he pulled Ma Hongjun into the tent. Tang San nodded towards Yu Xiaojing, then cast a glance at Yi Feng before entering his own tent. Upon entering, a chill enveloped his face, and his fists gradually clenched. Yi Feng, Tang San uttered through gritted teeth. He pondered the entire situation from beginning to end, yet he could not comprehend why the devouring serpent had refrained from attacking Yi Feng. Could it be that my medicinal powder had lost its potency? The scent emanating from Ma Hongjun intensified, prompting the serpent to target him instead? Was the attack on the teacher merely a coincidence? This was the only explanation Tang San could conjure. The thought of his teacher no longer being a man filled him with profound sorrow. His teacher had yet to marry and bear children. The lineage would come to an end. Within the tent of Daim Mubai and the others, Ma Hongjun wept incessantly. Daim Mubai consoled, Don't be too disheartened, fatty. So what if you can't approach women? It's not the end of the world. When I ascend to the throne, I shall grant you a prestigious position. Oscar added, Cease your tears and focus on your cultivation. Once you grow stronger, seek out formidable healing soul masters to see if they can restore what you have lost. Ma Hongjun responded, Is there truly a healing soul master in this world capable of regrowing lost limbs? It is impossible. If such beings existed, Master would not be in such despair. Daim Mubai and Oscar could only sigh in response. Daim Mubai remarked, Tang San is not one to be closely associated with. One might not even realize the peril until it is too late. Oscar nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must remain vigilant around him, lest we fall victim to his schemes. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojing lay alone in his tent, silently shedding tears. Ere long, I am so sorry, I can no longer be your spouse. Inside Xiao Wu's tent, three girls huddled closely together. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, Tang San is utterly despicable. Xiao Wu, how could you regard such a person as your brother? Xiao Wu replied, He is the one who recognized me as his sister, and throughout these years, he has treated me well. I cannot fathom why, but upon arriving at Shrek Academy, he seemed to transform into an entirely different person. Zhu Zhuqing interjected, Xiao Wu, you are far too naive. Tang San is quite cunning. His animosity towards Yi Feng likely stems from his belief that you harbor feelings for him. To win your affection, he feels compelled to eliminate Yi Feng. Ning Rongrong added, Xiao Wu, listen to yourself. Can you still regard someone so ruthless as a brother? Xiao Wu shook her head. I am utterly disappointed in him and wish to sever all ties. That is the right decision, Ning Rongrong affirmed. By the way, do you truly have feelings for Yi Feng? Rongrong, what are you saying? Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed. So you do not like him? Ning Rongrong teased. Xiao Wu remained silent. If you do not, then he is mine, Ning Rongrong declared with a grin. I like him, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly spoke up. Ning Rongrong appeared unfazed, saying, Zhuqing, I have long seen through your little intentions. I thought you would remain silent. Xiao Wu whispered, I suppose I have a slight affection as well. What should I do? Ning Rongrong replied, What else can we do? We shall compete for his affection. May the best one win. But we are girls. Shouldn't we be a bit more reserved? Xiao Wu remarked. Ning Rongrong replied, Haven't you heard? A man pursues a woman across mountains, while a woman pursues a man through a veil. Oh dear, how did I let that slip? Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing fell silent, pondering the words of Ning Rongrong. Enough of this, let's sleep, Ning Rongrong suggested. After a moment, she added, Are you afraid that another devouring snake might emerge? Yes, it terrified me just now. Xiao Wu admitted. What about you, Zhuqing? Ning Rongrong teased as she playfully pinched Zhu Zhuqing's bottom. I am afraid too, Zhu Zhuqing confessed. Indeed, the mere thought of that snake gives me goosebumps. I must go sleep at Yi Feng's place, Ning Rongrong declared. Absolutely not. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in unison. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Rongrong proposed, then let us call Yi Feng over. Chapter 72. The poor Yu Xiaojing and Ma Hongjun that may not be advisable. It's quite cramped here. If it were larger, it might work, Xiao Wu remarked. Zhu Zhuqing chimed in, Rongrong, how can you be so bold? Ning Rongrong responded. I am not bold. I am timid. That snake is simply too frightening. With Teacher Zhao keeping watch, it should be fine, right? Xiao Wu suggested. But what if Teacher Zhao falls asleep by himself? Ning Rongrong countered. Then it's best to summon Yi Feng, Xiao Wu insisted. Ning Rongrong queried. Xiao Wu, are you not embarrassed? Xiao Wu replied, what's the big deal? I've shared a bed with Tang San before, with a barrier in between. Ning Rongrong continued. In such a cramped space, we cannot have a barrier. Then let us forget it, Xiao Wu said. Her heart racing at the thought of sleeping next to Yi Feng without any separation, feeling an overwhelming shyness. Zhu Zhuqing, on the other side, experienced a similar reaction. Her face flushing, heart racing, and body warming. Xiao Wu suddenly asked, Rongrong, why is your body so warm? It's quite cramped here, so it feels a bit hot. Ning Rongrong explained. I don't believe it, Xiao Wu said, pressing her palm against Ning Rongrong's chest. Ning Rongrong quickly swatted it away, exclaiming, Xiao Wu. How brazen of you. Xiao Wu giggled. I thought you were so bold. Yet here you are, feeling shy. Your heart is about to leap out. I am not shy at all. A few meters away, within the confines of Yi Feng's tent, he listened to the hushed conversation of three girls. A smile gracing his face. Should they indeed invite him to be their gallant protector, he would undoubtedly accept without hesitation. The following morning, Yi Feng rose early, slicing several large pieces of snake meat and commencing a barbecue in the heart of the campsite. Tang San awoke almost simultaneously, yet he did not greet Yi Feng. Instead, he made his way to the edge of the camp, facing east, and quietly settled into a meditative posture. It appeared that the events of the previous night had left no discernible impact on him. Before long, the rich aroma of meat wafted through the air, rousing the others. Xiao Wu, Daim Mubai, Yu Xiaojing, and the rest gradually emerged from their tents. Upon their arrival, they beheld Yi Feng diligently grilling meat. Zhao Wujia sat beside him, incessantly swallowing his saliva. Wow, Yi Feng is barbecuing. Zhu Qing, come out quickly, exclaimed Xiao Wu joyfully. Ever since that occasion outside Soto City when she savored Yi Feng's grilled meat, she had not tasted it again and missed it dearly. Hearing the prospect of barbecued meat, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing hastily emerged. Daim Mubai and Oscar, enticed by the tantalizing aroma of the meat, could only watch from a distance, their mouths watering. Ma Hongjun and Yu Xiaojing had red eyes, having been unable to sleep, their eyes swollen from a night of tears. Both appeared haggard, as if they had fallen gravely ill. Ma Hongjun fared somewhat better, while Yu Xiaojing felt his strength waning compared to before. I need to relieve myself, Ma Hongjun announced, then dejectedly walked away. Yu Xiaojing followed closely behind. The two reached a nearby thicket, unfastening their belts to urinate. Daim Mubai and Oscar, who also intended to relieve themselves, refrained from following, fearing that Ma Hongjun might be disturbed by their presence. Suddenly, a startled scream from Ma Hongjun pierced the air. Zhao Wujia's expression shifted, and he promptly rushed over. Daim Mubai and Oscar, apprehensive about Ma Hongjun's well-being, hurried after him. Upon reaching Ma Hongjun, they found both him and Yu Xiaojing in a rather disheveled state. However, their complexions were alarmingly ghastly. Zhao Wujia and the others glanced downward, only to discover a large wet patch on Ma Hongjun's pants, while Yu Xiaojing's trousers were completely soaked. It became evident to Zhao Wujia and the others that Ma Hongjun and Yu Xiaojing, in a rather masculine manner, had inadvertently dampened their trousers. Yu Xiaojing managed a wry smile, saying, Wujia, we are fine. You may return. The three of them, feeling a wave of embarrassment, dared not utter a word lest they further upset Ma Hongjun and Yu Xiaojing, thus silently retreated to the camp. Upon their return, Ning Rongrong anxiously inquired, Teacher Zhao, did a soul beast approach? Zhao Wujie reassured her, it's nothing. Ma Hongjun was merely startled. Oh, Ning Rongrong replied, losing interest, and resumed drooling as she gazed longingly at the barbecued meat. All right, Yi Feng remarked, having prepared several generous portions to share with Xiao Wu and the other two girls, as well as Zhao Wuji. Daim Mubai and Oscar could only watch in silence, quietly extracting their own rations to nibble on. Tang San concluded his efforts and also took out his provisions, settling in a corner to munch. Shortly thereafter, Yu Xiaojiang and Ma Hongjun returned. Yu Xiaojiang had initially intended to approach shamelessly and request some roasted meat, but upon realizing that despite having changed his trousers, he still bore an unpleasant odor, he refrained from doing so. Ma Hongjun took a seat beside Daim Mubai and Oscar. The two wrinkled their brows, suddenly feeling a wave of nausea. Yet they dared not show it, forcing themselves to swallow their food. Zhao Wuji and his companions savored their meal heartily, singing praises of Yifeng's culinary skills. Daim Mubai and the others felt a mix of envy and jealousy, particularly as they observed the scene of the three girls bustling around Yifeng, their teeth nearly grinding in frustration. Oscar, please pass us another recovery sausage, Yu Xiaojiang requested. Certainly, master, Oscar replied. After Yu Xiaojiang and Ma Hongjun indulged in another sausage, the scars on their bodies began to peel away, revealing the horrifying marks beneath. Much of their skin had been severely eroded, while other areas seemed relatively intact. Their faces were utterly disfigured, presenting a terrifying sight. As the scars fell away, Ma Hongjun promptly produced a mirror to examine his face. Upon witnessing the multitude of scars and the distortion of his features, tears streamed down his face. Yu Xiaojiang, observing Ma Hongjun's ravaged visage, sighed. Recognizing that his own appearance was not much better, Ma Hongjun, do not despair. In the future, we can always don masks, Yu Xiaojiang consoled. Ma Hongjun wept. I have not only become a hideous creature, but I will also have to urinate like a woman. Curse you, Tang San. I shall never forgive you. Tang San, from a distance, immediately turned to look. He remained expressionless and did not utter any further pleas for Ma Hongjun's forgiveness. He understood that Ma Hongjun would never forgive him. However, he did not require Ma Hongjun's forgiveness. After all, he was merely a lecherous rotund figure, unworthy of his concern. After finishing breakfast, Yu Xiaojiang remarked, Our water supply is dwindling. Let us seek a source to replenish it before we continue our search for soul beasts. Master, do you truly not wish to return to the academy for recuperation? Zhao Wuji inquired. Yu Xiaojiang shook his head. There is no need. My health is not severely compromised. We shall return once Xiao San advances to the Soul Master rank. This outing must not be in vain. Very well then, let us pack the tents and set forth. Zhao Wuji stated. The team resumed their journey, albeit this time the 8 students had divided themselves into 3 factions, one led by Yifeng accompanied by 3 girls, another by Tang San, and the last by Daim Mubai and his 2 senior companions. Zhao Wujia was beset by headaches. He had repeatedly commanded the students to cooperate, yet his words fell on deaf ears. Ning Rongrong refused to assist Tang San and Daim Mubai with their enhancement, and Oscar was no longer willing to provide Tang San with his sausages. Ultimately, Zhao Wujia had to abandon the notion of enforcing cooperation among the students. At noon, Tang San's fortune finally arrived. Just as they were nearing the end of their launch, a fearsome humanoid spider, known as the human-faced demon spider, intruded upon their camp. Upon sighting this creature, Yu Xiaojiang was overwhelmed with elation and promptly instructed Zhao Wujia to severely injure the spider. Ha ha ha, Xiao San, your soul ring has finally arrived. Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed excitedly. Teacher, do you wish for me to absorb such a malevolent soul ring? Tang San queried, puzzled. Indeed, one absorbs what one embodies, Ma Hongjun scoffed. Tang San cast a fleeting glance at Ma Hongjun, but refrained from responding. Yu Xiaojiang elaborated. The human-faced demon spider possesses 2 exceedingly terrifying abilities. One is its incredibly strong and resilient web, and the other is its dreadful venom. Both the web and the poison serve as formidable means of control. Should you absorb the soul ring of the human-faced demon spider, you might acquire the ability to wield webs or poison, significantly enhancing the control capacity of your blue-silver grass. Teacher, I understand, Tang San replied, a glimmer of joy illuminating his face as he hastened to the head of the human-faced demon spider. He drew forth a crossbow, aiming directly at the eye of the human-faced demon spider. With a series of swift releases, 6 arrows flew forth, striking the creature's massive form, which convulsed violently before gradually falling still. A purple soul ring emerged from its essence. Yu Xiaojiang, his expression grave, cautioned Tang San. The soul ring of the human-faced demon spider is not easily absorbed. It is imbued with malevolent and chaotic energy. A moment's carelessness could result in internal injury. Moreover, the lifespan of this creature is nearing the limit of what you can safely absorb. Teacher, I will exercise caution, Tang San replied. He felt a surge of excitement within. Once he absorbed this soul ring, he would ascend to the rank of Soul Master. Upon achieving this status, the gap between him and Yifeng would diminish significantly. He firmly believed that with diligent cultivation, the day would inevitably come when he could catch up to Yi Feng. If he could not quietly eliminate Yi Feng, then he would strive to conquer him in front of everyone. Ma Hongjun observed Tang San's excited demeanor, and an involuntary clenching of his fists ensued. Filled with resentment towards Tang San, "Xiao San, let us begin," urged Yu Xiaojing. "All right, teacher," Tang San replied, brimming with enthusiasm as he summoned his soul power to draw the purple soul ring closer. At that moment, the ground suddenly trembled. Zhao Wujin's expression changed dramatically as he shouted anxiously, "This is bad. We must flee." "Teacher Zhao, what is happening?" Tang San inquired hastily. Zhao Wujin's face turned grave as he responded, "A terrifying soul beast approaches. We must leave immediately, or it will be too late." Yu Xiaojing, too, found it difficult to remain composed. If even Zhao Wujin was alarmed, how formidable must this soul beast be? "Run, hurry!" Yu Xiaojing bellowed. Daim Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun had already dashed toward the periphery. "Run!" Ning Rongrong exclaimed, following suit. "Xiao Wu, why are you dawdling?" Zhu Zhuqing pulled the suddenly dazed Xiao Wu along, hastening after Ning Rongrong. "Tang San, what are you doing?" Zhao Wujin shouted, noticing Tang San's hesitation. Tang San gazed longingly at the purple soul ring, expressing his unwillingness. "If I don't leave now, I will perish. What good is the soul ring then?" Zhao Wujin roared in fury, stepping forward to seize Tang San and urge him to flee. Tang San felt an overwhelming sense of regret. He had finally found a suitable soul beast, and now, just as the soul ring was within reach, a soul beast had appeared out of nowhere. Missing this opportunity, who knew when he would find another suitable one? Zhao Wujin grasped Tang San with one hand and Yu Xiaojing with the other, sprinting away swiftly. The fastest among them, Daim Mubai, had already covered over 100 meters. Suddenly, the earth shook violently, and a colossal shadow soared into the sky before passing overhead. A vast shadow loomed over everyone. They all looked up in astonishment, frozen in fear. It was a soul beast as large as a mountain. With a thunderous crash, the soul beast landed before Daim Mubai, unleashing a powerful shockwave. The trio at the front, Daim Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, were hurled backward, spitting blood. Even Zhao Wujin's face turned pale with terror as he shouted, "Everyone, gather here at once." Ning Rongrong, who was running in the middle, hurriedly turned back, while Zhu Zhuqing pulled Xiao Wu towards Zhao Wujing. "Yi Feng, run!" Nia Rongrong cried out. Daim Mubai and the others crashed to the ground, disregarding their bodily pain, scrambling towards Zhao Wujia. The group gathered around Zhao Wujia, then turned to behold the colossal soul beast, instantly struck with awe. It was a gigantic creature cloaked in dark fur, bearing resemblance to both a monkey and a gorilla, with eyes the size of lanterns shimmering with a yellow glow. Its limbs were planted firmly on the ground, with its shoulders towering at 7 meters. If it stood upright, its height would surely exceed 15 meters. Its body was astonishingly robust, not only immense in size, but also adorned with terrifying muscles that resembled small hills. The king of the forest, the Titan giant ape. Tang San could not help but exclaim, his complexion turning grim. Zhao Wujie and Yu Xiaojing also recognized the Titan giant ape, their expressions growing exceedingly grave. Zhao Wujie hurriedly spoke, "Respected king of the forest, Titan giant ape. We mean no offense. If this is your territory, I shall withdraw immediately." Faced with such a terrifying beast, Zhao Wujie harbored no thoughts of resistance and readily conceded. The Titan giant ape's enormous eyes glared at the group of humans with hostility, a brutal aura swirling around it, causing rocks to fly. Observing the Titan giant ape's demeanor, Zhao Wujie and Yu Xiaojing felt their hearts sink. "Wujie, we must flee," Yu Xiaojing whispered to Zhao Wujie. Zhao Wujie nodded and shouted, "I will hold it off." "You all quickly escape." With that, he unleashed his martial spirit, his physique rapidly transforming into a formidable form. Yet, before the Titan giant ape, he still appeared diminutive. Once Zhao Wujie released them, Tang San and Yu Xiaojing swiftly dashed backward. "Run!" Yu Xiaojing urged. "Xiao Wu." Tang San shouted towards Xiao Wu, attempting to pull her along. Xiao Wu hesitated, retreating behind Yi Feng. Tang San retracted his hand, casting an annoyed glare at Yi Feng. Once again, it was Daim Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar who sprinted the fastest, followed by Yu Xiaojing and Tang San, with Yi Feng and the 3 girls bringing up the rear. Zhao Wujie unleashed his martial spirit's true form, launching his most powerful strike at the Titan giant ape. A deafening boom erupted as Zhao Wujie was sent hurtling back, crashing into the ground before Daim Mubai. Daim Mubai felt a chill run down his spine. If even Zhao Wujie could not withstand its might, the soul beast was indeed terrifying. The Titan giant ape misjudged Zhao Wujie's strength, its palm recoiling high from the impact of his strike, inciting its wrath. With a light leap, it landed before Zhao Wujie, sending him flying with a single kick. Subsequently, it swatted at Daim Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar. The three were sent reeling, blood spewing forth. And before they could hit the ground, they had already lost consciousness. Teacher, hurry and flee. Tang San pushed aside Yu Xiaojiang and drew forth the Zhuge divine crossbow, aiming it directly at the Titan giant ape's eyes. A resonant hum filled the air as the powerful bolt was unleashed, hurtling toward the giant's enormous, lantern-like orbs. The Titan giant ape shut its eyes, and a cacophony of clinks echoed as sparks flew, causing all of Tang San's projectiles to plummet to the ground. A thunderous roar erupted from the Titan giant ape, now enraged, as it extended its massive hand, reaching out to grasp Tang San. Chapter 74. Yi Feng, I shall rescue Xiao Wu. Tang San employed the phantom shadow dance, endeavoring to evade the colossal hand that was descending upon him. His speed was remarkable. However, the Titan ape's hands were colossal. Before Tang San could evade the reach of its enormous grasp, he was struck upon his back by a single, powerful blow. His body shot forth like a cannonball, crashing violently into a sturdy tree 10 meters away. With a cough, Tang San expelled a mouthful of blood before tumbling down from the tree, struggling briefly but failing to rise again. Xiao San, Yu Xiaojing shouted as he rushed over. The Titan great ape paid no heed to the frail humans, its massive hand reaching for Xiao Wu. Run! Ning Rongrong cried out in terror, retreating. Zhu Zhuqing clung to Xiao Wu, attempting to pull her away. Xiao Wu broke free from Zhu Zhuqing's grasp and forcefully pushed her aside. The Titan great ape's hand descended, seizing Xiao Wu and turning to depart with heavy strides. Its colossal form parted the towering trees, swiftly vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were left in stunned silence, momentarily unable to react. Xiao Wu, the injured Tang San suddenly cried out in anguish. He rose to his feet, his face ashen, and desperately pursued the direction in which the Titan ape had departed. He is determined to rescue Xiao Wu. Tang San, hurry back! Yu Xiaojiang shouted anxiously, grasping Tang San's hand, only to be forcefully shaken off. Witnessing Xiao Wu being captured by the Titan great ape, Tang San's eyes turned red with fury. He disregarded his own injuries, resolute in his mission to save her. Wuji, stop Tang San! Yu Xiaojiang shouted loudly. Zhao Wuji rushed forward, seizing Tang San. Teacher Zhao, let go of me. I must save Xiao Wu. Tang San struggled desperately, tears streaming down his face. Do you wish to court death? Zhao Wuji bellowed, sealing Tang San's soul power. Even if it costs me my life, I will save Xiao Wu. Tang San roared at Zhao Wuji. Just then, Daim Mubai and the others began to awaken. They all sustained severe injuries, yet their lives were not in jeopardy. Upon regaining consciousness, they heard Tang San bellowing desperately for the rescue of Xiao Wu. Their gazes swept across the surroundings, and indeed, the figure of Xiao Wu was nowhere to be seen. Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed loudly, Tang San, Xiao Wu has been captured by the Titan great ape. She is undoubtedly doomed. Pursuing her would only lead to your own demise. It cannot be, it cannot be. Tang San shook his head, a look of despair etched upon his face. Witnessing Tang San's heart-wrenching expression, Ma Hongju nearly broke into laughter. Yu Xiaojiang continued, do you comprehend the strength of that Titan great ape? It is a soul beast of 100,000 years. What do you possess to rescue Xiao Wu? Tang San was momentarily speechless, unable to articulate a response. Yu Xiaojiang sighed. Perhaps Xiao Wu has already been devoured by the Titan great ape. If there were any hope of saving her, I would wholeheartedly support your endeavor. But attempting to snatch someone from the grasp of a 100,000-year soul beast is utterly impossible, absolutely inconceivable. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing wore expressions of profound sorrow, tears shimmering in their eyes. Even if it means death, I must save her, declared Tang San. You are being foolish. Yu Xiaojiang scolded, exasperated. Xiao Wu is likely dead. All you can do now is absorb this 1,000-year soul ring and diligently cultivate. When you become a title Douluo, you can avenge her. Indeed, Tang San. If you fall to the Titan great ape, what will become of your teacher and father? Zhao Wujia also urged. Tang San slumped helplessly to the ground, finally accepting the reality of not being able to save Xiao Wu. Oscar sausages, Yu Xiaojiang called out. At that moment, Daim Mubai and Ma Hongjun had already consumed sausages to heal their wounds. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojing's voice, Oscar promptly handed over 3 large sausages. Tang San, eat the sausages. Recover quickly, and then absorb this soul ring to advance to Soul Master, Yu Xiaojing instructed. Tang San silently took the sausages, devoured them in a few bites, and began to circulate his energy to heal. Yu Xiaojing and Zhao Wujia also consumed the sausages. Zhao Wujia inquired, Yi Feng, are you all right? Yi Feng shook his head. We are fine. The Titan Great Ape did not attack us. Zhao Wujia responded, stay vigilant of your surroundings. Once Tang San absorbs the soul ring, we will leave the Star Luo forest immediately. Yi Feng, Xiao Wu has been eaten, Ning Rongrong said, tugging at Yi Feng's attire. Her voice choked with emotion. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes were also tinged with red. Rest assured, I will bring her back, Yi Feng replied with a smile. And then he proceeded in the direction the Titan Great Ape had departed. Yi Feng, are you insane? Ning Rongrong cried out. Zhao Wujia and the others also heard Yi Feng's words. He knows not the peril, Daim Mubai scoffed, his voice barely above a whisper. Wary of being overheard by Yi Feng, Yu Xiaojing admonished, Yi Feng, did you not hear my earlier words? Xiao Wu is already dead. Pursuing her would only lead to your own demise. Yi Feng, do not be foolish. I understand your sorrow, but you cannot throw your life away, Ning Rongrong urged. I will bring her back, Yi Feng remarked. Tang San opened his eyes and said lightly, you overestimate yourself. He believed that Xiao Wu was already deceased. And with the facade between him and Yu Feng shattered, there was no need for pretense in their conversation. Ning Rongrong immediately felt displeased and remarked, Tang San, what are you talking about? Yi Feng is simply overly concerned for Xiao Wu. Tang San let out a cold laugh and replied, am I not worried as well? Why did he not rush to rescue Xiao Wu the moment she was captured? Now, he is merely putting on an act for whom? He turned his gaze towards Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, a look of sudden realization dawning upon his face. I understand now. He is merely putting on an act for the two of you, attempting to portray himself as a person of deep affection and loyalty. Daim Mubai continued. Tang San is correct. Knowing full well that it is impossible to save Xiao Wu, he still pretends here. Zhuqing, did you see that? He is nothing but a hypocrite. Tang San cast a derisive glance at Yi Feng, taunting, aren't you supposed to go save Xiao Wu? Then why are you still standing here? Daim Mubai added with a cold laugh. He merely wishes to feign deep feelings in front of the ladies. Such tactics are exceedingly crude. Yi Feng scoffed disdainfully, never once glancing at Tang San or Daim Mubai, and continued deeper into the forest. Tang San, Daim Mubai, be silent. Zhao Wujing bellowed. He then addressed Yi Feng. Do not let their provocations affect you. Remain here quietly. If you truly go over there, you will be no more than a morsel for the Titan giant ape. Yi Feng pressed onward, seemingly indifferent to Zhao Wujing's words. Zhao Wujing stepped in front of Yi Feng, stating, you surely know that entering is tantamount to seeking death. There is no need for pride. Your life is far more valuable than anything else. Yi Feng replied with a smile, thank you for your concern. But let us not forget that you once promised others not to coerce me into anything. Zhao Wujing was taken aback, recalling Tang Chen's words. And a sense of trepidation washed over him. Are you truly going to your demise? Am I not allowed to compel you to stay? He inquired. No. Yi Feng circumvented Zhao Wujing and continued walking forward. Zhao Laosher, do not hinder him. I wish to see whether he genuinely intends to save Xiao Wu or is merely putting on a facade, Tang San remarked. Zhao Wujing sighed and ceased to block Yi Feng. Time had passed, and the Titan giant ape should have retreated far enough, given Yi Feng's strength. He had a chance to escape unless he encountered an exceedingly troublesome 1,000-year-soul beast, Zhao Wujing mused. Zhu Zhuqing gritted her teeth and hastily ran to Yi Feng's side. Walking alongside him, Ning Rongrong glanced at the remaining individuals and then sprinted towards Yi Feng, intending to follow him closely and counsel him, hoping he would reconsider. Chapter 75, Is it worth dying for pride? Seeing Ning Rongrong follow, Zhao Wujing grew anxious. This time, he refrained from further persuasion as Ning Rongrong passed by him. He gently struck the back of her neck. Ning Rongrong's vision darkened, and her body slumped slowly to the ground. Zhao Wujing caught her and carefully laid her down. If Yi Feng sought his own demise, that was his affair, but he had to ensure Ning Rongrong's safety. Yi Feng turned back for a moment, but said nothing. Zhu Zhuqing, do you also wish to accompany him? Zhao Wujing queried. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. I will follow him to provide some measure of protection. Yu Qing, have you lost your mind? Is it truly worth risking your life for this hypocritical fellow? Daim Mubai exclaimed loudly. Zhu Zhuqing, however, chose to disregard his words and followed Yi Feng inside. Teacher Zhao, please stop her. Daim Mubai shouted. Zhao Wujia shook his head and replied, let her go. It's best to have someone with her in case of danger. Oscar chimed in, Boss Dai, what are you worried about? How could Yi Feng dare to pursue the Titan giant ape? It's merely a show. He will certainly just wander nearby and return. Zhao Wujia agreed, indeed. That's what I believe as well. Let us not dwell on Yi Feng for now. We must focus on healing. Tang San, prepare to absorb the soul ring. Daim Mubai remarked, to press on despite being exposed. I doubt he can escape if he encounters a formidable soul beast. It's a case of saving face while suffering. Tang San pondered to himself, hoping that the Titan giant ape had not strayed too far and might yet be caught. His animosity towards Yi Feng stemmed from Xiao Wu. And although Xiao Wu has perished, it does not signify the dissolution of his hatred for Yi Feng. Yi Feng's survival is insufficient to quell the ire that resides within him. Side by side, Yi Feng and Zhu Zhuqing traversed the primordial forest, surrounded by towering ancient trees. Their roots entwined, and occasionally pierced by the terrifying roars of beasts. Zhu Zhuqing wore a countenance of vigilance, treading each step with utmost caution, apprehensive that a soul beast might emerge at any moment. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's meticulous demeanor, Yi Feng found it amusing yet was also touched, saying, there is no need to be so tense. There is no danger nearby. This is the Star Luo forest, fraught with peril. We cannot afford to be complacent. Zhu Zhuqing replied, rest assured, my formidable spiritual energy is more than sufficient to detect any threat, Yi Feng assured her. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, yet her vigilance remained unrelenting. She thought to herself that despite Yi Feng's strength, he was merely a soul master. How potent could his spiritual energy truly be? Yi Feng shook his head, resigning himself to her concerns. Do you not share the view of others who believe I am merely posturing? Yi Feng inquired. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, responding, I do not think so. I trust in your character and believe you would not engage in such insincere pretense. Then you are aware that I am pursuing the Titan giant ape and that you are following me. Are you not afraid of death? Yi Feng asked. Zhu Zhuqing replied, I have no retreat left. Wherever you go, I shall follow, even unto death. Upon uttering these words, her cheeks flushed, feeling the slight ambiguity in her statement. Fear not. I shall not allow you to perish, Yi Feng chuckled. He grasped Zhu Zhuqing's delicate hand and said, come, let us find Xiao Wu. As Yi Feng held her hand, Zhu Zhuqing's heart raced with excitement. Feeling the warmth of Yi Feng's palm, she was overwhelmed with shyness and forcefully withdrew her hand. Do not act this way. The Star Luo forest is perilous, and we must remain vigilant, she whispered. Are you suggesting that I may hold your hand outside of the Star Luo forest? Yi Feng inquired with a smile. To think you could be so shameless. I shall ignore you, Zhu Zhuqing retorted. Yi Feng chuckled softly and fell silent. After a moment, unable to endure the heavy atmosphere, Zhu Zhuqing asked, is it true that Xiao Wu is not dead? Of course she is alive and well, without a single scratch, replied Yi Feng. That Titan giant ape is terrifying. It truly would not harm Xiao Wu, would it? Zhu Zhuqing questioned, her brows furrowed in doubt. Not at all. In fact, that Titan giant ape is a friend of Xiao Wu. How could it possibly harm her? Yi Feng reassured her. Really? The Titan giant ape is her friend? How can that be? Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, her face a portrait of disbelief. Yi Feng laughed. Xiao Wu has many secrets. She is not as innocent as you all presume. What secrets does she possess? Pray, tell me, Zhu Zhuqing urged, her curiosity piqued by Yi Feng's words. Have you heard the legend of the 100,000-year soul beasts transforming into humans? Yi Feng inquired. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. I have heard of it. Some say that certain 100,000-year soul beasts can metamorphose into humans to cultivate anew, but surely these are mere tales? How could it be true? 100,000-year soul beasts are so formidable. Why would they choose to transform into frail humans to start over? This is no mere legend. It is indeed true, Yi Feng elucidated. When soul beasts reach 100,000 years, their power surpasses that of an ordinary title de law, yet they still fall short compared to a 99th level title de law. Only when they attain 1,000,000 years of cultivation do they stand on equal footing with human title de law of the same level. After 100,000 years, any further breakthroughs become exceedingly arduous, often accompanied by calamities that impede their progress. These tribulations are catastrophic. Should they fail to overcome them, they perish. Hearing such revelations for the first time, Zhu Zhuqing was profoundly astonished. How utterly unfair. The cultivation of soul beasts is exceedingly arduous. They must endure tribulations as if they are being targeted, she lamented. Indeed, soul beasts are indeed targeted, Feng affirmed. How can this be? Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. This alters the fate of all soul beasts. Who possesses such tremendous power? She struggled to comprehend if such matters could be within human capability. Feng raised his hand, pointing to the heavens, and said, the gods possess such immense power. Zhu Zhuqing gazed skyward, still in shock, and asked, do gods truly exist? Of course they do. Mortals cannot perceive that realm, which is why they believe gods do not exist, Feng replied. Then why do the gods target soul beasts? Zhu Zhuqing expressed her confusion. Feng replied, the reasons behind their actions are not something you need to comprehend at this moment. What I wish to convey is that certain soul beasts, having existed for 100,000 years, transform into human form to facilitate their cultivation. For the path of human cultivation is significantly easier than that of soul beasts. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, acknowledging, indeed, as long as we possess sufficient talent, we can ascend to the rank of title Douluo within a few decades, a distinct advantage over soul beasts. How do you possess such esoteric knowledge? Zhu Zhuqing inquired with curiosity. Feng smiled. For now, I shall withhold that information. Soon enough, you will come to know. Very well. But why must you share these secrets about soul beasts when I asked about Wu? Zhu Zhuqing questioned, her curiosity piqued. As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes widened slowly, and a terrifying thought emerged in her mind. You can't mean to tell me that Wu is a 100,000-year-old soul beast in human form? Zhu Zhuqing's face was filled with astonishment. Feng nodded. Indeed, Wu is a 100,000-year-old soul beast in transformation. Before her transformation, she was a rabbit with a cultivation level of 100,000 years. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily stunned, her mind blank. The revelation that Wu, with whom she had spent so much time, was a soul beast came as an overwhelming shock, one she struggled to accept. Feng continued, in her current state, Wu can be regarded as both a soul beast and a human. Should she perish, soul rings and soul bones will still manifest. However, her form will not revert to that of a soul beast. I have been living alongside a soul beast all this time, Zhu Zhuqing murmured. Feng reassured her. There is nothing unusual about this. You may regard her entirely as a human. In truth, she genuinely considers you a friend. Reflecting on her moments with Wu, Zhu Zhuqing gradually nodded. I can sense her sincerity, she remarked. Chapter 76. Tang San's journey continues. Feng stated, isn't that sufficient? Humans and soul beasts need not be mortal enemies. They can indeed become friends. Zhu Zhuqing asked, does Tang San know of Wu's identity as a soul beast? He does not, replied Feng. Tang San lived alongside Wu for 6 years without realizing it. How could you, having known her for such a short time, come to know? Zhu Zhuqing was intrigued. Feng chuckled, because my strength is formidable. I can discern Wu's identity at a glance. Zhu Zhuqing scoffed. Who are you trying to fool? Even Teacher Zhao and the Dean failed to notice. With your soul master level, how could you possibly discern it? Feng looked at Zhu Zhuqing and stated, my strength is not merely that of a soul master. You possess only 3 soul rings, if not a soul master. Are you a title Douluo? Zhu Zhuqing replied, somewhat speechless. I am not a title Douluo, yet I surpass them in power, Feng asserted. Such nonsense. Zhu Zhuqing shot Feng a glance of disbelief. Feng remarked, you used to appear cold and aloof, speaking little. What has changed today to make you seem like a different person? Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed, and she did not respond to Feng's question. Since you are aware that the Titan Great Ape is a friend of Wu, she should be safe. Why then do you seek her? Zhu Zhuqing inquired. I have a certain interest in the Titan Great Ape, Feng replied with a smile. You, a soul master, are intrigued by the Titan Great Ape? Aren't you afraid it might devour you? Although it is a friend of Wu, its recent demeanor was quite fearsome, seemingly unwelcoming towards humans. Zhu Zhuqing expressed her concerns. Rest assured, it will not harm me, Feng assured her. The two continued onward, following the immense footprints of the Titan Great Ape. After half an hour of trekking, they still had not glimpsed its magnificent form. Feng, how much longer must we walk? Zhu Zhuqing asked. Not much longer. We will soon see Wu, he replied. Once we locate Wu, we should hasten back. Otherwise, they might think we have encountered trouble and leave without us, Zhu Zhuqing remarked. At that moment, Tang San had begun absorbing a soul ring, emanating a potent wave of soul power. Yu Xiaojiang wore a worried expression, for the lifespan of the human-faced demon spider was perilously close to the theoretical limit of what he could absorb for his 3rd soul ring. Moreover, The soul ring of the human-faced demon spider was among the most challenging to assimilate, and he feared that Tang San might not endure until the end. Zhao Wujin frequently glanced in the direction Feng and Zhu Zhuqing had departed. They had been gone for half an hour, and he grew increasingly anxious, concerned that something might have befallen them. Oscar could not help but exclaim, "Strange, by all accounts, Feng should have returned by now. Where could he be? Has he truly gone in pursuit of the Titan Great Ape?" Daim Mubai scoffed, saying, "Even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare chase after the Titan Great Ape. If he hasn't returned, it is likely he has lost his way or encountered other soul beasts." He was interrupted mid-sentence as Daim Mubai's icy gaze fell upon him. Daim Mubai stood up and strode purposefully towards the direction Feng and Zhu Zhuqing had taken. "Mubai, where are you going?" Zhao Wujin called out loudly. "I am going to find them," Daim Mubai replied. Oscar's words had sparked a thought in him, and his mind was now filled with the unsettling image of Feng and Zhu Zhuqing rolling on the grass together. Regardless of Zhu Zhuqing's cold demeanor towards him, she was still, in name, his fiancée. As a man, he could not tolerate the thought of his fiancée engaging in such intimacy with another man. He had long harbored the desire to challenge Feng, yet he had never found the opportunity. If he were truly able to catch him in the act, he would undoubtedly make Feng pay dearly. "Come back. Do you wish to court death?" Zhao Wuji bellowed. He approached Daim Mubai and said, "I will go and bring them back. You stay here and ensure everyone has safety." Zhao Wujia was also concerned that the situation Oscar had described might occur. Thus he was reluctant to let Daim Mubai go. If Daim Mubai were to witness such a scene, wouldn't it lead to a fierce confrontation? Teacher Zhao let Mubai go. He possesses sufficient strength to swiftly retrieve Feng and Zhu Zhuqing. If you go yourself and encounter a troublesome soul beast, it could become problematic, Yu Xiaojing remarked. "Rest assured, I shall return promptly," Zhao Wujie reassured as he patted Daim Mubai on the shoulder. No sooner had he spoken than his figure had already appeared 10 meters away, swiftly vanishing from the crowd's sight. Gritting his teeth, Daim Mubai had no choice but to remain behind. Moments later, the fluctuations of soul power emanating from Tang San intensified, accompanied by his anguished groans. Yu Xiaojing grew increasingly anxious, while Ma Hongjun, not far away, was brimming with joy. Just then, the fabric of Tang San's back tore open, revealing a series of spider-like legs, astonishing everyone in an instant. A purple soul ring gradually took shape. Could this be an external spirit bone? Yu Xiaojing's eyes widened in disbelief, his face reflecting sheer amazement. He then burst into wild laughter, overwhelmed with excitement. Ma Hongjun, however, wore a face of disappointment, for he had just been cursing Tang San's imminent failure in absorbing the soul ring, but little did he expect Tang San to succeed so swiftly. Moreover, the appendages that had sprouted from Tang San's back appeared remarkably formidable. Tang San, brimming with exhilaration, shouted, "Teacher, I have succeeded. Ha. As expected of my disciple Yu Xiaojing, I knew you would make it. You have truly given me an immense surprise." Yu Xiaojing exclaimed joyously. "Teacher, what are these things on my back?" Tang San inquired, puzzled. Yu Xiaojing immediately began to study them, and after a moment, he finally confirmed his suspicions. Upon learning that he had acquired a spirit bone, and particularly the rare external spirit bone, Tang San was overwhelmed with excitement. Furthermore, he tested the external spirit bone and found it extraordinarily impressive, not only razor-sharp, but also possessing a terrifying toxin. His fists clenched tightly, for the soul ring of the man-faced demon spider had indeed been absorbed. My third soul skill, the web control ability, is exceptionally potent. Coupled with this extraordinary external soul bone, it is as if I have gained an additional 8 arms. My strength has multiplied several times over, and should I engage in combat with Feng again, I possess unwavering confidence in my ability to defeat him. Tang San thought to himself. He held his head high, exuding an aura of formidable confidence. At that moment, Zhao Wujia returned to the camp with a grave expression. Upon seeing Zhao Wujia return alone, the elation on Yu Xiaojing's face vanished, and he furrowed his brows, inquiring, "Wujia, where are Yefeng and the others?" Zhao Wujia's countenance darkened as he replied, "I could not locate them." Yu Xiaojing, filled with anxiety, pressed, "Why were you unable to find them? Did you search thoroughly?" Zhao Wujia nodded. "I scoured an area of 2,000 meters, yet found no trace of them." "Were there any signs of a struggle?" Yu Xiaojing asked urgently. Zhao Wujia shook his head. "Could it be that Yefeng truly pursued the Titan Great Ape?" Yu Xiaojing murmured, suddenly exclaiming in frustration, Foolish. Utterly foolish. Master, what shall we do now? Should we return directly to Shrek Academy, or continue our search for Yefeng and the others? Zhao Wujie inquired. Chapter 77. I wish to spar with the Erming brothers' teacher. Has Yefeng still not returned? Tang San asked in astonishment. Yu Xiaojing nodded. Indeed, teacher Zhao just left to search for him, but found nothing. I suspect he has genuinely gone after the Titan Great Ape. How could he possibly have the audacity to do that? Tang San frowned, unable to believe Yefeng would act so recklessly. Even he, in a moment of impulsiveness, had considered pursuing Xiao Wu but, upon reflection, realized that remaining to absorb soul rings was the wiser choice. Yu Xiaojing remarked, with only a few hours until dusk. Our immediate priority is to find him and leave the Star Luo forest as soon as possible. He had previously believed that Yi Feng was merely wandering nearby and that there would be no cause for concern. Now that Yi Feng had vanished, a sense of urgency enveloped him. He is reluctant to lose an extraordinary genius, as he still harbors the dream of taking Yi Feng as his disciple. Zhao Wujie nodded in agreement, expressing his shared sentiment. We must depart promptly. We must see him alive, or, should misfortune befall him, his remains. Tang San remarked. If he has perished, it is likely that his body has already been consumed by the soul beasts. Xiao San, do not utter such ominous words, admonished Yu Xiaojing. Master, what shall we do about Ning Rongrong? Oscar inquired. He gazed at Ning Rongrong, who lay on the grassy ground beside him, yearning to approach her for an intimate encounter. Had it not been for Zhao Wujie and Yu Xiaojing's presence, he would have seized the opportunity to draw closer to her. Zhao Wujie furrowed his brow and remarked, Why isn't she awakened yet? Did I strike her too forcefully? Yu Xiaojing suggested. Oscar, why don't you carry Ning Rongrong? Oscar was taken aback, but then his face lit up with unrestrained joy as he quickly replied, Of course, master. Witnessing Oscar's elation, Ma Hongjun felt an overwhelming surge of jealousy. Previously, he had vied with Oscar for Ning Rongrong's affection, but now he found himself rendered incomplete, forced to watch as Oscar approached her intimately. Oscar rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he moved towards Ning Rongrong, reaching out to pull her onto his back. Just then, Ning Rongrong's eyelids fluttered, and she opened her eyes. Upon seeing Oscar's lecherous grin and his hands reaching for her, she was instantly startled, letting out a scream as she delivered a swift kick aimed between his legs. Oscar howled in agony, clutching himself, his expression contorted in pain as he fell backward. Yu Xiaojing, Zhao Wujie, and the others were left in stunned silence. Ning Rongrong, what are you doing? Yu Xiaojing inquired. With indignation etched upon her face, Ning Rongrong exclaimed. That lecherous fellow Oscar attempted to assault me. Yu Xiaojing quickly clarified. You've misunderstood. We were preparing to search for Yi Feng and Zhu Zhuqing. You were unconscious. So I asked Oscar to carry you. Yi Feng and Zhu Zhuqing? Ning Rongrong gasped, finally recalling that she was supposed to accompany them to rescue Xiao Wu. She touched the back of her neck, wincing in pain. Zhao Wujie interjected. I apologize. It was I who knocked you out. Ning Rongrong swiftly rose, asking. How long has it been? Have Yi Feng and Zhu Zhuqing not returned? Zhao Wujie replied. It's been nearly an hour, and they're still missing. I've searched around, but found no trace of them. Then we must hurry to find them. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, dashing deeper into the woods. Let us move. Zhao Wujie shouted, and the group began to advance following the tracks left by the Titan giant ape. Meanwhile, deep within the Star Luo forest, Yi Feng and Zhu Zhuqing emerged from the dense thicket into a clearing, where the imposing figure of the Titan giant ape awaited them once more. Zhu Zhuqing abruptly halted, grabbing Yi Feng's arm with a look of apprehension. Yi Feng, the Titan giant ape. She warned. It's all right. Yi Feng reassured her, gently patting her hand. The Titan giant ape, towering at around 7 to 8 meters, sat with its back turned to them, engaged in conversation with Xiao Wu, who perched upon its broad shoulder. Recounting her experiences in the human world over the years, Yi Feng and Zhu Zhuqing cautiously approached, stopping 20 meters behind the Titan giant ape. Xiao Wu Zhu Zhuqing looked up at Xiao Wu, her voice trembling with anxiety as she called out. Upon witnessing the harmonious exchange between Xiao Wu and the Titan great ape, Zhu Zhuqing finally confirmed what Yi Feng had previously stated. Xiao Wu and the Titan great ape were indeed friends. Nevertheless, she remained extremely tense. For that Titan great ape was 100,000-year soul beast, capable of extinguishing her life with a mere breath. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's voice, Xiao Wu froze, slowly turning her head to see Yi Feng and Zhu Zhuqing's figures. The Titan great ape immediately turned, its gaze fierce as it fixated on Feng and Zhu Zhuqing. It recalled that these two had previously been near Xiaowu and showed no sign of friendliness, harboring a deep-seated animosity toward humans. Furthermore, the fact that these two humans had approached from behind without its notice made it exceedingly wary. "Who are you?" The Titan Great Ape thundered, its voice like a bell, causing Zhu Zhuqing's head to buzz and her vision to blur. Unable to withstand the terrifying resonance, she instinctively retreated, positioning herself behind Feng until the overwhelming sound dissipated. "We are friends of Xiaowu," Feng replied with a smile. "Ming, they are my friends. Do not be alarmed," Xiaowu quickly interjected, gently patting the Titan Great Ape's shoulder to soothe its agitation. She feared that Ming might suddenly go berserk and devour Feng and Zhu Zhuqing. "Xiaowu, I did not even notice these two humans approaching from behind. It is highly suspicious," the Titan Great Ape remarked. "Ah. It was because you were so engrossed in our earlier conversation that you did not notice," Xiaowu explained as she leapt off the Titan Great Ape's shoulder. The Titan Great Ape extended its palm to catch her and gently set her down. "Feng, what brings you here?" Xiaowu inquired. "I have come to rescue you," Feng replied cheerfully. Xiaowu elaborated, "I am fine. This is my friend Ming. I haven't returned in several years, and it sensed my presence, prompting it to seek me out. Ming, these are my friends Feng and Zhu Zhuqing." Zhu Zhuqing's expression grew somewhat complex as she remarked, "Xiaowu, are you truly a soul beast?" Xiaowu glanced at Feng, realizing he must have disclosed her identity to Zhu Zhuqing. She nodded and said, "Feng has already informed you, right?" "Yes, I am, in truth, 100,000-year soul beast transformed into a human." "Zhuqing, will you still consider me a friend?" she asked. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. "I came to terms with it on my way here. If you regard me as a friend, I shall regard you as one in return. Promise me you won't reveal my identity, all right?" Xiaowu pleaded. "Rest assured, I will keep your secret," Zhu Zhuqing assured her. Xiaowu sighed in relief, saying, "Thank you. We are friends." Zhu Zhuqing affirmed, "Indeed." Xiaowu beamed with joy and turned to the Titan Great Ape, saying, "Ming, I must leave with them once more. Take care." The Titan Giant Ape, with reluctance, said, "Sister Xiaowu, can you not stay here with us forever?" Xiaowu shook her head. "I have already transformed. I must connect with the essence of humanity to enhance my cultivation more swiftly. Rest assured, I shall visit you and Ming often." "Very well. But do remember to return frequently," the Titan Giant Ape replied. "Do not worry." Xiaowu waved her hand and walked towards Feng and Zhu Zhuqing. Feng remarked, "There is no need to hurry away." Xiaowu responded, "I have been away for quite some time. If I do not return soon, they will undoubtedly believe I have perished." Zhu Zhuqing added, "Xiaowu, when you were first captured, they already presumed you were dead. Once Tang San absorbs the soul ring, they will likely depart." "And what of Rong Rong?" Xiaowu inquired. "Rong Rong intended to come with us, but she was knocked unconscious by Teacher Zhao. Do not worry. Teacher Zhao will ensure her safe passage," Zhu Zhuqing reassured. Feng stepped forward to Xiaowu's side, gazing up at the towering Titan Giant Ape, and said, "Xiaowu, I wish to spar with this esteemed brother, Ming." Chapter 78. The Shock of Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing. Feng, what did you just say?" Xiaowu was taken aback, unable to comprehend what she had just heard. Zhu Zhuqing wore a similarly stunned expression. Feng chuckled. "I said I wish to spar with Ming." "Feng, have you lost your mind?" Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed anxiously. "Human brat, do you dare to challenge me?" The Titan Giant Ape glared menacingly. Feng nodded, "Indeed." The Titan Giant Ape declared, "With a mere finger, I could crush you. Are you certain you wish to engage in battle?" "Absolutely," Feng affirmed. "What an audacious human. Let me see what you are capable of." The Titan Giant Ape was incensed by Feng's challenge. The audacity of a mere human soul master to provoke it felt like an affront, and it was determined to teach Feng a lesson. The Titan Giant Ape raised its hand, extending a massive finger towards Feng. It intended to use a single digit to instill the lesson of humility in Feng. "Ming, no?" Xiaowu shouted, stepping in front of Feng. "He is my friend," she declared. "Sister Xiaowu, your friend is too arrogant. Allow me to discipline him," the Titan Giant Ape retorted. Xiaowu turned to Feng, her expression serious. "Feng, Ming is a friend I grew up with. He possesses the strength of 100,000 years, equivalent to a title Douluo among humans. I acknowledge your prowess, but you are merely a soul master. You stand no chance against Ming. Challenge him once you attain the rank of title Douluo." Feng offered no explanation, merely smiling as he waved his hand gently. An invisible breeze lifted Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, carrying them 100 meters away. The two were momentarily astonished, their delicate faces reflecting sheer disbelief. They could not fathom the extraordinary abilities displayed by Yi Feng. How could he possibly send them soaring 100 meters away with just a flick of his wrist? The Titan giant ape retracted its finger, remarking, "It seems I have underestimated you. The feat you just performed is beyond my capability. Who exactly are you?" The Titan giant ape was taken aback. Yi Feng's effortless gesture truly startled it. Yi Feng replied with a smile, "Defeat me, and I shall reveal my identity." The Titan giant ape ceased its speech and, with a ferocious roar, hurled its fist, resembling a small mountain, towards Yi Feng. In the distance, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing widened their eyes, their expressions fraught with tension. Yi Feng maintained a faint smile, delivering a gentle punch that met the Titan's dark, colossal fist. The contrast of size and color, one large and one small, one black and one white, resulted in a collision that captivated the two girls' anxious gazes. A resounding crash echoed as the Titan giant ape's mighty form was unexpectedly sent reeling backward, crashing through a swath of trees and flying nearly 100 meters away. "How can this be?" Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in disbelief. The two girls rubbed their eyes simultaneously, struggling to comprehend the scene they had just witnessed. To think that a soul beast that had existed for 100,000 years could be sent flying by a single punch from Yi Feng. Was he not a mere soul master? How could he possess such formidable strength? For a fleeting moment, Xiao Wu even entertained the thought that the Titan giant ape and Yi Feng were conspiring in an act. Yet she knew that was impossible. Ming would never engage in a charade with a human. The two girls exchanged glances, each reflecting the astonishment mirrored on the other's face. With a thunderous roar, the Titan giant ape soared into the sky, crashing down before Yi Feng with a resounding thud. The earth trembled as fissures spiderwebbed outward from its colossal feet. Boom, boom, boom. The Titan giant ape pounded its fists against its chest, releasing an enraged roar. Feeling the humiliation of being repelled by a mere human youth, it was especially mortifying to have this transpire before Xiao Wu. Truly, the Titan giant ape was as resilient as it was formidable. Yi Feng remarked with a smile, "Indeed. That punch earlier was delivered without the aid of divine power. I merely utilized a fraction of my physical strength to push the Titan giant ape back. Had that blow landed upon a tidal Douluo, it would have surely resulted in severe injury. Yet, the Titan giant ape merely felt pain, with nothing more to show for it. Human, I demand a duel with you." The Titan giant ape roared fiercely, launching yet another assault. This time, it swung its enormous palm down from the heavens, aiming to crush Yi Feng into the earth. Simultaneously, its innate domain, the gravity field, was unleashed, amplifying the gravitational force within a 100-meter radius. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback, feeling as if she were mired in a swamp, unable to move. "Is Yi Feng going to be all right?" Zhu Zhuqing expressed her concern. Xiao Wu, her eyes sparkling, gazed intently at Yi Feng and remarked, "He should be fine. Did you not see how composed he is? He even wears a smile." In Xiao Wu's eyes, Yi Feng suddenly took on an air of mystery. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Zhu Zhuqing relaxed a bit, her beautiful eyes fixed firmly on Yi Feng's figure. "Get down," the Titan giant ape bellowed, its colossal palm descending like a mountain. Yi Feng raised one hand, presenting a stark contrast to the dark, massive paw of the Titan giant ape. As their hands collided, the earth trembled, and a powerful shockwave radiated outward, sending dust and debris flying, uprooting small trees in the process. The Titan giant ape was once again taken aback. It had exerted 50% of its strength with this strike, expecting to bury Yi Feng in the soil, yet he effortlessly absorbed the impact. In that moment of collision, it felt the terrifying power emanating from Yi Feng's hand. Even more astonishing was the fact that not only did Yi Feng's body remain unyielding, but the ground showed no signs of disturbance. It could not fathom where the force it exerted on Yi Feng had dissipated. The Titan giant ape roared in frustration, pressing its palm down with renewed vigor. This time, it held nothing back, having finally recognized Yi Feng's formidable strength. This was undoubtedly a human powerhouse of terrifying capability, one that warranted its utmost effort. The Titan giant ape summoned all of its strength, pushing down with full force. Yet, Yi Feng remained utterly unmoved. The Titan giant ape placed its other hand atop the first, compounding its weight. It refused to believe that a human could possess greater strength than itself. Yi Feng, with an air of ease, shook his head and said, "Daiming, your power is too weak." Instantly provoked, The Titan giant ape roared in anger. Go! Feng clasped one of the Titan giant ape's fingers with both hands and hurled it aside. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing widened their eyes in astonishment. They witnessed the Titan giant ape's enormous form being tossed by Feng, crashing violently to the ground. With a thunderous roar, the earth cracked open, the surrounding area resembling the aftermath of an earthquake. The massive Titan giant ape appeared as a mere toy in Feng's hands. A breathtaking spectacle that left an indelible impression on Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's minds, one they could not shake off. Was Feng truly a 99th ranked title Douluo? This thought arose in their minds. Chapter 79, Silver Dragon King Guu Yuna. Daiming, are you coming again? Feng chuckled. Human, you have provoked my ire. The Titan giant ape roared, unleashing its full might. In the ensuing chaos, the ground fractured violently. Ancient trees splintered apart. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were compelled to retreat repeatedly, halting at a distance of 500 meters. Feng is astonishingly powerful, Zhu Zhuqing murmured. Xiao Wu remarked. The ease with which he subdues Ming places him among the elite in the realm of title Douluo. She then expressed her frustration. It appears that Feng has been the most concealed of all, even deceiving me. Zhu Zhuqing suggested. Let us await the conclusion of the battle before demanding an explanation from him. On the battlefield, the Titan giant ape unleashed relentless, destructive assaults. Yet Feng effortlessly countered each one. At that moment, the ape's rage dissipated, replaced by an exhilarating thrill. What sheer exhilaration! It bellowed joyously as it fought. It could perceive that every strike from Feng was a raw physical assault, devoid of any auxiliary powers. Each impact upon its form elicited intense pain, a sensation that invigorated its nerves, igniting a profound excitement within it. Such corporeal clashes were its favored mode of combat. Observing Feng's slender physique, it found itself increasingly drawn to this human. Moments later, the Titan giant ape could no longer withstand the escalating ferocity of Feng's onslaught. It felt as though it might sustain internal injuries if the battle continued. Stop! It roared, retreating. What is this? No longer willing to fight? Feng inquired with a smile. The Titan giant ape replied, I concede, I cannot best you. Feng gestured towards Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing in the distance, saying, let us converse over there. Very well, the ape agreed. This region has been marked by a profound chasm, rendering it an unsuitable place for conversation. At this moment, deep within the starry great forest, even the hidden realms unknown to the likes of Ming and Ming for millennia are occupied by a group of formidable beings exuding an aura of terror. Each of these individuals possesses a humanoid form, yet they emanate a ferocious essence akin to that of savage beasts, embodying unparalleled ferocity. At the forefront stands a man clad in a black robe, appearing to be in his 40s, with a handsome and resolute visage. A streak of golden hair cascading down one side of his forehead. Leading the group, the others vary in stature and build, all intently gazing at a small, verdant lake teeming with the essence of life. Suddenly, ripples began to form at the center of the emerald waters. The individuals standing at the shore immediately tempered their auras, adopting an air of utmost reverence. Shortly thereafter, the ground trembled, and the lake appeared to boil, releasing a multitude of bubbles. With a thunderous roar, the earth split open, and a dazzling silver light surged forth from beneath the waters. Thudding onto the shore was an enormous silver claw, entirely radiant and adorned with hexagonal silver scales that refracted an otherworldly glow. The immense claw bore an unparalleled oppressive force, compelling those on the shore to instinctively bow in worship. The man at the forefront, his expression brimming with joy, promptly knelt on one knee and proclaimed, "We humbly welcome our master's emergence." The others followed suit, kneeling fervently and chanting in adulation. In an instant, the earth erupted, and a colossal figure over 100 feet long ascended from the depths, crashing heavily onto the ground. The kneeling individuals immediately prostrated themselves, unable to gaze directly upon the immense silhouette. This grand creature revealed itself to be a silver dragon, radiating a silvery luminescence. As the brilliance gradually faded, a captivating figure emerged. Long, silver hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, flowing down to her delicate ankles, each strand resembling crystal and exuding an indescribable beauty. Her slightly pallid skin, clear and transparent purple eyes, elegantly curled lashes, and graceful form with dainty feet could hardly be encapsulated by mere words. Her ethereal presence evoked the image of a celestial being, untouched by the mundane world. "Rise," commanded the Silver Dragon King, Guu Yuna. The assemblage immediately stood in reverence, their eyes still averted from her gaze. A century ago, I was abruptly awakened from my seclusion, gifted with a vision of the future. 100 years hence, a human male would lead our soul beast clan to resurgence, to ascend to the divine realm and reclaim what is rightfully ours. Now, a century has passed, and that human has finally appeared, Guu Yuna stated. Master, can a single human truly guide us back to glory? Inquired Tian. I trust my intuition, she replied. Guu Yuna spoke and walked outside. Follow me, let us meet him. The Titan great ape strode forth with remarkable speed, while Feng appeared to stroll leisurely alongside the Titan. Moments later, Feng and the Titan reached the side of Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Wu rushed over, stopping abruptly before Feng, her beautiful eyes fixated on him, as if trying to see through him. Zhu Zhuqing, too, gazed curiously at Feng. Feng, you have concealed your strength so well. I had no idea you were this powerful, Wu exclaimed in astonishment. Feng smiled, replying, Are you not aware of it now? Humph. Back at Shrek Academy, you deceived me, claiming it was your servant who discerned my identity, when in fact it was you yourself, Wu said with a displeased expression. Zhu Zhuqing inquired, Feng, how can you be so strong when you are merely a soul master? She regarded Feng, feeling a sudden sense of unfamiliarity. With a thought, Feng summoned 3 black soul rings that swiftly transformed into golden ones, followed by the appearance of a 4th, 5th, and 6th golden ring. Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and the Titan Great Ape were left astounded by the emergence of these golden soul rings. They all knew that the most formidable soul rings belonged to those of 100,000 years, denoted by red rings. Yet, Feng's rings were golden, a phenomenon they had never encountered before. Furthermore, the number of soul rings on Feng surpassed 10. The brilliance of the golden light was overwhelming, causing Wu and Zhu Zhuqing to feel slightly dizzy. Feng chuckled as he retracted his soul rings. Wu wiped the sweat from her forehead, exclaiming, That was terrifying. How could there be so many soul rings, especially golden ones? Feng, how many years do the golden rings represent? Zhu Zhuqing asked curiously. Feng replied, The golden rings signify 1,000,000 years. Hiss. Wu and Zhu Zhuqing could not help but gasp in shock once more. 1,000,000-year soul ring. Could there truly be soul beasts that reached such an age? The Titan Great Ape murmured, overwhelmed by the revelation. This was the first time it had heard of a soul beast existing for 1,000,000 years. Suddenly, it reacted. Its enormous eyes filled with murderous intent as it glared at Feng, demanding, Did you kill so many 1,000,000-year soul beasts? Feng shook his head. I have not slain a single one. Then how did you acquire your soul rings? You are deceiving me. The Titan Great Ape roared, its energy fluctuations intensifying, clearly ready to confront Feng. Second Ming, Feng's soul rings were not obtained through the hunting of soul beasts. Wu urgently interjected. Without hunting soul beasts, how could he possibly possess so many soul rings? Wu, do not let him deceive you. The Titan Great Ape insisted. Wu clarified, Second Ming. These soul rings were bestowed upon him by the divine. They were not acquired through hunting soul beasts. Divine? The gods of humanity? Do they truly exist? The Titan Great Ape expressed its bewilderment. Indeed, it exists, for I now possess the might of a deity, Feng proclaimed. As he spoke, a golden soul ring manifested upon his hand. This was the divine soul ring, which could only be condensed upon attaining god-level strength. One can acquire a soul ring in such a manner? The Titan Great Ape exclaimed in astonishment. Feng, you are truly a god. Wu cried out in disbelief. Chapter 80. The Gift of the Divine Artifact. Xian Huang's staff indeed. I am a god, and a formidable one at that, Feng declared. He no longer concealed his strength. The reason he chose to battle with Erming was to recruit him into the Underworld organization, to rapidly expand the Underworld. Attracting powerful individuals is an excellent strategy. The Spirit Hall, along with formidable soul beasts like Erming, were among his targets for subjugation. Cultivating a 100,000-year soul beast or a tidal Douluo to become a deity would be far easier than nurturing those weaker soul masters. Moreover, he aspired to discover the ferocious beasts with cultivation spanning hundreds of thousands of years, intending to bend them to his will. And then there was the Silver Dragon King, a woman he could not afford to overlook. However, he was still uncertain about how to approach Guu Yuna. Zhu Zhuqing, with a complex expression, said, Since you are a god, why do you associate with us mere mortals? Do you truly regard us as friends? Feng replied, Of course I consider you friends. I am with you because you possess the potential to ascend to godhood, and I wish to assist you in achieving that. Really? We can become gods? Xiao Wu asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Absolutely. With my assistance, within a decade, you shall step into the realm of divinity, Yi Feng assured them. A decade. Both Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu were captivated. In legends, gods were immortal and omnipotent. Previously, they believed gods were mere myths. Now, upon learning that gods truly existed and that Yi Feng believed they too could ascend, they were filled with immense anticipation. You used only a fraction of your strength when we fought earlier? The Titan giant ape inquired. It had sensed Yi Feng's unfathomable power during their encounter, and now, after Yi Feng proclaimed his divine capabilities, its curiosity only deepened. Yi Feng extended a finger. 1/10. The Titan giant ape guessed. Less than 1/100th, Yi Feng clarified. You were that strong? The Titan giant ape was momentarily stunned, but soon excitement took over. Then, can you help me become a god as well? Yi Feng smiled. Of course, as long as you treat me as a friend, I will surely assist you. Yi Feng, we are friends. The Titan giant ape quickly affirmed, grinning widely and letting out a hearty laugh. Yi Feng opened his palm, and a hefty black iron rod appeared in his hand. This rod, as thick as a thigh and over 2 meters long, exuded a substantial weight. This is a gift for our meeting, named the Xianhuang rod. It is infused with a trace of Xianhuang energy and weighs 1 million pounds, making it quite suitable for you. While it may not qualify as a supreme artifact, its weight and hardness surpass many of them, Yi Feng explained. Upon hearing that the rod weighed 1 million pounds, the Titan giant ape's eyes lit up. Does this rod really weigh 1 million pounds? Indeed, Yi Feng nodded. I don't believe it. Xiao Wu approached, her gaze fixed on the dark rod before her. It's merely over 2 meters long. I can lift it with one hand, she remarked, observing Yi Feng effortlessly supporting the staff. Utterly disbelieving that it could weigh 1 million pounds, perhaps 100 at most, as she extended her hand to attempt lifting the iron rod from Yi Feng's grasp. Her expression transformed into one of astonishment, gradually flushing with embarrassment. With a mighty cry, she exerted all her strength but found herself utterly incapable of raising the iron rod. This is no fun. It's far too heavy, Xiao Wu pouted. Let me try. The Titan giant ape reached forth, seizing the shin yellow rod. As it sank slightly, its robust legs sunk into the ground. Goodness, it must truly weigh 1 million pounds, the Titan giant ape exclaimed, feeling the strain of lifting the rod with its immense strength. It swung the shin yellow rod a few times, causing the air to resonate with explosive sounds. The weight is quite commendable, though it is regrettably a bit short, the Titan giant ape lamented. Yi Feng replied, if you drip your essence blood upon it, it shall recognize you as its master, and its size and weight can be altered at your will. The Titan giant ape, overjoyed, pounded its chest with a fist and opened its mouth wide, expelling a stream of essence blood. Upon absorbing the blood, the shin yellow rod began to emanate a radiant glow. Vibrating gently. Moments later, the rod fluctuated in size within the Titan giant ape's grasp, much to its delight. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing gazed on, envious of such a wondrous weapon. Yi Feng, I want one too, Xiao Wu implored, her eyes wide with longing. Yi Feng replied, your cultivation is still too weak. You wouldn't be able to wield it effectively. You must at least attain the title Douluo rank to harness even a fraction of the artifact's power. Well then, when will I reach the title Douluo realm? Xiao Wu asked. Did I not mention? With my assistance, you can break through to the divine level within 10 years. And reaching title Douluo will be even swifter, Yi Feng assured her. Thank you, Yi Feng, Zhu Zhuqing said gratefully. No need for formalities. We are friends, Yi Feng replied. Yi Feng, I am truly grateful. I adore your gift. You shall always be my dear friend. Should you ever need anything, do not hesitate to command me, the Titan giant ape declared, thumping its chest in earnest. Very well, Yi Feng agreed, adding, you have another brother, do you not? I wish to make his acquaintance as well. I will take you to meet my elder brother, the Titan giant ape said gleefully, pondering whether Yi Feng might bestow yet another gift upon him. Xiao Wu, let us go. I wish to see your home, Yi Feng suggested. All right. It has been a while since I last saw Daiming. Let us return for a visit, Xiao Wu replied. Master, shall we continue our journey? Zhao Wuji, with a look of concern, asked, Teacher Zhao. The roar of the beasts was utterly terrifying, and the violent explosions suggest that fearsome soul beasts are engaged in battle. Perhaps we should refrain from advancing. Oscar, his complexion pale, spoke with trepidation. Tang San and Daim Mubai gazed into the depths of the forest, their hearts equally filled with dread. Yu Xiaojiang, his expression grave, remarked, The battle we just witnessed must have been between that Titan giant ape and other soul beasts. It is truly horrifying that such a soul beast can contend with the Titan giant ape to such an extent. He gazed at the footprints left by the Titan giant ape and remarked, "We have journeyed for so long without a trace of Leaf Wind and Zhu Zhuqing. It is highly likely that they too have fallen prey to the Titan giant ape. Teacher, let us return. We have entered the territory of a 10,000-year soul beast. And with nightfall approaching, the forest will grow increasingly perilous," Tang San stated. "Alas, it must be so. I never anticipated Leaf Wind to act so recklessly. Youth is so impetuous, unable to withstand any provocation." Yu Xiaojiang sighed heavily. "What a pity it is to lose such a promising talent. Otherwise, I, Yu Xiaojiang, would be held in even greater esteem," he mused to himself. "It is truly regrettable that I could not personally vanquish you. How unfortunate indeed." Tang San felt a pang of sadness within. "Better off dead, Leaf Wind. If I cannot possess you, then you shall not be possessed by anyone." Daim Mubai felt a sudden sense of relief. Chapter 81. The arrival of Guu Yuna. Zhao Wujia wore a worried expression and said, "If Leaf Wind perished here, what shall we do if the title Douluo behind him seeks retribution against us?" Yu Xiaojiang replied, "We cannot be blamed. Leaf Wind acted foolishly. Furthermore, Shrek Academy is not without its own backing." Zhao Wujia was taken aback and asked, "What backing do we possess?" Yu Xiaojiang chuckled, "Have you forgotten about Mubai? He is now the prince of the Star Luo Empire, with the entire empire supporting him." Daim Mubai immediately straightened his posture and said, "Indeed, should Shrek Academy encounter trouble, I will not stand idly by." With a smile, Yu Xiaojiang continued, "Moreover, title Douluos are not exclusive to Leaf Wind. I have my own connections as well." "Master." Zhao Wujia was greatly astonished, as he was not well acquainted with Yu Xiaojiang's background, having only heard from Flinder about his impressive abilities. Yu Xiaojiang said, "Just know that my origins are equally remarkable. Master's surname is Yu. Could it be related to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect?" Zhao Wujia thought in astonishment. "Enough. Night is fast approaching. We must hasten our departure," Yu Xiaojiang declared. Ning Rongrong remained silent, her face a mask of heartbreak, her heart heavy with sorrow. She never imagined that on this journey through the Star Luo forest, she would lose both of her newly made close friends and the one she cherished to the jaws of beasts. She fought to suppress her tears, determined not to weep before Yu Xiaojiang and the others. "Titan giant ape, wait for me. I shall ensure my grandfather, the sword, avenges you," Ning Rongrong vowed silently. Not far ahead, the Titan giant ape, leading the way, suddenly halted. "My elder brother has arrived," it exclaimed joyfully. "Daiming is here." With a joyful exclamation, Xiaowu announced her delight. Before them, a colossal soul beast, the azure bull python, adorned with a dense array of cerulean scales, slithered swiftly towards them. The fearsome appearance of this creature compelled Zhu Zhuqing to instinctively retreat behind Yi Feng, clutching his arm tightly. While the Titan giant ape was indeed intimidating, its humanoid form offered some semblance of comfort. The serpentine visage of the azure bull python only heightened Zhu Zhuqing's trepidation. "Do not fear, I am here," Yi Feng reassured her, gently patting her hand. "Are you all right, little brother?" The azure bull python called out, hastening closer. "Big brother, I am fine." The Titan giant ape responded with excitement, eager to showcase to his elder brother the treasure he had recently acquired. "Xiaowu," she exclaimed joyfully. "Sister Xiaowu, you have truly returned." The azure bull python replied with glee. Its gaze sharpened as it scrutinized Yi Feng and Zhu Zhuqing beside Xiaowu. "Allow me to clarify. Daiming, these two are my friends. This is Yi Feng, and she is Zhu Zhuqing," Xiaowu hurriedly explained. The azure bull python remained silent for a moment before turning to the Titan giant ape and inquiring, "Little brother, who were you battling just now? Was it a human title Douluo?" It had sensed the intensity of the recent confrontation, aware that the Titan giant ape had encountered a formidable opponent, prompting its swift arrival. "Big brother, it was Yi Feng who was sparring with me," the Titan giant ape replied. The azure bull python regarded Yi Feng once more, its massive eyes beginning to emit a dangerous glimmer. "You are a human title Douluo? What is your true intention in approaching Xiaowu?" It bellowed. "Big brother, Yi Feng is our friend. We were merely exchanging techniques," the Titan giant ape clarified. The azure bull python cautioned, "Little brother, your mind is too simple. Do not be deceived by cunning humans." "Big brother, I am not deceiving you. Look, this is the divine artifact bestowed upon me by Yi Feng," the Titan giant ape proclaimed, opening its enormous hand to reveal a stick the size of a chopstick. "Behold," it shouted, as the stick rapidly expanded, transforming into a 15-meter-long, barrel-thick black staff. The enlarged Xianyuan stick was adorned with peculiar patterns, emanating an overwhelming pressure. "What manner of staff is this?" the azure bull python exclaimed in astonishment. It could sense the terrifying aura radiating from the staff, far surpassing even its own magnitude as a 100,000-year soul beast. "Little brother has acquired such a precious artifact," the Titan giant ape declared with pride. "This is the divine artifact Xianyuan stick, a gift from Yifeng. He is truly not an ill-intentioned individual. He is our friend." Xiaowu added, "I have known Yifeng for a long time. If he were wicked, he would have harmed me long ago." At last, the azure bull python found itself swayed by the words of the Titan giant ape and Xiaowu. "I apologize. I misjudged you," it said to Yifeng. Yet, a lingering question remained in its heart. How could a human forge such a bond with a soul beast? The Titan great ape remarked, "Brother, Yifeng's prowess is not merely that of a title Douluo. He has ascended to a divine level." "What constitutes a divine level?" inquired the azure bull python, astonished. "A divine level represents a realm beyond the 99th rank of humanity, equivalent to a state beyond 1,000,000 years for our soul beasts," the Titan great ape elucidated. "What?" The azure bull python was taken aback. It was aware that the pinnacle of human soul masters was the 99th rank. Yet it was oblivious to the existence of realms beyond that level, and that the individual before it had attained such heights. Furthermore, this realm surpassed even that of a 1,000,000-year soul beast, leaving the azure bull python in a state of bewilderment. Having been entrenched in the 100,000-year realm for many years, it had deeply felt the arduousness of further ascension, let alone reaching 1,000,000 years. "How formidable is the divine level?" the azure bull python queried. "Brother, during my previous battle with Yifeng, he exerted less than 1% of his strength. I was utterly no match for him," the Titan great ape confessed. "So powerful?" the azure bull python exclaimed in shock. At that moment, Yifeng's expression shifted, and he gazed towards the depths of the forest. He sensed that the most ferocious beasts at the heart of the Star Luo forest were hastening towards him. Yifeng extended his consciousness forward and immediately beheld the figures of those formidable creatures. At the forefront of this menacing pack stood an ethereal beauty, seemingly untouched by the mundane world. Guuna. Yifeng was momentarily taken aback, although he had never encountered Guu Yuna in person. Her stunning visage and extraordinary aura were sufficient for him to ascertain her identity. During his initial foray into the Star Luo forest, he had scanned the area with his consciousness, discovering only the likes of Emperor Tian and other beasts, with no sign of the Silver Dragon King. He speculated that the Silver Dragon King must possess a means to shield against divine perception, or perhaps the environment was somewhat extraordinary. Otherwise, why had the divine realm failed to locate the Silver Dragon King for so many years? To his astonishment, the Silver Dragon King had taken the initiative to appear, seemingly approaching him. Could my battle with Erming have drawn her attention? Yifeng pondered. According to the original history of the Douluo Continent, Guu Yuna would not have emerged so early. "Yifeng, what is the matter?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired. "Nothing," Yifeng replied with a smile, shaking his head. He has little to worry about. Guu Yuna would undoubtedly refrain from engaging him in a divine battle here. Otherwise, the pantheon of divine kings in the divine realm would certainly sense it at the very first moment. "Yifeng, I wish to spar with you." To witness the true strength of a divine-level powerhouse, the Tianqing Niumang declared, brimming with eagerness. "Very well," Yifeng replied, unperturbed by the prospect of Guu Yuna discovering his true prowess. Chapter 82. Guu Yuna's request. Ming, Sister Xiaowu, please step back, Ming said excitedly. "Zhu Qing, let us move over there," Xiaowu said, taking Zhu Zhuqing's hand. All right. Once the two girls had distanced themselves from the Titan giant ape, the Tianqing Niumang announced, "Yifeng, I am about to launch my attack." "Proceed," Yifeng responded. As soon as he finished speaking, he sensed an unfamiliar divine consciousness arriving in this place. Yifeng recognized it as the consciousness of Guu Yuna, understanding that his battle with the Tianqing Niumang had piqued her interest. A hazy azure aura emanated from the Tianqing Niumang, swiftly enveloping a radius of 100 meters. Yifeng distinctly felt that under this azure light, the movement speed of all objects became sluggish in an instant. This was the Tianqing Niumang's innate domain, the domain of slowing, capable of decelerating the speed of its adversaries. However, with Yifeng's prowess, he was entirely unaffected by this domain's influence. After releasing the slowing domain, the Tianqing Niumeng opened its mouth, and a long azure blade of light shot forth at an astonishing speed towards Yifeng. The azure blade radiated an extraordinarily sharp aura, and as it passed, tiny fissures appeared in the space around it. Although these cracks quickly mended, they indicated the terrifying nature of the Tianqing Niumeng's attack. Coupled with the slowing domain, a title Douluo would undoubtedly have to endure this strike head-on. Yifeng stood there quietly, a faint smile gracing his face as if he were oblivious to the Tianqing Niumeng's assault. It was not until the azure blade loomed before him that he raised his hand, bending his middle finger and lightly flicking the blade. With a series of cracking sounds, the blade shattered into countless fragments beneath his fingertip. Indeed, formidable. The Tianqing Niumeng mused silently, preparing to launch another attack. The previous strike had merely been a probe. Now, it would unleash its most potent strike to see if it could inflict harm upon Yifeng. Tianqing Jimmy Thunder. It roared, unleashing a massive azure lightning bolt from its body, cleaving towards Yifeng. This thunder exuded an aura of annihilation, withering all flora in its path, draining the essence of life. After delivering this strike, the Tianqing Niumeng remained still, fixated on Yifeng, eager to witness how he would withstand this onslaught. Indeed, this was even stronger than Erming's attack, Yifeng remarked with a smile. He raised his right hand, reaching towards the descending bolt of thunder. The thunder struck the palm of Yifeng, unleashing a blinding radiance as the energy of the lightning surged forth, ravaging the flora within 100 meters, leaving them lifeless in its wake. After a few moments, the dazzling light gradually diminished, yet Yifeng remained poised in the act of grasping. His palms bore no scars, and even his clothing remained unscathed. "Brother, I told you he is exceptionally strong," remarked the Titan giant ape. Yifeng inquired, "Would you like to test my strength once more?" Deming shook his head. "No need. Your prowess is truly terrifying, I concede." The Titan giant ape approached and asked, "Yifeng, I am your friend, and my elder brother is your friend as well, correct?" Yifeng smiled. "Of course, as brothers of Xiao Wu, you are naturally my friends." Xiao Wu, overhearing this, felt immensely touched. The Titan giant ape, with a cheeky grin, said, "You gifted me a welcoming present. Could you possibly bestow one upon my elder brother as well?" Deming immediately reprimanded him. "Second brother, what nonsense are you spouting? Such a gift is far too extravagant. It is already a tremendous fortune for you to receive one from Yifeng. How can you still dare to ask for more?" "Yifeng, I apologize." The Titan giant ape quickly replied, its massive head drooping like a child who has misbehaved. "It's fine. I actually have a gift for Deming," Yifeng said. The Underworld System is fundamentally designed to cultivate powerful beings and establish a formidable force. Within it, numerous resources, including techniques, weapons, and rare treasures, can be utilized to nurture his subordinates. The cultivation of soul beasts is significantly more arduous than that of soul masters. And Deming and Erming will soon confront the tribulation. With the divine artifact he is about to receive, their chances of overcoming the calamity will greatly increase. Yifeng opened his palm, revealing a pair of azure scissors. This is the divine artifact, the Azure Dragon Scissors, whose sharpness has reached the pinnacle just below that of a supreme artifact. By dripping your blood upon it, you may claim it as your own. Gently, Yifeng sent the Azure Dragon Scissors soaring towards Deming, where it halted before his colossal bovine head. "Yifeng, we have only just met. Such a precious gift is something I cannot accept." Deming shook his head. Despite his words, his gaze remained fixated on the Azure Dragon Scissors, clearly captivated. "Accept it. I have no need for divine artifacts. Now that we are friends, this is my gift to you as a token of our meeting," Yifeng insisted. Deming still hesitated, asking, "Do you require something from me?" Yifeng replied, "Indeed, I have a request. I hope you will join the force I am establishing, known as the Underworld. Please consider it. Regardless of your answer, this divine artifact is a gift I offer freely." "Yifeng, so you are the founder of the Underworld?" Xiao Wu exclaimed. Zhu Zhuqing's charming face also reflected surprise as she remarked, "We had speculated that you hailed from the Underworld, but never did we imagine it was you who established it. Is the Underworld quite renowned?" Deming inquired. Xiao Wu responded, "Indeed, it is quite famous. The Underworld is the most enigmatic force on the Douluo Continent. No one knows the location of its headquarters, nor the number of its powerful beings. Even the Spirit Hall holds a measure of trepidation towards the Underworld." Zhu Zhuqing remarked, "I have finally come to understand why the Spirit Hall dares not confront the Underworld. With Yifeng present, none can challenge it." Daiming replied, "As a soul beast, Aligning with human factions may not be prudent. Yi Feng responded, in my view, soul beasts and humans stand on equal footing. Your joining the underworld is entirely acceptable, and rest assured, its members shall harbor no discrimination against you. After a moment of contemplation, Daiming stated, I can join the underworld, yet I shall not partake in any actions that harm fellow soul beasts. Fear not. The underworld's mission is to adjudicate the gravest evils of the world. Moreover, upon joining, your freedom will remain intact. You may continue your cultivation within the Star Luo forest. Yi Feng assured. Very well, I shall join the underworld, Daiming declared. Yi Feng, I too wish to join the underworld, Erming chimed in. Yi Feng, may I join as well? Xiao Wu inquired. Of course, came the affirmative reply. And I as well, Zhu Zhuqing added. Am I permitted to join the underworld? A melodious female voice suddenly resonated from the depths of the forest. Who goes there? Daiming exclaimed, pivoting sharply, eyes narrowing in vigilance towards the forest's interior. At the moment that voice emerged, it sensed a surge of powerful, unfamiliar auras. To its astonishment, a cohort of enigmatic and formidable beings had materialized deep within the Star Luo forest, leaving Daiming utterly astonished. Furthermore, from those potent auras, it discerned the presence of kindred spirits, indicating that these newly appeared entities were, like itself, soul beasts. Daiming had always considered itself and Erming as the sovereigns of the Star Luo forest. The arrival of these soul beasts left it momentarily disoriented. Who are you? Erming, too, felt the imposing presence of Emperor Tian and others, roaring with authority. Under the watchful gaze of Yi Feng and the others, Guu Yuna approached, accompanied by Emperor Tian and the fierce beasts. What a stunning sister, Xiao Wu murmured, completely captivated by Guu Yuna's beauty and grace. Zhu Zhuqing was equally taken aback, her gaze fixated on Guu Yuna, her heart in tumult. How could such an extraordinary woman exist in this world? Zhu Zhuqing had once believed that she, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong were among the most exquisite beauties on the Douluo Continent. Little did she realize that the woman before her eclipsed them in both appearance and poise, rendering them mere shadows in her radiant presence. Daiming and Erming's focus diverged from that of Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. They were more concerned with the identities of these newcomers. Who are you? Daiming inquired warily. Although it recognized that they were also soul beasts, it could not ascertain whether they were friend or foe, especially given their sudden and unheralded arrival. Guu Yuna's voice flowed gently like water as she replied, Do not worry, little one. I am the soul beast sovereign, the Silver Dragon King. Soul beast sovereign. Such audacity. Erming, with a fiery temperament, was immediately incensed upon hearing Guu Yuna's words. How audacious! How dare you show disrespect to our sovereign? Di Tian bellowed, unleashing a fearsome aura. Roar, roar, roar. Beside him, the dark golden terror claw bear, the king of all beasts, and the hell dragon king all erupted with terrifying energy. In an instant, within the Star Luo forest, countless soul beasts prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling in fear. The soul masters still lingering in the forest were so frightened that they fled in a panic, desperate to escape. Daiming and Erming found it difficult to endure the combined ferocity emanating from so many ferocious beasts. Erming's legs trembled, gradually bending beneath him. Daiming's upright torso was also being slowly pressed downwards. Guu Yuna exuded a hint of dragon might, and in that moment, Daiming and Erming lost any thought of resistance. With a thud, Erming knelt on the ground, and Daiming followed suit. In their hearts, there was no anger. They could sense that Guu Yuna was indeed their queen. Hurry and pay your respects to our sovereign, Di Tian commanded. The Tianqing bull python and the Titan giant ape acknowledged. We greet you, our sovereign, Daiming and Erming exclaimed loudly. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, frightened, stood behind Yi Feng. They could feel the terrifying aura of the ferocious beasts, yet they experienced no pressure as Yi Feng shielded them. Rise, Guu Yuna said calmly. Only then did Daiming and Erming stand up. Xiao Wu, standing behind Yi Feng, did not find Guu Yuna frightening and inquired, You claim to be the master of soul beasts. How is it that we have lived in the Star Luo forest for so many years and never knew of your existence? Guu Yuna replied, I have been in slumber until now, which is why you were unaware of me. She pointed at Di Tian and the others, continuing, As for them, they possess cultivation levels exceeding hundreds of thousands of years, not something you could easily discern. Xiao Wu was further astonished and asked, Are you saying that you have always resided deep within the Star Luo forest? Indeed, Guu Yuna affirmed. But why have you suddenly appeared? Xiao Wu inquired. Guu Yuna turned her gaze to Yi Feng, a beautiful smile gracing her face as she replied, I have come for him. Yi Feng was not surprised. Upon noticing Guu Yuna and her companions approaching, he had already surmised that she was likely seeking him. Yet, he was unaware of her intentions. Did she wish to kill him to avenge the dragon god and the many fallen soul beasts? It was no wonder Yi Feng thought so, for there existed a profound enmity between soul beasts and humans, and Guu Yuna harbored intense hatred towards human deities. Thus, upon discovering a human deity in the Star Luo forest, it would be entirely reasonable for her to desire his demise. Upon hearing that this excessively beautiful woman had come for Yi Feng, Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing immediately adopted a wary demeanor, both grasping Yi Feng's arms. What do you want with Yi Feng? Xiaowu promptly asked. I seek him to discuss certain matters, Guu Yuna responded. Guu Yuna spoke, her gaze fixed upon Yi Feng. So your name is Yi Feng. Greetings, I am Guu Yuna. What brings you to me? Yi Feng replied, hello. What is it you seek? Guu Yuna's eyes remained locked on Yi Feng's face as she continued, Yi Feng, I foresaw the future a century ago. You are destined to lead our soul beast clan to rise, to ascend to the divine realm, and to alter the fate of soul beasts who have been mercilessly hunted by humans. Yi Feng was taken aback, astonished by the unexpected turn of events. He never imagined that Guu Yuna would foresee him as the savior of the soul beasts. If I had not traversed into the Douluo Continent, Guu Yuna would not have appeared at this early juncture, nor would she have had any visions of the future. She perceives me as the redeemer of the soul beasts. Could this be the work of the system? These thoughts flickered through Yi Feng's mind. Guu Yuna continued. After the divine realm's great war, numerous powerful soul beasts were slaughtered by humans, and many were captured and enslaved. The beings of the divine realm have influenced the rules of Douluo Continent, exponentially increasing the difficulty for soul beasts to break through, extinguishing any possibility of ascension. This is an absolute extermination of our kind, and if this continues, there will come a day when soul beasts are entirely annihilated by humans. Upon hearing this, Deming, Ming, and Xiao Wu were filled with righteous indignation. Yi Feng, are you willing to save the soul beast clan and lead us to rise? Guu Yuna inquired. Yi Feng chuckled and asked, do you not wish to inquire about my origins? Are you not concerned that I might be in league with those from the divine realm? As far as I know, the 5 divine kings have long been searching for you, intending to eradicate you completely. Di Tian's expression changed, stating, my lord, I have said this human cannot be trusted. Guu Yuna raised her hand, interrupting Di Tian. Her gaze remained unwavering on Yi Feng's face as she declared, you will not betray me. I trust my instincts and the future I have seen, and I believe in your ability to lead the soul beasts to resurgence. She cast a brief glance at the artifacts of Deming and Ming, further solidifying her belief in the future she envisioned. Yi Feng's smile grew warm as he said, I have no ties to the divine realm. I am willing to assist you, but I have my conditions. I will agree to any condition, Guu Yuna responded without hesitation. Stay by my side until I grant my promise, Yi Feng stipulated. I agree, Guu Yuna replied, unwavering in her decision. My lord, your invaluable self cannot possibly follow a human. Di Tian exclaimed anxiously. My lord, please reconsider. The Hell Dragon King, ZG, immediately knelt before her. My lord, please reconsider. In that moment, the 7 great fierce beasts all knelt, urgently imploring her. They placed their trust in Guu Yuna, yet remained skeptical of Yi Feng, this mere human. However, Guu Yuna is unwavering in her conviction regarding the future she has foreseen. Furthermore, she finds herself devoid of alternatives. Relying on the subordinates of Di Tian? That is utterly inconceivable. Under the oppressive forces of the divine realm, Di Tian's followers lack even the slightest chance of ascension to divinity, let alone the prospect of vengeance. Not to mention the injuries inflicted upon her by the 5 great divine kings, which have yet to heal. If she desires retribution, her only recourse is to place her faith in Yi Feng. Moreover, Yi Feng's only request is for her to remain by his side, a modest price to pay. Are you disregarding my commands? Guu Yuna pronounced with authority. The pack of fierce beasts fell into a hushed silence. Bai Ji and ZG shall remain with me. The rest are to return and focus on their cultivation, Guu Yuna ordered. Reluctantly, Di Tian rose, leading the other beasts back. Bai Ji and ZG chose to stay. Yet, Di Tian remained uneasy, discreetly conveying to ZG and Bai Ji, ensure the safety of our leader, and remain vigilant against that human. Should any insurmountable issues arise, report back to me at once. Fear not, I am aware of my responsibilities, ZG replied telepathically. Standing guard on either side of Guu Yuna, Zg and Bai Ji kept a watchful eye on Yifeng. Yifeng, taken aback, inquired, "Why are you so readily agreeable? Do you not fear that I might betray you to the divine realm?" Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Bai Ji and Zg heightened their vigilance. Guu Yuna responded with a calm smile, "I trust that you will not take such actions. Had you been aligned with the divine realm, you would never bestow divine artifacts upon these two ancient soul beasts." Yifeng nodded in acknowledgement. "Truly deserving of the title Silver Dragon King, you possess remarkable fortitude." He gazed at the somewhat bewildered Ming and Erming and said, "Not only will I bestow upon them divine artifacts, but I shall also impart the techniques of cultivation." "Cultivation techniques? What are those?" Guu Yuna inquired. "How can you, as the Silver Dragon King, be unaware of what cultivation techniques are?" Yifeng questioned. Guu Yuna was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. She genuinely did not understand the term cultivation techniques, and it was indeed the first time she had encountered such a phrase. Zg fixed a cold glare upon Yifeng, declaring, "How could there be anything in this world that our master does not comprehend? Do not feign mystery here." "Zg, be silent," Guu Yuna reprimanded. Zg immediately fell silent, though her eyes continued to cast a hostile glare at Yifeng, dressed in elegant purple attire. Zg was a stunning beauty, her figure tall and statuesque, with long legs that drew considerable attention. Her frosty demeanor only enhanced her allure. Beside her, Bai Ji was equally breathtaking, clad in a flowing emerald gown. In stark contrast to Zg's frigid temperament, Bai Ji exuded a warmth that was quite comforting. Yifeng turned to Zg and asked, "Do you harbor animosity towards me?" Zg let out a disdainful huff, offering no reply to Yifeng's inquiry, yet tacitly acknowledging her feelings. She indeed held a strong dislike for Yifeng, unable to fathom how a mere human could save the Soul Beast clan. Yifeng chuckled softly, unperturbed, and remarked, "Guu Yuna, do you understand why some soul masters and soul beasts cultivate at varying speeds?" Guu Yuna replied, "The speed of cultivation for both soul masters and soul beasts is inherently linked to their innate talent. The higher the talent, the swifter the cultivation." What a foolish question. One that even a simpleton could answer, Zg scoffed, rolling her eyes. Her sarcasm was unmistakable to anyone present. "Zg, please remain quiet," Guu Yuna admonished. Yifeng continued, "Indeed, the speed of cultivation is closely related to innate talent, but aside from talent, there are numerous methods to enhance cultivation speed." Guu Yuna's eyes sparkled with interest as she eagerly urged, "I implore you, Mr. Yi, to enlighten us." Zg paused, her brow furrowing as she focused intently, eager to hear what Yifeng had to say. Yifeng elaborated, "The environment also plays a significant role in cultivation speed. In areas rich with spiritual energy, the rate of cultivation naturally surpasses that of other locations." Guu Yuna nodded in agreement. "That is indeed true." Yifeng continued, "The techniques I previously mentioned are also a means to effectively enhance cultivation speed. Compared to these techniques, the meditation practices of human soul masters and the spirit absorption methods of soul beasts are rather rudimentary." Guu Yuna, brimming with excitement, queried, "To what extent can these techniques enhance cultivation speed?" Yifeng responded, "The quality of the techniques varies. Even the lowest quality can improve cultivation speed, while higher quality techniques can potentially multiply the speed by several times or even dozens of times." "Dozens of times in cultivation speed?" Guu Yuna exclaimed, her shock evident as she momentarily lost her composure before the crowd. "How is that even possible?" Bridget could not help but exclaim. Zg scoffed, "Do you take us for fools? If there were a method to enhance cultivation speed by several times, would we be unaware of it? We have not even heard a whisper of such a thing." "I believe in Yifeng," Xiaowu promptly interjected, her voice ringing out boldly. In her eyes, a deity should possess boundless abilities, making it entirely plausible to have a method that could significantly accelerate cultivation speed. "I believe in him too," Zhu Zhuqing added. "Two foolish girls," Zg remarked. "You are the foolish one. You have no idea of Yifeng's prowess," Xiaowu retorted defiantly, glaring at Zg. "Is this how you address your seniors, you little rabbit?" Zg countered sharply. Xiaowu looked down on her, and Zg held a similar disdain for Xiaowu. 100,000-year soul beast, reduced to a despicable human form, was something Zg looked upon with contempt. Feeling aggrieved, Xiaowu shook Yifeng's arm, pleading, "Yifeng, prove it to her and silence her." Guu Yuna gazed at Yifeng's flawless visage with her enchanting eyes and inquired, "Mr. Yi, may I witness the power of your technique?" "Of course," Yifeng replied. Unperturbed by Zg's repeated skepticism, He understood that Ziji, as a soul beast, naturally harbored distrust towards humans. How will you prove it? Ziji asked. Yi Feng turned to Daiming and Erming, suggesting, we shall use them for the demonstration. Upon hearing this, Daiming and Erming burst into joyful exclamations. Yi Feng, are you truly going to impart that miraculous cultivation method to us? Erming asked eagerly. Yi Feng nodded, indeed. As members of my underworld, your current strength is insufficient. As the ruler of the underworld, it is my duty to elevate your abilities. Wonderful. I too wish to become a million-year soul beast. No, I aspire to become a deity. Erming exclaimed joyfully. Thank you. Yi Feng, Daiming expressed. Yi Feng instructed first. Cultivate using your previous methods, and then I shall impart the technique to demonstrate the disparity. Understood, Daiming and Erming replied, eager to begin their training without delay. Observing Yi Feng's confident demeanor, Ziji and Bridget exchanged puzzled glances. Could it truly be that such a miraculous cultivation method existed? Guu Yuna gazed at Yi Feng's retreating figure, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Chapter 85. Departing with Guu Yuna, Daiming and Erming commenced their cultivation, drawing in the essence of the world. In the minds of the onlookers, the surrounding spiritual energy gradually converged. After 5 minutes, Yi Feng called a halt to Daiming and Erming's practice. Now, I will directly transmit the cultivation technique into your minds. Once you comprehend it, you may begin your training, Yi Feng announced. He transmitted the cultivation methods into the minds of Daiming and Erming with his divine consciousness. The chosen method for Daiming was the Azure Dragon technique, which perfectly suited him due to his inherent Azure Dragon bloodline. For Erming, the selected method was the Earth Demon Ape technique, aligning seamlessly with his innate Earth attribute, allowing him to continuously harness the power of the Earth. Both techniques were tailored for beastly cultivation and exhibited a remarkable compatibility with Daiming and Erming. Once they received the methods, Daiming and Erming fell silent, immersing themselves entirely in their understanding of the techniques. As moments ticked by, over 10 minutes passed, and Bai Ji and Ziji grew increasingly impatient. Why is there no movement? Could that Yi Feng be deceiving us? Ziji communicated to Bai Ji, wary of being reprimanded by Guu Yuna. Let us wait a little longer. I believe this is genuine, Bai Ji replied. No sooner had she spoken than the surrounding spiritual energy began to shift. Countless strands of spiritual energy surged forth, being drawn into Daiming's body. Shortly thereafter, Erming also stirred. The nearby spiritual energy thickened, converging above the heads of Daiming and Erming, gradually forming a vortex of spiritual energy. In no time, this dense energy transitioned from an invisible state into a misty form. Bai Ji and Ziji, both beauties, stood astounded with mouths agape, transfixed by the spectacle. How is this even possible? Not only are they 200,000-year soul beasts, but even I could not create such a phenomenon. He truly possesses an extraordinarily miraculous cultivation method. Ziji murmured. Bai Ji, equally astonished, exclaimed, their rate of gathering and absorbing spiritual energy is at least 10 times greater than before. This so-called technique is utterly terrifying. A radiant smile graced Guu Yuna's exquisite face as her conviction grew stronger. Yi Feng was indeed the one destined to save the Soul Beast clan. Such a powerful cultivation method, if disseminated among the soul beasts, would significantly alter their fate. I must find a way to convince him to assist the soul beasts. Regardless of his demands, I am willing to pay any price, Guu Yuna resolved in her heart. My goodness, the density of this spiritual energy is astonishing. Xiao Wu exclaimed in shock. Zhu Zhuqing could not help but take a deep breath, feeling a wave of comfort wash over her, even sensing her soul power augmenting. Her beautiful face was filled with astonishment, leaving her speechless. Yi Feng smiled and said, That's enough, let us pause for now. Daiming and Erming immediately halted. Yi Feng, the technique you imparted is truly remarkable. At this rate, I estimate I will soon break through to a million-year cultivation level, Erming declared excitedly. Daiming replied earnestly, Yi Feng, I cannot thank you enough. If you ever require my assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. I will do my utmost to help in any way I can. Yi Feng smiled and said, There is no need to express excessive gratitude. You have now become members of the Netherworld, and I aspire to transform it into the most formidable force in the Douluo Continent, perhaps even within the divine realm. Thus, I require your utmost dedication to cultivation. Daiming reassured him, Rest assured, I shall enhance my abilities with utmost urgency. Guu Yuna's eyes sparkled with interest as she inquired, Mr. Yi, may I also join your Netherworld? Yi Feng's gaze swept over Guu Yuna and her companions. Daiming and Erming are friends of Xiaowu, and naturally, they are my friends as well, which is why I invited them to join the Netherworld. As for you, I will need to assess your capabilities for a while longer. Guu Yuna glanced at Xiaowu, surprised at her standing in Yi Feng's regard. How do you plan to evaluate me? She asked. Yi Feng replied, for now. Accompany me. When I deem you worthy, you will be welcomed into the Netherworld. Very well, Guu Yuna agreed. Yi Feng instructed, Daiming, Erming, return to your cultivation. Xiaowu and I are departing the Star Luo Great Forest. I shall return to examine your progress when time permits. Do not worry. We will devote ourselves entirely to our training. Daiming grinned widely, eager to return to his practice after experiencing the wonders of the techniques. The artifacts I have bestowed upon you will aid in withstanding the tribulations. You should face no danger during your ascension, Yi Feng assured them. Understood, Daiming acknowledged. Now, off you go, Yi Feng concluded. Daiming and Erming turned swiftly, hurrying back to their lair, eager to resume their training. Yi Feng turned to Guu Yuna and smiled. Come with me. Accompanied by Xiaowu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Guu Yuna, along with Bai Ji and Ziji, the six of them began their journey beyond the Star Luo Great Forest. Aside from Yi Feng, the remaining five were strikingly beautiful. Guu Yuna was flawless in both appearance and demeanor. Ziji and Bai Ji were also stunning, each radiating their unique charm. Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing, though slightly less mature, possessed a youthful allure. The sight of these five enchanting women trailing beside Yi Feng would undoubtedly ignite jealousy among other soul masters within the forest. If Daim Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun were to catch a glimpse of Guu Yuna, they would likely drool in admiration. Guu Yuna had intended to walk alongside Yi Feng, but Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing denied her the opportunity. Standing on either side of Yi Feng, they offered no chance for Guu Yuna to draw nearer. Their unspoken understanding required no discussion. Guu Yuna sensed the hostility emanating from Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing, discouraging her proximity to Yi Feng. Resigned, she walked beside Xiaowu and inquired, Mr. Yi, your techniques are truly remarkable. Why have I never heard of such extraordinary methods before? Yi Feng remarked, it is quite normal that no one has previously researched cultivation techniques in the Douluo Continent. Guu Yuna's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she inquired, are you suggesting that this technique is your own invention? One could say that, Yi Feng replied. What about the deities in the divine realm? Are they unaware as well? After a moment's contemplation, Yi Feng responded, they likely are. If they possessed such techniques, some fragments would have undoubtedly found their way to the Douluo Continent, especially since many among them have left their legacies here. A sense of relief washed over Guu Yuna as she asked, once I pass your trials and become a member of the Underworld, will you impart this technique to me? Certainly, Yi Feng affirmed, but you should know that merely staying by my side will not suffice for you to pass the trials. Guu Yuna reassured him, rest assured, I shall comply with any of your demands. My requirements are rather simple, Yi Feng stated, during this time. You must adhere to my instructions, including those of your two subordinates. Very well, I accept your terms, Guu Yuna agreed. Ziji opened her mouth, hesitating to express her thoughts, ultimately choosing silence. She felt that she, along with Bai Ji and Guu Yuna, were all stunning beauties, and worried that Yi Feng might take advantage of the situation. Yet, having witnessed the marvels of the technique, she understood Yi Feng's significance to the soul beast race. If he truly harbored ulterior motives towards us, for the sake of the soul beast lineage's future, I shall have to accept it, she mused. Bai Ji shared similar sentiments, mentally preparing herself for potential sacrifice. They believed that if their bodies could secure a brighter future for the soul beasts, it would indeed be worthwhile. Curious, Guu Yuna asked, Mr. Yi, I noticed you effortlessly distributed 2 divine artifacts. How is it that you possess so many? Yi Feng chuckled. Divine artifacts are something I have in abundance. To Guu Yuna's astonishment, she queried, do you truly have as many as you desire? Not quite as many as I desire, but I possess at least 100 or 80, Yi Feng replied. The 3 women were once again taken aback. To so casually present 100 or 80 divine artifacts was something even the deities of the divine realm might find challenging. They could only describe Yi Feng as exceptionally affluent in their minds. As the 6 emerged from the Star Luo forest, night had fully descended. Yi Feng resolved to take them to a nearby town for the night, intending to return to Shrek Academy at dawn. He also discovered that Yu Xiaojing and others were spending the night in the same town, intending to return to the academy the following morning. What would Tang San, Daim Mubai, and Yu Xiaojing's reactions be upon seeing that I am still alive? Yi Feng pondered to himself. Unlike Zhao Wujia and the others, who opted for modest accommodations, Yi Feng deliberately chose to reside in the finest hotel in the town. He had his own room, while Xiao shared a room with Zhu Zhuqing. And Guu Yuna, Bai Ji, and Zi occupied another. After dinner, everyone returned to their respective quarters. As soon as Xiao Wu entered her room, she eagerly dashed into the bathroom. Having spent several days in the Star Luo forest without a proper place to bathe, she was utterly desperate for a shower. Zhu Zhuqing also yearned to wash up at once, but upon seeing Xiao Wu enter first, she resigned herself to waiting. Her mind wandered back to the day's events. Emotions still tumultuous within her. The prowess and identity of Yi Feng left her astounded. She felt a mix of joy and anxiety. The joy stemmed from the realization of Yi Feng's extraordinary strength. As long as she was by his side, she would fear nothing. No Star Luo Empire. No Zhu family could intimidate her anymore. Yet, she worried whether Yi Feng might grow distant from her in the future, considering the vast disparity in their powers and statuses. Her thoughts drifted to Guu Yuna, a woman of ethereal beauty, flawless and celestial. Zhu Zhuqing was troubled. Would such a perfect woman steal Yi Feng's heart away? Earlier that day, while searching for Xiao Wu, she had felt elated when Yi Feng finally took her hand. But now, that joy had evaporated. After all, he had merely held her hand for a fleeting moment, without any further indication, and she had even pulled away. She fretted that this enchanting Guu Yuna might come between them. Zhuqing, why are you in a daze? Do you want to join me? The hot water feels so delightful. Xiao Wu suddenly peeked her head out from the bathroom, inviting Zhu Zhuqing in. Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she quickly shook her head, replying, "No, you go ahead and wash." Since she became aware of herself as a child, she had never revealed her body to anyone. Even though Xiao was also a girl, Zhu Zhuqing still felt bashful. Moreover, she worried that her own figure was too voluptuous, fearing that Xiao Wu might stare if she were to enter, prompting her to decline without a second thought. "Oh, come on. We are all girls here. What is there to be afraid of? I can't quite reach my back. Lend me a hand, and I'll help you afterward," Xiao Wu coaxed playfully. Zhu Zhuqing quickly sat cross-legged and replied, "No need. I'll meditate for a bit. Call me when you're done." "All right then, you are truly a cultivation fanatic," Xiao Wu pouted. As she saw Xiao Wu retreat back into the bathroom, Zhu Zhuqing breathed a sigh of relief. Before long, Xiao Wu emerged with her long hair cascading down to her waist, clad in a loose, soft nightgown. As she towel-dried her damp hair, she announced, "I'm done. You should hurry and wash up." Zhu Zhuqing swiftly got out of bed and entered the bathroom to cleanse herself. Not long after, she appeared wearing a soft nightgown as well. Xiao Wu gazed at Zhu Zhuqing's rosy, freshly washed skin, filled with envy, and remarked, "Zhuqing, your skin is truly exquisite, and your figure, how can it be so perfect? Would you mind sharing what you eat to maintain such beauty?" Xiao Wu glanced down at her figure and then lifted her gaze to Zhu Zhuqing. Feeling a sense of envy, she had come to understand that men typically favored women with voluptuous bodies. Zhu Zhuqing, with her evident allure, possessed a striking power over men. With a hint of blush on her cheeks, Zhu Zhuqing remarked, "It's due to my martial soul. I developed early. In a few years, you will be just as impressive." Yet, Xiao Wu sighed, "I can hardly wait." Zhu Zhuqing, taking a seat, inquired curiously, "Such matters cannot be rushed. Why are you in such haste?" Xiao Wu replied, "Don't you think Guu Yuna is exceptionally beautiful? Her figure surpasses mine." "Indeed," Zhu Zhuqing nodded. "Haven't you heard the saying? Throughout history, heroes have struggled against the charms of beautiful women. With such a stunning beauty beside Yi Feng, she is bound to capture his heart." Upon hearing this, a shadow of concern crossed Zhu Zhuqing's face. She shared the same anxieties. Ultimately, with a resigned sigh, she said, "Who he likes is his own prerogative." "Yes, it is indeed his right," Xiao Wu echoed, feeling equally helpless. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. "Who is it?" Xiao Wu called out. "It's me. May I come in?" Yi Feng responded. "Wait a moment," Xiao Wu said, hastily leaping off the bed and making her way to the door. "Xiao Wu," Zhu Zhuqing called out, hoping to dissuade her from opening the door so quickly. However, it was too late. Xiao Wu had already swung the door open. "May I enter?" Yi Feng asked, smiling at Xiao Wu. "Of course, come in," she replied, stepping aside. Once Yi Feng entered, Xiao Wu closed the door and was about to ask him why he was there when she noticed Zhu Zhuqing's flushed face. "Zhuqing, what is the matter?" Xiao Wu queried with curiosity. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing's face was burning, her eyes filled with shyness, unable to meet Yi Feng's gaze. Her figure was captivating, and the loose nightgown did little to conceal the expanse of her fair skin. She had never exposed so much in front of a man, especially one she admired, which left her feeling both anxious and bashful. "It's nothing," Zhu Zhuqing stammered nervously. "Look at you. You can hardly speak," Xiao Wu teased. "I truly have nothing to say," Zhu Zhuqing insisted. "Very well." Xiao Wu turned to Yi Feng, asking, "Yi Feng, what brings you to our room at this late hour?" Yi Feng replied, "You both have joined my underworld today. As the master of the underworld, it is my duty to enhance your abilities." Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Are you going to give us divine artifacts?" Yi Feng playfully flicked her smooth forehead, saying, "What are you thinking? With your current level, you wouldn't be able to wield a divine artifact." Xiao Wu cried out in frustration, "But I am already a soul master. Look." As she spoke, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped her, and 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, materialized. "Xiao Wu, have you already attained the rank of Soul Sovereign?" Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, momentarily forsaking her shyness in astonishment. With a sense of pride, Xiao Wu replied, "Of course, let's move on." Yi Feng chuckled, after transforming from a 100,000-year soul beast. Even with minimal training, one's soul power will gradually increase, and the earlier soul rings can manifest on their own, eliminating the need to hunt soul beasts. "You must have become a soul sovereign during the time you spent with Ming, right?" "Hee. Indeed," Xiao Wu confirmed. Zhu Zhuqing, filled with admiration, remarked, "Xiao Wu, you are truly remarkable. I have only just broken through to level 28. Xiao Wu encouraged, "Qing, you are not lacking. You are still younger than us." Yi Feng interjected, "I have come here to impart cultivation techniques to enhance your training speed. As for the divine artifacts, we shall discuss them later. First, focus on elevating your cultivation techniques." "That is wonderful," Xiao Wu exclaimed, recalling the astonishing scenes of Ming and Ming's training, where the spiritual energy was so dense it seemed to turn into liquid. Zhu Zhuqing was equally exhilarated. She had long dreamed of defeating her sister, Zhu Zhuqing, relying solely on her own strength, yet being several years younger. She wondered how long it would take to surpass her sister. With the techniques bestowed by Yi Feng, avenging herself became considerably more attainable. "Then please impart them to us quickly," Xiao Wu urged. "Sit tight. I shall transmit the techniques into your minds using my spiritual consciousness," Yi Feng instructed. Xiao Wu promptly leapt onto the bed, sitting cross-legged and gazing at Yi Feng with anticipation. "Close your eyes and comprehend the techniques carefully," Yi Feng directed, transmitting the appropriate methods to them. Zhu Zhuqing felt her cheeks flush, her long eyelashes fluttering, her heart racing with unease as she pondered whether Yi Feng might take the opportunity to glance at her while her eyes were shut, especially since her attire was rather revealing. However, her tension soon dissipated, captivated by the techniques that suddenly appeared in her mind. The technique bestowed upon Zhu Zhuqing was the 9 Nether technique, perfectly aligned with her martial soul and containing numerous formidable moves, the simplest of which rivaled the chaotic hammer technique. The technique given to Xiao Wu was the flying immortal technique, a powerful method capable of cultivating to a level above the divine king. "Focus on comprehending the techniques. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me," Yi Feng advised. "Understood," Zhu Zhuqing responded softly, her attention swiftly absorbed in the comprehension of the cultivation technique. Yi Feng stood quietly before the bed, observing the 2 young ladies. Xiao Wu exuded a pure charm, while Zhu Zhuqing embodied a blend of innocence and allure. Despite their tender age, they were already exquisite beauties. After practicing the divine level technique, their beauty and grace would undoubtedly have room for enhancement, and it was not inconceivable for them to evolve into a beauty of Guu Yuna's caliber in the future. Yi Feng waited silently for 10 minutes, during which neither Xiao Wu nor Zhu Zhuqing posed any inquiries. Before long, the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge towards the 2 girls. With a gentle smile, Yi Feng said nothing further and quietly exited the room. Meanwhile, in Guu Yuna's chamber, she and her companions were engrossed in their own sensations. Since Yi Feng entered Xiao Wu's room, the 3 had fallen silent, eavesdropping on the activities within. Upon hearing that Yi Feng intended to impart his techniques to Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, Ziji and Baiji were overwhelmed with envy. They too desired to receive Yi Feng's teachings, hoping to expedite their own cultivation in preparation for the revival of the spirit beasts. Even Guu Yuna felt a strong inclination towards Yi Feng's methods, eager to discover how extraordinary they truly were. As they sensed the successful cultivation of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, Guu Yuna exchanged glances with her companions, each recognizing the envy reflected in the other's eyes. Bai Ji remarked, "My lord, Yi Feng is truly remarkable. To create such a wondrous cultivation method is nothing short of genius." Ziji added, "Indeed. Many generations of divine beings among humans have failed to devise such a technique, highlighting Yi Feng's exceptional prowess. He may very well become the strongest among humanity." Bai Ji chuckled. "Ziji, weren't you previously quite critical of him? Why the sudden admiration?" Ziji replied, "What woman would not admire a man of such strength and talent? Oh, could it be that you have developed feelings for him?" Bai Ji giggled, covering her mouth. Ziji, undeterred by shyness, stated, "It's not quite that. I merely find him to be a rather admirable person. By the way, my lord, do you know how formidable Yi Feng's strength truly is?" Guu Yuna smiled. "I have probed his cultivation with my divine sense. He appears to be at the level of a first-rank deity." "A first-rank deity? That means he is on the verge of becoming a divine monarch." Ziji exclaimed in astonishment. "What, are you smitten?" Bai Ji teased. Ziji nodded. "There is a slight flutter of interest, but alas, he is but a human. Had he been a spirit beast, I would have pursued him without hesitation. What of humanity? He doesn't harbor animosity towards us spirit beasts," Bai Ji countered. "Yet, there remains a lingering difficulty in acceptance," Ziji admitted. Observing her two beautiful subordinates, Guu Yuna smiled, silencing the room with her divine sense, and asked, "Ziji, Bai Ji, would you like to obtain Yi Feng's techniques?" Both nodded in unison. "Of course, we would," Ziji said. Guu Yuna remarked, "We do not know how long it will take for us to pass Yi Feng's assessment. I currently have a method that might allow you to acquire Yi Feng's techniques in advance." Bai Ji's eyes brightened, and she eagerly inquired, "What is this method?" Guu Yuna fixed her gaze upon the two of them, a profound smile suddenly gracing her face. "You two are already considered unparalleled beauties among humans. It is said that human men are easily swayed by allure. You can use your charms to entice him." Guu Yuna chuckled. "Ah, master, are you suggesting that Bai Ji and I employ seduction on Yi Feng?" Ziji exclaimed in surprise. Guu Yuna replied, "Are you to go alone? Should I be the one to do it?" No, master, you are invaluable." "How could such a task fall upon you?" Ziji quickly retorted. Guu Yuna patted Ziji's shoulder and said, "Isn't this a solution? If we can obtain the technique sooner, the spirit beasts will rise more quickly. I will remember the sacrifices you both make for our kind today, when the time for vengeance comes. You shall be hailed as heroes. Rest assured, master, I will exert every effort to captivate Yi Feng," Ziji declared with unwavering resolve. Guu Yuna's words inspired her greatly. She was willing to do anything for the beast kin. Bai Ji interjected, "Master, should it not suffice for Ziji to go alone? Must I accompany her as well?" Guu Yuna affirmed, "Indeed, Yi Feng is a deity-level powerhouse. If only one of you goes, it may not suffice. By going together, we can demonstrate our sincerity and support one another." Chapter 88. "Not a man I understand. I assure you I will fulfill the mission," Bai Ji said with a serious demeanor. Guu Yuna continued, "Neither of you has been with a man before. Do you resent me for this arrangement?" Ziji and Bai Ji shook their heads in unison. Bai Ji stated, "Master, I hold no grudge against you. This is a noble sacrifice, one I am obliged to make. Besides, Yi Feng is quite handsome, and I find him rather appealing." Ziji added, "To serve such a formidable man is not a loss for me either." "Then you may proceed at once," Guu Yuna commanded. "Yes, master," Ziji and Bai Ji responded, rising to leave the room. May they succeed in their endeavor. In her heart, Guu Yuna pondered. Ziji and Bai Ji arrived at Yi Feng's doorstep and gently knocked on the door. Leaning languidly against the opulent fur sofa, Yi Feng waved his hand lightly, causing the door to swing open. Ziji and Bai Ji exchanged glances, stepping into the room in unison. With a soft thud, the door closed behind them. They advanced until they stood 2 meters away from Yi Feng. Dressed in a striking purple gown, Ziji possessed a tall and commanding figure, her beauty breathtaking, exuding an aura that was both icy and alluring. If one were to encapsulate her essence in a single term, it would be that of a regal femme fatale. Bai Ji, adorned in a flowing turquoise dress, rivaled Ziji in beauty. The fitted gown accentuated her graceful silhouette, while her demeanor radiated warmth and elegance, imparting an immensely comforting presence. Reclined on the sofa, Yi Feng lifted his gaze, admiring the impressive figures before him. "What brings you to seek my company at this late hour?" Yi Feng inquired with a smile. Moments before, Guu Yuna had shielded her thoughts, and although Yi Feng sensed it, He refrained from eavesdropping on their conversation. Now, witnessing ZG and Bai Ji's simultaneous visit, curiosity piqued his interest regarding their intentions. ZG posed a question, "Yi Feng, do you find us beautiful?" Yi Feng nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, you both are stunning." "Then that settles it," ZG replied, sharing a knowing glance with Bai Ji, each offering a subtle nod. "What settles?" Yi Feng asked, intrigued. Upon his utterance, a flash of purple and green fell to the ground. The lovely faces of ZG and BG flushed with a hint of crimson as they slowly approached Yefeng. His eyes widened in astonishment, and he quickly rose to his feet. "What do you intend to do?" he inquired, furrowing his brow. Observing the two before him, an unsettling turbulence stirred within him. ZG extended her slender, jade-like hand and rested it upon Yefeng's shoulder, gently pushing him back onto the sofa. Leaning down to gaze into his eyes, she remarked, "Did you not just declare us beautiful? With our current state, do you not comprehend our intentions?" BG bent down, attempting to sit beside Yefeng, her hand gliding towards his chest. Yefeng frowned, raising his hand to lightly dismiss her, sending them both tumbling onto the distant bed. ZG and BG could not suppress their soft gasps. "So, you prefer it here," ZG observed, beckoning Yefeng with her finger. Yefeng waved his hand once more, and their garments of purple and green soared, enveloping them. "You should return," he stated calmly, his demeanor having settled. ZG was taken aback, asking why. "Do you not desire us?" Yefeng replied, "We have known each other for less than a day. What compels you to act in such a manner? If you have intentions, simply articulate them." BG responded, "Yefeng, we wish to exchange our bodies for your martial arts. If you agree to impart your skills, we shall serve you for a lifetime." "Ah, so this is about martial arts. This was Guu Yuna's suggestion, wasn't it?" Yefeng inquired. "Indeed. Our master indicated that acquiring the technique sooner would enable us to grow stronger more swiftly," ZG affirmed. Yefeng stated, "Leave now. I have already made it clear that once you pass my trials, I shall naturally impart my teachings to you. There is no need for such flattery." "Why? Do you not appreciate women?" ZG pressed. Yefeng responded, "I do not take advantage of others' vulnerabilities. If your affection for me is genuine, I harbor no objections. However, if you view this merely as a transaction, I must decline. Please leave." ZG approached Yefeng once more, asserting, "Yefeng, I will ensure your satisfaction." Yefeng's expression grew cold, and he warned, "If you wish to avoid being cast out, it would be wise to depart immediately." Sensing the chill emanating from Yefeng, BG sighed, donning her dress as she remarked, "ZG, let us return." ZG gritted her teeth, feeling discontent. Having gone this far, she did not anticipate Yefeng's lack of masculinity. Casting a fierce glare at him, she retrieved her clothing and dressed. "Yefeng, I apologize. Please forgive our impudence," BG said graciously. Yefeng waved his hand, saying, "Return to Guu Yuna and inform her to abandon such misguided notions." "Very well. I shall relay your message to our master." As BG spoke, she took ZG by the hand and stepped out the door. Yefeng let out a sigh of relief, a faint wry smile gracing his lips. Moments ago, he had claimed it impossible to remain unmoved. With a mere nod, he could have those two enchanting beauties at his beck and call. After all, faced with such exquisite allure, it would be unmanly to possess not a single desire. However, he remained true to his word, steadfast in his refusal to exploit another's vulnerability. Such a transaction was one he would not entertain. His nose twitched, still able to detect the lingering fragrance left by BG and ZG within the room. He raised his hand and gently waved, dispersing the fragrant air. In Guu Yuna's chamber, ZG and Bai Ji entered, both appearing disheartened. "Master, I am incompetent and have failed to accomplish the task you entrusted to me," ZG lamented. Guu Yuna replied with resignation, "I heard everything. It is not your fault. I did not anticipate his remarkable self-control, able to resist your temptations." Bai Ji interjected, "Yi Feng is a man of integrity. What shall we do now?" ZG inquired. Guu Yuna responded, "There is nothing we can do but remain by his side. I trust he will assist us." "Very well." Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were entirely engrossed in their training and remained oblivious to the events that had transpired in Yi Feng's room. Otherwise, they would hardly have focused on their cultivation. The following morning, after breakfast, Yi Feng hired an opulent carriage and departed the small town, heading towards Shrek Academy. Zhao Wuji and the others had risen even earlier and were already jogging ahead. Inside the carriage, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing wore expressions of excitement. "Yi Feng, the technique you imparted to me last night is extraordinary. I practiced all night, and although my soul power did not increase, I can exert a greater force now. Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. It is indeed remarkable. My soul power had reached the 28th level, yet after a night of practice, it astonishingly dropped to the 25th level. Upon testing, I discovered that this 25th level possesses greater strength than my previous 28th level. Yifeng explained. These two techniques are solidifying your foundations. The more robust your foundation, the higher your potential will be in the future. Xiao Wu gasped. This is incredible. It's akin to enhancing our innate talents. One could say so, Yifeng replied. Meanwhile, Bai Ji and ZG looked on enviously, unable to do anything but watch with longing. Last night, they had stripped bare, yet Yifeng remained unmoved. The prospect of obtaining the techniques seemed distant. At that moment, Zhao Wuji's voice echoed from ahead. Ning Rongrong, hold on a little longer. We will take a break in an hour. And no, I can't run anymore. Yifeng and Xiao Wu are dead. There's no point in staying here. I want to leave Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong cried, her sorrow palpable. Chapter 89. The bold Ning Rongrong squatted by the roadside, weeping sorrowfully, refusing to continue running. Upon hearing her wish to depart from Shrek Academy, Zhao Wuji was at a loss. Oscar quickly urged, Ning Rongrong, please don't go. Isn't it wonderful to stay here? I, along with Dai, the Fatty, and Tang San, are all geniuses. Being with geniuses will allow you to progress more rapidly. He could never bear to let Ning Rongrong depart. Once she left, he would lose the opportunity to pursue her. There was another person who equally could not bear to see Ning Rongrong go, and that was Yu Xiaojing. He understood that Ning Rongrong was the cherished jewel of Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. If he could successfully mentor Ning Rongrong, it would provide him with an opportunity to forge a connection with the esteemed sect, potentially earning him a place as an honored guest within its ranks. This prospect was of immense significance to him. He aspires to rise to prominence. In addition to nurturing formidable disciples, he also requires powerful allies. His disciple is Tang San, and it should not be difficult for him to seek the support of the Haotian sect in the future. Additionally, there is Daim Mubai, the prince of the Star Luo Empire. He believed that securing the friendship of the Star Luo Empire through Daim Mubai would not pose a significant challenge. Furthermore, considering the 7 treasure glazed tile school, which stood behind Ning Rongrong, it amounted to 3 formidable forces. Thus, upon hearing that Ning Rongrong intended to depart, Yu Xiaojing felt an overwhelming reluctance in his heart. He hastily said, Ning Rongrong, Yifeng has passed away. We are all deeply saddened. But we cannot remain enveloped in sorrow indefinitely, can we? Ning Rongrong ignored Yu Xiaojing, sitting quietly on the grass by the roadside, tears streaming down her face. Yu Xiaojing continued, in recent days, you have witnessed my capabilities. As long as you stay at Shrek Academy, I will devote myself to nurturing you, enabling you to grow stronger at the fastest pace. Trust me, your time at Shrek Academy will be far more beneficial than returning to the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Ning Rongrong stood up, lost and disoriented, and walked ahead, stating, I want to go back and have my grandfather slay the Titan giant ape to avenge Yifeng and the others. At that moment, the carriage finally arrived near Zhao Wuji and the others. Stop the carriage. Stop, Xiao Wu shouted. The coachman immediately halted the carriage. Xiao Wu eagerly leaped down and exclaimed, Rongrong, I'm back. Ning Rongrong trembled and abruptly turned around, her tear-streaked face frozen in astonishment. Xiao Wu, you're alive, Tang San exclaimed joyfully, spreading his arms and rushing toward Xiao Wu. As Xiao Wu frowned, preparing to evade, Zhu Zhuqing leapt down from the carriage, blocking her path. Tang San nearly collided with Xiao Wu but halted upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing suddenly appear. Xiao Wu, I'm so relieved to see you safe, Tang San said, his face brimming with emotion. Xiao Wu gently nodded at Tang San, then turned to Ning Rongrong, calling out, Rongrong, I'm not dead, so why are you crying? Realizing the truth, Ning Rongrong excitedly rushed over. Xiao Wu, Zhuqing, you're alive. This is wonderful, she exclaimed, embracing both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing tightly. Of course, I'm alive and well, not a scratch on me, Xiao Wu replied. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong recalled something and anxiously asked, where is Yifeng? Why has Ti appeared? Is he all right? Just then, Yifeng drew aside the carriage curtain and stepped down, smiling. I'm fine too. Ning Rongrong, in a surge of excitement, pounced on Yifeng like a fierce tiger, wrapping her arms around his neck and planting a loud kiss on his cheek. This scene left everyone astonished. No, this can't be real, Oscar murmured, feeling as though his heart might shatter. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were equally stunned. Why did you kiss me? Yi Feng said, touching the spot where Ning Rongrong had kissed him. Ning Rongrong clung tightly to Yi Feng, her legs wrapped around him. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, her face flushed crimson, and she quickly released him. I was just so happy to see you alive, Ning Rongrong shyly replied. Her heart raced, unable to believe she had just kissed Yi Feng. She lowered her head, too shy to meet his gaze. Yi Feng affectionately ruffled her hair, reassuringly saying, don't worry. I'm resilient, and 1T easily meet my end. Ning Rongrong softly responded. Yu Xiaojiang approached with a face full of joy. Ha ha ha, Yi Feng, you are alive. How wonderful. You have no idea how worried we have been, Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Yi Feng noticed that the once dense stubble on Yu Xiaojiang's face had considerably thinned, and his voice had become noticeably higher. Ning Rongrong, with annoyance, remarked, Yi Feng, do not heed Yu Xiaojiang's nonsense. Yesterday afternoon, he searched for you for only a few hours before insisting that you were dead. And then he led the team out of the Star Luo forest. I had intended to continue searching, but he forcibly brought me away. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, the smile on Yu Xiaojiang's face instantly vanished, replaced by an air of awkwardness. He hastily exclaimed, Yefeng, please listen to me. Given the circumstances, it is understandable that we believed you to be dead. Yefeng replied, no need for explanations. I comprehend your feelings. That's good, Yu Xiaojiang remarked, a smile once again gracing his face. Not far away, Tang San and Daim Mubai clenched their fists tightly. The fact that Yefeng had survived left them feeling quite disheartened. How infuriating. He truly rescued Xiao Wu. With such a heroic act, Xiao Wu would undoubtedly grow even fonder of him, Tang San thought bitterly. Zhao Wujie approached, a look of satisfaction on his face, and inquired, Yefeng, how did you manage to save Xiao Wu from the grasp of the Titan Great Ape? Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing immediately turned their gaze towards Yefeng, curious about what he would say. Yefeng explained, when I caught up with the Titan Great Ape, I happened to witness it engaged in a fierce battle with another. Xiao Wu had been cast aside, and I seized the opportunity to rescue her. I see. You were indeed fortunate, Zhao Wujie responded. How frustrating. If only I had pressed on and saved Xiao Wu myself instead of him, Tang San lamented inwardly. Yu Xiaojiang, intrigued, remarked, we also sensed that battle. The Titan Great Ape is the ruler of the Star Luo forest. I wonder who could contend with it so fiercely? Could it be another terrifying soul beast? Yefeng replied, it was not a soul beast. It was a human who fought the Titan Great Ape. Strikingly handsome and possessing an extraordinary demeanor. Truly the most captivating man in the world. Even the Titan Great Ape was subdued by him. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged knowing glances, rolling their eyes in disbelief at Yefeng's words. Everyone, including Zhao Wujie, was astonished. Could there truly be someone capable of overpowering the Titan Great Ape? Can you describe this person's martial spirit? Yu Xiaojiang eagerly asked. I am familiar with nearly all the titled Douluos on the continent. Perhaps I might recognize him. Yefeng stated he did not employ his martial spirit, relying solely on his physical prowess to confront the Titan Great Ape. How is that possible? A human's physique cannot compare to that of a soul beast, let alone engage in combat with the Titan Great Ape, Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed. Yefeng's assertion was validated by Xiao Wu, who said, he speaks the truth. I can attest to that. Zhu Zhuqing chimed in. I too can confirm it. I can also attest, came the melodious voice of Guu Yuna from within the vehicle. Chapter 90. The charm of Guu Yuna, such a beautiful voice instantly captivated Daim Mubai, Tang San, and Yu Xiaojiang. They had lived for so many years, yet they had never heard such a melodious voice. Merely from this sound, they could envision that the person behind it must be an exceptionally beautiful woman. After Guu Yuna spoke, an overwhelming anticipation blossomed within their hearts, eager to catch a glimpse of her enchanting visage. Ning Rongrong's excitement gradually settled as she gazed at the carriage, inquiring, Yi Feng, who is aboard the carriage? Yi Feng replied with a smile, it's Guu Yuna. Come down and meet everyone. Certainly, Mr. Yi. Guu Yuna's melodious voice resonated once more. Shortly thereafter, the curtain of the carriage was lifted, and Bai Ji gracefully descended first. What a stunning woman. At that moment, Daim Mubai, Oscar, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Yu Xiaojiang all shared the same thought. Daim Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun's eyes sparkled as they fixated on Bai Ji's exquisite face and graceful figure, unable to suppress their salivation. After Bai Ji stepped down, she respectfully stood to the side, and soon after, Zi Ji also emerged, adorned in purple attire. ZG once again captivated the attention of Daim Mubai and the others. They could not help but open their mouths in astonishment. The appearance of not one, but two breathtakingly beautiful women was utterly unbelievable. Daim Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun felt an exhilarating thrill within, their bodies tinged with restlessness. Bai Ji and ZG were not to be compared with the youthful charms of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Their voluptuous figures and mature demeanor instantly stirred the youthful hormones of Daim Mubai and his companions. Ning Rongrong felt an overwhelming sense of caution, sensing a profound threat. As ZG descended, she promptly pulled back the curtain of the carriage and said, "My lord, please step down." Only then did Guu Yuna emerge. Upon beholding Guu Yuna's visage, the members of Shrek Academy were rendered utterly motionless. They had almost forgotten the act of contemplation, their eyes fixated on Guu Yuna, their hearts resonating with a singular thought: exquisite beauty. If one were to consider ZG and Bai Ji as the epitome of stunning elegance, Guu Yuna stood in a league of her own, surpassing them by a considerable margin. How could such a stunning woman exist? Daim Mubai murmured to himself. Guu Yuna stood there serenely, bathed in the gentle morning sunlight, which rendered her even more ethereal and divine, akin to a celestial being. Yi Feng was captivated by Guu Yuna's beauty, her speech faltering in awe. In that moment, upon beholding Guu Yuna, she felt a pang of inferiority. The beauty she had always cherished now seemed so dim in comparison to Guu Yuna's radiance. As women standing together, all eyes were inevitably drawn to Guu Yuna. Yi Feng remarked, "This is my newly made friend, Guu Yuna." Upon learning of my presence at the Shrek Academy, she expressed a desire to visit. "Hello, little sister. What is your name?" Guu Yuna inquired with a warm smile. "My name is Ning Rongrong," she replied softly. "What a lovely little sister you are." Guu Yuna said with a smile. "Not at all. It is you who is truly beautiful," Ning Rongrong replied enviously. At that moment, Daim Mubai stepped forward, his posture upright, his radiant smile illuminating his face as he said, "Miss, our Shrek Academy is known for its hospitality. We welcome you to visit." "Thank you." Guu Yuna responded graciously. "Not at all. I am Daim Mubai. If you require anything, do not hesitate to ask me," he offered. "Certainly." Daim Mubai did not spare a glance at Zhu Zhuqing. He has come to realize that Zhu Zhuqing has completely lost all hope in him. He had lost all hope of rekindling his connection with Zhu Zhuqing. Thus, he disregarded her presence and struck up a conversation with Guu Yuna. Although he had forsaken Zhu Zhuqing, his animosity towards Yi Feng remained unyielding. Yu Xiaojing remarked, "Yi Feng, it's good to see you're well. Shall we jog back?" Yi Feng shook his head. "There's no need. I have already hired a carriage and shall return in it." Yu Xiaojing insisted, "Yi Feng, perseverance in cultivation is paramount. We must never slacken our efforts. Running back to the academy from here is an excellent exercise, not only enhancing your physical stamina, but also fortifying your will." Yi Feng replied, "You all may run. I've paid for the carriage and cannot let it go to waste." Without waiting for Yu Xiaojing's response, he boarded the carriage. Guu Yuna and Bai Ji ZG followed suit. "Let's get in as well," Xiao Wu said, pulling Ning Rongrong into the carriage. Yu Xiaojing quickly called out, "Ning Rongrong, as a support soul master, you should prioritize your physical training. You ought to get down and run back with us." "I refuse to run back. I feel utterly uncomfortable being around them," Ning Rongrong mumbled from the carriage. "Drive on," Yi Feng instructed. "All right," the coachman shouted, cracking the whip against the horse's rear. Ning Rongrong pulled back the curtain and said, "Master, I'm not feeling well, so I'll head back first. You all can take your time running." With that, she lowered the curtain and broke into a cheerful smile. "Rongrong, do you find them distasteful?" Xiao Wu inquired. Ning Rongrong nodded. "Indeed. Daim Mubai and Ma Hongjun are far too lecherous. Oscar always sneaks glances at me. Tang San is so devious, and Yu Xiaojing always acts as if he is superior. Apart from Zhao Wujin, none of them are commendable." "Then simply ignore them," Xiao Wu advised. After a brief hesitation, she turned to Guu Yuna and said, "The man you were speaking with earlier is not to be trusted. He is known for toying with women, so exercise caution." "Thank you for the warning," Guu Yuna replied with a smile. "You're welcome," Xiao Wu said. Guu Yuna continued, "You may call me Sister Nar from now on." Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. "Sister Nar, how did you come to know Yi Feng?" Ning Rongrong asked curiously, still astonished by Guu Yuna's beauty. Her gaze lingered on Guu Yuna's flawless visage, reluctant to look away. She was eager to learn where Guu Yuna came from and who she was. Guu Yuna responded, "I met Yi Feng yesterday in the Star Luo forest." The carriage gradually distanced itself, while Daim Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun remained somewhat unsatisfied. How can there exist such a stunning woman in this world? Oscar marveled. After encountering Guu Yuna, he suddenly found Ning Rongrong less appealing. Ma Hongjun reached down to adjust himself and groaned. Damn it all. Daim Mubai's eyes blazed with intensity as he declared. She undoubtedly ranks as the most beautiful woman in the Douluo Continent. Even Tang San stood mesmerized, gazing at the departing carriage, lost in a daze. He found himself reminiscing about the enchanting beauty of Guu Yuna, stirring feelings within him. How infuriating it was that all the stunning women were gathered around Yi Feng. Daim Mubai growled, clenching his fists tightly. Mubai? Zhao Wuji bellowed. Can't you focus on your cultivation instead? Can a woman truly make you stronger? Yu Shaogang remarked, now that Ning Rongrong is absent, let us hasten our pace and strive to return to the academy by afternoon. As soon as he finished speaking, Daim Mubai dashed out, swiftly closing the distance to the carriage ahead. Chapter 91. Daim Mubai and Tang San challenge Yi Feng. Before long, Ning Rongrong noticed the situation behind the carriage. Look, she exclaimed, drawing back the curtain. Xiaowu and the others turned to look back, immediately spotting Daim Mubai gallantly following closely behind the carriage, with the others trailing behind him. Why is that guy chasing us? His running speed should surpass our carriage, Xiaowu remarked. Ning Rongrong scoffed, saying, what else could it be? He's trying to show off in front of Sister Nar. Sister Nar, please don't be deceived by this fellow. ZG coldly interjected, a mere trifle dares to covet the master's attention? I could crush him with just 2 fingers. Ning Rongrong was taken aback by ZG's words and replied, Sister, your words are truly imposing. Little did she know, ZG indeed possessed the strength to crush Daim Mubai with just 2 fingers. Yi Feng chuckled, ZG, if he truly provokes you, feel free to disregard my regard. Just refrain from killing him. I rather enjoy tormenting others. As they ran and paused intermittently, Daim Mubai and his companions returned to the academy with Yi Feng and the others in the afternoon. Just as Yi Feng and the others disembarked from the carriage, Daim Mubai rushed over. Yi Feng, he called out loudly. Yi Feng turned to face Daim Mubai. I wish to challenge you, Daim Mubai declared. Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow, cautioning, Yi Feng, don't accept his challenge. He is already at level 37, with soul power several levels above yours. You may have defeated Tang San, but you might not necessarily triumph over Daim Mubai. Yi Feng, are you afraid? Daim Mubai shouted defiantly. He had long harbored the desire to challenge Yi Feng. Now, with the possibility of winning over Zhu Zhuqing slipping away, he had set his sights on a new objective. If he could vanquish Yi Feng in front of Guu Yuna, it was highly likely that she would regard him with newfound admiration. He was well aware that women are inherently drawn to powerful men. Today, his challenge to Yi Feng served not only as a means of vengeance, but also as a display of his prowess before the fairer sex. He comprehended well that Yi Feng, with his commendable talent and striking appearance, was quite favored by the fairer sex. Thus, he was so eager to challenge Yi Feng. Otherwise, if he delayed, Yi Feng might seize the opportunity. Yi Feng replied with a smile, what is there to fear? I am merely concerned whether you can bear the consequences. Daim Mubai retorted with a cold smirk. Very well, let us agree on this. We shall bear the repercussions of this duel ourselves. Ning Rongrong anxiously interjected, Yi Feng, it is truly unnecessary for you to engage in this battle. Rest assured, I will not be defeated, Yi Feng asserted. Zhu Zhuqing added, Rongrong, do not fret. Yi Feng cannot possibly lose. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, Daim Mubai's fury intensified. Although he had already relinquished his pursuit of Zhu Zhuqing, her unwavering support for Yi Feng still provoked his ire. Xiaowu chimed in, Rongrong, just watch. Yi Feng is certain to triumph. Very well then, Ning Rongrong conceded. Zhao Wujie and Yu Shaojiang stood nearby, refraining from intervening. Encouragement and sparring among Shrek Academy students were commonplace. Only through relentless combat could one enhance their practical abilities. Previously, during the confrontation between Yi Feng and Tang San, Yi Feng's displayed prowess had left Yu Shaojiang and Zhao Wujie utterly astonished. They wished to ascertain the extent of Yi Feng's strength and whether he could vanquish Daim Mubai. Yi Feng stated, you have been running all day. I shall not take advantage of you. Let us set the time for tomorrow morning. Very well, Daim Mubai replied, casting a glance at Guu Yuna before turning to depart. As he turned away, a slight smirk graced his lips. By challenging Yi Feng so conspicuously, she must be curious about my strength. This is her first step towards fascination, Daim Mubai mused. Tang San cast a cold glance at Yi Feng before leaving. Everyone returned. There will be no training today, Zhao Wujie called out. Oscar and Ma Hongjun greedily eyed Guu Yuna before reluctantly taking their leave. Zhao Wujie remarked, Miss Guu, there is a spare room in the girls' dormitory where you may stay temporarily. However, as you are not a member of our academy, a lodging fee is required. How much? I shall cover it for them, Yi Feng inquired. 1 gold soul coin per day, Zhao Wujie replied. Zhao teacher, why not seize the opportunity? 1 gold soul coin could secure a stay at a grand hotel, Ning Rongrong suggested. No worries. Here are 10 gold soul coins, allowing them to stay for 10 days. Yi Feng declared, producing 10 gold soul coins and tossing them to Zhao Wujie. A hint of embarrassment crossed Zhao Wujie's face as he accepted the coins. I shall take my leave now. Miss Guu, should you require anything, do not hesitate to let me know. Understood, Guu Yuna replied. Let us proceed to the girls' dormitory. Yi Feng announced. Guu Yuna and her companions settled in the room adjacent to Yi Feng's. That evening, after dinner, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing eagerly resumed their training when Tang San's voice unexpectedly called out, Xiao Wu, come here for a moment. Xiao Wu frowned but remained unmoved. I have something important to discuss with you, Tang San insisted. Zhu Zhuqing opened her eyes and inquired, Xiao Wu, are you going? Xiao Wu replied, there is nothing left to say between us. I truly have something significant to share, Tang San implored once more. Annoyed, Xiao Wu rose from her bed and opened the door, asking, what do you wish to tell me? Speak now. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong followed closely behind, watching Tang San with vigilance. They had previously heard Xiao Wu recount how Tang San had attempted to kiss her during a prior encounter, hence their protective demeanor towards Xiao Wu. Can we converse privately? Tang San asked. There is no need. Whatever you have to say, you may express it here. Xiao Wu responded. Xiao Wu, grant me another chance. Let us talk alone. Rest assured, I will not frighten you again, Tang San urged. Ning Rongrong interjected, Tang San. Is there something that cannot be said here? Xiao Wu stated, if you have something to say, then say it. Otherwise, I shall return. Tang San gritted his teeth and replied, very well, come closer. Xiao Wu descended the steps and paused 5 meters away from Tang San, inquiring, speak. What is it you wish to discuss? Tang San replied, Xiao Wu, behold, I have ascended to the rank of soul ancestor. As he spoke, he released his blue-silver grass martial spirit, revealing 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, encircling him. Xiao Wu's expression remained unchanged as she quietly regarded Tang San. He continued, my 3rd soul ring is derived from the spirit of the man-faced demon spider, bestowing upon me formidable control abilities. Furthermore, I have also acquired a soul bone. He paused, gazing at Xiao Wu, hoping to witness a look of astonishment on her face. However, he was met with disappointment, for Xiao Wu merely displayed a hint of surprise. With a flicker of inspiration, Tang San unleashed the 8 spider lance. His shirt ripped open at the back, revealing 8 formidable spider legs that emerged. Xiao Wu, look, I have become significantly stronger than before. I possess ample strength to protect you, Tang San declared. Is that why you called me out, to say these things? Xiao Wu inquired. Tang San replied, I wish to convey that I have the ability to safeguard you, and moreover, my father is a title Douluo. A title Douluo of the Haoyan clan, exceptionally powerful. Return to my side. No one will dare to bully you while you are with me. Xiao Wu shook her head, saying, Tang San, I truly have no feelings for you. If you still regard me as a sister, we can remain friends. However, if you insist on making me your woman, I'm afraid I cannot comply. Tang San was taken aback, and then fury surged within him as he bellowed. Why? Is it merely because Yi Feng defeated me once? Seeing Xiao Wu silent, Tang San, in a fit of rage, laughed bitterly and said, very well. I shall challenge Yi Feng, and you will witness who the true genius is. This time, I shall not lose. Chapter 92, The Netherworld Academy. Preparing to depart from Shrek, Tang San, Xiao Wu shouted in anger, do not continue down this path. There will be no outcome between us. Furthermore, do not entertain thoughts of challenging Yi Feng. You will never defeat him, not now or ever. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Tang San's anger intensified. He cast his gaze towards Yi Feng's room and bellowed, Yi Feng, do you dare to accept my challenge? What is there to fear? Yi Feng's voice resonated as the door swung open. He emerged, smiling at Tang San. Very well, let us engage in battle at this moment, Tang San declared. Yi Feng shook his head, saying, you have been running all day. I shall not take advantage of you. Once my fight with Daim Mubai concludes, I will battle you. Very well, I shall await that day, Tang San replied, his tone icy. Xiao Wu sighed and remarked, Tang San, why must you be this way? Yi Feng's strength is beyond your imagination. At that moment, Tang San was beyond heeding Xiao Wu's words, convinced that she was utterly captivated by Yi Feng. Xiao Wu, I will make you understand who is superior, he or I. Tang San gazed deeply into Xiao Wu's eyes before turning away. Guu Yuna stepped out, inquiring, Mr. Yi, that young man dares to provoke you. Do you require my assistance in eliminating him? Xiao Wu's heart raced, startled by Guu Yuna's words. She understood that Guu Yuna would act decisively should Yi Feng give his consent, and while she currently harbored disdain for Tang San, she still held on to some lingering affection and did not wish for his demise. Yi Feng shook his head. No need. I will handle Tang San myself. Very well. Guu Yuna nodded. Xiao Wu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Tang San had just brushed against death's door. Ning Rong, curious, asked, Sister Na? Who exactly are you? Why do you casually speak of killing? And what about Sister ZG, claiming she could crush Daim Mubai with just 2 fingers? Guu Yuna smiled. I cannot divulge my origins for now. Suffice it to say, my strength is formidable. How formidable? Is it greater than Teacher Zhao? Ning Rong inquired. Much greater than Teacher Zhao, Guu Yuna responded. I find that hard to believe, Ning Rong retorted, convinced Guu Yuna was jesting. Given her youthful appearance, how could she possibly surpass a soul saint? Bai Ji curiously asked, Mr. Yi, with your prowess, how can you be persistently provoked by these insignificant ants? Were it me, I would simply crush them. Yi Feng replied, this is a form of cultivation. It is my training. Their provocations will naturally invite consequences. Is there such a method of cultivation? Bai Ji questioned, perplexed. Ning Rong interjected, what are you all discussing? Why is it that I cannot comprehend your words? Xiao Wu asked, Yi Feng, may we reveal the truth to Rong? Bamboo Qing and I are already aware. And Rong is quite decent. Xiao Wu, what are you all talking about? What truth? Ning Rong grew increasingly anxious. She realized that everyone was concealing something from her, leaving her feeling distressed and eager to uncover the truth. Yi Feng said, of course, you may come to my room. He turned and entered the room, with Ning Rong hurrying in after him. The remaining girls followed suit, and soon 6 of them sat before Yi Feng. Yi Feng, speak quickly. What have you been hiding from me? Ning Rong urged impatiently. Yi Feng replied, Xiao Wu, since you were so eager for Ning Rong to know, why don't you tell her yourself? All right, let me explain, Xiao Wu said, looking at Ning Rong. Rong, Yi Feng's true identity is actually the Lord of the Underworld. Ning Rong furrowed her brow and exclaimed, how can that be? The mysterious and powerful Underworld has a master who is merely a soul master? Xiao Wu, please stop joking. Xiao Wu, with a serious expression, insisted, I am not joking, and furthermore, Yi Feng's true power is not that of a soul master. He merely masquerades as one. Can one's cultivation really be disguised? Ning Rong asked, her disbelief evident. Xiao Wu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Yi Feng's true strength is divine, surpassing the 99th level of the title Douluo, placing him at the pinnacle of Douluo Continent. Ning Rong shook her head, saying, Xiao Wu, please stop joking. I have never heard of any realm beyond the 99th level. Zhu Zhuqing, tell her whether I am jesting, Xiao Wu urged. Zhu Zhuqing confirmed. What Xiao Wu says is true. Ning Rong shook her head in disbelief. You must be conspiring to deceive me. Yi Feng stood up, revealing a multitude of soul rings, all shimmering in golden hues, dazzling Ning Rong to the point she could hardly keep her eyes open. Stunned, she gasped at the sight of the golden soul rings. How can there be so many? How is this possible? She murmured, utterly bewildered. Yi Feng retracted his soul rings and asked, do you believe me now? Ning Rong replied, if you are indeed a being stronger than a title Douluo, why would you choose to stay with us? Xiao Wu explained. Yi Feng once stated that he sees potential for us to ascend to godhood, which is why he wishes to be near us to cultivate our abilities. Do I also possess the potential for divinity? Ning Rong inquired. Yes, came the reply. Ning Rong felt dazed, overwhelmed by the absurdity of what she had just learned. Xiao Wu continued. Yi Feng has also imparted a unique cultivation technique to me and Zhu Zhuqing, enhancing our training speed several-fold. Ning Rong, astonished, asked, is that true? Absolutely. Xiao Wu replied proudly. Yi Feng added, Ning Rong, if you wish to learn this cultivation method, I can teach you, but you must agree to one condition. What condition? Ning Rong asked eagerly. Join the Underworld. Without hesitation, Ning Rong nodded, no problem. I have always admired the Underworld's approach and had long wished to see it. I never expected to have the opportunity to join. Yi Feng remarked. Moreover, I intend to establish an academy and form a team to participate in the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition in 2 years. Are you willing to join this team? Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled, and she replied, I must join. I shall join as well. Chimed in Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing in unison. Yi Feng smiled and said, excellent. Once I finish my battle with Daim Mubai and Tang San, we shall depart from Shrek Academy. You have no objections, do you? No objections here. I have longed to leave this wretched place and no longer face those repugnant individuals. Ning Rongrong stated. Wherever you go, I shall follow, Zhu Zhuqing affirmed. I have no objections either. This Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition appears to be quite intriguing, and I certainly wish to witness it, Guu Yuna added. Yi Feng responded, Ning Rongrong, since you have acquiesced to my requests, I shall impart to you a cultivation technique that will expedite your progress. Really? Thank you so much. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Chapter 93. The confident Yu Shaojing Yi Feng immediately taught Ning Rongrong a technique known as the nine-colored divine art. Ning Rongrong was instantly captivated by the formidable technique that emerged in her mind. All right, you may return and study it at your leisure, Yi Feng said with a smile. However, Ning Rongrong stood there like a statue, oblivious to Yi Feng's words. Xiaohui chuckled helplessly and pulled Ning Rongrong out. Guu Yuna stood up and gently smiled. Mr. Yi, I shall take my leave now. Very well, do take care, Yi Feng replied. The following morning, as dawn broke, Ning Rongrong rushed to Yi Feng's room after getting out of bed. Yi Feng, she called out joyfully, dashing to him and giving him a big kiss on the cheek. This was her second kiss, and she had grown bolder, though she remained quite bashful. Yi Feng sighed. So early in the morning, you haven't even brushed your teeth. And you come to kiss me. Are you trying to suffocate me? Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she replied. The technique you provided is simply extraordinary. I was just overwhelmed with excitement. At that moment, Xiao Wu rushed in, asking, Rongrong, what are you doing? You come running straight to Yi Feng's room? Oh, it's nothing. I came to thank Yi Feng, Ning Rongrong said, a hint of guilt in her voice. Xiao Wu eyed Ning Rongrong's flushed face with suspicion. Thank you, Yi Feng, Ning Rongrong said before turning and darting out. Xiao Wu, go brush your teeth and wash your face first. We will have breakfast shortly, Yi Feng instructed. All right, she replied. After breakfast, without any prompting, everyone naturally made their way to the playground. Yu Shaojing was particularly invested in this battle and arrived early. Before long, Ma Hongjun, Tang San, and others had gathered as well. At this moment, both Yu Shaojing and Ma Hongjun donned masks to conceal their terrifying corrosive scars. Due to the extensive damage, they purchased 2 green full-cover masks, leaving only their eyes and mouths visible. The choice of green was deliberate, as it represented the emblem of Shrek Academy. Tang San had yet to wear a mask. Each side of his face bore a peculiar bump, presenting an exceedingly odd appearance. After finishing their breakfast, Yi Feng and his companions gradually made their way to the playground. Upon arrival, Ning Rongrong immediately noticed Yu Shaojing and Ma Hongjun in their masks. She could not contain herself and burst into laughter. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing also struggled to suppress their amusement, finding the green masks of Yu Shaojing and Ma Hongjun rather comical. Rongrong, what is so funny? Oscar inquired with a charming smile, his tone gentle. Though he felt a strong attraction to Guu Yuna, after contemplating throughout the previous night, he resolved to earnestly pursue Ning Rongrong. He believed that a woman as enchanting as Guu Yuna would never take an interest in him. In contrast, the innocent and naive Ning Rongrong would be far easier to pursue. Moreover, Ning Rongrong possessed a formidable backing. Should he win her affection, he would become the son-in-law of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, and his future would be boundless. Weighing the pros and cons, he resolved to pursue Ning Rongrong with determination. Ning Rongrong paid no heed to Oscar and laughingly remarked, Xiao Wu, look at their masks. They're utterly ridiculous, such a shade of green, and worn on their faces. I can't take it anymore. As she spoke, she doubled over with laughter, clutching her stomach. Rongrong, please stop, Xiao Wu implored, her body shaking with suppressed giggles, her hand covering her mouth to stifle her laughter. Even Daim Mubai and Oscar could not help but smile. Yu Shaojing wore an awkward expression, feeling embarrassed yet reluctant to reprimand Ning Rongrong, for it would portray him as lacking in generosity and overly pedantic. Ma Hongjun had not been particularly bothered until he heard Ning Rongrong's words, which made him feel nauseated and tempted to rip off his mask. However, The thought of revealing his unsightly face made him abandon the idea in resignation. Tang San, I shall never forgive you. Ma Hongjun clenched his fists tightly, seething with rage. Ning Rongrong, master is a teacher at the academy. How can you be so disrespectful? Zhao Wujun admonished. Ning Rongrong stuck out her tongue and replied softly, but it's true. I am not mistaken. Zhao Wujun did not wish to prolong the matter and shifted the topic. All right, everyone is here. Mubai, Feng, if you have nothing else. Let us begin. Ning Rongrong interjected, You Xiaojiang, last time when Feng and Tang San sparred, you provided such astute commentary. Now that the battle has yet to commence, I would like to hear your thoughts. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, all eyes turned to Yu Xiaojiang, eager to hear his insights. Apart from Feng and a few others, the others regarded Yu Xiaojiang as a person of genuine expertise and were keenly interested in his opinion. Yu Xiaojiang did not hesitate. After a moment of contemplation, he confidently declared, In this battle, Mubai holds the greater chance of victory. As soon as he spoke, a smile appeared on Daim Mubai's face. His gaze eagerly directed at Guu Yuna, only to discover that she did not spare him a glance. Just wait, I shall soon make you take notice. Daim Mubai thought to himself. Why does Daim Mubai have a greater chance of victory? Ning Rongrong inquired, her eyes regarding Yu Xiaojiang, as if he were a fool. Yu Xiaojiang replied, Firstly, Mubai's soul power level surpasses Feng's by 4 ranks, a significant disparity indeed. Furthermore, although Feng excels in close combat, Mubai possesses both ranged attack soul skills and defensive soul skills, thus balancing offense and defense. Even if Feng is formidable and can contend with Mubai, ultimately, the battle will boil down to a contest of soul power. The one with greater soul power will emerge victorious. Of course, I merely suggest that Mubai has a higher probability of winning. Feng also has some chances, particularly due to his 3 untested soul skills. Should those skills prove powerful, he may still harbor hope for victory. Conversely, if his skills are mediocre, it is likely that Mubai will win this match. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's analysis, Daim Mubai's confidence swelled. Zhao Wujia interjected, I believe Feng's chances are somewhat greater, for his Ming Wang sword is exceedingly sharp, capable of slicing through Tang San's Haotian hammer. If Mubai inadvertently receives a strike, he will undoubtedly sustain severe injuries. Daim Mubai was immediately displeased by this statement. Not at all. Yu Xiaojiang shook his head, chuckling. Mubai's first soul skill, the White Tiger Barrier, combined with the enhancement from his 3rd soul skill, can withstand Feng's attacks. Before, Xiao San had not yet become a soul master, and his martial spirit's defense naturally pales in comparison to Mubai's. Ning Rongrong shook her head, teasingly remarking, Yu Xiaojiang, I hope you do not forget your words. Soon enough, you shall realize how foolish you truly are. Yu Xiaojiang was momentarily taken aback, frowning as he queried, Ning Rongrong, what do you mean by that? I mean nothing of consequence. Teacher Zhao, please announce the commencement, Ning Rongrong urged. Zhao Wujia nodded. Feng, Daim Mubai, prepare yourselves. At that moment, Flender leisurely strolled onto the training ground. Ah, you all have returned, he called out with a smile. He ventured to Soto City for business yesterday and did not remain at the academy. Thus he was unaware that everyone had returned. Upon witnessing the gathering on the playground, a smile instantly spread across his face as he hastened towards them. It has only been a few days since their return, evidently. Their expedition to the Star Luo forest was quite successful. Flander remarked as he walked, in a notably cheerful mood. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry echoed, and everyone turned to see Ma Hongjun rushing forth, sprinting towards Flander. Flander was momentarily taken aback by Ma Hongjun's sudden appearance, halting in his tracks, perplexed as he regarded the figure adorned with a green mask rushing towards him. Teacher, you have finally returned. You must advocate for me, Ma Hongjun cried out, his voice laden with desperation. He suddenly lunged in front of Flanders, grasping fiercely at Flanders' thigh. What kind of trickery is this, you scoundrel? What on earth are you wearing? Flanders, incensed, seized Ma Hongjun's mask and yanked it off. The moment he beheld Ma Hongjun's face, Flanders' heart jolted painfully, rendering him utterly stunned. As if the very air around them had solidified, his hand still clutched the mask, suspended in midair. Ma Hongjun's face had undergone severe erosion, and after the treatment with Oscar sausage, it now resembled that of a victim of a great conflagration, with his facial skin twisted and contorted. His visage, in the shadows of the night, could send a throng of people fleeing in terror. With a sudden clatter, the mask in Flander's grasp fell to the ground. Ma Hongjun, how did you end up like this? Flander exclaimed, seizing Ma Hongjun's arm and hoisting him up. Tears streamed down Ma Hongjun's face as the emotions he had long suppressed erupted forth, leaving him in an inconsolable wail, unable to articulate a single word. "What are you crying for? Quickly tell me, how did this happen to you?" Flander implored, his voice laced with urgency. "Alas, Boss Flander," Yu Xiaojing sighed as he approached. Flander looked up to see Yu Xiaojing drawing near, and noticed the mask upon his face, eerily akin to that of Ma Hongjun. A sudden jolt coursed through his heart as he hastily inquired, "Xiaogang, why are you also wearing a mask?" Yu Xiaogang removed his mask, revealing a visage that bore a striking resemblance to the grotesque face of Ma Hongjun. Flander was taken aback. Ma Hongjun and Yu Xiaogang were among the two most significant individuals in his life. One was a disciple he regarded as a son, and the other was his brother. Yet now, both had succumbed to this hideous appearance, utterly disfigured, resembling monsters. Flander also noted that the once dense stubble on Yu Xiaogang's face had vanished entirely, and his voice had grown notably shrill. He could not fathom how the two individuals closest to him had transformed into grotesque figures. Flander cast his gaze over the others and noted that they had not suffered the same fate as Yu Xiaojing and Ma Hongjun. "Xiaojing, please enlighten me. What on earth transpired? You merely ventured into the Star Luo forest. How could it have resulted in this?" Flander inquired anxiously. Yu Xiaojing sighed deeply and replied, "Both Ma Hongjun and I were tragically swallowed by the devouring serpent. When Wuji rescued us, we had already been altered in this manner." Flander, indignant, exclaimed, "With Zhao as our ally, how could such a calamity occur?" He turned his attention towards Zhao Wujing. Ma Hongjun wiped away his tears and lamented, "Teacher, it was Tang San who led me to this plight. He stole the egg of the devouring serpent and incited me to smear the egg fluid on Yi Feng, intending to use the serpent to eliminate him. Unbeknownst to us, that vile serpent swallowed both the master and me. Afterwards, Tang San even sought to silence me. Teacher, you must stand up for me." As he spoke, tears streamed down Ma Hongjun's face once more. Flander looked at Tang San in disbelief, rendered speechless. He never anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. That lad, Tang San, who appeared so gentle and unassuming. How could he commit such a malicious and inhumane act? Feeling the weight of Flander's gaze, Tang San instinctively lowered his head. "Xiaogang, is what Ma Hongjun said true?" Flander inquired. Yu Xiaojing nodded, then hastily added, "Xiao San has already recognized his mistakes. He sincerely repents. Both Yi Feng and I hold no grievances against him. Even Ma Hongjun forgave him at that moment. His tears are simply a reflection of his inability to accept the state he has found himself in." Ma Hongjun bellowed, "How can you expect me to accept this? I am no longer a man. I have lost my very essence. I have become a eunuch. Yu Xiaojing, you too have become a eunuch. Yet you can still forgive Tang San? I truly question your manhood." Flander was once again taken aback, incredulously asking, "Ma Hongjun, what did you just say?" "Eunuch? Teacher, my precious has been corrupted. I shall never again touch a woman, nor can I marry and have children," Ma Hongjun lamented in despair. Flander quickly reached out toward Ma Hongjun, only to realize the grim truth of his words. His complexion turned pale, and he staggered backward, murmuring, "This cannot be true. This cannot be true." The blow struck him too deeply. He had no son of his own and had long regarded Ma Hongjun as his own child. Now, however, Ma Hongjun had become a eunuch, destined to leave no descendants. He turned to Yu Xiaojing and inquired, "Xiaojing, is it truly the case?" Yu Xiaojing bitterly nodded, replying, "Indeed. I can no longer consider myself a man." At that moment, Flander appeared lost in thought, murmuring, "Ere long, I am deeply sorry. I failed to protect Xiaojing. How can I ever explain this to you?" Upon hearing Flander mention Lu ere long, Yu Xiaojing felt an overwhelming wave of sorrow. Tang San, unable to bear the scene any longer, felt a profound sense of guilt towards his teacher. He approached and said, "Teacher, please do not be sad. It is my fault that you have become like this." Flander suddenly raised his hand and exclaimed in anger, "Xiaojing, such a malicious little creature. It is better to be rid of you. I shall assist you in clearing your path at once." His surging soul power pulsated as he strode towards Tang San. "Flandra." Yu Xiaojing hurriedly positioned himself in front of Tang San. "Xiaojing, are you out of your mind? The most crucial aspect of accepting a disciple is their character. This little rascal harbors a wicked heart. Keeping him around would only bring calamity," Flandra exclaimed vehemently. Yu Xiaojing responded, "Have you forgotten who his father is?" Flandra paused, his mind suddenly clearing, and a sense of trepidation washed over him. If he were to slay Tang San, Tang Hao would undoubtedly seek vengeance. In light of his father's reputation, I shall spare his life today, but he certainly cannot remain at Shrek Academy. I refuse to accept such a miscreant, Flandre declared, his voice laced with anger. Yu Xiaojing argued, let him have a chance. No one is infallible. Who among us is without sin? He is merely a child, and life's journey stretches far ahead. Making mistakes is a natural part of growth. It is precisely for this reason that we must guide him and help him find his way back to the right path. With a thud, Tang San knelt before Flandre. Chapter 95. Yu Xiaojing was taken aback. Dean Flandre, I have come to realize my mistakes. I implore you, do not expel me. I promise I shall not err again and will strive to be a model student. Tang San spoke with a face full of regret, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Yu Xiaojing added, Flandre, Xiaosan genuinely understands his mistakes. Please grant him this opportunity. If he missteps again, you may dismiss him then. Moreover, do you not wish to participate in the Soul Master competition in 2 years? With Xiaosan by our side, we are sure to achieve remarkable results. Tang San, still kneeling, nodded fervently. Indeed, Dean, I shall dedicate myself to my training and secure the championship for Shrek Academy, ensuring the entire continent recognizes its esteemed name. Flandre hesitated. Zhao Wujin interjected, Flandre, I believe the master is correct. Tang San deserves a chance for redemption. Finally, Flandre acquiesced, sternly stating, Tang San, should you err again, I shall not hesitate to expel you from Shrek Academy. Thank you, Dean. I assure you, I will not falter again. Tang San replied hastily, relief flooding his heart. Teacher, you must stand by me. I have suffered greatly. Do you not feel any sorrow? Ma Hongjun lamented tragically. Flandre shook his head. Hongjun, I comprehend your anguish. Rest assured, I shall seek out a premier healing soul master to restore you to your former self. Ma Hongjun ceased his weeping, inquiring, is there truly a healing soul master capable of restoring that? Flandre nodded. Indeed, but such soul masters are exceedingly rare. Even I find it challenging to enlist their aid. Focus on your training, and once you attain the rank of title Douluo, you will be able to summon those soul masters. He sighed inwardly. For the sake of Ma Hongjun's future, he felt compelled to resort to such deception. Otherwise, Ma Hongjun would undoubtedly spiral into despair, irrevocably ruining his life. Yu Xiaojing pulled Tang San aside and noticed that Flandre's emotions were still somewhat unsettled. He spoke, Flandre, Mubai is about to challenge Yi Feng. Let us observe. Flandre nodded in agreement, stating, then let us see. Yu Xiaojing called out, Mubai, Yi Feng, prepare yourselves. The crowd promptly cleared a substantial area. Daim Mubai and Yi Feng stood face to face, a distance of over 20 meters separating them. Daim Mubai cast a glance at Guu Yuna, who stood at the edge, and declared, Yi Feng, I have anticipated this battle for quite some time. I hope your strength will not disappoint me. Yi Feng smiled and replied, rest assured, I will not let you down. Rather, I shall render you hopeless. Daim Mubai retorted, sharp-tongued, I wonder if you will still be able to laugh shortly. Let us not waste any more time. Let the battle commence, Ning Rongrong urged. Daim Mubai shot a cold glance at Ning Rongrong before releasing his martial soul. He let out a low growl, and 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, manifested around him. His body rapidly swelled, and in the blink of an eye, he towered over 2 meters. His fingers elongated into sharp, formidable claws, each measuring an impressive 20 centimeters in length. His fingers danced gracefully, the sharp nails producing the resonant sound of clashing blades. His muscular physique bulged prominently, exuding an overwhelming visual impact. In contrast, Yi Feng appeared rather diminutive. He stood there silently, unmoving, observing Daim Mubai's transformation. Daim Mubai furrowed his brow and commanded, quickly unleash your martial soul. Yi Feng shook his head, there is no need. In this battle, I shall not employ my martial soul. My fists alone are sufficient to resolve this. Arrogant, Daim Mubai shouted, incensed by Yi Feng's disdainful attitude. Zhao Wujia immediately shook his head in disappointment, remarking, Yi Feng is indeed overly complacent. Should he choose to utilize his martial soul, he might stand a chance. But attempting to contend with Mubai solely with his fists is nothing short of self-inflicted misery. Yu Xiaojing smiled and said, Yi Feng has indeed overstepped. If he truly refrains from using his martial soul, defeat is inevitable. They believe that Yi Feng's greatest reliance lay in that sword. If the sword were not unleashed, Yi Feng's soul abilities could not be utilized. How could he possibly contend with the evil-eyed white tiger? Such a scenario was utterly impossible. Daim Mubai's martial soul was among the most elite beast martial souls, far from being a mere trifling spirit. Yi Feng shook his head and stated, I have already declared that I shall not employ my martial soul. If you wish to fight, then we shall, but if not, I will take my leave. Very well. Since you seek your demise, do not blame me for what ensues. I shall teach you a lesson. Daim Mubai bellowed, charging fiercely towards Yi Feng. He laughed inwardly, thinking how arrogant and foolish Yi Feng was. To forego the use of his martial soul was nothing short of courting disaster. Had she learned of Yi Feng's true capabilities earlier, Ning Rongrong would have undoubtedly expressed her concerns. However, at this moment, she remained remarkably composed. Alongside Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, she wore a faint smile, calmly observing the arena, eagerly anticipating how Yi Feng would fare against Daim Mubai. Yu Xiaojing shook his head in disappointment, commenting that such prideful arrogance and disregard for others would inevitably lead to his downfall. He hoped today's defeat would serve as a lesson, prompting Yi Feng to awaken to the virtues of humility. Both Flender and Zhao Wujia nodded in agreement. Tang San watched this scene unfold, shaking his head, equally convinced of Yi Feng's excessive arrogance. He recalled his last battle with Yi Feng, who had exhibited a similar arrogance. Let Daim Mubai deliver a severe lesson to you. He eagerly anticipated witnessing your disgraceful retreat. Tang San mused inwardly. The distance of over 20 meters swiftly diminished under Daim Mubai's charge, and in the mere span of a breath, Daim Mubai stood before Yi Feng. He initially contemplated employing his third soul skill, the White Tiger Diamond Transformation. However, upon witnessing Yi Feng's disregard for even utilizing his martial soul, he lost the motivation to summon his soul skills. With his soul power elevated by 4 levels, coupled with the enhanced strength, speed, and defense granted by his martial soul transformation, could he not subdue Yi Feng? A sinister grin emerged on his face as his sharp claws lunged towards Yi Feng's chest. He intended to inflict upon Yi Feng a brutal beating, causing him to writhe in agony and lose all dignity before Guu Yuna. Only in this manner would Guu Yuna be dissuaded from developing any affection for Yi Feng. Mubai, show some mercy. Do not injure Yi Feng too severely. Yu Xiaogang exclaimed hastily, concerned that Daim Mubai might be excessively ruthless. The girls, including Xiao Wu, exchanged knowing smirks, secretly anticipating Daim Mubai's imminent misfortune. Just as Daim Mubai's claws were about to sink into Yi Feng's chest, Yi Feng raised his hand and firmly grasped Daim Mubai's wrist. Daim Mubai's complexion shifted as his grip faltered, unable to advance even an inch. Yi Feng's hand was akin to a vice, resolutely locking his opponent's hand in place. With all his might, Daim Mubai endeavored to reach for Yi Feng's chest, yet his face flushed crimson, rendering him incapable of movement. What has caused this halt? Yu Xiaogang queried in bewilderment. Then, he witnessed Yi Feng elevate his foot and deliver a forceful kick to Daim Mubai's abdomen. With a pained cry, Daim Mubai was propelled backward, his body soaring through the air before crashing to the ground, rolling several meters away. He hunched over like a large shrimp, his face covered in dirt, struggling to rise. How could this happen? Yu Xiaojiang was bewildered, his eyes wide open in disbelief at the scene before him. Franda remarked, We underestimated Yi Feng. Just now, Mubai's hand was rendered immobile, indicating the astonishing power of Yi Feng, surpassing even Mubai in his transformed state. Zhao Wujia chuckled wryly, saying, Not long ago, we thought Yi Feng would be at a disadvantage. It seems our vision was rather limited. Yu Xiaojing observed the furious face of Daim Mubai, who was slowly getting up, and said, Having suffered this setback, Mubai will undoubtedly give his all. When he employs his soul skills, it will be Yi Feng who faces adversity. Chapter 96. Boasting and being slapped in the face. He had just urged Daim Mubai to show mercy, but in the blink of an eye, Daim Mubai was sent flying by Yi Feng. His face burned with a flush, as though he had been struck forcefully, yet fortunately concealed beneath the mask. No one could perceive his embarrassment. Thus, he uttered the words suggesting that after Daim Mubai exerted himself fully, Yi Feng would inevitably suffer. He must reclaim some dignity. Otherwise, would it not indicate a lack of discernment? Daim Mubai must exert himself and triumph over Yi Feng to validate my analysis, Yu Xiaojiang silently prayed. As Daim Mubai rose, his gaze transformed into one of fierce intensity, resembling that of a ravenous wolf fixated on Yi Feng. He declared, Very well, your strength has surpassed my expectations. I was careless. At the same time, you have provoked my ire. Prepare to face my wrath. By the end of his proclamation, he nearly bellowed, and a formidable surge of soul power erupted as the third soul ring on his body suddenly illuminated. His physique, once robust due to the manifestation of his martial soul, swelled once more, with muscles bulging exaggeratedly. The fabric of his upper garments was instantaneously torn apart, revealing the terrifying contours of his muscular form. Strange black stripes appeared on his skin, resembling a tiger's hide, were it not for the absence of fur. His already large palms expanded further, and the protruding blades transformed into a brilliant silver hue. A radiant golden light erupted from his being, enveloping him in a resplendent golden aura. His crimson eyes emitted a bloodthirsty glint, and an aura of dominion befitting the king of beasts radiated from him. "Very well," Yu Xiaojing remarked, a smile gracing his lips as he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Witnessing the formidable strength of Daim Mubai's third spirit ability, he finally felt reassured. Beside Yu Xiaojing, Tang San's expression also grew more solemn. Indeed, Daim Mubai's power was formidable, Tang San pondered. After executing the third spirit ability, Daim Mubai refrained from launching an immediate attack. He exuded an overwhelming confidence and laughed heartily. "Yi Feng, although your power is formidable, even surpassing my own when I refrain from utilizing my soul abilities, I am currently employing my third soul skill, the White Tiger Diamond Transformation. In the past, I braved numerous perils to hunt down a millennium-old diamond tiger. Upon absorbing its soul ring, my attack, strength, and defense were significantly augmented, and I acquired the White Tiger Diamond Transformation. In this transformed state, my attack power, defensive capabilities, and strength are all doubled, with my soul power at the 37th level. The amplified attack power is beyond your imagination, and this state can be sustained for half an hour." Daim Mubai intentionally made this proclamation to showcase his might before Guu Yuna. It was a strategy he had employed successfully many times to win the affections of countless women. Simultaneously, he aimed to instill fear in Yi Feng, hoping to evoke a sense of trepidation within him. After he finished speaking, he looked down at Yi Feng with an air of arrogance, only to discover that Yi Feng's expression remained calm, devoid of even a hint of fear. Daim Mubai furrowed his brow and cast a glance at Guu Yuna, finding her equally composed, showing no signs of surprise. Could it be that they did not comprehend the magnitude of a doubling in strength? Daim Mubai pondered. At that moment, Ning Rongrong scoffed, remarking on his bravado, as if he were invincible. Xiao interjected, questioning why he boasted instead of simply fighting. Was he attempting to bolster his own courage? Daim Mubai was instantly filled with rage, his body trembling and his face flushed. He revealed his formidable soul technique in hopes of earning a chorus of admiration, only to be met with scornful derision. He was enraged, his gaze turning icy cold as he said, "Yi Feng, let me see what audacity allows you to remain so composed." Daim Mubai did not linger any longer, roaring as he charged towards Yi Feng. The kick from Yi Feng had not wounded him, it merely left him disheveled. Now he unleashed his peak strength, his confidence soaring to unprecedented heights. He recalled the moment when Yi Feng had ambushed him upon his arrival at Shrek Academy, catching him completely off guard and leaving his face resembling that of a swollen pig, his teeth shattered and scattered. In that instant, all the humiliation transformed into a source of strength. He sensed that he had performed extraordinarily, even feeling a subtle premonition of an impending breakthrough. Before he could approach Yi Feng, he let out a thunderous roar, White Tiger Radiant Wave. His mouth opened wide, emitting a massive beam of light that surged forth towards Yi Feng, bolstered by the transformation of the White Tiger. The power of the White Tiger's radiant wave was significantly amplified. Excellent. Mubai's attack power should be exceedingly close to the threshold of the Soul Sect, laughed Yu Xiaojing. Flinder interjected. No, it has already reached the threshold of an ordinary Soul Master. The White Tiger martial spirit possesses formidable offensive capabilities, and it is not a challenge for Mubai to elevate his combat strength several levels. As they spoke, the White Tiger's radiant wave had already struck Yi Feng. To everyone's astonishment, he did not evade. Yu Xiaojing was utterly shocked. Yi Feng stood there calmly, a faint protective barrier shimmering around him. Protective chi, Tang San thought to himself, his gaze fixated on the barrier enveloping Yi Feng. It was this very shield that had thwarted all his previous attacks, rendering them completely ineffective. He was eager to ascertain whether Yi Feng's protective aura could withstand Daim Mubai's assault this time. Under the watchful gazes of the crowd, a thick and elongated wave of light struck the barrier before Yi Feng, akin to snow meeting searing flames, swiftly dissolving away. 3 seconds later, Daim Mubai's White Tiger's radiant wave had entirely vanished, while Yi Feng stood there, unscathed. Daim Mubai's expression was decidedly grim. He had just boasted with such bravado, filled with confidence in his strike, only to be effortlessly thwarted by Yi Feng. At that moment, his face felt as though it had been struck hard, burning with humiliation. Uft, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu could not contain their laughter. To boast so grandly, yet fail to breach Yi Feng's defense was indeed a source of amusement. Ning Rongrong remarked. Zhu Zhuqing, Guu Yuna, and the others also wore expressions of mirth. Equally disheartened was Yu Xiaojiang, who appeared as if he had swallowed something bitter. Discomfort etched across his features. He never anticipated that the defensive barrier wielded by Yi Feng would be so formidable, that even the most powerful white tiger radiance wave unleashed by Daim Mubai could not shatter it. He truly wished to find a crevice in the ground to burrow into. Upon hearing the laughter of Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, a surge of fury erupted within Daim Mubai's chest. He let out a thunderous roar, abandoning the ranged assault, and directly lunged at Yi Feng. Since Yi Feng had not unleashed his sharp martial spirit, he decided to engage in close combat, fearing nothing. As he witnessed Daim Mubai charging towards Yi Feng, Yu Xiaojiang's face broke into a smile once more. In a bid to salvage his own dignity, he remarked, Mubai's choice is indeed astute. Given Yi Feng's formidable defense, Mubai can no longer rely on the White Tiger's light wave, as that would be a waste of soul power. In the state of the White Tiger's diamond transformation, Mubai's ordinary attacks are exceedingly potent. Close combat will continuously deplete Yi Feng's soul power, and victory will surely belong to Mubai. Chapter 97. Left in ruins upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's commentary yet again, Ning Rongrong could no longer contain herself. Yu Xiaojiang, remember your words. Soon you shall realize the depths of your folly. Even Yu Xiaojiang, known for his patience, could no longer endure Ning Rongrong's mockery, shooting her a furious glare. Glaring at me, are you flustered? Ning Rongrong teased. Yu Xiaojiang's chest heaved with agitation, but he ultimately restrained himself, turning his gaze back to the battlefield. At that moment, Daim Mubai had already closed the distance to Yi Feng and engaged him in combat. Daim Mubai's 10 claws, elongated to over 20 centimeters, had transformed into a gleaming silver, exuding an aura of sharpness akin to a set of lethal daggers. He waved his hands vigorously, incessantly striking against the luminous barrier enveloping Yi Feng. The clang of metal reverberated continuously, sparks flying in every direction. Daim Mubai's every claw displayed terrifying penetrative power, yet it was utterly ineffective against Yi Feng, failing to breach the protective layer surrounding him. Yi Feng stood there calmly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he observed Daim Mubai fervently swinging his claws before him. Daim Mubai's face flushed crimson, an overwhelming sense of humiliation surging within him. As he exerted himself in a futile attack, Yi Feng stood there calmly, watching him with a smile, which reminded him of the phrase, overestimating one's capabilities. Yi Feng remained motionless, merely projecting his soul power to effortlessly thwart his full-force assault. At that moment, Daim Mubai wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide himself. The bravado he had displayed earlier now felt utterly humiliating. Puchi, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, witnessing this scene, could not help but burst into laughter. To Daim Mubai's ears, their laughter sounded painfully sharp. He emitted a feral roar, his claws frantically clawing as they lunged towards Yi Feng with the ferocity of a tempest. Observing Daim Mubai's frenzied demeanor, Yu Xiaojiang urgently called out, Mubai, steady yourself. Do not be hasty. Your soul power surpasses that of Yi Feng. As long as you exhaust his soul power, victory shall undoubtedly be yours. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words, Daim Mubai regained a measure of composure. His sense of shame gradually dissipated, replaced by a cold smirk. Yi Feng, you might as well retract into your shell like a turtle. Just wait until I exhaust your soul power, then let us see what you will do. Daim Mubai jeered while attacking. Yi Feng crossed his arms and replied, I shall observe how long it takes for you to deplete my soul power. Daim Mubai ceased his verbal sparring, his attacks no longer as frenzied, maintaining a steady output. Yu Xiaojiang, witnessing this scene, nodded repeatedly. This lad Mubai possesses quite a sharp wit. He has adapted his tactics with remarkable speed, he remarked with a smile. Zhu Zhuqing interjected. To think he can drain Yi Feng's soul power is nothing short of a delusion. Yu Xiaojiang frowned, cautioning, Yi Feng is merely at the 33rd rank. Do not harbor blind confidence in him, as it may cultivate a sense of arrogance. You will soon discern whether it is blind or not. Zhu Zhuqing retorted coolly. Ning Rongrong mocked, Yu Xiaojiang, have you not yet realized your own folly? Which of your analyses has ever proven accurate? Yu Xiaojiang's expression darkened slightly as he replied. Whether accurate or not will soon be revealed. Very well, I shall await your explanation then, Ning Rongrong said with a smirk. Humph, Yu Xiaojing scoffed, choosing to remain silent thereafter. 5 minutes, 10 minutes passed. Daim Mubai relentlessly attacked for over 10 minutes. Yet Yifeng's protective barrier showed no signs of weakening. The cold smirk had vanished from Daim Mubai's face, replaced by urgency. Nearly 20 minutes had elapsed since he had invoked the White Tiger transformation. In another 10 minutes, its effects would wane, and he had already depleted a considerable portion of his soul power. Yu Xiaojing's expression began to sour once more. After all this time, Yifeng's soul power remains intact. Could I have misjudged him again? How could he possibly possess such reserves? He pondered anxiously. Daim Mubai could no longer endure this passive predicament and shouted, Yifeng, is retreating all you can do? If you have any courage, then face me head on. That is the true measure of a man. Yifeng chuckled. Did you not just claim you would exhaust my soul power? Why then, do you now demand I confront you directly? Frustrated to the point of wanting to spit blood, Daim Mubai bellowed. If you refuse to engage with me, what sort of sparring is this? Very well, since you desire a direct confrontation, I shall oblige, Yifeng declared. Upon hearing this, Daim Mubai felt a surge of excitement as he noticed the barrier surrounding Yifeng dissipate. Come, let me witness the strength of your attacks, Daim Mubai exclaimed with fervor. The first spirit ring on his body glimmered to life, activating the first spirit skill, the White Tiger's protective barrier. After unleashing this defensive skill, he swung his enormous tiger claws towards Yifeng. Shameless, Ning Rongrong exclaimed loudly. Xiao Wu also chastised Daim Mubai. You have compelled Yifeng to drop his defenses and engage you head-on, yet you resort to your defensive spirit skill. Do you not feel any shame? Daim Mubai chuckled heartily. I had just attacked his defensive spirit skill for quite some time. Now it is his turn to assault my defensive skill. Is that not a fair exchange? Yu Xiaojing nodded in agreement. Indeed, defense is also a reflection of one's strength. Yifeng has already demonstrated his defensive capabilities. And now it is Mubai's turn. Daim Mubai's palm, as large as a fan, struck towards Yifeng's head, aiming to inflict serious injury with a single blow. Yifeng raised his fair fist, launching a powerful punch towards Daim Mubai's colossal tiger claw. The sound of metal fracturing resonated as the 5 elongated blades on Daim Mubai's claw shattered beneath Yifeng's fist. After breaking through Daim Mubai's claw, Yifeng's fist then smashed into his 5 fingers. With a series of cracks, Daim Mubai's fingers bent backward at an impossible angle of 180 degrees. Daim Mubai let out a cry of anguish, the intense pain contorting his face. His hand recoiled as if struck by a jolt of electricity, retreating hastily back into the luminous barrier of the White Tiger's protective shield. How could his fist possess such formidable strength? Daim Mubai's heart roared with disbelief at the recent turn of events. He had painstakingly provoked Yifeng into lowering his defenses, engaging him directly, only to discover, to his utter dismay, that he had severely injured one of his hands after just one encounter. How could he possibly contend with Yifeng now, lacking a hand? How could this happen? Yifeng had not even unleashed his soul technique. How could his fist be so formidable? Yu Xiaojing exclaimed in disbelief, his expression reflecting sheer incredulity. Not only him, but even Flender, Zhao Wujia, and Tang San found it hard to believe the scene unfolding before their eyes. Under normal circumstances, Yifeng's fist would have pierced through Daim Mubai's blade-like hand, leaving a gruesome mess. Yet, it was Daim Mubai who was injured instead. A dreadful premonition suddenly gripped Yu Xiaojing's heart. Although Yifeng's fists were indeed hard, they might not be capable of breaching Mubai's White Tiger barrier. Yu Xiaojing consoled himself internally. Daim Mubai, his face pale with fear, stepped back, no longer daring to confront Yifeng head-on. Yu Xiaojing shouted, Mubai, unleash the full power of your White Tiger barrier. First, ensure your own protection, then seek out Yifeng's vulnerabilities for a counterattack. Daim Mubai nodded, immediately augmenting his soul power output, significantly enhancing the defensive capabilities of the White Tiger barrier. Come on, let me see if you can breach my defenses. I intend to repay you in kind, allowing you to experience the taste of humiliation, Daim Mubai mused inwardly. Chapter 98. The White Tiger becomes a sickly cat. Does he truly believe that flimsy shield can withstand Yifeng's assault? Xiao Wu scoffed. Yu Xiaojing opened his mouth, intending to voice a rebuttal, but ultimately fell silent. He truly dared not speak any further. Each utterance resulted in a stinging rebuke, and not once was he correct. He harbored doubts, questioning whether misfortune had befallen him today. Mubai had exerted all his efforts to activate the White Tiger Guardian barrier. Surely, Yifeng would be unable to breach it, Yu Xiaojing contemplated. Observing Yu Xiaogang's disgruntled demeanor, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong felt a sense of delight. Yi Feng approached Daim Mubai with measured steps and inquired, "Do you truly believe I cannot penetrate your barrier?" Daim Mubai retorted with a cold smirk. "Then by all means, give it a try. Do not assume that only your defense is formidable. Yi Feng, shatter his barrier." Xiao Wu exclaimed loudly. Yi Feng replied with a smile, "Did you hear that? Xiao Wu has instructed me to obliterate your barrier." As soon as he finished speaking, before Daim Mubai could respond, he clenched his fist and struck towards Daim Mubai's white tiger barrier. This punch instantly captivated everyone's attention, except for a few girls like Xiao Wu. The others were uncertain whether Yi Feng's blow could penetrate Daim Mubai's defenses. After several failed predictions, Yu Xiaojiang also felt a twinge of doubt. Yi Feng's punch appeared unremarkable, devoid of any fluctuations in soul power. Observing such an ordinary strike, Daim Mubai felt even more confident, eager to witness Yi Feng's downfall. With a thunderous roar, Yi Feng's fist collided with the white tiger barrier, which astonishingly shattered, unable to withstand even a second. How could this be? Was Daim Mubai's barrier made of tofu? Yu Xiaojing pondered, utterly bewildered. "No!" Daim Mubai exclaimed in horror, pushing off the ground with force, preparing to retreat. The sheer power behind Yi Feng's punch that could obliterate his white tiger barrier was unimaginable. Daim Mubai dared not endure the impact any longer. One of his hands had already lost its combat efficacy. If any other part of his body were to be struck by Yi Feng's fist, it would likely meet a similarly unfortunate fate. At this moment, he harbored a desire to flee, yet how could he possibly evade the might of Yi Feng's fist? After shattering the protective barrier of the white tiger, Yi Feng advanced with determination, his fist aimed directly at Daim Mubai's chest. Daim Mubai retreated repeatedly, only to realize that there was no escaping the onslaught of Yi Feng's attack. As the formidable punch descended towards his torso, he hastily crossed his arms to shield his chest. Observing from the sidelines, Flandra was prepared to intervene and rescue Daim Mubai, but upon witnessing his defensive posture, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. He believed that no matter how formidable Yi Feng's punch was, it could not threaten Daim Mubai's life. At most, it would only inflict an injury upon his arm. This, too, could serve as a lesson for Daim Mubai. With wide eyes, Daim Mubai watched as Yi Feng's fist struck between his two arms, followed by the ominous sound of bones cracking. His magnificent physique was propelled backward with tremendous force, and while suspended in midair, blood gushed forth uncontrollably. In that fleeting moment, Yu Xiaojiang, Flinder, and the others were utterly stunned. How could Daim Mubai sustain such grievous injuries despite having fortified his defenses? The volume of blood he expelled was so copious that it seemed he might expel his very heart. When Daim Mubai's body crashed to the ground, the severity of his wounds caused his martial spirit to automatically dissipate. Due to the recent exertion of the white tiger transformation, his clothing had already torn apart, and now, with the martial spirit's dissolution, the black and white stripes on his body vanished, restoring his original complexion. His arms were grotesquely deformed, revealing that the bones had shattered into several fragments. Even more horrifying was the concavity of his chest, indicating a fractured sternum. At this moment, Daim Mubai was breathing more in than out. Were it not for the residual soul power within him, he would have succumbed to his fate. Flinder and the others rushed forward in haste. "Do not touch him, Oscar the sausage," Flinder bellowed. Oscar quickly extended a large sausage, and despite the excruciating pain, Daim Mubai consumed it in a few bites. Yu Xiaojiang, witnessing Daim Mubai's tragic state, felt a surge of fear. He suddenly turned around and exclaimed, "Yi Feng, Mubai is your classmate. How could you be so ruthless? Do you understand? You nearly killed him." Yi Feng replied with a smile, "Rest assured. I wield my strength judiciously. He shall not perish. Your methods are excessively brutal," Yu Xiaojiang retorted angrily. At that moment, Ning Rongrong and the others approached. "Yu Xiaojiang, why do you not mention your disciple Tang San? He is the one with a heart of malice, always seeking to bring others to their demise." Yi Feng merely imparted a lesson to Daim Mubai. "This minor injury will heal in time," Ning Rongrong stated. Yu Xiaojiang fell silent, for when it came to Tang San, he found himself at a loss for words. Zhu Zhuqing, unwilling to miss the chance to chastise Yu Xiaojiang, voiced her disdain. "Yu Xiaojiang, did you not claim that Daim Mubai would triumph in this battle? Do you now comprehend the extent of your misjudgment?" Yu Xiaojiang's face flushed crimson, leaving him speechless. In this duel, Daim Mubai had not gained a single advantage. He resembled a fool oblivious to his own limitations. Flander hastily intervened, saying, Yi Feng has always been enigmatic. After all, Xiao Gang does not know him well, so this misjudgment is understandable. Let us refrain from further criticism. Very well, I shall grant Dean Flander this favor and let you off this time, Ning Rongrong remarked. At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang was filled with indignation. As a teacher, he found himself ridiculed by several female students, losing face entirely. After consuming a sausage, Daim Mubai's pallid complexion improved somewhat, and his internal injuries began to stabilize, freeing him from the brink of death. Daim Mubai, do you still wish to challenge Yi Feng? Xiao Wu inquired with a smile. Ning Rongrong interjected. Xiao Wu. What is that phrase? Oh, yes, ignorance of one's own mortality. Today I have finally witnessed it. Xiao Wu chuckled. He still dares to flaunt his prowess before Sister Nar, truly. He is digging his own grave. Ning Rongrong added. And there was talk of the evil white tiger. A sickly cat would be more fitting. Uffed. Daim Mubai, infuriated, spat a mouthful of blood, splattering Oscar before him. Being so thoroughly beaten by Yi Feng had completely exceeded his prior expectations. Now, he did not even dare to glance at Guu Yuna. He understood that having embarrassed himself so profoundly before Guu Yuna, there was little hope left for him. Come on, big brother Dai, please don't berate me, Oscar exclaimed, his face smeared with blood. Flinder interjected, enough, Oscar. Stop making such a scene. You and Hong Jun should take Mubai back so he can rest properly. Dai Mubai glared at Yi Feng with resentment, stating, Dean, I will not leave. Flinder furrowed his brows and admonished, look at the state you're in. Hurry back and tend to your injuries. Daim Mubai replied, just a moment longer. I wish to witness the battle between Tang San and Yi Feng. He heard Tang San's challenge to Yi Feng last night, thus he hesitated to depart. He wishes to ascertain whether Yi Feng truly has the audacity to continue battling against Tang San. He was eager to witness the moment when Yi Feng would be vanquished by Tang San. What? Yi Feng still intends to continue battling Tang San? Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed in astonishment. He was unaware of the events that transpired at the girls' dormitory entrance the previous night. Indeed, Yi Feng himself had stated that after finishing his battle with me, he would continue to fight Tang San. Daim Mubai remarked. Tang San furrowed his brow and replied, Tang San, never take advantage of others' misfortunes. Yi Feng, I shall grant you a half-day's rest and engage you in combat this afternoon. Yi Feng shook his head. No need. Let us proceed now. I am pressed for time. Chapter 99. Yu Xiaojiang. Little San, just do not take his life. As soon as Yi Feng uttered these words, Yu Xiaojiang, Flinder, and the others were left in astonishment. Pressed for time, he wished to continue battling Tang San. Was he out of his mind? Daim Mubai's strength was already formidable, surpassing most soul masters at the 37th level. For Yi Feng to triumph over Daim Mubai with his 33rd level cultivation was already impressive. This battle appeared effortless for Yi Feng, yet it was impossible to have incurred no expenditure of energy, particularly given his prolonged use of soul power to fend off Daim Mubai's attacks. The consumption must have been considerable. Flinder, Yu Xiaojiang, and the others could not fathom that Yi Feng's soul power was inexhaustible. Hence, when Yi Feng expressed his desire to continue battling Tang San, their shock was palpable. Flinder furrowed his brow and said, Yi Feng, your victory over Mubai already attests to your strength. There is no need to engage Tang San now. You should take a moment to recuperate and fight this afternoon instead. Yi Feng shook his head. No need, he is merely a soul master. Beside them, Tang San's brows were knitted tightly together, his eyes betraying a deep-seated resentment. Yu Xiaojiang interjected, Flinder, do not dissuade him. Since Yi Feng wishes to continue fighting, let him. It will allow him to witness Little San's new soul skill, which is sure to astound him. Flinder glanced at Tang San in surprise, speculating that Tang San must have acquired a remarkable soul skill. Tang San cast a glance at Xiao Wu, while he wished to accept the challenge against Yi Feng immediately. He did not want to leave her with the impression that he was taking advantage of the situation. He shook his head and spoke, Yi Feng, I, Tang San, would not take advantage of you. If I am to win, it must be through fair means, for that is the way of a gentleman. The mention of gentleman elicited an uncontrollable laugh from Ning Rongrong. Even Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were left speechless. How could you, Tang San, who resorted to underhanded tactics behind the scenes, dare to speak of gentlemanly conduct before everyone? Zhao Wujie also recalled the events in the Star Luo forest involving Tang San, and his expression turned rather peculiar. Tang San understood that Ning Rongrong's laughter signified something else, and his face darkened in response. Unable to bear it any longer, Xiao Wu interjected, Tang San, you should face Yi Feng in battle right now. Even if you wait until the afternoon, the outcome will remain the same. You would still be the one to lose. Thus, there is no need to delay until later. Tang San was momentarily taken aback, feeling an overwhelming sense of discomfort within. He never anticipated that in Xiao Wu's heart, his strength was deemed so inadequate. Previously, after such a prolonged battle against Yi Feng, if he could not emerge victorious, it would be better for him to perish in a collision. Xiao Wu, do you truly believe that? Tang San inquired. Xiao Wu nodded. I speak nothing but the truth. In reality, you need not challenge Yi Feng. I fear you may suffer a blow to your confidence, leading to a lasting decline. Tang San's fists clenched tightly, the veins on his neck protruding, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Yu Xiaojing interjected. Xiao Wu, one must not speak too definitively. Are my disciples truly so lacking? He turned to Tang San and said, Little San, since Yi Feng insists on battling now, you should acquiesce to his request. Allow him to witness your current prowess, so he may comprehend that a mere 3 days apart can lead to a fresh perspective. Is it not merely the third soul skill and an external soul bone? Look at how smug Yu Xiaojing is. Ning Rongrong muttered. Tang San finally nodded and replied, Yi Feng, it is not my intention to bully you. Rather, it is you who insists on this duel. Should you lose, do not shy away from acknowledging it. Rest assured, the only one who will taste defeat is you, Yi Feng retorted. He turned around and walked once more towards the center of the playground. Xiao Wu and several girls hastily followed suit. Observing Yi Feng departing with the girls, Tang San's eyes radiated a vengeful light as he fixated on Yi Feng's retreating figure. Yu Xiaojing gently patted Tang San's shoulder from behind and said, Xiao San, hold nothing back. Just ensure his life remains intact. Today, he must receive a lesson, otherwise. Who in Shrek Academy could ever rein him in? Teacher, I will. Tang San gritted his teeth in response. Flander furrowed his brow and inquired, Xiaojing, what exactly is Tang San's third spirit ability that instills such confidence in you? A confident smile returned to Yu Xiaojing's face as he replied, Xiao San's third spirit ability is a highly binding web, and he has also fortuitously acquired an external spirit bone, effectively granting him 8 additional limbs, perfectly countering Yi Feng's speed and agile steps. Flander remarked, I must admit, I am rather intrigued. Let us proceed. Yu Xiaojing beamed as he made his way toward the center of the playground. The frustration he had felt from earlier mockery dissipated in an instant. He envisioned Yi Feng sprawled on the ground, Tang San victorious, and an overwhelming sense of vindication surged within him. He believed it was imperative for Yi Feng to experience the bitter lesson of a crushing defeat. Only then would he have the opportunity to tame this unruly genius. Flander instructed, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, bring over a chair and carry Mubai. Moments later, Yi Feng and Tang San entered, standing 20 meters apart. Ning Rongrong remarked, Yu Xiaojing, I shall grant you another chance. Analyze who will triumph this time, your disciple or Yi Feng. Without hesitation, Yu Xiaojing confidently declared, in this battle, victory will belong to Tang San. Although Yi Feng is formidable, he has just fought against Mubai, and his soul power must be considerably depleted. Meanwhile, after advancing to Soul Master, Tang San's strength has significantly increased, and he is currently in peak condition. In this comparison, Tang San's odds of victory are naturally greater. Furthermore, Tang San's soul skills counter Yi Feng effectively. Even if Yi Feng manages to escape Tang San's blue-silver grass, he may not be able to break free from Tang San's spiderweb restraints. Additionally, Tang San's 8 spider lances possess a terrifying venom. If Yi Feng is even slightly contaminated, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Yu Xiaojing glanced at Ning Rongrong and chuckled. You must be thinking that Tang San won't be able to touch Yi Feng, right? Indeed, Yi Feng is swift and agile. Yet Tang San's 8 spider lances are akin to having 8 additional arms. How could he possibly miss Yi Feng? Thus, he concluded, in this battle, victory will belong to Tang San. After Yu Xiaojing spoke, Flander, Zhao Wujia, and the others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the accuracy of Yu Xiaojing's analysis. Even the reclining Mubai felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of witnessing Yi Feng being bested by Tang San. Only Ma Hongjun secretly hoped that Tang San would be thoroughly defeated by Yi Feng. Are you finished? Ning Rongrong inquired. Yu Xiaojing affirmed, I am done. Ning Rongrong teased. I reiterate, remember what you have just said. Soon you shall realize how foolish your thoughts are. Upon hearing this, the smile on Yu Xiaojing's face vanished instantly, replaced by a somber expression. Since you do not trust my analysis, Let us await the outcome and see who is right, Yu Xiaojing replied coldly. Flander then asked, Tang San, Yifeng, are you ready? I am prepared, Tang San responded. I am ready as well, Yifeng added. Then let it begin, Flander declared. Chapter 100. Tang San transforms into a giant hammer to strike the ground. Tang San gazed at Yifeng, and in that moment, all the hatred within him erupted. Now, with his strength greatly enhanced, he finally had the opportunity for revenge. With a mere thought, he summoned his blue-silver grass martial spirit, manifesting 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, upon his form. Yifeng, unleash your martial spirit, Tang San commanded coldly. With the acquisition of his 3rd soul skill, Tang San's confidence surged immensely. His blue-silver grass appeared as fragile as tofu before the sword of Yifeng, offering no semblance of control. However, the 3rd soul skill differed significantly. The webbing unleashed by the web-binding technique possessed remarkable resilience and stickiness. Even if Yifeng's first strike could sever the web, he would inevitably become ensnared. Once entangled, no matter how immense Yifeng's strength, escape would prove exceedingly difficult. Moreover, the web was laced with toxins, swiftly diminishing Yifeng's combat effectiveness. This was the source of Tang San's confidence. Yifeng shook his head, asserting, I have no need for a spirit to deal with you. Are you certain? Tang San's heart leapt with joy as he inquired. Initially, he hesitated to wield the 8 spider spears, fearing that they would be insufficient to counter the sharp blade wielded by Yifeng. After all, even the formidable Haoyan hammer had been cleaved. What chance did the 8 spider spears have? Only after ensnaring Yifeng with his webs did he dare to employ the 8 spider spears. Now, upon hearing Yifeng declare he would not utilize his martial soul, a wave of exhilaration surged within him. In the absence of Yifeng's sword, he could boldly unleash the 8 spider spears. Under the assault of the 8 spider legs, Yifeng's agility would surely be significantly hampered, making evasion from the webs nearly impossible. Confirmed, Yifeng stated. Very well, but do not seek excuses should you lose, Tang San remarked before launching his assault. Entwine, he commanded, activating his first soul ring as several thick blue-silver grasses surged toward Yifeng. Simultaneously, the fabric of Tang San's clothing behind him suddenly bulged and then tore apart, revealing 8 spider legs that swiftly elongated. After releasing the 8 spider spears, Tang San resembled a colossal spider. Flinder was left astounded. Observing Flinder's astonishment, Yu Xiaojing smugly remarked, Impressive, isn't it? This is the external spirit bone that Xiao San fortuitously acquired while absorbing his 3rd soul ring, possessing both offensive and control attributes. Flinder nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. I wonder how Yifeng plans to counter Tang San's assault, especially since he has yet to resort to his spirit bone. Yu Xiaojing replied. His soul power is merely 2 levels higher than Xiao San's. After the prolonged battle with Daim Mubai, his remaining soul power is certainly inferior to Tang San's. He holds no advantage in any aspect. Arrogant and overconfident, Daim Mubai remarked, reclining in his chair with a pale complexion and a sardonic smile. Oscar, standing beside Daim Mubai, whispered, Boss Dai, Yifeng is destined to lose this time. Rest assured, your vendetta will soon be avenged. As Tang San unleashed the 8 spider spears, the blue-silver grasses ensnared Yifeng's body. Yet, Yifeng reached out and grasped the blue-silver grasses, effortlessly tearing them apart. His strength was indeed formidable. Tang San mused inwardly. In his previous encounter with Yifeng, the latter wielded a sword, and he did not perceive the true extent of Yifeng's power. At this moment, Yifeng effortlessly severed his blue-silver grass, a testament to the terrifying might he possessed. How could a mere weapon spirit soul master possess such formidable strength? Tang San was perplexed, yet he had no time to ponder further. After Yifeng broke free from the constraints of the blue-silver grass, Tang San promptly approached him. With a mere thought, the 8 spider spears upon his back lunged towards Yifeng. His 8 spider spears are remarkably hard and sharp, imbued with a lethal poison capable of severing the throat of a soul master at the soul sovereign level. The moment Yifeng suffers even the slightest abrasion, the battle will reach its conclusion. With a swift motion of his hands, Tang San produced a small, jet-black box. This is the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. He employed a multitude of tactics, leaving Yifeng no opportunity to resist. 8 spider spears simultaneously lunged towards Yifeng, effectively sealing off all directions save for the rear. Tang San's lips curled into a smile, deeply satisfied with his external spirit bone. In their previous encounter, he had been unable to even graze Yifeng's clothing. ultimately resorting to provocation to compel Yi Feng into a direct confrontation. This time, armed with the 8 spider spears, he effortlessly countered Yi Feng's agile movements. Yu Xiaojing observed the scene with a satisfied nod, remarking, "Do you see? Yi Feng has no choice but to retreat." Tang San, after retrieving the Zhuge divine crossbow, did not immediately activate the firing mechanism, but instead employed his third soul skill. His third soul ring illuminated, and a purple-black spider web shot forth from his body. As it approached Yi Feng, it suddenly unfurled, enveloping him in its grasp. At this moment, Tang San, aside from the Haoyan hammer, truly unleashed all his abilities. He yearned to muster all his strength and defeat Yi Feng in the shortest possible time. Upon witnessing Tang San unleash a myriad of tactics against Yi Feng, Yu Xiaojing could not help but exclaim in admiration, a broad smile gracing his face. Tang San, gripping the Zhuge divine crossbow, employed the purple extreme magic eye, fixating intently on Yi Feng. The moment Yi Feng became ensnared by the web, he would swiftly unleash the Zhuge divine crossbow, rendering Yi Feng's limbs incapacitated. At that moment, retreat was no longer an option for Yi Feng. The spear-like webs approaching from both sides had effectively sealed his only avenue of escape. However, this was merely the conjecture of Tang San and the others. If Yi Feng desired to retreat, how could these spear-like webs possibly impede him? Retreat was an impossibility. Yi Feng raised both hands, reaching for the 2 incoming spear-like webs. Seeking death, a chill flickered in Tang San's eyes, and a cold smile appeared upon his face. His spider spear was not only equipped with a razor-sharp tip, but its entire length was adorned with a multitude of barbed spikes. The moment Yi Feng's skin was pierced by these thorns, he would succumb to a deadly poison, grasping 2 of the spider's legs firmly in his hands. Yi Feng did not attempt to snap them directly. Instead, he skillfully maneuvered them to deflect the 6 incoming spider spears. Subsequently, he wielded these 2 spears to shield himself from the oncoming web. Tang San, in a state of despair, realized that Yi Feng's strength was insurmountable. His spear was rendered utterly powerless, completely under Yi Feng's control and unable to be withdrawn. He watched in disbelief as the third soul skill, the binding spider web, fell upon his 2 spider spears, failing to ensnare Yi Feng, but instead binding his own spider legs. Tang San's purple extreme magic eyes clearly observed that Yi Feng's hands remained unscathed, devoid of any damage. How could this be? The unexpected occurrences left Tang San somewhat dazed. The situation had unfolded entirely contrary to his expectations. Yi Feng adeptly evaded the attack of the spider spear while the web landed upon it. A faint smile graced Yi Feng's lips as he seized the 2 spider spears and swung Tang San aloft. With his feet lifted off the ground, Tang San began to panic. "Get away from me," he bellowed, his expression twisted in rage, finally activating the Zhuge divine crossbow and aiming it at Yi Feng, intent on compelling him to relinquish the 2 spears. The crossbow hummed ominously as dark bolts shot forth at an astonishing speed, their power formidable. The Zhuge divine crossbow was capable of launching dozens of bolts, each with immense lethality. In the face of these incoming projectiles, Yi Feng wielded the 2 spider legs, deftly deflecting the bolts. Several struck the spider legs, severing them instantly. Tang San's complexion paled, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Yi Feng, grasping the broken spider legs, dispatched the remaining bolts with ease. With a swift motion, he seized another spider leg, lifting Tang San into the air. With a resounding crash, Tang San was forcefully slammed to the ground. Yi Feng wielded the spider leg like a hammer, the handle being the leg itself, and the head, Tang San, striking him repeatedly against the earth, sending tremors through the ground. Yu Xiaojing, witnessing this scene, felt faint from sheer terror. At this moment, Tang San was battered and bloodied, his body riddled with fractures. Initially, he managed to use his soul power to protect his internal organs. However, under the immense impact, his soul power quickly spiraled out of control. In addition to the severe external injuries, his internal organs began to sustain damage. The violent shocks made him feel as though his heart might burst forth. Yi Feng's movements were rapid before Yu Xiaojing and Flinder could react. He had struck Tang San over 30 times. The once solid ground had been dented by the relentless blows. Yi Feng, cease this at once. Yu Xiaojing finally regained his composure, shouting with desperation. Daim Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun all wore expressions of shock, filled with profound fear towards Yi Feng. From that point onward, who besides their teacher could possibly stand against him? Yi Feng, stop! Flinder bellowed, rushing towards Yi Feng alongside Zhao Wujing. At last, Yi Feng halted, releasing Tang San and stepping back a short distance. Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Guu Yuna hurried to stand behind Yi Feng. At this juncture, several of the spider spears on Tang San's back had been brutally shattered. His hands and feet were entirely fractured, and several of his ribs were broken as well. Certain parts of his body had become severely deformed, presenting a rather terrifying sight. Tang San, how are you? Yu Xiaojing cried out. His voice choked with emotion as he reached out to touch Tang San, only to be firmly restrained by Flinder. Do not touch him. Do you wish to exacerbate his injuries? Flinder admonished. Instantly, Yu Xiaojing froze, tears welling in his eyes as he gazed sorrowfully at the wretched form of Tang San. He had never had children of his own, and since Tang San was merely 6 years old, he had taken him as his disciple. Over the years, he had come to regard Tang San as his own child. Now, witnessing Tang San so brutally beaten, his heart bled for him. Oscar sausage, Flander bellowed. Reluctantly, Oscar prepared a sausage and handed it over. Flander stuffed the sausage into Tang San's mouth, urging, Tang San, eat it quickly. Blood flowed continuously from Tang San's mouth as he gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, struggling to chew the sausage. Yu Xiaojing suddenly turned, glaring fiercely at Yi Feng, and exclaimed, Yi Feng, this was merely a spar. Why did you have to be so ruthless? Yi Feng replied with a smile. Tang San has always harbored intentions to kill me. Sparing his life is already a great mercy. Moreover, consider this a lesson for him. Otherwise, if he crosses paths with someone truly dangerous in the future, he may not even know how he met his end. Yu Xiaojing's fury surged, his blood boiling, his hair almost standing on end. After consuming the sausage, Tang San's severe internal injuries finally began to stabilize. His complexion remained pallid, devoid of any hint of color. His face etched with despondency. Observing Tang San in such a state, Xiao let out a resigned sigh and remarked, Alas, Tang San, the predicament you find yourself in today is entirely of your own making. I sincerely hope you can learn from this lesson and refrain from seeking trouble with Yi Feng in the future. Please do not mistake my concern for disdain. I genuinely wish what is best for you. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Tang San, whose injuries had just begun to stabilize, was suddenly unable to contain himself, and a mouthful of blood erupted forth, splattering onto the face of Yu Xiaojing, who knelt before him. A wave of darkness engulfed his vision, nearly causing him to faint from indignation. In the past, had he sustained such grievous injuries, Xiao Wu would have been profoundly distressed, offering him boundless comfort. Yet now, not only did she offer no solace, but she also seemed to revel in his misfortune. To Tang San, her actions felt like a cruel mockery, a derisive laughter at his overestimation of his own capabilities. Oh, my beloved Xiao Wu, how could you have transformed into this? Tang San lamented sorrowfully within his heart. He cast a resentful glance at Yi Feng, who stood before Xiao Wu. All of this was instigated by Yi Feng. It was he who had transformed Xiao Wu into this state. What is it, Tang San? Please, do not frighten the teacher, Yu Xiaojing exclaimed, his face pale and bloodied, terrified that Tang San might slip away at any moment. Tang San weakly replied, Teacher, I am fine. I am not going to die. Oscar, quickly fetch a wooden board to carry Tang San back to the room, Yu Xiaojing commanded. Do not. Flinder interjected, raising his hand to halt them. Tang San is currently suffering from multiple fractures. He should not be moved hastily. It would be best to leave him here to recuperate. Let us set up a tent for him, so he can remain here for a few days and return to the room once he has healed somewhat. Yu Xiaojing nodded repeatedly. Very well, let us proceed with that. Principal Flinder, Yi Feng called out. What is it? Flinder turned, casting a complex look at Yi Feng. He now harbors both affection and resentment towards Yi Feng. The affection stems from Yi Feng's formidable talents and abilities, which undoubtedly promise to bring fame and fortune to Shrek Academy in the future. The resentment arises from the turmoil that has ensued since Yi Feng's arrival. Daim Mubai and Tang San have suffered severe injuries at his hands on multiple occasions, while Yu Xiaojing and Ma Hongjun have been disfigured, their fates intertwined with Yi Feng's presence. Regardless of who is right or wrong, it is undeniable that these events have all been instigated by Yi Feng. In such a short span of time, he has already caused a significant amount of chaos. Flinder cannot fathom what dreadful occurrences might unfold in the future. Yi Feng declared, I have made my decision. I shall withdraw from Shrek Academy today. Upon hearing his words, everyone, save for a few girls, was momentarily stunned, unable to grasp the situation. Yi Feng, what did you just say? Yu Xiaojing asked in disbelief. Yi Feng replied, I said I will leave Shrek Academy today. Why? Yu Xiaojing exclaimed, his emotions wavering. Yi Feng shrugged and explained, I am far from welcome here. As soon as I arrived, Daim Mubai, Tang San, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun regarded me as a rival and harbor animosity towards me. Tang San even plotted to take my life, had it not been for my good fortune. I would already be dead. Dean Flinder, do you believe I can remain here? Yu Xiaojing immediately grew anxious. He was deeply opposed to Yi Feng's departure. He fantasized about taking Yi Feng as his disciple, believing that once Yi Feng became an unparalleled powerhouse, the entire continent would come to respect him. Yu Xiaojing. Yi Feng's talent was extraordinarily monstrous, defying all odds. Although he possessed only one martial soul, that soul was even mightier than the Haotian hammer. Yu Xiaojing understood that Yi Feng's martial soul could undoubtedly be considered the foremost offensive martial soul in the Douluo Continent. Although it had yet to make a name for itself, and many remained unaware of its potential. Naturally, such a super genius was not someone Yu Xiaojing wished to let slip away. Yi Feng, you cannot leave. Yu Xiaojing exclaimed anxiously. Ning Rongrong stepped forward, standing beside Yi Feng, and declared fiercely, why can't Yi Feng leave? Do you intend to imprison him here? Yu Xiaojing replied. Aren't you worried about Tang San and Mu by harboring animosity towards you? Rest assured, I will guide them to relinquish their hatred, for in the end, it is merely a matter of youthful rivalry, nothing more. Yi Feng shook his head. I'm sorry, but I do not trust them. Yu Xiaojing, with a look of reluctance, said, do you not wish to become an unparalleled powerhouse? With your talent, becoming a title Douluo is more than within your reach. Under my tutelage, attaining the level of a 99th ranked title Douluo is not out of the question. Doesn't that entice you? Yi Feng smiled. I'm afraid I do not trust you either. Zhu Zhuqing interjected. Yu Xiaojing, you are wasting your efforts. You lack the qualifications to teach Yi Feng. Flinder, equally anxious, added, Yi Feng, please reconsider our academy. Here, we will do our utmost to fulfill your desires. Yi Feng replied, my decision is resolute. No one can change it. With that, he turned and walked towards the academy's entrance, calling out, Xiao Wu, Zhuqing, let us go. Xiao Wu and the others had prepared their belongings that morning and felt no hesitation as they followed Yi Feng outside. Tang San glared at Yi Feng's departing figure, his eyes betraying an intense hatred, and shouted through clenched teeth, Yi Feng, you cannot leave. You think you can simply walk away after having harmed others? Chapter 102. Qianrenshui. Yi Feng halted, turning around with a smile directed at Tang San. What is this? In your current state, do you still wish to challenge me? Tang San, filled with animosity, retorted, Yi Feng, you have taken my beloved and repeatedly left me gravely injured. I, Tang San, will never rest until I have my vengeance against you. Ning Rongrong could not help but interject. What does it matter if you seek vengeance? You are no match for Yi Feng. Ignoring Ning Rongrong, Tang San continued, you are not allowed to leave Shrek Academy. Once I recover, I will challenge you again. And next time, I will show you my true strength. Still so deluded, Zhu Zhuqing remarked coldly, looking at Tang San with pity. Tang San thought of the formidable hidden weapons ranked high in the Tang sect, although he could not match Yi Feng in strength. Crafting those hidden weapons would make defeating Yi Feng a trivial task. Thus, he was deeply unwilling to see Yi Feng depart in such a manner. With Yi Feng gone, how could he possibly seek vengeance? Furthermore, the fact that Xiao Wu intended to accompany Yi Feng was something that Tang San found utterly intolerable. He could scarcely fathom the events that would unfold after Xiao Wu departed with Yi Feng. Perhaps Xiao Wu would soon find herself ensnared in a compromising situation. The very thought ignited a fervent rage within Tang San, causing his entire being to tremble with indignation. In that moment, he yearned to inflict 1,000 torturous fates upon Yi Feng, to exact vengeance 100-fold. As Yi Feng made his exit, he remarked, I have no interest in playing with you any longer. You have never held a place in my heart. Tang San felt his chest swell with fury, shouting, Yi Feng, you coward! Are you afraid of being defeated by me if you remain here? If you possess any courage, stay and accept my challenge. Without turning his head, Yi Feng replied coolly, if you wish to challenge me, so be it. I shall establish the Academy of the Underworld and participate in the Soul Master competition in 2 years. With that, Yi Feng's figure vanished around the corner. Zhao Wujie sighed, observing, he truly hails from the Underworld. Flinder pondered aloud. Could it be that the long mysterious Underworld is finally ready to reveal itself to the world? Yu Xiaojing felt a deep sense of loss. What an extraordinary genius he was, slipping away right beneath his nose. Had he been able to mentor 2 formidable titled Douluo disciples, It would have been a monumental achievement, earning him the admiration and praise of all. Yet, with Yi Feng's departure, that dream lay shattered. Cursed be it. How could he not believe in my abilities? Why would he not afford me, and himself, an opportunity? Such a tremendous chance, and he chose to forsake it. Yu Xiaojing's heart screamed in discontent. The Academy of the Underworld, the Soul Master competition, Tang San murmured to himself. He suddenly turned to Yu Xiaojing and spoke with palpable resentment. Teacher, I wish to participate in the Soul Master competition. I shall dedicate myself to arduous training and undoubtedly defeat him in the tournament. I want him to regret his actions. Daim Mubai gritted his teeth and added, and I too shall take part in the Soul Master competition. Surrounded by so many women, I refuse to believe that Yi Feng can focus on his training. When the time comes, I will ensure he deeply regrets his choices. Flanders and Zhao Wujin exchanged knowing glances, both displaying expressions of contentment. They had previously worried that Daim Mubai and Tang San might be demoralized by Yi Feng's defeat, leading to their perpetual decline. However, it now appeared that this setback had instead ignited an even fiercer determination within them. Yu Xiaojing gazed at Tang San, his face finally breaking into a smile. Over the course of 2 years, under my guidance, little San is bound to make rapid progress. I have never seen Yi Feng train earnestly. And with so many girls around him, he can hardly focus on his cultivation. In 2 years, little San's prowess will undoubtedly surpass Yi Feng's. And defeating him will be a mere trifle. Once he is vanquished by little San, he will come to realize my formidable abilities, and at that point, accepting him as my disciple will likely pose no challenge. As these thoughts flickered through Yu Xiaojing's mind, his spirits lifted considerably. All right, little San. Do not dwell on sorrow any longer. In the forthcoming 2 years, I shall dedicate myself entirely to nurturing you both, ensuring your strength escalates swiftly, so that you may triumph over Yi Feng in the Soul Master competition, Yu Xiaojing declared. Tang San nodded, his face filled with resolve. Teacher, I will exert every effort in my training. Indeed, I have faith in you, Yu Xiaojing replied with a smile, unconsciously forming a delicate gesture with his fingers. Upon exiting Shrek Academy, Ning Rongrong stretched languidly and remarked, Finally, we are away from that detestable place. I feel entirely at ease now. Xiaowu, somewhat bewildered, inquired. Where shall we go now? Yi Feng looked towards the north and replied with a smile. Let us head to Heavendo City. It should be quite entertaining there. He recalled Qian Rinxue, who was impersonating the crown prince within the Tiando royal family. Qian Rinxue was indeed a remarkable woman. Her innate talent, intelligence, and character distinguished her as exceptional. The phrase a woman of prowess is no less than a man perfectly encapsulated her essence. In his previous life, while watching Douluo Continent, Qian Rinxue had been one of his most admired characters. He mused that their encounter would undoubtedly be intriguing. Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, My family has a castle just outside Tiando City, which is my domain. I can show you all a delightful time there. Xiao shared her enthusiasm, remarking, Tiando City is the capital of the Tiando Empire. It must be incredibly vibrant. I truly hope we can arrive there soon. Zhu Zhuqing added, I have no objections. Wherever you go, I shall follow. The capital of the Tiando Empire indeed sounds splendid, Guu Yuna smiled. Yi Feng proposed, Let us first journey to Sodo City to procure an extravagant, oversized carriage, and then we shall head north. In the days that followed, the group traveled north in their luxurious carriage, pausing at various amusing locales along the way to explore and savor delightful delicacies. After a month of leisurely travel, they finally reached the outskirts of Tiando City. It was not yet noon, but Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing were already feeling a bit famished. Xiaowu suggested, Rongrong, didn't you mention that your family has a castle just outside Tiando City? Shall we go there for a meal? Ning Rongrong replied with enthusiasm, Of course. My castle is vast, surrounded by beautiful scenery, and the chef prepares exquisite dishes. I guarantee you will love it there. As she spoke, she discreetly glanced at Yi Feng, feeling a flutter of excitement. How could she not be thrilled to bring someone she cherished home? She wondered nervously whether her father was at the sect or in the castle. Let us hurry, Xiaowu urged. Wait a moment, Ning Rongrong interjected, calculating with her fingers before suddenly exclaiming, Today is the monthly auction day. Let us enter the city directly. After dining, I will take you to experience the auction. What kind of auction? Xiaowu inquired, puzzled. Ning Rongrong explained. This auction is hosted by the Tiando Auction House, and it occurs on this day every month, featuring rare and unique treasures. Various valuable items often appear at the auction, attracting only the affluent and elite. Ordinary people cannot gain entry. Xiao Wu responded. It sounds quite entertaining. Let us go and see. Ning Rongrong looked at Yifeng expectantly and asked, What do you think, Yifeng? Certainly, Yifeng smiled. Ning Rongrong's face lit up with joy as she declared, Then let us proceed into the city. If my father is around, he is most likely at the auction house. In her heart, she mused. Chapter 103. Ning Fingji and Qian Renxue. It was precisely because she surmised that her father was likely at the auction house that Ning Rongrong suggested they head directly into the city. She wished for her father to meet her friends and the remarkable man, Yifeng, as soon as possible. Upon entering Tiando City, Xiao Wu finally beheld its splendor. All along the way, she marveled at the bustling scenes before her. Zhu Zhuqing, however, exhibited little surprise. Having lived in Xinglua City since childhood, she found its vibrancy comparable to that of Tiando City. Guu Yuna gazed at the sights outside and couldn't help but remark, humanity is growing ever more prosperous, while the soul beasts are increasingly in decline. Sister Nar, why do you suddenly mention soul beasts? Ning Rongrong inquired with curiosity, unaware of Guu Yuna's true identity. Oh, it was just a fleeting thought about the plight of the soul beasts, Guu Yuna replied. All right then, Ning Rongrong conceded, her excitement bubbling over as she exclaimed. This rare treasure auction is going to be so much fun. The treasures within can sell for as low as tens of thousands of gold soul coins. And the more expensive ones can even reach over 1 million gold soul coins. The thrill of watching someone spend lavishly is simply exhilarating. Xiao Wu's eyes widened in shock. My goodness, over 1 million gold soul coins? I can't be hearing this right. Having grown up in the small town of Nodding City with Tang San, she could hardly fathom the lifestyle of the wealthy. Ning Rongrong reassured her. You heard me correctly. I've been with my father a few times, and that's how he spends. Rongrong, your family must be incredibly wealthy. Xiao Wu exclaimed, her gaze towards Ning Rongrong tinged with newfound admiration. Flattered by the praise, Ning Rongrong replied proudly, My family lacks for nothing. We have an abundance of wealth. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. Indeed. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is renowned as the wealthiest sect in the Douluo Continent. One could describe it as being as rich as a nation. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, Ning Rongrong confidently patted her chest and declared, When we see something we like at the auction, feel free to bid. I will cover the costs. Isn't that a bit excessive? Xiao Wu questioned. What is wrong with that? Tiando City is my domain, Ning Rongrong asserted. Then I thank you in advance, Xiao Wu replied. Following Ning Rongrong's suggestion, they opted not to stop for a meal but rather purchase some snacks on the street, heading directly to the auction house. As Xiao Wu enjoyed a skewer of grilled meat, she remarked, I finally feel less hungry. Ning Rongrong added, Today's auction will last from morning until evening, and the auction house will provide complimentary lunch. If you're still hungry later, you can order a dish. It's quite delicious. That is wonderful. Half an hour later, the carriage finally arrived at the entrance of the auction house. The group disembarked. It's enormous, Xiao Wu exclaimed, gazing at the opulent building before her in awe. Ning Rongrong eagerly tugged at Xiao Wu, urging her toward the entrance. Come on, keep up. She turned around and urged. Standing at the doorway were 2 waitstaff, both in their 20s, surprisingly possessing the cultivation of soul sovereigns. They stood at the entrance, one to the left and the other to the right, with their soul rings emanating an aura of 2 yellow and 1 purple. Ordinary passers-by in the vicinity cast glances of reverence in their direction. Hurry up, Ning Rongrong called out as she walked, pulling Xiao Wu along at the forefront. However, upon reaching the entrance, they were halted. Good day, miss. Kindly present your VIP card, a polite attendant remarked. His gaze swept over the several girls. And when he caught sight of Guu Yuna, he was instantly captivated. Ning Rongrong, unconcerned, remarked, I forgot to bring it. With that, she tugged Xiao Wu, intending to proceed further inside. Miss, may I kindly request you to present your VIP card? Another server extended a hand, blocking Ning Rongrong's path. Furrowing her brow, she indignantly replied, Do you not see who I am? Apologies, but entry into the auction house today requires a VIP card. Otherwise, you must demonstrate that you possess at least 100,000 gold soul coins. The server smiled politely. Today's auction was unlike any other, with an exceptionally high entry threshold, rendering it inaccessible to the average individual. Should they allow anyone entry indiscriminately, those serving would face severe repercussions. Ning Rongrong's anger flared as she pointed to her own face, exclaiming, I am Ning Rongrong. Are you 2 newcomers so oblivious that you fail to recognize me? At that moment, She felt utterly humiliated. Just earlier in the carriage, she had boasted that Heaven Do City was her domain. Yet now she found herself barred at the entrance, unable to gain entry. Previously, when accompanying Ning Fengji to the auction house, she had never needed a VIP card. The servers had always shown her the utmost respect. Now, in front of her friends, she felt a wave of embarrassment rising within her, her chest heaving with indignation, nearly on the verge of an outburst. I apologize. We are indeed new, but today, all who wish to enter must present a VIP card or prove their possession of 100,000 gold soul coins. One server reiterated. Do you not know who Ning Rongrong is? She inquired. The two servers exchanged glances, both sensing the hesitation in each other's eyes. Upon hearing her surname, they immediately associated it with the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School. However, if this girl were truly from the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School, how could she lack a VIP card or the requisite gold soul coins? Xiao Wu's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, 100,000 gold soul coins? That's far too much. Rongrong, perhaps we should just forget it and not go in. Ning Rongrong's temper flared once more as she placed her hands on her hips, declaring, I can procure 100,000 gold soul coins. But I refuse to do so. Bring your supervisor out. I wish to see if my face warrants a VIP card. Having suffered such indignity in front of Yi Feng and Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong could not help but feel enraged. Thus, she was determined to reclaim her dignity. Rongrong, there is no need to waste time here. Let us simply go inside, Yi Feng suggested. He withdrew a stack of golden tickets, flaunting them before the two individuals. Each ticket was worth 10,000 gold soul coins, and this bundle appeared to contain at least several dozen. Esteemed guests, please proceed. He beckoned. The two attendants immediately stepped aside. Let us enter, Yi Feng declared, leading the way inside. Ning Rongrong shot a glare at the attendants before following suit. Upon entering through the grand doors, they found themselves in an elongated corridor adorned with an array of crystals and gemstones, radiating brilliance. It infuriates me that those two newcomers failed to recognize me. If it had been the veteran attendants, I would have been welcomed in an instant, Ning Rongrong lamented, concerned that her companions, particularly Xiao Wu, might mock her. It's all right. The important thing is we've gained entry, Xiao Wu reassured her. Yi Feng added, indeed. Gaining entry is sufficient. There's no need to dwell on their ignorance. One should embody grace and humility, avoiding ostentation. Ning Rongrong nodded, feeling a twinge of shame as she recalled her earlier inclination to confront the attendants. Yes, my father has always said that one should remain modest and unobtrusive. This is how genuine friendships are cultivated, she reflected. At that moment, an attendant spotted Ning Rongrong and her companions and hurried over with enthusiasm. Miss Ning, welcome to our establishment, he exclaimed. Ning Rongrong waved her hand dismissively, replying, please attend to your duties. I am here with friends and can manage on my own. Very well, should you require anything, do not hesitate to call upon me. The attendant bowed respectfully. In that instant, Ning Rongrong regained her composure, standing tall as she guided Yi Feng and the others into the auction venue. Once inside, her gaze immediately shifted toward the back rows. For she knew her father well. He preferred to remain discreet and often sat at the rear. To her dismay, the back rows were sparsely populated, and her father's presence was absent. Her eyes then moved forward, and upon seeing the front row, they widened with delight. There sat her father in the foremost seat, accompanied by a strikingly handsome young man exuding a gentle and refined demeanor. Chapter 104. The Fourth Prince's Displeasure. A serious consequence. Noticing Ning Rongrong suddenly lost in thought, Xiao Wu prompted, Rongrong, shall we find a seat? Oh, yes, of course, Ning Rongrong replied, snapping back to reality. A quick glance around her father's vicinity revealed no available seats for them. Let us sit in the back, she suggested. Since my father is seated with the crown prince, it would be inappropriate to disturb them. I shall remain at the rear for now, allowing me to surprise him when we leave, she mused internally. The seven of them settled into their seats at the back. Their entrance captured the attention of several individuals seated towards the back. Upon beholding the striking appearances of Guu Yuna, Bai Ji, and Ziji, they were utterly mesmerized. However, upon spotting Ning Rongrong, their intentions to approach were swiftly extinguished. After all, Ning Fengji was seated right in front. To pursue the affections of his daughter's friend would be tantamount to courting disaster. The men of this world are insatiably lecherous. I truly wish to rid the world of them, Ziji murmured softly. Guu Yuna replied, do not act impulsively. We must heed Mr. Ye's guidance. Ziji nodded in agreement. I understand. At that moment, the auction stage had just concluded the bidding for an enormous luminous pearl. Now let us welcome the next treasure. The middle-aged auctioneer, sporting a distinguished mustache, enthusiastically announced. As his words resonated, a captivating beauty, clad in revealing attire and exuding an enchanting grace, glided forward, elegantly carrying a white jade plate. Draped over the plate was a pristine white silk cloth, concealing the treasure beneath. The auctioneer smiled and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, this item is extraordinary and holds immense benefits for soul masters and their cultivation." As he finished speaking, the eyes of all present brightened, and they urged him on. Could there truly be such a treasure? Xiao Wu exclaimed in astonishment. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were also somewhat intrigued. Their gazes fixed intently on the white jade plate concealed beneath silk, pondering what might be contained within. The individuals gathered were either affluent or noble, and nearly all were soul masters, thus naturally captivated by such a remarkable artifact. Observing the enthusiastic audience, the auctioneer's smile grew even more radiant. He grasped the piece of white silk tightly and pulled it forcefully, revealing the treasure within to the astonished crowd. It was a pure white flower, the size of a fist, with a hue reminiscent of jade, exuding an endless chill. What kind of flower is this? What effects does it have on the cultivation of soul masters? Please enlighten us, urged an audience member. Please be patient and listen, the auctioneer said, pressing his hands down to signal for silence. He continued, this flower was perilously discovered and harvested by our treasure-seeking personnel in the far northern lands. It possesses the ability to bring peace to the mind, and placing it nearby during cultivation will significantly enhance the speed of one's practice. Upon hearing that this flower could accelerate their cultivation, the audience was utterly astonished. Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing, the three young women, clenched their fists in excitement, gazing yearnfully at the ice-like white blossom. Even Ning Fengji, seated at the front, was visibly moved. The seven-treasure glazed tile school holds countless treasures, yet as its leader, this was the first time he had heard of such a remarkable item. At that moment, he thought of his daughter. Although Rongrong possessed great talent, her cultivation was too lax. I must acquire this flower for her, he mused. Yi Feng, does this flower truly possess such miraculous effects? Zhu Zhuqing inquired with curiosity. She instinctively turned to Yi Feng for answers, believing him to be omniscient and omnipotent. The other girls also glanced towards Yi Feng, awaiting his response. Yi Feng nodded, indeed. This flower contains highly concentrated spiritual energy. Once harvested, the energy will gradually dissipate. Placing it nearby during cultivation will accelerate its release under the pull of soul power, thereby enhancing the cultivation speed of the soul master. But won't this flower lose its efficacy quickly? Ning Rongrong frowned and asked. Yi Feng replied, given your current level and cultivation pace, this flower can support your practice for at least 3 months. That is indeed quite impressive. Ning Rongrong felt her heart stir. Xiao Wu chimed in. Rongrong, since your cultivation is the weakest, I won't compete with you for it. And besides, I have no money. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. Thank you so much, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, hugging Xiao Wu and planting a kiss on her cheek before smiling brightly. However, how could I possibly hoard it? We shall share this flower among the three of us. Xiao Wu's eyes lit up. That's a splendid idea. Someone inquired from the front. How much will this flower enhance the cultivation speed? The auctioneer smiled. Our professional appraisers have conducted tests. The enhancement varies among different soul masters. The more gifted the soul master, the greater the improvement. Among those we tested, some experienced a 30% increase. Ning Fengji nodded in satisfaction. Beside him, Qianrenxue, disguised as Shuqing, asked, Teacher, do you intend to gift this flower to Rongrong? Indeed, this item is quite remarkable. She will surely adore it, Ning Fengji remarked. However, how long can this flower be utilized? Surely, there must be a limitation, someone inquired with evident concern. The auctioneer's expression grew somewhat awkward as he replied. As this flower is a first discovery for us, we cannot provide a definitive assessment regarding its duration of use. Nevertheless, our appraisers estimate that if utilized by a soul master of the soul sovereign level, it should remain effective for several months. Upon hearing this, many individuals immediately expressed their disappointment by shaking their heads. The value of such consumable goods diminished significantly. Yet, for someone as affluent as Ning Fengji, the enthusiasm remained undiminished. They were acutely aware of the significance of accelerating their cultivation speed by several months. In the realm of cultivation, a single step taken swiftly leads to subsequent leaps. And such an increase in pace was an immense advantage. This flower shall undoubtedly be mine, Ning Rongrong declared with unwavering conviction. The auctioneer proclaimed, now, I declare the starting bid for this flower to be 10,000 gold soul coins. The bidding begins. As soon as he finished his announcement, a brazen voice echoed throughout the auction hall. Ha ha ha, such a stunning flower. Purchasing it to impress the ladies would surely be splendid. The audacious voice resonated across the entire venue. Then, the crowd beheld a young man, adorned in resplendent garments and sporting an ostentatious hairstyle, rise to his feet. He cast a glance around him, and as his gaze swept over Qian Renxue, he paused momentarily, feeling a profound sense of trepidation within. He patted his chest and proclaimed, this flower has captured my attention. Anyone who dares to contend with me for it shall find themselves at odds with me, the fourth prince. Should I be displeased, the consequences will be dire. Therefore, I am offering a sum of 10,000 golden soul coins. He turned his gaze towards the stage and exclaimed, hey, hurry up and announce the deal. Ning Fengji looked at Shui Bong, who had stood up, with surprise. Beside him, Qian Renxue chuckled, teacher, pay him no mind. You may proceed with the bidding. She regarded Shui Bong's arrogant demeanor with a hint of pity. In her eyes, the fourth prince of the heavenly empire was utterly useless, indulging only in feasting and revelry, posing no threat whatsoever. How detestable. It's that worthless scoundrel. Ning Rongrong exclaimed with disdain. Just as Ning Fengji was about to place a bid, Ning Rongrong shouted, I bid 50,000 gold soul coins. Her voice instantly captured the attention of the entire audience. When Ning Fengji turned to see Ning Rongrong, a smile spread across his face. Shui Bong, visibly furious, turned around and bellowed, I just shouted 3 words. He opened his mouth wide, rendered speechless, his eyes bulging in shock, his face a portrait of astonishment. Chapter 105. This prince has plenty of money. Shui Bong's gaze was fixated on Guu Yuna, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. He swallowed hard, murmuring, is it possible for a woman to be this beautiful? Ning Fengji also noticed Guu Yuna, unable to restrain his admiration, exclaiming, what a stunning young lady. She truly deserves the title of the most beautiful woman in the Douluo Continent. After living for so many years, Ning Fengji had encountered countless beauties. He had even seen the extraordinarily graceful Pope Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall on several occasions. Until now, he had considered Bibi Dong to be the epitome of beauty in the Douluo Continent. However, the woman before him surpassed Bibi Dong by several degrees. If Bibi Dong could be deemed a nearly perfect woman, then this enchanting figure could be regarded as the embodiment of true perfection. Even Qian Renxue, a stunning beauty in her own right, was captivated by Guu Yuna. Despite her own self-assuredness in her looks, upon seeing Guu Yuna, she experienced a fleeting moment of enchantment. The other onlookers reacted even more fervently, gasps and sounds of swallowed breaths resonating throughout the venue. Ning Fengji's gaze swept across the group near Ning Rongrong, and upon spotting Yi Feng, he was once again taken aback. What an extraordinarily handsome young man, Ning Fengji remarked in awe. Qian Renxue also noticed Yi Feng, her eyes lighting up as she nodded. He possesses perfect features and an extraordinary aura. This young man must be remarkable. Ning Fengji nodded in agreement. You have keen observation. I never expected Rongrong to forge such exceptional friendships during her adventures. Quite impressive. Qian Renxue glanced over at Xiao Wu and the other girls, affirming, these individuals are indeed extraordinary, not ordinary folk. Ning Fengji smiled and waved at Ning Rongrong, who immediately responded with a playful wink. The gaze of Shui Bong finally shifted away from Guu Yuna's face and wandered to the alluring forms of Ziji and Bai Ji. His eyes now filled with desire. I must possess such exquisite women. After all, my current image is that of a dandy. This approach will not only allow me to indulge in beauty, but also ease my elder brother's vigilance towards me, Shui Bong contemplated. Due to Guu Yuna, the atmosphere fell into a hush for over a minute. Ning Rongrong called out, hey, since no one is bidding now, can you announce the deal? The auctioneer, equally entranced by the beauty, finally regained his composure and hurriedly exclaimed, 50,000 gold soul coins for the first bid. Is there anyone willing to raise the offer? I bid 100,000 gold soul coins. Shui Bong declared loudly, his gaze aggressively fixed on Guu Yuna. He was resolute in his desire to possess this flower, which he intended to present to Guu Yuna upon acquisition. Moreover, through this auction, he could showcase his status and wealth before the enchanting beauty. How infuriating! Ning Rongrong muttered a curse under her breath before exclaiming, 150,000 gold soul coins. 200,000 gold soul coins. Shui Bong gazed at Guu Yuna with a smile, calling out without a hint of hesitation. He was indifferent to the price required to acquire that exquisite flower. Even if his funds fell short, he could always return to solicit assistance from his uncle. After all, it was his uncle who encouraged him to indulge in a life of extravagance. Wasn't it only natural for him to provide some financial support? Ning Rongrong's chest heaved with frustration as she cast a fierce glare at Xuepeng. Yet, Xuepeng paid her no mind, focusing intently on Guu Yuna. Rongrong, perhaps we should reconsider. This flower has become excessively expensive, Xiao Wu suggested gently. Absolutely not. Can't you see? That fellow is targeting Sister Naer. If I fail to secure this flower today, I will never forgive myself, Ning Rongrong declared resolutely. With that, she shouted, 250,000 gold soul coins. 300,000 gold soul coins, Xuepeng replied nonchalantly. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Was it truly worth such a sum for a mere flower? Truly. He embodied the idle and reckless nature of the fourth prince. Many shook their heads in disbelief. Qianren Shui observed Ning Rongrong's furious demeanor and remarked with a smile. Teacher, Rongrong seems quite upset. Are you not going to assist her? Ning Fengji chuckled. Let her experience this for a while, even if she bids 1,000,000. I will cover her expenses. Qianren Shui responded. That's Xuepeng. Once we return, I shall certainly give him a proper lesson. Ning Fengji nodded in agreement with a smile. Rongrong, will you raise your bid? Xiao Wu whispered. Ning Rongrong hesitated. She had not brought sufficient funds, only a few thousand more at most. She was reluctant to rely on her father for money, as it would be rather embarrassing. After a moment of contemplation, she declared, 310,000 gold soul coins. Ha ha ha, Ning Rongrong, you've only increased it by 10,000. Are you out of funds? Xuepeng laughed heartily. Ning Rongrong's face turned a shade of deep crimson. 350,000 gold soul coins. Xuepeng shouted triumphantly. This infuriates me. Ning Rongrong stomped her foot in indignation. Ning Rongrong, will you raise your bid? I assure you, this flower is destined to be mine. I have more than enough money. Xuepeng boasted. Just as Ning Rongrong contemplated whether to seek assistance from her father, Yifeng spoke up. 500,000 gold soul coins. Yifeng stated calmly. His voice not loud, but resonating throughout the crowd. Who is this young man? How could he possess such wealth? Many pondered this question in their minds. Even Ning Fengji and Qianren Shui were taken aback. It seemed this young man's background was not ordinary. Qianren Shui remarked with a smile. I am quite curious about his identity. Ning Fengji added. Indeed, I share that curiosity. You, Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise. Yifeng smiled. Since you all desire it so much, I shall procure it for you. Rest assured, I have ample funds. Marvelous. With Yifeng's intervention, that pretentious prince can only stand aside. Xiao Wu exclaimed with joy, while Zhu Zhuqing let out a sigh of relief, her worries dissipating as a smile graced her face. However, the triumphant smile on Xuepeng's face faltered, slowly fading away, leaving his countenance dark and brooding. The sudden increase from 350,000 to 500,000 was nearly unbearable for him. Even if he could beseech his uncle for funds, he would likely face a severe reprimand instead. Most troubling was the audacity of this unknown individual who dared to oppose him, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. Though Ning Rongrong could be excused as the daughter of Ning Fengji, it was utterly unacceptable for a nameless upstart to disregard him. What a grave mistake. At this moment, Xuepeng's pretense crumbled, revealing his genuine fury. His attention had been captivated by Guu Yuna and her companions, leaving little room for notice of Yifeng. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that Yifeng, aside from his apparent recklessness, was remarkably handsome, surrounded by a bevy of stunning young women. This elicited an overwhelming sense of jealousy from Xuepeng towards Yifeng. He glared fiercely at Yifeng and coldly remarked, Do you know who I am? Yifeng did not even glance at Xuepeng, instead smiling at the auctioneer and inquired, Is the deal finalized now that no one is raising the bid? A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Many were utterly shocked. How dared this young man disregard the fourth prince? This was an outright affront to him. How intriguing. I wonder what gives him such confidence, Xuanyan Shui mused. Ning Fengji commented, He does not appear to be acting recklessly. I am increasingly intrigued by his background. The auctioneer hesitated to respond to Yifeng and instead turned his attention to the furious Xuepeng. Enraged, Xuepeng bellowed. I am the fourth prince of the Tiando Empire. Do you comprehend the consequences of offending me? Only then did Yifeng direct his gaze toward Xuepeng, smiling as he asked, What consequences? Chapter 106. He must die? Upon hearing Yifeng's words, many were left even more astounded. Who did not know that Bibidong was the most notorious wastrel of the Tiando Empire? His powerful connections rendered him untouchable. This unknown young man, who had emerged from nowhere, not only disregarded Bibidong, but also audaciously challenged him, seemingly courting death. Bibidong, seething with rage, laughed menacingly. Good, very good. You have provoked me. Prepare to regret your insolence. He cast a glance at Qian Rinxue and Ning Fengji in the distance, suppressing his fury and taking a seat without unleashing his anger. It was not yet the time to deal with Feng. Once they exited the auction house, he would ensure that Feng understood the consequences of provoking him. Ning Fengji shook his head and remarked, "You are both princes, yet the disparity is too great. Fortunately, the royal family has you as the crown prince. Otherwise, it might face decline." Qian Rinxue sighed and replied, "It is also my fault as the elder brother for not adequately guiding him." Ning Fengji continued, "His character has already formed, and it will be difficult to change. Do not invest too much effort in him. Instead, focus on your cultivation and studies in governance, for the future of the Tiando Empire rests upon your shoulders. Rest assured." "Teacher, I know what to do," Qian Rinxue responded. Ning Fengji nodded in satisfaction. After taking a seat, Bibidong, with a grim expression, bellowed, 550,000. "If you dare, keep raising the bid." As soon as he finished speaking, Feng's calm voice resonated. 700,000. The crowd was once again taken aback. This was exceedingly audacious. Each increment was a staggering 150,000. Surely, such extravagance could not be sustained, could it? Where did this reckless youth spring from? Or perhaps, the wealth was indeed so abundant that it was without purpose? With a crack, the avalanche forcefully broke the armrest of his chair. Seeking death, he growled, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Your Highness, shall we eliminate him?" inquired a middle-aged man accompanying Avalanche. Avalanche nodded, declaring, "To dare insult me thus, he must perish." Ning Rongrong exclaimed with excitement, "Hey, Avalanche, will you raise the bid again?" Avalanche's countenance darkened, remaining silent. "You may declare it sold," Ning Rongrong shouted to the auctioneer. The auctioneer, sensing a hint of trepidation as he glanced at Avalanche, hesitated before announcing, 700,000 once. "Is there anyone else?" 700,000 twice. 700,000 three times, sold. "Wonderful." Xiao Wu rejoiced. Zhu Zhuqing remarked, Feng, you've truly spent a fortune. 700,000 gold soul coins is quite excessive." Feng smiled. "It's nothing to me. This modest sum is inconsequential. As long as you are pleased, I would procure items tenfold this price." Hearing these words, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were genuinely touched. Ning Rongrong inquired, Feng, it seems you are quite wealthy yourself? I wonder whose coffers are more abundant, yours or my family's?" Feng shook his head. "I cannot say." Avalanche's expression remained grim, stating, "Deliver it to him directly. I wish to see if he possesses such wealth." The auctioneer hesitated momentarily before nodding at a nearby beauty. This enchanting woman approached Feng, holding a white jade plate. The crowd's gazes shifted, eager to discern whether Feng truly had such substantial funds. As the beauty reached Feng's row, intending to present the plate, she was abruptly obstructed by Xiao Wu, who stood up. Seated at the end, Xiao Wu frowned at the provocatively dressed woman, internally chastising her for being a distraction. She could not permit such a woman to approach Feng, thus she immediately stood to block her path. "Sir," the beauty said, her face adorned with a sweet smile as she extended the plate. "Give it to me," Xiao Wu asserted, snatching it away. Feng produced a stack of gold notes, each valued at 10,000 gold soul coins, precisely 70 in total, and handed them over. Indeed, he possesses such wealth. Many spectators thought as they observed the thickness of the stack. "Xiao Wu, quickly show me," Ning Rongrong urged excitedly. As she unveiled the silk, a white flower came into view. "How beautiful!" Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Xiao Wu inhaled deeply, remarking, "This aura, how delightful." Feng produced a jade box and remarked, "Place it inside. It will prevent the loss of spiritual energy. Simply open the box when you wish to use it." Ning Rongrong took it with great care, delicately placing the flower within the jade box. In truth, Feng could have infused them with spiritual energy. Yet he refrained from doing so, not wanting them to reap rewards without effort and cultivate detrimental habits. "Keep a close watch on that lad. Ensure he does not slip away prematurely," Bibidong commanded icily to the guards beside him. In the following hours, Ning Rongrong made several more bids, acquiring charming trinkets to gift to Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Around 5 in the afternoon, the auction finally concluded. Guests began to rise, some heading outside, while others proceeded to pay and collect their won items. Ning Fengji gestured to Ning Rongrong, signaling her to wait at the entrance. She nodded in response. Ning Fengji and Qian Renxue made their way towards the trading hall, having won several items that they needed to retrieve first. Qian Renxue glanced back, stating, "They are likely to clash." Ning Fengji replied with a smile, "Rest assured, with Rongrong present, Shuebong will not dare to act recklessly." Qian Renxue nodded, feeling that Shuebong would not resort to violence in public. "Yifeng, let us step outside," Ning Rongrong suggested. Zhu Zhuqing cast a wary glance at Shuebong and remarked, "That fourth prince harbors ill intentions and may cause us trouble shortly." Ning Rongrong's eyes brightened. "With Yifeng here, if he dares to provoke us, it would simply be courting disaster." Xiao Wu chimed in excitedly. "He just boasted about making Yifeng regret it. I am eager to witness how he intends to accomplish that." Yifeng chuckled, "You all certainly thrive on chaos." As they conversed, they had already vacated their seats and were making their way outside. Shuebong's expression darkened, and he barked, "Let us pursue them." The guard accompanying him, a robust man of about 50, possessed the strength of a sole emperor and had been personally appointed by Prince Shuexing to protect Shuebong. The two hastened after them. The guard inquired, "Your Highness, shall we simply eliminate that lad?" Shuebong pondered for a moment and replied, "We cannot kill him in public. Otherwise, I shall have difficulty explaining to my father." The guard nodded, "I understand what to do. I will ascertain the lad's residence and find an opportunity to dispose of him." Shuebong shook his head. "It is best not to kill him outright. Capture him for me. I want him to kneel before me and plead for mercy. To dare disturb the peace in front of me is tantamount to courting death." "Understood, Your Highness," replied the guard. Shuebong continued, "Of course, I must first collect some interest. After relieving my frustration, let us humiliate him at the auction house entrance." As Yifeng and his companions exited the auction house, they did not depart immediately, but instead paused. A considerable crowd had already gathered nearby, comprising individuals who had just emerged from the auction venue. These attendees were prominent figures from Tiando City, and naturally, they were not naive. They had anticipated that Shuebing would seek to confront Yifeng, and thus, they lingered to witness the unfolding drama. "Yifeng, are you certain that the fourth prince will cause us trouble?" asked Xiao Wu. With a smile, Yifeng replied, "Indeed, he is already pursuing us." Guu Yuna remarked, "Mr. Yi, his gaze is exceedingly distasteful to me. I wonder if I might personally teach him a lesson?" "Certainly," Yifeng responded. At that moment, Shuebing and a middle-aged guard rushed out from the entrance of the auction house. Chapter 107, A Kick That Shatters. The shock of Qian Renxue as Shuebong's gaze greedily swept over Guu Yuna, Ziji, Bai Ji, and the well-proportioned Zhu Zhuqing. He finally turned his gaze towards Yifeng, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Very well, you have the audacity to remain here. Shuepeng, what do you intend to do?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed sharply. "What do I wish to do?" Shuepeng's smile grew even more frigid as he raised a hand to point at Yifeng. "This fellow has insulted me, a prince, and in doing so, has disrespected the royal family of Tiando. I demand an explanation." "And what explanation do you seek?" Yifeng inquired with a smile. The onlookers were immediately taken aback. This young man, facing imminent peril, remained remarkably composed. I find myself beginning to admire him. Perhaps he possesses significant connections, given his ability to casually produce 700,000 gold soul coins. Yet, this is Tiando City. What does it matter how formidable his background may be? Incurring the wrath of Shuepeng, the little tyrant, spells disaster for him. Perhaps he believes his connections afford him some security, allowing him to maintain his calm demeanor. I truly wonder if he will beg for mercy later. Witnessing Yifeng's serene demeanor only fueled Shuepeng's fury. To be on the brink of death, yet still so defiant? Shuepeng sneered, pointing to the ground. "Kneel before me now, and admit your wrongdoing, and I shall spare you. In your dreams." Ning Rongrong retorted angrily. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing glared at Shuepeng with equal indignation. Yifeng chuckled. "You wish for me to kneel? I fear you may not be able to bear the consequences." Shuepeng's expression darkened, and he bellowed, "To insult the royal family. Refuse to kneel, and you shall face death." As his words fell, a powerful surge of soul energy erupted from the body of the guard standing behind him, and a massive, heavy sword materialized in his hands. Beyond his physical form, 6 soul rings emerged. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers began to smile, engaging in hushed whispers. This young man truly is foolish, daring to maintain his bravado at such a moment. His fate seems sealed. Could it be that his confidence stems from Ning Rongrong? Even Ning Fengji may not offer him protection. With Ning Fengji yet to make an appearance, this lad is surely in for trouble. The guard behind Xuebing, upon releasing his martial spirit, glared menacingly at Yi Feng, attempting to intimidate him into submission. However, Yi Feng maintained a serene smile, devoid of any signs of fear or trepidation. Sensing the might of his guard, Xuebing grew arrogant, proclaiming, "Boy, it is not too late for you to kneel. Delay further, and it will be more than mere kneeling." Following this, he eagerly glanced at Guu Yuna, hoping to witness her astonishment or admiration. In that instant, joy surged within him, and a smile graced his face as he observed Guu Yuna approaching him. Xuebing immediately straightened his posture, his countenance brightened with a grin, greedily surveying Guu Yuna as he jested. "Fair maiden, are you here to plead for him? Rest assured, if you are willing to befriend me, I might consider sparing him." Even the guard standing behind Xuebing could not help but swallow hard as he gazed at the approaching Guu Yuna, nearly entranced by the faint, alluring fragrance that wafted from her. Xuebing, fixated on the increasingly near Guu Yuna, began to gulp repeatedly. His gaze was piercing, directed at the alluring figure of Guu Yuna, as if attempting to see through the layers of fabric. Guu Yuna halted a meter in front of Xuebing. At that moment, Ning Fengji and Qian Renxue happened to emerge from the entrance of the auction house. They beheld the scene with burgeoning curiosity regarding the intentions of the beautiful lady. Avalanche, unable to contain his eagerness, reached out in an attempt to grasp Guu Yuna's delicate hand. With an expression devoid of emotion, Guu Yuna raised her hand and struck towards Avalanche's face. Qian Renxue paused momentarily, then shouted, "Stop." She had no desire for a conflict to arise between Ning Rongrong's friend and Avalanche. However, Guu Yuna showed no inclination to relent. At the instant Qian Renxue's voice pierced the air, Avalanche let out a harrowing scream as he was sent soaring through the air, propelled by a force that seemed to come from nowhere. While suspended in midair, blood gushed from his mouth, and he lost a significant number of teeth. Remarkably, Guu Yuna's hand had not even made contact with Avalanche's face. She had merely struck the air 20 centimeters away, yet the force was enough to send him flying. The sight of Avalanche, blood spraying and careening backward, left the onlookers utterly stunned, including Ning Fengji and Qian Renxue. With a resounding thud, Avalanche crashed to the ground, clutching his face and howling in agony. "Get her! Take her down!" he cried in torment. "You seek death." The guards, snapping out of their shock, responded with a thunderous roar as they advanced towards Guu Yuna, their hands reaching out to seize her. He exuded a profound spiritual energy from his hands, utterly disregarding Guu Yuna. His face was contorted with a malicious grin and insatiable greed. The Avalanche beckoned him to subdue Guu Yuna, presenting him with an enticing opportunity. Such an exquisite woman, even a fleeting indulgence would leave him without regret. "Stop!" Qian Renxue shouted once more, her soul power surging through her legs as she rushed forward with remarkable speed, determined to prevent the guard from laying a hand on Guu Yuna. As the guard's hand drew perilously close to Guu Yuna, she lifted her foot and executed a seemingly ordinary kick, devoid of any discernible energy fluctuations. Yet, upon impact with the guard's chest, the burly man was propelled backward, screaming in agony. He flew through the air, crashing toward the advancing Qian Renxue. Initially, she intended to evade him, but the thought of leaving a negative impression on Ning Fengji compelled her to abandon her intent to dodge. She was resolute in maintaining an image of righteousness before all. With a decisive palm thrust, she aimed to intercept the tumbling guard. However, before she could make contact, her expression shifted dramatically. She retreated swiftly, releasing her soul power outward. Then came a resounding explosion. The guard's robust form erupted in midair, transforming into a crimson firework that blossomed against the sky. Gouts of flesh rained down, striking the avalanche below, while the debris aimed at Qian Renxue was deflected by her outwardly projected soul power. In that moment, apart from Yi Feng and a few others, everyone stood in stunned silence. Such a formidable soul emperor had been obliterated with a single kick. How powerful must this enchanting woman be to achieve such a feat? Surely, even a soul sage would find it challenging to accomplish with such ease. The typically composed Ning Fengji was left utterly speechless. This woman appeared to be merely 18 or 19 years old. Could she truly possess strength surpassing that of a soul sage? How was that even conceivable? Such thoughts surged within him. Qian Renxue, too, was profoundly astonished. At just over 20 years of age, she had only recently reached the late stages of Soul King. She had always prided herself on being a prodigy, with innate soul power at level 20. Yet now, faced with this woman, more beautiful than herself, she felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority. How could such an exceptional woman exist? Qian Renshua pondered. That woman actually killed the guard of the avalanche. Her audacity is astonishing. Someone murmured. Sister Nar obliterated a soul emperor with a single kick. That is truly extraordinary. Ning Rongrong stood there, utterly astonished. Shui Peng, bloodied and terrified, cast a fearful glance at Guu Yuna. Beneath him, a pool of yellow liquid began to seep out, with a sound reminiscent of flatulence, an unbearable stench, akin to that of a latrine, spread through the air. Chapter 108. Journey to the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School Castle. The fourth prince of the Tiando Empire. Not only had he been struck to the point of vomiting blood, but he was also reduced to a state of utter humiliation. So frightened that he lost control of his bowels, leaving him in a state of filth. Guu Yuna regarded the terrified Shui Peng with an unsettling calmness. In an instant, Shui Peng burst into tears, hastily kneeling before Guu Yuna, pleading, "Please don't kill me. I realize my mistake. I should never have provoked you. Spare me, I beg you." The sight of the fourth prince publicly begging for mercy sent shockwaves through the crowd, eliciting gasps of disbelief. Many spectators watched with exhilaration, recognizing the magnitude of this scandal, one that could be boasted about for a considerable time. Ning Fengji shook his head in disappointment as he observed the scene unfold. Qian Renshua stood with her brows furrowed, and Ning Rongrong pinched her nose, struggling against the overwhelming scent of blood and excrement, feeling a wave of nausea wash over her. Yi Feng chuckled. "Weren't you just so arrogant a moment ago, demanding that I kneel before you? How is it that now you are the one kneeling and begging for mercy?" At this moment, Shui Peng was utterly terrified, caring little for dignity or honor. His body was still adorned with a copious amount of flesh and blood, both in fragments and in strips. The subordinates of the Soul Emperor rank had all been slain. At this moment, only fear remained within him, a dread that Guu Yuna might also deliver a fatal blow, reducing him to mere shreds. He gazed ahead at Guu Yuna, and all desires vanished from his heart. In his mind, Guu Yuna had transformed into a demon, a ruthless fiend who could kill without a moment's hesitation. He bowed before Yi Feng and Guu Yuna, fearfully stating, "I acknowledge my error. Your esteemed selves possess great magnanimity. Kindly forgive my ignorance." Guu Yuna returned to Yi Feng's side, choosing not to take further action. The sight of the terrified avalanche, who had lost control of himself, filled her with a sense of revulsion, making her reluctant to even glance in his direction again. Yi Feng cast a glance at the distant Qian Renshua and mockingly inquired, "What if I choose not to forgive you, my young friend?" Qian Renshua stepped forward, positioning herself between Yi Feng and Avalanche. "Brother, save me." Avalanche, appearing as if he had found a lifeline, lunged towards Qian Renshua, attempting to cling to her leg. "Get away, stay put," Qian Renshua admonished as she turned back. Avalanche immediately knelt down, paralyzed with fear. Yi Feng regarded Qian Renshua and asked, "What is it? Do you wish to speak on his behalf?" With a look of contrition, Qian Renshua replied, "He is my brother. I apologize for his previous rudeness on his behalf." As she spoke, she bowed respectfully to Yi Feng and the others. "Now, he has been punished and has offered his apologies. If you remain dissatisfied, do not hesitate to state your conditions. I will do my utmost to accommodate you," she said, her gaze fixed on Yi Feng. She was perceptive enough to discern that Yi Feng was the leader among them, which astonished her. This young man commanded the respect of a woman even more exceptional than herself. What was the true nature of this youth, and what capabilities did he possess? She was uncertain whether her words would please Yi Feng, yet as the crown prince, she felt compelled to intervene. To her surprise, Yi Feng readily acquiesced. "I see your demeanor is sincere, and you seem to be of good character. For your sake, I shall let him off this time. However, should there be a next time, my leniency may not extend so far," Yi Feng stated with a nod. "Thank you," Qian Renshua replied. "Now, go back and reflect on your actions." She turned and scolded Avalanche. He scrambled to his feet, scrambling away in a panicked haste, leaving a trail of unpleasantness in his wake. The crowd ahead instinctively covered their noses and recoiled in terror. After running several dozen meters, the fear within Shueping gradually began to dissipate. His fists were tightly clenched, his face contorted with resentment. "You, pale-faced scoundrel, I want you dead," he roared inwardly in a frenzy. As Avalanche ran off into the distance, Qian Renshua turned to Yi Feng and said, "If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." She needed to return to report this incident to Shui Yi, to prevent Shui Yi from sending someone to trouble Yi Feng. It was evident that Avalanche had instigated the altercation. He was already in the wrong, and considering Yi Feng was a friend of Ning Rongrong, it was only fitting to spare Yi Feng from the royal family's retribution. Originally, she had intended to become acquainted with Yi Feng and his companions, but now was clearly not an opportune moment. Once this matter was resolved, she would have the chance to meet these exceptional young individuals. Yi Feng replied, "You may go." Qianren Shui nodded and addressed Ning Fengji. "Master, I shall take my leave now. You should return quickly. There is no need to stay with me any longer." Ning Fengji said. Qianren Shui departed hastily, accompanied by her guards. The manager of the auction house emerged with a group of subordinates. He furrowed his brow, gazing at the bloodied remnants on the ground, inwardly lamenting his misfortune. Ning Fengji remarked, "Manager Wang, I must trouble you with this." Manager Wang promptly replied, "It is no trouble at all, Sect Master Ning. This is, after all, the entrance to our auction house. Leave it to us." Ning Fengji nodded and approached Ning Rongrong. "You little girl, you return without even notifying me," he said, affectionately ruffling her hair. "Father," Ning Rongrong exclaimed joyfully. Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing looked on in astonishment. "Rongrong. So this is your father," Xiaowu remarked. Ning Rongrong nodded, beaming, "Yes, this is my father, and he is also the master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect." "Greetings," Ning Fengji said with a benevolent smile. "Hello, Uncle Ning," Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing politely responded. Yi Feng simply smiled and nodded. Guu Ziji, and Bai Ji, however, remained completely unresponsive. Ning Fengji paid them no mind, maintaining his gentle smile. Ning Rongrong introduced, "Father, this is Yi Feng, and this is Xiaowu." "Indeed, they are all exceptional individuals," Ning Fengji remarked. "Rongrong can be a bit mischievous. She must have caused you some trouble, hasn't she?" Yi Feng replied. "Sect Master Ning is jesting. Rongrong has a bit of a young lady's temperament, but she has not troubled us at all. Ha ha ha, that puts my mind at ease." Ning Fengji laughed heartily. He waved his hand, and a servant led over a luxurious carriage. As dusk settled, Ning Fengji invited, "If you do not mind, please join me at my residence, as I wish to express my gratitude for your care of Rongrong." "Master Ning, you are too kind. We shall not impose." Yi Feng replied, "Not at all, not at all. Please, step into the carriage," Ning Fengji insisted. "Dad, our carriage is right here as well," Ning Rongrong remarked. Ning Fengji beckoned Manager Wang, saying, "Manager Wang, kindly send their carriage to my castle." "Rest assured, Master Ning, it will be delivered shortly," Manager Wang assured. Yi Feng and his companions boarded Ning Fengji's carriage, setting off toward the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's castle. Throughout the journey, Ning Fengji's elegant discourse put Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing at ease. He was curious about the backgrounds of Yi Feng and Guu Yuna, yet he refrained from inquiring immediately. Before long, they arrived at the castle of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Chapter 109. The astonishment of Ning Fengji and Chen Xian during dinner time. In the dining hall of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's castle, Ning Fengji accompanied Yi Feng and the others at an oval table adorned with an array of delectable dishes, exuding an enticing aroma. Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing gazed longingly at the feast, swallowing their saliva in secret. Even Guu Yuna, Ziji, and Bai Ji found it difficult to avert their eyes from the culinary delights. Having followed Yi Feng into the human world, they had savored many dishes they had never tasted before. Though they harbored animosity towards humans, they could not deny that in many respects, humans excelled beyond them. The culinary arts, in particular, left them in awe. Ning Rongrong sat to the left of Ning Fengji, while an elderly man with white hair and a somewhat gaunt figure occupied the seat to his right. This elder was none other than Chen Xian, one of the 2 formidable experts of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Whenever Ning Fengji ventured out, one titled Douluo accompanied him while the other remained at the school. At that moment, Chen Xian observed Yi Feng and his companions with keen interest, particularly intrigued by Yi Feng, Guu Yuna, Ziji, and Bai Ji, whom he deemed extraordinary. "Yi Feng, this is one of the 2 pillars of our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Sword Douluo Chen Xian," Ning Rongrong introduced. "Grandfather Sword. This is Yi Feng, this is Guu Yuna," she continued. "Haha, truly, heroes emerge from youth." Chen Xian chuckled. Chen Xian was delighted that Ning Rongrong had made such numerous friends during her outing. "Let us eat first. If we continue our conversation, the dishes will grow cold," Ning Fengji suggested with a smile. He had already discerned that Xiaowu and the other girls were quite ravenous. As they dined, conversation flowed among them. Ning Fengji decided to probe into the backgrounds of Yi Feng and his companions, thus inquiring, Rong, could you share how you came to know Yi Feng and the others? Ning Rong replied, Father, after I left the sect, I went directly to Shrek Academy in Soto City, and that's where I met Yi Feng and the rest. Oh, so you all entered Shrek Academy together, Ning Fengji remarked. Yes, Ning Rong affirmed with a nod. Ning Fengji, curious, asked, haven't you only just joined Shrek Academy? What prompted your sudden arrival in Heaven-Do City? Ning Rong glanced at Yi Feng and said, Yi Feng intends to withdraw from Shrek Academy. So I decided to follow suit. Ning Fengji looked at Yi Feng in surprise and said, Rong, Shrek Academy is quite reputable and has produced many talented individuals. Ning Rong reacted with disdain. Father, you have no idea. The male students at Shrek Academy are utterly revolting. They are all obsessed with women. One of them, named Tang San, harbors malicious intentions and even resorted to using spirit beasts to harm Yi Feng in the Star Luo forest. And then there is that so-called master Yu Xiaojing, who, like his disciple Tang San, is equally detestable. After Tang San's ambush on Yi Feng, Yu Xiaojing ended up as a eunuch, yet he still forgave Tang San. Yu Xiaojing became a eunuch? Ning Fengji exclaimed in astonishment. Ning Rong nodded. Indeed. Tang San stole the egg of a devouring serpent, intending to plot against Yi Feng. Unexpectedly, the serpent did not consume Yi Feng, but instead devoured Yu Xiaojing, corroding him entirely. Ning Fengji lamented, Yu Xiaojing was once quite renowned in the spirit master community, having established the Golden Iron Triangle reputation. And he is the son of Yu Yuanjin, the sect master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. It's hard to believe he has met such a tragic fate. Chen Xian remarked, neither the teacher nor the students are worth their salt. Such an academy is better avoided. Rong, you must refrain from wandering about in the future. There are far too many wicked individuals outside. Understood, Ning Rong replied obediently with a nod. Ning Fengji then turned to Yi Feng, asking, Yi Feng, you exude an extraordinary demeanor. You must be a disciple of some formidable force. Chen Xian also cast a curious glance in Yi Feng's direction. Yi Feng's aura was distinctly exceptional. Both Ning Fengji and Chen Xian, with their discerning eyes, could immediately tell that Yi Feng hailed from an extraordinary background. Yi Feng smiled and said, Ning Sect Master, I come from the Underworld. The Underworld? Chen Xian could not help but exclaim, nearly dropping his chopsticks in disbelief. Ning Fengji looked at Yi Feng with equal astonishment. The Underworld was shrouded in mystery. Even the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, one of the top 3 sects, knew little about it. The revelation that Yi Feng was from the Underworld left both Ning Fengji and Chen Xian unable to maintain their composure. Indeed. I am from the Underworld, Yi Feng confirmed. Ning Fengji, intrigued, asked, the Underworld has always been enigmatic, appearing only during the execution of judgments. How is it that you came to attend Shrek Academy? Yi Feng remarked, I have ventured out for training. I see, Ning Fengji replied. Ning Rong listened quietly, refraining from revealing Yi Feng's true secret, as he had previously confided in her. As Ning Fengji ate, he felt a tumultuous unease within. He initially believed that Yi Feng hailed from a relatively affluent sect, or perhaps a distinguished business family. To his surprise, Yi Feng originated from the enigmatic Netherworld. Ning Fengji harbored a certain trepidation towards the Netherworld. Although the Netherworld had never directly engaged with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, it had taken action against the Spirit Hall. The fact that even the Spirit Hall refrained from pursuing the Netherworld speaks volumes of its formidable power. It seems I must seek an opportunity to introduce Yi Feng to Qinghe, hoping they may become close friends. Should the Heaven-Do Empire gain the support of the Netherworld, it would no longer fear the Spirit Hall. Furthermore, I must advise Qinghe to handle the matter concerning the avalanche with utmost care, ensuring that the royal family does not trouble Yi Feng, for fostering animosity with the Netherworld would be unwise. Ning Fengji contemplated. He gazed at Yi Feng's imposing demeanor, feeling increasingly satisfied, particularly pleased that Ning Rong had befriended such a remarkable individual. Ning Fengji smiled and said, Yi Feng, it's a rare occasion for you to visit the domain of my 7-treasure glazed tile school. How about you stay here a few more days? I would love to host you properly. Besides, Rong is quite familiar with Heaven-Do City and can take you around to explore. Ning Rong nodded excitedly. Yes, Yi Feng. I know all the best places to eat and have fun in Heaven-Do City. I'm eager to take you out tomorrow. Yi Feng shook his head. No need. Master Ning, I have some matters to attend to tomorrow. What matters? Perhaps I can assist, Ning Fengji inquired. Yi Feng replied. I plan to establish an academy and participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition in 2 years. Tomorrow, I intend to scout a suitable location in Heaven-Do City for the academy. Ning Fengji was somewhat taken aback. Ning Rongrong interjected, Father, I have already promised Yi Feng that I will join his academy. We will surely secure the championship in the Soul Master competition. Chen Xian nodded with a smile. The Soul Master competition is indeed an excellent opportunity for growth. However, historically, the champions have always been from the Spirit Hall. The students of the Spirit Hall Academy possess formidable strength, and it may be quite challenging for you to claim victory. Yet, Ning Fengji's gaze turned toward Guu Yuna. He recalled how she had effortlessly defeated a Soul Emperor with a single kick, leaving a lasting impression of awe. Guu Yuna appeared to be merely 18 or 19 years old, making her eligible to compete in the upcoming Soul Master competition. If she participated, she would undoubtedly secure the championship. Upon hearing Chen Xian's words, Ning Rongrong expressed her discontent. Grandpa Jin, how can you underestimate us? Our strength is substantial. Yi Feng is only 12 years old and has already attained the rank of a Soul Master at level 34. As she spoke, she playfully winked at Yi Feng. What? A 12-year-old at level 34? This time, even Ning Fengji could not suppress his astonishment. Beside them, Chen Xian was equally taken aback. In his youth, he was an unparalleled genius. Otherwise, he would not have attained the extraordinary level of Super Douluo that he has reached now. However, at the age of 12, he was several ranks inferior to Yi Feng. Does this not imply that Yi Feng's future achievements may surpass his own? Thus, his astonishment is entirely understandable. He gazed at Yi Feng, his eyes beginning to sparkle with admiration. This was indeed a treasure. Ning Rongrong remarked, Yi Feng, it seems that my father and Grandpa Jian are rather skeptical. Why not unleash your martial spirit for them to witness? Yi Feng rose to his feet, extending his right hand, and the Ming Wang sword manifested in his grasp. A sword martial spirit. Chen Xian's heart soared upon witnessing Yi Feng's martial spirit, as he felt a newfound warmth toward him. 3 black soul rings materialized around Yi Feng's form. How is this possible? Ning Fengji exclaimed in disbelief, rising abruptly and staring dumbfounded at the 3 black soul rings adorning Yi Feng. Chen Xian, who had been wearing a broad smile moments before, now stood still. His heart flooded with astonishment. 3 black soul rings, how can this be? Chen Xian murmured, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, finally confirming that the rings were indeed black. Soon after, he sensed the formidable power of Yi Feng's martial spirit. This martial spirit surpasses even my 7-killing sword. Chen Xian exclaimed in shock. Upon hearing Chen Xian's words, Ning Fengji was even more astounded. Not only did Yi Feng possess 3 black soul rings, but his martial spirit was also mightier than the 7-killing sword. Such talent was truly extraordinary. Observing the astonished expressions of Ning Fengji and Chen Xian, Ning Rongrong stifled a giggle. Father, Grandpa Jian, I've never seen you both so flustered. She chuckled. It was only then that Ning Fengji realized his own uncharacteristic behavior and quickly seated himself. Yi Feng, how could your 3 soul rings possibly be black? Ning Fengji inquired, his astonishment still unyielding. Chen Xian added, indeed, how could anyone possess 3 soul rings of 10,000 years? Wouldn't that lead to their demise? Yi Feng smiled and replied, if others were to absorb soul rings in such a manner, they would indeed perish. However, I have been endowed with extraordinary talent since childhood, what others cannot achieve. I can. Such talent is truly remarkable, Chen Xian could not help but exclaim. Ning Fengji nodded in agreement. He gazed at the handsome Yi Feng, a multitude of thoughts suddenly blossoming in his mind. Yi Feng's talent was astonishing, and with a powerful assault-type martial soul, he was undeniably striking in appearance, perfectly fitting the criteria for a suitor for our 7-treasure glazed tile school. Moreover, it seemed that Rongrong harbored some interest in him. If he could become my son-in-law, it would indeed be a splendid turn of events. Such an extraordinary genius must not be overlooked. I shall seek out Qinghe tomorrow to discuss Yi Feng's situation and ensure that he and Yi Feng become friends. Ning Fengji contemplated. Ning Rongrong interjected, not just Yi Feng. Xiaowu has also become a soul master. Ning Fengji turned to Xiaowu in astonishment and inquired, does she also possess 3 10,000-year soul rings? Xiaowu, who had been savoring a delectable meal, paused and replied, Uncle Ning, I am an ordinary soul master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul ring. Ning Fengji breathed a sigh of relief. If Xiaowu were akin to Yi Feng, he might truly be at risk of a heart attack. By the way, how old are you? Ning Fengji asked. 12 years old, Xiao Wu answered. Another prodigy. Ning Fengji exchanged a glance with Chen Xian, both recognizing the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. A 12-year-old soul master was indeed a rare genius. While they regarded Ning Rongrong as the most talented individual in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School in a century, in comparison to the remarkable youths before them, she paled in comparison. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Fengji declared, Yi Feng, you need not search for accommodation tomorrow. I possess several fine properties within the city of Tiando that I can offer you as your academy address. Master Ning, I cannot accept such generosity, Yi Feng replied. Ning Fengji chuckled. There is no need for such modesty. I have matters to request of you. What is it? Please, do tell, Yi Feng urged. Ning Fengji continued. My properties are not to be given away for free. As a condition, I hope you will take good care of Rongrong. After all, she has agreed to join your academy. Yi Feng smiled. That is not a problem. Then it is settled. Tomorrow, Rongrong can guide you in selecting the properties. Ning Fengji affirmed. Dad, our properties are both spacious and beautiful. Yi Feng and his companions will surely be satisfied. Rongrong chimed in joyfully. By the way, Miss Guu, I noticed you previously dispatched a soul emperor with a single kick. Could you share your strength with me? Ning Fengji inquired with curiosity. Her power exceeds that of a soul sage, Yi Feng answered. How is that possible? She is so young. Chen Xian exclaimed in astonishment. He was startled once again. Guu Yuna appeared to be merely 18 or 19 years old. How could she possibly possess such formidable strength? Ning Fengji remarked, Sword Master, this is indeed true. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Miss Guu kicked a late-stage soul emperor to death, shattering him into pieces. Truly a prodigy. I have been subjected to an overwhelming amount of shock tonight. What has happened to this world, that so many extraordinary talents have suddenly emerged? Chen Xian sighed bitterly. In the prince's residence, within the chamber, Xue Beng lay on the bed, wailing heart-wrenchingly. One side of his face had swollen dramatically, adorned with dark streaks resembling a massive tumor. A healer clad in a white robe was perspiring profusely as he administered treatment. Beside him, two maidservants stifled their disgust as they removed the garments from the injured man, aiding in the cleansing of his body. Prince Xuexing pinched his nose, frowning from a distance of 10 meters as he observed the scene. The sudden entrance of the bloodied figure had startled him. Covered in crimson, Snow Avalanche appeared as though he had been drenched in blood. Without hesitation, Prince Xuexing commanded that Snow Avalanche be carried into the room. He gazed at the tragic visage of the avalanche, his heart ablaze with fury, an aura of lethal intent enveloping him. He has already dispatched someone to investigate. Although the reasons behind the transformation of Avalanche remain unknown, he is resolute in his determination that whoever has inflicted this upon Avalanche shall not escape death. In Xuexing's eyes, Avalanche represents the future hope of the Tiando Empire. Once the Crown Prince is eliminated, Avalanche is destined to ascend as the Emperor of the Tiando Empire. How could anyone dare to bring him to such a state? The healing soul masters, drenched in sweat, reported, Your Highness, there is a peculiar energy within His Highness's face, quite resilient, which renders our healing efforts slow. Enraged, Xuexing bellowed, You have half an hour. If you do not restore him to health, I shall drag you out and have you executed. The healing soul masters trembled in fear, desperately employing their soul techniques to treat Avalanche. After half an hour, the swelling on Avalanche's face had significantly diminished, and the pain had subsided considerably. Avalanche immediately climbed down from the bed, crawling towards Xuexing, weeping bitterly. Uncle, I have been so grievously harmed. You must help me seek vengeance. Xuexing, filled with disdain, shouted, First, go and clean yourself thoroughly, then come see me. With that, he suppressed his urge to vomit and swiftly exited the room. Half an hour later, Avalanche, now dressed in clean attire, stood before Xuexing. Although he had bathed, he still carried a lingering scent of blood and foulness. Xuexing, with a look of revulsion, inquired, Speak. Who has done this to you? With a face full of resentment, Avalanche responded, Uncle, you must help me avenge this wrong. It was a woman who did this to me. I need you to capture her so that I may torment her thoroughly. Chapter 111. The Emperor's stance. Xuexing furrowed his brow and commanded, Start from the beginning. Avalanche, tears streaming down his face, recounted, Today at the auction house, I encountered a detestable fellow who dared to belittle me. After revealing my identity, he still showed me contempt, disregarding our royal family entirely. After the auction concluded, I confronted him, only for him to instruct a woman beside him to beat me into this state. Uncle, you must take my side. Xuexing asked, What of the bodyguards I assigned to you? They were killed by that woman, Avalanche stammered. The mere thought of Guu Yuna filled him with dread. Yet, this fear only fueled his desire for possession. The notion of dominating such a powerful and cold woman was intoxicating. This is why Avalanche implored Xuexing to capture Guu Yuna. Xuexing frowned. A bodyguard of Soul Emperor caliber was killed. Avalanche nodded. Indeed, that woman must be a soul sage. Uncle, just a soul sage dared to kill my bodyguard and mar my face. What does this leave for our royal family's dignity? You must retrieve her and ensure she pays for her actions. Xuexing seethed. Unthinkable. How dare she strike even a prince of our empire? She clearly has no regard for the Tiando Empire. Rest assured, I shall see to it that justice is served. Thank you, Uncle Xie, Avalanche exclaimed excitedly. He recalled Ziji, Biji, and Zhu Zhuqing, and promptly added, by the way, Your Highness, that woman has a few accomplices. We must capture them all. Observing the excited expression on Xuexing's face, Xuexing felt a twinge of doubt and inquired, what is the background of those individuals? Xuexing replied, they possess no significant background. They are merely a group of young people. Xuexing nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, a guard hurriedly entered the room. Though not particularly tall, he was remarkably agile and was one of Xuexing's trusted confidants. What have you discovered? Xuexing asked. Your Highness, I have uncovered the full details of the situation, the guard responded. Speak. Xuexing commanded with authority. The guard glanced at Xuexing, hesitating slightly. If he were to speak the truth, he would undoubtedly offend Xuexing. Xuexing furrowed his brow and sternly commanded, Speak. The guard immediately felt an immense pressure and hastily replied. At that moment, the auction house was selling a flower, and the fourth prince expressed his desire to purchase it to woo a lady. Ning Fengji's daughter, Ning Rongrong, also had her eyes set on this flower, leading to a contest between them. Eventually, as Ning Rongrong could not prevail, a young man beside her intervened, disregarding the fourth prince's threats, and offered an additional 300,000 gold soul coins. Xuexing interrupted, inquiring, what is the relationship between that young man and Ning Rongrong? The guard responded, I have already conducted an investigation. There is no such male disciple in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. He is likely a friend of Ning Rongrong, but his specific identity remains unknown. Xuexing turned to Xuexing, angrily asking, why did you not clarify this earlier? Xuexing, feeling a hint of trepidation, replied, Your Highness, that young man is merely a friend of Ning Rongrong, not a member of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Moreover, even if he were affiliated with them, he would still have to pay a price for attacking me. Xuexing directed his gaze back to the guard, urging him to continue. The guard stated, alongside that young man were several girls, each exceedingly beautiful, particularly one whom bystanders claimed was more exquisite than any mortal woman. At this, Xuexing felt a twinge of unease. Xuexing shot him a glance, beginning to grasp the situation. The guard continued. After the auction concluded, the fourth prince pursued that young man, demanding he kneel and apologize, stating that if that beauty could befriend him, he would let the young man go. In response, that beauty struck the fourth prince across the face and even killed his personal guard with a kick. Xuexing quickly interjected, Your Highness, I assure you I am not captivated by beauty. It was that young man who showed disdain for our royal family, prompting me to seek an explanation. I never anticipated he would not only refuse to apologize, but also kill my guard and assault me so brazenly. The guard added at that time, the first prince and Ning Fengji were also present. It was the first prince who pleaded on behalf of the fourth prince, allowing him to escape unscathed. A cold smile spread across Xuexing's face as he remarked, My dear nephew, you are indeed hypocritical. Xuexing nodded vigorously, saying, Indeed. It seems he had no intention of rescuing me. He merely wished to maintain his facade. Xuexing's voice turned icy as he inquired, Where are that young man and those girls now? Injuring a member of our royal family cannot go unpunished. The guard replied, They were taken away by Ning Fengji. Xuexing's expression darkened, stating, This complicates matters. Xuexing, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, Your Highness, they have humiliated the royal family. This cannot be overlooked. Xuexing's anger flared, and he chastised, Isn't this all because of you? If it weren't for your infatuation with beauty, would we be in this predicament? Not only were you assaulted, but you also humiliated us publicly. Xuexing, feeling wronged, retorted, Your Highness, was it not you who instructed me to act like a dandy? Deliberately, I chose to present a frivolous facade before Shui Qinghe, never anticipating that matters would escalate to this extent. I had not foreseen their audacity. This cannot solely be attributed to me. Xuexing rose and delivered a kick to Xuebang's rear, exclaiming, I see you reveling in this chaos. I intended for you to feign, not to turn pretense into reality. If you continue down this path, how can you ever shoulder the monumental task of governing the Tiando Empire? Xuebang, having fallen to the ground, wore a look of indignation. Uncle, I assure you, I was merely pretending. You must believe me. Furthermore, there were numerous spectators. This incident cannot be concealed. We must apprehend those individuals and impose severe punishment to preserve the dignity of our royal family. Xuexing replied, Take a few more people with you and closely monitor their movements. As soon as they leave the protection of the Qibao glazed sect, return and inform me. Understood. The guards promptly withdrew to arrange for surveillance on Yi Feng and his companions. Xuebang, suppressing his excitement, inquired, Uncle, how do you plan to deal with them? Xuexing responded coldly, Those who dare to tarnish the reputation of the Tiando Empire, regardless of their identities, must pay the price. First, we shall capture them, ascertain their identities, and then decide on the appropriate course of action. Meanwhile, within the Tiando Palace, Qian Rinxue recounted the entire sequence of events to Shui Yi. Shui Yi's expression darkened, and he exclaimed in anger, What a useless fool. Not only was he beaten, but he also lost control in public, bringing disgrace upon my name. This wretched creature has tarnished my dignity. Father, please calm your anger, Qian Rinxue hastily interjected. Shui Yi gazed at Qian Rinxue, and his fury diminished slightly. Thankfully, I have such an outstanding son like you. Otherwise, the Tiando Empire would surely face decline after my demise, he remarked. Father, you will surely live to a ripe old age, Qian Rinxue assured him. Shui Yi shook his head. I am well aware of my own health. There is no need for comfort. Tell me, how should we handle the matter concerning Xuebang? He sought to test Qian Rinxue's ability to handle matters. Qian Rinxue replied, Father, those individuals are friends of Ning Rongrong. We are still unaware of their true identities and whether the sect master Ning will offer them protection. Currently, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect is on good terms with us, and it is prudent not to create discord over this matter to prevent any rifts in our relationship with them. In my humble opinion, we should first ascertain the identities of those individuals and sect master Ning's stance before proceeding accordingly. Shui Yi nodded in satisfaction and said, You speak wisely. Although the royal family's reputation is significant, we are currently more reliant on the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Very well, as you are a student of Ningfengxi, I entrust this matter to you. Qian Rinxue smiled and assured, Rest assured, Father, I shall handle it adeptly. Chapter 112. Qian Rinxue was taken aback. She exhaled deeply. Her true identity as the granddaughter of the Grand Priestess of the Spirit Hall meant she naturally wished for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect to distance itself from the Heaven Do Empire. However, she needed to act as a mediator in this situation. Maintaining the image of the Crown Prince was essential to garner the support of Shui Yi and Ningfengxi, enabling her to smoothly inherit the throne in the future. Once she fully grasped control of the Heaven Do Empire, all pretenses would cease. Upon returning to the Crown Princess residence, she learned that Yi Feng and his companions had already gone to the castle of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, which eased her tension. Tomorrow, I shall visit the castle of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect to further understand the identities of those young individuals and Ning Fengxi's attitude. Early the next morning, as dawn broke, Qian Rinxue departed the palace, heading to the castle of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. She knew she needed to resolve this matter swiftly. Simultaneously, she dispatched someone to the princess residence to inform Xuexing to refrain from rash actions, as she would handle the situation entirely. Unbeknownst to her, Xuexing and Xuebang had long suspected her involvement in the deaths of the two princes and harbored deep resentment toward her, making it unlikely they would heed her words. When Qian Rinxue arrived at the castle of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, she fortuitously encountered Ning Fengxi coming out. Qian Rinxue alighted from the carriage and courteously called, Teacher. Ning Fengxi smiled and replied, Qinghe, I was just about to search for you. I didn't expect you to arrive before me. Qian Rinxue stated, I have come to discuss the matter regarding Xuebang from yesterday. Ning Fengxi responded, I also wish to speak on this issue. Since you are here, let us discuss it inside. Very well. The two entered the castle and seated themselves in the reception hall. Qian Rinxue glanced around, curious, and asked, Teacher, where are those young men and women from yesterday? I heard they left with you. Ning Fengxi replied, You have come a step too late. They have already entered Heaven Do City, but they will return today. Qian Rinxue nodded and said, Teacher, regarding the events of yesterday, My father has entrusted me with full authority to handle the matter. I would like to inquire if you're aware of the backgrounds of those young individuals. Furthermore, what is your stance on this issue? Ning Fengji did not respond to Qianren Shui's question immediately. Instead, he posed another inquiry. If I were to say they possess no significant background and I am unwilling to offer them protection, would you consider apprehending them? Qianren Shui forced a smile and replied with resignation. If that were the case, there would be little I could do. At most, I could ensure their lives are spared, but they would still face punishment. After all, while the avalanche was merely a provocation, that girl resorted to violence. My father is quite enraged over this incident. If he were not still uncertain of their backgrounds, he would have ordered their arrest long ago. Ning Fengji chuckled. Your father may be disappointed. For even if I do not intervene, he would hardly dare to act rashly against those young individuals. Qianren Shui was taken aback and quickly inquired, Teacher, could it be that those youths have formidable backgrounds? Ning Fengji nodded. Indeed, their origins are quite extraordinary. Can you guess which faction they hail from? Qianren Shui sighed. There are several powers that might instill fear in my father, such as the Spirit Hall, the Haotian sect, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. These are indeed difficult to discern. Ning Fengji smiled. You seem to have overlooked one. Qianren Shui furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment. And suddenly her eyes brightened. The Underworld? Ning Fengji nodded. Correct. They are all prodigious youths from the Underworld. Qianren Shui expressed her astonishment. Individuals from the Underworld are usually elusive. I have never encountered them before. I never imagined that those young people would originate from there. Ning Fengji remarked. Thus, you understand how to approach this situation now, do you not? Qianren Shui sighed. Our Tiando Empire is already under threat from the Spirit Hall. How could we possibly afford to antagonize the Underworld as well? Moreover, if we could foster a good relationship with the Underworld, we need not fear the Spirit Hall's menace. I believe my father shares this sentiment. Ning Fengji nodded. Indeed, upon discovering their identities, I intended to find an opportunity for you to meet them. If you could become good friends, it would be most advantageous. Qianren Shui replied. Young individuals from the Underworld are indeed worth befriending. Despite her words, a sense of turmoil brewed within her. If she were to befriend those youths as Shuqinghe, it would provide the Tiando Empire with a formidable ally. It appears that I cannot engage deeply with them as Shuqinghe. I can first befriend them as an ordinary companion to gauge the Underworld's stance towards the Spirit Hall. If all goes well, I shall later approach them as Qianren Shui to cultivate a closer alliance, she mused. Ning Fengji proposed. How about this? You stay here and await their return. It would be a splendid opportunity to join me for a game of chess. Qianren Shui smiled. It is a rare pleasure for you to indulge in such pastimes, and I would be delighted to accompany you. Ning Fengji rose and said, Let us proceed to the back garden. They are unlikely to return before afternoon. Qianren Shui followed him and inquired, What business do they have in Tiando City? Oh, I neglected to inform you. The young man is named Feng, and the girls are all under his leadership. He intends to establish an academy in Tiando City to participate in the Soul Master competition in 2 years. I possess several properties in Tiando City and have sent them to select one, Ning Fengji explained. Qianren Shui expressed her surprise. The Underworld has always been shrouded in mystery. I never imagined a youth emerging from it would seek to establish an academy and compete in the Soul Master tournament. Is the Underworld preparing to make a legitimate appearance on the Douluo Continent? Ning Fengji replied, That is indeed my thought as well. This may not be an unfavorable development for us. By the way, Master, those young individuals must possess considerable talent, especially that exquisite girl. Her aptitude is astonishing. Able to defeat a Soul Emperor at such a tender age, Qianren Shui asked with great interest. Yesterday, in the presence of Guu Yuna, even a paragon like her felt a tinge of inferiority. She pondered long into the night, wondering how such an exceptional and flawless woman could exist. Ning Fengji remarked. The girl you mentioned is named Guu Yuna, and indeed, her talent is formidable. According to Feng, her strength has already surpassed that of a soul sage. Ning Fengji continued. Qianren Shui felt a sense of defeat wash over her. The gap in their abilities seemed insurmountable. This talent is truly terrifying. She appears so youthful. She lamented. Ning Fengji responded. Perhaps she merely appears young. Her true age may be considerable. Qianren Shui nodded in agreement. That is a possibility. Ning Fengji added, In fact, Feng's talent is even more extraordinary. He could be deemed a prodigy. What? The young man's talent surpasses even that? Qianren Shui exclaimed in astonishment. Having already felt a sense of inferiority before Guu Yuna, The notion of an even more extraordinary genius left her bewildered. How can the underworld possess so many exceptional talents? Indeed, Feng is merely 12 years old and already a soul master at the 34th level, Ning Fengji stated. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue paused, then exhaled in relief, thinking that Feng was not as formidable as she had imagined. After all, at 12, her own cultivation had far exceeded the 34th level. Such a feat, while rare, seemed less impressive in her eyes. Ning Fengji continued. His terrifying aptitude lies not only in his rapid cultivation speed but also in his soul rings. Do you know the ages of his first 3 soul rings? Qian Rinxue was taken aback and said, aren't his soul rings optimally configured as 2 yellow and 1 purple? Ning Fengji chuckled and shook his head. Qian Rinxue, puzzled, asked, could it be that he surpasses the optimal configuration with 1 yellow and 2 purple? How can that be possible? Chapter 113. Requesting the esteemed Dugu to take action. Ensuring success. Ning Fengji chuckled softly. You are still mistaken. Do continue your guessing. Qian Rinxue furrowed her brow even deeper and inquired, could it be 3 purple soul rings? Yet, Ning Fengji continued to shake his head, his smile growing ever more radiant. He found it rather amusing to witness the astonishment of his composed disciple. Qian Rinxue murmured, you mentioned that his soul rings are terrifying. They must surely surpass the optimal configuration. 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 purple is incorrect. Could it be that he possesses a 10,000-year soul ring? How is that even conceivable? Even if his 3rd soul ring were indeed 10,000 years old, it would have to be absorbed during his time as a great soul master. How could a great soul master possibly absorb a 10,000-year soul ring without risking explosion? Ning Fengji, listening to Qian Rinxue's soliloquy, chuckled, why is it impossible? His 3rd soul ring is indeed a 10,000-year soul ring, and furthermore, his 1st and 2nd soul rings are also of the same age. Qian Rinxue halted in her tracks, bewildered. 3 10,000-year soul rings? How could that be? His cultivation and physique surely cannot support the absorption of such rings, she exclaimed in disbelief. Ning Fengji sighed, indeed, it is hard to believe. If I had not witnessed it with my own eyes, I too would find such absurdity impossible. Yet, the reality is as such. The 3 soul rings upon him are black. Therefore, I believe it is imperative for you to befriend him, even if we cannot draw the underworld to our side. Securing his friendship would be quite beneficial. Qian Rinxue stood there, her mind in turmoil. She had once believed herself to be the greatest talent on the Douluo Continent. After all, she possessed a divine-level martial soul and an innate soul power of level 20. Such extraordinary talent was unmatched, or so she thought, until she encountered Guu Yuna and Feng, realizing that there were indeed greater talents beyond her own. Teacher, did that Feng mention how he absorbed the 10,000-year soul rings? Qian Rinxue inquired. Ning Fengji replied, he claimed to have been extraordinarily gifted since childhood, directly absorbing the 10,000-year soul ring. If that is the case, his aptitude is indeed monstrous. At this rate, his 4th soul ring will also be 10,000 years. Qian Rinxue lamented, how remarkable. His first 4 soul abilities are invincible among soul masters of the same rank. Indeed, Ning Fengji nodded. The soul abilities of 10,000 years are incomparable to those of 100 or 1,000 years. At that moment, within the royal palace of Tiando City, a guard rushed in. Your Highness, those young individuals have left the 7 treasure glazed tile school's fortress and are wandering about Tiando City, the guard reported. Excellent, Shuexing exclaimed, slapping the armrest and rising to his feet. Beside him, Bibidong was filled with joy. He had been awake since dawn, waiting eagerly, even foregoing a visit to the Royal Academy solely to seize the opportunity to confront those individuals and vent his pent-up frustration and desires. They dare to meander about Tiando City, utterly oblivious to the danger. They truly do not regard our royal family, Bibidong spat venomously. He turned to Shuexing, urging, Uncle, quickly arrange for skilled fighters. We must retrieve those individuals for interrogation. Shuexing wishes to spare them, yet we shall defy his wishes. Shuexing remained composed and inquired, is Ning Rongrong present? Has Ning Fengji dispatched anyone for their protection? The guard replied, Ning Rongrong is with them, and Ning Fengji has not sent anyone to safeguard them. Uncle, what are we waiting for? Pay no heed to Ning Rongrong. Simply capture the others. We must act swiftly. Only then can I provide a satisfactory explanation to Father Emperor, lest he should take my life, Bibidong insisted. Bring them in, Shuexing commanded. The previously arranged skilled fighters surged into the room. This group comprised 15 individuals, each possessing a minimum rank of Soul King. While the most powerful had already attained the Soul Sage level, Bibidong exclaimed with excitement. With 2 soul sage experts, we are certain to subdue that little woman. I am eager to see if she can maintain her icy demeanor under pressure. He urged, Your Highness, let us depart swiftly. It would be unfortunate if they returned to the castle of the 7 treasures, glazed tile school. Xuexing replied, Let us set off for the residence of the esteemed Dugu. Bibidong paused for a moment. Then his face lit up with ecstatic joy. Your Highness, do you intend to enlist the help of Elder Dugu? Bibidong inquired excitedly. Xuexing nodded. Do you think I would be as thoughtless as you? That girl is capable of slaying the Soul Emperor in a single strike. Our numbers may not suffice to contain her. With Elder Dugu's intervention, we can ensure absolute safety. Ha! With Elder Dugu's assistance, that pretty boy will surely be terrified. Bibidong laughed heartily. A group of them exited the prince's residence, hastening towards Elder Dugu's abode. The sight of the prince accompanied by formidable experts instantly sparked speculation among the onlookers. The events of the previous evening had already spread within a certain circle. Many were aware that the 4th prince's guards had been dispatched with ease, his face bruised, and he had been so frightened that he lost control of himself. Now, seeing the prince fervently leading skilled individuals away, many speculated that he was likely pursuing the perpetrator. A number of those who had made this deduction began to stealthily follow, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Inside the carriage, Bibidong continued to urge, Your Highness, we must hasten. It would be dire if they escape. Xuexing reassured him, Rest assured. Our people have been monitoring them closely. They cannot evade us. After more than 20 minutes, Xuexing and his companions arrived at Elder Dugu's residence, where they quickly summoned him. Xuexing had once rendered a favor to Elder Dugu, which is why he chose to remain in Heavendo City to repay that kindness. After Elder Dugu was summoned, Xuexing and his group made their way towards the location of Feng and the others. Half an hour later, at a manor belonging to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School in Heavendo City, Feng and his companions had explored the estate and expressed their satisfaction. This manor is quite spacious, with mountains, water, and grassy fields, not to mention the abundance of flowers and trees. Living here would undoubtedly be very pleasant. Xiao Wu exclaimed with joy. Ning Rongrong declared proudly, Of course, this is the finest manor my family owns in Heavendo City. It is quite extravagant for an academy. Feng smiled. This will do. Although it may not compare in size to other prestigious Soul Master academies, we do not intend to recruit teachers or students. It is more than sufficient for our needs. Even Guu Yuna, Ziji, and Bai Ji were quite pleased. The environment was tranquil and idyllic. Ning Rongrong then said, Very well, I will have my father transfer this manor to us. He can also assist with the academy's registration. We need only to move in. Rongrong. I truly appreciate your help, Zhu Zhuqing remarked. What are you saying? I am part of the academy as well, contributing a bit is only natural. Ning Rongrong replied with a smile. Looking at the time, she asked, It's nearly noon. I'm feeling quite hungry. Should we have lunch in Heavendo City or return to the castle? Feng remarked, Let us return to the castle. Someone awaits our return. Someone is waiting for us. Who? Ning Rongrong inquired with curiosity. You shall find out upon our return, Feng replied. Suddenly, Guu Yuna directed her gaze towards the grand entrance of the manor, her eyes glinting coldly as she stated, Before we return, we must address a few minor inconveniences. Chapter 114. Capture them immediately upon hearing Guu Yuna's words. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong were momentarily taken aback, uncertain of what she meant. Sister Na, what do you mean by resolving inconveniences? Ning Rongrong asked. Guu Yuna explained, The individual I defeated yesterday has come seeking revenge with accomplices. That person, who was begging for mercy just yesterday, now dares to seek vengeance. Xiao Wu expressed her astonishment. Feng chuckled, He is merely a clown. There is no need to pay him any mind. Come, let us step outside and avoid causing any damage to the surroundings. The group made their way towards the entrance of the manor. Zhu Zhuqing queried, I wonder if any experts are among the newcomers? Guu Yuna replied, Indeed. There is one whose strength has reached the level of a title de law. To think a title de law is present, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in shock. Xiao Wu reassured, Fear not. With Feng here, even if the Pope of the Spirit Hall were to arrive, all would be well. She approached Feng and tugged at his sleeve. Feng gently patted her shoulder, transmitting, Rest assured, we shall remain undiscovered. Ning Rongrong commented, If I am not mistaken, the title Douluo arriving is Dugyubo, seemingly at level 91 or 92. His martial spirit is the green-scaled serpent, adept at poison and possessing an unpredictable attack style. Feng. Do be cautious to avoid any missteps. Yi Feng responded with a smile. Worry not. I shall refrain from intervening. Nar can handle it. Guu Yuna calmly stated. Do not fret. It is merely a small snake. There is nothing to be concerned about. Yi Feng remarked. Play as you wish, just do not kill it. Dugubo is acceptable. He could be considered for recruitment into the underworld. Understood. I will be mindful, Guu Yuna affirmed. Ning Rongrong, astonished, exclaimed, Sister Na, aren't you at the level of a soul Douluo? Guu Yuna laughed. When did I ever claim to be a soul Douluo? Ning Rongrong was left speechless. She glanced at Xiao Wu and then at Zhu Zhuqing, saying, You both are aware of Sister Na's true strength, yet I am the only one left in the dark. Xiao Wu embraced Ning Rongrong's shoulders and reassured, Fear not. With Sister Na's prowess, eliminating Dugubo will be a simple task. Moreover, both Sister Bai Ji and Sister Ziji possess similar strength. Ning Rongrong was even more astonished, exclaiming, You three are all titled Douluo? One might say so. Guu Yuna replied. Her strength surpassed that of a titled Douluo, while Ziji and Bai Ji could be likened to human super Douluo. Although Bai Ji's primary ability was healing, and she was not particularly skilled in combat. How is that possible? You all appear so youthful. Are you not yet 20? Ning Rongrong inquired. Biki chuckled. Little sister, our ages exceed 20. We merely possess a youthful appearance. Ah, I see. I had thought you were only a few years my senior, Ning Rongrong remarked. At that moment, outside the estate, a group led by Shueshing came to a halt. After disembarking from the carriage, Shueshing personally drew back the curtain, stating, Elder Dugong, we have arrived. Dugong Bo stepped down, his expression calm as he surveyed the estate before him. He possessed a slender physique, yet his towering skeletal frame was striking, adorned in a flowing gray robe. His hair was an eerie shade of green, complemented by his unsettling emerald-hued irises. Such a sight would likely evoke tears of fright from an ordinary child. Gazing at the plaque of the manor, he noticed the emblem of the Seven Treasures glazed sect, and with a furrowed brow, he inquired, The individual you wish for me to confront is associated with the Seven Treasures glazed sect? He held a profound apprehension towards the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. For the two titled Douluos within were not adversaries he could provoke. Merely one of them could easily overpower him. Thus, upon encountering the estate of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, a sense of discontent washed over him. Shueshing hastily explained, Elder Dugu, you have misunderstood. The individuals I asked you to deal with have no connection to the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. They merely share a slight acquaintance with Ning Fengji's daughter. Dugu Bo furrowed his brows and retorted, It is common knowledge that both the sword Douluo and the bone de dote upon Ning Rongrong immensely. You expect me to capture her friends and claim it as inconsequential? I have no desire to receive a visit from the sword Douluo and the bone Douluo. Shueshing reassured him, Rest assured, we are not apprehending those young men without cause. They have insulted the dignity of the royal family, and we are justified in our actions. No matter how formidable the sword Douluo and the bone Douluo may be, they must adhere to reason, mustn't they? Moreover, this matter has the full backing of our royal family. They would not dare to take action. Dugu Bo's frown remained steadfast as he stated, The powerful do not require justification. Assisting you this time entails significant risk. After years of being by your side, I have repaid my debts of gratitude. Should you require my aid again, let this be the final occasion. Once concluded, I shall owe you nothing. Shueshing hesitated. For during the years Dugu Bo had been with him, he had felt an unparalleled sense of security. If Dugu Bo were truly to depart, he would lose a formidable pillar of support. He certainly wished for Dugu Bo to remain by his side for a lifetime. Sensing Shueshing's hesitation, Shuelang inwardly lamented the situation and promptly exclaimed, Your Highness, having arrived here, we must not return empty-handed, lest we become the subject of ridicule. Gritting her teeth, Shueshing replied, Very well, Senior Dugu, allow my subordinates to take the first action. Should they succeed in capturing those young individuals, your intervention will not be necessary. However, if they are unable to resolve the matter, then we shall call upon your esteemed assistance. At this juncture, he found himself in a rather precarious position. He had long since realized that a multitude of individuals were covertly following him. Should he return as he was, he would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule from many. Therefore, retreat was not an option. Dugu Bo nodded. Very well, once I take action, we shall be even. Agreed, Shueshing replied. Dugu Bo inquired, Are you certain that the sword Douluo and bone Douluo are not present? Shueshing assured him, I am certain. My associates have been monitoring them for quite some time and have not spotted either of those esteemed figures. Dugabo remarked, then there should be no surprises. You will surely capture someone today. Xuebing urged, let us charge in directly. Xuexing nodded, waved his hand, and commanded, enter. The skilled individuals from the royal mansion immediately advanced, attempting to breach the grand door. At that moment, a creaking sound resonated as the door slowly opened. Xuexing and the others halted, gazing intently into the entrance. Soon, they beheld a remarkably handsome youth accompanied by several stunning young women emerging. The young marshal. How exquisite. My heavens, how can there be such beautiful women? An uproar of gasps and swallowed breaths erupted around them. Even Xuexing was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Guu Yuna. Though he had heard tales of the girl who had bested Xuebing's prowess, witnessing her in person left him utterly astonished. Even this seasoned and composed man felt his heart stir. A sudden surge of desire enveloped him, leading him to believe that his decision to apprehend individuals was remarkably astute. Perhaps, after today, he would acquire an additional princess. Dugu Bo displayed a look of astonishment. Upon seeing Guu Yuna emerge, Xuebing was filled with elation, pointing at Guu Yuna and exclaiming, Your Highness, it was that enchanting beauty who struck me, along with that young dandy. They must not be allowed to escape. Chapter 115. Annihilating the Soul Sage. Terrifying Xuebing. Ning Rongrong was incensed and shouted, Xuebing, after losing your bid at the auction, you compelled them to kneel and plead for mercy. When they resisted and retaliated, you had the audacity to seek vengeance. Do you possess no sense of shame? You have brought disgrace upon the royal family. As Ning Rongrong finished her statement, the crowd that had gathered erupted into a flurry of whispers and pointed fingers directed at Xuebing. Ning Rongrong felt a surge of satisfaction. This was precisely the response she sought. By dominating the narrative, she intended to apply pressure on Xuebing and his uncle through the onlookers. Xuebing's face flushed crimson with rage as he glared at Ning Rongrong, wishing fervently to silence her. Xuexing coldly interjected, Ning Rongrong. While one may indulge in indiscriminate eating, one must not speak indiscriminately. These individuals dare to disdain royal authority and have injured a prince. They shall be taken for interrogation. With that, he offered Ning Rongrong no further opportunity to speak, sweeping his hand decisively and commanding, seize them. As soon as he finished speaking, two soul masters, seemingly in their 60s, slowly emerged, both possessing the cultivation of late soul sage. These individuals, having reached an advanced age, had exhausted their potential and found themselves at the culmination of their cultivation journey, with no possibility of further advancement. Thus, they had sought refuge under the banner of Prince Xuexing. Regarding their mission to capture Guu Yuna, they harbored no concerns whatsoever. They pondered to themselves, considering that even in the absence of any resistance from a soul emperor, they could easily achieve a swift defeat. Moreover, given that they were now acting in concert, victory seemed all but assured. The two soul saints refrained from immediate confrontation, instead releasing their martial spirits, with 7 soul rings materializing around them, emanating a formidable aura as they advanced step by step towards Guu Yuna and her companions. One wielded a weapon spirit in the form of a great blade, while the other manifested a beast spirit resembling a blue wolf, both being exceptionally powerful offensive martial spirits. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers immediately sensed that Yi Feng and his group were in grave peril. Ning Rongrong, who had initially been at the forefront, suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure, rendering her immobile as if a colossal mountain bore down upon her. Xiao Wu extended her hand, pulling Ning Rongrong to safety behind her. Only then did Ning Rongrong exhale in relief, beads of perspiration appearing on her forehead. Sister Nar, teach them a harsh lesson, Ning Rongrong urged. In the distance, Xuepeng, sensing the formidable presence of the two soul saints, stood tall and proud, reveling in their own arrogance. He raised his hand, pointing at Yi Feng, and said, You little brat, are you frightened? I shall grant you another opportunity. Kneel and beg for mercy, and perhaps I, in my magnanimity, will spare your insignificant life. Otherwise, I will make your existence a living torment. As soon as he finished speaking, Guu Yuna's icy gaze shot over. The triumphant smile on Xuebing's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a look of sheer terror as he recoiled. From Guu Yuna's stare, he sensed a chilling aura of death. At that moment, he felt as if he were truly facing his demise. Fourth Prince, are you all right? A guard behind him supported Xuebing. Xuexing shook his head in disappointment, feeling a mix of frustration and pity. If he was afraid even of the opponent's gaze, how could he possibly achieve great things in the future? Stop dawdling, attack! Shuexing commanded, unwilling to prolong the confrontation. The two elderly warriors had already summoned their full might. Upon hearing Shuexing's order, they wasted no time in unleashing their signature soul techniques, charging directly at Guu Yuna. Witnessing this scene, Shuexing's fear dissipated as his fist clenched tightly, his heart racing with excitement. Beside him, Dugu stood with his arms crossed, eyes slightly squinted, appearing to be in a state of repose. To Dugu, Shuexing's invitation to apprehend a few youngsters seemed rather excessive. After all, they were merely a handful of children. The two soul saints were more than capable of handling them with ease. He felt somewhat displeased. Snowstar summons seemed like a sheer waste of his time. He still needed to engage in arduous training, yearning to advance further in order to seek vengeance against the chrysanthemum Douluo of the Spirit Hall. How could he afford to squander time here? At this moment, with the exception of Dugu, who displayed no interest in the situation ahead, the gazes of the others were fixated on the two soul saints and Guu Yuna. The distance between the two parties rapidly diminished, leaving merely a span of over 10 meters. Ning Rongrong anxiously exclaimed, "Sister Na, they are approaching quickly." Guu Yuna, unhurried and composed, raised her hand, then clenched her fingers tightly. The ground trembled as two colossal, earthy yellow hands erupted from beneath, seizing the two advancing soul saints. The two soul saints struggled desperately, akin to fledglings ensnared, yet they could not break free. Dugu sensed the anomaly. His eyes snapped open, sparkling with intensity as he observed the enormous hands, refraining from immediate intervention. The hands swiftly constricted, a terrifying force compressing upon the two figures. They emitted agonized shrieks, and with a sickening crunch, were reduced to mere pulp within the grasp of those massive hands. This scene instantly horrified many. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong turned pale, hastily averting their gazes, nearly succumbing to nausea. The gruesome spectacle of two living beings being crushed to death was too sanguinary. Shuexing's complexion changed dramatically, retreating in terror, his face awash with shock. Shuebing, alarmed, cried out and abruptly turned to flee, only to collide with a guard and fall to the ground. His face was ashen, his legs trembling and unable to support him as he crawled desperately away. Guu Yuna's expression was frigid, her delicate hand clenching once more. The fleeing avalanche froze in place, halted abruptly. His hands abruptly clutched at his throat, a look of anguish crossing his face. His body gradually ascended, struggling desperately as if an invisible hand were grasping his throat, lifting him upward. The avalanche soared 1 meter above the ground, heading towards the direction of Guu Yuna. His face was etched with terror as he screamed desperately. The two formidable soul saints had been effortlessly crushed into a mere pulp. How could he not be frightened? His courage nearly shattered by terror? Upon witnessing this scene, Shuexing was instantly alarmed. He finally realized that Dugu was right beside him. "Senior Dugu, please act swiftly to save him," Shuexing exclaimed anxiously. Dugu had refrained from intervening, patiently awaiting Shuexing's plea for his assistance. He stepped forward, poised to strike. At that moment, a series of abrupt sounds echoed, as yellow liquid and mysterious substances cascaded from Avalanche's trousers. The surroundings erupted in a cacophony of gasps and even laughter. Shuexing's expression shifted dramatically, his teeth nearly grinding in frustration. Avalanche, having lost control once more in public, left Shuexing utterly mortified. Dugu furrowed his brow. His advancing step abruptly halted. Guu Yuna, with a look of disdain, waved her delicate hand. Avalanche's body shot backward like a cannonball, soaring over Shuexing's head and drenching him in the process. With a resounding crash, Avalanche collided with a shop across the street, splintering the thick redwood pillar at its entrance. He expelled a copious amount of blood, losing consciousness before even reaching the ground. Shuexing, drenched, had yellow liquid streaming down from his head, trickling down his face. He sensed an unusual sensation on his forehead, as if something was adhering to it, and instinctively reached up to touch. In the next moment, his eyes widened in shock. Unable to contain himself any longer, Shuexing violently expelled the contents of his stomach. A group of guards discreetly covered their noses, retreating a few steps. Dugu furrowed his brow and took a few steps forward. He gazed at Guu Yuna, no longer wishing to prolong the matter. Chapter 116. Dugu was taken aback. Having already made an agreement with Shuexing, this would be his final act of assistance, and thus he had to take action. After today, he would sever all ties with Shuexing. He was inherently rebellious, disliking the sensation of being constrained. After subduing Guu Yuna, he intended to return to his cultivation. Guu Bo halted his steps when he was 10 meters away from Guu Yuna. He gazed at the enchanting Guu Yuna ahead, his mind inevitably recalling her earlier display of prowess as she effortlessly vanquished 2 soul saints, leaving him somewhat astounded. He believes that the ability to vanquish 2 soul saints at the pinnacle of their power indicates that Guu Yuna's strength must be at least at the level of a soul Douluo. Furthermore, it is not sufficient for an ordinary soul Douluo. Only one whose power is exceedingly close to that of a titled Douluo might achieve such a feat yet. This remains merely a possibility, for to accomplish this with ease among the formidable beings of the later stages of soul Douluo, one would have to be an extraordinary rarity. He further speculated that Guu Yuna's strength might have already reached the level of a titled Douluo. After all, the methods she had just employed were exceedingly enigmatic. She had not even released her martial soul, nor was there any fluctuation of soul power emanating from her. With merely a grasp of her hand through the air, she had dispatched 2 soul saints. Such a technique was unprecedented in the experience of Dong Guu Bo, who had neither witnessed nor heard of anything akin to it before. He gazed upon the youthful and exquisite visage of Guu Yuna, his heart overwhelmed with astonishment. He devoted himself to arduous training for several decades, until his hair and beard turned white, only to attain the esteemed rank of titled Douluo. The innate talent of the young woman before him is truly astonishing, is it not? Ning Rongrong called out from behind. Guu Bo, are you certain you wish to engage? Guu Bo, having shed his initial disdain, replied, I, Guu Bo, am a man of my word. I have already promised Xuesheng to take action, and thus I must. Ning Rongrong cautioned, I advise you to reconsider. It would be prudent not to act, as you stand no chance of victory and would merely invite suffering upon yourself. Guu Bo asserted, regardless of the outcome. I must take action today. If he fails to act today, he will undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule for fleeing without a fight, thus tarnishing his lifelong reputation. To be intimidated by a young and beautiful woman is a disgrace he cannot afford. Guu Yuna remarked indifferently, then go ahead and make your move. Let me witness the true strength of a titled Douluo. After observing Guu Yuna's actions, Guu Bo was wary and did not dare to be complacent. He promptly unleashed his martial soul. 9 soul rings appeared on his body, shimmering in hues of yellow, purple, and black. His feet vanished, transforming into a thick, green serpent's tail that swayed rhythmically upon the ground. A terrifying aura erupted, overwhelming the onlookers, including Xuesheng and others, who could scarcely endure it, causing them to retreat in haste. The might of the titled Douluo was overwhelmingly formidable, striking fear into the hearts of all present. Yet, Ning Rongrong and her companions stood beside Yi Feng, seemingly untouched by the oppressive pressure. This scene rendered Guu Bo's expression even graver, elevating his assessment of Guu Yuna to a higher echelon. Remarkably, Guu Yuna had yet to unleash her martial spirit. Yet she managed to withstand his formidable presence while simultaneously shielding the other girls. Such prowess undoubtedly belonged to the realm of a titled Douluo. He finally discerned the formidable strength of Guu Yuna, leaving him even more astonished. Yet he realized he had no choice but to take action, without any prior warning. And unlike other soul masters who awaited Guu Yuna to unleash her martial spirit for a fair confrontation, he stealthily launched an attack. An invisible toxin emanated from him, swiftly advancing towards Guu Yuna. In terms of strength, Guu Bo might be the weakest among the titled Douluo. However, his poison is exceedingly formidable once contaminated. Even a titled Douluo would find it challenging to survive. To counter him, one must avoid succumbing to his venom. Guu Bo's probing assault was silent, aiming to catch Guu Yuna off guard in her moment of complacency. The toxins he released appeared invisible and colorless to others. Yet how could they possibly escape the keen perception of Guu Yuna? With a gentle wave of her hand, the fire element coalesced, igniting a blazing inferno in the void that incinerated the toxins unleashed by Guu Bo. Guu Bo furrowed his brow, sensing a hint of pressure. Martial Soul Avatar, he exclaimed with urgency, directly summoning his martial soul avatar. His figure vanished, transforming into a colossal emerald serpent, measuring 30 meters in length and as thick as a water barrel. Its elongated forked tongue flickered ominously, instilling a sense of dread and unease. His 8th spirit ring illuminated, activating the 8th spirit skill, Time Freeze. This extraordinary ability has the capacity to suspend time within a radius of several thousand square meters. When coupled with the 9th spirit skill, its destructive potential is sufficient to annihilate an entire city. His 9th soul skill, the Azure Scale Divine Light, unleashes a venom of terrifying corrosive potency. He had no intention of employing the ninth soul skill, for its terrifying power was far too great. Even the slightest release of its toxic gas could instantaneously claim the lives of Ning Rongrong and the other girls. The loss of others would matter little. But if Ning Rongrong were to perish, his own days would be numbered. The sword Douluo and bone Douluo would undoubtedly ensure his demise. Once the eighth soul skill, time suspension, was activated, the surrounding crowd fell into a profound stillness, ceasing all conversation, their expressions frozen in place as though time itself had truly come to a halt. Except for Feng, Guu Yuna, Ziji, and Bai Ji, who remained unaffected, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing were also caught in this temporal stasis. Standing motionless, the great serpent conjured by Dugu opened its mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of thick green venom directed towards Guu Yuna. This venom possessed a potent paralyzing effect, yet it was not lethal, alleviating his concerns for Ning Rongrong's safety. His task was to ensnare Guu Yuna. Once she was paralyzed by the venom, his mission would be accomplished. Guu Yuna maintained a serene expression, gracefully waving her delicate hand, causing the venom to rebound and strike Dugu naturally. Dugu was unfazed by the toxic substance. However, Guu Yuna's maneuver weighed heavily on his heart. He had not anticipated that his eighth soul skill would prove ineffective against her, failing to subdue her in any way. It seemed that he had no choice but to resort to a more formidable tactic. With a low exclamation, he declared, "Gaze of Medusa." This was his soulbone skill, capable of unleashing petrifying energy to turn all tangible matter into stone. Two pale gray beams shot forth from his eyes, racing towards Guu Yuna and enveloping her. She did not evade. Her body began to petrify, first her hair, then her visage, and soon, she was transformed entirely into a stone statue. "Master," Bai Ji cried out anxiously. "Fear not, such trivial skills cannot harm our master," Ziji reassured. As Dugu beheld Guu Yuna's petrified form, a smile began to spread across his face. However, upon hearing the exchange between Bai Ji and Ziji, his eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you two also immune to my eighth soul skill?" he questioned incredulously. The only individuals capable of resisting his eighth soul skill were titled Douluos of greater strength. How could this be possible? How could three such young female titled Douluos exist? "Is your eighth soul skill truly that powerful?" Feng inquired with a smile. Dugu's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his expression one of sheer astonishment. At that moment, Feng appeared as a boy of merely 12 or 13 years. Dugu found it hard to believe that such a youth would also be unaffected by his eighth soul skill. Could it be that the skill had failed? He cast his gaze upon the crowd surrounding him, discovering that the soul kings and soul emperors brought forth by the snow star were frozen in place. This indicated that his eighth soul skill had not faltered. There remained but one possibility. This young man, like the three girls, possessed the strength of a titled Douluo. Dugu felt as if he were on the brink of madness. How could such an abundance of titled Douluos emerge so suddenly? Moreover, they were all so youthful. Were it not for his own eyes bearing witness, he would never have believed it, even under duress. He was truly taken aback. At that moment, a series of crackling sounds erupted, and fissures began to appear on the statue of Guu Yuna. Chapter 117, Dugu's Surrender. The cracks on the statue multiplied, resembling a dense spider web. With a resounding bang, the statue suddenly shattered, and Guu Yuna's figure re-emerged. Her long hair flowed gracefully, untouched by any dust, retaining her unparalleled beauty. How could she have escaped control so swiftly? Dugu was astonished. His consecutive attempts to wield his control soul skills proved to be ineffective. He finally comprehended that Guu Yuna's prowess surpassed his by an incomprehensible margin. He hesitated, contemplating whether to employ the ninth soul skill. The toxicity of the ninth soul power was exceedingly formidable. Even the slightest mishap could lead to the demise of Ning Rongrong and the other young girls. Alas, how could I possibly contend with four titled Douluos? Wouldn't that be a fool's errand? Even if I were to capture them for shueshing, he would lack the courage to take action. This battle has lost all significance, thought Dugu. He was about to retract his martial soul when he suddenly noticed the corners of Guu Yuna's lips slowly curling upwards. Immediately afterward, a unique aura of pressure erupted from Guu Yuna, directly targeting Dugu. Dugu's eyes widened in shock, filled with disbelief. He felt his martial soul trembling, subjected to an overwhelming suppression. It was akin to the reverence felt by the common folk in the presence of their sovereign, stirring within him an irresistible impulse to bow and worship. This time, he did not actively withdraw his martial soul. Rather, it relinquished itself autonomously. He returned to his original form, standing in place, gazing at Guu Yuna with a countenance of astonishment. He could not comprehend why Guu Yuna exerted such an overwhelming pressure upon him. Even the higher-ranked Zhu Duoluo had never instilled this feeling in him. In truth, the Bai Lin snake inherently possessed the bloodline of the dragon. As Du Gu Bo wielded the Bai Lin snake martial spirit, he was naturally subjected to the dragon's formidable influence. With his martial spirit retracted, Du Gu Bo was finally engulfed by a sense of trepidation. From a distance, Xuexing observed the disappearance of Du Gu Bo's martial spirit and immediately called out, "Senior Du Gu, please take action. Why has your martial spirit vanished?" Du Gu Bo found himself at a loss for words. He could hardly confess that he was unable to defeat that woman. Guu Yuna had already discerned Du Gu Bo's reluctance to engage, yet she would not allow him to evade her easily. The majesty of the Dragon King was not to be challenged. Having provoked her, he must face the consequences. Guu Yuna stepped forward, and an invisible force of nature bore down upon Du Gu Bo. His face turned pale with shock as he found himself utterly unable to resist. His body propelled backwards and crashing before Xuexing. With a cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion ashen, his eyes wide with horror. He was utterly oblivious to how Guu Yuna had struck. There was neither a surge of soul power nor the manifestation of a martial soul or soul skills. Merely taking a single step had left him gravely injured. In that fleeting moment, Du Gu Bo felt as though the heavens themselves had collapsed upon him, an overwhelming weight pressing down. The sensation was one of utter helplessness, a profound despair. At that moment, he finally comprehended the sheer folly of his decision to assist Xuexing in confronting Guu Yuna and her companions. Now, in his severely wounded state, he found himself devoid of any means to resist. Standing behind Du Gu Bo, the foul-smelling Xuexing was left completely stunned. The formidable pillar of support he took immense pride in, the immensely powerful poisoned Du Gu Bo, astonishingly coughed up blood. Endless terror began to surge within him as his eyes swiftly scanned the surroundings. "Senior Du Gu, what has happened to you? Who has inflicted such harm upon you?" Xuexing inquired, fear evident in her voice. He failed to discern that it was Guu Yuna who had struck. Instead, he believed a more formidable power, even more terrifying than Dong Gu Bo, lurked in the shadows, inflicting harm upon Dong Gu Bo. If even Dong Gu Bo could be so grievously injured, how effortless would it be for the assailant to extinguish his life? Contemplating this, Xuexing felt a surge of dread, nearly succumbing to the urge to kneel and plead for mercy. He suppressed his fear and shouted, "Is it you, Sir Duoluo?" There was no response from the surroundings. Du Gu Bo coughed up a mouthful of blood and said, "Xuexing, you have provoked someone you should not have, and now you are in grave trouble. You have caused me to suffer severe injuries, and from this moment forth, I, Du Gu Bo, owe you no further gratitude." Xuexing, both terrified and bewildered, anxiously inquired, "Senior Du Gu, what do you mean by grave trouble?" Du Gu Bo, with a look of pity, replied, "That girl is even stronger than I am. She has likely reached the realm of a super Duoluo. You should pray for your own safety." With that, he endured the excruciating pain and rose to walk towards Guu Yuna. Xuexing stood frozen in place, her entire being chilled to the bone. He has inadvertently provoked a titled Duoluo. Is there any difference between this and courting death? Du Gu Bo approached Guu Yu and the others, offering a wry smile as he said, "I, Du Gu Bo, admit my defeat today. How would you like to deal with me?" He certainly does not wish to perish. He wished to ascertain the attitudes of Guu Yuna and her companions. If they were intent on his demise, he would resist with every ounce of strength, determined to take a few down with him. Guu Yuna replied coolly, "This matter no longer concerns you. You may leave." Du Gu Bo was taken aback, and after a moment of contemplation, he asked, "Are you saying that I can go without any repercussions?" Guu Yuna smiled and retorted, "Do you wish to inflict further harm upon yourself?" Du Gu Bo shook his head repeatedly, "I do not." He performed the customary gesture of a soul master towards Guu Yu and the others, uttering a simple thank you. After that, he turned and departed. He must return to his residence promptly to tend to his wounds. Although he was adept at the art of poison, he himself had succumbed to its effects, enduring inhumane torment at regular intervals. If he did not hasten to heal his wounds, he feared he would not survive when the poison took full effect. With a flicker of thought, Guu Yuna conjured flames from the ground, incinerating the filth left by the avalanche along with the corpses of the two soul saints. Having completed this task, she descended the steps with Feng and the others. Xuexing immediately bent forward, a smile adorning his face as he approached briskly. He must acknowledge his mistakes and apologize. Faced with the formidable Douluo, he no longer dares to consider his pride. Even the once mighty Dugu Bo has been reduced to such a state. He certainly does not wish for his demise. Within the confines of Heaven Do City, regardless of the vast legions of the Heaven Do Empire, their efficacy remains severely diminished. As he walked, he spoke, "Everyone, it is entirely my fault. I failed to recognize the great mountain before me. I implore you all to leave." Guu Yuna coldly commanded, waving her sleeve. In an instant, Shuexing was sent reeling backward, crashing against a pillar struck by the avalanche, before tumbling into the very avalanche itself. Blood gushed from Shuexing's mouth, and as the foul odor of the avalanche assailed him, darkness enveloped his vision, and he fainted. Ziji remarked, "What a disgusting creature. Allowing him to approach would only offend our senses." Ning Rongrong, filled with concern, asked, "Sister Na, you wouldn't be inclined to kill both the avalanche and Shuexing, would you?" Guu Yuna shook her head, saying, "After all, we are in the stronghold of the Heaven Do Empire, and we must remain here for 2 years. This time, I shall spare their lives. Should they dare to cross us again, they will be met with lethal force." Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement. Even if they had tenfold their courage, they would not dare to provoke us again. Yi Feng suggested, "Let us return to the castle. We must not keep our guests waiting for too long." Chapter 118. Qian Rinxue's excitement upon returning to the castle of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Yi Feng and his companions found it was just the right time for dinner. There, in the dining hall, they encountered Qian Rinxue, disguised as Shuexinghe. She was tall and handsome, dressed in a manner that was not overly extravagant, exuding an air of casualness without any pretense. "Father, we are back," Ning Rongrong exclaimed joyfully as they entered the dining hall. Upon spotting Qian Rinxue, she paused and said, "Prince brother, you have arrived." Qian Rinxue smiled and nodded. Ning Rongrong turned to Yi Feng, saying, "You truly are remarkable. You foretold the arrival of our guest." Qian Rinxue, intrigued, turned her gaze towards Yi Feng and gently inquired, "You must be Yi Feng, correct?" "Indeed, Your Highness," Yi Feng replied. Ning Fengji interjected, "I trust you are all hungry. Do not stand idly. Let us eat and converse." Qian Rinxue, interested, asked, "Yi Feng, from Rongrong's words, it seems you were aware of my visit beforehand?" Yi Feng chuckled, "It was merely a guess." "Then you truly possess an extraordinary insight," Qian Rinxue said with a smile. "Naturally, Yi Feng is capable of anything," Ning Rongrong chimed in. Just as she finished speaking, she quickly covered her mouth. "Rongrong, you hold Yi Feng in quite high regard," Ning Fengji remarked with a chuckle. Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed as she responded, "I was only jesting." Internally, she scolded herself for nearly revealing Yi Feng's true capabilities. She hastily shifted the topic. "Father, can you guess what transpired in Heaven Do City just now?" Ning Fengji replied helplessly, "I am not a seer. How could I possibly know what occurred in Heaven Do City?" Ning Rongrong continued, "Someone seeks revenge on us. Can you guess who it is?" Qian Rinxue's heart stirred, and she asked, "Is it the avalanche?" Ning Rongrong nodded. "Indeed, he has even summoned Prince Shuexing, along with 2 soul saints and Dugu Bo." Ning Fengji was taken aback and hurriedly inquired, "Has Dugu Bo truly arrived? Rongrong, are you unharmed?" "Father, of course, I am well. If I were in trouble, would I still be here dining with you?" Ning Rongrong replied. Qian Rinxue remarked, "It was my negligence. I never anticipated they would disregard my counsel." She turned her gaze towards Yi Feng and the others, asking, "Since he has even invited Dugu Bo, how did you manage to return unscathed?" Yi Feng replied, "We frightened them into submission, which naturally allowed us to return safely." Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, both Ning Fengji and Qian Rinxue were astonished yet puzzled. With Dugu Bo by Shuexing's side, what did Yi Feng mean by frightening them? Ning Rongrong clarified, "It was Sister Nar who intervened. She swiftly eliminated 2 soul saints, gravely injured Shuebong and Shuexing, and even inflicted serious wounds on Dugu Bo, thus enabling our safe return." The scene of Dugu Bo conceding to Guu Yuna was witnessed by many, so Ning Rongrong felt no need to conceal the truth. Ning Fengji and Qian Rinxue simultaneously turned their astonished gazes towards Guu Yuna. "Miss Guu, have you truly inflicted such severe injuries upon Dugu Bo?" Ning Fengji asked, incredulously. He previously speculated that Guu Yuna's strength should be at the level of a soul Douluo. However, now Ning Rongrong has surprisingly stated that Guu Yuna defeated Dugu Bo, which implies that Guu Yuna possesses the strength of a title Douluo, and moreover, One that surpasses Du Gu Bo. Guu Yuna nodded quietly. Ning Fengji and Qian Rinxue gazed at Guu Yuna's youthful and beautiful visage, still finding it hard to believe. Ning Rongrong remarked, "Father, why do you still doubt? You could send someone to Heaven-Do City to inquire. I assure you, I am not lying." Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's assertion, Ning Fengji and Qian Rinxue ultimately believed her, yet they remained in utter shock. "Miss Gu, you severely injured both Shui Bong and Shui Xing. They didn't protest, did they?" Qian Rinxue inquired. Guu Yuna replied, "The one called Shui Xing attempted to apologize, but I knocked him unconscious." Qian Rinxue commented, "It seems they have been intimidated by your title Douluo status. This is good. It indicates they will not dare to trouble you again." Guu Yuna replied nonchalantly, "If there is a next time, they won't even have the opportunity to apologize." Her calm words were imbued with a sense of dominance, exuding a trace of murderous intent that left both Ning Fengji and Qian Rinxue astounded. Recalling Guu Yuna's identity as a denizen of the underworld, Qian Rinxue harbored no doubts regarding her words. She gazed at Guu Yuna's exquisite face and exceptional aura, marveling once more at such an outstanding woman. After finishing their meal, Qian Rinxue approached Yi Feng and asked, "Yi Feng, may I speak with you privately?" The reason she invited only Yi Feng was that she had learned from Ning Fengji that Guu Yuna and the other girls regarded Yi Feng as their leader. Thus, she speculated that Yi Feng must hold a significant position in the underworld. Additionally, conversing with a title Douluo like Guu Yuna would place her under considerable pressure, potentially leaving her unable to steer the conversation. In contrast, she felt fully confident discussing matters with Yi Feng, a soul master. Ning Rongrong and the other girls looked on in surprise. Yi Feng smiled and responded, "Of course, it would be my honor to converse with your highness." Qian Rinxue also smiled and said, "Then please follow me." The two proceeded toward the guest room. Ning Rongrong queried, "How strange, the prince and Yi Feng have just met. Why does he wish to speak with Yi Feng privately?" Zhu Zhuqing replied, "It is likely that your father informed the prince of Yi Feng's identity. He is probably seeking to win him over." Ning Rongrong suddenly understood. That makes sense. The sudden appearance of individuals from the underworld must pique the prince's interest. Yi Feng followed Qian Rinxue into a guest room, where a maid promptly presented tea and snacks. Once the maid closed the door, Yi Feng inquired, "Your highness summoned me. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Qian Rinxue stated, "I shall not beat around the bush. I heard from the Ning clan leader that you hail from the underworld." Yi Feng nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I hail from the underworld." Qian Rinxue remarked, "The name of the underworld resonates profoundly. Its inhabitants are known for punishing evil and promoting good, earning the admiration of many. I have long desired to forge friendships with those from the underworld, yet opportunities have eluded me. Encountering you is truly serendipitous. It is indeed fate. I have long heard of the prince's esteemed reputation and have wished to make your acquaintance." Yi Feng responded with a smile. However, upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue felt a twinge of disappointment rather than joy, as she currently bore the identity of Shui Qinghe, and Yi Feng's words implied a desire to know her as Shui Qinghe. Deciding to probe Yi Feng's sentiments, Qian Rinxue inquired directly, "Yi Feng, what are your thoughts on the Spirit Hall?" Yi Feng replied with a smile, "The Spirit Hall is quite commendable, without its presence. The two great empires would have long since plunged into chaos. The Spirit Hall also assists the common citizens of both empires in awakening their martial spirits, providing everyone with the chance to become a spirit master, a feat the two empires cannot achieve." Qian Rinxue's eyes brightened as she asked, "Do you truly believe so?" Yi Feng nodded, affirming, "Of course. Do you not consider the Spirit Hall to be overly ambitious, seeking to unify the continent?" Qian Rinxue queried. Yi Feng responded, "Ambition can be a virtue. Unifying the continent would indeed foster better development for Douluo Continent. And in terms of unification, the Spirit Hall is better suited than the two empires." Qian Rinxue felt a surge of excitement. She had not anticipated Yi Feng to harbor such favorable sentiments towards the Spirit Hall. "Why do you believe the Spirit Hall is more suited for unification than the two empires?" Qian Rinxue asked, her curiosity piqued. Yi Feng boldly articulated, "In terms of strength, the Spirit Hall is far mightier than both the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire, making the task of unification significantly easier." Qian Rinxue nodded in agreement. "Is this your personal view, or does it reflect the perspective of the underworld?" she asked, her anticipation evident. Yi Feng replied with a smile, "This is both my view and that of the underworld." Qian Rinxue felt a surge of exhilaration. It appeared that both Yi Feng and the Underworld did not harbor animosity towards the Spirit Hall, potentially aligning them with the Spirit Hall's cause and preventing the Underworld from assisting the two empires. She contemplated. I hope to discuss this further with him in my capacity as Qian Shue. Yi Feng continued. The Spirit Hall boasts an abundance of exceptional talent, having even infiltrated the two great empires. Qian Shue was taken aback, her gaze fixed intently on Yi Feng, eager to discern his thoughts. Do you truly believe this? She inquired. Yi Feng chuckled, his gaze playfully scrutinizing Qian Shue as he replied, Of course. For the imperial family of the Tiando Empire has already been infiltrated by the Spirit Hall. Qian Shue was taken aback, her eyes sharpening in an instant. Yi Feng maintained a faint smile, seemingly oblivious to the piercing intensity of Qian Shue's gaze. As her sharpness gradually faded, she returned to a gentle smile and said, Yi Feng, you jest. How could the Tiando royal family possibly harbor spies from the Spirit Hall? That is utterly inconceivable. She was wagering that Yi Feng's earlier words were mere conjecture, devoid of any substantiation. Yi Feng replied with a grin, whether it is possible or not. You know best in your heart. The granddaughter of the Grand Offeror of the Spirit Hall, Qian Shue, am I correct? Qian Shue's expression finally shifted. She stood up abruptly, her eyes gleaming like twin swords aimed directly at Yi Feng. Yi Feng calmly lifted his teacup, nonchalantly blowing on the hot tea within, disregarding the tense demeanor of Qian Shue. Her expression was a complex tapestry of anxiety, murderous intent, confusion, and suspicion. Ultimately, she sat back down, gently sipping from her cup, striving to quell the tumult of emotions within. How did you discern my identity? She asked quietly, her once refined demeanor now stripped away. The realization that Yi Feng knew her true identity extinguished any semblance of hope. She understood that he was not merely guessing. Yi Feng replied, My powers in the underworld are vast. Nothing can remain concealed from me. Qian Shue smiled. Indeed, the underworld lives up to its reputation. Yi Feng continued, You still find cause to smile, unperturbed by the prospect of me exposing your identity? Are you not considering silencing me? Qian Shue responded, If you intended to reveal my identity, you would not have waited until now, nor would you have chosen to confront me in private. Yi Feng placed his teacup down, remarking, The granddaughter of the Grand Offeror indeed possesses remarkable courage. Qian Shue regarded him with curiosity. Your courage is commendable as well. Your talents must be formidable. Your standing in the underworld must surely be significant. Yi Feng replied, It cannot be lower than your status within the Spirit Hall. Qian Shue's eyes brightened. Since you are aware of my identity and do not intend to expose me, then your previous insights regarding the Spirit Hall must be genuine? Yi Feng nodded, Indeed. They are true. Qian Shue proposed. In that case, why not unite the forces of the Underworld and the Spirit Hall to unify the Douluo Continent? What do you think? Yi Feng inquired with a smile. If we were to join forces, after unifying the continent, would this world belong to the Spirit Hall or the Underworld? Without hesitation, Qian Shue declared, Naturally, the world would belong to the Spirit Hall. Even though the Underworld is powerful, it cannot rival the Spirit Hall. However, the Underworld's assistance in unifying the continent would be indispensable, and afterward, titles and lands would be bestowed. The Spirit Hall would certainly not treat you poorly. Moreover, did you not just assert that the Spirit Hall is the most suitable force to unify the continent? Yi Feng smiled faintly, remaining silent, observing his demeanor. Qian Shue furrowed her brow. Do you find my conditions unsatisfactory? She inquired. Yi Feng replied, In truth, the Underworld holds no interest in ruling the Douluo Continent. However, you made an erroneous statement just now. What statement? Qian Shue asked. You claimed that the Spirit Hall is more formidable than the Underworld, Yi Feng stated. Qian Shue chuckled confidently, saying, Am I not correct? My grandfather is a limit Douluo of the 99th rank, accompanied by several super Douluos, along with a multitude of titled Douluo elders. Our Spirit Hall boasts nearly 20 titled Douluos, not to mention a substantial number of soul Douluos and soul saints. While your Underworld is indeed powerful, it pales in comparison to the Spirit Hall. Yi Feng merely smiled, choosing not to engage further with her. Qian Shue pressed on, So, does the Underworld hold any intention of collaborating with the Spirit Hall? Yi Feng lifted his gaze to meet Qian Shue's eyes and remarked, You refuse to reveal your true appearance, and even your voice is a fade. Is this your sincerity in our discourse? Qian Shue fell silent, observing Yi Feng quietly. She pondered whether he was a lecherous individual. After a considerable pause, she spoke, "With a woman of Miss Guu's extraordinary beauty by your side, there seems little need for you to concern yourself with my appearance. I do not presume to compare myself to her." Feng disregarded her further, quietly sipping his tea. Noticing his composed demeanor, Qian Rinxiu clenched her teeth in frustration, rising to her feet. She felt disgruntled at being led by the nose by a mere young soul master. "If it weren't for my request of you, fearing your assistance to the Tiando Empire, I would not reveal my visage," she thought. "If you wish to see, then so be it," she declared, and immediately began to transform. Her height remained largely unchanged at approximately 1.80 meters, still strikingly tall, aside from her waist tapering. The curves of her femininity began to accentuate. Her face underwent a remarkable transformation. With skin as pure as snow, a straight nose, elegantly slender phoenix eyes, and enticing lips. Her long, fair neck added to her allure. Her beauty was breathtaking, her features three-dimensional, imbued with a valiant spirit that surpassed even Guu Yuna and Zhu Zhuqing. Her figure was voluptuous and statuesque, her hair cascading into golden waves, exuding an air of nobility. Once she assumed her feminine form, she looked down upon Feng with an air of pride, eager to gauge his reaction. Feng's gaze swept over her from head to toe, a smile gracing his face. He rose to his feet and approached Qian Rinxiu, smiling as he remarked, "Indeed, you are a breathtaking beauty." Upon hearing Feng's words, a sense of pride inevitably swelled within Qian Rinxiu. Having infiltrated the Tiando royal family since her childhood, she had remained there for over a decade. After usurping Shui Qinghe's identity, she had further concealed her femininity. It could be said that Feng was the first person to witness her grown appearance. His compliments about her beauty brought her a flicker of joy. With a smile adorning his face, Feng reached out to caress Qian Rinxiu's exquisite visage. Chapter 120. The enraged Qian Rinxiu. Feng's action took Qian Rinxiu completely by surprise. She had never anticipated that he would possess the audacity to directly touch her face. In that moment of astonishment, Feng's hand made contact with her skin. The sensation was tender and delicate, sending a shiver through his fingers. Qian Rinxiu's eyes widened in shock, fury and a murderous intent surging within her. "You seek death," she uttered coldly, her hand swiftly aiming to strike Feng's face. At that moment, she truly wished to end Feng's life. However, as her hand flew toward him, she suddenly realized that she could not bring herself to kill him. Guu Yuna was just outside. If she were to slay Feng, Guu Yuna would undoubtedly seek retribution. Moreover, eliminating Feng could potentially position the Underworld as an adversary to the Spirit Hall, a scenario Qian Rinxiu wished to avoid. Most importantly, she needed to continue her infiltration within the Tiando Empire. How could she explain Feng's death to Ningfengxi? These thoughts raced through her mind, causing her outstretched hand to retract a significant portion of its force. Otherwise, she feared that her strike might prove fatal. While she could not absolve him of punishment, she was resolved to deliver a blow. A mere soul master dared to touch her face. He was truly courting disaster. The slap would not be overly forceful, leaving no visible mark on Feng's face, but it would redden one side of his visage. However, just as Qian Rinxiu's fair hand was about to connect with Feng's face, a powerful grip seized her wrist. Frowning, Qian Rinxiu channeled her immense soul power toward her wrist, attempting to shake off Feng's grasp. Yet, to her astonishment, his hand remained steadfast against the force of her soul power. "Qian Rinxiu, your strength is insufficient," Feng chuckled. "I am curious to see just how strong you truly are," she replied coldly. She summoned all her soul power, exerting every ounce of strength in an attempt to break free from Feng's grasp. Her soul power had already reached the 62nd level, complemented by the formidable strength of a soul emperor, which should have sufficed to handle a soul master. However, soon her delicate face was etched with astonishment. Despite employing all her might, she found herself unable to escape Feng's hold. In fact, her efforts only resulted in pain in her hand. "How can your strength be so formidable?" Qian Rinxiu exclaimed in shock. "There are many things you remain unaware of," Feng replied with a smile. A cold glint flashed in Qian Rinxiu's eyes as she declared, "Then allow me to see what other skills you possess." Abandoning the contest of strength, she lifted her knee and charged towards Feng's abdomen. Since she could not compete in power, she would test Feng's agility. No matter what, she was determined to teach him a lesson today. She dared not invoke her martial soul, nor openly employ her soul power, suppressing all her energy within her body. If she unleashed her martial soul, it would undoubtedly alert Guu Yuna and Luo within the castle. Thus, their skirmish had to remain discreet. Her knee struck accurately against Yi Feng's stomach, yet the outcome she had envisioned, Yi Feng being sent flying, did not materialize. It felt as though her knee had collided with an impenetrable wall. Qian Rinxue let out a muffled groan, her entire leg going numb. She was once again astonished, this time by Yi Feng's defensive capabilities. Could he truly be a soul master? His strength was abnormal, and his defenses equally so, Qian Rinxue thought, incredulous. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Yi Feng swiftly seized the leg she had yet to withdraw. With one hand gripping Qian Rinxue's thigh, he pushed her back. Left standing on one leg, she could not withstand Yi Feng's force and was compelled to hop backward several steps, ultimately colliding with the edge of the bed and falling onto it. Yi Feng followed suit, placing his hands on either side of Qian Rinxue and pinning her down onto the bed. Panic washed over Qian Rinxue's face as she feared Yi Feng's intentions. She instinctively hurled her fists towards his face. Predictably, Yi Feng caught her hands, pinning them to the bed. Her heart raced, and her beautiful eyes glimmered with fury as she glared at him. Yi Feng, do not force me to use my martial soul. If I do, you will surely meet your end, Qian Rinxue threatened. Yi Feng chuckled. You wouldn't dare invoke your martial soul. You still wish to be the prince of the Tiando Empire. Once you activate your angel martial soul, Luo will sense it immediately. You wouldn't want your years of effort to go to waste, would you? Qian Rinxue glared at Yi Feng, her chest heaving with pent-up frustration, rendered speechless. Yi Feng took a deep breath and remarked, your body is quite fragrant. I did not expect the disguise skill of your angel divine armor soul bone could conceal your scent, Qian Rinxue coldly remarked. I previously believed you to be a man of integrity, but to my dismay, you are nothing more than a lecher. Yi Feng lowered his gaze, his eyes wandering from Qian Rinxue's delicate features down to her curvaceous form, and he reflected, what a beautiful girl you are, such splendid youth buried away. I feel that your beauty deserves to be appreciated. Seeing Yi Feng's gaze lingering on her body, Qian Rinxue's anger flared, her nostrils nearly smoking with fury. If you dare to lay a finger on me, I, Qian Rinxue, will drag you down with me, even if it means exposing myself, she declared icily. Yi Feng replied, rest assured, we bear no grievances against one another. Why would I let you perish? Then get off me, Qian Rinxue commanded sharply. Releasing you is possible, but under one condition, Yi Feng countered. Qian Rinxue, wary, asked, what condition? Yi Feng grinned, just let me steal a kiss. Absolutely not. Qian Rinxue immediately rejected, her gaze fierce enough to kill. She, of noble birth and a paragon of elegance, had never endured such indignity. The audacity of a mere youth taking advantage of her left her seething. Refusal is not an option, Yi Feng asserted, swiftly leaning down to plant a quick kiss on her fair forehead. Afterward, he promptly released her and retreated. Qian Rinxue, a mixture of embarrassment and fury coloring her cheeks, gritted her teeth in rage. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming desire to strangle Yi Feng. Yet, she recognized that without unleashing more of her power, capturing Yi Feng would be a formidable challenge. However, revealing her strength might attract unwanted attention. Rising to her feet, she smoothed out the wrinkles in her clothing caused by Yi Feng's earlier grip and glared at him. Is this how people from the underworld behave, so lacking in manners? Qian Rinxue spoke coldly. Previously, Yi Feng's striking appearance had left her in awe, but now, seeing his face filled her with loathing. Yi Feng chuckled. Matters of cooperation are easily negotiated. I shall take my leave for now. We can discuss further next time. He turned his back to Qian Rinxue, waved his hand, stepped out, and closed the door behind him. Did he wish for another encounter? Qian Rinxue's cheeks flushed, yet her gaze turned icy. She immediately activated her soulbone skill, transforming once more into Shuqinghe. After a moment's contemplation, a slow smile graced her lips as she declared, if you desire another meeting, let us see if you dare to attend alone. I shall ensure you leave with nothing but shattered pride. When the time comes, you will find yourself kneeling before me, calling me sister and pleading for mercy. Chapter 121. The Judgment Academy once restored to Shuqinghe's form, Qian Rinxue's emotions remained tumultuous. She could still feel the warmth of Yi Feng's lips and detect the unique aura that clung to him. At such a young age, surrounded by so many beautiful women, how could he dare to take advantage of me? Such a mischievous rascal. Qian Rinxue was incensed by Yi Feng's earlier audacity. However, she recognized that his actions were merely playful teasing, devoid of greed or desire. Had it been otherwise, her feelings would have escalated from anger to outright loathing for him. What an enigma! How could he possibly know so many of my secrets? He is aware of the angelic attire of my soul bone and understands that it is this very skill that allows me to disguise myself. The secret of the angelic attire is known solely to my family. How could he possess such intimate knowledge? He even knows that I have been lurking in the Tiando Empire for over a decade. How did he come to know this? Qian Ruxue was engulfed in confusion, simultaneously filled with trepidation towards Yi Feng and the underworld. It appeared that the underworld was indeed as omnipotent as Yi Feng had previously asserted. A sudden chill crept down Qian Ruxue's back, leading her to feel as though she harbored no secrets before Yi Feng. How infuriating! I must uncover how you came to possess this knowledge. Qian Ruxue adjusted her attire, took a deep breath, and then stepped out of the door. Upon her exit, she was taken aback to find Yi Feng still standing at the threshold, gazing at her with a smile. With a glare filled with malice, Qian Ruxue lowered her voice and warned, "If you dare to expose my identity, the Spirit Hall will undoubtedly seek vengeance upon you. Rest assured, you must trust in my integrity," Yi Feng replied with a grin. Humph. Qian Ruxue scoffed, striding past Yi Feng and decisively stepping on his foot. A sense of relief washed over her, and she swiftly departed with long strides. As Yi Feng focused his thoughts, a subtle energy emanated from his foot, gently shaking off the dust that had settled upon it. A smile appeared on his face. From the moment Qian Ruxue stepped on him, he could discern that she did not harbor hatred towards him. She was merely a tad irked. The reason he teased Qian Ruxue lies in her distinct nature. Unlike the other girls such as Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, Qian Ruxue possesses a more lofty and proud demeanor, making it exceedingly difficult for any man to capture her interest. Thus, Yi Feng employed this strategy to leave an indelible impression on Qian Ruxue from the outset, subtly undermining her confidence and ensnaring her deeper into an inescapable predicament. He concluded that Qian Ruxue would undoubtedly seek revenge against him. When Yi Feng arrived at the small pavilion by the lake, Qian Ruxue was already engaged in lively conversation with Ning Fengji and a few others. Upon noticing Yi Feng's approach, Qian Ruxue cast him a subtle glance filled with disdain. "Yi Feng, you arrived just in time. We were just discussing the registration of the academy," Xiao Wu exclaimed cheerfully. Yi Feng took a seat and smiled. "How is the discussion progressing?" Ning Rongrong replied. "My father mentioned that the academy requires official certification, and it would be much more convenient if His Highness the Crown Prince could assist us." Yi Feng turned his gaze towards Qian Ruxue and inquired, "So, did His Highness agree?" "Such a benevolent prince would surely oblige," Ning Rongrong affirmed. "Then I shall express my gratitude to His Highness," Yi Feng replied. Observing Yi Feng's demeanor, Qian Ruxue felt an itch of annoyance. Not only had Yi Feng provoked her, but she was also tasked with aiding him. How could she possibly feel at ease? Suddenly, an idea struck her, a clever stratagem to teach Yi Feng a lesson. With a smile, she said, "You're welcome, Yi Feng. We seem to share a good rapport. Upon our return, I will promptly arrange for the registration of your matters. By the way, what name do you intend to give your academy?" Xiao Wu suggested, "Let's call it the Underworld Academy." Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. "That is not a good idea. The underworld has always been shrouded in mystery. If we name our academy the Underworld Academy, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of many powerful factions, potentially leading to numerous troubles." Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement. Zhuqing is right. The underworld has judged many, and there are surely those who harbor hatred towards it. They might come to our academy seeking trouble. Yi Feng proposed, "Then let us name it the Judgment Academy." Xiao Wu's eyes lit up. Judgment Academy sounds excellent. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong both nodded in approval. Ning Fengji remarked, "Judgment Academy suits your underworld theme quite well." Qian Ruxue responded, "Very well. I shall assist you in registering the name Judgment Academy." The group continued to chat casually for a while. Yi Feng then said, "Master Ning, we shall not intrude any longer." Ning Fengji replied, "You are not a disturbance. Consider this place your home, and stay for as long as you wish." Yi Feng stated, "We have already found a suitable location. Thank you for the manner you provided." Ning Fengji replied, "You are welcome. Rongrong can be somewhat lazy. I will rely on you all to encourage her." Ning Rongrong pouted, "Father, I am already diligently cultivating. My strength grows each day." Ning Fengji laughed heartily indeed. This must be attributed to Yi Feng and his companions. You must continue to train diligently with them. Your father looks forward to your success in the Soul Master competition 2 years from now. Ning Rongrong responded confidently, "Don't worry, father. We will surely win the championship in the Soul Master competition." "Very well, I believe in you," Ning Fengji said. "Hasn't our Wuhuan Hall always claimed the championship?" Qian Rengshu contemplated with some disdain regarding Ning Rongrong's words. Yi Feng rose and remarked, "Thank you for your hospitality, Sect Master Ning. We shall take our leave now." Ning Fengji also stood, saying, "In that case, I shall not keep you. Yi Feng, should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek me out. I still possess a modicum of influence in Tiando City." "Understood," Yi Feng replied. Ning Rongrong then stood as well, stating, "Father, I shall accompany Yi Feng to Tiando City and 1T be staying at home." Ning Fengji chuckled, "Very well, Tiando City is quite close to home. You may return at any time." Qian Rengshu added, "Teacher, I too must take my leave, as there are matters regarding the avalanche that require my attention. I must hasten back to the palace to inform my father of the situation." Ning Fengji advised, "Clarify the situation, and I am confident your father will know how to proceed." Qian Rengshu nodded, declaring, "Perfect, I can return to Tiando City with Yi Feng and the others." Upon exiting the castle, Qian Rengshu boarded her own carriage, while Yi Feng and his companions entered the previously purchased carriage. Both carriages set off simultaneously. Yi Feng pulled back the curtain and addressed the Crown Prince. "I leave the matters of the academy in your capable hands." Qian Rengshu also drew back her curtain, and upon noticing that the other girls were oblivious to her, she shot Yi Feng a fierce glare. Soon after, she realized that Ning Rongrong and the other girls had turned their attention toward them, prompting her to hastily assure, "Rest assured, I will see to it that your matters are handled promptly." What a naive thought. If I were to actively assist you with this, I would be a fool. Qian Rengshu mused internally. She resolved to leverage this situation as leverage to summon Yi Feng privately, intending to give him a stern reprimand to alleviate her frustrations. Chapter 122. The duel between Qian Rengshu and Yi Feng after lowering the carriage curtain. Ning Rongrong curiously inquired, "Yi Feng, what were you and the Crown Prince discussing in the room just now?" The other girls, including Xiaowu, looked on with curiosity, eager to learn what Yi Feng and Qian Rengshu had conversed about. Yi Feng responded, "We discussed state affairs," and she inquired if I would be interested in forming an alliance with her. Ning Rongrong remarked, "I told you, the Crown Prince is trying to win you over." Guu Yuna communicated telepathically, "Mr. Yi, does that Crown Prince have some issues with her identity?" Yi Feng reciprocated the telepathic communication, "Indeed. She is not the legitimate Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire. Please keep this matter confidential." Guu Yuna replied, "Rest assured, I shall not speak of it recklessly." Shortly after entering Tiando City, the two carriages parted ways. Qian Rengshu returned to the palace. Yi Feng and his companions wandered through the streets, selecting an array of furnishings and household items. They even paid a handsome sum to hire a renowned chef and recruited several maids. Upon her return to the palace, Qian Rengshu immediately briefed Shui Yi on the situation. Shui Yi was utterly astounded to learn that Yi Feng and his companions hailed from the underworld, and that Guu Yuna's prowess surpassed that of Digyobo. He felt an intense desire to reprimand Shui Xing and Shui Bing for their folly in provoking such formidable figures. In the end, Shui Yi urged Qian Rengshu to make every effort to cultivate a friendship with these young individuals from the underworld. He instructed Qian Rengshu to personally apologize and make amends with Shui Xing and Shui Bing, endeavoring to prevent Yi Feng from forming a negative impression of the heavenly dueling royal family. Within the prince's residence, after a period of treatment, Shui Bing was lifted by servants for cleansing, having emerged from the brink of death. Shui Xing, having received treatment, was the first to awaken. He instructed the maid to cleanse his body. After 4 or 5 washes, the stench of excrement still lingered, nearly provoking him to retch. Though his body was frail, he still made his way to the room of Avalanche. Upon seeing Avalanche still lost in unconsciousness, Snowstar felt an overwhelming urge to strangle this individual. Not only had he incurred the wrath of the titled Douluo, but he had also dragged Snowstar into this predicament. Just then, Avalanche slowly opened his eyes. His injuries were severe, and he had yet to fully recover. Upon seeing Shui Xing by the bedside, Shui Bing struggled to sit up and inquired, "Your Highness, how did we return?" Shui Xing coldly gazed at Shui Bing, remaining silent, unaware of the unusual expression on Shui Xing's face. Shui Bing suddenly asked with excitement, "I recall before losing consciousness, I seemed to witness Senior Dugu spring into action. What happened? Where are that pretty boy and those girls now?" Prior to his fainting, he had been filled with dread at the thought of Guu Yuna. The way Guu Yuna effortlessly annihilated 2 soul saints, reducing them to mere pulp, was utterly terrifying. Yet, in the fleeting moments before losing consciousness, Shui Bing had seen Dugu Bo make his move. Now, the mere thought of Guu Yuna and her companions being captured by Dugu Bo filled him with exhilaration, causing him to momentarily forget his fear of Guu Yuna. The thought of possessing such beauty made him willing to sacrifice 10 years of his life. Upon hearing Xuebing mention Guu Yuna, Xuexing was instantly consumed by a surge of anger. He extended his hand, and a whip appeared in his grasp, striking down forcefully upon the avalanche. The avalanche let out a painful scream, pleading, "Uncle, why do you strike me? If you must punish someone, direct your blows at those pretty faces." Xuexing retorted fiercely, "It is you I intend to punish. Do you not comprehend? That enchanting girl is a titled Douluo, capable of easily inflicting grave injuries upon even the likes of Dong Gubo. How dare you covet her? You truly seem to have lost your sense of self-preservation." "A titled Douluo?" the avalanche exclaimed in shock. "She appears so youthful, nearly my own age. How could she possibly attain such a title?" Xuexing replied sternly, "How could it be impossible? I witnessed it with my own eyes. Even Dong Gubo was left spitting blood." With that, he lashed out again, the whip landing heavily upon the avalanche. The avalanche cried out in agony, "Uncle, please, cease your punishment." Xuexing, filled with wrath, declared, "Your suffering is the only way to quell my fury. Were it not for you, would I have been reduced to this state? Were it not for you, would I have lost Dong Gubo? Were it not for you, would I have attracted the ire of that titled Douluo?" With each inquiry he posed, he struck Avalanche, leaving crimson streaks upon her pristine attire. Upon returning to her chambers, before the twilight descended, Qianrenshui swiftly penned a letter to be delivered to Yi Feng. In the evening, as Yi Feng dined with a few companions, a maid entered, carrying a letter. With utmost respect, she announced, "My lord, this letter has just been delivered by a palace guard, intended for you." Yi Feng extended his hand, and the letter soared into his grasp. "You may leave," he commanded. He did not open the envelope, for its contents were already known to him. The message inside read, "Yi Feng, if you wish for my assistance in registering at the academy, meet me at the Holy Hall of the Spirit Hall tonight. Remember, you are allowed to come alone." The letter bore no signature, yet Yi Feng recognized the author by the very nature of its content. A smile graced his face, and with a mere thought, the envelope spontaneously ignited, swiftly transforming into a heap of ashes. "Yi Feng, did you burn it without even glancing at it?" Ning Rongrong inquired, her confusion evident. Yi Feng replied, "I am already aware of its contents." "What was written inside?" Xiao asked with curiosity. "It concerns you not, so spare your curiosity. Let us dine, and then devote ourselves to cultivation," Yi Feng instructed. After dinner, Yi Feng ventured out alone, heading towards the Hall of Spirits Sanctuary. The Hall of Spirits operates several branches across the continent, categorized into sub-halls, main halls, and sanctuaries. The sanctuary represents the pinnacle of these establishments. Found only in grand cities like Heaven-Do City and Star Luo City, Yi Feng ambled leisurely through the bustling night of Heaven-Do City, where the streets thrived with life. After approximately an hour, he finally arrived at the Hall of Spirits Sanctuary. Although the sanctuary was typically closed at this hour, it remained open today, guarded by 2 spirit masters at the entrance. Yi Feng approached without encountering any hindrances and entered. Once inside, the 2 spirit masters promptly closed the grand doors behind him. The sanctuary, while resembling other branches in decor, was significantly more expansive. Yi Feng made his way to the first-floor hall, where he encountered the head of the Hall of Spirits and Qianrenshui. At that moment, Qianrenshui, still appearing like Shui Qinghe, stood silently, her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded Yi Feng's approach. Beside her stood an elderly man with hair as white as snow, clad in a platinum robe. This individual was the Platinum Bishop of the Hall of Spirits and the head of the Heaven-Do City Sanctuary, Seralis. He stood beside Qianrenshui, slightly bending forward, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. Qianrenshui spoke blandly, "Bishop Salis, you may leave for now. No one is to approach the duel arena without my command. Otherwise, it will be a matter of life and death." The soul masters present felt the chilling aura in her words, their spines tingling with fear. Salis replied, "Rest assured, Your Highness, no one will approach the duel arena." Before long, only Qianrenshui and Yi Feng remained in the hall. Qianrenshui cast a fleeting glance at Yi Feng, remaining silent as she turned and walked deeper into the chamber. Yi Feng promptly followed. Chapter 123. Qianrenshui, 6-winged angel of martial spirits, please teach me. Within the sacred hall of the Martial Spirit Hall in Tiando City lies a duel arena, typically used for battles and sparring among the soul masters of the hall. Qianrenshui led Yi Feng there, seeking to avenge the affront she suffered earlier. How audacious for a mere soul sovereign to dare tease her. She found it somewhat surprising, as she had previously thought Yi Feng would not have the courage to come alone. "Did you truly come by yourself? Did you not inform your companion, the titled Douluo?" Qianrenshui inquired as she walked. Yi Feng chuckled, This isn't a den of dragons and tigers. I'm not so timid as to come alone. Qian Rinxue turned her head, continuing forward, and remarked, ignorance breeds fearlessness. After a moment, she asked again, are you not curious why I summoned you? Yifeng replied, I kissed you at noon. Surely you seek revenge? Qian Rinxue turned back to gaze at him, saying, you understand, yet still dared to come. Should I commend your confidence or chastise your arrogance? Yifeng responded, you will soon discover which I am. Seeing Yifeng's unwavering confidence and lack of fear, Qian Rinxue felt a pang of irritation. I wonder how long you will maintain that smile, she mused inwardly. As they conversed, they arrived at the depths of the sacred hall. Here stood an arena for soul master duels, constructed of exceptionally hard material, reinforced with soul-guiding devices. Even a soul emperor would find it challenging to damage the arena. Surrounding this space were specialized soul-guiding devices designed to isolate the fluctuations of battle, which was precisely why Qian Rinxue had invited Yifeng here. Qian Rinxue halted and asked, are you not curious how I, the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, came to be here in the sacred hall? Yifeng replied, the martial spirit hall has excavated a secret passageway between here and the palace, allowing you to traverse unnoticed. How do you know this? Qian Rinxue exclaimed, her face betraying shock. She had merely posed the question casually, never expecting Yifeng to be fully aware of this secret. This passage was known only to her and the core personnel of the sacred hall. How could Yifeng possibly know? At this moment, a chill coursed through her spine. It was the first time she felt fear towards the underworld. Previously, she had been oblivious to its existence. But the formidable power of the spirit hall had led her to disregard it. Now, however, Yifeng's series of astonishing revelations had instilled in her a profound respect for the underworld. Tell me, how did you come to know this secret? Qian Rinxue demanded coldly, her soul power within her beginning to stir restlessly. She suspected a traitor lurked within the spirit hall, and if that were the case, the situation would be dire. Noticing Qian Rinxue's wary demeanor, Yifeng replied with a smile, I merely guessed. Qian Rinxue, however, was not convinced. You accurately revealed the secret of the angelic divine armor before, and you know I have been lurking within the Tiando royal family for many years. Now you are aware of this secret passage. Do you expect me to believe it was mere speculation? Yifeng pointed at Qian Rinxue's attire. You are still wearing the prince's clothing, which makes it impossible for you to have entered the temple from outside. The only logical conclusion is that you used the secret passage. Qian Rinxue paused, finally grasping where the issue lay. Then how did you know I was infiltrating the Tiando royal family? Where did you obtain this information? She inquired, still suspicious that there was a problem within the spirit hall. Yifeng responded, with your intelligence, do you really need to ask me? Qian Rinxue gazed at him icily. Do not revel in your triumph. I will uncover the truth. Now, it is time to settle the score between us. With that, she gracefully leaped onto the arena, her thoughts shifting as she dispelled her disguise, revealing her true form. She stood tall and voluptuous, her gaze sharp as a blade. Aren't you seeking my assistance to register at the academy? Step up and spar with me, or I shall ensure you cannot establish an academy in the Tiando Empire. Qian Rinxue looked down from her elevated position, surveying Yifeng. Yifeng did not rush to the arena. Instead, he chuckled. Do you not fear that I will expose your identity if you prevent me from establishing an academy in the Tiando Empire? Consider this. What is more important, my academy or your infiltration mission? Qian Rinxue fell silent, her eyes blazing with fury directed at Yifeng. She had initially sought to intimidate him, yet now it was he who posed a threat to her. Yifeng approached the arena. Did you not want to teach me a lesson? I am offering you that opportunity now. Qian Rinxue was taken aback. In their earlier conversation, Yifeng had gained the upper hand. She had anticipated that he would hesitate to step into the arena, and she was ready to confront him directly. To her surprise, Yifeng truly had the audacity to ascend the platform. What gave him such confidence? Yifeng, you are unaware of my strength, are you? I am currently a soul emperor at level 62, and with the formidable attack power of my angelic martial soul, my combat capabilities can elevate several levels higher. Even with 3 10,000-year soul rings, you are merely a soul master. What gives you the confidence to challenge me? Yifeng smiled. Have you forgotten the lesson from earlier today? If I can defeat you once, I can certainly do so again. Recalling the events of the day, Qian Rinxue felt a mix of embarrassment and anger as she declared, I concede that your power is somewhat extraordinary. But do you truly believe this will secure you a victory? How naive. I refrained from using my full strength during the day. Otherwise, do you think you could have? Standing opposite Qian Rinxue, Yifeng interjected, whether I can win or not, why not test it and find out? Very well. Let me witness what capabilities you possess. Qian Rinxue retorted with a cold snort, and for the first time before Yi Feng, she unleashed her angelic martial spirit. A brilliant golden light erupted from her, transforming her into a radiant sun. The powerful fluctuations of her soul power and the intense heat radiated outward. 6 soul rings appeared around her, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black. Every strand of her hair shimmered, her garments tore apart, and 2 pairs of pristine white wings emerged and unfurled. Indeed, she possessed only 4 wings, not 6. Behind her loomed a massive, indistinct silhouette. Also adorned with wings, unlike Qian Rinxue, this figure boasted 6 wings. As the 4 white wings on her back gently fluttered, her body began to levitate. Hovering at a height of 1 meter above the ground, a small emblem of a 6-winged angel manifested upon her pure forehead. Upon the release of her martial spirit, her aura surged once more, exuding a divine and fervent presence that caused the surrounding temperature to rise sharply. From her elevated position, she gazed down at Yi Feng and proclaimed, "I am Qian Rinxue, wielder of the 6-winged angel martial spirit. Please enlighten me." Yi Feng, observing Qian Rinxue floating gracefully in the air, nodded appreciatively. The 6-winged angel martial spirit is indeed remarkable. It is worthy of being the sovereign of the skies, he remarked. Upon hearing Yi Feng's praise, Qian Rinxue responded with pride, "Yi Feng, unleash your martial spirit and reveal to me what it truly is." Chapter 124. Infuriated beyond measure, Yi Feng shook his head. "Against you, there is no need for my martial spirit." Qian Rinxue was momentarily taken aback. Then laughter erupted from her. "Yi Feng, you are exceedingly arrogant. I begin to wonder if you are a fool," she retorted. Yi Feng replied, "Make your move. If you do not, I shall take the initiative." "Very well, let me see what arrogance fuels your confidence," Qian Rinxue shouted. Flapping her wings as a golden tail flame appeared behind her, hurtling toward Yi Feng. The space around her subtly warped, and she radiated a dazzling golden light. A powerful and sacred aura surged toward Yi Feng. "Angel assault." She let out a soft exclamation, and her first soul ring suddenly illuminated. A surge of immense energy flowed into her fists, causing them to emit a dazzling golden light, infused with terrifying power. With a swift movement of her wings, she appeared before Yi Feng in the blink of an eye, her right fist aimed at his chest. As her fist struck, a golden light shield materialized before her, a soul skill that combined both offense and defense. This golden light shield not only possessed formidable impact force, but also harbored divine power, capable of eroding and suppressing the enemy's soul energy. Simultaneously, a smile graced Qian Rinxue's face, as if she could already envision Yi Feng being sent flying by her first soul skill. Without even using her martial spirit, she thought to herself, "Let us see how you defend against this." Then, she witnessed Yi Feng raising his hand, forming a fist, and striking towards the golden light shield created by her first soul skill. Yi Feng's fist collided with the golden shield, and he indeed felt a substantial force of impact. Such a level of force could easily injure a Soul King. With a resounding boom, the golden light shield exploded under Yi Feng's punch. Qian Rinxue's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, her delicate face etched with shock. The shockwave generated by the explosion sent her body hurtling backward. Meanwhile, Yi Feng stood calmly in place, maintaining his punching stance. After flying back several meters, Qian Rinxue flapped her wings and finally stabilized her body. "How is this possible?" she exclaimed, unable to contain her astonishment. The fact that her first soul skill was shattered by what appeared to be a mere punch from Yi Feng left her utterly dazed. It was simply too preposterous and contrary to reason. How could a soul respect break her soul skill with a single punch? If she hadn't witnessed it herself, she would never have believed it. "What do you think now? Do you still consider me arrogant?" Yi Feng asked with a smile. "How can there be such a powerful soul respect?" Qian Rinxue murmured, shaking her head in disbelief. "Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist," Yi Feng replied as he approached her, step by step. Clenching her silver teeth, Qian Rinxue once again flapped her wings and dove towards Yi Feng. Her first soul ring glowed anew, and she unleashed a flurry of punches, summoning multiple golden light shields, each imbued with fierce offensive power, aimed at Yi Feng. "Don't celebrate too soon. Let's see how many punches you can withstand," Qian Rinxue said coldly. Yi Feng continued to strike, shattering each golden light shield with ease. Qian Rinxue's astonishment grew with each passing moment. In that brief interval, she had unleashed dozens of punches, yet every single one was effortlessly dismantled by Yi Feng. How can there be such an abnormal individual? Qian Rinxue thought in shock. Your first soul skill is ineffective. Perhaps you should try a different one, Yi Feng suggested. Yi Feng smiled as he observed the furious rise and fall of Qianren Shui's chest. Her fifth soul skill illuminated the air, and a long sword engulfed in golden flames manifested in her grasp. Have you resorted to your fifth soul skill so swiftly? Yi Feng inquired with a grin. This is my fifth soul skill, the Holy Sword, Qianren Shui replied. Forged from sacred flames, it enhances the purification effect of my soul power by 300%. Should you receive a strike, your soul power will swiftly dissipate, and coupled with the wounds inflicted, you shall find yourself grievously hurt. Come now, allow me to test the might of the Holy Sword. With an air of nonchalance, Yi Feng approached Qianren Shui, who, gritting her teeth, swung the long sword towards him in a sweeping motion. This was not a slash, but rather a strike, with the blade positioned away from him. She feared that an accidental fatal blow could expose her identity to the denizens of the underworld, a revelation she wished to avoid. Her intention in summoning Yi Feng this evening was merely to impart a lesson. Though not a slash, the power behind the strike was formidable. Should Yi Feng be struck, his soul power would rapidly wane. A few more such blows, and he would be left nearly devoid of strength. As Qianren Shui's strike approached, Yi Feng raised his hand, extending 2 fingers. With a resounding clang, he pinched the powerful sword between his fingers, instantly nullifying its terrifying force. Qianren Shui's eyes widened in disbelief at the spectacle, questioning her own perception. A smirk graced Yi Feng's lips as he gently tugged the sword, pulling Qianren Shui closer. With his other hand, he encircled her slender waist. You shall not, Qianren Shui exclaimed in a mixture of rage and embarrassment, her remaining hand aimed at Yi Feng's chest, unfazed by her assault. Yi Feng held her waist firmly, the smoothness of her form prompting him to caress her inadvertently. I shall kill you, Qianren Shui shouted, her face flushed, attempting to wrench the sword free from Yi Feng's grip. Yet, it remained immovable, as if fused to his fingers. With a gentle flick, Yi Feng shattered the sword into countless fragments, rendering her fifth soul skill null and void. With one arm still around Qianren Shui's waist and the other cradling the back of her head, Yi Feng swiftly leaned in to kiss her forehead, this time with fervor. You have lost. This is the price of your challenge. Yi Feng chuckled lightly, while Qianren Shui felt on the brink of madness. Having been subjected to Yi Feng's teasing twice in succession, her inability to best a soul master left her in despair. With all her soul power unleashed, she relentlessly hammered her fists against Yi Feng, yet she could inflict not even the slightest harm upon him. Yi Feng released Qianren Shui and remarked with a smile. Yield now. Your fifth soul skill is utterly ineffective against me. Fuming, Qianren Shui retorted, Nonsense. You think I would concede? Absolutely not. Yi Feng, brushing his lips thoughtfully, added. Your forehead has a rather enticing fragrance. I find myself wanting to kiss you once more. Startled, Qianren Shui took several steps back, her cheeks flushed and her expression shifting dramatically. Finally, through gritted teeth, she conceded, I admit defeat. She had come to realize that she was indeed no match for Yi Feng. In disbelief, she asked, Are you truly just a soul master? Yi Feng shrugged nonchalantly. If you say so, then I am, but you may also believe I am a titled Douluo. Qianren Shui asserted, You are undoubtedly more than a mere soul master. There must be a tremendous secret hidden within you. Yi Feng replied with a grin, You are correct. I do possess a monumental secret. Gazing intently at Yi Feng, Qianren Shui declared, I shall unearth your secret. Then I shall await that day, Yi Feng responded. He pondered for a moment and said, Very well. In light of your 2 kisses, I shall divulge a piece of valuable intelligence. Upon hearing Yi Feng mention the kisses, Qianren Shui felt an immediate surge of anger. What intelligence? She inquired with a frosty demeanor. Chapter 125 Qianren Shui, Stop boasting. Yi Feng replied, This information pertains to Shuixing and Shuebing. Qianren Shui remained silent, her gaze icy as she fixed it on Yi Feng. He continued, Before I share this intelligence, perhaps you could express your assessment of these 2 individuals. Qianren Shui responded. This uncle and nephew duo consists of a feckless prince and a debauched royal, both equally arrogant and frivolous, incapable of achieving anything significant. Is that truly your belief? Yi Feng queried. Is it not? Qianren Shui retorted. Yi Feng ceased to speak, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Qianren Shui furrowed her brow, reflecting on the numerous instances of Shuixing and Shuebing's lack of ambition. After a moment, she shook her head and declared, They are merely 2 useless layabouts. Yi Feng countered, It is unfortunate that you consider yourself astute. In truth, your arrogance blinds you. Had I not cautioned you, you would surely fall victim to their machinations in the future. Xuexing had long suspected that Qian Rinxue was responsible for the deaths of the two princes and had disclosed this matter to Douluo Bo. In time, Douluo Bo became an elder of Shrek Academy and relayed this information to Tang San. Thus, when Qian Rinxue sought the throne, Tang San emerged with righteous fervor to thwart her plans, causing her years of scheming to crumble. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Qian Rinxue felt a surge of defiance. Clarify your words. In what way am I arrogant? Do you truly believe those two inept individuals could bring about my downfall? Her prideful nature made her resistant to Yi Feng's critique, as she considered her own clandestine efforts to be flawless, dismissing the two fools entirely. Yi Feng remarked, "You do not deny having poisoned the second and third princes of the Tiando Empire, do you?" Qian Rinxue's expression turned to one of shock. She had left no traces when she poisoned the two princes, and despite extensive investigations by the emperor's men, none had uncovered the truth. How did Yi Feng know this? Such a man was utterly formidable. What else was he privy to? Qian Rinxue's wariness of him grew. Yi Feng continued, "Your silence implies acquiescence. There is a matter you are unaware of. After the prince's demise, Shui discreetly commissioned Xuexing to investigate the truth behind their sudden deaths." Qian Rinxue frowned. "How could I be unaware?" Yi Feng replied, "You believe your methods are undetectable, yet you are oblivious to the fact that you have already aroused suspicion." Qian Rinxue scoffed. "Every step I take is meticulously calculated, leaving no evidence behind. Even if Shui were to investigate, he would never trace it back to me." Yi Feng remarked, "Indeed. Xuexing could not uncover evidence of your conspiracy against the two princes, yet he discovered that both princes succumbed to the same poison, leading him to suspect you. He believes that after their demise, you stand to gain the most, thereby rendering you the prime suspect." Qian Rinxue furrowed her brow and replied, "I did not expect Xuexing to possess such capability." Yi Feng responded, "His suspicions remain unfounded, as he lacks concrete evidence. Hence he has not disclosed his conjectures to Shui. Moreover, since that incident, he has seemingly transformed into a different person. He has disguised himself as an inept prince, adopting a cynical demeanor, and has even persuaded the fourth prince, Shuebong, to masquerade as a wastrel, all to dissuade you from contemplating their elimination." Qian Rinxue's expression grew increasingly astonished, and she could not help but exclaim, "How can this be possible? Why is it not?" Yi Feng inquired with a smile. "Be honest. After you eliminated the two princes, did you not entertain the notion of also disposing of Xuexing and Shuebong?" Qian Rinxue nodded. "Indeed. Both of them had the potential to ascend to the throne. They were once my intended targets. Consider this. Did Xuexing and Shuebong not become increasingly arrogant after the princes' deaths?" Yi Feng questioned. Qian Rinxue nodded, her expression complex, admitting, "I was indeed careless." She now comprehended the truth in Yi Feng's words. Yi Feng smiled. "So now you acknowledge your hubris?" This time, Qian Rinxue did not respond with anger, but nodded. "You are correct. I have been somewhat excessively proud." Yi Feng continued, "Xuexing and Shuebong are threats to you. You understand what must be done without my guidance, do you not?" Qian Rinxue coldly asserted, "I will not allow them to jeopardize my plans. Thus, they must perish." Yi Feng smiled, leaning closer to Qian Rinxue. "Having imparted such valuable information to you, should you not express your gratitude?" Qian Rinxue shot him a sidelong glance and asked, "What form of gratitude do you seek?" Yi Feng pointed to his own face and chuckled, "For you, it is quite simple. A kiss will suffice." Qian Rinxue's gaze turned icy, and without a word, she swiftly raised her hand to slap Yi Feng's face. Yi Feng stepped back, evading her strike. "I did not expect you to be so ungrateful. I am quite disappointed." Qian Rinxue scoffed, but did not pursue further violence. "I am surprised that you not only know my secret, but also possess knowledge of Xuexing's. I am curious. Who has divulged these secrets to you?" she inquired. "It was the Lord of the Underworld who informed me," Yi Feng replied. "The Lord of the Underworld?" Qian Rinxue expressed heightened interest, asking, "How does he know so many secrets? What is his strength? Is he of super Douluo caliber? Do you perceive the Lord of the Underworld as weak?" Yi Feng questioned. Qian Rinxue replied, "To suggest he is a super Douluo would be an overestimation. Since childhood, I have heard from my grandfather that in this world, there are only 3 unparalleled Douluos. One is my grandfather, another is Tang Chen of the Haotian sect, and the last resides on Sea God Island. Is there truly no possibility of a 4th unparalleled Douluo emerging?" Yi Feng inquired. Qian Rinxue shook her head, stating, "It is exceedingly difficult. My grandfather has mentioned that aside from Tang Chen of the Haoyan clan, who is an anomaly, it is nearly impossible for anyone to ascend to level 99 solely through their own efforts. Both my grandfather and the individual from Sea God Island reached level 99 through extraordinary fortuity. Yifeng chuckled. I can assure you that the Lord of the Underworld possesses strength surpassing that of your grandfather. His capabilities are vast. Uncovering your secrets would be a trivial matter for him. Qianrenxue scoffed. Do not boast. My grandfather's prowess is already at the pinnacle for spirit masters. Beyond that lies the divine level. Are you suggesting that the Lord of the Underworld is at the divine level? Indeed, he is at the divine level, Yifeng affirmed. Go ahead and boast. If you have the ability, take me to see for myself, Qianrenxue retorted. Yifeng replied with a smile. That is a simple task. When the opportunity arises, I will certainly take you to witness it. I shall await that moment. Eager to behold the true nature of a divine powerhouse, Qianrenxue responded. There will be opportunities, Yifeng assured her. Qianrenxue then remarked, You have yet to answer my earlier question. Is the Underworld willing to collaborate with the Spirit Hall? Yifeng replied, The Underworld can indeed collaborate with the Spirit Hall. Qianrenxue expressed her skepticism. Can you make such a decision? Shouldn't you seek approval first? Not necessary. I can make this decision entirely on my own, Yifeng stated confidently. Qianrenxue, naturally unconvinced, shot him a glance of disbelief, saying, Do you think you are the Lord of the Underworld? Yifeng merely smiled, offering no further explanation. He is not yet inclined to reveal his identity to Qianrenxue. When you have the time, do consult the Lord of the Underworld to discern his stance, Qianrenxue remarked. Rest assured, I shall inquire, Yifeng replied. Qianrenxue nodded. By the way, may I take a look at your martial soul? She inquired. Yifeng responded, Of course. He extended his hand, and the sword of the Underworld materialized, accompanied by 3 black soul rings that manifested around him. Indeed, they were rings of 10,000 years, thought Qianrenxue to herself. She gazed at the sword of the Underworld, and suddenly, a tremor coursed through her body, her face awash with disbelief. She could feel her martial soul being suppressed, as Yifeng's martial soul emanated an oppressive force that even subdued her angelic martial soul. How could this be? My angelic martial soul is a divine-level martial soul, Qianrenxue exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 126. Because I am a god, Yifeng chuckled, saying, Why is that impossible? Just because your martial soul is divine level. Does it mean mine cannot be as well? Qianrenxue stared at Yifeng, utterly astonished. She had not anticipated that Yifeng's martial soul was also of divine caliber. Furthermore, Yifeng's martial soul had overpowered hers, indicating that his was even more formidable than her own. Qianrenxue smiled wryly, admitting, I had always believed myself to be the continent's greatest prodigy, yet here I am, reminded that there are always those greater beyond the horizon. Yifeng replied, Your talent is commendable. With diligent training, you could ascend to divinity in the future. Qianrenxue countered, Becoming a god is not so simple. My angelic lineage has not produced a divine powerhouse in countless years. Yifeng asserted, If I say you can, then you shall. She replied, Very well. I shall take your words to heart. Yifeng remarked, Having fought, I must take my leave now. Qianrenxue suddenly recalled the reason she had summoned Yifeng tonight and felt a pang of frustration. Not only had she failed to teach him a lesson, but he had also kissed her forcefully. This was an indignity. What? Are you reluctant to part with me? Yifeng teased. Go away. Qianrenxue retorted, annoyed. As Yifeng turned to leave, he added with a grin, Whenever you wish to spar again, just send someone to summon me. Qianrenxue clenched her teeth, vowing, Once I break through, I will surely seek retribution. Ha ha ha. I await that day, Yifeng laughed. Just as Yifeng was about to vanish from sight, Qianrenxue called out, Xueye wants me to bring Xuexing and his nephew to apologize to you tomorrow. Understood, Yifeng replied, and with that, he disappeared. Qianrenxue stood there, murmuring, This fellow's strength is truly monstrous. If he participates in the Soul Master competition, the champion will likely not be from the Spirit Hall anymore. Then, her expression turned icy as she declared, Xuexing, Xuebing, how dare you mock me? Your demise is nigh. After Yifeng departed from the Spirit Hall, he did not return directly to the manor. It was still early, and he intended to pay a visit to Douluo, seeking to recruit this titled Douluo into his ranks. Douluo possessed significant potential. His poison is exceedingly tyrannical, with an expansive range of attack. The only shortcoming of Douluo lies in his somewhat diminished spirit power. Were he to elevate his cultivation, he would undoubtedly emerge as a paragon among titled Douluos. A talent of such caliber is not one to be trifled with, and Yi Feng would not allow Tang San to take advantage of him. Given Douluo's current condition, without external assistance, the prospect of breaking through in this lifetime appears bleak. Furthermore, his mastery of poison has seeped into his very bones, leaving him with but a few years to live. While Tang San is capable of aiding Douluo in detoxification, Yi Feng possesses the same ability. At this moment, Douluo is not in Heavendo City, but rather healing within the ice and fire Yin-Yang well in the Sunset Forest. The Sunset Forest is not far from Heavendo City and is home to numerous spirit beasts, including those of the 10,000-year caliber. Each night, around the third watch, Douluo experiences piercing pain in both the crown of his head and the soles of his feet, accompanied by full-body spasms that last for at least half an hour. Consequently, he tends to remain within the ice and fire Yin-Yang well during the night. This well, possessing the dual characteristics of extreme heat and extreme cold, has a restraining effect on toxins. The reason Douluo has managed to survive the backlash of the green scale serpent's poison is largely attributable to the ice and fire Yin-Yang well. With a mere thought, Yi Feng vanished from Heavendo City, reappearing within the confines of the Sunset Forest. Before him lies the expanse of the ice and fire Yin-Yang well. Within several hundred meters ahead of him, there lay a deadly poison formation set by the solitary bow, designed to conceal the treasure known as the Eye of Ice and Fire. Without a soul power of at least 70 levels, stepping into this perilous area would inevitably lead to death. Even soul beasts that had existed for over 10,000 years dared not venture recklessly here. As Yi Feng traversed the poison formation, the toxins had no effect on him. Before him loomed a towering mountain, rising several hundred meters high. His figure vanished, only to re-emerge atop the mountain. Before him lay a precipice, its sheer cliffs rising dramatically. Beneath the cliff, a veil of mist enveloped the landscape, reflecting a pearly luminescence under the moonlight. At the base of the cliff was the location of the ice and fire duality eye. At this moment, Douluo sat beside the eye, his complexion extraordinarily pale, exerting every ounce of strength to suppress the surging poison within him. This venom, which should have erupted at the stroke of midnight, had instead manifested prematurely due to the grievous injury inflicted upon him by Guu Yuna earlier that day. It seemed as if the poison, sensing Douluo's frailty, retaliated with a ferocity unprecedented in previous encounters. Douluo had already endured this torment for half an hour, yet it showed no sign of abating. His garments were thoroughly drenched in perspiration, and his demeanor appeared languid. Before him lay the ground, stained with copious amounts of spilt blood. Yi Feng's gaze pierced through the mist, catching sight of the solitary figure of Douluo below. He understood that if he did not arrive tonight, Douluo would likely not survive. Yi Feng stepped off the cliff, his body plummeting swiftly downward. Before long, he reached the base of the precipice. This area was a secluded valley, encircled by towering mountains, shrouded in mist. At the heart of the valley lay the Eye of Ice and Fire, surrounded by numerous spiritual herbs. A mere glance was enough for Yi Feng to lose interest. These spiritual herbs were invaluable treasures for soul masters, yet to him, they were akin to mere weeds. At his current level, these herbs held no significance. Furthermore, the various elixirs available for exchange within the system far surpassed the efficacy of these herbs by countless degrees. Yi Feng gradually approached Douluo, who was seated at the boundary of the Ice and Fire Eye, where the temperatures fluctuated. Upon hearing footsteps, he abruptly opened his eyes. With a cough, Douluo spewed a mouthful of blood, his demeanor growing increasingly feeble. "It's you. How did you come to be here?" he exclaimed in shock. Yi Feng smiled and replied, "Why should I not be here? I set a poison array outside. Only those with sufficient strength could reach this place. Your ability to remain unaffected by my 8th soul skill is indeed impressive." Douluo then scanned the surroundings and inquired, "Where is that woman? Did she not accompany you?" "I came alone," Yi Feng responded. Douluo, in despair, exclaimed, "You must have followed me here. I thought you had let me go. But to think you would be so ruthless, seeking to eliminate me entirely." Yi Feng smiled again, offering no explanation. Douluo lamented, "You scoundrel, Zhu Zhuqing. If it were not for you, I would not have met such a fate. I should have killed you when I had the chance." He looked at Yi Feng and said, "If you intend to kill me, then do so. However, I beseech you to spare my granddaughter. She's in no way involved in this matter." Yi Feng finally spoke, a mocking tone in his voice. "Douluo, who said that I wished to kill you?" Douluo was taken aback, frowning as he replied, "I have offended you today. You come here in the dead of night. What else could your intentions be? If not to end my life?" Yi Feng responded, You are mistaken. I have not come to take your life. Rather, I am here to save you. Save me? Dugu Bo exclaimed in astonishment, then scoffed. I am no fool. Do you truly believe I would trust your words? Yifeng continued. You are currently suffering from a deadly poison, nearing death, are you not? How do you know this? Dugu Bo asked, astonished. Only he was aware of the repercussions of the deadly poison, and even his granddaughter had only a vague understanding of the matter. After he spat out that mouthful of blood, he realized his fate was sealed, devoid of any hope. Hence, he remained composed while conversing with Yifeng. Yifeng took a few steps forward, standing before Dugu Bo, and smiled, saying, Because I am a deity. Chapter 127, Dugu Bo's submission a deity? Dugu Bo paused momentarily. Then a look of derision crossed his face as he replied, Do you take me for a fool? Yifeng offered no explanation. Extending his fingers to hover above Dugu Bo's head, his divine power surged into Dugu Bo from above, swiftly coursing through his entire being, instantly suppressing the violent eruption of toxins. In less than 10 seconds, Yifeng retracted his hand, standing quietly as he gazed at Dugu Bo with a smile. At that moment, Dugu Bo's expression was one of terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. As Yifeng's divine energy penetrated his body, he felt an extraordinarily terrifying pressure, reminiscent of the fear he experienced as a child in the presence of a tidal Douluo. He harbored a foreboding sense that the energies coursing through his body would cause it to explode into fragments if even a hint of chaos ensued. How could this be possible? Even a tidal Douluo of the 99th rank could not wield such terrifying power, he thought in sheer terror. Even after Yifeng withdrew his divine energy, Dugu Bo remained ensnared in fear. That oppressive force lingered within his soul, refusing to dissipate, leaving him in a state of bewilderment for an extended period. 1 minute, 2 minutes. After a full 10 minutes, Dugu Bo's dazed gaze finally sharpened, and he began to awaken from his stupor. When he looked at Yifeng again, a trace of fear had crept into his eyes. Are you truly a deity? Dugu Bo inquired. Yifeng replied, You need only to examine the state of your own body to find the answer. Dugu Bo was momentarily taken aback, but then he realized that a semblance of strength had returned to his body, and the unbearable pain he had previously endured had faded. He immediately harnessed his mental energy to begin assessing his physical condition. In the next instant, his eyes widened in disbelief, his face a canvas of astonishment. Shortly thereafter, an overwhelming sense of ecstasy enveloped him. To my astonishment, my internal injuries have completely healed, and the devastating poison has been subdued. How is this possible? Just moments ago, I was certain of my impending demise. Dugu Bo murmured, his expression a mixture of shock and incredulity. After a brief pause, he abruptly lifted his gaze to fixate on Yifeng, exclaiming, It was you who saved me. That surge of energy has healed my injuries and quelled the toxicity within me. Yifeng smiled and replied, I did mention earlier that I came to rescue you. I apologize for misunderstanding you, Dugu Bo admitted. He rose to his feet, bowed to Yifeng, and said, My previous actions against you were indeed deserving of the injuries I sustained. You have now saved my life, and I am indebted to you. I, Dugu Bo, believe in repaying kindness. Should you have any requests, please do not hesitate to voice them. Yifeng replied, My intentions in saving you are quite straightforward. I desire your loyalty and allegiance to me as your master. Dugu Bo's expression shifted, and uncertainty clouded his mind. Although Xuexing had once rescued him, he had merely lingered by her side for a time, intending to depart once the debt of gratitude was settled. Now, Yifeng's demand for his allegiance as a subordinate was a proposition he found difficult to accept. He harbored a disdain for constraints and had never entertained the notion of aligning himself with any faction. Thus, when Yifeng articulated his intentions, a primal instinct of resistance welled within him. Yet, he had just declared that Yifeng could voice any demands without hesitation. To retract his words now would be contrary to his character, leaving him with no refuge for his pride. Yifeng smiled and remarked, I have saved your life. In essence, I am akin to your reborn parents. Is it truly so difficult for you to pledge your allegiance to me? Dugu Bo recalled his granddaughter, Guu Yuna, who was currently in the bloom of her youth. Had Yifeng not intervened, she would have faced a life of loneliness, bereft of his protection, and perhaps subjected to the scorn of enemies. With this in mind, he finally nodded and conceded, I am willing to acknowledge you as my master. Yifeng replied with a grin, You stand to gain significantly by serving me. As I mentioned, I am a deity. Your choice to follow me represents the greatest opportunity of your life. Guu Bo remembered the overwhelming pressure he had felt earlier and found himself believing much of Yi Feng's words. Yet he still inquired, "Are you truly a deity? Does divinity genuinely exist?" Yi Feng responded, "Indeed, the divine exists. Your current realm is too limited for you to grasp that level. By remaining at my side, you may yet have the chance to attain divinity yourself." Guu Bo's heart raced with excitement, and he instinctively clenched his fists. However, he soon sighed. "I am afflicted with a deadly toxin and have but a few years left to live. My body has been corroded by this poison, rendering any further breakthroughs impossible." Yi Feng chuckled. "Who says it is impossible? I will impart a technique to you that not only resolves your poisoning, but also significantly enhances your cultivation." Guu Bo, taken aback, asked, "What is this technique?" Without elaboration, Yi Feng pointed his index finger toward Guu Bo's forehead. Instinctively, Guu Bo wanted to flinch away. But after a moment's contemplation, he chose to remain still. He understood that if Yi Feng had intended to kill him, he would not have saved him moments ago. Yi Feng's finger pressed against Guu Bo's forehead, imparting a technique. This was a method capable of cultivating to the first level of divine mastery. Perfectly suited for someone like Guu Bo, who was inherently adept at manipulating poison. Yi Feng no longer needed to assist Guu Bo in detoxification. By practicing this technique, he could effectively refine the toxic backlash that plagued him. Not only did Guu Bo alleviate his life-threatening predicament, but he would also experience a significant enhancement in his cultivation. After transmitting the technique, Yi Feng stood by, quietly awaiting Guu Bo's assimilation of the knowledge. Guu Bo's mind was completely captivated by the technique that unfolded in his consciousness. He had never encountered such a wondrous method of cultivation. The realms described within the techniques filled him with an indescribable yearning. He finally comprehended just how formidable Yi Feng truly was. After a full half-hour, Guu Bo had only begun to grasp the essence of this martial art. He did not hasten to continue his contemplation. Instead, he opened his eyes and immediately knelt before Yi Feng. Thud, thud, thud. Guu Bo earnestly bowed his head 3 times to Yi Feng. "Thank you, esteemed senior, for imparting this divine skill to me. I am willing to serve you faithfully for the rest of my life, repaying your great kindness." Guu Bo had come to realize that this technique not only had the power to save his life but could also transform the harmful toxins within him into a source of personal cultivation. He had previously pledged to follow Yi Feng because Yi Feng had saved his life, and he wished to repay this debt of gratitude. Now, he was genuinely devoted to Yi Feng. The fact that Yi Feng was willing to bestow upon him such a precious technique deeply moved him. A mentor of this caliber was deserving of his lifelong allegiance. Yi Feng spoke, "Rise." Guu Bo stood up. Yi Feng continued, "My identity is that of the Lord of the Underworld. You may refer to me as the King of Hades. In the presence of outsiders, you may address me as young master. You shall henceforth be a part of the Underworld." Guu Bo was astonished and taken aback by Yi Feng's status. "Understood, King of Hades." Guu Bo replied respectfully. Yi Feng added, "I will be residing in Heaven-Do City for some time. You need not follow me constantly. Instead, dedicate more time to your cultivation and strive to enhance your strength. I will summon you when necessary." "Yes, King of Hades," Guu Bo responded. "Well then, I shall take my leave." "I bid you farewell, King of Hades," Guu Bo said, bowing. Then, he witnessed Yi Feng's figure suddenly vanish without a trace. Chapter 128. Arrival at Shrek Academy. Guu Bo's heart raced with excitement, difficult to calm. He believed that the events of today would remain etched in his memory for a lifetime. He is aware that his destiny is about to undergo a remarkable transformation. Not only did he reclaim his life, but he also found unexpected fortune through adversity. The catalyst for this transformation was Yi Feng. "I must diligently cultivate my skills to better serve the king of the underworld in the future," thought Guu Bo. After departing from the Eye of Ice and Fire, Yi Feng materialized directly within the estate. It was already deep into the night, yet several young ladies had yet to retire, the lights in their rooms still aglow. Upon Yi Feng's arrival, he immediately caught the attention of Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. "Yi Feng, you have returned," Ning Rongrong exclaimed joyfully as she rushed out. "Where have you been? Why are you back so late?" Xiao Wu inquired. With a smile, Yi Feng replied, "I went to meet His Highness the Crown Prince. He is still eager to win me over." "Did you acquiesce?" Ning Rongrong asked. Xiao Wu interjected, "Yi Feng is a being of divine strength. How could he possibly be swayed by a mere imperial prince?" "Indeed," Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement. Yi Feng continued, "I find Shueqinghe to be quite amiable. He is a friend worth cultivating. He may visit us frequently in the future, so I ask you to be courteous." "Understood," Xiao Wu responded. The crown prince is indeed a commendable individual, humble and gracious, with a pleasant temperament, Ning Rongrong remarked. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing, who had been engrossed in her training, emerged upon hearing the commotion. After my meeting with the crown prince, I also visited Douluo and have brought him under my wing. He will henceforth be a member of the Underworld, Yi Feng announced. Congratulations, Mr. Yi, on acquiring another formidable ally, Guu Yuna said with a smile as she stepped forward. ZG commented that title Douluo possesses average strength. I could easily vanquish him. Yi Feng replied. Now that he is under my guidance, his power will soon surge. Surpassing you will merely be a matter of time. You have imparted your techniques to him as well? ZG asked, astonished. Yi Feng nodded. ZG swallowed hard. Her eyes filled with longing as she gazed at Yi Feng. Mr. Yi, might you also share a technique with me? I am willing to comply with any request. As she spoke, she slightly loosened her collar, revealing a generous expanse of fair skin. Mr. Yi, I would be amenable to your desires tonight, ZG seductively proposed. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong immediately donned expressions of vigilance. ZG, how can you so brazenly entice Yi Feng? Xiao Wu exclaimed. ZG remained silent, her eyes still yearningly fixed on Yi Feng. With a smile, Yi Feng said, return to your training. I am weary and shall take my rest now. He then made his way into his room. Can even a deity grow tired? ZG scoffed, wholly unconvinced by Yi Feng's statement. She gazed at her own statuesque figure and mused. With such a fine physique and pleasing appearance, why would he not desire to share a bed with me? As Yi Feng entered his chamber, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing collectively exhaled in relief. Nana, we shall take our leave now, Xiao Wu announced. Yes. Let us return. Do not cultivate too late, came the response. Guuna remarked. The following morning, Qian Rinshui sought out Shuexing and Shuebang. She intended to heed Shui Ye's instructions, leading the two to apologize to Yi Feng in an effort to win his favor. Upon encountering the uncle and nephew duo, Qian Rinshui felt an overwhelming desire to eliminate them immediately. Having been deceived by their feigned madness for so long, her anger was undeniable. She resolved to allow them to live a few more days, at least for now. After Yi Feng and his companions had risen, they first enjoyed breakfast before proceeding to the training grounds within the estate. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were set to engage in practical combat training, while Yi Feng stood by, offering personal guidance. Shortly after their session commenced, a maid entered to report that the crown prince was requesting an audience. Qian Rinshui then entered with Shuexing and Shuebang. Upon seeing Yi Feng, Shuebang fell to his knees in terror, though Shuexing did not kneel. He too appeared anxious, his heart racing as he repeatedly offered his apologies to Yi Feng. The two of them had learned from Qian Rinshui that Yi Feng and his companions hailed from the underworld. Furthermore, the emperor's stance was one of attempting to cultivate ties with the underworld. Thus, they comprehended that the vendetta could not be avenged. Shuelang, in tears and with a runny nose, ceaselessly admitted her wrongs, daring not to cast even a glance at Guu Yuna. Yi Feng, however, did not press them further and soon allowed them to depart. Qian Rinshui chose not to leave, remaining behind with keen interest to observe the training of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. I have already made arrangements regarding the registration of the academy, and soon someone will assist you in completing the necessary formalities, Qian Rinshui remarked. Thank you very much, Your Highness, Yi Feng replied. I have also commissioned a sign for the academy, which should arrive shortly, Qian Rinshui added. Your Highness, you are truly benevolent, Ning Rongrong said. Qian Rinshui smiled. This was a task entrusted to me by your father. How could I not be enthusiastic? Before long, the sign arrived, emblazoned with the 4 characters of Judgment Academy. By afternoon, all formalities were duly completed, and Judgment Academy was officially established. In the ensuing days, Yi Feng and his companions settled comfortably within the academy. Occasionally, Qian Rinshui would visit, and she got along quite well with the young ladies. Half a year swiftly passed. During this time, the 4th prince, Shuelang, met his demise due to his arrogant behavior, bullying ordinary citizens on the streets, ultimately being killed by a soul master who could no longer tolerate his actions. In truth, the soul master who intervened was a covert assassin arranged by Qian Rinshui. The previous deaths of the 2 princes had led Shuexing to uncover a faint clue, prompting Qian Rinshui to alter her methods. Not long after, Shuexing also perished in an accident orchestrated by Qian Rinshui. Henceforth, Qian Rinshui faced no threats within the Tiando royal family. She merely awaited the moment when Shui Yu would pass on the throne to her, entrusting her with various powers, thus completing her mission. Over the span of 6 months, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong made remarkable advancements in their cultivation, both having ascended to the rank of sole sovereign. One day, several members of Shrek Academy appeared in Tiando City. They were invited by Professor Qin Ming of the Royal Academy of Tiando to engage in scholarly exchange and learning. Yu Xiaojiang, Ma Hongjun, and Tang San donned masks to conceal their unattractive appearances, fearing they might attract undue attention. Over the span of 6 months, Yu Xiaojiang's physique had notably diminished. A few of them appeared within the city of Tiando, unaware of the precise location of the Royal Academy. Yu Xiaojiang stopped a passerby, delicately gesturing with his fingers, and inquired, "Excuse me, could you kindly direct me to the Royal Academy?" His voice had become exceedingly shrill, akin to that of a eunuch within the palace. Passers-by, taken aback, cast peculiar glances at the masked Yu Xiaojiang and directed him towards the Royal Academy. Tang San remarked, "The day is still young. Let us proceed directly to the Royal Academy. Indeed, arriving early at the Royal Academy will allow you to make the most of the resources there for your cultivation." Yu Xiaojiang responded. The group promptly set off in the direction of the Royal Academy. Chapter 129. Tang San discovers the Eye of Ice and Fire. Overjoyed upon their arrival at the Tiando Royal Academy, Yu Xiaojiang and his companions received a warm welcome. With the demise of Shui Lang and Shui Xing, the events of the original narrative did not unfold as expected, and Shrek Academy was not hindered from entering the Royal Academy. Furthermore, Douluo did not receive an invitation from Shui Xing to confront Shrek Academy, nor did he capture Tang San. Thus, Shrek Academy settled within the Royal Academy. After several days of cultivation at the Royal Academy, Ma Hongjun finally broke through to the 30th level, qualifying him to hunt soul beasts and ascend to the rank of Soul Master. The Sunset Forest, not far from Tiando City, became their target. Led by Zhao Wujia, with Yu Xiaojiang serving as strategist, they ventured into the Sunset Forest alongside Tang San, Daim Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. The expedition proceeded smoothly, and within a day, Ma Hongjun acquired his 3rd soul ring, thus becoming a soul master. Around 4 in the afternoon, the 6 began their return journey. Daim Mubai and Tang San forged ahead, while Zhao Wujia ensured their rear was secure. Daim Mubai wielded his claws with precision, swiftly clearing any obstacles in their path. Tang San walked closely beside him, his mental acuity heightened, attuned to the sounds around them. Suddenly, Tang San's expression shifted, and he shouted, "Stop!" Daim Mubai, caught off guard, nearly took another step forward. Without hesitation, Tang San reached out to pull him back. "Xiao San, what is it?" Yu Xiaojiang inquired urgently. He had rarely witnessed such a pronounced reaction from Tang San. Could it be that danger lurked nearby? With his eyes shimmering with a violet hue, Tang San fixed his gaze intently upon the terrain ahead. His tone grave as he proclaimed, "We have entered a zone of death." Daim Mubai remarked, "It is eerily quiet around us. Everyone, remain vigilant." Tang San reassured, "Fear not. No soul beast dares to approach this place." "What exactly is going on?" Yu Xiaojiang inquired. Tang San explained, "Ahead of us lies a realm saturated with deadly toxins. Should one come into contact with it, instant demise is likely." Zhao Wujia, his expression somber, suggested, "In that case, let us take a detour." Oscar, unfazed, interjected, "There is no need to circumvent. Have you all forgotten my detoxifying sausage?" Tang San cast a disdainful glance at Oscar, responding, "The severity of these toxins surpasses your imagination. Your little sausage cannot remedy this." With profound knowledge of poisons, Tang San instantly recognized the extraordinary danger posed by the toxins ahead. Yu Xiaojiang proposed, "Little San, then let us navigate around it. Please lead the way." A subtle smile crept upon Tang San's lips as he replied, "There is no need to deter. This level of poison is not beyond my capabilities. Just follow in my footsteps and refrain from straying or touching anything." He discerned that the poison was deliberately laid out, sparking a sense of determination within him. "Such tactics shall not deter me," Tang San mused to himself. "Is this acceptable?" Yu Xiaojiang inquired. With a confident smile, Tang San replied, "Teacher, do you still doubt my capabilities? When have I ever undertaken a task without assurance?" "That is indeed a valid point." Yu Xiaojiang acknowledged with a nod. Tang San proceeded forward, reiterating his caution, "Stay close to me and refrain from touching any plants." The group advanced cautiously, entering the toxic formation orchestrated by Douluo. After several minutes of careful navigation, Tang San felt a stirring within him as he gazed upon a towering mountain ahead. Before him, the ground still bore some indistinct footprints, leading all the way to the foot of the towering mountain. He had already discerned that these lethal toxins were deliberately placed, and upon seeing the footprints ahead, his conviction deepened. Teacher, let us proceed in this direction. Tang San indicated towards the mountain. Xiao San, that path is not correct, Yu Xiaojing replied, puzzled. Tang San countered. Teacher, these toxins surrounding us are man-made. Do you see the footprints ahead? They must belong to the one who set these traps. I wish to investigate further. Daim Mubai's eyes brightened as he remarked. The adversary has laid such deadly toxins around. Could there be some clandestine secret at play? Ma Hongjun, intrigued, added. Then let us go and take a look. Yu Xiaojing expressed his reservations. This may not be wise. Zhao Wujin retorted with a sneer. Who possesses such audacity? Do they consider the sunset forest their private garden? Come. Let us see. There is nothing to fear. Yu Xiaojing conceded. Very well, Wujin. With your strength now at level 77, we should encounter no unforeseen dangers. Besides, we have the Royal Academy as our safeguard. Tang San nodded, redirecting their course towards the mountain. Upon reaching the base, he paused momentarily, noting that the footprints ascended the mountain. Let us climb and investigate, he declared, commencing the ascent. To their surprise, the mountain was devoid of the deadly traps set by Dugubo. After 10 minutes, the 6 of them reached the summit. Oscar, perplexed, remarked, there isn't a single shadow here. Tang San, perhaps you've miscalculated? Ma Hongjun muttered, you claimed there were secrets. What nonsense. Yu Xiaojing suggested. Xiao San, there is nothing here. We should return and aim to exit the sunset forest before nightfall. Tang San remained silent, meticulously inspecting the ground, and at last, he discovered several exceedingly faint footprints, leading towards the precipice ahead. Following the footprints, he arrived at the precipice, beholding the thick mist below. Teacher, these footprints cease here. I suspect that the area obscured by the fog conceals a secret, Tang San remarked. Yu Xiaojing furrowed his brow and replied. This mountain stands at 400 to 500 meters high. The cliff is far too steep. It would be best not to descend. Moreover, prying into the secrets of others is rather inappropriate. Tang San remained silent, surveying the surrounding terrain, when suddenly he recalled a type of treasure ground described in the Xintian Baolu. He meticulously pondered within his heart, finding it increasingly reminiscent and exhilarating with each glance. If it truly were that fabled land, it would undoubtedly harbor unimaginable treasures. I must venture down to uncover the truth. He silently resolved. He spoke. Teacher, this place is surrounded by deadly poison and is so well concealed that someone must be hiding something nefarious. If it is something harmful, we can report it to the authorities, thus serving to protect the people. Yu Xiaojing replied with satisfaction. Xiao San, you possess a sense of justice. You truly are a worthy disciple of mine, Yu Xiaojing. Very well, let us descend and investigate. He turned to Oscar and said, Oscar, prepare the flying mushroom sausages. Oscar crafted 6 flying mushroom sausages. Moments later, 6 individuals sprouted wings and soared toward the precipice below. At that moment, Yi Feng, who was in the city of Tiando, suddenly glanced in the direction of the sunset forest. With a mere thought, he beheld Tang San and his companions swiftly approaching the eye of ice and fire. A smile graced Yi Feng's face. Ah, Tang San, who would have thought you would inadvertently find your way there? He mused to himself. He directed his consciousness to the residence of Dugubo. At that moment, Dugubo was at home, accompanying his granddaughter Duguyen, who had returned for the holidays. Dugubo, someone has infiltrated your ice and fire eyes, Yi Feng communicated telepathically. Dugubo, who was previously adorned with a broad smile while spending time with Duguyen, suddenly froze, his expression shifting to one of icy severity as an overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted from him. Sensing her grandfather's ominous energy, Duguyen shivered and inquired, Grandfather, what is wrong? Dugubo reined in his murderous aura and replied, It's nothing, Yin Yin. Grandfather needs to step out for a moment. You stay at home for now. All right, but when will you return? Duguyen asked. Dugubo assured her, I will return once I have dealt with my matters. With that, he vanished from her sight in the blink of an eye. Chapter 130. Tang San. We shall consider this celestial herb as borrowed, not stolen. Tang San and his companions traversed the dense fog, finally discerning the scene below. It turned out that the mist high in the sky was produced by the clash of the hot and cold springs of the ice and fire eyes beneath. What is that? Oscar exclaimed, astonished. It resembles a pool, yet it is split in half, one side red and the other white. Tang San activated his purple extreme magic eye, possessing the keenest eyesight among all present. He has discerned the scene below, comprehending the full visage of the ice and fire two eens, as well as the celestial treasures surrounding them. Truly, fortune smiles upon me, indeed. Tang San could not suppress his exuberant laughter. Given his nature, it was a challenge to contain his joy. Xiao San, what is the matter? Why are you so elated? Yu Xiaojing inquired, puzzled. Tang San replied with enthusiasm. Master, this time we have struck gold. Zhao Wuji interjected. Tang San, do enlighten us about the situation below. What has stirred such excitement within you? Tang San explained. This valley is a veritable treasure trove, akin to a pot of riches. Do you see the plants surrounding that pond? Those are rare medicinal herbs. Many are of the celestial herb caliber. Consuming even one could significantly elevate one's cultivation and enhance innate potential. Yu Xiaojing's eyes sparkled with excitement as he asked, Xiao San, is what you say true? Tang San confidently replied, Master, I assure you, it is indeed true. I have encountered these medicinal herbs in an ancient tome. I cannot be mistaken. He pointed in a direction and said, Teacher, there lies a medicinal herb suitable for you. After consuming it, you should be able to ascend to the rank of Soul Master. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojing became even more exhilarated and exclaimed, Let us descend quickly. Daim Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun were equally thrilled, hastening their pace as they rushed downwards. Before long, they found themselves on the ground. The eyes of Daim Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun sparkled with excitement as they immediately sought to rush towards the precious herbs. Hold on, Tang San shouted loudly. The trio instantly halted in their tracks. Ma Hongjun, somewhat disgruntled, remarked, There are so many herbs here. I only need a dozen or so. Tang San, you owe me this. With that, he attempted to charge towards the herbs once more. Tang San coldly retorted, If you wish to perish, go ahead. Some of those herbs are extremely poisonous. A mere touch could be fatal. Ma Hongjun was taken aback and promptly withdrew his foot. Daim Mubai and Oscar were equally alarmed. Yu Xiaojing hurriedly asked Tang San, Can you discern which are toxic and which are not? Of course, Tang San replied with a confident smile. Zhao Wujia, maintaining a semblance of composure, observed, Look, there are footprints on the ground. These herbs may have been cultivated by someone else. We cannot simply take what belongs to others. That would be theft. Yu Xiaojing, noticing the footprints as well, furrowed his brow and said, It seems these herbs were indeed planted by someone else. They have likely set up a poison formation outside to prevent theft. Daim Mubai interjected, Master, these herbs can enhance our cultivation and talent. Are you truly willing to forfeit such an opportunity? You have been a great soul master for so many years. Do you not aspire to become a soul sovereign? Ma Hongjun added, Indeed, there are so many herbs here. We can take a few and leave some for them. Oscar chimed in, Master, do you not wish for us to secure victory in the Soul Master competition? With these treasures, our success would be greatly facilitated. Hearing the persuasive words of Daim Mubai and the others, Yu Xiaojing felt a surge of temptation. Tang San then said, Teacher, this is not theft. We are merely borrowing. By consuming their celestial herbs, we owe them a favor. When we become titled Douluos in the future, we can repay them. All four of us will surely attain the titled Douluo status, and they would benefit immensely from our goodwill. Zhao Wujia furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Yet seeing the excitement in Tang San and the others, he could only sigh and remain silent. Daim Mubai laughed. Indeed, to have titled Douluos owe them a favor. The owners of these herbs will undoubtedly be overjoyed. After much contemplation, Yu Xiaojing finally nodded and said, Very well, this method is indeed feasible. However, the sudden loss of so many precious herbs will surely alarm the owners. Therefore, I shall write them a note of borrowing. Tang San nodded. That works, teacher. Please go ahead and write. I will gather the herbs. Having spoken, he could hardly contain his eagerness as he plunged into the thicket of herbs. Daim Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun were equally restless. Witnessing Tang San uprooting the various medicinal plants, they felt their mouths watering in anticipation. The 8-angled ice herb, the fiery apricot blossom, the miraculous celestial chrysanthemum. Tang San, while foraging, murmured to himself, unable to suppress his delight. Zhao Wujing cautioned, Mubai, you three, refrain from moving. You are unaware of which herbs may be toxic. Let Tang San handle the gathering. With no other option, Daim Mubai and his companions stood there obediently, their eyes gleaming as they observed the bounty of herbs. Yu Xiaojing retrieved a pen and paper from his soul guide, inscribing, Greetings to the owner of the medicinal garden. Today, we borrow your precious herbs and hereby leave a note of acknowledgement. Among us are 4 extraordinary geniuses capable of becoming titled Douluos. Upon receiving your generosity today, they shall surely return to repay your kindness once they attain that esteemed rank. After penning this, Yu Xiaojiang initially considered adding the name of Shrek Academy, but ultimately decided against it. He feared that after writing about Shrek Academy, the owner of the medicinal garden would come knocking at his door, making the situation quite difficult to handle. He pondered for a moment and added, "Rest assured, we are individuals of integrity and will never default on our obligations." After completing his words, Yu Xiaojiang affixed the paper to the stone wall behind him. He clapped his hands and chuckled. "Now I can rest easy. Otherwise, I would be plagued by a guilty conscience." Tang San swiftly circumnavigated the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, gathering the most precious herbs. Upon his return, Daim Mubai and the others were instantly filled with excitement. Tang San, not one to be stingy, distributed a celestial herb to each of them. "Teachers, please consume these at once. And then channel your soul power to refine their essence. This will enhance your cultivation and potential," he urged. "Zhao Laosher, could you kindly protect us while we do this? You can partake in the celestial herbs once we return to the academy," Tang San added. Zhao Wujia furrowed his brow and replied, "Isn't it feasible for us to eat them right away? If we linger here, what if the owner returns?" Tang San pointed towards the ice and fire yin-yang eyes and explained, "The celestial herbs I intend to consume must remain in that pool to be refined. Hence we need to stay here for a while longer." Zhao Wujia conceded, "Very well, expedite the process, and once the refinement is complete, we shall depart immediately." Yu Xiaojiang and the others, brimming with excitement, promptly seated themselves and followed Tang San's guidance to ingest the celestial herbs and begin the refinement process. Meanwhile, Tang San eagerly approached the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, swiftly consuming both the 8-angled profound ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom herb before plunging into the depths of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes. He intends to harness the powers of the ice and fire duality to subdue the overwhelming medicinal properties of 2 divine herbs, forging his alchemical body through the fusion of ice and fire. At this moment, within the city of Tiando, Dugu Bo, brimming with murderous intent, races through the streets, hastening towards the sunset forest with utmost urgency. Chapter 131. Have you stolen my belongings and still wish to depart? An hour later, Yu Xiaojiang was the first to open his eyes. His face radiated with ecstasy, his body trembling with excitement. "I have finally reached level 30. I can now transcend to the Soul Master," he murmured, his aged visage flushed with exhilaration. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words, Zhao Wujie hurriedly inquired, "Master, have you achieved a breakthrough?" Yu Xiaojiang nodded, brimming with enthusiasm. "Not only have I attained level 30, but my spirit power has also surpassed it significantly. I anticipate that after absorbing the spirit ring, I will ascend several more levels." Zhao Wujia was astonished, exclaiming, "These herbs are truly miraculous. Within just an hour, you have elevated your spirit power by several levels." Yu Xiaojiang reflected, "Indeed, it is remarkably extraordinary. What is most crucial is that it enhances a soul master's innate talent. As you know, my martial spirit is quite feeble. Now, after consuming the celestial herb, I feel not only capable of breaking through to Soul Master, but also potentially advancing to Soul Sect and even Soul King in the future." Zhao Wujia swallowed hard, saying, "I can hardly contain myself." Yu Xiaojiang advised, "Perhaps you should wait a moment longer. The children are yet to awaken. Once we return to the academy, you may partake in it. This place is not secure. It would be troublesome if the master were to return." Just then, Oscar opened his eyes, exclaiming with delight, "Fantastic. I have surged 5 levels, reaching level 38. Oscar, keep your voice down. Do not disturb others," Zhao Wujia cautioned. Yu Xiaojiang gasped in disbelief. "My heavens, a 5-level increase. This so-called celestial herb is simply beyond comprehension." With that, he gazed eagerly at the unharvested herbs, swallowing hard. Oscar approached, brimming with excitement, and said, "Master, I am now at level 38, and I feel that I have yet to fully absorb the properties of the celestial herb. I will surely continue to advance swiftly." Yu Xiaojiang's face instantly brightened with joy. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of heat erupted from the front, accompanied by a fierce roar. It turned out that Daim Mubai and Ma Hongjun had awakened simultaneously. With their martial spirits manifested, Daim Mubai appeared significantly more robust. His entire body enveloped in a golden sheen, reminiscent of the legendary indestructible diamond. Similarly, Ma Hongjun unleashed a long stream of flames from his mouth, the temperature astonishing enough to melt the mask on his face. Yu Xiaojiang quickly admonished, "Ma Hongjun, keep it down. There are treasures all around. It would be a pity to damage them." Ma Hongjun promptly retracted his martial spirit, eyeing the remaining herbs with barely concealed eagerness. Daim Mubai mirrored his reaction. With anticipation, Yu Xiaojing inquired, "How much has your soul power increased?" Ma Hongjun replied excitedly, "My soul power was 31 just now, and now it has surged to 36. This is astonishing." Daim Mubai's face was equally radiant as he proclaimed, "I have now reached level 40, after absorbing the soul ring. I believe I could ascend another 3 or 4 levels. Ha ha ha, this is marvelous." Yu Xiaojing could not contain his laughter. Zhao Wujia, wearing a broad smile, added, "Xiao San has consumed 2 herbs at once. He must have gained even more." Yu Xiaojing nodded with delight, filled with anticipation. "Tang San consumed 2 celestial herbs?" Oscar exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed," Zhao Wujia affirmed. Daim Mubai and Ma Hongjun turned their envious gazes toward Tang San, who was nestled within the ice and fire yin-yang eye. "That guy plucked so many, consumed 2 himself, yet only gave us 1, Ma Hongjun remarked. Daim Mubai nodded slightly in agreement. "This method of leveling up is simply exhilarating. We could rise several levels in just an hour, under normal training. This would take at least 2 years. Oscar, I suspect Tang San intends to hoard the remaining herbs for himself, which is why he deceived us into believing some celestial herbs are toxic. How about we take advantage of his slumber and gather a few more?" Ma Hongjun suggested quietly. "I concur," Oscar whispered. Daim Mubai felt tempted. "If we consume a few more, we could undoubtedly break through to the Soul King level. What do we have to fear from Yi Feng then? We will be champions in the Soul Master competition." "All right, let us act," Daim Mubai declared. As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Hongjun had already begun to stride towards the herbs. However, Daim Mubai remained motionless in his place. At that moment, a formidable wave of soul power suddenly erupted from the distance where Tang San stood. Yu Xiaojing, who had been attentively observing Tang San, exclaimed with delight, "Xiao San is awakening." Tang San's eyes snapped open, radiating a blinding violet light. He not only consumed 2 varieties of celestial herbs, but also promptly ingested a type known as Autumn Water's Gaze upon entering the Eye of Ice and Fire. This particular herb possesses remarkable efficacy in cultivating the purple extreme demon eye. Once ingested, it enables the practitioner to attain the golden eye of fire, granting the ability to perceive extraordinary entities across vast distances. His amethyst demon eye has now ascended to the 3rd realm, the seed of mustard. With a resounding splash, Tang San leaped out of the water, landing gracefully on the shore. "Xiao San!" exclaimed Yu Xiaojing excitedly, hastening towards Tang San. "Teacher, don't come any closer." Tang San quickly interjected, moving towards Yu Xiaojing. "What is the matter?" Yu Xiaojing inquired, puzzled. Tang San replied, "That pool is exceedingly perilous. Even a tidal Douluo would hesitate to approach it for long. So terrifying." Yu Xiaojing expressed his astonishment. Ma Hongjun and Oscar exchanged skeptical glances, clearly unconvinced by Tang San's warnings. "Are you implying that you, Tang San, surpass a tidal Douluo?" Zhao Wujin stated. Tang San's words should not be dismissed. "That pool has always emanated an aura of extreme danger," Yu Xiaojing suggested. "Then let us keep our distance from the pool. Xiao San, do tell us how many levels you have ascended." All eyes turned to Tang San, filled with curiosity about his breakthroughs. With a beaming smile, he declared, "After 6 months of diligent training, my soul power has reached 33 levels. Most of the energy from the celestial herbs I consumed was used for body refinement, resulting in a modest increase in soul power of just 4 levels, bringing me to 37. 37 levels is quite impressive. By the way, what do you mean by body refinement?" Yu Xiaojing inquired. Tang San assessed his body and confidently replied, "I believe I have now attained the ability of ice and fire immunity." Hiss. Yu Xiaojing and the others could not help but gasp in astonishment. "Ice and fire immunity. That is utterly extraordinary," Zhao Wujin exclaimed in shock. Yu Xiaojing suddenly burst into laughter, proclaiming, "Truly worthy of being my disciple. Xiao San, you are my pride." Tang San's face radiated joy, while Daim Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun felt a tinge of jealousy. Ma Hongjun extended his hand, saying, "Tang San, since you have so many celestial herbs, why not share a few with us? We shall grow stronger together and claim victory in the Soul Master competition." Yu Xiaojing nodded in agreement. "Yes, Xiao San. After all, you are part of a team." Tang San shook his head. "It's not that I wish to withhold. 1 celestial herb is sufficient for me. Consuming more would be futile and wasteful. Our team currently comprises only 4 members, and we will need to recruit more in the future. Best to reserve them for our future companions." Yu Xiaojing remarked. "In that case, let us return." Ma Hongjun retorted, "You're deceiving us. Didn't you consume 2 of them yourself? How selfish can you be, Tang San? Tang San responded coldly. Those 2 types of celestial herbs are one of extreme cold and one of extreme heat. Consuming either alone would be fatal. Only by taking them together can one remain unharmed. Believe it or not. All right, let us save our discussions for later. Night is fast approaching. Don't worry. I've already prepared the IOU, Yu Xiaojing said. Zhao Wujing added, Oscar, mushroom sausage. Just then, a chilling voice echoed from above, You stole my belongings. And now you wish to leave? Chapter 132. Despair, the fearful Shrek. The one who has arrived is none other than Douluo, who has been present for quite some time. Initially filled with murderous intent, he has since calmed down upon reaching this place. When he arrived, Yu Xiaojing had not yet awoken. He concealed himself above the mist, covertly observing Yu Xiaojing and his companions below. He sought to uncover the identity of the audacious individual who dared to disturb his possessions. At that moment, upon witnessing Yu Xiaojing and his companions attempting to depart, he finally revealed himself. The chilling tone of Douluo's voice sent shivers down the spines of Yu Xiaojing and the others, prompting them to look up with urgency. Who goes there? Zhao Wuji bellowed, his gaze fixed warily above as his inner soul power surged in readiness. The initial thought that crossed the minds of Yu Xiaojing and his companions was that the master of this place had returned. Amidst the swirling mist, the figure of Douluo emerged, his toes lightly tapping against the cliff as he descended swiftly. He exuded no fluctuations of soul power, leaving Zhao Wuji and the others perplexed regarding his true capabilities. Douluo landed on the ground, sneering, You truly possess audacity beyond measure, daring to steal my belongings. Tang San furrowed his brow and inquired, What evidence do you have to prove that these herbs belong to you? He inwardly lamented his misfortune. Had he not been discovered, he might have continued surreptitiously acquiring the potion. Little did he anticipate that he would be caught on his very first attempt. Indeed, what evidence do you possess to substantiate your claims? Ma Hongjun retorted loudly. Yu Xiaojing hurriedly stepped forward, a broad smile adorning his face, and said, This is merely a misunderstanding. May I inquire your esteemed name? Douluo, exasperated, could only laugh in disbelief and replied, You steal my medicine, consume my potion, and yet you dare to claim it is a misunderstanding? He could no longer contain himself and was about to strike. At that moment, Yu Xiaojing pointed to the stone wall behind Douluo and said, Look, we have written an IOU. Just as Douluo was about to act, he paused and turned to see a piece of paper affixed to the wall. He picked up the paper and scrutinized it closely. Borrow my precious medicine and write an IOU. For prodigies who may one day ascend to the rank of title Douluo, will they repay my kindness once they achieve that status? After reading, Douluo smiled, a smile chillingly cold. Did you seek my consent before requesting to borrow my precious medicine? Douluo's voice was frigid. Tang San stepped forward, positioning himself beside Yu Xiaojing, and spoke with measured respect. Senior, our actions may have been somewhat inappropriate, but we have left you an IOU. I, Tang San, vow here that I shall repay your kindness in the future. You truly do have the audacity to swindle. In all my years, I have yet to encounter such shameless individuals as you, who brazenly justify their theft of another's belongings. Douluo scoffed. Daim Mubai interjected, Senior, all 4 of us possess the potential to become titled Douluo. Today, by exchanging a few precious medicines, you could secure future favors from 4 titled Douluos. Surely, such a transaction is not a loss. Indeed, how many would covet the goodwill of 4 titled Douluos, yet find themselves unable to obtain it? Ma Hongjun added. Douluo, fuming with laughter, retorted, So, I should be grateful to you for pilfering my medicine? Tang San furrowed his brow and replied, Senior, that is not the correct way to frame it. We have made it abundantly clear that this is a loan, not theft. We intend to repay you. Douluo's voice turned icy, emanating a murderous aura as he declared, There's no need to wait for the future. You shall repay me now, with your lives. The expressions of Tang San and his companions shifted dramatically. Yu Xiaojing quickly exclaimed, Senior, how can you be so unreasonable? Douluo stepped forward, closing the distance to Yu Xiaojing, and struck down with his palm toward Yu Xiaojing's head. Even speaking with you disgusts me, Douluo shouted. Tang San's heart raced as he pulled Yu Xiaojing back swiftly. Zhao Wujia had long been gathering power, and in an instant, he manifested his martial spirit, placing himself protectively in front of Yu Xiaojing and Tang San. As his second soul ring illuminated, the powerful golden titan palm struck towards Douluo's hand. Seeking death, Douluo sneered, refraining from invoking his martial soul, allowing his palm to clash with Zhao Wujia's. A resounding thud echoed as both men staggered backward. Heh, quite a bit of brute strength. Dugu Bo remarked with an eerie chuckle. Ma Hongjun scoffed. With such bravado, I expected him to be far more formidable, yet teacher Zhao repelled him with a single strike. Seeing Zhao Wujia force Dugu Bo back, Tang San and the others breathed a sigh of relief, smiles gracing their faces. After retreating a few steps, Zhao Wujia stood still, his right hand trembling incessantly, soon followed by his entire body shaking. Tang San was the first to sense something amiss and promptly inquired, Teacher Zhao, what's wrong? Zhao Wujia remained silent. Is everything all right, Wujia? Yu Xiaojiang asked anxiously. Look, Teacher Zhao's hand. Oscar exclaimed in alarm. The group turned to see that Zhao Wujia's entire palm had turned a deep shade of green. Tang San's gaze rose, noting that Zhao Wujia's neck was also beginning to take on a green hue. Teacher, Zhao has been poisoned. Oscar, the detoxifying wax sausage. Tang San shouted urgently. Oscar hurriedly crafted the wax sausage but hesitated to approach. Grasping the sausage, Tang San quickly stepped in front of Zhao Wujia and placed it in his mouth. Zhao Wujia struggled to chew. Dugu Bo, however, did not make an immediate move, instead observing the scene with keen interest. After swallowing the sausage, the spread of the green tint on Zhao Wujia's skin slowed slightly, yet it continued to advance. This is futile, Yu Xiaojiang lamented. The toxicity is too terrifying. Oscar's sausage is barely effective, Tang San responded gravely. Yu Xiaojiang, in a panic, implored, Senior, we beseech you to show mercy. We are from Shrek Academy. What nonsense is Shrek? I've never heard of it. Dugu Bo retorted with a cold laugh. Yu Xiaojiang persisted. We are also from the Royal Academy. I ask you to consider the Royal Academy's reputation and not hold this against us. The Royal Academy means nothing before me. Dugu Bo declared. Ma Hongjun interjected. Do you truly not wish to owe a favor to four-titled Duluos? Ha! Dugu Bo scoffed, as he unleashed his martial soul and soul rings. His feet transformed into a thick serpent's tail, and 9 soul rings emerged upon his body. Title Douluo? Ma Hongjun's eyes widened with terror, his face a mask of fear. The others were equally aghast, a chill running through their spines. You are the poisoned Douluo, Dugu Bo? Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed, collapsing to the ground in despair. Daim Mubai Oscar, and Ma Hongjun recoiled in fright. Tang San, though equally terrified, feigned composure. Dugu Bo mockingly stated, I have always been a title Douluo. Do you think I would care for the trifling sentiments of you insignificant beings? Yu Xiaojiang opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, Zhao Wujia's poisoned state rendered him barely able to speak. Tang San quickly adjusted his tone. Senior, it is entirely our fault for taking your herbs without permission. I sincerely apologize. Dugu Bo sneered. Is an apology sufficient? It is too late. You shall all perish. Yu Xiaojiang despaired. Xiao San, the poisoned Douluo is notoriously ruthless, killing without a second thought. We have truly invited calamity upon ourselves. Should we die here, no one would ever know. Tang San was not willing to accept such a fate and hastily implored, Poisoned Douluo, I am from the Haotian sect, and my father is a title Douluo of the Haotian sect. For the sake of the Haotian sect, please spare us this once, and we shall come to make amends. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Yu Xiaojiang finally regained his composure, declaring, I am Yu Xiaojiang, and my father is Yu Yuanjin of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Daim Mubai quickly added, I am Daim Mubai, the prince of the Star Luo Empire. Senior, for the sake of the Star Luo Empire, please let us go. Dugu Bo was momentarily surprised, but he quickly resumed his derisive demeanor. Do you believe your identities hold any weight? Now, kneel and prostrate yourselves in acknowledgement of your mistakes. Perhaps I might spare your lives. In the past, Dugu Bo might have felt some trepidation. However, now with Yi Feng as his backing, he dismissed the Haotian sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and the Star Luo Empire as inconsequential. He intended to first humiliate and torment these individuals thoroughly, a means to vent the fury that simmered within him. Chapter 133, Tang San kneels. Yu Xiaojiang and the others exchanged glances, none of them willing to kneel. At this moment, Zhao Wujia's entire body had turned a deep shade of green, teetering on the brink of death. Dugu Bo extended his hand, drawing the toxins from Zhao Wujia's body with a mere gesture. He has no immediate intention of taking the lives of Yu Xiaojiang and the others, for he has just received a transmission from Yi Feng, which has illuminated his subsequent course of action. Although the toxins within Zhao Wuji have dissipated, he has sustained grave internal injuries from the corrosive poison, leaving him in a state of profound weakness. His body lay utterly devoid of strength, slumped on the ground. Teacher Zhao, Tang San called out loudly. He is not yet dead, but should you refuse to kneel and admit your wrongs, I shall not show you mercy henceforth. Spoke Dugubo, his words laced with a chilling malice. Upon finishing his statement, a terrifying aura of killing intent erupted from him, enveloping Yu Xiaojiang and the others. With a thud, Ma Hongjun was the first to kneel, his forehead repeatedly striking the ground as he pleaded, Senior, please do not kill me. I understand my mistakes. Dugubo glanced at Ma Hongjun, then disdainfully remarked, You are quite an eyesore. Earlier, during his breakthrough, Ma Hongjun's mask had melted away in the flames. Hastily, he replied, You speak true, Senior. I am indeed a hideous creature, and I have sullied your sight. As he spoke, he slapped himself several times in a show of contrition. Daim Mubai and Oscar found themselves in a tumult of emotions, deeply conflicted about whether to kneel or not. Dugubo's voice turned icy. If you do not kneel immediately, I shall slay you all and bury you here to serve as fertilizer, perfectly suited to nourish my herbs. Gritting his teeth, Daim Mubai declared, Senior, I am the prince of the Star Luo Empire. Should you spare my life today, I vow to repay you handsomely in the future. Dugubo retorted, Today. I am in a foul mood. What does it matter if you are a prince? If you die here, who will ever know? Daim Mubai's heart sank in despair. With another thud, yet another individual knelt down. To Daim Mubai's astonishment, it was Yu Xiaojiang who had bowed first. Just moments ago, he had thought Oscar would be the first to kneel, yet it was Yu Xiaojiang who had yielded. Teacher, Tang San exclaimed, his expression one of utter disbelief. His eyes wide with shock at the sight of his mentor submitting. In his heart, he had always believed his teacher to be imbued with unyielding pride. How could he succumb in such a manner? Yu Xiaojiang closed his eyes, engulfed in inner turmoil. If it were not for dire necessity, how could he ever bring himself to kneel? He possesses a certain understanding of the character of Dugubo, a man notorious for his unyielding disposition. Dugubo acts solely according to his whims, harboring a narrow-mindedness that renders him capable of any act. Should he fail to kneel and incite Dugubo's wrath, it is indeed conceivable that he could perish here, with no one the wiser. He still has many tasks left undone and numerous aspirations unfulfilled, naturally. He is unwilling to meet his end here. Mubai, we were wrong. Let us kneel and apologize to Senior Dugu, Yu Xiaojiang advised. Oscar hesitated for a moment before slowly kneeling down, his head bowed, feeling an overwhelming sense of humiliation within. Dugubo turned his gaze towards the still-standing Tang San and Daim Mubai, speaking with keen interest. Aren't you too afraid of death? Do you truly believe I would fear the Haotian clan and the Star Luo Empire? Yu Xiaojiang, in a flurry, urged, You should kneel quickly. We have used the senior's treasures without permission. It is already quite generous of him to grant us a chance for redemption. Daim Mubai clenched his fists tightly, his face flushing crimson. Finally, he released his grip, his entire body seeming to lose strength as his knees struck the ground, filled with humiliation. Dugubo, you old wretch. I, Daim Mubai, vow to avenge this grievance, he silently roared in his heart. There truly is someone unafraid of death. Dugubo sneered as he looked at Tang San. Tang San stood resolutely, an expression of defiance upon his face. I, Tang San, kneel to heaven, earth, and my parents. If you wish for an apology, I can grant that, but to make me kneel, that is impossible, Tang San declared with unwavering resolve. Ha ha ha, a commendable sentiment towards heaven, earth, and parents. If I do not make you kneel today, I shall not be called Dugubo, he proclaimed, unleashing the formidable aura of a tidal Douluo as it bore down upon Tang San. Tang San's back and knees buckled, nearly forcing him to kneel. He gritted his teeth, channeling his soul energy, and gradually straightened his body. Ah, this is rather amusing. I take pleasure in tormenting little creatures like you who are oblivious to their impending doom. Dugubo mocked. He gradually intensified his aura. For Feng Hao Douluo, suppressing a soul master into submission simply by his presence was an exceedingly effortless task. At this moment, Tang San felt as though an immense mountain bore down upon him, causing his entire being to tremble incessantly, leaving him in such discomfort that he felt on the verge of vomiting blood. His back gradually bent downwards, his legs trembled incessantly, on the verge of cramping. Tang San, Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed in anguish. Witnessing Tang San in such a state, Yu Xiaojiang felt as if his heart were being sliced open by a knife. He crawled towards Tang San on his knees, grasping Tang San's hand and pulling him down. Xiao San, just kneel for a moment. It is merely a gesture, not a matter of life and death. Yu Xiaojing urged anxiously. Almost all of Tang San's strength was devoted to resisting the oppressive force of Douluo. He struggled to shake off Yu Xiaojing's hand. I am a disciple of the Tang sect, proud and unyielding. I shall never kneel. Tang San roared within his heart. Veins bulged prominently on his forehead, and beads of sweat cascaded down incessantly. Douluo furrowed his brow, growing increasingly impatient, and suddenly elevated his aura to its zenith. With a loud thud, Tang San expelled a mouthful of blood, his knees gradually buckling beneath him. I shall not kneel. No one can compel Tang San to bow. He bellowed, blood staining the corners of his mouth, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, his complexion ashen. Yet, his body continued its descent towards the ground. With a resounding crash, his knee struck the earth, creating 2 small craters in the soil. Another spurt of blood escaped Tang San's lips, not from resisting pressure, but from sheer indignation. Douluo sneered, though your strength is lacking, your temper is quite grand. Yu Xiaojing quickly interjected, Senior, he has already knelt. Please forgive his earlier rudeness. Ma Hongjun added, Senior, we have all bowed. Please grant us mercy. Douluo coldly replied, I have already stated. Kneel and kowtow while admitting your faults. Ma Hongjun promptly bowed his head, saying, Senior, I was in the wrong. Yu Xiaojing gritted his teeth and followed suit. Lowering his head as he uttered, My apologies, Senior Douluo. We should not have taken your belongings. Daim Mubai and Oscar hesitated momentarily. Douluo's thoughts shifted, and a terrifying toxin surged invisibly towards Daim Mubai and Oscar. The instant the lethal poison entered their bodies, they instantly felt its grip. The venom Douluo unleashed inflicted upon them an overwhelming sensation of agony. Daim Mubai and Oscar cried out in anguish. Yu Xiaojing, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun turned to witness the rapid transformation of Daim Mubai and Oscar's skin to a sickly green hue. Realizing the peril they faced, Daim Mubai and Oscar wasted no time in forcefully banging their heads against the ground, drawing blood from their foreheads. Senior, spare us, they lamented in torment. Witnessing this scene, Tang San's heart raced wildly. He turned to face Douluo, locking eyes with the cold, sinister gaze of the elder. Tang San felt a shiver run down his spine, the chill creeping across his entire back. Xiao San, quickly bow down, urged Yu Xiaojing anxiously. Tang San clenched his fists tightly, his head slowly lowering towards the ground. With a resounding thud, his forehead struck the earth, a wave of nausea washing over him as he felt humiliated. Chapter 134. The malicious little one Xiao San hastened to apologize. Yu Xiaojing pressed from the side. Elder Douluo, I was in the wrong. Tang San gritted his teeth, his tone far from sincere. Douluo mocked him. Pray tell, in what manner have you erred? Tang San replied, I should not have utilized your treasure without your permission. You have stolen. Douluo bellowed in fury. I apologize. I should not have taken your belongings, Tang San admitted. The humiliation I endure today, I, Tang San, shall surely repay in kind in the future. He vowed inwardly. Yu Xiaojing, with a beaming smile, interjected, Elder Douluo, we have both acknowledged our faults. Might you consider sparing us? We implore you to assist in alleviating their poison. He pointed at Daim Mubai and Oscar, who lay on the ground, convulsing and frothing at the mouth. With a flicker of thought, Douluo withdrew the lethal poison from their bodies. Daim Mubai and Oscar's faces turned pale, their breath shallow and feeble. He grinned. Do you think that bowing your head after stealing my belongings will suffice? Yu Xiaojing's expression changed dramatically as he replied, Senior, you just mentioned that if we bow and admit our mistake, you would spare us. Douluo retorted, You have misunderstood. I merely stated that there is a possibility of sparing you. How could you say that? Yu Xiaojing exclaimed. Do I need you to instruct me in my actions? Douluo waved his sleeve, unleashing a tremendous surge of soul power towards Yu Xiaojing. With a scream, Yu Xiaojing was hurled into the air, blood spewing from his mouth. Teacher, Tang San's eyes widened in fury, and he immediately summoned blue silver grass to ensnare Yu Xiaojing mid-air, pulling him back. The front of Yu Xiaojing's attire was already drenched in blood, and he appeared utterly defeated. Little San, we are doomed today, Yu Xiaojing despaired. Tang San turned his back to Douluo, his expression fierce, gritting his teeth. Who is to die is yet to be determined. As he spoke, his right hand suddenly transformed into a jade hue, a pure white herb manifesting atop it. He immediately infused the herb with his soul power and then, with a swift motion, hurled it backward. The pristine white herb shot toward Douluo with great speed. This was a celestial herb recently harvested by Tang San, known as the Snowy Swan's Kiss, which, though non-toxic, had the remarkable ability to amplify toxins by hundreds or even thousands of times. He believed that this was the most effective means to confront Douluo Bo. Given Douluo Bo's expertise in poison, he was undoubtedly saturated with it. If contaminated by the Snow White Swan kiss, there was a substantial likelihood that he would be fatally harmed by his own lethal toxins, magnified 100-fold. Should that be the case, Douluo Bo would surely meet his demise in an instant. The Snow White Swan kiss was launched by Tang San with the precision of a concealed weapon, slicing through the night with a swift white apparition. Within the Snow White Swan kiss, Tang San had infused his soul power, which would detonate upon reaching Douluo Bo, leaving him with no means of escape. However, Tang San was still overly naive, gravely underestimating Douluo Bo. Upon uttering the words that the outcome was uncertain, Douluo Bo became vigilant. He then beheld Tang San casting forth the Snow White Swan kiss. Douluo Bo's heart raced, and a shiver ran down his spine. He recognized this plant. Although he was unaware of its effects, each time he approached it, he felt a prickling sensation on his scalp, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of peril. He had never dared to touch this plant before. At this moment, upon witnessing the plant shooting towards him, Douluo Bo hastily summoned his soul power, sweeping his large hand to redirect the Snowy Swan's kiss aside. With a resounding bang, the Snowy Swan's kiss exploded approximately 10 meters to his right. Unsettled, Douluo Bo unleashed his soul power once more, conjuring a fierce wind that carried the remnants of the exploded Snowy Swan's kiss far away. Subsequently, he abruptly turned his head, his face brimming with murderous intent as he fixed his gaze upon Tang San. "You wretched little creature," Douluo Bo bellowed in fury, his figure flickering as he appeared before Tang San. He raised his hand and struck towards Tang San's face. Tang San's expression was one of horror, his body weighed down by the oppressive aura of Douluo Bo, rendering him unable to move. With a resounding slap, Douluo Bo's hand connected with Tang San's face, shattering the mask he wore. Tang San's mouth opened in shock, 2 teeth and a spurt of blood flying out, as he was sent crashing to the ground. Still not satisfied, Douluo Bo raised his foot and stomped down on Tang San several times. Tang San let out a pained groan, feeling 2 of his ribs fracture. Yu Xiaojiang, witnessing this scene, was filled with sorrow and pleaded, "Senior Douluo Bo, if you seek retribution, direct it at me. He is but a child. And all of this was instigated by me, not them." Douluo Bo paused and declared, "None of you shall escape." He extended his hand and forcefully ripped off Yu Xiaojiang's mask. Ugh, yet another repugnant sight. Douluo Bo spat contemptuously at Yu Xiaojiang's face. At this juncture, apart from Ma Hongjun, the others had sustained severe injuries. Ma Hongjun knelt at the back, trembling uncontrollably, scarcely daring to breathe for fear of attracting Douluo Bo's attention. But Douluo Bo had no intention of sparing Ma Hongjun. With a flick of his fingers, a terrifying toxin descended upon him. This venom not only eroded Ma Hongjun's body, but also inflicted excruciating pain that was nearly unbearable. Ma Hongjun howled in agony, his corpulent form convulsing on the ground. After a time, just as it seemed he was on the brink of death, Douluo Bo finally lifted the lethal poison from him. Subsequently, he seized Yu Xiaojiang and began leaping towards the mountain's peak. Had it not been for Yi Feng's whispered warning, he would have already dispatched Yu Xiaojiang and the others. After their demise, who would ever know if they were buried in the valley? Yi Feng's directive was clear, to torment Yu Xiaojiang and the others mercilessly. The earlier torment was merely an appetizer. Far more exhilarating spectacles awaited. "Teacher." Seeing Douluo Bo take Yu Xiaojiang away, Tang San cried out with a heart-wrenching wail. Zhao Wujia, utterly weakened, let out a sigh. Ma Hongjun, filled with resentment, exclaimed, "Tang San, it's all your fault. If you hadn't brought us here, if you hadn't coveted the herbs, would we have fallen into this plight? It's all because of you." Daim Mubai and Oscar regarded Tang San with similar disdain. Overcome with guilt, Tang San murmured, "Teacher, it is I who have brought you harm." As soon as he finished speaking, Douluo Bo descended once more, seizing Zhao Wujia and departing. "What on earth does that old monster intend to do? Surely he does not mean to cast us aside as fodder for soul beasts," Oscar exclaimed in terror. Upon hearing this, Tang San's heart brimmed with resentment, declaring, "Douluo Bo, should I survive, I shall repay you 100-fold." Ma Hongjun, trembling with fear, lamented, "We are doomed. Utterly doomed. I do not wish to be devoured by a soul beast." Before long, Douluo Bo returned, hoisting Ma Hongjun upwards. Ma Hongjun cried out in sheer panic, nearly losing control of himself. When it was Tang San's turn to be lifted to the summit, he discovered that Yu Xiaojiang and the others lay unscathed atop the mountain. "Senior Douluo, What do you intend to do with us? Yu Xiaojing inquired. Zhao Wujie added, if you wish to kill us, grant us a swift end. To die? That would be too merciful for you, Dugubo scoffed, his figure vanishing from the summit as he descended. Yu Xiaojing and the others exchanged bewildered glances, rendered speechless. Why has he left? Zhao Wujie questioned. Yu Xiaojing shook his head, his tone grave. I do not know, but judging by his demeanor, he will not let us off easily. Tang San urged. Oscar, quickly prepare the large sausages and small wax sausages. We must leave before Dugubo returns. Yes, hurry. Yu Xiaojing pressed. Oscar hastily concocted a batch of sausages, and the group devoured them to heal their wounds. However, it was not long before Dugubo reappeared. Chapter 135. Displayed at the city gate accompanying Dugubo were 6 burly men. He left these 6 outside the poison formation, then ascended the mountain and brought Tang San and the others down one by one. Finally, Dugubo slammed Tang San to the ground, kicking him a few times in fury, exclaiming, How dare you attempt to heal and prepare for escape while I was away? Who gave you the audacity? He unleashed a potent toxin, rendering Tang San and his companions exceedingly weak once more. What exactly do you intend to do with us, Dugubo? Tang San inquired loudly. Senior Dugu, please spare us. I am willing to serve you as a humble servant, Ma Hongjun pleaded. With a grand gesture, Dugubo commanded, take them away. The 6 burly men he had brought from the Sunset Forest seized hold of Yu Xiaojing and his companions, following Dugubo as they exited. These 6 individuals were members of the underworld concealed within Heavendo City, summoned by Yi Feng. Their task was to assist Dugubo in transporting Yu Xiaojing and his companions back to Tiando City. Suspended in the air, Yu Xiaojing and the others could not fathom Dugubo's intentions, which filled their hearts with trepidation. If Dugubo intends to kill us, then let it be. A warrior may be slain, but cannot be humiliated. Tang San shouted at Dugubo, who was holding him aloft. Dugubo turned back and remarked, You little creature. You are even more repulsive than that ugly little thing. Once they exited the forest, Yu Xiaojing and his companions were thrust into a horse-drawn carriage, which then sped towards Tiando City. Senior Dugubo, what exactly do you intend to do with us? Yu Xiaojing inquired. He was equally perplexed by Dugubo's intentions, feeling a rising sense of unease within. Dugubo reassured them, Do not worry, I have no intention of taking your lives. However, while capital punishment may be avoided, your transgressions cannot go unpunished. You must submit to the consequences you rightfully deserve. What punishment? Yu Xiaojing inquired hastily. Dugubo chose not to respond further. Inside the carriage, Yu Xiaojing and his companions appeared pale, their bodies devoid of any strength, each having sustained severe internal injuries. Master, where do you think Dugubo intends to take us? What does he wish to do? Zhao Wujie questioned. Yu Xiaojing shook his head, replying, I do not know either. But the fact that he claims not to kill us is a positive sign. As long as we remain alive, there is still hope. Indeed. As long as we do not perish, hope persists, Tang San affirmed. His eyes were filled with hatred, a deep-seated animosity directed towards Dong Gubo. One day, he would settle the score with Dong Gubo for today's grievances. Oscar, trembling with fear, remarked that he dreaded the thought of being subjected to a fate worse than death. Daim Mubai glanced out the window and mused, judging by the direction. They were being taken back to Tiando City. Could it be that they were to be delivered to the authorities, accused of theft? Yu Xiaojing nodded, acknowledging the possibility. Oscar breathed a sigh of relief, stating that if that were the case, it would be a blessing. Once in the hands of the authorities, Dong Gubo would be unable to torment them, and the Royal Academy would surely come to their aid. An hour later, they arrived at Tiando City. Yu Xiaojing frowned, expressing his confusion as the direction seemed not to lead to the authorities. Where, then, were they being taken? Tang San inquired, Teacher, based on your understanding of Dong Gubo, what does he intend to do with us? Yu Xiaojing shook his head, suggesting they wait and see. He was confident that Dong Gubo would not resort to murder. Before long, the carriage came to a halt at the entrance of a secluded courtyard. Yu Xiaojing and the others were forcibly removed from the carriage and dragged into the courtyard. Inside, 6 or 7 wooden stakes stood ominously, and they were swiftly bound to them. Dong Gubo, what do you intend to do with us? Daim Mubai questioned, his anxiety mounting. It seemed evident that Dong Gubo was preparing to inflict torture upon them. Dong Gubo casually pulled a chair over, sat down, and coldly instructed. Stuff their mouths and beat them mercilessly. 6 burly men grinned with malevolent glee as they removed their socks and forced them into Yu Xiaojing and his companions' mouths. The expression of terror on their faces was palpable as they struggled vigorously, clenching their jaws to resist the foul socks. Yet, their bodies were too weak to withstand the overpowering force of the men, who pried their mouths open and shoved the socks inside. The stench of the socks induced immediate nausea in Yu Xiaojing and his companions. However, with their mouths stuffed, they could not expel the contents, and the bile rose only to be swallowed back down. The 6 men produced whips and began to lash Yu Xiaojing and his companions mercilessly. With each strike, blood welled upon their skin, and their garments were torn to shreds. The excruciating pain elicited muffled cries from Ma Hongjun and the others, who could only manage to produce whimpering sounds. Strike them hard, continue for 5 full hours. As long as they do not die, it will suffice, Dugu Bo coldly remarked. Witnessing Yu Xiaojing and his companions endure such torment, he felt a sense of relief within himself. Not long after, Oscar and Ma Hongjun could no longer withstand the agonizing ordeal and succumbed to unconsciousness. Even in their stupor, the whip continued to strike their bodies. Before long, they were jolted awake by the pain once more. Tang San, Yu Xiaojing, Daim Mubai, and Zhao Wujin also fell into unconsciousness after suffering severe beatings. For a relentless 5 hours, their bodies bore no remnants of intact fabric. Their skin was marred by lacerations, raw and torn, with some areas even exposing bone. Throughout it all, Dugu Bo did not take a moment's respite, fixated on the torment inflicted upon Yu Xiaojing and his companions. He rose to his feet and declared, "Very well, it is now 4 in the morning. Bring them to the city gate, hang them outside the walls, and affix their charges of theft for all to see and ridicule." Just awakening, Tang San was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of despair upon hearing these words. Dugu Bo could strike him in any manner he wished, but to have him suspended at the city gate for public scorn was a torment far worse than death itself. He could envision that if he were truly hung on the city wall, he would undoubtedly become infamous, a laughingstock across the entire continent. Even if he were to attain the title of titled Douluo in the future, this would forever remain an indelible stain upon his reputation. Yu Xiaojing's expression was one of despair as he implored, "Dugu Bo, you must not do this. Just kill me. Do not hang me on the city wall." Tang San retorted angrily, "Dugu Bo, my father will never let you go. He is a titled Douluo of the Haotian clan." Daim Mubai, too, bore a face of utter desolation. As the illustrious prince of the Star Luo Empire, he found himself tormented to the brink of death, destined to be displayed on the walls of Heavendoe City. How humiliating! Not only would he suffer personal disgrace, but he would also tarnish the reputation of the Star Luo Empire. Observing the despair etched on the faces of Yu Xiaojing and the others, Dugu Bo felt a sense of satisfaction. At around 4 in the morning, Heavendoe City had fallen into a serene silence, enveloped in stillness. Dugu Bo incapacitated the soldiers guarding the city through poison, then commanded 6 burly men to hang Tang San and his companions upon the city wall. Beside them, their names and identities were affixed, along with the crimes they had committed. Once again, Tang San and his companions found their mouths stuffed with foul socks, rendering them voiceless. They were engulfed in utter despair, suspended and subjected to public scrutiny. Such torment was far more harrowing than death itself. After today, Shrek Academy would undoubtedly achieve notoriety. Chapter 136, A Fate Worse Than Death. Upon the completion of their task, Dugu Bo and the 6 burly men finally returned to their respective places. Tang San and his companions were filled with astonishment and began devising ways to escape their dire predicament. Their mouths were stuffed with socks, rendering them unable to speak, and they could only communicate through their glances. Soon, despair enveloped them. Their bodies were utterly devoid of strength, bearing grievous wounds, although the soul energy within them remained abundant. For some inexplicable reason, they were unable to harness it. This soul energy lingered within their bodies, yet it seemed as though it no longer belonged to them. They also discovered that their martial souls could no longer be unleashed, enveloped by a sensation of being bound by an unseen force. In truth, the ropes binding their hands were the binding spirit ropes, entrusted to 6 members of the Underworld by Yi Feng, capable of sealing a soul master's soul power and martial soul. Tang San, unwilling to succumb to his fate, attempted to employ hidden weapon techniques, yet his efforts proved futile. Both of his hands were fractured, rendering him utterly unable to exert any strength. After several attempts, the flicker of hope that had ignited within them was extinguished once more. They were all engulfed in profound despair, particularly Yu Xiaojing, Tang San, and Daim Mubai. Each of them harbored a sense of pride, and this torment was far more unbearable than death itself. suspended on the city walls, subjected to the spitting and ridicule of the crowd. They not only risked losing their dignity but also brought shame upon their families. They would rather endure physical torment than suffer the anguish of the soul. Even if they were ultimately rescued, they would undoubtedly be subjected to ridicule and mockery wherever they went. Tang San could scarcely fathom the thought of how Tang Hao would react upon discovering that he had been suspended here. Would he be so enraged as to spit blood? As time ticked away, by the faint light of dawn, a multitude had already gathered outside the city gates, awaiting their opening. They had all discovered the 6 individuals, including Yu Xiaojing, hanging on either side of the city gate. The crowd pointed and murmured, their voices a cacophony of mockery. Beside each of Yu Xiaojing's companions was a placard detailing their identities and the crimes they had committed. Yu Xiaojing's placard read, Criminal Yu Xiaojing, son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect's leader, a teacher at Shrek Academy, infamously known as the Master. Last night, he was caught stealing the rare treasure of the poisoned Douluo, and, upon capture, he resorted to various excuses. After judgment in the underworld, he was deemed a grave offender, sentenced to public hanging. So this is the legendary master. He is indeed a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. How could he commit such an act of theft? Goodness, how could Yu Xiaojing be so ugly? It makes me want to vomit. As a teacher, he has stooped to such thievery. He deserves this fate. If the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect were present, he might tear Yu Xiaojing apart. For he has brought disgrace upon the sect. Yu Xiaojing's grotesque, aged face flushed crimson, his eyes tightly shut, unable to bear the gaze of the crowd below. The whispers struck his ears like sharp knives, each word piercing his heart. This sensation was so excruciating that it felt as if he might vomit blood. His reputation has been irreparably tarnished. From this moment forth, others will not only mock him as a master of theory, but also deride him as a thief. Even if he were to achieve great success in the future, he would remain unable to shed this stain. Tang San, too, kept his eyes closed, unable to bear the sight below. The charges against him stated, the sinner Tang San, a disciple of the Haotian sect and a student of Shrek Academy, was apprehended last night for the theft of a rare treasure belonging to the poisoned Douluo. After being captured, he resorted to various evasions. Following a trial in the underworld, he was deemed guilty of heinous crimes and sentenced to public hanging. Why does this young man's face appear so wretched? What are those 2 large swellings upon it? Once again, a student from Shrek Academy has caused a stir, and this institution is becoming notorious in a most undesirable manner. It is shocking that a disciple of the Haotian sect could stoop to such petty theft, tarnishing the illustrious image of the Haotian sect. At such a tender age, he has strayed from the righteous path, making future accomplishments seem unlikely. Listening to the murmurs below, Tang San felt an overwhelming sense of anguish. Forgive me, father. I have brought shame upon you, he thought sorrowfully. His eyelids trembled, and desperate tears streamed down his face. I, Tang San, shall not rest until you are vanquished. I vow this in my heart. Beside Daim Mubai, the charges were inscribed. Criminal Daim Mubai, Prince of the Star Luo Empire, student of Shrek Academy, was apprehended last night for the theft of the rare treasure belonging to the poisoned Douluo. Upon capture, he resorted to various forms of deceit. After judgment by the underworld, he is found guilty of heinous crimes and is to be publicly hanged. Wow, he is indeed the Prince of the Star Luo Empire? Is this true? What manner of institution is Shrek Academy to harbor such illustrious individuals among its faculty and students? The spectators buzzed with intrigue. A prince has committed the crime of theft and is now displayed upon the walls of our imperial capital. Do you suppose the emperor of the Star Luo Empire will be enraged? Will they wage war against us? What concern is it of ours? Their prince is punished by the underworld. Any quest for vengeance must be directed there. The charges against Zhao Wujia, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun echoed the same sentiments, clarifying to the audience below that the 6 had conspired together to pilfer from Douluo, leading to their collective judgment by the underworld. Curiosity piqued regarding the stolen item. The crowd pondered what could have been so extraordinary as to invoke the underworld's wrath. Surely it must be a remarkable treasure, as it was labeled a rare artifact. Teachers and students alike engaging in theft. Is this an academy of thieves? A young man remarked. I recognize these individuals. They are currently participating in an exchange at our Royal Academy. What? The Royal Academy consorts with such an institution? If I were the head of the Royal Academy, I would expel them at once. At that moment, the city gate swung open, drawing the attention of the guards to the gathering crowd outside. A squad of soldiers rushed forth, discovering Yu Xiaojing and the others suspended from the city walls. finally freeing himself of the sock lodged in his mouth. Yu Xiaojing weakly cried out, "Help, please release us." The captain of the soldiers arrived, his expression grave. Unwilling to lower Yu Xiaojing and his companions due to the ominous inscriptions bearing the name of the underworld, he dared not be negligent and promptly reported the matter. Before long, the Emperor of the Snowy Night became aware of the situation and erupted in furious roars. The Emperor immediately summoned Qian Renxue, commanding her to expel these individuals from Shrek Academy without delay. He absolutely would not permit such a trivial nuisance to tarnish the reputation of the Royal Academy. Moreover, he decreed that only observation was allowed, forbidding any unauthorized descent of those individuals from Shrek Academy. He harbored no concerns regarding the Haotian sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, or the Star Luo Empire seeking trouble with the Heaven Do Empire. This matter was orchestrated by the Netherworld. If trouble were to arise, it should be directed towards them. Furthermore, he had previously instructed Qian Renxue to gather those talented youths from the Netherworld, so how could he possibly oppose them? Yu Xiaojing and his companions found themselves suspended in limbo for an entire morning. By noon, Qian Renxue dispatched a messenger to convey an edict, declaring the expulsion of Shrek Academy from the Royal Academy. The onlookers among the populace erupted in applause. Not long after, Flander, who was leisurely sipping tea within the Royal Academy and daydreaming of Shrek Academy's promising future, was unceremoniously ushered out. He inquired and, upon learning about the circumstances surrounding Yu Xiaojing and his companions, rushed anxiously towards the city gate. Before long, a strikingly beautiful woman in her 30s, with a voluptuous figure, hurriedly arrived at the city gate. Upon seeing Yu Xiaojing suspended above, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. "Xiaojing, it truly is you," she murmured, unable to stem the flow of her tears. Chapter 137. Tang San's unchanging nature faces divine retribution. The newcomer was Lu Erlong. She had overheard students at the academy discussing a person named Yu Xiaojing who was hanging on the city wall, prompting her hurried arrival. Along the way, she had continuously heard people discussing the events at the city gate. Their words were delivered with conviction, claiming that the one suspended was the son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect's leader, causing Lu Erlong to feel an urgency like never before. She dashed forward, reaching the city gate at breakneck speed. The moment she laid eyes on Yu Xiaojing, her heart quivered. This was her Xiaojing. Although his face was severely disfigured, Lu Erlong recognized him immediately. Tears flowed freely, soaking her clothing. "Xiaojing, I have searched for you so desperately. After all these years, you have finally returned to me." Lu Erlong cried inwardly, gazing at Yu Xiaojing's terrifying visage and the gruesome scars that marred his body. Her heart ached profoundly. She could only imagine the immense suffering he had endured. "Xiaojing, I have come to rescue you," Lu Erlong whispered, taking measured steps towards him. The onlookers were taken aback as they witnessed a beautiful woman approaching Yu Xiaojing. Not only the gathered crowd, but even Yu Xiaojing and his companions were captivated by Lu Erlong's presence. Upon seeing her, Yu Xiaojing's body trembled, and his eyes widened in fear. He dared not meet Lu Erlong's gaze, opting instead to shut his eyes, his entire body trembling lightly, his mind a blank slate. He could never have anticipated that Lu Erlong would appear in this place. His grotesque demeanor and pitiful appearance were all witnessed by Lu Erlong. He felt that his flawless image in Lu Erlong's eyes was about to be shattered. "I am so hideous now, utterly disfigured. She surely would not recognize me." Yu Xiaojing consoled himself. Lu Erlong approached Yu Xiaojing from below, her voice trembling as she called out, "Xiaojing." Yu Xiaojing's body trembled once more. He squeezed his eyes shut, too afraid to open them. Tang San and the others, witnessing this scene, temporarily set aside their pain and shame, filled with deep perplexity. They were somewhat curious about the identity of this beautiful woman in relation to Yu Xiaojing. "Xiaojing, it's me, I'm Erlong," Lu Erlong choked out. The onlookers began to murmur and point, their discussions growing louder. Yu Xiaojing remained with her eyes tightly shut, feigning ignorance. Lu Erlong stepped closer and embraced Yu Xiaojing's legs, pleading, "Xiaojing, open your eyes and see, it's me. I have searched for you for over a decade, and I have finally found you." At last, Yu Xiaojing spoke, her voice trembling as she replied, "I'm sorry, you have mistaken me for someone else. I am not Yu Xiaojing." Hearing this response from Yu Xiaojing only deepened the confusion among Tang San and the others. Lu Erlong paused for a brief moment, then felt a profound ache in her heart. She understood that Yu Xiaojing was too afraid to acknowledge her, too ashamed to face her. "You're talking nonsense. You are indeed Yu Xiaojing. The charges beside you are clearly inscribed, someone shouted. Lu Erlong cried out, Xiaojing. Even if your voice has changed and your appearance has been marred, I can still recognize you. I am your Erlong. Please, open your eyes and see. 2 streams of tears flowed from beneath Yu Xiaojing's eyelids. His body trembled increasingly, and he could not suppress the sobs escaping his throat. Witnessing Yu Xiaojing in such a state, Lu Erlong felt a deeper pang of anguish and declared, Xiaojing, I will take you away. A dagger materialized in her hand as she leaped forward, aiming to sever the rope binding Yu Xiaojing. After several attempts, she realized that the rope was extraordinarily resilient and utterly unyielding. At that moment, Flander finally arrived. Xiaojing, he shouted, pushing through the crowd and rushing towards them. Lu Erlong turned to see Flander, who abruptly halted, standing there in a daze as he gazed at her. Erlong, Flander called out with a mix of emotions. Lu Erlong urged, do not stand there, quickly help me lower Xiaojing. Flander nodded vigorously, producing a knife. This rope cannot be cut, Lu Erlong explained. Flander leaped up to test it, and indeed, it proved futile. Then I shall untie the rope, he proclaimed, leaping again. One hand reaching into the wall, while the other worked to loosen the bindings. Meanwhile, Lu Erlong cautiously cradled Yu Xiaojing as she brought him down. She held him tightly in her arms, her hands trembling as they brushed against his face. What should I do? What will happen if she discovers I am not a man? Yu Xiaojing thought in panic. He was unable to confront Lu Erlong and, overwhelmed by extreme weakness and intense emotional turmoil, fainted unexpectedly. Along with him were several others. Flander remarked. Dean. A few individuals from the Blue Tyrant Academy rushed in, calling out. Lu Erlong exclaimed with delight, quickly, go fetch a carriage to take them back to the academy. Tang San was the last to be gently set down. Dean. Tang San called out. He gazed at the several ropes discarded on the ground by Flandra, his eyes gleaming with excitement. What is it? Flandra inquired. Tang San, in a feeble voice, replied, Dean, these ropes are treasures, do not cast them aside. Although he could not yet identify the material of the rope, he was certain that it was indeed an exceptional substance for crafting hidden weapons. If these ropes were to be disassembled, they might very well be transformed into several of the esteemed concealed weapons ranked among the Tang sect's finest. Flander nodded in agreement, remarking that the nature of the rope was unknown, yet its rigidity was undeniable. Upon hearing Tang San's words, the surrounding crowd erupted in derisive laughter. Look at these people. Having stolen the treasures of the poisoned Douluo and being punished so, they now covet the treasures of the underworld. Truly, their thieving nature remains unchanged. One could easily discern that the boy, with his shifty eyes, was not of good character. Flander, already aware of the situation's intricacies, felt a surge of anger and admonished. What time is it, and you still think of taking advantage of others? Gritting his teeth, Tang San replied, take it away. This rope was used by them to bind people. In their eyes, it should not be deemed precious. If the underworld's people come seeking it again, we shall return it to them. He has just discovered something anew. After the ropes on his hands were untied, he found that the soul power within him could once again be summoned, and the oppressive sensation that had afflicted his martial spirit had vanished. He harbored doubts that this rope might possess the ability to suppress martial souls and soul power. If this were indeed the case, then such a material would be nothing short of extraordinary. Crafted into concealed weapons, it would be virtually invincible, rendering its wielder unstoppable in battle. Those struck by these hidden weapons would find themselves incapable of utilizing their martial souls and soul power. Thus, he took the risk of allowing Flinder to take the rope away. He sought to investigate whether the rope was of natural origin or artificially crafted. Should he uncover the truth, integrating this knowledge into the hidden weapons of the Tang sect would herald a remarkable advancement. Even if the denizens of the underworld were to demand the rope, he could discreetly procure a portion for further examination. Frandel, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, Tang San. At such a critical juncture, you still ponder trivial matters? We must leave at once, for the underworld's forces are upon us. With that, he forcibly hoisted Tang San onto his back and made his way outward. At that moment, Tang San's mind stirred, and the blue-silver grass emerged, snaking towards the 6 ropes lying on the ground, intent on retrieving them into the soul-guiding device. His hands were fractured, leaving him with no choice but to carry on in this manner. Just as the blue-silver grass he released began to entwine with the ropes, a voice resonated above the crowd, commanding and formidable. Sinner Tang San, coveting the treasures of the underworld, your thieving nature remains unchanged. You shall be punished. No sooner had the words been uttered than a tremendous roar echoed from the heavens, and a bolt of white lightning descended upon Tang San. He raised his gaze, his eyes nearly blinded by the piercing brilliance of the white light. His hair stood on end, his heart raced, and his face was etched with terror. The bolt of lightning struck Tang San directly, causing the blue-silver grass he had unleashed to explode instantaneously, while the 6 ropes ensnared fell to the ground. Feng, who had been carrying Tang San, let out a wail as he was hurled away by an unseen force. Tang San crashed to the ground, his body convulsing and contorting, smoke rising from him, his skin charred black. Chapter 138. Lu Erlong. I need to help Xiao Gang clean his body. In the distance, on a horse-drawn carriage, Yi Feng quietly observed this scene. The lightning strike moments ago had been his doing. He never anticipated that Tang San would take an interest in those few ropes. It is inconceivable that his possessions would be taken away by Tang San, which is why he resorted to punishing him. Tang San lay on the ground, convulsing, foam escaping from his mouth. Flinder, too, was paralyzed, his mind in a haze, yet he sustained no significant injury. On the carriage, Xiaowu, Ningrongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing were also present. Yesterday afternoon, when Tang San and his companions attempted to steal Dugobo's herbs, Yi Feng had informed them of the incident. This morning, upon hearing the commotion at the city gate, they urged Yi Feng to bring them to witness the spectacle. Tang San truly deserves this, even at this juncture. He still covets your belongings, Ning Rongrong remarked. Well struck, Zhu Zhuqing added. With a wave of his hand, Yi Feng summoned the ropes back to him, vanishing from sight. This lad has faced retribution so swiftly, he truly deserves it, someone commented. It is merely self-inflicted. The underworld is indeed mysterious. To summon thunder and lightning, could this be the work of mere mortals? Do not be overly astonished, perhaps a master from the underworld, adept in thunder and lightning martial spirits, lurks in the shadows, disapproving of that boy's actions, thus intervening to punish him. Lu Erlong had already placed Yu Xiaojiang onto the carriage and rushed over upon witnessing Flinder being struck by lightning. She grasped Flinder and inquired, "Are you all right?" Flinder vigorously shook his head, regaining consciousness, and replied, "I am fine." He hurriedly rushed to Tang San's side, anxiously inquiring, "Xiao San, are you all right?" Tang San offered no response, his body occasionally convulsing. Lu Erlong lifted Tang San's eyelid and remarked, "He has already lost consciousness. We must leave this place at once." "Indeed. We must hasten our departure," Flander concurred. He recalled the menacing voice that had struck fear into his heart. After Lu Erlong and Flander boarded the carriage, they hastily urged the horses onward, racing toward the city of Tiando. As they witnessed Yu Xiaojiang and his companions being taken away, the onlookers gradually dispersed. This farce lasted merely half a day, yet it was destined to spread like wildfire across the continent. Shrek Academy had finally gained notoriety, albeit not for its prowess in the Soul Master Tournament, but rather as a subject of ridicule. In the carriage, Xiao Wu inquired, "Yi Feng, who was that woman just now?" She seemed quite concerned for Yu Xiaojiang. Ning Rongrong replied, "I suspect she must be Yu Xiaojiang's partner. How come I've never heard of her?" Xiao Wu asked, perplexed. Yi Feng explained, "She is Yu Xiaojiang's cousin. They once shared a romantic bond. But upon discovering her true identity, Yu Xiaojiang could not face their relationship and fled, hiding in Nodding City for over a decade." Xiao nodded. "So that's how it is. I did hear her say she had been searching for Yu Xiaojiang for many years." Ning Rongrong frowned. "Yu Xiaojiang is exceedingly cowardly and selfish, isn't he? If he had feelings, he should have embraced them. If not, he ought to have made it clear. Why let a woman waste over a decade of her youth in pursuit of him? Who does he think he is?" Xiao remarked, "That woman truly is pitiable." Zhu Zhuqing interjected coldly, "She must be blind to have fallen for a man like Yu Xiaojiang." Ning Rongrong concurred, "Indeed. It's truly unfortunate that she has such affections for someone like him." "Well then, let us return," Yi Feng stated. "Are we just going to let them go?" Zhu Zhuqing asked. Yi Feng replied, "This punishment is sufficient for them. Let them live. After all, I promised to await them at the Soul Master Tournament." Ning Rongrong added, "Very well, let them experience our might in the tournament." Within the carriage, Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San lay unconscious, while Zhao Wujing, Daim Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun remained awake. Oscar and Ma Hongjun were incessantly wailing, their bodies riddled with wounds, every inch of the making. Daim Mubai and Zhao Wujing, displaying greater resolve, managed to endure. Flander urged, "Oscar, quickly prepare the sausages. My martial soul is unusable." Oscar replied, "It can be used now. That feeling of suppression has vanished." Oscar promptly crafted several large sausages. After consuming the sausages, they felt somewhat better, though their injuries still weighed heavily upon them. Oscar remarked, "Master and Tang San are unconscious and cannot eat the sausages." Lu Erlong suggested, "Let us go to my academy. We have healing soul masters there." "That is good to hear." Flanders sighed in relief. "The people from the Underworld Haven Tea pursued us, have they?" Zhao Wujia inquired with a sense of concern. Flander replied, "There was no pursuit. The formidable expert who unleashed the lightning earlier must belong to the Underworld. He did not impede our departure, so all should be well." "Did you truly attempt to steal Dugobo's treasures?" Flander asked, his brow furrowing. Zhao Wujia managed a wry smile and nodded. "Yes," Flander exclaimed in anger. "How could you engage in such reckless behavior? Are you not afraid for your lives? Dugobo is not someone to be trifled with. This predicament is entirely Tang San's fault. Had it not been for him, we would never have endured such torment." Ma Hongjun glared at Tang San with bloodshot eyes, speaking with venom. "What on earth is happening?" Lu Erlong inquired. Zhao Wujia recounted the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing about the miraculous effects of the celestial herb, both Flander and Lu Erlong were left astounded. Flander sighed. "The potency of this celestial herb is indeed astonishing. Each of you has advanced several levels, yet the cost is rather steep. Not only have you suffered greatly, but the reputation of Shrek Academy is now irrevocably tarnished. Dugobo, I shall seek vengeance," Daim Mubai declared through gritted teeth. Flander questioned, "You have provoked Dugobo. How then did you incur the judgment of the Underworld?" Zhao Wujia responded, "I suspect Dugobo has allied himself with the Underworld, with Dugobo, a titled Douluo, in their ranks. Their power has become terrifying, reaching at least the level of the top 3 sections," Flander remarked. Lu Erlong caressed Yu Xiaojang's face, a murderous intent gradually surfacing on her delicate features. "Underworld, you have tormented Xiaojang to this extent. I shall one day repay this grievance," she vowed with clenched teeth. Fully aware of the significance of a man's visage, Yu Xiaojang must be in immense pain due to his current state. Flander sighed. Xiaojang's disfigurement was not inflicted by the Underworld. Then who was responsible? Lu Erlong pressed. Flander cast a sidelong glance at Tang San and lamented, "This tale is lengthy. Let us await Xiaojang's awakening so he may recount it himself." Ma Hongjun pointed an accusatory finger at Tang San, exclaiming, "He was the one. Not only did he cause the master and me to be disfigured, but—" "Ma Hongjun, silence." Flander barked angrily. Ma Hongjun promptly shut his mouth, casting a wary gaze at the furious Flander. Lu Erlong frowned. "What did he cause you and the master to become?" Flander hastily replied, "Erlong, do not pay heed to this boy's nonsensical claims. Xiaojang has merely been disfigured. If we can find a skilled healing soul master, there remains a possibility for recovery." Lu Erlong fixed her gaze on Tang San, her expression growing cold. Flander quickly added, "Tang San is Xiaojang's disciple. As for the disfigurement, Xiaojang has already forgiven him." Lu Erlong's gaze remained icy, though he chose to remain silent. Upon returning to Lambo Academy, Lu Erlong promptly arranged for a healing soul master to attend to Yu Xiaojang and the others. After an hour of treatment, their injuries were finally stabilized. Inside Yu Xiaojang's room, Lu Erlong rose and announced, "You may all leave. I wish to assist Xiaojang in cleansing his body and changing into fresh attire." Chapter 139. Tang San, frightened, hides beneath the bed at that moment. Flander became anxious and quickly interjected, "Erlong, how can you take on such a task? I can assist Xiaojang with the cleansing." He could hardly fathom the consequences if Lu Erlong were to discover that Yu Xiaojang was no longer a man. It was likely that Lu Erlong would go mad. Should Yu Xiaojang awaken to find his secret laid bare, he might, in a moment of despair, contemplate ending his own life. Thus, Flander had to intervene and prevent Lu Erlong from discovering the truth. With her brows furrowed, Lu Erlong declared, "I am his wife. Why should I not assist him in cleansing his body? You two have yet to consummate your marriage. It would be far more convenient for me to handle such matters." Flander replied, "Nonsense. Yu Xiaojang is my man, and it is my rightful duty to attend to him," Lu Erlong retorted, pushing Flander toward the door. Flander pleaded, "Erlong, listen to me. Xiaojang's skin has been entirely corroded. I fear it may frighten you." "I am not afraid, no matter how hideous he may appear. He remains my Yu Xiaojang," Lu Erlong asserted. "Please, let me take care of this. It truly is not appropriate," Flander insisted. But Lu Erlong forcefully ejected him from the room. "You, a grown man, are clumsy. I cannot trust you with this," she stated resolutely. Outside, Flander wore a wry smile. reflecting on how, after all these years, Lu Erlong's fiery temperament had not waned. He hoped she would find some composure soon. Zhao Wudra and the others, situated in the adjacent rooms, could hear the commotion from within. Flander dared not leave, standing vigil outside the door, knowing that Lu Erlong would undoubtedly struggle to accept the truth upon discovering it. He felt it necessary to remain and offer her comfort. Inside, Lu Erlong had prepared a basin of water and a towel, gently beginning to remove Yu Xiaojiang's tattered clothing. Her movements were tender and delicate, as if she feared causing him pain. Her gaze was soft and filled with affection, a stark contrast to the roughness she had displayed toward Flander earlier. After the treatment from the Soul Master, the wounds inflicted by the whip had begun to heal, yet his body was marred with horrifying scars from the corrosion. Presenting a frightening sight, Lu Erlong caressed the scars with a heavy heart, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Xiaojiang, I will not turn my back on you," she whispered softly. Then, she hesitantly reached to remove his trousers, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. It was her first time engaging in such an intimate act, and she could not help but feel bashful. Her hands trembled as she gently pulled down the fabric. "Xiaojiang, you have evaded me for so many years. You were still avoiding me at the city gate. This time, I shall not allow you to escape. I have resolved to claim you today. Once we have consummated our marriage, you will no longer shy away from me." Lu Erlong felt a rush of shyness as she reached a critical moment. Trembling, she halted, inhaled deeply, and then pulled down with great force. Immediately, she stood there in a state of shock. The blush on her face gradually faded, her eyes widened in disbelief. Overwhelmed by astonishment, the reality was starkly different from her imagination. The space before her was utterly devoid of anything. Despite her years of existence, even without direct experience, she possessed an understanding of what a man ought to be. However, Yu Xiaojiang was left entirely vacant, with only terrifying scars of corrosion remaining. It was painfully evident that one of his organs had been completely eroded away. Lu Erlong stood there, as if struck by lightning, her mind buzzing with emptiness. Just moments ago, she had envisioned an intimate connection with Yu Xiaojiang, only to discover that he was no longer a man. Her body shook increasingly, tears cascading uncontrollably. "Xiaojiang, who could have done this to you?" she murmured, her vision blurring as she nearly collapsed. Outside, Flander heard the commotion and immediately rushed in. Upon seeing Lu Erlong, her face streaked with tears and her heart shattered, Flander sighed helplessly. He approached Lu Erlong from behind, gently patting her shoulder, offering words of comfort. "Erlong, do not be disheartened. At least Xiaojiang is still alive." Lu Erlong abruptly turned around, gripping Flander by the collar, nearly lifting him off the ground. A terrifying aura of murderous intent emanated from her, her hair swirling wildly, her expression dark and foreboding. This chilling presence was palpable even to Zhao Wujia's group in the adjacent rooms. At that moment, Tang San happened to awaken. Although he was still gravely injured, his spirit remained unbroken, and he distinctly sensed the murderous intent emanating from Lu Erlong. Unbeknownst to him, he had been rescued and returned to Blue Tyrant Academy. Upon sensing the aura of hostility, he mistakenly believed that the Underworld's denizens were in pursuit. "Where am I? Should I seek refuge first?" Tang San pondered with vigilance. His mental energy radiated outward, and he heard the voice of Lu Erlong. "Tell me, who is responsible for harming Xiaojiang like this?" Lu Erlong's voice was chillingly cold, leaving Flander at a loss. "Tell me, who is it?" Lu Erlong shouted. In the adjacent room, Zhao Wudra and others had already surmised the general situation. It turned out to be the ant who had come to their rescue. Tang San let out a sigh of relief, feeling reassured. As long as it was not someone from the underworld pursuing them, everything would be fine. He felt a profound sense of regret, realizing that a master from the underworld had been nearby at that moment, preventing him from obtaining those precious ropes, a truly lamentable loss. That lady must be deeply concerned about the injuries inflicted on the teacher. He pondered the nature of her relationship with him. Tang San mused. Flander, with a wry smile, remarked, "Ere long, it would be best if you refrained from inquiring further. Even Xiao Gang himself has chosen not to pursue this matter." Lu Erlong bellowed. "Xiao Gang has lost his very essence. Whoever is responsible for causing him such harm shall face my relentless vengeance." Ma Hongjun, upon hearing this, could not suppress a grin of schadenfreude. Tang San was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that Lu Erlong's fury stemmed from the fact that Yu Xiao Gang had been rendered a eunuch. He felt the icy aura of Lu Erlong's murderous intent, coupled with an overwhelming fury, and was instantly filled with fear. He surmised that Yu Xiaojiang had yet to awaken. I must swiftly find a place to conceal myself. Otherwise, she may indeed resort to a most gruesome fate for me, Tang San pondered. Although he had long felt a twinge of guilt regarding the transformation of Yu Xiaojing into a eunuch, he was not yet prepared to meet his demise in this manner. With all his strength, Tang San managed to tumble off the bed. He crashed to the ground, letting out a muffled groan. With blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he endured the excruciating pain, rolling his body several times before seeking refuge beneath the bed. He was acutely aware that the woman was currently in a fit of rage. If Flanders could not intervene, he would bear the consequences. I must wait until the teacher awakens before I venture out, Tang San resolved within himself. Flanders, with a sense of resignation, said, ere long, "It is perhaps best if Xiao Gang conveys this matter to you directly." He was also apprehensive about his inability to restrain the furious Lu Erlong. If he were to reveal Tang San's identity, Lu Erlong might indeed seek to annihilate him. A thought struck Lu Erlong. He suddenly recalled the words spoken by Ma Hongjun in the carriage. Ma Hongjun had mentioned that the corrosive scars on Yu Xiaojing's face were inflicted by Tang San, and he had been interrupted by Flinder before finishing his statement. "Is that boy named Tang San?" Lu Erlong inquired. Flinder's gaze wavered slightly as he replied, "Best not to ask. Wait for Xiaojing to awaken and let him divulge the truth." From Flinder's expression, Lu Erlong discerned the answer and immediately strode out of the room, exuding an aura of deadly intent as he made his way toward Tang San's chamber. "Erlong, what do you intend to do?" Flinder exclaimed, hastily pursuing him. He understood all too well the extent of Lu Erlong's fury. He must preserve Tang San's life before Yu Xiaojing awakens. Chapter 140, Yu Xiaojing's Despair. Lulong. "Allow me to speak first," Franald called out as he hastened to catch up with Lu Lulong, reaching out to grasp her arm. "Get away," Lu Lulong shouted furiously, shaking off Franald's hand. With a powerful kick, she struck the door of Tang San's room, flinging it open and striding inside. Franald, in a state of panic and perspiration, quickly followed her. Upon entering the room, he was taken aback, for there was no sign of Tang San. "Where is Xiao San?" Franald instinctively inquired. Lu Lulong remained silent, her brow furrowed, her gaze scanning the room with a palpable intensity. Tang San, concealed beneath the bed, dared not make a sound, desperately stifling his presence. He could sense the terror emanating from Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong's strength was undoubtedly on par with that of Flander. He is currently gravely injured, and if Lu Erlong were to discover him, she could easily take his life. In this moment of peril, his thoughts unexpectedly drifted to Yi Feng. Had it not been for Yi Feng, he would never have acted as he did, which ultimately led to Yu Xiaojing's disability. If Yu Xiaojing had not been disabled, he would not be facing such dire straits today. "Yi Feng, I shall one day reclaim what is rightfully mine, with interest," Tang San thought bitterly. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as it fell upon the ground outside the bed. It was the very spot where he had tumbled down moments ago. There on the floor were several drops of fresh blood, his own, which had trickled from the corner of his mouth and fallen to the ground in his haste to escape. He had forgotten to clean it up. Tang San's heart raced as he felt a surge of anxiety, silently praying that Lu Erlong would overlook those crimson droplets. "Erlong, little San is not here. You should return and keep Xiaojing company while I search," Flinder suggested. He let out a sigh of relief. Although he was still unaware of Tang San's whereabouts, the mere fact that Tang San was not present was a positive development. The murderous aura surrounding Lu Erlong gradually dissipated as she turned to leave. Suddenly, she halted, wheeling around to gaze at the ground before the bed. "What is it?" asked Flander. Lu Erlong strode forward, standing at the bedside as she observed a few drops of fresh blood. At that moment, Lu Erlong's feet were merely a meter away from Tang San, who was so frightened he dared not make a sound. This must be Xiao San's blood. Could it be that he was abducted by the denizens of the underworld? Flander exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Erlong crouched down, her fair fingers touching a drop of blood, declaring, "This is recent. He shouldn't have gone far." "Then let us hasten to pursue him," Flander urged anxiously. Lu Erlong's gaze inadvertently swept beneath the bed, and her expression froze. Her eyes locked with Tang San's, and in that instant, the air seemed to solidify. Immediately thereafter, a terrifying killing intent erupted from Lu Erlong. "Erlong, what is the meaning of this?" Flander asked in surprise. Without a word, Lu Erlong reached in and seized Tang San by his clothing, dragging him out like a lifeless dog. "You little rascal, are you hiding here out of guilt? Are you afraid I would kill you?" Lu Erlong said, her voice laden with menace. Tang San was rendered speechless, trembling in fear. "Erlong, Do not be so enraged. Hand him over to me, and I shall explain the entire situation, Flander interjected. Lu Erlong gripped Tang San by the collar, lifting him up, and demanded, "Did you cause Xiaogang to become a eunuch?" Tang San remained silent. "So, you admit it. Today, I shall cleanse the ranks of Shrek Academy," Lu Erlong declared coldly. Raising her hand to strike Tang San, Flander swiftly grasped Lu Erlong's wrist, saying, "Erlong, Xiao San is Xiaogang's beloved disciple. He has been Xiaogang's student since the age of 6, and Xiaogang regards him as a son. If you kill Xiao San, Xiaogang will never forgive you." Lu Erlong roared like an enraged lioness. "This little wretch has caused me to be childless. I must kill him. Do you wish for Xiaogang to harbor hatred for you for all eternity?" Flander exclaimed. Lu Erlong finally hesitated. Seizing the moment, Flander snatched Tang San from Lu Erlong's grasp. "Very well, then tell me how this little scoundrel caused such harm to Xiaogang," Lu Erlong demanded. Her gaze still icy as it bore into Tang San. "Let us speak in Xiaogang's chamber," Flander suggested. With that, he lifted Tang San and hurried toward Yu Xiaogang's room. He was concerned that Lu Erlong might once again succumb to rage and take Tang San's life. He hurried to Yu Xiaogang's room, hoping that if Yu Xiaogang awakened, he would be able to protect Tang San in time. Lu Erlong followed him into Yu Xiaogang's chamber and said, "You can speak now, can't you?" At that moment, Tang San finally spoke, addressing Lu Erlong. "You are my teacher's beloved, are you not?" Lu Erlong remained silent, her icy gaze fixed upon Tang San, the murderous intent unmistakable. Slowly, Tang San knelt before Lu Erlong, filled with remorse. "I am truly sorry for bringing such harm to my teacher. If you wish to take my life, I hold no grievances. However, I am not ready to die yet. I still have a mission to fulfill for my teacher." He continued, "For many years, my teacher has been misunderstood and mocked. He has longed to prove the validity of his theories, and I am his hope. My teacher has said that my talent is exceptional, and my future achievements will surely reach the level of a super Douluo. With his guidance, I can attain that realm more swiftly and demonstrate to the entire continent that his theories are indeed correct. Therefore, I cannot die just yet. Rest assured, Senior. Once I have fulfilled my teacher's wishes, I will certainly take my own life in front of you as an act of atonement." Lu Erlong, in a fit of rage, struck Tang San across the face with a resounding slap. "You think you'll apologize to me after becoming a titled Douluo? Do you take me for a fool?" Lu Erlong exclaimed angrily. Tang San, reeling from the blow, fell to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, his expression one of agony. "Oh dear, Erlong. Can you not remain calm?" Flander urged anxiously. He had not anticipated that Lu Erlong would take action so swiftly, causing Tang San to cough up blood. "I simply cannot swallow this anger." Lu Erlong rolled up her sleeves, preparing to unleash her fury once more. At that moment, Yu Xiaogang, lying on the bed, stirred slightly and let out a painful groan. Xiaogang had awakened. Flander exclaimed with joy. Lu Erlong immediately abandoned her intention to discipline Tang San and rushed to the bedside. Calling out, "Xiaogang, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" Yu Xiaogang, initially in a daze, felt a jolt upon hearing Lu Erlong's voice and instantly regained his clarity. His eyes snapping open. "Erlong," Yu Xiaogang called out, a hint of guilt in his tone. Lu Erlong, overwhelmed with joy, replied, "At last, you acknowledge me. I was beginning to think you would continue to evade." Yu Xiaogang lamented. "Erlong, I have become like this now. It would be best if you forgot about me." Lu Erlong, with deep affection, stated, "You have done nothing to wrong me. In my heart, you will always remain that handsome figure." Suddenly, Yu Xiaogang froze, noticing what lay beneath him. Lu Erlong had pulled aside the covers and had not drawn them back up. His imperfections were thus laid bare before Lu Erlong. He had just assumed that Lu Erlong was unaware of his transformation into a eunuch. To his surprise, Lu Erlong had already discovered the truth. Yu Xiaogang felt a wave of nausea, as if he were on the verge of spitting blood. "Erlong, I am so sorry," he exclaimed in anguish, forcefully striking his head against the headboard of the bed. With a resounding thud, his forehead splintered the wooden headboard. Blood streamed from his forehead, and he collapsed unconscious. Chapter 141, Half a Year. "Xiaogang," Lu Erlong exclaimed in panic. "Teacher," Tang San shouted in concern. Flander hurriedly assisted Yu Xiaogang to his feet. "Quickly summon a healing soul master," Flander commanded. Lu Erlong rushed back and soon returned with a healing soul master. After a thorough treatment, Yu Xiaogang opened his eyes. He gazed at Lu Erlong before him, bitterness lacing his words. "Why save me? Let me die? I cannot allow you to perish." There are still so many endeavors awaiting your attention. How could you depart this world so prematurely? Lu Erlong replied. I have lost all dignity to continue living in this realm, Yu Xiaojiang lamented in anguish. Is dignity truly so paramount? I care not for your appearance. So why should you? Lu Erlong remarked. Indeed, Master, you have yet to validate your theories within the Soul Master realm, and you have not assisted me in attaining the status of a titled Douluo. Would you truly find peace in departing this life now? Tang San interjected. Yu Xiaojiang was left speechless, only able to weep softly. Alas, Xiao San, let us step outside. Your injuries are severe and require immediate attention, Flender suggested. He took Tang San away, leaving only Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojiang in the room. Yet, I am no longer a man, Yu Xiaojiang lamented, his expression one of profound anguish. Lu Erlong gritted her teeth and exclaimed, the disciple you took in is truly despicable. Startled, Yu Xiaojiang quickly responded, do not blame him. Nor should you harm him. It was unintentional. My injuries were purely accidental. Lu Erlong inquired, Xiaojiang, is reputation truly that significant? Yu Xiaojiang replied bitterly, of course. I have devoted immense effort to the study of martial souls throughout my life, yet all I have received in return is misunderstanding and ridicule. How can I accept this? I must cultivate a powerful soul master to demonstrate that I, Yu Xiaojiang, am not merely a name without substance. Erlong, promise me you won't harm Tang San. Will you? Yu Xiaojiang pleaded. The thought that she could never again be Yu Xiaojiang's woman filled Lu Erlong with sorrow. Promise me, do not harm Tang San. If he dies, I will have no hope of living. Yu Xiaojiang grasped Lu Erlong's hand tightly. Very well, I promise not to kill him. But you must agree to one condition, Lu Erlong stated. I will accept any condition you propose, Yu Xiaojiang replied eagerly. Do not avoid me any longer. Stay at my Lamba Academy. The teaching environment there is quite favorable and will certainly benefit you, Lu Erlong insisted. Yu Xiaojiang shook his head. No. The reputation of Shrek Academy is already tarnished. Remaining here would adversely affect you. I do not care about others' opinions. Find solace in staying with me, Lu Erlong assured him. Well, Shrek Academy currently has only 4 students and does not meet the criteria to participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament. It would be ideal to select a few team members from your academy, Yu Xiaojiang suggested. Rest assured, I still have several talented individuals here, Lu Erlong responded. Then it is settled, Yu Xiaojiang affirmed. Now, let me help you change your clothes, Lu Erlong said as she reached to unfasten Yu Xiaojiang's garments. Erlong, forget about me. I am no longer worthy of you. You may accept Flender. I can see that even after all these years, he has not forgotten you and has remained unmarried. You still hold a place in his heart, Yu Xiaojiang expressed, his voice filled with pain. Lu Erlong paused for a moment and replied, but he does not hold a place in my heart. Yet I am no longer a man. I cannot bring you happiness, Yu Xiaojiang wept. Silence. Do not utter another word, Lu Erlong commanded. Lu Erlong remarked. Outside the house, Flander wore a bitter expression and silently turned away. Yu Xiaojiang and his companions settled down at the Shrek Academy, focusing on their recovery. Following Lu Erlong's suggestion, the academy adopted a new name, transforming into Shrek Academy. Lu Erlong also selected a few promising students to join Tang San's quartet. However, the newcomers held a certain disdain towards Tang San and his companions, looking down upon them as mere thieves. Within the Judgment Academy, Feng conducted specialized training sessions for Zhu Zhuqing and the other girls. He arranged a variety of formations to assist their cultivation and prepared foundation-building pills to solidify their foundations remarkably. With the aid of these techniques and formations, their progress was astonishingly rapid. Additionally, Feng sought various soul masters to provide them with practical training. Qian Renxue frequently visited the Judgment Academy, each time marveling at the progress of Xiao Wu and her companions. She was profoundly astonished by the pills and formations Feng provided to them. Having never heard of such wondrous items before, Feng became increasingly enigmatic in her eyes, leaving her unable to fathom the young and handsome youth. During her visits to the Judgment Academy, she often secretly arranged to meet Feng at night for sparring sessions. Although she lost each time, she found herself strangely invigorated by the experience. Through these duels, she not only acquired invaluable combat experience, but also sought to uncover the secrets of Feng and the Netherworld. This pursuit was immensely worthwhile for her. Most importantly, she felt an overwhelming sense of boredom if she went days without battling Feng. In the past, while lurking in the Imperial Palace, she had no friends and was accompanied only by endless solitude. Now, she felt she had found a friend in Feng, occasionally engaging in sparring. Despite her consistent defeats and occasional minor setbacks, she discovered that her spirits were considerably uplifted. Her time spent in the Heavendo Empire was no longer as dreary. 6 months later, Xiaowu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong all broke through to level 40, attaining the rank of Soul Sect. Yifeng also imparted his techniques to Guu Yuna, Ziji, and Baiji, leaving them profoundly moved. Guu Yuna initially believed that, given her past realm and experience, Yifeng's techniques would not significantly benefit her. To her astonishment, she was taken aback from the very first moments of cultivation. The techniques he provided not only accelerated her training speed, but also possessed remarkable healing effects for her injuries. Moreover, she felt that many of the realms described in these techniques surpassed even that of the dragon god. Deeply touched, she felt that the only way to repay Yifeng's kindness was to devote herself to him. Yifeng also accompanied them back to the Star Luo forest, where he taught Di Tian and the others the cultivation techniques. The ferocious beasts were exhilarated, expressing immense gratitude towards Yifeng, almost treating him as a second master. Guu Yuna and her companions did not remain in the Star Luo forest to cultivate, but continued to stay by Yifeng's side. Meanwhile, the people from Shrek Academy gradually dared not leave the academy anymore. Each outing resulted in being pointed at, and some even threw eggs and vegetable leaves at them, branding them as thieves. Yu Xiaojiang and his companions felt deeply distressed. Eventually, they refrained from traveling together, fearing recognition. Chapter 142. The Soul Master competition begins in the depths of the Spirit Hall of Heavendo City. A fierce battle unfolded between a man and a woman. Qian Renxue unleashed her full arsenal, yet ultimately, she found herself pinned to the ground by Yifeng. "This marks your 20th defeat against me," he remarked. Yifeng chuckled as Qian Renxue, drenched in fragrant sweat, heaved beneath him, her ample bosom rising and falling with intensity. Her hands were pinned to the ground by Yifeng, and her beautiful eyes were fixed on him in disbelief. Seated upon her abdomen, Yifeng grinned. "Have you surrendered?" Qian Renxue's cheeks flushed slightly, indignation evident in her voice as she retorted, "You're cheating. I suspect you're not even a soul master, no? I doubt you're truly from the soul sect." Yifeng released 4 black soul rings, stating, "Do you not see these 4 soul rings? How could I not be from the soul sect?" Qian Renxue replied, "Those soul rings must be counterfeit. How could a soul master possess such strength? As a soul emperor, I can't seem to gain any advantage over you. Since you question the authenticity of my soul rings, why do you persist in seeking me for sparring?" Yifeng inquired with a smile. "Humph, regardless of your strength, I will defeat you one day," Qian Renxue declared. Yifeng's face broke into a mischievous grin. "Then I shall await your victory, but for now, you've lost once again. Shouldn't there be a price to pay?" As realization dawned upon her, Qian Renxue struggled against her restraints, exclaiming, "Do you dare? What is there I would not dare?" Yifeng teased, leaning closer to her. Exhausted from their earlier battle, Qian Renxue found her physical strength insufficient to contend with him. Each encounter left her at a disadvantage, yet she had grown somewhat accustomed to it, not entirely resistant. However, her pride and dignity forbade her from easily yielding. As Yifeng closed the distance, Qian Renxue finally ceased her resistance. Her face grew increasingly crimson, her eyes fluttering shut as her long eyelashes quivered. Initially intending to plant a kiss on her forehead, Yifeng's gaze was drawn to her alluring lips, and he felt an unexpected surge of desire. Thus, he altered his course, pressing his lips against hers. Heart racing, Qian Renxue thought, "Is this boy my nemesis? Make it quick. I need to return and bathe sooner," she urged. No sooner had she spoken than Yifeng silenced her with his kiss. Her eyes flew open wide, staring in shock at him, her mind momentarily blank. After several seconds, she regained her senses and forcefully pushed him away. Yifeng rose, smoothly grasping her hand to help her up. Qian Renxue's face was so flushed it seemed it might bleed. "You scoundrel!" she exclaimed. Yifeng laughed. "Should you challenge me again, such will be your punishment." Wiping her lips, Qian Renxue questioned, "With so many outstanding girls around you, some even more beautiful than I, why do you treat me this way?" Yifeng remarked, "It is simply because I hold affection for you." Qian Renxue cast him a sidelong glance and retorted, "Then you truly are a fickle heart." Yifeng replied earnestly, "To be honest, you are the first girl I have ever kissed. I cannot possibly believe you." Qian Renxue responded. Yifeng shrugged and said, "I speak nothing but the truth. Whether you believe me or not is beyond my control." A flicker of joy danced in Qian Renxue's heart, yet her face betrayed a mask of disbelief. She dusted off her attire and began to walk away. "Are we not continuing?" Yifeng inquired. No, we shall not. You, a peculiar creature, are quite the lecher, she declared. Qian Rinxue spoke without turning her head. Yu Feng smiled and walked outside as well. After 6 months of companionship, both she and Qian Rinxue had developed mutual feelings. Otherwise, Qian Rinxue would not have clandestinely sought him out for sparring every now and then. Another year passed, and the registration for the Soul Master competition had commenced. The participating academies were divided into 3 factions: the Tiando Empire faction, the Xinglua Empire faction, and the Wuhuan Palace faction. Yi Feng's Judgment Academy belonged to the Tiando Empire faction. On the very first day of registration, Yi Feng submitted the name of the Judgment Academy. Shrek Academy also registered on the first day. Tang San, Daim Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun had all broken through to the Soul Master level. During registration, they exuded immense confidence. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing had each ascended to the Soul King realm. At only 14 years of age, they had already achieved such a status, which would surely astonish countless Soul Masters. Historically, the champions of the Soul Master competition had almost always been from the Wuhuan Palace Academy. The talented individuals from the Wuhuan Palace Academy who had reached the Soul King level were typically around 20 years of age. In comparison to Xiao Wu and her companions, the disparity was glaringly evident. The registration rules stipulated that the academy must be a high-level Soul Master Academy, and the competing team must consist of at least 7 members. Yi Feng's team originally included only himself, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing. Therefore, he selected 3 young maids in their teens from his household to form a 7-member team, successfully completing the registration. During the competition, the 3 maids would serve merely as decoration, contributing nothing to the combat. Following successful registration, teams from all over the country began to converge on Tiando City to prepare for the preliminary rounds. Other kingdoms within the Tiando Empire also arranged for their own competition zones. After the preliminary rounds concluded, teams from various regions would gather in Tiando City for the advancement matches, determining which teams would progress to the finals in Wuhuan City. A month after registration, the preliminary rounds finally commenced. For this Soul Master competition, the Tiando Empire had constructed a colossal arena capable of accommodating tens of thousands of spectators simultaneously. On the day of the competition, early in the morning, the entire Tiando City buzzed with excitement. Long lines formed at every entrance to the arena, and the cacophony of noise resonated throughout Tiando City. Yi Feng, Xiao Wu, Guu Yuna, and several other girls smoothly entered the venue through the designated passageway for participating teams. Except for Guu Yuna, Ziji, and Biji, Yi Feng and the other 6 girls donned the attire of the Judgment Academy. This uniform had been personally designed by Yi Feng and the 3 girls. The moon-white outfits were intricately adorned with golden threads at the cuffs, hems, shoulders, and belts, featuring a sword-shaped emblem on the chest and sleeves. This emblem represented Yi Feng's Underworld sword, also known as the Sword of Judgment. The striking team from the Judgment Academy immediately drew a multitude of gazes upon entering the arena, eliciting gasps of admiration and the sound of swallowed breaths. Many onlookers cast covetous eyes upon the girls beside Yi Feng, with numerous individuals inquiring about the academy they represented. Yi Feng and his companions arrived at a well-positioned spot arranged by Qian Rinxue through her connections, patiently awaiting the events to unfold. Shortly thereafter, Yi Feng noticed Shrek Academy making their entrance. The Shrek Academy team wore bright green uniforms, which were plastered with various advertisements on their backs, and their arrival sparked uproarious laughter. Chapter 143. The embarrassing Shrek Academy. The academies that entered before them were all striking and dignified. However, upon Shrek Academy's arrival, their green attire immediately provoked waves of laughter. Their uniforms are not of the ordinary green hue, but rather a color that lies somewhere between yellow and green. In the words of Daim Mubai, it can be aptly described as a shade reminiscent of excrement. Aside from this unappealing color, emblazoned across their chests is an imposing Shrek monster graphic that almost envelopes their entire front, rendered in a vivid and dripping emerald green. What incites uncontrollable laughter among the audience is the 6 large characters embroidered in red thread on their backs, seeking sponsorship. Beneath this proclamation lies a line of smaller text. For advertising fees, please consult Mr. Flanders, the principal of Shrek Academy. The students of Shrek Academy, heads bowed in embarrassment, walk forward as waves of laughter wash over them, their faces aflame with humiliation. It is truly a disgrace of monumental proportions. Tang San and his companions had initially resisted donning these garments, yet were summarily dismissed by Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang asserted that this was an exercise in fortifying their mental resilience. Should they manage to maintain a stoic demeanor, their psychological fortitude would reach commendable heights. The audience surrounding them consisted not only of locals from Heaven-Do City, but also spectators from various regions across the nation. Most competing teams had also traveled from other cities. Thus, many did not recognize this as the Shrek Academy that had been publicly shamed over a year ago by the Underworld. Goodness, what academy is that? Did they just emerge from a latrine? This is hilarious. Ha ha ha, they even solicit advertising on the back of their uniforms. Are they here to entertain us, or to participate in the Soul Master Tournament? Look at that rotund fellow, resembling a ball, and wearing a mask. What's the mystery here? Curiously, 3 individuals donned masks. What secrets could they be hiding? Daim Mubai, Oscar, and several other team members quickly donned masks as well, wishing they could vanish into the ground. Utterly mortified. Although many in the audience were unaware of Shrek Academy's true identity, a considerable number recognized them. Oh, I didn't expect this Thief Academy to participate in the Soul Master Tournament. Such a disreputable institution should be immediately banned. One onlooker remarked. Why do you refer to this academy as the Thief Academy? Another inquired, intrigued. Are you not aware of Shrek Academy? Over a year ago, they pilfered treasures from the poisoned Douluo and were subsequently hung on the city walls by the Underworld. So this is Shrek Academy. No wonder they appear so repulsive. Competing alongside such an unsavory institution truly tarnishes our reputation. Bah! A member of the audience spat a thick gob of phlegm towards the Shrek Academy team, striking the mask of the leading figure, Yu Xiaojiang. This act incited many others to follow suit, hurling saliva, tossing socks, and unleashing a torrent of invectives, with some even flinging their shoes. The quartet consisting of Flanders, Yu Xiaojiang, Lu Erlong, and Zhao Wujia hastily quickened their pace, merging into the throng of people. As Tang San and his companions pressed forward, they struggled to fend off the barrage of projectiles, embodying a scene of utter disarray. It was only upon reaching the designated resting area for participating academies that the onslaught ceased. Nonetheless, the air was still thick with derisive taunts and jeers from the surrounding crowd. The gazes of the academies that had already arrived were rife with disdain and loathing towards Tang San and his companions. Among the gathered teams of Soul Masters, with the exception of Shrek Academy, every other group entered the arena with an air of dignity and pride, whereas Shrek Academy appeared utterly disheveled, akin to a drenched dog. Daim Mubai whispered, "Let us find a more secluded spot to sit." Tang San nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, in these garments, sitting in the middle would draw far too much attention." They chose a corner and settled down. No sooner had they taken their seats than Daim Mubai remarked, "I swear I shall never don this outfit again. It is simply too embarrassing." With that, he removed the mask from his face. During the competition, wearing masks to conceal one's identity was strictly prohibited, as it was essential for identity verification. Ma Hongjun lamented, "If I take to the stage, I will undoubtedly be ridiculed." Tang San, this is all your fault. Tang San replied calmly, "My face is equally unconventional. If you are still concerned about such trivialities, then perhaps you should reconsider participating in the competition, as well as any aspirations of distinction in the Soul Master Tournament." Ma Hongjun glared fiercely at Tang San, once again incensed by his words. "What are you arguing about? The competition is imminent, and you are still so disunited. Perhaps we should just return," admonished Yu Xiaojiang. He felt a profound sense of helplessness. The visage of Ma Hongjun and the loss of his manhood were an everlasting ache in his heart. This irrevocably destined Ma Hongjun to never forgive Tang San. Turning his head away, he trembled with rage. The newly joined members of the team were only aware that Ma Hongjun's disfigurement seemed linked to Tang San. Yet they remained oblivious to the fact that Ma Hongjun had also lost his manhood. Among them were Talon, a 38th level wielder of the mighty gorilla spirit, Huang Yuan, a 35th level soul master with the lone wolf spirit specializing in assault, Jing Ling, a 35th level agile attacker with the skeletal spirit, and Jiang Zhu, a 35th level healer with the healing staff spirit. Additionally, there was a masked woman who stood beside Daim Mubai, capturing Zhu Zhuqing's attention the moment they arrived at the resting area. Yi Feng and his companions sat at a distance of several dozen meters from Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong, reveling in the misfortune, remarked, "Seeing Shrek Academy being pelted with debris is truly satisfying." Zhu Zhuqing cast a cold gaze at the woman next to Daim Mubai, muttering to herself, "Zhu Zhuqing, I did not expect to see you here." "What Zhu Zhuqing?" Xiao Wu inquired. Yifeng glanced in their direction and replied, "That is Zhu Qing's sister, and she is also the former crown prince of the Star Luo Empire's fiancé, who has bullied Zhu Qing since childhood." Xiao Wu exclaimed in astonishment, "Wasn't the former crown prince killed by you? How could Zhu Zhuqing be here?" Yifeng explained, "Because she still wishes to be the crown prince's fiancé, aspiring to become the future empress of the Star Luo Empire." Ning Rongrong interjected in surprise. "Isn't she Daim Mubai's sister-in-law? How could she?" Zhu Zhuqing scoffed. "For someone like her, losing her lofty status is more painful than death. Now that Daim Mubai is the crown prince, I am not at all surprised she has come to seduce him." Xiao Wu's mouth fell agape in shock. "Is that even possible?" Zhu Zhuqing replied, "Daim Mubai, and she could potentially perform the spirit fusion technique, the spectral white tiger." "What level is Zhu Zhuqing?" Xiao Wu asked. Yifeng responded, 47. "Uft, her soul power doesn't even match ours," Xiao Wu retorted disdainfully. "This year's Soul Master Tournament Championship is surely ours," Ning Rongrong declared. Before long, Flinder, who had gone to register the participating students, returned. "What brings you to this corner of the world?" Flinder inquired. Daim Mubai sighed. "Dean, do you think it's appropriate for us to sit at the front in these outfits?" Flinder awkwardly cleared his throat and said, "Very well, let's stay here. When it's time for the opening ceremony, I expect all of you to be on your best behavior and not to tarnish Shrek Academy's reputation. You are the team destined for victory." Chapter 144. Entering the arena, Ma Hongjun remarked, "Teacher, do you truly believe we haven't embarrassed ourselves enough already?" Oscar added, "Indeed. We have lost all semblance of dignity." Flander felt increasingly embarrassed. At that moment, a sarcastic voice pierced the air. "You bunch of toads think you can seize the championship? It's truly laughable." Ma Hongjun and the others immediately cast fierce glares in the direction of the voice. They discovered that the academy mocking them was none other than the Tsanghue Academy, with which they had previously clashed during their journey to the Star Luo Forest. Ma Hongjun and Daim Mubai were instantly incensed, engaging in a heated dispute with Tsanghue Academy, hurling a barrage of profanities. The surrounding academies wore amused expressions, regarding Shrek Academy as if they were mere jesters. The farce only came to an end when the leading instructor from Tsanghue Academy intervened. As soon as Ma Hongjun and his companions sat down, another academy seized the opportunity to provoke them. "Hey, you fatso. You seemed quite arrogant just now. Why are you wearing a mask? Take it off so we can see," someone shouted. Ma Hongjun was seething with anger. "Afraid to take it off because you're too ugly and might scare people away, huh?" Ha ha. Laughter erupted around him. Ma Hongjun felt a pang of humiliation and cast a resentful glance at Tang San. Though Tang San appeared composed in the face of the surrounding laughter, he too felt discomfort within. "Yifeng, you have marred my appearance. I shall surely avenge this grievance." Tang San vowed silently. He cast his gaze around, suddenly pausing in one direction. "Yifeng." Tang San gritted his teeth and uttered. Upon hearing Tang San's words, the others turned their attention as well. Daim Mubai's expression instantly turned icy, exuding an air of menace. "I can't believe he actually registered for the Soul Master competition," Daim Mubai remarked. Yu Xiaojang added, "They are indeed in the same division as us." Little San. "It seems you won't even need to reach the finals to have the chance to defeat Yifeng," Daim Mubai coldly stated. "I intend to eliminate them in the preliminary rounds." Zhu Zhuqing also spotted Zhu Zhuqing and Yifeng. Her voice was equally frigid as she said, "Mubai, that pretty boy must be dealt with, and Zhu Zhuqing, that traitor, cannot be spared." Daim Mubai replied, "Rest assured, I know what to do." Flinder frowned and cautioned, "Don't act recklessly. The Soul Master competition has rules against killing." Daim Mubai sneered. "Although there is such a rule, accidents do happen, and no one can guarantee they will hold back at a crucial moment." Yu Xiaojang interjected, "No, you cannot reveal your full strength in the preliminaries. You must keep some trump cards in reserve. Using them too early will make it difficult to secure the championship." Tang San calmly stated, "The teacher is right. Although I too wish to eliminate Yifeng, we must conserve our strength for the ultimate victory. If we encounter Yifeng's academy, defeating them will suffice." Oscar chuckled, "That's simple. After consuming the celestial herb, our strength far exceeds theirs. Defeating them will be a piece of cake." A smile crept onto Yu Xiaojang's face. "If Yifeng is defeated by Little San, I wonder if you would be interested in becoming my disciple," Yu Xiaojang mused. In the distance, Xiao Wu and the other girls felt somewhat uncomfortable. The group of girls, sitting together, had become the focal point for nearly all the male students in the rest area. Each girl was a stunning beauty, each with her own charm. There was the unparalleled and graceful Guu Yuna, the voluptuous and proud Ziji, by Ji, and Zhu Zhuqing, along with the pure and innocent Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu. Together, they seemed to fulfill every man's fantasy. The brazen, greedy gazes from the men made Xiao Wu and the others extremely uneasy. Have they never seen women before? They look like a bunch of lecherous fools. Ning Rongrong remarked indignantly. Guu Yuna laughed. Doesn't this just prove our beauty? We should be pleased. Look. Those people gaze at Yi Feng as if they wish to kill him. Yi Feng chuckled. They are merely envious and resentful. Before long, the opening ceremony finally commenced. Each competing academy was required to pass in front of the VIP seating, showcasing the elegance of their institution. Flender declared, I shall not accompany you. I will proceed to the audience, stand to witness your impressive display. Mubai, Tang San, you two lead the entrance. Yu Xiaojing, Lu Erlong, and Zhao Wujin hastily made their exit. Before departing, Yu Xiaojing remarked, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, when you enter later, ensure you remove your masks. For donning them would be a sign of disrespect to His Majesty. No sooner had he spoken than he had vanished into the distance, leaving no opportunity for Tang San and the others to dissuade him. Daim Mubai expressed his frustration. They have dressed us in such unseemly attire. Yet they choose to keep their distance. Is this the kind of principal and teachers we have? Ma Hongjuan's fists were clenched tightly in anger. His face is contorted and deformed, marred with scars. If the mask were to be removed, this frightful visage would be exposed to the gaze of countless onlookers, inviting their derision. He cast a resentful glance at Tang San, who replied calmly, in a moment, I will lead the team alongside Big Brother Dai. You shall all follow behind. The staff began to organize the entrance of the academies, starting with the Royal Academy, followed by the others. Guu Yu, Ziji, and Bai Ji refrained from entering, as their presence would undoubtedly cause a considerable stir. Yi Feng, accompanied by Xiao Wu and several girls, along with 3 attendants, leisurely proceeded into the venue behind the staff. Surrounding the expansive plaza were countless spectators, fervently cheering and shouting. At the center of the arena, the previously entered academies had already arranged themselves in formation. In the VIP section sat a group of dignitaries from the Tiando Empire. In the second row were the 3 educational commissioners of the Royal Academy and the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire. The front row, however, hosted only 3 individuals. At the center sat Emperor Shui Yi of the Tiando Empire. To the emperor's left was an elderly man clad in a long red robe, adorned with a platinum crown, his physique as sharp as a javelin. This was the platinum bishop Salus of the Spirit Hall. To the emperor's right was Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. As one of the leaders of the top 3 sects, he was entirely deserving of such a position. The entrance of Yi Feng and his companions instantly attracted countless gazes. With each academy's entrance, the announcer in the VIP section would commence introductions. Approaching now was the team from the Judgment Academy, established 2 years prior, featuring 7 competitors in total. Let us anticipate their performance. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd surrounding the arena. Remarkably, the Judgment Academy boasted 6 female participants, with only 1 male, whose abilities were presumably lacking. However, who cared about their strength when they were visually captivating? Hadn't T1 noticed how stunning those girls were? When their competition commenced, it would surely be a feast for the eyes. Wow, that handsome guy from the Judgment Academy is extraordinarily attractive. I have never seen such a striking man before. Goodness. Is there truly such a perfect man in this world? My heart races. I must support the Judgment Academy. They shall triumph. As Yi Feng walked at the forefront, he glanced towards the VIP section. Emperor Shui Yi promptly smiled and nodded at Yi Feng, conveying goodwill. Qian Renxue had already informed him that the Judgment Academy was established by several young individuals from the underworld. Ning Fengji also smiled and nodded at Yi Feng. Even Salus subtly acknowledged Yi Feng with a nod. Having frequented the Sacred Hall, Salus had grown quite familiar with Yi Feng. One wondered, if Shui Yi and Ning Fengji were aware that the underworld had forged an alliance with the Spirit Hall, would they be driven to the brink of fury? In the depths of his heart, Salus felt a surge of pride. Chapter 145, Testing Yi Feng. Soon, all the academies except Shrek Academy had entered the arena. It seemed as though the staff disregarded Shrek Academy entirely. Only when their group was the sole presence in the vacant waiting area did the staff approach to guide them in. Daim Mubai and his companions were seething with unexpressed frustration, feeling quite miserable. As they stepped into the expansive venue, they were instantly taken aback. The air was filled with the deafening cheers of the audience. Under the gaze of thousands, Tang San and Daim Mubai felt an overwhelming pressure. Tang San reached up and removed his mask, saying, "Ma Hongjun, take off your mask." Reluctantly, Ma Hongjun complied, unable to resist. Upon Shrek Academy's entrance into the arena, a chorus of jeers and insults erupted. There were so many spectators, and many were unfamiliar with the identity of Shrek Academy. The host announced, "The last team to enter is Shrek Academy, comprising 11 participants. Observe their peculiar attire, which is strikingly distinctive. Their registration slogan is, 'The champion without rivals.'" What a confident declaration. Let us anticipate their outstanding performance. As soon as the host concluded, a loud uproar of laughter erupted from the stands, surpassing the earlier cheers. So, this is Shrek Academy, the one infamous for stealing from others and being hung up. Their outfits are indeed bizarre. Goodness, that chubby fellow's face is terrifying. Is he a monster? And the guy at the front, why does he have 2 eggs on his face? Shrek Academy, ha ha ha, truly a fitting name. Was such a disreputable academy even qualified to participate in the Soul Master competition? Tang San and his companions walked with their heads down, the relentless mockery around them causing deep discomfort, particularly for the newly joined members. Tai Long and others. Regret filled their hearts. Why had they joined the Shrek team? Damn it, I can't hold it in any longer, Daim Mubai growled. Let us endure a little longer, Tang San replied. At this moment, any action we take is futile. Only through our performance in the competition can we silence them. Oscar added, Tang San is right. Let them revel in their moment of triumph. When the competition begins, they will learn what it means to look down upon others with contempt. Amidst the laughter, the Shrek Academy team finally arrived at the center of the arena, forming an orderly line. Next came the grand announcement of the competition's commencement by Shui, who delivered an impassioned speech. Following him was Ning Fengxi, who also took the stage. Finally, the esteemed headmaster Salas conducted the draw for the first round of preliminaries, pairing the colleges for battle. Once the draw concluded, the Royal Academy would face their opponents in what would be the sole match of the opening day. As the competing colleges were announced one by one, the crowd buzzed with anticipation, eager to learn the identity of the Royal Academy's adversary. The host proclaimed loudly, in the first round of the preliminaries, the Royal Academy faces Shrek Academy. A hush fell over many as disbelief settled in. Did I hear correctly? Our opponents are the Royal Academy? Oscar exclaimed. Ma Hongjun scoffed. Excellent. Haven't they been mocking us? After we defeat the Royal Academy, let us see if they can still laugh. Tang San nodded in agreement. Indeed. This battle is fortuitous for us. We can establish our dominance against the Royal Academy. Daim Mubai added. The Royal Academy's main team has already secured a spot in the finals. Our opponents today are merely their reserve team. We must secure a resounding victory. The spectators around began to deride Shrek Academy, looking down upon this so-called Thief Academy. Tang San stated, on the field, it will be myself, Big Brother Dai, Ma Hongjun, Talon, Jiang Zhu, Huang Yuan, Jing Ling, Oscar, and Zhu Zhuqing saving our strength. We must win this battle decisively. Soon, the match commenced. As both teams stepped onto the stage, the audience held little faith in Shrek Academy's chances. Even Shui Yi believed this battle held no suspense. When Tang San unleashed his martial spirit, the fourth black soul ring on him shocked everyone present. In less than a minute, Shrek Academy sent the Royal Academy's reserve team crashing off the stage, securing victory in the match. Many who had just mocked Shrek Academy suddenly fell silent, utterly astonished. The expressions of competitors from various colleges grew serious, no longer daring to underestimate Shrek Academy. Tang San and his companions finally smiled, their chests swelling with pride. Witnessing the Royal Academy's defeat at the hands of such an unassuming academy, Shui Ye's face turned ashen, and he promptly departed in anger. Flinder, laughing heartily, rushed off to receive accolades. After their victory, Tang San and his companions suddenly found their once offensive green uniforms less objectionable. Yet, in an effort to avoid drawing attention, they returned to the resting area to change out of those garments before heading outside the battle arena. Ning Rongrong and the others, observing Tang San and his group ahead, felt an overwhelming urge to confront them, eager to teach them a lesson for their arrogance after merely winning a single match. Ning Rongrong remarked. Xiao Wu said, in the preliminary round, there are a total of 28 teams, and each team must battle against the other 27 for ranking points. We will soon face them on the stage. Zhu Zhuqing asserted, I intend to personally defeat Daim Mubai. Ning Rongrong chuckled, Zhuqing. Perhaps Daim Mubai will be so intimidated by your 5 spirit rings that he might lose his composure. Xiao Wu added, when we unleash our spirit rings. The entire arena will surely erupt in excitement. Ahead, Tang San seemed to sense the conversation about him and glanced back, indeed spotting Ning Rongrong and the others. Yi Feng was right behind. Tang San spoke, and Daim Mubai turned, his gaze sharpening instantly. "Hold on. Wait for them," Daim Mubai commanded. Tang San nodded and halted. It had been 2 years since Yi Feng had taken Ning Rongrong and the other girls away from Shrek Academy. And both Tang San and Daim Mubai were eager to discover the extent of Yi Feng's strength. Ma Hongjun harbored a strong disdain for Yi Feng. Initially, a serpent had intended to devour Yi Feng, but he had suffered in his stead. Thus, he harbored resentment not only towards Tang San but also towards Yi Feng. Why did Yi Feng have so many beautiful companions while he, Ma Hongjun, was left as a disfigured eunuch? Jealousy and hatred consumed him. Oscar also viewed Yi Feng unfavorably and inquired, "It has been 2 years. What do you think Yi Feng's strength is now?" Daim Mubai sneered. "If you had so many beauties around you, would you be able to concentrate on your training?" Oscar shook his head, replying, "If I had such beauties surrounding me, I would certainly be preoccupied with romance, leaving no energy for training." Daim Mubai laughed. "Thus, while he possesses decent talent, I wager his strength has yet to reach the Spirit Master realm. We will soon have our chance for revenge." Tang San coldly stated, "This is futile. When he arrives, we can assess his capabilities." Chapter 146. Yu Xiaojing courting favor with the prince. Yes, let us first gauge his strength and allow him to experience fear beforehand, Ma Hongjun suggested. Fighting is prohibited here, but a preliminary assessment of their strength should be permissible. Yu Xiaojing approached with a smile, accompanied by Lu Erlong and Zhao Wujing. "Teacher," Tang San called out. Yu Xiaojing nodded, saying, "My speculation aligns with Mubai's. They likely have not yet broken through to the Spirit Master realm." Lu Erlong asked curiously, "Xiaojing, what is your connection with those young individuals? I sense animosity between you." Yu Xiaojing replied, "That is Yi Feng, who spent some time at Shrek Academy and possesses talent comparable to Tang San's." Ma Hongjun interjected, "Teacher Erlong, Tang San initially intended to use the serpent to eliminate Yi Feng, but an accident led to my and the master's current predicament." With a low voice, Yu Xiaojing declared, "I have already stated that this matter must not be mentioned again." This was a wound deep within his heart, one he wished not to bring up in front of Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong feigned ignorance and remarked, "That fellow named Yi Feng is indeed quite handsome. Yet his strength likely pales in comparison to Xiao San, especially since Xiao San and his companions have consumed the celestial herbs." Yu Xiaojing sighed, lamenting, "What a pity it is that Dugu Bo reclaimed all the celestial herbs Xiao San had harvested. Had he allowed Tai Long and the others to partake in even one, they would undoubtedly have become soul masters by now, and our Shrek team would be even more formidable." Zhao Wujing interjected, "Master, our team has gained Zhu Zhuqing, a high-ranking soul master, and she can execute a martial soul fusion technique with Mubai, coupled with the skills you have imparted to them. Securing the championship should pose no challenge." Yu Xiaojing nodded with a smile, saying, "Indeed, I have taught all that is necessary. You must strive to excel and not bring shame upon me." Tang San asserted, "Defeating Yi Feng is merely the beginning." As they spoke, Yi Feng and his companions had already arrived before Shrek Academy. "A good dog does not block the way," Ning Rongrong remarked. "Who are you calling a dog?" Ma Hongjun retorted angrily. "Whoever responds is exactly who I mean." Ning Rongrong haughtily raised her chin, her gaze filled with disdain. Ma Hongjun trembled with fury. Tang San fixed his gaze intently on Yi Feng, stating, "Yi Feng, we meet again." Lu Erlong, Jiang Zhu, and others looked at Yi Feng with curiosity, eager to discern what manner of person he was. Yi Feng replied with a smile, "Indeed, it has been a long time." Tang San then turned his gaze to the petite figure of Xiao Wu standing behind Yi Feng, gently asking, "Xiao Wu, it has been so long. How have you been?" Xiao Wu replied coolly, "Thank you for your concern. I am doing well." Witnessing Xiao Wu's indifferent demeanor, Tang San felt any remaining hope evaporate, his resentment towards Yi Feng intensifying. Daim Mubai stepped forward, fully unleashing his soul master aura, directing it forcefully towards Yi Feng. He wished to observe whether Yi Feng could withstand the pressure of his imposing aura. Yu Xiaojing and Tang San watched Yi Feng intently, eager to discern his reaction. At that moment, a voice resonated from behind Yi Feng and his companions. "Rongrong!" Ning Rongrong exclaimed in delight as she turned around. "Father!" Yu Xiaojing promptly urged, "Mubai, quickly retract your aura." Reluctantly, Daim Mubai complied, his expression marked by dissatisfaction. This trial was interrupted by Ning Fengji, who approached alongside Qian Renxue. Ning Rongrong joyfully dashed into Ning Fengji's embrace. Ning Zongzhu, Your Highness, Yu Xiaojing bowed respectfully. Ning Fengji regarded the masked Yu Xiaojing and inquired, Who are you? I am Yu Xiaojing, known as the Master, a teacher at Shrek Academy, he replied. Ning Fengji smiled. Ah, so you are the Master. It is an honor to finally meet you. Qian Renxue added, Shrek Academy is commendable. Continue to strive for the glory of our Heaven Do Empire. Yu Xiaojing felt a surge of joy and promptly responded, Thank you for your kind words, Your Highness. We shall certainly endeavor to excel. Qian Renxue nodded, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Yu Xiaojing quickly brought forward Tang San, who had been standing behind, saying, This is my disciple, Tang San. Xiao San, quickly pay your respects to His Highness. Tang San inclined slightly, maintaining a respectful yet composed demeanor as he addressed. Tang San pays his respects to Your Highness and to Ning Zongzhu. Ning Fengji remarked, What a talented young man. I wonder if you would be interested in joining the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Unbeknownst to Ning Fengji was the enmity between Tang San and Yi Feng. Otherwise, he would not have made such an inquiry. Tang San shook his head. Ning Zongzhu, I apologize, but I currently have no intention of joining any forces. Should I choose to align with a faction in the future, I will prioritize the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengji responded with a smile, Very well. The doors of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School shall always be open to you. Qian Renxue remarked, Your fourth spirit ring is a 10,000-year spirit ring. Your innate talent is quite impressive. Thank you for your praise, Your Highness, Tang San immediately replied. He understood that Yu Xiaojing intended for him to leave a favorable impression before the Crown Prince. Yu Xiaojing had always instructed Tang San to cultivate relationships with various influential factions, and the Heaven Do Empire represented an excellent opportunity. Establishing a rapport with the current Crown Prince would undoubtedly secure a future ally in the Heaven Do Empire. After Qian Renxue finished speaking, she ceased to regard Tang San any further. When Tang San and his companions were once suspended on the city wall, Qian Renxue had inquired with Yi Feng, knowing it was Yi Feng who had commanded the underworld to act. Thus, she now held no interest in Tang San, regarding the interaction merely as a performance. Noticing that Ning Fengji and Qian Renxue's gazes were diverted from him, Yu Xiaojing remarked, Lord Ning, Your Highness, we shall take our leave for now. Until tomorrow. Ning Fengji and Qian Renxue nodded in agreement. Let us return, Yu Xiaojing stated. Tang San and Daim Mubai exchanged glances with Yi Feng. Feeling somewhat dissatisfied yet knowing they had no choice but to depart, you will soon have the opportunity to confront them in battle. There is no need to hastily assess their strength at this moment, Yu Xiaojing added. Upon witnessing the departure of the Shrek Academy members, Ning Rongrong expressed her discontent. Father, why would you invite someone like Tang San to join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Ning Fengji responded in astonishment. What is wrong with that? Is there an issue with Tang San? Ning Rongrong retorted. Of course there is. His character is questionable. Back when we were at Shrek Academy, he attempted to use the devouring snake to eliminate Yi Feng, but instead, the devouring snake ended up devouring Yu Xiaojing and Ma Hongjun, leaving them disfigured. Oh, so it was him. Now I recall, Ning Fengji said, having been reminded of the incident after Ning Rongrong returned from Shrek Academy. Though the details had momentarily slipped his mind, then I shall prevent him from joining the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji assured, gently ruffling Ning Rongrong's hair. That is more like it, she replied. Ning Fengji then turned to Yi Feng, asking, Yi Feng, it has been a while since you visited my home. Would you care to join us for dinner today? How could I refuse such an invitation from the Lord Sect Master? Yi Feng replied with a smile. Count me in as well, teacher, Qian Renxue added, also smiling. Ha ha ha, the more, the merrier, Ning Fengji declared. Chapter 147, Judgment Academy vs. Blazing Fire Academy. As they walked away, Tang San furrowed his brow and said, Teacher, it seems the Crown Prince does not regard me highly. Did you not mention that he is fond of talent? Yu Xiaojing pondered for a moment before replying. Indeed, the Crown Prince is quite appreciative of talent. His lack of enthusiasm towards you may be influenced by Yi Feng. Yi Feng, why so? Tang San inquired. Yu Xiaojing explained. The Crown Prince is a disciple of Ning Fengji, and since Ning Rongrong is in Yi Feng's academy, it is likely that the Crown Prince is already acquainted with Yi Feng. Just now, His Highness the Crown Prince did not exhibit much astonishment at your talent. Perhaps because he has already witnessed the 3 black spirit rings adorning Yi Feng. In comparison, he perceives you to be considerably inferior to Yi Feng. which accounts for his lack of regard towards you. However, my fourth spirit ring is indeed a 10,000-year spirit ring, while Yifeng's 3 are mere fakes, Tang San remarked. At that time, he nearly lost his life while absorbing the fourth spirit ring. Having experienced such peril, he became even more convinced that Yifeng's 3 spirit rings were mere illusions. He believed that Yifeng, possessing innate full soul power, must have absorbed his first soul ring at the tender age of 6 or 7. A child so young could hardly succeed in absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring. Yu Xiaojing remarked, I am well aware that the 3 10,000-year soul rings on Yifeng are fraudulent, but His Highness the Crown Prince is oblivious to this fact. He undoubtedly perceives Yifeng as an unprecedented super genius, which explains his indifference towards you. What shall we do? Should we inform His Highness that Yifeng's soul rings are counterfeit? Tang San inquired. Indeed, it is imperative that we expose this deceitful individual to His Highness, Oscar asserted. Yu Xiaojing shook his head, saying, No, reporting to His Highness would portray us as lacking integrity. It is preferable for him to discover this matter on his own. How will he come to this realization on his own? Oscar asked. Tang San replied, It is quite simple. We shall defeat Yifeng, and His Highness will naturally come to understand the truth. Yu Xiaojing nodded with a smile. Tang San's assertion holds merit. The upcoming preliminary rounds of the Soul Master competition present an excellent opportunity. Within a span of days, or possibly a little over 20, you shall face Yifeng on the arena, allowing His Highness to discern which is real and which is false. Daim Mubai concurred. Indeed, our previous defeat to Yifeng stemmed from our presence within the same grand realm. His martial soul's offensive power surpassed ours. Those 3 fraudulent 10,000-year soul rings may render his soul techniques weaker than a straightforward assault using his martial soul, which is perhaps why he has refrained from employing his soul techniques. Now that we have ascended to a higher grand realm and acquired an additional soul technique, no matter how formidable his martial soul may be, it will be of little consequence. Yu Xiaojing chuckled. Precisely so. Hence, there is no need for you to be anxious. Impatience will yield no benefit. Maintain a proper mindset and await your battle with Yifeng. Teacher, I comprehend, Tang San responded. Yifeng and his companions boarded a carriage en route to the 7-treasure glazed tile school's castle. The inaugural day of the Soul Master competition would primarily feature the opening ceremony and a single match, with the true competition commencing the following day. Within the carriage, Ning Rongrong remarked, Crown Prince, it was evident that Yu Xiaojing intended to introduce his disciple to you. I must advise you, do not entertain the idea of recruiting Tang San. He is unworthy. Shui Qianren laughed. Did you not previously express that Tang San once schemed to eliminate Yifeng and pilfered from Dugubo? Such a person is narrow-minded, malicious, and unscrupulous. I shall not entertain him. My earlier civility was merely a formality. Ning Rongrong replied, Then I can rest easy. If Yu Xiaojing and Tang San were to hear your words, they might very well be left speechless. He. Yifeng interjected, In fact, you all must have heard of Tang San's father. Ning Rongrong scoffed. Isn't he merely a titled Douluo? What is so remarkable about that? Surely he pales in comparison to my 2 grandfathers. Ning Fingji felt a stir of curiosity and asked, Could it be that he is the Haotian Douluo Tang Hao? The Haotian clan has remained closed for many years, and among those of suitable age and considerable renown, only Tang Hao stands out. Thus, Ning Fingji immediately thought of him. Yifeng remarked, Indeed, it is Tang Hao. In an instant, a surge of murderous intent filled Qian Rinchua's heart. In her memories, many years ago, Tang Hao had grievously injured her father and later infiltrated the spirit hall, ultimately killing her severely wounded father. Subsequently, when the spirit hall sought a new pope, the long-missing holy maiden Bibi Dong emerged, assuming the papal position. This fueled Qian Rinchua's deep-seated hatred for Tang Hao, and she had long harbored the desire to slay him with her own hands. However, Tang Hao had been missing for years, and despite her relentless searches, she had found no trace of him. Little did she know that Tang San from Shrek Academy was, in fact, Tang Hao's son. At that moment, Qian Rinchua's heart turned dark with the intention to kill. Since she could not locate Tang Hao, she resolved to eliminate his son first, allowing Tang Hao to experience the agony of losing a loved one. Yifeng sensed the concealed malice emanating from Qian Rinchua and communicated telepathically. You cannot harm Tang San just yet. He still holds value for me. Startled, Qian Rinchua turned her gaze toward Yifeng, pondering how he discerned her murderous thoughts. She maintained her composure, deciding to inquire further during their meeting that night. After a leisurely lunch at the 7-treasure glazed tile school's castle, The group lingered for several hours before departing. Qian Rinxue returned directly to the palace, while Yi Feng and his companions made their way back to the academy. Before parting, Qian Rinxue discreetly arranged to meet Yi Feng later that evening. When they convened at night, Yi Feng persuaded Qian Rinxue to temporarily abandon her aspirations of killing Tang San. The following morning, the great fighting arena was once again filled to capacity with eager spectators, their enthusiasm surpassing that of the previous day. Today, 26 teams would be competing, promising a spectacle of grand proportions. In total, the Tiando City competition featured 28 teams, since Shrek Academy had already faced the Royal Academy yesterday. There were no matches scheduled for today. They could have remained within the academy to cultivate and adjust their states, yet they chose to come, eager to witness the performance of the Judgment Academy firsthand. What if the Judgment Academy were to be defeated by others before they even had the chance to confront them? Attending the competition not only allowed them to gauge the extent of Yi Feng and his companions' prowess, but also presented an opportunity to witness Yi Feng's potential blunders. Naturally, Tang San and the others were quite enthusiastic about it. This time, as Shrek Academy entered the Grand Soul Arena, the audience's derisive laughter had significantly diminished, and they willingly parted to create a path. The disdain the spectators once held for Shrek Academy had nearly vanished, replaced by a sense of reverence. Yu Xiaojing remarked with a smile, "Did you see that? This is a world that venerates strength. As long as one possesses sufficient power, they can alter others' perceptions of them." They directly proceeded to the lounge, awaiting the commencement of the match. The draw for the first round had already taken place yesterday, and the opponent of the Judgment Academy was none other than the illustrious Blaze Academy. Blaze Academy, one of the 5 elemental academies, boasts formidable strength and has consistently performed admirably in every Soul Master competition. An hour before the match, various betting activities began to unfold. Few held any hope for Judgment Academy in this contest against Blaze Academy. The overwhelming majority wagered on Blaze Academy's victory. After all, the reputation of Blaze Academy is formidable. While Judgment Academy remains relatively obscure, likely a newly established institution, who would place a bet on such an academy to win? As soon as they settled in, Flander remarked, "You all stay here. I shall place a few bets and earn some money." Heh. Ma Hongjun immediately rose, exclaiming, "Teacher, take me with you." Tang San inquired, "Teacher, how many Soul Elders does Blaze Academy have?" Yu Xiaojing responded, "Based on the strength of Blaze Academy in previous years, their team likely possesses at least 3 Soul Elders." A smile crept across Tang San's face as he said, "Then I shall also place a bet. I have observed that within Yi Feng's team, there are 3 girls whose abilities should be rather mediocre. Facing a formidable opponent like Blaze Academy in their first match, they are virtually destined to lose." Chapter 148. A significant gamble. Yu Xiaojing chuckled, "If you wish to go, then go. Gambling can also enhance your psychological strategy skills, and you might earn a little money to spend." As soon as he finished speaking, almost all the students of Shrek Academy had rushed over. Daim Mubai, Oscar, and Tai Long followed Tang San to place their bets. The sole female team member, Jiang Zhu, remained behind, disinterested in gambling. Tang San and his companions swiftly arrived at the betting area, which was already bustling with a throng of people, the air filled with the incessant sounds of lively shouts. They were not in a rush to place their bets. Instead, they attentively listened to the analyses of those around them. In the match between the Blaze Academy and the Judgment Academy, it was evident that Blaze Academy was destined for victory. This unknown Judgment Academy could hardly be a rival to the 5 Elements Academy. Indeed, I have heard that the captain of the Blaze Academy team, Huo Wushuang, is regarded as the most formidable attacker in this preliminary competition, and the strength of Blaze Academy is beyond question. They are undoubtedly contenders for the top spot in this preliminary round, so betting on Blaze Academy is a sound choice. Upon further inquiry, I discovered that the Judgment Academy team consists of merely 7 members, with no substitutes, and among these 7, only 1 is male. Such an academy seems destined to serve as cannon fodder. Although the odds for betting on Blaze Academy are somewhat low, it is a guaranteed win. After listening for a few minutes, Tang San and his companions observed that no one was betting on Judgment Academy's victory. All bets were placed on Blaze Academy. Daim Mubai smiled and remarked, "It seems that the support for Blaze Academy is quite high." Oscar added, "Let us place our bets quickly. The match is about to commence." After some contemplation, Tang San withdrew 500 gold soul coins and declared, "I bet on Blaze Academy to win." This sum represented the majority of his savings, painstakingly accumulated over the years from Soul Master allowances and part-time work. I bet on Blaze Academy to win. 50 gold soul coins, said Ma Hongjun. I bet on Blaze Academy to win. 200 gold soul coins, Oscar quickly chimed in. Daim Mubai, with a bit more financial flexibility, placed a bet of 1,000 gold soul coins on Blaze Academy's victory. After placing their bets, Tang San and his companions felt quite pleased, eagerly awaiting the start of the match, confident that once Judgment Academy lost, they would be able to collect their winnings. Let us return to the rest area and wait, suggested Daim Mubai. As they were about to depart, the voice of Ning Rongrong resonated through the air. I wager 10,000 gold soul coins on the Judgment Academy's victory, she proclaimed loudly, even before approaching. Upon hearing her declaration, the crowd instinctively parted to create a path. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Yi Feng entered with determination. It's them, Tang San whispered, his gaze suddenly turning icy. Daim Mubai's expression was similarly unfriendly. Oscar exclaimed in astonishment. Has Ning Rongrong lost her mind? Betting 10,000 gold soul coins on their own victory? Ma Hongjun remarked. What do you expect? She's the daughter of Ning Fengji, with money to spare. Daim Mubai scoffed. I am eager to see her reaction when she loses. Will she weep in despair? The nearby spectators were taken aback by Ning Rongrong's audacious wager. Excuse me, miss? Did I hear you correctly? You wish to bet on the Judgment Academy's victory? 10,000 gold soul coins? The middle-aged man collecting bets inquired incredulously. Ning Rongrong nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I am placing my bet on the Judgment Academy's win. Here is 10,000 gold soul coins. With a decisive motion, she slapped a note of 10,000 onto the table. Noticing the collector's lingering disbelief, she snapped, Will you accept the bet or not? Are you afraid of incurring losses? The middle-aged man's face brightened with a smile as he hastily accepted the note, saying, I will accept. His heart was already bursting with joy. Free money. Who would be foolish enough to refuse? Ning Rongrong remarked, The odds for the Judgment Academy are 5-1. If I win, you owe me 50,000 gold soul coins. Of course, integrity is paramount in our line of work. We guarantee fairness, the middle-aged man assured. I too shall wager 10,000 gold soul coins on the Judgment Academy, Xiao declared, placing a note on the table. This sum was borrowed from Yi Feng, and she intended to repay him once her winnings materialized. I am in agreement, Zhu Zhuqing added, also placing a 10,000 gold note, having borrowed from Yi Feng as well. The onlookers were taken aback. Is this how wealth is spent? Are they out of their minds? I recognize them. They are members of the Judgment Academy's team, someone exclaimed. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Betting on one's own victory, and such a substantial amount at that. Was the Judgment Academy truly confident in their ability to win this match? Observing the confident expressions of the three girls, many began to waver. Could it be that the Judgment Academy possessed formidable strength? With the exceptionally high odds for the Judgment Academy, several were tempted to place their bets as well. Fortune favors the bold. Perhaps this gamble could lead to unimaginable wealth. Oscar voiced his concerns. They are betting so heavily. Do they truly believe they can win? Tang San replied nonchalantly. Confidence does not equate to capability. I trust that the Blazing Academy will provide them with a valuable lesson. Daim Mubai added. Tang San is correct. Let us await the outcome. I eagerly anticipate their reactions when they ultimately lose. After Xiao Wu and her companions placed their bets, they returned to the waiting area in anticipation of the match's commencement. A total of 28 teams were participating, with the first round having taken place yesterday. Today, only 26 teams would compete. The central arena featured a solitary platform yesterday, but today, 4 additional platforms surrounded it. With 5 platforms available, 10 teams could engage in battle simultaneously. The 26 teams were divided into 3 groups, with the Judgment Academy and the Blazing Academy assigned to the second group. Before long, the competition officially began. In the first group, there were several teams of remarkable strength. For instance, the Elephant Armor Academy, the Heavenly Water Academy, and the Divine Wind Academy all displayed formidable prowess, swiftly concluding their battles. Once the 5 matches in the first group were completed, the second group commenced without delay. Yi Feng and his companions ascended the platform slowly. Across from them, the 7 members of the Blazing Academy made their entrance. Blazing Academy shall prevail. Blazing Academy shall prevail. Blazing Academy shall prevail. The cheerleaders from the Blazing Academy shouted fervently. Meanwhile, the Judgment Academy remained silent. The preparations were about to begin. Tang San murmured to himself, while all the members of Shrek Academy focused their attention on the arena where Yi Feng stood. A smile emerged on Daim Mubai's face as he remarked, I can hardly contain my anticipation. In the VIP section, Shuiye's attention was also directed towards the Judgment Academy and the Blazing Fire Academy. He is acutely aware that the Academy of Fiery Flames possesses formidable strength. Conversely, although the Academy of Judgment lacks a notable reputation, its youthful members hail from the Netherworld. He too was uncertain about the outcome of this battle. "Qinghe, who do you think will emerge victorious?" Shuiye inquired. Without hesitation, Qianringshu asserted. "The Judgment Academy will triumph in this confrontation." Saroth, standing nearby, was unfazed by Qianringshu's declaration. Shuiye nodded slightly, a smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "I look forward to their performance." Instantly, the various dignitaries surrounding them were filled with curiosity regarding the Judgment Academy. Chapter 149, Terrifying Yu Xiaojiang on the Arena. Yi Feng stood at the forefront. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong stood in a line behind him. Further back were three maidens, who, though initially ordinary in appearance, had their powers elevated to soul respect level by Yi Feng for this competition. This was not intended for them to take action, but rather to instill in them a sense of confidence, alleviating their anxiety and fear. However, as their powers were artificially enhanced, their realms remained unstable, and lacking any practical experience, they still trembled slightly in fear upon the stage. Opposite Yi Feng stood a young man of average build and appearance. Though not conventionally handsome, there was a fiery intensity in his eyes, and his presence was undeniably commanding. He is Huo Wushuang, the captain of the Blaze Academy team, possessing a formidable rank of 42. And he is a powerful assault-type spirit master with the martial spirit of the Inferno Dragon. His attacking style is explosive. Prior to the commencement of the tournament, numerous experts conducted analyses of the talented contestants from various academies, deeming Huo Wushuang to be the most formidable contender in this preliminary round. Such lofty praise undoubtedly attests to Huo Wushuang's exceptional prowess. Behind Huo Wushuang stands a 38-level assault-type spirit master, whose martial spirit is that of a fire leopard. Following him are a pair of twin brothers, both adept in agile assault, each at 39 levels, merely a hair's breadth away from reaching the 40th level. Further behind them are two tall men, both wielding the martial spirit of Mars, a rather unique auxiliary spirit. Between these two gentlemen is a strikingly beautiful woman, whose beauty rivals that of Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong. She is Huo Wushuang's younger sister, Huo Wu, revered as the goddess among the male disciples of Blaze Academy. Adorned in a crimson team uniform that complements her dark red hair, she captivates attention, inciting an irresistible desire for conquest in many men. Huo Wu is the sole female member of the Blaze team, yet she stands the tallest among the seven, with a well-proportioned figure and a perpetual smile gracing her face. Her martial spirit is the Fire Shadow, and she is the only other spirit master in the Blaze Academy team, aside from Huo Wushuang, with a soul power even surpassing his, reaching a notable 34 levels. Once all team members are assembled, they halt, their gazes fixed upon their opponents. The referee strides to the center of the arena, proclaiming loudly, "Teams, line up and bow." The athletes from both sides arrange themselves into two rows, bowing respectfully to one another. Huo Wushuang's eyes radiate an oppressive intensity as he locks his gaze onto Yi Feng. Meanwhile, Huo Wu first glances at Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, astonished to discover three beauties in the Judgment Academy who rival her own allure. Only then does she turn her gaze to Yi Feng, her eyes sparkling as she whispers, "What a handsome man." Having encountered many handsome suitors, including a particularly striking one named Feng Xiaoyan among her many admirers, she finds that, in comparison, he pales against the man before her. In terms of both appearance and demeanor, Feng Xiaoyan cannot hold a candle to Yi Feng. Huo Wu, accustomed to the attention of countless admirers, has developed a haughty disposition, never deigning to regard any of her suitors seriously. Even the exceptionally talented Feng Xiaoyan fails to impress her. However, upon seeing Yi Feng up close, an unfamiliar sensation stirs within her heart. She concedes that Yi Feng's striking features have indeed touched her. Upon hearing Huo Wu's words, several male students from the Blaze team cast unfriendly glances at Yi Feng. Huo Wushuang solemnly declares, "Unfortunately for you, you have encountered us in the first round. I suggest you concede immediately to preserve your strength for tomorrow's second round. Otherwise, once the battle commences, I cannot guarantee your safety." Yi Feng chuckled, "What a coincidence. This is also my suggestion to you. Surrender sooner rather than later." Huo Wushuang's gaze grew cold as he retorted, "Such audacity, to utter such words before me. You possess remarkable courage." Ning Rongrong could not contain herself, exclaiming, I believe you are the one with grandiose claims, thinking you are the strongest in the preliminary rounds? Huo Wushuang's piercing gaze swept over Yi Feng and his companions, declaring, "Very well, you have piqued my interest." The referee had retreated to the edge of the arena. Observing silently, they refrained from intervening in the verbal exchanges preceding the match, as such provocations were known to ignite the competitors' spirits, making the ensuing battle all the more exhilarating. It was still the first round of the preliminaries, and the true capabilities of the participants had yet to be unveiled. The referee announced, "The match is about to commence. You may now unleash your martial souls." Huo Wushuang stepped forward, exuding authority as he proclaimed, "Let me show you whether my words hold any weight." A resounding dragon's roar erupted from his lips, flames enveloping his entire being. He expanded in size, and a layer of searing dark red scales adorned his skin. 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, rose from beneath his feet, unleashing a ferocious aura that instantly filled half the arena with waves of heat. Huo Wu swiftly retreated to the rear. Her martial soul, upon release, exhibited no significant transformation, yet she too radiated an intense heat. Much like Huo Wushuang, she bore 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings. The remaining members of the Blazing Fire Academy also summoned their martial souls, aside from the Huo siblings. They were all at the Soul Master level. Although they remained Soul Masters, they were nearing level 40, placing them among the elite in that rank. Only 2 souls own. Tang San remarked with a furrowed brow. Oscar voiced his concern. "Do you think Yi Feng and the others can truly win?" Yu Xiaojiang replied with a relaxed smile. "No need for worry. I have gathered information. The Huo siblings are certainly not ordinary soul zone. Their team possesses formidable strength, and defeating the Judgment Academy should pose no significant challenge. Look at those 3 girls at the back of the Judgment Academy. They appear so anxious, trembling even. How can they compete with the Blazing Fire Academy?" Zhu Zhuqing interjected, unable to suppress her laughter. "It's utterly absurd. Does the Judgment Academy have no one else? Mark my words, they are destined to lose 27 consecutive matches in this preliminary round." Daim Mubai added, "Indeed, those 3 girls can be disregarded." And with Ning Rongrong being a support soul master, only Yi Feng, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu possess combat prowess. In this battle, their defeat is inevitable. Tang San remarked calmly, "The battle is about to commence. The Blazing Fire Academy will become our formidable adversary in the future. We must observe closely to discern their strategies." As the members of the Blazing Fire Academy unleashed their martial souls, Huo Wushuang fixed his fierce gaze upon Yi Feng, challenging, "Why have you yet to release your martial soul? What are you waiting for?" Yi Feng maintained a serene smile, responding, "I shall unleash my martial soul now." Behind him, Ning Rongrong swiftly retreated, positioning herself before the 3 maidens. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward, flanking Yi Feng on either side. Their soul power surged forth, manifesting their martial spirits. Zhu Zhuqing's hands sprouted sharp claws, and her ears transformed into pointed feline appendages. Xiao Wu's eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson, her ears elongating into delicate rabbit ears. An iridescent glow radiated from Ning Rongrong, and upon her palm materialized a resplendent glass pagoda. Concurrently, 5 soul rings emerged around them. Yu Xiaojiang, seated with a subtle smile gracing his features, suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment and sprang to his feet. "How is this possible?" he exclaimed, his voice piercing and filled with disbelief. Synopsis: Yi Feng traverses the Douluo Continent, acquiring the Underworld System, and begins by transforming the City of Slaughter into the Underworld, ascending to the throne of the King of the Underworld. Bibi Dong, the Underworld organization is shrouded in mystery and formidable power that must not be provoked. Tang Hao, his might inspires despair. Tang Chen, you unfilial descendants have attracted the wrath of the King of the Underworld, foolish and oblivious to your impending doom. Tang San, my ancestor has fallen under the control of a demon. I must uphold righteousness and eliminate kin for the sake of peace in the world.